Chapter 1, First Day of Reporting, Reward, Lamborghini Reventón. Parallel World, Kyoto, University of Finance and Economics. Have you heard? Shang Guanwu got into an argument with someone in the freshman group. Is that the rich second-generation Shang Guanwu from junior year? Yes, that's him. Why are you arguing?
Shang Guanwu bought a Porsche 718 Boxster and posted photos in the freshman group to flirt with the girls. Then one freshman jumped out and said his car was junk and that the Porsche 718 Boxster wasn't even worthy of being called a sports car.
The Porsche 718 Boxster is garbage?
It's worth at least 700,000 or 800,000 yuan.
What's the background of that new student? He's probably just a jerk with his mouth.
The Porsche 718 Boxster is garbage. What car does he have to drive that isn't garbage? Some people have watched so many celebrity videos online that they think million-dollar sports cars are everywhere and don't even consider the Porsche 718. Little do they know that in reality, a Porsche 718 Boxster is something that most people can only dream of.
What are you talking about? The new students are already at the door, why don't you help guide them?
Su Xiaoyan, vice president of the Student Union of Kyoto University of Finance and Economics, said with a frown. The two student union officers quickly nodded to shut up and ran to greet the new students. Su Xiaoyan was wearing the standard student union uniform, a small suit on the upper body and a white shirt. His impressive figure almost stretched the buttons of his suit to bursting. The lower body is a standard combination of knee-length skirt and flesh-colored stockings. Her hot body and good looks make her the recognized campus beauty of Kyoto University of Finance and Economics.
Rumble. The unique roar of the sports car's throttle sounded.
A red Porsche 718 Boxster slowly stopped in front of Su Xiaoyan. The window of the Porsche was lowered, and the driver inside was a young and handsome boy.
Xiaoyan, are you free tonight?
I've reserved a table at the Blue Brick restaurant. When Su Xiaoyan saw that the other person was Shang Guanwu, she immediately put away her smile and said coldly, I don't have time.
The Blue Brick restaurant is Kyoto's top Michelin 3-star restaurant.
I had to make a reservation 2 months in advance to get it.
There are so many people who want to go but can't. I'm not interested. I won't go. What Su Xiaoyan can't stand the most is this group of rich second generations.
They rely on their family's wealth every day and think that girls all over the world will revolve around them.
She refused without hesitation and turned away. Shang Guanwu was furious and threw the Nutri Express bar in his hand directly at Su Xiaoyan. Su Xiaoyan. I'm Shang Guanwu's passenger seat.
Many women want to sit there but don't have the chance.
Don't be so shameless.
Su Xiaoyan's upper body was soaked by the Nutri Express bars, and her white shirt was soaked, sticking to her snow-white skin. The other students were afraid of Shang Guanwu's prominent family background and did not dare to step forward to rescue him. Suddenly, a strong and powerful hand knocked Shang Guanwu's hand away.
Shang Guanwu was stunned. How could someone dare to disobey him? He looked at the man.
I saw that the other person was a boy wearing sportswear, basketball shoes, and ordinary student clothes.
Do you know who I am? Shang Guanwu asked angrily.
The boy replied coldly, a piece of trash. When Su Xiaoyan saw the boy, her cold eyes instantly became warm, and her tone became extremely gentle. She called out easily, Qin Xuan.
Qin Xuan showed his white teeth. Sister Xiaoyan.
He took off his coat and put it on Su Xiaoyan to help her solve the embarrassment.
Su Xiaoyan and Qin Xuan grew up together in the staff dormitory. Su Xiaoyan is 1 year older than Qin Xuan.
Every time Qin Xuan saw her, he would call her Sister Xiaoyan. Just as the two were recognizing each other, a scene appeared in front of Qin Xuan that only he could see.
Congratulations to the challenger. Complete the side quest, Hero Saves the Beauty.
Mission reward, American Express Centurion Black Gold Card, unlimited card usage. Qin Xuan touched his pocket and a card really appeared inside.
Qin Xuan, right? Do you think you are good at fighting? What's the use of your fighting ability? In Kyoto, money is everything. You look so poor, how long can Su Xiaoyan live with you?
After saying that, Shang Guanwu confidently took out the car key of the Porsche and pressed the unlock button.
The towed headlights immediately flashed dazzling lights.
The eyes of the car-loving boys around were shining.
Some women are ready to take action. If Su Xiaoyan takes action, they will have the opportunity to take action.
Qin Xuan didn't even glance at him and said disdainfully, so it was you who was barking in the group yesterday. Shang Guanwu's face changed and he asked angrily, fuck you, you're the one who said my Porsche is rubbish. In my eyes, you are trash too. Shang Wanwu didn't get angry, but sneered, yesterday I thought he was a young master from a wealthy family, but he turned out to be a small-time scoundrel.
Have you ever touched a luxury car? Do you know how much a Porsche 718 Boxster costs? Do you know how much of a spectacle it is to have 800,000? It's garbage all the time. Do you have a car?
Su Xiaoyan tugged at the corner of Qin Chuan's clothes, signaling him to leave quickly.
Xiao Chuan, let's go. Don't provoke him.
His family is rich, and he might do something outrageous. Qin Chuan comforted her gently, took out a car key and pressed the unlock button. Not far away, under the shade of a tree, a roar suddenly came from an inconspicuous place.
Shang Wanwu was startled and looked at the source of the sound.
Suddenly, my jaw dropped in shock.
Lamborghini Reventón. Is the Lamborghini Reventón great? Someone asked. That's a legendary car. The Porsche 718 Boxster pales in comparison. Do you know how much it's worth? 15 million. Limited to 21 units worldwide. Tested 0-60 sprint in 2.8 seconds. Fuck. 15 million?
Compared to that, the Porsche 718 Boxster is really rubbish. The crowd whispered. Qin Chuan took Su Xiaoyan's hand and, under the attention of everyone in the audience, opened the passenger door for her. Su Xiaoyan looked stunned as she got into the super sports car, which was limited to 21 units worldwide. Everything happened so suddenly that before Su Xiaoyan could react, Qin Chuan stepped on the accelerator and left the crowd.
Shang Wanwu spat fiercely, fuck, when did that little slut hook up with a man like this? Rich, right? In Kyoto, being rich is not enough. Shang Wanwu took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello, Brother Long, this is Xiao Wu. I've been bullied at school.
On the other end of the phone, a middle-aged man with dragon and phoenix tattoos slammed the table and angrily said, "Who the hell dares to bully my brother?
Doesn't he want to live?" Kyoto, SKQ Shopping Mall.
This is the largest luxury goods sales venue in Kyoto, where all the luxury brands in the world have opened flagship stores.
Qin Chuan took Su Xiaoyan directly to the Chanel store.
When the two of them entered the room, Xiaoxiu just looked at them from a distance, looked them up and down, and then started chatting to himself.
Qin Chuan didn't care and directly pulled Su Xiaoyan to the women's clothing store. Sister Xiaoyan, you are dirty. Choose a change of clothes.
Su Xiaoyan looked at the price tags and found that there were basically no clothes priced below 4 figures.
Xiaochuan, why don't we go to another store? Chanel is too expensive and not suitable for me.
It's okay, Sister Xiaoyan, you can pick whatever you want, I'll pay.
After Qin Chuan's repeated encouragement, Su Xiaoyan began to choose clothes carefully.
She was slow in choosing clothes, not because she was picky, but because she wanted to choose the cheapest clothes to save some money for Qin Chuan. After looking around, Su Xiaoyan picked up a pure white short-sleeved shirt priced at 999 yuan, the cheapest in the store.
Hey, just look at it. Don't touch me. You can't afford to pay for it if it gets dirty or damaged. Chapter 2, $1 billion group will give it away if it says so.
A salesgirl who was about 30 years old walked up to Su Xiaoyan. She snatched the clothes and said, "You've wrinkled them.
I have to take care of them again.
We buy it directly, no need for maintenance,"
Qin Chuan said.
The salesgirl sneered and said, "Ha, you picked the cheapest one and you're talking like a rich man. Your girlfriend touched so many clothes, and you bought them all.
Can't we buy them all?" Qin Chuan frowned. "Ha, I've seen a lot of people like you pretending to be cool. We're a top luxury brand. Do you know how much all these clothes cost in total? Judging from the way you're dressed, you probably can't even shell out 1,000 yuan.
Qin Chuan did not respond to the other party's words, but scanned the entire audience. His sharp eyes immediately fell on a timid face.
He looked at the badge on the other person's chest and said, "Zhou Ling, right?" Zhou Ling nodded nervously. "First day at work?" Qin Chuan saw.
Zhou Ling was still too embarrassed to speak and continued to nod. "Please help me pick up all the clothes that my girlfriend touched just now."
Qin Chuan took out the American Express Centurion black gold card and handed it to the other party.
Zhou Ling looked at Qin Chuan in disbelief.
"Sir, which piece of clothing are you talking about?"
Qin Chuan shook his head. "Not just one thing, but all of them." Zhou Ling felt dizzy. She quickly took the black gold card and ran to pack her clothes. Qin Xuan walked back to Su Shayan and glanced at the salesgirl who was standing there in a daze. Alas, my little sister sold as much as you do in a year on her first day at work. Big sister, hurry up and retire. The manager of the Chanel store returned to the store after lunch and saw the new arrival Zhou Ling taking down all the clothes from the shelves. Most of the shelves in the store were empty. She couldn't help but angrily scold Zhou Ling. Didn't I tell you in the meeting not to do clothes care during working hours? Did you ignore my words? Zhou Ling said aggrievedly, Manager, I'm not doing any nursing. These clothes are all requested by customers. What did the customer want? How could anyone possibly buy so many clothes at once? These clothes add up to over 1 million. It's your first day on the job, so if you don't understand something, ask your colleagues. Do you think our Chanel is some cheap stall that buys out everything? Has the customer paid? Zhou Ling shook her head. The store manager angrily said, You packed up the food for the customer before they even paid. Are you crazy about the commission? Go mop the floor. Zhou Ling took out the credit card Qin Xuan gave him and handed it to the store manager. The customer left the credit card. Once it's packed, it will be sent directly to the hotel. The store manager was about to start scolding when he discovered that Zhou Ling was holding an American Express Centurion Black Gold card. The store manager took the card and immediately paid for it to test its authenticity. Turns out the card is perfectly fine, no issues. Immediately, the store manager's blood pressure shot up. Black Gold card, we must seize this customer. He's our super VLP, and our store is completely dependent on him this year. Congratulations to the challenger. Complete the side quest, Chanel store shopping. Quest reward, character attributes are upgraded to the peak of level 4 martial arts. Note, martial arts are divided into 9 levels, each of which is divided into 4 stages: entry, minor success, major success, and peak. Qin Xuan looked at the prompt bar in front of him and his heart trembled. Since I got the system the day before yesterday, I have successively won a Lamborghini Reventón and an American Express Centurion Black card. This is the first time to receive attribute rewards. When the scene in front of him returned to reality, Qin Xuan only felt the strength in his body rising sharply. The movements of the people around me were full of flaws in my eyes, and it was as if they were in slow motion. Qin Xuan felt that he could now fight 10 people alone. Is this the strength of the peak of the 4th level of martial arts? Xiaochuan. Su Shayan called softly, interrupting Qin Xuan's thoughts. Sister Shayan. Qin Xuan came back to his senses embarrassedly. At this time, the elevator had stopped on the 79th floor. Because Su Shayan was splashed with a whole bottle of drink by Shangwan Wu, Qin Xuan directly booked a room at the most luxurious Waldorf hotel in Kyoto, so that Su Shayan can wash up. Qin Xuan swiped the room card and led Su Shayan into the room. Along the way, Su Shayan's heart was beating wildly. I was very excited to see my little brother again in a foreign province. However, the Qin Xuan she met today was a little different from before. He is no longer the little brother who followed behind him. Qin Xuan now stands straight, with sharp features on his face and full of masculinity. His actions today were also like those of a domineering president. He acted decisively and without any delay. But the two of them were in the same room, a room with a big bed, and Su Shayan's fair face was flushed. Sister Shayan, go wash up quickly. Qin Xuan's words made Su Shayan's face even redder. Qin Xuan didn't take it seriously. He just lay down on the 2-meter-long bed, turned on the TV, and watched cartoons while grinning foolishly. Looking at the silly smiling Qin Xuan, Su Shayan felt at this moment that her little brother was back. She walked into the bathroom, took off her contaminated clothes, and rinsed in the warm water. Su Shayan felt extremely comfortable all over. After washing up, Su Shayan realized that the Chanel clothes had not been delivered yet. I don't have anything to wear right now. But staying in the bathroom all the time is not a solution. After much thought, she had no choice but to wrap herself in a bath towel and walk out of the bathroom. Su Shayan has a deep cleavage and round peaches. Her proud figure cannot be covered by a bath towel. Just when she was too shy to face Qin Xuan, she found that her little brother had fallen asleep lying there, and a slight cry was heard. Su Shayan walked forward caringly and bent down to cover Qin Xuan with the quilt. As a result, the movement was too big and the bath towel slipped off accidentally, exposing her private parts. Graceful and beautiful, it is clearly visible. Su Shayan hurriedly picked up the bath towel and wrapped herself again. Seeing that Qin Chuan was still snoring, he stuck out his tongue embarrassedly. Fortunately, Xiaochuan fell asleep, otherwise I would be so embarrassed.
Congratulations to the challenger. Complete the side quest, stay calm. Mission reward, obtain the Sultan Group.
Qin Chuan was awakened from his sleep by a system prompt.
He looked confused. I was just taking a nap, how come a side quest was triggered?
The award went to the Sultan Group, one of the Fortune 500 companies.
The rewards for side quests are so generous, so wouldn't the rewards for completing the main quests be even more tempting?
Qin Chuan used his consciousness instead of his hands to click on the system taskbar that appeared in front of him.
Main mission, complete 4 years of university studies and graduate successfully. As expected, the main mission is quite difficult and requires at least 4 years of preparation. Xiaochuan, you're awake.
Qin Chuan looked over when he heard the sound and saw that Su Xiaoyan had already changed into the evening dress sent by Chanel.
She chose a black velvet long dress with a one-shoulder design.
Her shoulder and necklines were as elegant as a swan, and her skin was white and round.
The black long skirt and the snow-white skin form a stimulating visual contrast.
Her slender waist twisted slightly with her steps, and her peachy buttocks trembled slightly.
It's impossible to take your eyes off it. Sister Xiaoyan, you look so beautiful today. Qin Chuan praised. Su Xiaoyan's pretty face turned red and she lowered her head in embarrassment.
Qin Chuan hugged Su Xiaoyan in his arms and tried to test her strength, skills and tactics at the peak of martial arts.
3 hours later. Boom boom boom.
There was a rapid knock on the hotel room door. Qin Chuan stood up and opened the door, only to see a woman dressed in professional attire standing at the door, her long thighs wrapped in a black miniskirt. He wore a pair of half-frame glasses on his face, which made him look both sexy and cool.
Excuse me, is Mr. Qin Chuan here? That's me. Qin Chuan yawned and said. The woman was stunned.
The mysterious rich man who acquired the Zilton Group in full was so young and quite handsome.
Chapter 3, Get Rewards, 100,000 Douyin Carnival. Wall Street, USA.
There's a 13-hour time difference between here and Kyoto.
Today, the presidents of several major conglomerates, including Gaoshang and Imogen, received an urgent email in their mailboxes.
Sitting on the top floor of the 70th floor, Claude, the president of Gaoshang Group, was enjoying his breakfast coffee. As usual, he opened his mailbox and checked the email.
The next second, the coffee in his mouth spurted out.
Claude stared at the computer screen in disbelief and read aloud, "Early this morning, mysterious Chinese funds acquired the entirety of the Sultan Group." He immediately turned on the TV and saw that the American Fox Financial News was reporting the news of the acquisition of the Sultan Group with the headline "Breaking News." The camera switches to the scene. The eldest daughter of the Zilton Group is being reported live by Fox News.
Excuse me, Miss Zilton, your group is the wealth left by your ancestors. Why are you suddenly selling it off? Or are you selling it as a whole to the Chinese? Miss Zilton was a well-known playboy. She wore an elegant deep V gown, a glass of champagne in her hand, and said with a smile, "Oh, dear, this was all my dad's decision. I don't know anything about it.
But I'm sure that the Chinese man gave us an offer that was hard to refuse." After saying that, she winked at the camera.
Claude cursed, "Fuck." Turned off the TV. He immediately called his assistants and said, "Go and find out which Chinese consortium acquired our American industry."
Oh, God, how can those despicable Chinese people be worthy of owning our American property? For a time, the entire Wall Street was shocked, and each consortium sent a team to fly to China to investigate the mysterious man who acquired the Sultan Group.
China, Waldorf Astoria Hotel, 79th floor.
The woman standing at the door of Qin Chuan's room put away her inappropriate expression and presented a document with both hands. "Mr. Qin, you have just acquired the entire Sultan Group.
Here are your acquisition documents. Please review them." Qin Chuan took the document and flipped through it casually. "Who are you?"
"I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Xia Ing, and I work at the headquarters of the Hilton Hotel Group."
"I'm your secretary." "Secretary? I don't need a secretary." Qin Chuan threw the file back to Xia Ing. "Take the file back. The group has professional managers to take care of it. I won't interfere with this small business."
Xia Ing took the document and her heart trembled.
The Sultan Group, a Fortune 500 company, is a large multinational corporation with an annual revenue of nearly $10 billion.
The other party actually said it was a small business and did not ask any questions, leaving it to professional managers to manage. Then I saw Qin Xuan talking and laughing with a beautiful woman who had a top-notch appearance and figure. Xia Ying was certain that the other party was a playboy and a huge spendthrift.
The Silton Group is the asset left by his parents to their prodigal son. Super rich parents always pave the way for their incompetent children in advance.
The prodigals don't need to work hard at all and can have everything that ordinary people can't achieve in several lifetimes.
This is the kind of people Xia Ying despises the most.
After studying hard for more than 10 years, she finally embarked on the journey to Rome.
But I was born in Rome. Xia Ying turned around and left without giving her new boss a good look.
Qin Xuan didn't care about Xia Ying's attitude. She was just a small secretary of a group, so he wouldn't worry about her. He took Su Xiaoyan to the restaurant on the 99th floor of the hotel for dinner.
The Waldorf Hotel is first class, and its top-floor restaurant is famous as the top Western restaurant in Kyoto.
It has won the title of 3 Michelin stars. People who come and go in the restaurant are either rich or noble, and everyone regards it as a sacred thing to have a meal at a 3-star Michelin restaurant. All the men who came here were dressed in suits and ties, and the women were dressed in gorgeous evening gowns, all dressed up for the occasion. Su Xiaoyan put one hand on Qin Xuan's forearm, and her feeling of happiness was beyond words.
"Sorry, sir, you can't enter the restaurant."
The waiter at the door stopped Qin Xuan and said,
"Why not? Isn't the restaurant open today?"
The waiter smiled disdainfully and said, "Our restaurant is a Michelin 3-star restaurant. The customers who dine here are all well-known figures.
You are dressed too cheaply and it affects our restaurant's image."
Qin Xuan glanced inside the restaurant and saw a few blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners wearing short-sleeved shirts, shorts and flip-flops, chatting and laughing while drinking red wine.
"Why are they allowed in with just shorts and shorts?"
The waiter gave a half-smile and said, "They are foreigners.
They like the feeling of being free. The way they dress is a symbol of freedom.
We should respect their beliefs."
Just as Su Xiaoyan was about to explain, a cell phone suddenly appeared beside her. A girl held her phone and filmed the waiter in the face.
Family, today's Xiaomei's live broadcast of her exploration of the restaurant is at the Waldorf, a restaurant known as the most luxurious and top-notch restaurant. As a result, at the entrance, I encountered a restaurant waiter who, judging by appearance, stopped the customer from entering to dine because he was wearing sportswear. But we can see inside the restaurant that foreigners can enter normally wearing short-sleeved shirts, shorts, and flip-flops.
But we Chinese are turned away. My dear family, this is our Chinese territory. The days of the foreign powers bullying us are over. I never thought that a top Western restaurant would treat us differently. It's clearly discrimination against us Chinese."
When the waiter saw the other party making trouble, he was about to snatch the phone, but suddenly found that the other party was a store visitor on Douyin.
"Xiaomei will take you to eat."
The anchor kept stirring up the atmosphere in the live broadcast room, and the Waldorf restaurant's discriminatory behavior immediately caught the nerves of more than 2,000 people in the room. Netizens interacted in the live broadcast room and condemned the behavior of Waldorf restaurant. They also began to attack the Waldorf Hotel's Weibo and Douyin accounts and leave messages. Because Xiaomei's live broadcast room had good interactive effects, Douyin's backend recognized this and immediately increased its traffic. The number of people in the live broadcast room soared from more than 2,000 to more than 5,000. As the situation became apparent, the front office manager of the Waldorf restaurant had to run out to find out what was going on. He looked into the camera and immediately said that there was nothing wrong with Qin Xuan's attire and that he could dine at the Waldorf restaurant. He also apologized to everyone for the behavior of the doorman just now. Qin Xuan nodded and expressed that he was quite satisfied with the performance of the lobby manager.
Likewise, he thanked Xiaomei beside him and said, "Thank you." Xiaomei smiled and said, "It's nothing.
I just can't stand their dog-eyed look down on others." As the incident subsided, the number of people in Xiaomei's live broadcast room gradually decreased, and the onlookers who came to watch the fun switched to the side of the small anchor who was skirting the line. Xiaomei sighed, "Alas, I prepared for a live broadcast for a week, but it's not as good as a simple 'hello, brother' from the live broadcaster." The live broadcast room, which had more than 5,000 people at its peak, now has less than 1,000 people watching, and there are also a large number of atmosphere robots mixed in. The atmosphere of the Waldorf Hotel is extremely suitable for a date, and Qin Xuan and the other person sat down.
The waiter immediately lit the candles to create a lively atmosphere. Congratulations to the challenger. Complete the side quest, candlelight dinner. Task reward, obtain 100,000 Douyin carnivals.
Qin Xuan frowned slightly.
100,000 Douyin carnivals? What use would I have for something like that?
A moment later, Qin Chuan's mobile phone balance showed a stock of 100,000 carnivals. This is a page specially tailored by Douyin for big customers, which is convenient for sponsors to give rewards.
Chapter 4, a meal costing 500,000.
Qin Chuan closed his phone screen in disappointment, waved to the waiter, and prepared to order.
There happened to be a man and a woman sitting at the next table. The man was wearing a black suit, and the details showed that it was an expensive Armani suit. The woman wore a red backless deep V evening gown.
It can be seen that the two of them have dressed up carefully.
Oh, dear, what's going on today? How could such a classy place like the Waldorf have poor people sneaking into it? Is this a charity dinner?
The woman pinched her nose and said sarcastically. The man glanced at Qin Chuan, frowning.
What's going on? Has the Waldorf restaurant fallen to this level? Can you come in and dine in just a tracksuit?
It's totally beneath our noble status.
I want to complain to the manager. He's not worthy of sitting with me.
Su Xiaoyan stroked Qin Chuan gently and shook her head slightly. Xiao Chuan, don't pay attention to them.
Qin Chuan smiled and nodded. With what status he has now, how could he be as ignorant as an ant? The waiter walked over to Qin Chuan with the menu and asked, "What would you like to order, sir?" Qin Chuan didn't even look at the menu and said directly, "One chef's set menu per person." The chef's recommended set menu is the most expensive set menu at the Waldorf Astoria restaurant.
It brings together all the dishes of 3-star Chef George. Of course, the price is also not cheap, 19,999 yuan, and it is for one person. For two people, it would be nearly 40,000 yuan.
The waiter was stunned.
Sir, that's a 19,999 yuan set meal.
Are you sure? Yes. The waiter immediately took note and ran back to place the order. After a moment, he seemed to recall something and ran back. Sir, what kind of drink do you need?
Yes, the 19999 chef set menu only includes dishes, and drinks are not included.
Qin Chuan thought for a second and said, 1974 Conti, 2 bottles.
The man at the next table was speechless for a moment, feeling so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to crawl into.
Seeing this, the woman quietly asked, "Honey, what the hell is 74 Conti? Is it better than 82 Lafite?"
The man was ashamed. He was talking about the 1974 Romane Conti, a bottle of which now sells for 240,000 yuan. The 1982 Lafite is just a little brother in front of it.
The woman was also shocked and said, 240,000? He wants 2 bottles at once, how is that possible? How can someone spend nearly 500,000 on dinner?
The woman looked at Qin Chuan again. He was dressed in ordinary clothes and his wrist was empty, without even a watch. She was certain that the other party was pretending to be rich, spending money first and then acting like a rogue and eating a free meal. At this time, the waiter broke out in cold sweat. It was normal for customers to order their own food. However, this was the first time I encountered someone ordering 1974 Romane Conti, and even ordering 2 bottles at a time. The wine costs more than 400,000 yuan.
What if the other party is a liar?
I can't even afford the compensation even if I sell myself. He hurried to the lobby manager and explained the situation to him.
The hall manager also felt like he was facing a great enemy.
He walked forward and said a few words in a tactful way, saying that the wine was too expensive and he wanted to verify the funds first. Qin Chuan thought about it and felt that the hall manager was right. After all, 2 bottles of red wine with a total value of 480,000 yuan was too risky for them. But when he reached into his pocket, he found that his black card seemed to be still in the hotel room. So Qin Chuan said, "I'm sorry, I forgot my black card in the hotel room." The man at the next table was as excited as if he had caught a rabbit by the tail. "I said he was a liar, coming here to get free food and drinks, pretending to be a rich man to pick up girls, but in fact he was eating and freeing." The woman sneered, as expected, "Clothes make the man. A man who comes to such a high-end place and wears sportswear must be a scoundrel and a con man if he's not super rich."
What a scumbag! Pretending to be rich and deceiving women.
The hall manager also began to doubt Qin Chuan's identity at this time. The other party ordered the chef's recommended set meal worth 19,999 yuan, and then asked for 2 bottles of 1974-year-old Chateau Conti in one go. If he is not a wealthy person, he must be a liar.
Now that I have nothing and can't even afford food, he must be a liar.
Just as the lobby manager was about to kick Qin Chuan out of the store, a voice came from the entrance, "So you're here.
I've been looking for you for a long time.
Xiaoying ran to the dining table breathlessly and looked at Qin Chuan.
Ha, there's something interesting to watch. It seems this scumbag has cheated more than one woman. Another one has fallen for it. The man at the next table said happily.
The lobby manager recognized Xiaoying, having seen her introduction on the internal official website. She is the secretary of the group's CEO and a senior executive of the group.
Secretary Xia.
The lobby manager greeted tremblingly.
Xiaoying ignored him, but opened the document in her hand and pushed it in front of Qin Chuan. Boss Qin, you forgot to sign the document just now.
Qin Chuan calmly reached out to the waiter to borrow the pen he used to write the menu, and wrote the word Qin Chuan on the document.
Okay.
He signed his name and handed the document back to Xiaoying. Xiaoying got angry when she saw Qin Chuan's nonchalant and indifferent attitude. Mr. Qin, after all, our Zilton Group is a Fortune 500 company with an annual revenue of tens of billions of US dollars.
Can't you show some respect?
Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly.
It's just a group with a revenue of only tens of billions of US dollars. What's so arrogant about you?
You.
Xiaoying was speechless. After all, he was the boss and had the capital to say such things. She turned around and left without giving her young boss a good look.
Qin Chuan just smiled and didn't bother with such a little girl.
The man and woman at the next table turned green in the face. What was he doing just now? Mocking the big boss of the Zilton Group. The woman broke out in a cold sweat when she thought about it.
She had just been calling the other person a poor bastard.
Neither of them ordered any food and just slipped away secretly, fearing that if the other got angry, the consequences would be disastrous.
The big bosses of the billion-dollar group, crushing them is like crushing an ant.
The lobby manager broke out in a cold sweat.
The Waldorf restaurant and the Waldorf Hotel both belong to the Zilton Group, and the Waldorf brand is just one of the brands within the Zilton Group. The man in front of him was the boss of the entire group.
Qin Chuan slowly raised his head and asked calmly, "Now, do you still need me to verify your capital?" No, I'll arrange it for you right away. I guarantee you'll be satisfied."
After saying that, he immediately fled the scene. Faced with the pressure from his superiors, he, a small front office manager, could not bear it.
If he stayed for one more second, he would collapse due to the excessive psychological pressure.
Su Xiaoyan witnessed everything that happened today, and her heart gradually began to accept the shock. Although she had 10,000 questions she wanted to ask Qin Chuan, she was a smart woman.
There are some things that Qin Chuan won't ask about actively as long as he doesn't want to talk about them.
As long as you are here, Xiaochuan, nothing else matters.
What did you say, Xiaoyan?
Su Xiaoyan quickly covered her mouth, wondering how she could have said what was in her heart.
Family, look, when you eat here, you can see the CBD of Dongcheng. Wow, everyone, look, the Boston lobster tonight is so big. Fans eat first. Boston lobster is very chewy. Xiaomei was sitting in the corner broadcasting live.
His voice was not loud, but it was obvious that he was trying hard to liven up the atmosphere in the room. While waiting for the food, Qin Chuan opened Douyin and followed Xiaomei.
He was very impressed by Xiaomei's righteous words just now.
When you click on the avatar, you will enter Xiaomei's live broadcast room.
The only viewing number in the upper right corner is 788 people. The audience's interaction is also closely related to the number of people online. Excluding robots, the only few living people are teasing Xiaomei. Hurry up and go back to the factory and screw the screws. You are not suitable for this job. Xiaomei should change her style and become a marginal anchor. Yes. Xiaomei, change into black stockings and I'll reward you with a light board. Faced with the obscene language in the comments, Xiaomei could only endure it silently.
Her original intention was just to share her life. Even though she had an impressive figure, she never thought of making money through illegal means. Xiaomei silently calculated in her mind that the income from tonight's live broadcast had not yet reached 3 figures.
I ordered a 4-figure dinner, but I haven't even earned back 1/10 of the money I spent. She faced the camera and sighed deeply.
In preparation for tonight's live broadcast, I ate instant noodles for a month. Just as she was about to click to end the broadcast, she saw a few squares suddenly flash across the screen, and then 3 words slowly rose from the bottom of the screen: Carnival.
Chapter 5, gained 1 million followers overnight. Fuck, someone tipped a carnival. How could someone give a tip to a carnival for such a conservative eating broadcast? Did they click the wrong button?
Xiaomei, tell me the truth, did you secretly give yourself a reward to create a topic on purpose? In the comments section, people kept raising questions.
Xiaomei was speechless. This was her first time seeing a carnival.
That was a 3,000 yuan gift, enough for my living expenses for a month. Just as Xiaomei was about to look carefully at the name of the person who gave the reward and express her gratitude, the cell phone screen flashed with blocks again, another carnival reward. At this time, Xiaomei was confused, and the fans in the live broadcast room were also confused. Before she could come to her senses, the third carnival rose, and then the fourth, and the fifth.
10 minutes later, Xiaomei's phone had issued an overheating alarm.
The comments section was dead silent, with only the constant scrolling notifications of new people entering the live broadcast room.
No one dared to question Xiaomei anymore.
The special effect of a carnival is 8 seconds, or 10 minutes. A person named Qin Xuan has already played 75 carnivals.
75 carnivals, more than 200,000 renminbi.
After a period of silence, the comments section went crazy.
Holy crap, I'm witnessing history.
I am honored to see the arrival of the god of wealth.
Please accept my knees. Who is that Qin Xuan? He's so generous. 75 carnivals in 10 minutes.
The carnival didn't stop with the explosion of reviews. The mysterious man with the online name Qin Xuan continued to refresh the screen with special effects. The popularity of the live broadcast room increased from 788 to 99.99. In the blink of an eye, it became 30,000 plus again. After a short period of 30,000 plus, it became 100,000 plus. I heard that a wealthy person has arrived in this live stream room, come check in.
Is the live stream stuck? Why is it always showing the carnival special effects? Stupid guy, that's Qin Xuan's father giving the reward. Fuck, that's too brutal. This is the first time I've seen someone making money this way.
Even when I burn paper money for the dead, it's not this violent. The comments section in the live broadcast room was completely overwhelmed, and the number of people who came to check in, take photos and record screens overwhelmed the server. In the Douyin backstage, the engineer responsible for the live broadcast room data just came back with a cup of tea.
I went to find that the server in the computer room had issued an overload alarm.
His first reaction was that a bad guy was attacking the server. After checking, we found that the number of people in the live broadcast room of a small anchor had exploded.
The number of people online at the same time is about to exceed 1 million.
1 million people watching the live broadcast online at the same time is a number that only top anchors can achieve. This could never happen to the young anchor, and the engineer was so scared that he immediately replaced the server line for the anchor named Xiaomei will take you to eat. Expanding to the server of top anchors, it can accommodate up to 2 million people watching online at the same time. Just when the engineer switched the server, the alarm light came on again. He cursed in confusion, damn it, there won't be a bug. When I clicked on the alarm, I was stunned for a moment.
The number of online viewers has just exceeded 1 million and is about to approach 2 million.
The engineer lost his composure and immediately reported the matter to his superiors. The emergency expansion plan was launched, and the two groups of servers were connected in series so that the live broadcast room of the anchor named Xiaomei will be able to expand to 3 million. Xiaomei in front of the mobile phone screen was stunned. After 20 minutes, the screen in her live broadcast room only showed her forehead. The new fans have never even seen what Xiaomei looks like. The lower half of his face was completely blocked by the carnival special effects on the screen.
Xiaomei couldn't even count how many carnivals there were. Fortunately, there are enthusiastic netizens who are constantly calculating in a chain. 150. 151. 152. 153. Just when the number reached 154, the live broadcast signal was suddenly interrupted. Xiaomei in the corner looked distraught. Things are moving so fast. It has only been more than 20 minutes from the first carnival to now, but I feel like I am in a dream. After 154 carnivals, the number of private messages under his Douyin account has reached 99 plus, and the number of fans has skyrocketed from 13,000 at the beginning to 3.15 million now. Xiaomei pinched her cheeks, realizing that this was not a dream. Not far away, Qin Xuan looked at the screen of his mobile phone, thinking that his account had been blocked because he had used too much spam. Soon, a few large characters appeared in the dark live broadcast room. Due to background technical problems, the live broadcast has been suspended. Staff are actively repairing it. The back-end system of Douyin is really terrible. It crashes at every turn. I have 100,000 carnivals. How long will it take me to give them all away?
After ordering for half a day, only 154 were delivered. Qin Chuan secretly complained in his heart.
Xiaochuan, what are you doing? Come and eat.
Su Xiaoyan saw Qin Chuan constantly pressing his cell phone and thought he was handling official business, so she didn't call him. But after almost half an hour, she couldn't help but remind him, Xiaochuan, it's not good for your stomach to eat cold food. Qin Chuan put down his phone and smiled at Su Xiaoyan. At this time, the system prompt sounded.
Congratulations to the challenger. Complete the side quest, Discerning Eyes. Mission reward, get the King's Villa in Kyoto Manor.
This time the reward was actually a house in Kyoto Manor, or the top-tier villa. Qin Chuan was slightly surprised. I remember that an internet celebrity bought a villa in the same community as a gift for his mother, spending 10 small goals. Soon, Qin Chuan closed the system prompt interface, and the world in front of him returned to reality. The time now belongs to my sister Xiaoyan.
It's just a top-tier villa, not something to get too excited about.
Qin Chuan looked at Su Xiaoyan beside him. Although he hadn't seen her for 2 years, she had become more beautiful and charming. Because she is 1 year older than me, there is a bit more mature charm between her eyebrows and eyes.
Su Xiaoyan's cell phone rang.
She looked at the call reminder and saw that it was a call from her mentor.
Su Xiaoyan answered the call immediately. After a while of communication, she said to Qin Chuan very apologetically, Xiaochuan, I'm really sorry. Something happened at school and I have to go back quickly. Su Xiaoyan seemed very anxious, but Qin Chuan didn't say much. Let me take you back to school. I'll have someone send the clothes I bought today to your dormitory.
Su Xiaoyan's originally bright eyes dimmed a little. I had a lot to say to Xiaochuan, but something happened at school. Just as Qin Chuan and Su Xiaoyan were about to leave, the lobby manager came over with 2 bottles of Romane Conti in his hands.
Seeing Qin Chuan about to leave, he asked, Mr. Qin, are you leaving?
Then I'll save these 2 bottles of Romane Conti for you so you can drink them next time you come. Qin Chuan shook his head and pointed at Xiaomei in the corner and said, give it to her and tell her that I thank her for speaking for me at the door just now. After saying that, Qin Chuan took Su Xiaoyan away.
Corner location. Xiaomei's live broadcast room finally returned to normal after the backstage staff's strenuous repairs.
As soon as she started the live broadcast, the number of people in the live broadcast room soared to 1 million. The live broadcast room was full of viewers who were watching and giving gifts from the wealthy. But after a few minutes, the familiar carnival special effects did not appear again. I saw a trending search saying there's a super rich guy in this anchor's livestream, but I looked for a long time and didn't even see a sign.
Is this a scam? How can anyone get 154 carnivals? Yes, the Demon King's reward record is only 82. Who can be more generous than him? I think someone is deliberately hyping it up. 154 carnivals cost 460,000 renminbi. Even if he's rich, he can't spend his money like that. There were constant voices of doubt in the live broadcast room. Xiaomei didn't know how to defend herself for a moment and was so anxious that tears were about to fall. At this moment, the hall manager accidentally walked into the camera holding 2 bottles of red wine.
Hello, Mississippi. Mr. Qin asked me to give you these 2 bottles of 1974 Romane Conti as a gift for helping him out. The lobby manager's voice was quiet, but it was captured clearly by the mobile phone livestream.
Chapter 6: A luxury car worth 15 million, just like that? Roman what? It's Romane Conti. Oh shit, it's Romane Conti. And it's from 1974. Is it expensive? It looks very ordinary to me.
Many viewers in the live broadcast room heard the name Romane Conti for the first time, and some of them went to look it up online. There were also some experts who knew the subject and directly typed a series of shocked expressions on the public screen and gave some scientific explanations. Romane Conti is one of the best red wines in the world, but its production is very limited and its price is ridiculously high. Most wealthy people can't afford it, and those who can are extremely wealthy. The guy just now said he had 1974 Romane Conti. I checked the price online, and 1 bottle goes for 240,000 yuan.
He had 2 bottles, so that's 480,000 yuan.
Oh my god, $480 is 000 worth of red wine. Is it made of gold? If converted, it might be more valuable than gold.
Xiaomei stared at the Romane Conti in front of her, stunned for a long time, and then asked, Excuse me, which Mr. Qin is this? Qin Chuan, Mr. Qin.
The hall manager replied respectfully. The live broadcast room instantly exploded with expressions of shock, questioning, petrification, etc., and the discussion comments were flooding the screen like crazy.
Qin Chuan? It's him again. Has the super rich arrived in reality? Dad, where are you? Husband Qin Chuan.
All the netizens who were questioning Xiaomei just now turned against her.
They witnessed history again.
After a mysterious tycoon spent 154 carnivals, he reappeared in reality and casually gave away 2 bottles of top-quality red wine worth 480,000 yuan.
It's crazy, it's violent. Kyoto University of Finance and Economics, West Gate.
A limited edition Lamborghini Reventón slowly stopped at the end of the road.
Xiaochuan, just send it here.
Su Xiaoyan said in a low voice.
Qin Chuan's car is really flashy.
With its 12-cylinder engine, he can wake up all the girls in the building with just a light tap of the accelerator.
Even when it is docked far away, there are people who want to come up and take pictures.
Su Xiaoyan struggled for a moment, then quickly opened her red lips and touched Qin Chuan's face. Then he quickly opened the scissor door and trotted back to school. Qin Chuan touched the kissed cheek and smiled with relief.
Since Sister Xiaoyan is not here, you don't have to go back to the hotel tonight. I was rewarded with a villa, so I went to take a look.
Qin Chuan made up his mind to go take a look at his new home first and was about to start the car. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside his car. Qin Chuan lowered the car window unhappily.
A hot woman was standing outside.
She was wearing a tank top, and her plump breasts pushed up the thin fabric. When she saw Qin Chuan lowering the car window, she immediately leaned over and pressed herself against the door.
Qin Chuan frowned slightly and asked, "What do you want?"
The woman raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at Qin Chuan with seductive eyes.
"Handsome man, your car is so beautiful. Can you take me for a ride?"
Qin Chuan turned around and replied with a cold face, "No." Then he stepped on the accelerator and sped away.
Only the woman was left standing there.
Looking at the Lamborghini's receding back, the woman's charming smile gradually faded. She took out her cell phone and dialed a number.
"Hey, Brother Long, it's confirmed. He's the only one in the car, heading towards Shun District." "Okay."
On the other end of the phone, Brother Long flicked his index finger lightly.
The Audi A8 next to it accelerated and left. Qin Chuan's car was on the way to the villa.
It was not early in the morning, so Kyoto South 3rd Ring Road was not that crowded. Because of the power of the peak martial arts, Qin Chuan's insight is dozens of times stronger than that of ordinary people. He quietly discovered that there seemed to be a car following him. He immediately realized that he was being followed, so Qin Chuan switched the gear to sports mode. The 12-cylinder, 650 horsepower beast roars around the circuit. In an instant, the hands on the watch began to move happily. The A8 behind him realized that his pursuit had been exposed, so he immediately stepped on the accelerator and followed closely. The two forces are chasing each other, always maintaining their original distance. Just as Qin Chuan was about to accelerate and shift gears again, an ambulance turned onto the fork in the road ahead. Qin Chuan slowed down and gave way without hesitation, and the A8 behind took advantage of the situation to catch up, with half a parking space between the two. The passenger window of the A8 was lowered, and the man in black inside took out his weapon and aimed it at the Lamborghini that was half a parking space ahead of him. Qin Chuan saw the other party's actions in the rearview mirror, and quickly turned the steering wheel halfway, hitting the front of the other car with his parking space.
The A8 lost control instantly and hit the side guardrail.
Seeing that the A8 was no longer able to catch up in the rearview mirror, Qin Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. But just as he came to his senses, a white Corolla in front of him suddenly braked at the fork in the ring road. Qin Chuan reacted quickly and turned the steering wheel sharply to avoid a rear-end collision.
But the Lamborghini's horsepower was too great.
After turning the steering wheel sharply, the whole car sped towards the exit and crashed into the guardrail on the side of the road.
With a loud bang,
the entire front of the Lamborghini, including half of the body, was deformed and all the airbags exploded. Fortunately, the safety of luxury cars worth tens of millions is guaranteed, and Qin Chuan has the strength of the 4th level of martial arts peak. There were only some minor scratches on his body and his muscles and bones were not seriously injured. He pushed open the already bent scissor door and sat sideways on the seat.
Who was that person just now?
Qin Chuan thought in his mind. But due to the collision, his head was still buzzing, making him unable to think for a while.
Forget it, let us go back to the villa first.
The car he used for transportation had been crashed and scrapped, so Qin Chuan could only take out his cell phone and call for a ride.
The loud noise of the Lamborghini hitting the guardrail attracted many passers-by to watch. Fuck, that was such a rough collision. Isn't this a Lamborghini Reventón? Oh my god, it's that Lamborghini worth 15 million. Passers-by took out their mobile phones, took a lot of photos of the car, and posted them on Weibo and Douyin moments. In just a few minutes, several titles appeared in the hot searches for Douyin on Weibo. Shocking. Limited edition Lamborghini crashes in China for the first time. A luxury car worth 15 million yuan was involved in a car accident, and the repair cost may be millions. Inhumane. A multi-millionaire supercar crashes, but the owner remains calm and plays with his phone. Among the hot searches, in addition to the Lamborghini that was crashed into scrap metal, there was also Qin Chuan sitting calmly in the car and looking at his mobile phone. The news department of Kyoto TV received the news at the same time. The TV station director immediately at everyone in the workgroup and asked the journalists near the accident to rush to the scene for the first-hand filming and interviews. Xiao Charan, who had just got off work and was having a midnight snack, saw the news and discovered that the car accident scene was on the next street. She immediately dropped the noodle she had just taken a bite of, put on her backpack, took off her high heels, and ran to the scene quickly. After running a few hundred meters, Xiao Charan saw a group of people watching in the middle of the road, and realized that was the scene of the incident. She pulled out her phone, turned on the video function, and prepared to begin recording the interview. Xiao Charan squeezed through the crowd and saw a boy sitting leisurely in a supercar playing with his mobile phone at first sight. It's definitely big news, a hot topic. Xiao Charan said thankfully. I was worried that my internship was about to end, but I still hadn't gotten a hot news interview. As a result, God immediately arranged an emergency. She adjusted her gray windbreaker a little and was about to put on her newly bought Valentino-studded high heels. When I looked up, I found that the other party got into a white online car-hailing vehicle. Xiao Charan became anxious. Seeing that the other party was about to leave his sight, he quickly stopped a taxi. Master, follow the white online taxi in front. Girl, is your man in the car? The taxi driver frowned, as if he had been caught cheating. Xiao Charan was stunned, then nodded in affirmation. Sister, I won't do this job. Every man has his own difficulties. He needs freedom. Xiao Charan took out the money and threw it into the taxi driver's arms. The master took a look and saw that it was at least 1,000 yuan. Hold on tight, sister. I'll help you punish the evildoers. Chapter 7, Moving Reward 1 billion yuan. Black silk reporter chases home. Shun District. The manor is adjacent to the highway exit. After getting off the highway, drive straight for 3 minutes and you will reach the gate of Kyoto Manor. Kyoto Manor covers a total area of 170,000 square meters and has more than 200 top-of-the-line villas. Kyoto Manor has convenient transportation and is surrounded by complete supporting facilities such as commercial buildings, landscape areas, parks, hospitals, schools, etc. The security is top-notch. The online taxi slowly drove to the gate and was stopped by security guards. Everyone who enters and leaves the Kyoto Manor is worth billions, and the cars they drive are all luxury supercars. This is a private community. No outside vehicles are allowed to enter. The security guard said seriously. Qin Chuan rolled down the car window and said, I am the owner of Villa Number 1. I want to go home now. The security guard's pupils shrank slightly. Villa Number 1 is the most luxurious building in the entire community. He didn't dare to slack off and immediately took out the tablet he carried with him. Excuse me, sir, I need to perform facial recognition on you. Qin Chuan nodded, agreeing with the other party's behavior. The security guard pointed the camera at Qin Chuan, and after a moment, Qin Chuan's property information appeared on the screen. The information clearly indicates that Qin Chuan is the owner of Villa Number 1. The security guard immediately pressed the switch and raised the railing to let people pass. The online taxi drove straight in and just entered the entrance of the community. The car continued driving for about 10 minutes before officially arriving at the gate of Qin Chuan's own villa. Villa Number 1 is the king of the buildings in Kyoto Manor, and its gate specifications are the most top-level and luxurious. Its architectural style is French, and the gate is a symmetrical cast iron gate on the central axis, weighing 3 tons, 10 meters long and 5 meters high. The fallen leaf patterns on it are all hand-forged by craftsmen and are extremely luxurious. On the way here, Qin Chuan briefly looked at the basic information of the house. Luxuriously decorated with premium materials, the villa and garden span 10 acres, with a total floor area of 3,300 square meters.
It boasts 12 bedrooms, 10 spacious parking spaces, and amenities such as an indoor and outdoor international standard swimming pool, spa, dry and wet steam rooms, a massage pool, a billiards room, a gym, and a video room. After getting off the car, Qin Chuan successfully entered his home through fingerprint recognition. What comes into view is a huge fountain, surrounded by precious tree species such as Sephora japonica, magnolia, Fraxinus chinensis, Acer truncatum, and Japanese red maple, creating a colorful feeling throughout the 4 seasons and restoring the true meaning of beauty. Qin Chuan briefly familiarized himself with the house, then returned to his bedroom to rest and think about what to do in the evening. The car accident that night made him realize that he might be targeted by someone. Just as he was thinking, a system prompt appeared in front of him.
Congratulations to the challenger.
Complete the side quest, moving into a new house.
Task reward, get 1 billion yuan in cash reward. The 1 billion yuan reward is just right.
I've been a bit short on money recently, and the previous rewards were all in kind, not in cash.
Although the American Express Centurion Black Card allows overdrafts, credit cards require repayments.
Just when Qin Chuan was about to close the prompt interface, the system sent another message. Friendly reminder, if you fail to complete the main mission, the system will take back all the challenger's rewards. Qin Chuan's heart trembled. It seemed that he still had to go to school to study hard tomorrow and complete the main task. He was not allowed to skip classes at will during his 4 years in college. This was the biggest constraint the system brought to him.
At the gate of Kyoto Manor,
the taxi Xiaocharan was riding and slowly stopped by the roadside. The driver looked out and said in surprise, "Sister, I'm afraid your brother-in-law is being kept by someone."
This is Kyoto Manor, the most luxurious mansion in Kyoto.
Xiaocharan had naturally heard of Kyoto Manor, and the residents there were all bigwigs with assets worth at least billions. She swallowed timidly. But thinking about the fact that I still have to stay at the TV station after the internship period, I have to give it a try. Xiaocharan walked to the gate of the community, and the security guard stopped her and said, "This is a private community.
No outsiders are allowed to enter. I'm here to see my friend." What's the other person's name? Xiaocharan was suddenly in trouble because she didn't know the other person's name yet.
That's the guy who just came in by ride-hailing.
Are you talking about Mr. Qin?
Yes, that's him. The security guard looked Xiaocharan up and down and saw that she was well-dressed and quite good-looking.
I wondered if it might be one of Mr. Qin's confidants.
Seeing the other party hesitate, Xiaocharan took out his work ID and said, "If you are worried, you can look at my work ID.
I promise I am not a bad person."
The security guard took the work ID, looked at it and saw that it was from Kyoto TV station. He then compared it with the photo and confirmed that it was indeed him. With his Kyoto TV work ID as a guarantee, the security guard reluctantly notified the monitoring room and asked them to call Mr. Qin. Qin Chuan had just finished taking a shower and was wrapping himself in his bathrobe, ready to rest, when his cell phone rang.
"Hello, Mr. Qin, there is a friend of yours at the gate of the community. Xiaocharan is here to visit you. Could you please let him in?" Xiaocharan?
Qin Chuan was confused. "Mr. Qin, you can use the surveillance tablet at home to view the situation at the gate." Qin Chuan picked up the tablet beside him and looked at it, only to see a girl about 20 years old standing on the screen. The girl was wearing a gray windbreaker that covered her knees, and underneath were 2 long legs wrapped in black stockings. Qin Chuan frowned and was about to tell the monitoring room that he didn't know the other person. The next second, he saw Xiaocharan's bare feet. The black silk stockings on her feet had been worn out, and blood was flowing out. Qin Chuan felt sympathy and said calmly, "Let her in." At the gate, the security guard received the news that Qin Chuan had let him in, and immediately respectfully invited Xiaocharan in. Since the gate was a long way from Qin Chuan Villa, the community specially arranged an electric car to take her in. On the way in, Xiaocharan was shocked. The Kyoto Manor is composed of independent villas with their own courtyards. Each villa is magnificent and covers several acres. In any villa, a toilet might be bigger than the apartment she currently rents. 10 minutes later, Xiaocharan stood at the huge and heavy door of Villa number 1, and she was very nervous. It doesn't matter if you use your cleverness to sneak in and deceive the security guard, but you will see the real boss soon. If the other party is unhappy, you will be in an irretrievable situation. With the opponent's strength and energy, killing himself is no different from killing an ant. Xiaocharan took a few deep breaths and encouraged himself. "Xiaocharan, don't be nervous, don't be nervous. You are here for work. You must keep this job. You must take root and live in Kyoto. What do you do for a living?" Suddenly, a cold voice came from the door. Xiao Chu was so frightened that he took 2 steps back and fell to the ground. She looked at the person who spoke in astonishment. The other person was the owner of the car who was playing with his mobile phone during the car accident.
You are Mr. Qin? Xiao Charan asked tremblingly. Qin Chuan smiled playfully. Are you my friend? Xiao Charan's pretty face flushed, and her eyes avoided.
I'm sorry, in a hurry, I had to. She took out her work ID and handed it over.
I'm a reporter from Kyoto TV. My name is Xiao Charan. I came to visit you to interview you about the details of the car accident just now. Car accident? It was just an ordinary accident. I didn't hit anyone else. My car was the only one that was scrapped in the whole incident. Qin Chuan answered the other party's question with just 2 simple words. Xiao Charan was not willing to give up.
That collision directly destroyed a limited edition Lamborghini worth 15 million. The other party's attitude towards me was like crashing into a toy car worth only $12.
It's definitely not that simple, there must be something behind it.
She wanted to go forward and ask, but a sharp pain in the sole of her foot made her body tilt and fall to the ground.
Bright red blood oozed out from the black stockings of Balenciaga.
Chapter 8, Recruiting a Housekeeper to Take Care of the Villa.
On her first day at work, the owner unexpectedly asks.
Qin Chuan, who was about to end the conversation, sighed softly when he saw this scene.
He walked forward and helped Xiao Charan up. Go inside and apply some medicine, otherwise it will leave scars. Xiao Charan hummed nervously.
After taking just 2 steps, the stabbing pain in her legs made it impossible for her to continue walking. Seeing this, Qin Chuan had no choice but to pick her up like a princess.
But after all, it was the first time he hugged her, and Qin Chuan's hand accidentally touched the soft and warm forbidden area.
Xiao Charan seemed to be stimulated by a hot electric current and reflexively let out a lightum. Then, she realized her own mistake and buried her head in shame. The autumn nights in Kyoto are chilly.
It takes at least 10 minutes to walk from the villa gate to the villa.
Fortunately, Qin Chuan obtained attribute rewards and possessed the strength of the peak of martial arts.
Walking while holding someone doesn't take much energy at all. When he arrived inside the villa, Xiao Charan's pupils shrank suddenly.
Luxurious French decoration, antique paintings, crystal chandeliers, every place you look is a work of art built with money. It was the first time she had seen such a luxurious mansion, which was not even on the same level as the Bailu Academy she had visited before. Compared to the mansions in Kyoto Manor, Bailu Academy looked as ridiculous as an Indian slum.
Qin Chuan put Xiao Charan on the sofa and went to get the medicine box.
He first applied medicine to Xiao Charan's palm. The stimulation brought by the disinfectant made Xiao Charan's eyes tearful, and tears kept rolling in his eyes.
Take off your stockings. Ah.
Qin Chuan's words made Xiao Charan nervous for a moment.
If you don't take it off, how can I apply medicine on you?
Qin Chuan said unhappily, holding disinfectant and a face towel in his hand.
Xiao Charan finally reacted. The previous moment she thought Qin Chuan had some intention towards her.
Her fair face became increasingly rosy, and her hands slowly took off the worn-out Balenciaga shoes. The snow-white thighs were displayed in front of Qin Chuan without reservation. After careful disinfection and application of medicine, the wound was finally treated. Qin Chuan brought a cashmere blanket and handed it to Xiao Charan so that she could cover herself with it to avoid catching a cold.
I don't want too many reports about the car accident.
If you took any photos of me, I hope you can delete them as soon as possible. Qin Chuan made his request without any hesitation. On the one hand, he didn't want to be too conspicuous so as not to attract assassination attempts by the men in black again. On the other hand, he didn't want to be seen by his parents so as not to worry them. Of course, the most important thing is that he doesn't want anyone to disturb him and prevent him from completing the main task.
Xiao Charan pursed his lips tightly, feeling very hesitant. In return, you can name a price.
Seeing that Xiao Charan did not agree, Qin Chuan threw out his chips again.
Xiao Charan immediately retorted, I'm not here to ask you for money. So what do you want?
I just want to rely on my own hands, work hard, and settle down in Kyoto.
Your car accident tonight is big news.
It will be an important achievement for me to stay at the TV station after my internship.
I can't. Xiao Charan never uttered the word give up.
Qin Chuan treated her like a gentleman tonight and helped her with her wounds, and she will always remember it.
But Qin Chuan's request is closely related to his promotion and regularization. I got the job at the TV station after studying late into the night for a whole year and passing many written tests and interviews. As long as he can get a permanent job and stay in the station, he will have the capital to settle down in Kyoto. Qin Xuan raised the corner of his mouth and asked, "How much is your annual salary if you become a regular employee at the TV station?" Xiao Churan thought for a moment and replied, "I heard from my seniors that including the year-end bonus and benefits, the monthly salary can be at least 20,000 yuan. 20,000? That's 240,000 a year, right?" Xiao Churan nodded. In the real world, a monthly income of 20,000 yuan has already surpassed 90% of people. Those people online who claim to earn millions a month are most likely just bragging and making up stories. 20,000 in Kyoto, how many years of starvation would it take to buy a house and settle down there? Xiao Churan was speechless. She had not thought about this question yet. Buying a house in Kyoto was something that is out of reach. Even if you earn 20,000 yuan a month, it is still a drop in the bucket to buy a house in Kyoto. "Come and work with me, I'll give you 1 million a year." Qin Xuan rested his head on his hands, leaned on the sofa, and said lightly. Xiao Churan felt like there was something wrong with her ears, and she repeated, 1 million? Too little? No, no. Xiao Churan shook his head violently. That's not what I meant. It's just that I don't think I'm worthy. Qin Xuan smiled and said, "What's the problem?" "Managing this house well requires a lot of experience." Xiao Churan exclaimed in confusion. "If you're willing, you can start work tomorrow and become my housekeeper here, taking care of everything for me." Xiao Churan lowered her head in shame. It turned out that she was just being sentimental. Qin Xuan didn't have any other intentions. A housekeeper, with an annual salary of 1 million, earns 1 year's salary equivalent to 5 years' income at a TV station, and he doesn't have to run around, has an irregular work and rest schedule, and is surrounded by intrigue in the workplace. Xiao Churan thought about it for a moment and immediately agreed. Qin Xuan stood up and stretched. "Okay, it's getting late. I have classes tomorrow. There are 12 rooms in the villa. Apart from my room, you can choose one of the others to stay in." After saying that, Qin Xuan turned around and went back to the bedroom to lie down. Just as I was about to close my eyes, a familiar reminder sound rang out. "Congratulations to the challenger. Complete the side quest, hire subordinates. Task reward, obtain a bottle of life essence. Note, life essence is an extremely precious material, capable of bringing the dead back to life." The system prompt faded, and Qin Xuan had a 10 milliliters bottle of golden liquid in his hand. "Is this the essence of life?" Qin Xuan held up the life essence high, and the golden liquid bloomed with infinite vitality under the light. Having money is important, but life is more precious. The car crash left Qin Xuan with lingering fears. With this, it's like I have an extra life. Qin Xuan put away the life essence and felt so sleepy that his eyelids were about to droop. Gradually, he fell asleep in his luxurious 3-meter by 3-meter bed. Next day, Qin Xuan came down from upstairs yawning and prepared to go to the kitchen to eat something. After taking 2 steps, he saw Xiao Churan. Xiao Churan's pretty face flushed and she turned sideways. "I noticed that you seem to blush a lot. Do journalists rarely interview the opposite sex?" Qin Xuan was a little confused. Ever since he met this girl, she always blushed and was shy. Should I reconsider the selection of the housekeeper? Qin Xuan thought to himself. Xiao Churan stretched out his hand and pointed at Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan looked at himself with a puzzled look on his face, and then he realized that he was now wearing home clothes with summer shorts. His brothers stood guard proudly, holding umbrellas facing the wind. The scene was sudden and spectacular. Qin Xuan's face was calm and his heart was not beating fast, as if nothing was wrong. Congratulations to the challenger. Complete the side quest, early to bed and early to rise makes you healthy. Mission reward, Tanchang BMW 4S store. This can be rewarded? Qin Xuan couldn't help but swear. The system's rewards are too much. Qin Xuan's stomach made a sound of gurgling. Why are you still standing there? We agreed to go to work today. Hurry up, I can't stand it anymore. Xiao Churan's breathing became heavier when he heard this. Didn't he say yesterday that the housekeeper didn't have to do those things? Seeing that Xiao Churan hadn't moved yet, Qin Xuan took 2 steps forward and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you want to do it anymore?" The closer he got to Qin Xuan, the more nervous Xiao Churan became, the more his hormones and body temperature emitted, and the drier his mouth became.
After a long ideological struggle of more than 10 seconds, she made up her mind, faced Qin Xuan, and squatted down.
Chapter 9 Limited Edition BMW M4, given to you for buying groceries. Qin Xuan was frightened by Xiao Churan's sudden action and took several steps back. There was distance between the two of them. What are you doing? Qin Xuan said unhappily. Xiao Churan looked puzzled. Didn't you tell me to work quickly? You can't stand it anymore. I asked you to make breakfast quickly. I'm so hungry that I can't stand it anymore. Qin Xuan frowned.
His score for Xiao Churan dropped a few points again. Xiao Churan suddenly realized and was so embarrassed that he couldn't even lift his head. What am I thinking? She thought to herself. So he quickly got up and went downstairs, but he stopped after taking only 2 steps.
Boss, what do you want to eat? Whatever, anything is fine. I'm not picky about food. Well, okay. Xiao Churan continued to go downstairs. But after taking only 2 steps, he stopped again. What's wrong? Qin Xuan wanted to cook by himself. Boss, the villa is too big, I don't even know where the kitchen is.
Qin Xuan was speechless and had to take Xiao Churan to the kitchen.
The two walked for 5 minutes and finally reached the kitchen. In Villa Number 1, the single kitchen is divided into 2 types, one for Chinese food and the other for Western food. The kitchen is fully equipped with pots, pans, and other utensils. Soon, Xiao Churan made a small bowl of noodles and a tray of soup dumplings.
The noodles may seem simple, but Qin Xuan praised them generously after eating them. You look a little silly, but your skills are pretty good.
Hearing the boss's praise, Xiao Churan's eyes turned into crescent moons. Boss, can I take 2 days off? I'm resigning from the TV station and need to go back to handle the handover.
Also, I need to go back to the rental house to pack my luggage after moving here.
Qin Xuan took a bite of the soup dumpling and nodded.
After both of them had eaten and drunk their fill, they walked out of the villa. Suddenly, Qin Xuan discovered a very serious problem.
After the Lamborghini was smashed, it seemed like I had no means of transportation.
The system just happened to send me a 4S store where I could go and pick one up.
He glanced at Xiao Churan again and asked, Do you have a car? How can I own a car if I can't even afford a wheel? Come on, go buy a car with me first.
Xiao Churan just remembered that Qin Xuan's car was scrapped yesterday and he had no means of transportation today. Alas, for rich people, buying a car is like buying vegetables. The two of them called an online taxi and headed straight to the Kyoto Tiancheng BMW 4S store.
The two walked into the BMW showroom.
The hall is filled with BMW cars, ranging from the cheapest 1 Series to the 8 Series. Qin Xuan was not familiar with cars. He took a quick glance and his attention fell on a cement gray M4. He had seen this car on Douyin. A car influencer praised the car badly after picking it up, causing this model of BMW to instantly become a hot topic.
Qin Xuan walked around the car.
It was the right size, a 2-door hardtop model that was perfect for transportation and grocery shopping.
He pointed at the M4 and asked, It's the perfect size.
It's easy to park when you go to the street to buy groceries.
What do you mean, boss?
This car is allocated to you for buying groceries.
Boss, this is not good.
Xiao Churan glanced at the price tag next to the car. It was more than 100 yuan.
You don't like it? Doesn't it look good?
Xiao Churan quickly shook his head. No, it's very beautiful, but...
Of course it looks good. Didn't you see the edition 50 jar BMW M slogan printed on the car? This car is based on the current BMW M4 Thunder Edition and is a special 50th anniversary tribute to the company. Limited to 150 units worldwide. A female salesperson said coldly with her arms folded.
Qin Xuan ignored her and said to Xiao Churan, If you think it's good, do you want to test drive it?
Before Xiao Churan could say anything, the saleswoman interrupted him. Hey, who said you can test drive it? This is the 50th anniversary limited edition. There's only one in Kyoto, not everyone can test drive it.
Before the female salesperson came over, she looked at Qin Xuan and the other person.
The two of them took a taxi via an online car hailing app.
One of them was wearing ordinary domestic sportswear, and the other was dressed like a college student who had just started an internship.
Just take a look and take a picture. Don't touch it. You can't afford to pay for it if you break it. How can we buy it if we don't test drive it?
Xiao Churan was also a girl who was not afraid of trouble.
She immediately asked back. The saleswoman sneered, you can afford it? Look at how broke you are. I'd believe you'd spend all your money on a 1 Series, but you're kidding me for this limited edition M4? You? What do you mean by you? Girls, you're just here to take a picture and post it on social media to show off. I've seen a lot of students like you.
1.05 million, if you can come up with 50,000 now, I'll believe you can buy it. Xiao Charan was so angry that her pretty face turned red again.
She was afraid that she couldn't even come up with 50,000 yuan even if she emptied her Zafubo credit card.
Call your manager. Qin Xuan didn't want to talk to the minions, so he communicated directly with his superiors. The salesperson rolled his eyes at Qin Xuan.
Although the guy who spoke looked okay, he spoke too arrogantly. Ha, what kind of people are you? You keep calling for the manager.
Everyone like you who comes in to take a ride and take photos for free should call the manager.
Our 4S shop will not be able to open anymore. May.
At this time, a deep voice came from behind the salesperson. A middle-aged man wearing glasses came over.
Saleswoman Ame called out coquettishly, Manager Wang. Manager Wang stroked his glasses and said seriously, what happened? It was so noisy. Ame tilted her body and half leaned on Manager Wang's chest, her plump buttocks slightly pushed back.
Manager Wang felt his whole body go numb. Manager, these 2 people came to the store to cause trouble, and we are here to maintain order in the lobby.
We're not causing any trouble. We're here to buy a car and we just want to test drive it. Xiao Charan defended.
Manager Wang looked at Qin Xuan and Xiao Charan with a cold face, and said in a cold voice, this is a limited edition BMW M4, priced at 1.05 million yuan.
Can you afford it?
Ame twisted her body and said in a coquettish voice, Manager, don't waste your time on them. They are just 2 poor bastards.
Just kick them out. I think that guy is so pretentious. I'm really annoyed.
As he said this, he secretly pinched the manager's tendons and veins, causing him to tremble all over.
Did you hear me? Get out of here right now.
Manager Wang was now impatient to kick the 2 out so that he could take Ame to the office to discuss the operating principle of a single-cylinder piston engine. Xiao Charan didn't want to cause trouble on her first day at work, so she pulled Qin Xuan away quickly.
Boss, why don't we go look somewhere else? Why do you want to look elsewhere? This is my store.
As soon as Qin Xuan said this, he was laughed at by Manager Wang and Ame. Manager Wang laughed heartily and said, ha 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 ha, you've gone crazy buying cars, and I'm going to return your shop to you.
Boy, I've worked at Tiancheng for 8 years, how could I not know who my boss is?
Before you act so pretentious, don't you think twice and see who the other person is?
These poor bastards dare to say anything.
Manager, quickly tell the security to kick them out. It's disgusting to see these poor bastards.
Ame said with disdain.
Ame's words made Manager Wang's bones numb, and he immediately hired a security guard. But he found that the security guard was not in the hall, but was opening the car door for someone outside.
Oh my god, the boss is here.
Manager Wang immediately pushed Ame away and tidied up his appearance. Outside the 4S store, a middle-aged man got out of the back seat of a BMW 7 Series. The man was wearing a smart suit and had silver hair. After getting off the car, he went straight into the exhibition hall, looked around, and walked towards Manager Wang. As the steps got closer, the man extended his hand in a handshake gesture. Manager Wang immediately went forward and extended his hand to shake hands with the big boss. But the next second, the big boss brushed past Manager Wang and walked towards Qin Xuan.
Chapter 10 triggers a limited time mission and rewards you with a Gulfstream G650 private jet. You must be Mr. Qin Xuan, right? I'm Lu Yong, the owner of Tiancheng BMW 4S store.
Lu Yong said flatteringly.
Qin Xuan nodded without much expression on his face. Mr. Qin Xuan, are you satisfied with this store? If not, I also have a Mercedes-Benz store. You can go and have a look. The price is the same.
His indifference made cold sweat break out on Lu Yong's forehead. Not long ago, I lost nearly a small amount in futures trading and was about to be forced to close my position by an institution. I was worrying about what to do. Today, someone directly acquired a 4S store under his own name, and bought it at a price twice the market price.
He must be an extraordinary person to be so generous.
When he saw Qin Xuan, Lu Yong became more certain of his thoughts. He was so young and surrounded by beautiful women.
He must be a young man from a wealthy family.
Seeing the other party's cold attitude, Lu Yong's heart beat faster, fearing that the other party would go back on his word and the deal would be ruined. Lu Yong's words were like a bolt of lightning, striking manager Wang and Ame. The two were petrified on the spot. Manager Wang was sweating profusely and his legs were shaking.
What? The boss sold the 4S store? How come I didn't know about it? It's better to sell it to the kid in front of me. He's really the new boss. Damn it. I just asked the security guard to kick them out. Qin Chuan raised his eyelids, looked at manager Wang and said, "Am I qualified to see this car now?" Manager Wang staggered and almost fell.
Lu Yong narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the situation in front of him, and immediately understood the situation.
Wang Yud, you're fired. Pack your things and get out. Ame was quick-witted and immediately unbuttoned 2 buttons and stuck to Qin Chuan. So you really are the big boss. I was just joking with you.
As she spoke, she exerted force and pressed her soft, boneless body against Qin Chuan's arm. Qin Chuan pushed her away and said contemptuously, "Get out of the way." At this time, the system prompt appeared in front of Qin Chuan.
Congratulations to the challenger. Complete the side quest, identify the bad girl. Mission reward, 30% of Wanda Group S shares.
Wanda Group is a joint stock company founded by former richest man Wang Lin. The group's business scope includes commercial real estate, high-end hotels, cultural tourism, film and television, sports, and online finance.
With total assets reaching 1 trillion, it can be said to be a giant industry in China. 30% of the shares is equivalent to about 300 billion.
Before Qin Chuan could think about it carefully, another prompt appeared in front of him.
Limited time mission, get to school within 30 minutes to receive a special reward. 30 minutes to school?
Qin Chuan opened the map on his phone and looked at the driving distance. The route planned on the mobile phone map is almost all red, and it is estimated to take 1 hour and 30 minutes to reach the school.
This is the traffic situation on Kyoto roads during the day. There is always traffic jam.
Qin Chuan switched to public transportation and found that there was a rapid bus that could go directly to the school in exactly 30 minutes. He immediately said goodbye to Xiao Charan and ran to the bus stop. Half an hour later, the bus stopped steadily at the platform closest to the University of Finance and Economics, 1 kilometer away from Liximen.
Qin Chuan glanced at his watch and the countdown showed that there were only 25 seconds left until 30 minutes.
Qin Chuan immediately mobilized the martial arts power in his body and ran towards the school gate. At the same time, a silver GTR whizzed past behind Qin Chuan.
The GTR is incredibly fast, and its huge roar attracts countless people's attention on the road.
The car drove towards the west gate of the University of Finance and Economics and stopped at the west gate. Li Jun deliberately parked his car at the gate to show his strength. During my college years, I could drive the Japanese GTR, and there was no one else like me in the entire University of Finance and Economics. People passing by all looked sideways at the silver Aries sports car.
Qin Chuan stepped onto the line and entered the school at the last second. Congratulations to the challenger. Complete the time-limited task, rush to school within 30 minutes. Mission reward, Gulfstream G650 business jet. Qin Chuan has some impression of the Gulfstream G650.
It is the most luxurious model of private jet currently available, with a price tag of around 400 million yuan. The fuselage is 30.4 meters long, the wingspan is 30.35 meters, and the height is 7.72 meters. It has a super spacious cabin that can accommodate up to 18 passengers. Toilets, kitchens, and dining bars are all standard, and the king-size bedrooms are extremely luxurious. The maximum cruising speed is Mach 0.925, and the range can reach 13,000 kilometers at a speed of Mach 0.85. It has the largest cockpit in this class of aircraft. It just so happens that I can take a private jet back home during the winter and summer vacations, and I don't have to worry about the return ticket anymore. Qin Chuan smiled slightly and was quite satisfied with the reward for the limited time task. Classmate, please pull over and don't block the gate. The school security guard behind Qin Chuan said to Li Jun, who was in the driver's seat of the GTR. Li Jun glanced at the security guard and replied angrily, "You damn security guard, why are you meddling in other people's business? You told me to pull over." The security guard was an old man, about 50 years old. He didn't get angry when Li Jun spoke rudely to him. He continued to persuade him, "Student, you are parking here and affecting the normal traffic of the school. Please move." The security guard's persuasion had no effect at all. This infuriated Li Jun, who stormed out of the car. "You idiot security guard. Do you know who my dad is? Do you know how much money he donated to the school? Your salary is paid with my dad's donations. The security guard was a little nervous after being yelled at by Li Jun, and said timidly, "Even if your father is the principal, he can't do this." Li Jun got angry when he heard this, and raised his hand to slap the security guard, who was in his 50s, and knocked him to the ground. Then, he kicked the uncle hard. "You're just a security guard, and you dare to tell me what to do? I'll tell you to go back home." Li Jun beat up the security guard with his fists and feet, which frightened the students on the roadside, and no one dared to step forward to stop him. When he was about to swing his fist again, he was stopped by another hand. "I'll give you 1 minute. Get your garbage truck and get out of here." Li Jun was stunned. Someone actually dared to stop him and talk to him like this. "Who the hell are you? You're meddling in other people's business. You know who my dad is." Before Li Jun could finish his words, Qin Chuan slapped him, knocking out Li Jun's back teeth. Li Jun's mouth was full of blood and he was whimpering. "You have 40 seconds. Seeing this, Li Jun was afraid that he could not beat the opponent, so he immediately got on the GTR. Before leaving, he rolled down the car window and yelled at Qin Chuan, "Just wait, I'm going to the president's office to sue you. I don't think you'll ever be able to stay at the University of Finance and Economics again in this life." After saying that, Li Jun stepped on the accelerator and entered the University of Finance and Economics. The security guard struggled to get up and looked at Qin Chuan with tears in his eyes. "Son, you shouldn't have stood up for me. You've gotten into big trouble." That freshman hit Li Jun? Fuck. He even dared to attack Li Jun. Isn't he afraid that Li Jun would ask his dad to retaliate? Who is Li Jun's father? You don't even know Li Jun's dad, the general manager of a listed company, donated 10 million to the school last year. Many students passing by knew Li Jun's identity and were worried about Qin Chuan. The evil young man is not scary. What is scary is the power behind him. Li Jun drove for a long time before he stopped and touched the swollen half of his face. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. "Dad, I was beaten at school." Chapter 11. You're in big trouble. Do you know who his father is? Li Jun is Li Gang's only son. Li Gang had a son in his old age, and due to work reasons, he had little time at home, so he rarely disciplined Li Jun on weekdays. All along, Li Gang has been using money to compensate Li Jun. This also made Li Jun develop a spoiled character. He failed to get into the University of Finance and Economics in the exam last year, so Li Jun used the power of money. "I donated money to allow my son to study at the University of Finance and Economics." This made Li Jun feel that as long as he had money, nothing is impossible. His own father can help him take care of everything. "Son, don't be afraid. Dad's here. I'll come find you after my meeting with the chairman. I must get an explanation from the school." Li Gang hung up the phone angrily. As the general manager of the northern region of a listed group company, his status was much higher than that of the chairman of an ordinary company. Besides, I had donated money to the University of Finance and Economics before, and promised the president of the University of Finance and Economics that I would donate again later. Based on these two relationships, Li Gang concluded that the University of Finance and Economics would not dare to favor the other party. Qin Chuan glanced at his phone and prepared to go to the dormitory first. The house in Kyoto Manor is nice, but it is too far from the school. If you run back and forth every day, you will waste too much time on the road. I might as well stay in the dormitory, which is more convenient, and go back to the villa on weekends. Anyway, Xiao Charan takes care of the villa, so I don't have to worry too much. Walk to the 5th floor of the men's dormitory, room 511. Qin Chuan pushed open the door of the dormitory. It was a dormitory for 4 people. The bed is connected to the desk. There is a bed above and a desk below. There is also a balcony in the dormitory where you can dry clothes and wash. It is also equipped with a private bathroom, heating, electric fans, and wall-mounted air conditioners. Qin Chuan took a quick glance. His 3 roommates have already moved in. Seeing Qin Chuan coming, the boy with glasses said excitedly, "Hey, the last brother is here." He walked forward in a familiar manner and held Qin Chuan's hand. "Hello, my name is Tang Yuming." "Hello, my name is Qin Chuan." Tang Yuming pointed to a tall and thin man standing nearby and said, "His name is Kong Huijun." Kong Huijun was eating dumplings. He waved his chopsticks and greeted Qin Chuan. Then, Tang Yuming introduced another dark-skinned boy who was doing bicep curls with dumbbells. That guy's name is Wu Ming, and he just got back from the army. Qin Chuan nodded and greeted him. Tang Yuming pointed to an empty bed and said, "Our dormitory is on a first-come, first-served basis. Your bed is over there." Watching Qin Chuan take his seat, Tang Yuming continued, "I've seen the basic personal information of everyone in our dormitory. Wu Ming is the oldest and the head of the dormitory, followed by me, then Kong Huijun, and Qin Chuan, you are the youngest and the fourth."
Qin Chuan nodded and had no objection. Kong Huijun was eating dumplings while browsing the school forum.
I originally wanted to read the post about the school beauty pageant. But as he was looking at it, he saw a hot post that was pinned to the top, and he shouted, "Hey guys, look, big news." Tang Yuming went over to join in the fun and saw that the most popular post on the school forum was titled, "Japanese War God GTR blocks the school gate, freshman stands up for the security guard and teaches a lesson to the rich show-off."
Kong Huijun immediately clicked into the post.
There were only a few blurry photos of the scene inside. The caption below briefly describes the details of what happened at the school gate. A rich young man driving a GTR parked illegally.
School security persuaded them to leave.
But she was humiliated by the rich young man. A freshman took action and taught the rich boy a lesson. After reading the description, Kong Huijun simply praised, "Good job, well done."
Some people these days, relying on their family's wealth, behave recklessly and look down on everyone.
If I were there, I would have also stepped in and given that rich young man a good fight.
Tang Yuming browsed the post carefully and looked at the photos seriously.
Then he said in surprise, "Hey, why does the rich man in the photo look familiar?"
It seems to be Li Jun."
Wu Ming put down the dumbbell in his hand and came over. He looked carefully at the people in the photo, then pointed at one of them and said, "Wait, look, the person who taught Li Jun a lesson is none other than the fourth child in our dormitory."
Tang Yuming took Kong Huijun's phone, approached Qin Chuan, pointed at the photo and asked, "Old four, is that you in the photo? Did you teach that rich kid a lesson?"
Qin Chuan did not deny it and nodded.
"Fuck, you even dared to attack Li Jun."
Wu Ming put down the dumbbells in his hands and said with an embarrassed look, "I know that Li Jun. The counselor told me that his father is the general manager of Wanda's northern region and has an extraordinary background. Fourth brother, you are too impulsive."
Kong Huijun put down his chopsticks and said in disbelief, "The Wanda you're talking about is the Wanda Group? The Wanda Group founded by the richest man?"
Wu Ming nodded, "Yes. Wanda Group is one of the leading domestic enterprises, and its general manager of the northern region is no ordinary person. I heard that he was personally accompanied by the county's top two leaders when he went to our county for an investment inspection. With just a move of his hands and a word of investing in a commercial complex, it would be a business worth tens of billions. It can be said that he has tremendous power, not to mention in the school. Even our principal has to show some courtesy when he sees him."
Kong Huijun described.
Tang Yuming's face turned ugly, and he said anxiously, "Old four, you're in big trouble.
Second and third brothers, do you have any connections that can help calm this matter down?
We need to ask the school to mediate this matter before Li Jun's father arrives."
Wu Ming asked.
As the oldest, he was the calmest at this moment. Wu Ming began to analyze the arrangements and immediately set out to solve the problem.
Kong Huijun and Tang Yuming shook their heads.
Both of them were students who had been admitted to Kyoto from the county.
"My parents are ordinary company employees, so how could they have any connections?"
Wu Ming looked solemn and lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then, biting her lip, she said, "In that case, I'll go find the counselor and see if he has any solutions." After saying that, Wu Ming put on a sweatshirt and hurried out, running towards the counselor's dormitory. As the eldest brother in the dormitory, I am very sorry for what happened to my brothers.
He would not sit idly by and would protect Qin Chuan by any means necessary.
Tang Yuming was like an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in the dormitory, trying to find a solution for Qin Chuan. Kong Huijun began to contact his fellow townsmen. "I have the impression that this fellow villager of mine is already a senior who serves as vice president of the student union."
"Hello, Senior Chen, I'm Kong Huijun."
"Oh, what is it?"
"It's like this, something happened to my brother today." Kong Huijun briefly reviewed Qin Chuan's affairs and told the other party.
As a result, the other party interrupted him hastily before he could finish his words.
"Huijun, it's not that I don't want to help you. I just can't do anything.
He is Li Jun, and his father is Li Gang. He is the general manager of the northern region of Wanda Group. I also want to go to Wanda Group for an internship this year. If you ask me to help him put in a good word with Li Jun, I'm afraid I will lose all my internship opportunities." After saying that, the other party hung up the phone.
Kang Huijun sighed like a deflated ball. The vice president of the University of Finance and Economics Student Union seems to be very powerful in the school. But once you enter society, who will recognize your title? As long as you leave school, you are just a student, a rookie.
Seeing this, Tang Yuming could only place his hopes on Wu Ming. He went to see the counselor, and logically speaking, Li Jun should at least give the counselor some face. Tang Yuming seemed to have thought of something, and immediately opened WeChat on his phone and said to Kang Huijun, third brother, how much money do you have?
I still have 800 for living expenses this month. You transfer 500 to me. I have a total of 1500 here. Transfer it all to Lao Si.
Lao Si, please accept the 2000 yuan. In case the other party wants to pay you for compensation, you will be able to deal with it in an emergency. At this time, the dormitory door was pushed open from the outside. Wu Ming came in a hurry, followed by a middle-aged bald man. When the man entered the room, his aura gave off an air of authority that could not be offended.
He glanced around the room and asked, "Who is Qin Chuan?"
Qin Chuan raised his hand.
"I am." The man said with a look of reproach, "Tisk, you are Qin Chuan, do you know how big a disaster you have caused?" Qin Chuan said nonchalantly, "How big of a disaster?"
That man wanted to attack the security guard at the school gate, and I intervened.
I was acting bravely, so how could I be considered a troublemaker? If you don't believe me, you can ask the security guard. He can testify for me.
Seeing that Qin Chuan still didn't take Li Jun's matter seriously, Wu Ming became anxious and said, Old 4, this is our counselor, Guo Minghuai, Counselor Guo.
He's here to help you. Don't think your matter is easy. Everyone is trying to find a solution for you now, so be serious.
Wu Ming did not blame Qin Chuan too much. As the older brother, he was a few years older than them and had experienced the baptism of the army and society. He understood that Qin Chuan, a young man who had never experienced any storms, was inexperienced and understood how dangerous the situation was now.
Chapter 12, 1 million in compensation. Kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake at the school assembly.
Guo Minghuai walked to the door, poked his head out and glanced around, then closed the door and lowered his voice. Qin Chuan, you may not realize the seriousness of this matter.
Li Jun's father is the general manager of the northern region of Wanda Group. He previously donated 10 million to the school. This year, the school is preparing to sprint to the top 200 universities in the world. A prerequisite for hitting the top 200 is to have a world-class laboratory. This laboratory alone will cost a huge amount of money. At present, there is still a lot of money to raise the full 50 million.
Guo Huaiming said this much, the rest of the words were too explicit for him to express directly, so he could only use a look to let them understand.
Wu Ming immediately understood what the counselor meant. The school currently lacks funds to build a laboratory, but Li Gang has money and is willing to donate.
But just before the donation window period, his son was beaten up at school.
As a father, how could he let it go? Rich people don't care about whether your story is true or not. They just want to avoid being hurt.
Tang Yuming muttered in fear as if he recalled something. Guo Huaiming stroked his smooth head, thought hard for a long time, and said, well, let me try to have a good talk with Li Jun as a counselor.
Before his father makes any move, let's resolve the issue by making it small. That's the best. Thank you, counselor.
With Guo Huaiming's words, Wu Ming felt a little relieved. No matter what, Li Jun is also a student of the University of Finance and Economics, so he should give more consideration to the Buddha than to the monk.
Guo Huaiming immediately took out his cell phone and called Li Jun. Hello, Li Jun, I'm Counselor Guo Huaiming. What's the matter? Li Jun's tone on the other end of the phone was unfriendly and a bit disdainful. Well, I just found out about what happened at the school gate. Qin Chuan is my student now. Young people are a bit impulsive. You should handle this matter privately.
Guo Huaiming's attitude was very sincere, even a little humble.
But what can I do? I am just a counselor. His family is extremely powerful, and they might even be able to get him fired. Li Jun on the other end of the phone heard something. It seemed that the boy knew he was in trouble and was now looking for the counselor to mediate. Li Jun sneered and said, Ha, Guo Huaiming, since he is your student, I can settle it privately for your sake. Guo Huaiming was on speakerphone, and Li Jun's words made everyone in the dormitory feel relieved. Li Jun then continued, compensate me for my emotional distress and medical expenses, 1 million yuan. Then, kneel down and kowtow to me at the school assembly. I'll let this matter go. Li Jun's words instantly hit everyone.
1 million, and then kneel down and kowtow in front of the whole school to admit his mistake.
This is simply insulting. Li Jun, your conditions.
Li Jun didn't give Guo Huaiming a chance to speak, interrupting, "That's all I ask.
If he can't do it, just wait for him. My dad will come to the school this afternoon, and I'll make him get the hell out of the University of Finance and Economics. Also, I've checked his background. He's from a small, shabby county in Jiangning, right? My dad will give a heads up to the county leaders, and then we'll ban him nationwide. I'm going to make him beg for food for the rest of his life." After saying that, Li Jun hung up the phone. Guo Huaiming put away his phone, glanced at Qin Xuan, and said earnestly, "Qin Xuan, things have come to this. You have to bear the consequences of your own mistakes. As long as you have the Green Mountains, you will never worry about the lack of firewood. Grit your teeth and get through it. Otherwise, with the power of Li Jun's father, he can really ruin your life." Tang Yuming persuaded him, "Fourth brother, we are men who can bend and stretch. It's only a matter of a minute. Just get through it." Kang Weijun said, "Yes, even Han Xian suffered the humiliation of being kicked in the crotch. Don't give up your bright future just for a little face today." Wu Ming is more practical.
He doesn't think Qin Xuan would give up his status as a finance student for the sake of face and risk being banned by the entire industry to fight with Li Jun. The only thing he considered was Li Jun's compensation.
"Counselor, Li Jun wants 1 million.
Guo Huaiming narrowed his eyes and said, "As for the money, I will talk to the school leaders and see if I can pay it in installments." Tang Yuming and Kang Weijun had already VA'd the money to Qin Xuan, and Wu Ming immediately turned on his phone. "Old 4, when I retired from the army, I received a subsidy of 200,000 yuan. I gave 100,000 yuan to my family, and I kept 5,000 yuan.
The remaining 95,000 yuan is for you."
Having said that, Wu Ming immediately transferred 95,000 yuan to Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan was somewhat moved when he saw the 4 people in front of him constantly helping him with money and effort.
He opened his phone and returned all the transfers from everyone. "Old 4. What are you doing? Why are you returning the money?" Wu Ming said angrily.
Qin Xuan stretched, yawned, and said, "I appreciate everyone's kindness, but I won't accept the money."
"I didn't do anything wrong, why should I kneel down and kowtow to him?"
On the contrary, he beat up the security guard at the school gate.
"I was brave and righteous, and I am the righteous one. How can I apologize to him and admit my mistake? Is it fair?" Guo Huaiming shook his head after hearing Qin Xuan's words and sighed repeatedly, "Alas, you kid, what do you know? There is no fairness in this world.
They have money and power, and killing you is like killing an ant.
You haven't entered society yet, so you won't understand." After saying that, Guo Huaiming shook his head and left the dormitory.
In his eyes, Qin Xuan was young and energetic and would never accept Li Jun's conditions.
"As a counselor, I have done my best." The other people in the dormitory were like deflated balls. They helped in every way they could, but Qin Xuan was too stubborn and would not listen to them at all. Office of the President of University of Finance and Economics. Hoyud, director of the school affairs office, rushed in without knocking.
Principal Chang Wuli, who was resting with his eyes closed on the sofa, was startled.
He shouted angrily, "Can't you knock before you come in? You're going to give me a heart attack." Hoyud lowered his head after being scolded.
"Principal, something big has happened."
Chang Wuli's eyes narrowed. "What's the matter?"
Hoyud immediately told everything that happened at the school gate.
Chang Wuli's face was calm as he said, "That Li Jun is really going too far.
He's acting recklessly just because his father has some power. I heard from Guo Huaiming that Li Jun refused to settle the matter privately and insisted on reporting it to his father."
"Principal, you know that this is the son that Mr. Li loves the most." Chang Wuli slammed the table and angrily shouted, "Li Gang loves his son, but I don't love my students? What kind of world is this?
He was the one who caused the trouble first, and when he was stopped, he turned around and blamed me."
"Is there any law?"
Hoyud watched Chang Wuli finish his outburst and then reminded him, "President, our University of Finance and Economics is striving to be ranked in the top 200 internationally this year.
That world-class laboratory will cost 50 million. Mr. Li offered to sponsor 10 million last year."
Chang Wuli suddenly remembered this and his face changed. "The entry of QF into the top 200 in the world is a key achievement for me to move into a higher position. If I fail at this hurdle, my career in this life will be over." Just when Chang Wuli was hesitating, the phone on his desk rang. It was the security department calling. Principal, Wanda Group's Northern General Manager Li Gang wants to see you. Chapter 13, I give you 1 minute to kneel down and apologize, otherwise I will ban you. A Mercedes-Benz S350 drove straight to the bottom of the Finance University office building. Li Gang, dressed in a black suit, walked into the principal's office accompanied by 2 assistants. Chang Woolley smiled broadly and stepped forward, extending his hand. Oh, Mr. Li, I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Li Gang glanced at Chang Woolley and snorted coldly. Principal Chang, you know about my son's affairs, right? I've heard a little bit. Young people fight and quarrel. It's common. Li Gang slammed the table, pointed at Chang Woolley's nose and angrily said, I spent so much money to sponsor your university because I wanted my son to have a good learning environment. In the end, my son's personal safety is not guaranteed. Chang Woolley's face changed slightly. He was the head of a school and a person of high social status. Under normal circumstances, he would have called the security department and asked them to kick Li Gang out. However, now is a critical moment in his career, and he needs help from the other party, so sometimes he has to bow his head. Call the guy who beat up my son over here. I want to take a good look at what kind of background he has to dare to touch my son. Seeing this, Ho Yat immediately ran out to call Qin Chuan. More than 10 minutes later, Qin Chuan walked slowly to the principal's office. Li Gang looked the other person up and down and saw that he was dressed in ordinary clothes, with only a pair of domestically made sneakers on his feet. You are the one who beat my son. Qin Chuan looked at Li Gang coldly and asked, Are you the father of that beast? You, Principal Chang, this is the student you taught at the University of Finance? Chang Woolley glared at Qin Chuan, poured a cup of tea for Li Gang, and said with a smile, Students from the county town do have a bit of a temper. Li Gang waved his hand and knocked the tea off the table. That's enough, Principal Chang. I think you are favoring this kid. At this time, Li Jun also arrived at the principal's office. He was a little afraid when he first saw Qin Chuan, but when he saw his father was present, he immediately became arrogant. Dad, this kid attacked me. Look, my face is swollen. Li Jun is Li Gang's only son and is usually spoiled. He saw that the right half of his son's face was swollen. Li Gang was extremely distressed. Principal Chang, look at this. Look at this. What has happened? This matter cannot be let go like this. Severe punishment must be imposed. He must be expelled. Oh. If I make a move, you're going to fire me. What about him making a move? Qin Chuan took out his cell phone, opened the photo album, and found a video. In the video, Li Jun punched and kicked the 50-year-old security guard, causing him to fall to the ground with his head in his hands. It was this old man who kept bothering me and asking me to move the car, so I took action, Li Jun defended himself. Chang Woolley knew the whole story and said, I know about this, too. Li Jun took the car. Before the principal could finish, Li Gang slammed the table again and said, Principal Chang, we are discussing the incident of this kid beating up my son. Why are you bringing up all that nonsense? Are you really going to favor this kid who beat me up? Li Gang narrowed his eyes slightly. President, this year is a crucial time for KIF to strive for the top 200 world university rankings. You don't want to fail now, do you? If you don't make the selection, your career will probably be over. Li Gang grasped Chang Woolley's pain points very well. His age is obvious. If he wants to make further progress in his career, he must complete his tasks this year in order to be promoted. Otherwise, if you miss it, you will end up working as the president of the University of Finance and Economics until retirement. Chang Woolley looked hesitant. On the one hand, he was worried about his future career development, and on the other hand, he was worried about the innocence of his students. Seeing that even the principal was afraid of his father, Li Jun was even more proud. Dad, this kid's counselor came to me today to plead for mercy. I told him that as long as he pays me 1 million yuan and kowtows to me in a school assembly, I will forgive him. Upon hearing this, Chang Woolley felt as if he had grasped a glimmer of hope that the matter could be resolved. Li Gang laughed heartily after hearing this. My son is truly magnanimous. Principal Chang, you've heard it too. Our Li family has already made the greatest concessions. Now it all depends on the school's sincerity. Chang Woolley turned his head to look at Qin Chuan, as if asking for his opinion. He had read Qin Chuan's personal information. His parents were ordinary factory workers and his family conditions were very average. As long as he is willing to apologize, the school will find a way to pay the compensation for him. But the next second, what Chang Woolley never expected was that Qin Chuan sat down on the chair and said with a sneer, "I give you, the Li family, a choice. Let Li Jun kowtow to the security guard and admit his mistake, and pay 1 million yuan in compensation. I will pretend that this incident never happened. Otherwise, I will make your entire family get out of Jingdu and erase all your positions from the Wanda Group. You only have 1 minute to consider it." As soon as Qin Chuan said this, the whole audience fell silent. Then the Li family father and son burst into laughter at the same time. Li Jun said, Yo, who do you think you are? You told our Li family to get out of Kyoto and remove all my father's positions in the Wanda Group. Do you know what my father's position is in the Wanda Group? My father is the general manager of the northern region of the Wanda Group. He is second only to the general manager in the group and is above everyone else. Qin Chuan ignored Li Jun and said, 40 seconds left. Before Li Gang came, he called the director of the school affairs office to ask about Qin Chuan's identity. It's from a dual-income family and they come from a small county town. Kid, the factory your parents work at is also under the Wanda Group. With just one call from me, I can immediately lay them off and send them home. Then, the entire industry will ban them, making it impossible for them to find a job for the rest of their lives. Do you even know who you're talking to? You have no idea how high the heavens and the earth are. Chang Woolley walked up to Qin Chuan and winked at him, signaling him to stop talking, otherwise he would not be able to help him. Qin Chuan pushed the principal away with one hand and looked at his watch. 30 seconds left. Li Gang felt humiliated and furious. He immediately picked up his phone and called the Jiangning Might Garment Factory. Hello, is this Director Zhou Jiangwo? I'm Li Gang. Zhou Jiangwo was stunned. Is it Mr. Li from Wanda Group? It's me. Hello. Might Garment Factory had just been acquired by Wanda Group last year and was now part of Wanda Group's northern region. Zhou Jiangwo, the general manager of this region, had only met him at the annual meeting earlier this year and had always wanted to curry his favor, but lacked the connections. Are there a couple working in your factory? The man is Qin Guoming and the woman is Xin Hua. Zhou Jiangwo thought for a moment and replied, yes, there is. Fire them immediately. Then spread the word throughout Jiangning that any company that dares to hire them is going against our Wanda Group and me, Li Gang, and I will definitely snipe them. Zhou Jiangwo didn't know where Li Gang got the anger from, firing at 2 ordinary workers in his factory, but he kept agreeing, okay, Mr. Li, I'll fire them right away. After hanging up the phone, Li Gang sneered and said, Ha, you little jerk, now you know how powerful I am. If you offend me, I will make your whole family suffer. Chang Woolley sighed deeply. The current situation was what he least wanted to see. He whispered, alas, it was originally a conflict between students, and now it involves adults. Qin Chuan. But Qin Chuan just looked calm and said leisurely, okay, time is up, you have no chance. Chapter 14, Immediate Dismissal. Never hire again. A dead duck is still stubborn. This jerk from a small town loves to show off. Li Jun sneered. Qin Chuan took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hello, I'm Qin Chuan. Right, Wanda Group's Northern Region General Manager is Li Gang, right? Alright, dismiss him from all positions within the group and fire him immediately. If he makes a scene, have a third-party audit investigate him to see how much money he's embezzled from the group over the years. Send it directly to the relevant authorities, hire the best lawyers, and prosecute him for the maximum penalty. After he's fired, let the nation know that anyone who collaborates with him and his 3 generations of collateral relatives is opposing the Wanda Group and will bear the consequences. After Qin Chuan hung up the phone, he looked at the Li father and son with amusement. Li Jun burst into laughter and said, You're so into acting that you even fired my dad. Why don't you just arrest him? Qin Chuan's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he said, If he's locked up, he can still eat free prison food every day. What I want is to make your whole family live the kind of low-class life that you despise the most, and your relatives and friends will spit on you. Li Gang became more and more impatient as he listened to Qin Chuan's words and was about to interrupt him. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. When he looked at the caller's name, it was Wang Lin, chairman of Wanda Group. Li Gang immediately changed his expression and said flatteringly, Hello, Mr. Wang, what are your instructions? The next second, Li Gang's face changed drastically, becoming pale without a trace of blood. The phone slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, everyone in the house received news push notifications from various apps on their phones. Breaking news. Wanda Group undergoes personnel changes. Li Gang, general manager of the northern region, has been dismissed due to personal conduct issues.
The office was dead silent. Everything happened so fast and so suddenly.
It is unprecedented in the Wanda Group that a senior executive was fired without any warning. Li Gang came to his senses in a daze and immediately called the group's vice president Rin Zhongwei.
Mr. Ren, what's going on? Why did the board of directors fire me out of the blue? I was just with Mr. Wang. Li Gang, did you offend someone? Ren Zhongwei asked in a low voice. No, Mr. Rin, you know me well. I've always been honest and kind.
I always bow and scrape to every leader I meet, and I've always taken the consequences myself.
Mr. Rin, just tell me why.
There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, and then he spoke. Li Gang, I'm telling you the truth. The decision to fire you was made by the board's largest shareholder. He suspects you of embezzling a large sum of the group's funds.
Even President Wang can't keep you.
I advise you not to struggle or resist. That big shot holds 3% more shares than Mr. Wang.
You can't beat him at all. If you want any severance pay, they will initiate a third-party audit to check you. After saying that, Ren Zhongwei hung up the phone.
Li Gang sat down on the sofa.
How many people in his position had clean butts? He looked at Qin Chuan and said tremblingly, You are the largest shareholder of Wanda Group? You know it too late. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You're just a lowly citizen from a small county town. There's no way you can be that person. Qin Chuan smiled coldly and didn't argue with him.
Li Jun witnessed his father being taken down by the group, and he was afraid that his identity as young Master Li would be lost.
Dad, what should we do? Is our family going to be finished?
Li Gang slapped him and said, Useless guy, your dad is not done yet.
It's just a job, I'm tired of it. I've saved 100 million in the past few years. Damn it, I'm not in Wanda Group now. Even if you are the major shareholder, what can you do to me?
After more than 10 years of work, Li Gang has accumulated a substantial fortune, which is enough to provide his family with a comfortable life for the rest of their lives.
Ding ding ding. Li Gang's phone rang again. He slid the phone and answered it. Hello, this is the Wanda Group's internal audit team.
An investigation has revealed that you exploited your position to embezzle a total of 150 million yuan from the group. You have 3 days to repay the entire amount. If you fail to do so, we will forward the relevant materials to the inspection unit and initiate legal action to protect all rights and interests of our group. After hearing this, Li Gang staggered and collapsed to the ground.
150 million is a figure that cannot be reached even if all the real estate under his name is sold.
The first thing he thought of was to transfer his assets immediately, but he found that all his accounts were in abnormal status and were frozen.
This is pushing yourself into a dead end.
He, who was arrogant and domineering just a moment ago, crawled in front of Qin Chuan like a dog and pulled Qin Chuan's trouser legs.
Boss Qin, please be magnanimous and treat me like a fart. Don't kill me. I was wrong, I was really wrong.
Qin Chuan took a step back, pulled his trouser legs back, and shouted angrily, Get away from me. Seeing this, Li Gang picked up a wooden stool in the office and smashed it at his son Li Jun.
You fucking bastard. I sent you here to study, and you're doing whatever you want. If you offend Boss Qin, I'll beat you to death today.
Li Jun was beaten by his father and screamed, rolling on the floor of the office. The wooden chair was broken, but Li Gang was still not satisfied, so he pulled out his belt and started beating the man. Chang Wuli was stunned and quickly called the security department to take the father and son out. After the two were carried out by several uncles from the security department, Chang Wuli sighed deeply and sat down on the sofa. Li Gang was dismissed from Wanda Group and is now being pursued for the stolen money. The 10 million yuan he promised to donate to the school is definitely gone.
It's over, it's over. There's no way I'm going to achieve a top 200 ranking in the world. He glanced at Qin Chuan again and said, Qin Chuan, go back. Next time you do something righteous, be more careful.
Chang Wuli lay on his back, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. My career has been full of ups and downs for decades, and I have worked hard to make further progress. I could have gone further, but I didn't expect to fail here. He couldn't help but recite the poem by Song Dynasty poet Lu Kuzhuang, My morning gown is dusty, my boots are covered with dust. I once wore a thin staff while speaking to Yenha. I have long since found my first kerchief, why should I long for my old nest in the brocade tent? There are few people in the world who can read, and there have always been many things that are not satisfactory. I have lived a lonely life because of my old age, and now I am old and I am shocked by the passing of time. Qin Xuan didn't understand why the principal sighed like that, so he asked Ho Yud, the director of the academic affairs office next to him. The other party briefly explained the laboratory and school rankings.
Alas, at the last moment, all efforts were in vain. Is it expensive to build a laboratory?
Of course. We want to build a world-class laboratory, not a vanity project, but one that's truly useful to the country and can produce research and development.
Even the smallest one would cost 50 million.
The higher-ups have agreed to allocate 40 million, and Mr. Li Gang has also agreed to donate 10 million.
And then?
Oh, it's just 10 million short.
I'll pay for it. Qin Xuan said lightly.
Chang Wuli's ears moved and he jumped up from the sofa.
Chapter 15, Use the original liquid of life to cure diseases and save lives. Reward, top nightclub. You, Qin Xuan, Mr. Qin, are you telling the truth?
Qin Xuan smiled faintly and said nothing.
Pick up your phone, open online banking, and enter the account number you used to pay tuition before. Next, press the screen with your finger for fingerprint verification. The transfer was successful in less than a minute.
He held up the successful transfer interface and shook it.
Can I go now?
Chang Wuli and Ho Yud swallowed their saliva at the same time, too shocked to speak.
So this means a direct donation of 10 million? This is too casual, not even a single request?
Just as Qin Xuan opened the office door, a man came running in hurriedly. The other party was the director of the school's finance department. He said to Chang Wuli with a look of astonishment, Principal, the school account suddenly received a sum of 10 million, what should I do? As Qin Xuan walked out of the office building, a system prompt appeared in front of him.
Congratulations to the challenger. Complete the side quest, sponsor charity. Quest reward, obtain the level 1 medical peak skill.
Note, martial arts are divided into 9 levels, each of which is divided into 4 stages: entry, minor success, major success, and peak. The system interface faded, and a huge amount of medical knowledge suddenly flooded into Qin Xuan's mind. He was passively stuffed with medical knowledge that ordinary people could not imagine.
An hour later, Qin Xuan breathed a sigh of relief.
In the past few moments, the system had forced upon him 1,000 terabytes of medical knowledge, covering internal medicine, surgery, obstetrics and gynecology, pediatrics, ENT, pathology, laboratory testing, infectious diseases, preventive medicine, traditional Chinese medicine, and so on. He is now at the level of a full disciplinary professional medical professor.
This is only the strength of the peak of the first level of medicine.
If he continues to upgrade, Qin Xuan's ability will be limitless and terrifying.
After recovering, Qin Xuan was about to walk towards the dormitory.
There was a sudden commotion not far ahead.
Grandpa.
A girl in white sportswear was kneeling on the ground, supporting an old man in her hands. The old man fell to the ground with his eyes closed, obviously fainted. The area was surrounded by passing students, but they were all from the University of Finance and Economics, not the University of Medicine, and none of them knew how to save people. Some people took out their cell phones and called the school clinic. Some called the hospital and called for an ambulance. However, the old man's current condition was such that he might not be able to survive before the medical staff arrived. Qin Xuan rushed over, grabbed the old man's wrist and took his pulse.
His brow furrowed. He's on the verge of death.
His breathing has stopped, his heartbeat has weakened to near zero, blood is flowing backward throughout his body, and his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys are rapidly failing.
The girl was already panicking.
Her grandfather had finally come to the school to see her today, but
3 men in black suits ran out of the crowd.
The 3 of them were obviously martial artists, with strong builds. Seeing the old man lying on the ground, he was also surprised.
Miss, the master.
The girl yelled at the man in black, "Doctor!
Call a doctor." The man in black didn't dare to delay and immediately took out his special mobile phone and dialed the number.
"Wait, there's no point calling a doctor,"
Qin Xuan said.
The girl was stunned, then retorted, "Impossible.
My grandfather has always been in good health and doesn't have any underlying diseases. Nothing will happen to him. No, he's not sick.
He's obsessed with martial arts and has gone astray, causing all his meridians to break and his qi and blood to flow backwards." The girl's beautiful eyes suddenly opened and she looked at the young man in front of her in disbelief. How did he know that his grandfather practiced martial arts? But I can't care about so many things now. No matter what, I have to let the doctor take a look first.
Grandpa, you can't be in trouble.
The girl held the old man's hand and cried. Qin Chuan sighed lightly and took out a small bottle from his arms, which contained the essence of life. He opened the lid and poured the liquid into the old man's mouth.
What are you doing? Are you going to kill my grandpa? The girl pushed Qin Chuan away.
The glass bottle in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. Fortunately, the old man had drunk all 10 milliliters of life essence. The girl pointed at Qin Chuan's nose and angrily said, "What did you give my grandpa to drink?
Did you think my grandpa was not dead yet and deliberately poison him again?"
Upon hearing this, the three men in black immediately stepped forward to surround Qin Chuan, ready to take him down. At this moment, the old man lying unconscious on the ground suddenly spoke.
"Don't be rude."
Upon hearing this, the man in black immediately stopped his attack.
"Grandpa."
The girl cried with joy when she saw her grandfather wake up. The old man stroked his granddaughter's hair and said, "Xiao Qiong, you must be scared.
Grandpa is fine."
With the help of his granddaughter, the old man slowly stood up. He bowed to Qin Chuan and said, "Thank you for your help, my friend."
"May I ask your name?" "Qin Chuan."
The old man acted very humble, and Qin Chuan replied with 2 words indifferently.
The girl saw this and was very dissatisfied. My grandfather is a man of such high status, how could he condescend to treat a young boy like this? What's your attitude? Talking to my grandpa like that? Xiao Qiong, please don't be so rude.
The old man said to his granddaughter, and then continued to say to Qin Chuan, "Mr. Qin, my name is Kong Fu, and she is my granddaughter, Fang Qiong.
Please forgive me for my impoliteness."
Qin Chuan waved his hand.
How could he bother with an ignorant girl?
Although Kong Fu regained consciousness, he was still coughing and was very weak.
Your illness is caused by demonic possession.
Your meridians are disrupted, and your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys are all injured. Furthermore, the time span is too long. 1 tube of life essence is not enough to completely repair your internal injuries.
Fang Qiong shed a tear of heartache when she heard this.
Kong Fu patted her shoulder and said, "Don't cry, Xiao Qiong.
Grandpa has lived to be 80 years old, which is enough.
It's only because I forced myself to improve my martial arts level in order to fight the enemy that I ended up in this situation."
Mr. Qin, since you understand my grandfather's condition, do you have any way to treat it?
Fang Qiong held Kong Fu's hand tightly, looking at Qin Chuan with her beautiful eyes, a hint of expectation in her eyes. As the old man's granddaughter, she often saw her grandfather coughing painfully at home. The whole family visited famous doctors all over the country, but they were all helpless. "Mr. Qin, as long as you can cure my grandfather, my Kong family can agree to any request you make." Qin Chuan thought about it and realized that Kong Fu's disease was not incurable, but it would require 6 bottles of life essence for a course of treatment. The formula of the quintessence of life is a secret book that belongs only to the pinnacle of first-level medicine. The treatment isn't difficult, but the potion will take time to prepare.
Give me some time and I'll come to you to treat you. Is that okay?
Of course.
Fang Qiong jumped up.
Her pretty face, which was originally tearful, was now filled with joy.
Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Qin. After all, Kong Fu had seen the world.
Even though the other party expressed his ability to extend his life, he did not show his excitement.
Xiao Chen, please write down Mr. Qin's cell phone number. When he's free, come pick him up.
After that, Kong Fu thought for a moment and said to Qin Chuan, "Mr. Qin, my Kong family has some connections in Kyoto.
If you have any trouble, please feel free to ask." Qin Chuan nodded and watched Kong Fu and his group leave.
Suddenly, a system prompt appeared in front of him.
Congratulations to the challenger. Complete the side quest, rescue the wounded. Mission reward, get access to Kyoto's top nightclub MLXXX.
Chapter 16, hitting $1 million luxury car while riding a bicycle, a Porsche Cayenne. Qin Chuan was confused. The main task asked me to study hard, but the rewards were all tempting to make me happy.
You are such a system idiot.
Just as Qin Chuan was complaining about the system rewards, a girl with outstanding temperament and hot body came running towards him.
Xiao Chuan? Why are you here?
Su Shayan cried with joy and threw herself on him.
Qin Chuan looked at the tears in Su Shayan's eyes and said in surprise, "Sister Shayan, what's wrong?" "I just came out of the principal's office. I saw the post on the forum and recognized you right away."
Later, I heard that Li Jun had called his father over.
Li Jun's father is a senior executive at a listed company and has close ties to the school. I'm afraid he might do this to you.
Qin Chuan stroked Su Xiaoyan's hair and said, "It's okay, Sister Xiaoyan, don't worry."
Are you okay?
Su Xiaoyan felt relieved when she heard that.
Xiaoyan, he is your boyfriend?
A somewhat sharp female voice came from behind Su Xiaoyan.
It's a girl wearing long boots, tight jeans, and a belly-exposing t-shirt.
Although she wore heavy makeup, you could see that her facial features were three-dimensional and she was a beauty. But compared with Su Xiaoyan, she is far inferior.
Xiaochuan hasn't confessed his feelings to me yet, so I don't know if he's my boyfriend.
Oh, never mind.
Su Xiaoyan struggled internally and said, well, his name is Qin Chuan. Xiaochuan, she's my best friend, Su Qian. Are you Qin Chuan?
Su Qian asked in surprise, blinking her big eyes.
Yes, it's me. Are you the Qin Chuan that Xiaoyan keeps talking about, your childhood sweetheart who grew up in the garment factory dormitory? Qin Chuan nodded and confirmed again.
Su Xiaoyan's pretty face turned red immediately, and she quickly stopped Su Qian. "Xiao Qian, why did you say everything?
It's so embarrassing." Su Qian's heart trembled.
Su Xiaoyan rejected those suitors and always said that she was waiting for her childhood sweetheart. It turned out that everything was true. Su Qian looked at Qin Chuan carefully again and seemed to remember something.
Oh, I remember you. You were the late guy who ran all the way off the bus today.
Qin Chuan thought about it and realized that he was doing a time-limited task at the time, so he replied, "Yes, it was me."
Su Qian curled up the corner of her mouth in an imperceptible sneer.
Su Xiaoyan was very cold and aloof, so why did she find such a poor guy?
By the way, Xiaoyan, tomorrow is the weekend and it's my birthday. Why don't you ask Qin Chuan to come along? Su Xiaoyan was a little embarrassed and she glanced at Qin Chuan.
Qin Chuan smiled and said, "Okay, I don't have classes on the weekends so I have time."
Haha, he is indeed a scumbag who eats and drinks for free. Su Xiaoyan is really something.
There are so many handsome guys in Kyoto, but she chose the poorest one.
What a waste of such a good-looking body. After separating from Su Xiaoyan, Su Qian walked to the corner with her cell phone. Hello, Mr. Wang, it's me, Xiao Qian.
Wang Chang seemed to be doing some exercise at this time.
He was panting when he spoke and asked impatiently, "What's the matter?"
I saw Su Xiaoyan's boyfriend.
Wang Chang on the other end of the phone immediately stopped what he was doing and asked curiously, "Which noble family master is this?"
Hey, he's not some noble family boy, he's the childhood sweetheart Su Xiaoyan always mentioned.
Who is he? It's nothing special. Su Xiaoyan once said that both families were workers at a garment factory in Jiangning, and they grew up in the factory's staff dormitory. Worker? Son of a worker? That's it? Yes, Mr. Wang.
There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by wild laughter.
Ha ha, damn Su Xiaoyan, she rejected me at the beginning, saying she had a boyfriend.
I thought she was some rich young master, but it turns out she's just the son of an ordinary worker.
Mr. Wang, I just had an idea. Tomorrow weekend is my birthday. Su Qian reminded him.
Wang Chang was stunned for a moment, then praised, "Very good, I will go meet this guy tomorrow, and I will humiliate his man in front of Su Xiaoyan. Let her know that in this world, if you don't have money, you are just a pile of shit."
Master Wang, then I. Okay, tomorrow is your birthday, so I'll give you an LV bag. Thank you, Mr. Wang, thank you, Mr. Wang. Room 511, 5th floor, men's dormitory. Qin Chuan just opened the door.
Tang Yuming, Wu Ming, and Kong Huijun all rushed forward. He looked Qin Chuan up and down carefully.
Old Four, are you okay? Old Four, did Li Jun and the others give you any trouble? Fourth brother, is the money enough? If not, let's find a way.
I'll go borrow some from my comrades.
With more people, we can solve the problem together.
Several people came up to Qin Chuan and asked him about his well-being, without avoiding him at all because he had offended a big shot. This made Qin Chuan very pleased.
It's okay. I just took care of it in the principal's office.
Qin Chuan said with a smile.
Principal's office? Several people sighed and felt scared. This matter actually got to the principal.
Wu Ming came from the military and has experienced some of the ups and downs in society. As soon as he heard the principal's office, he understood the reason.
The president of Kyoto University of Finance and Economics, the leader of a top university, holds an official position.
The students were just having conflicts with each other, and he was much more effective than the counselor in mediating.
How much did you lose? Qin Chuan was stunned and said with a smile, "What compensation?"
No compensation is required.
Several people looked at each other and said, "You made such a big fuss, and you don't have to pay compensation?" At the time, Li Jun vowed to pay compensation and kowtow an apology. How could he not pay? Could it be?
Wu Ming winked at Tang Yuming and Kong Huijun, and seeing Qin Chuan's indifferent expression and pretending to be calm, they understood.
Some things, even if you do them, you can't say them out loud.
Old 4, now that the matter has been resolved, let's get together in the dormitory to get rid of your bad luck and embrace a brighter tomorrow.
Okay, boss, your suggestion is good. I second it. I second that.
Wu Ming patted Qin Chuan on the shoulder and said, "Fourth brother, today's meal is hosted by Big Brother.
Eat and drink as much as you want. Forget all the unpleasant things."
As night fell, the four of them rode shared bicycles to the snack street at the west gate of the University of Finance and Economics. It is a paradise for late-night snacks, with everything from beer to fried chicken and barbecued skewers to spicy hot pot. As autumn deepens, Wu Ming suggested that everyone eat grilled skewers and roasted lamb for nourishment.
Eat skewers and drink wine, the more you eat, the better.
In order to help Qin Chuan forget the shameful day, Wu Ming and Tang Yuming kept adding more dishes and wine. The four of them spent nearly 1,000 yuan on barbecue and beer. Fortunately, Wu Ming's pension was enough, otherwise, if it were an ordinary student, he would have to live on steamed buns for the rest of the month. Everyone was a little drunk, so Qin Chuan and Wu Ming walked. Kang Huijun was so drunk that he insisted on standing behind Tang Yuming's car and singing, and asked him to drive him all the way back to school. Tang Yuming did not refuse, but after riding it for just 2 steps, he found that the brakes of his shared bicycle were broken. He failed to brake in time, and with a bang, he crashed directly into a Porsche Cayenne that was illegally parked on the side of the road in front of him. The two men's faces turned pale, and they were almost sober at that moment. I saw that the rear bumper of the Porsche Cayenne was dented by a shared bicycle. The owner was sitting in the car. When he heard the noise, he immediately got out to check. Chapter 17, crashed a Porsche Cayenne and had to pay 600,000 in compensation. The owner of the Porsche Cayenne is a man in his 40s with a face full of flesh. He got out of the car and checked the vehicle first, and then saw that the people who hit the car were 2 young men who looked like students. Without a word, he came up and slapped the 2 of them in the face. "Fuck you, you 2 poor bastards, do you know how to ride a bike? Do you know how much this bike costs? Can you afford to pay for it?" Tang Yuming and Kang Huijun were beaten so badly that they dared not fight back and could only stand there with their heads down. "Sorry, we didn't mean to do that. The brakes on this shared bike are broken. We will compensate you." Tang Yuming saw that this Cayenne was an old model, and its current price should be around 600,000. And right now, there's only a problem with the bumper, which shouldn't cost too much to fix. If 2 people pool their money together, they can afford the compensation. The man spat. "Don't run, you 2. I'm going to have the forest agent come over here to assess the damage right now." The other party made a phone call, and soon, people from the forest shop arrived at the scene. 3 big men in vests got out of a Porsche Panamera. The leader was a bald man. Seeing this, the man hurried forward and handed him a cigarette. "Brother Long, why did you come in person so late?" Brother Long nodded and took the cigarette. "Hong Tao, wait a moment. I'll have someone check it out." The staff around Longgu went forward to inspect the vehicle and quickly concluded, preliminary findings indicate that the rear bumper is scrapped, the trunk circuit board is damaged, the hydraulic rod is broken, and the door is dented from being squeezed. Preliminary estimates put the total vehicle repair cost at a conservative 600,000 yuan. When Tang Yuming and Kang Huijun heard the price, they were shocked. 600,000? How can it be so much? We only hit the bumper a little bit. Hong Tao angrily shouted, "You 2 poor bastards, do you know what kind of car this is? A Porsche Cayenne. Have you ever been in a $1 million luxury car? Do you know how much it costs to repair a luxury car? 600,000 is just the repair cost. You still have to pay me for the lost work time while I was repairing the car, and the taxi fare." Tang Yuming argued, "This car is clearly an older Cayenne. According to the current second-hand market, the entire car is only about 600,000 yuan. How dare you ask for 600,000 yuan? I don't accept this price." Seeing Tang Yuming's resistance, Kang Huijun also spoke up, "I don't recognize it either. Besides, who are these people? They don't look like Porsche Forest dealership staff at all." I need to contact another 4S dealership to take a look, otherwise I won't recognize this accident report. Seeing that he had Brother Long's support, Hong Tao didn't bother to talk nonsense with the two guys and just went up and kicked each of them.
Stop.
Wu Ming and Qin Chuan were a step late. Seeing their two brothers being beaten, they immediately spoke out to stop them.
Why are you hitting people? Qin Chuan asked angrily.
Hong Tao smiled coldly, damn, there are so many poor bastards.
Okay, if you want to know, I'll tell you.
He pointed to a dent in the back of his Porsche Cayenne and said, your good brother, riding a lousy shared bike, crashed into my precious Cayenne.
Tell me, should he pay me compensation?
Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of fierceness flashed in his eyes.
How much compensation? 600,000. That doesn't even include my lost wages and taxi fares.
Forget it, since you're such poor bastards, I'll just give you 600,000 and this matter will be over.
600,000? How can it cost so much? It's just a dent in the bumper.
Wu Ming said in shock. Hong Tao smiled, raised his thumb, pointed at Brother Long beside him and said, I have professional 4S store staff to conduct an on-site appraisal.
If we take it back to the store for appraisal, the compensation will only be more, not less.
Qin Chuan glanced at Brother Long, then at Hong Tao. He put his two fingers together, took out a black card from his pocket, and handed it to Brother Long, swiped the card.
Brother Long, who was originally smoking with a nonchalant look on his face, suddenly had his pupils shrink. He looked at the card and then at Qin Chuan.
Hong Tao snatched Qin Chuan's credit card and happily asked the staff around him to swipe the card. The black gold card has no password, and in a blink of an eye, the POS machine swiped 600,000 yuan.
Looking at the transaction receipt printed out by the POS machine, Hong Tao's mouth almost split with laughter.
Damn, I'm so lucky today, I made 600,000 in one go. Wu Ming and the other two were shocked when they saw this scene. How could the fourth brother be so rich?
Hong Tao opened the car door and prepared to drive away to pick up a girl for spending money. No, he changed his mind and decided to take two.
The moment he opened the car door, Qin Chuan kicked it back.
Hong Tao turned around and glared at Qin Chuan. What do you want to do?
Qin Chuan put his hands in his pockets and said coldly, the car issue is over, but you have to pay back for my brother's beating.
Hong Tao was unhappy when he heard this.
He quickly winked at Brother Long beside him and whispered, Brother Long, the 100,000 miles I gave you also includes solving these troubles. Brother Long came back to his senses and looked at Qin Chuan.
Hong Tao pointed at Qin Chuan's nose and said, you are quite capable, aren't you?
You threatened me, but you didn't even ask who I am, Shangang Hong Tao. Qin Chuan was not afraid at all and still looked calm and composed.
He said calmly, Brother Long, right?
I'll give you 10 times what he gave you to do this.
My only request is that I don't want him to be able to drive in his lifetime.
When Brother Long heard this, his eyes shone with golden light. Hong Tao felt a chill in his heart.
What was going on? They were going to give me 10 times the money and make it impossible for me to drive in my life?
He immediately grabbed Brother Long's hand and said, Brother Long, don't listen to him.
He's a fucking poor bastard. He's trying to trick you. Don't fall for it.
Brother Long snorted coldly and took Hong Tao's hand. It's obvious that this young man is not an ordinary person.
Hong Tao, let's be fair.
I'm really sorry, he gave me too much. Brother Long just winked at everyone, and the two staff members beside him took out 2 wrenches from the trunk, and then dragged Hong Tao to a dark place on the side of the road. A moment later, 2 heart-wrenching screams were heard from there. The two walked back and said, Brother Long, it's done.
Brother Long smiled flatteringly and said, Sir, what do you think of this job? Not bad.
After saying that, Qin Chuan handed it over again.
Brother Long waved his hands repeatedly and said, How can I accept money for doing such a small thing for you?
After that, he handed over a business card with both hands and said, This is my business card.
If you need me in the future, please let me know.
Qin Chuan took the business card and nodded. Brother Long and the 2 people around him got into the car and left the scene.
Thank you, Lao Si. We will save up enough money to pay you back as soon as possible.
Tang Yuming said timidly, and Kong Huiju nodded in agreement. Qin Chuan smiled and put his arms around the 2 men's shoulders. We are brothers, so forget about that little money.
In the Porsche Panamera, the person next to him asked, Brother Long, why are you so polite to that guy? You don't even want to take his money. Brother Long slapped him and said, You know nothing. Didn't you see what card you just swiped? That's the American Express Centurion Black card.
Without a wealthy family with a century of history, there's no chance of getting that card. He lay back in his chair, looking up at the night sky above the skylight. Being able to meet such a great man, Zhou Zhenlong, will be rich. Chapter 18, Buy a car, let us say a Ferrari. Old 4, where did you get so much money? Didn't the counselor say that your family are all ordinary workers? Are you participating in some rich second-generation reality show? Where are the cameras? The three roommates asked questions one after another, leaving Qin Chuan at a loss as to how to answer for a moment. I come from an ordinary family in a small county town. I don't have any background. I earned that little money myself. Several people gasped. He was only a freshman, but he had already earned over $1 million. Fourth brother, what do you do? Qin Chuan thought for a moment and replied, do some small business, open a hotel, and sell cars by the way. Buying and selling, hotels, selling cars? The three of them looked at each other and stopped asking questions. In today's society, it is common for college students to start their own businesses. Many people run second-hand car sales on campus, and then run homestays in hotels. Everyone was envious, thinking that the fourth brother was so successful. Saturday was a rare good day with bright sunshine and clear skies. We have an appointment to celebrate Su Xiaoyan's best friend's birthday today. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Qin Chuan dialed the number. Su Xiaoyan's lazy and soft voice came from the other end of the phone. It was obvious that she was still asleep. Hello, Xiaochuan. Sister Xiaoyan, when are we going to meet? I'll pick you up. In half an hour, I'll get up and wash and put on makeup. Okay, I'll wait for you downstairs in your dormitory. Su Xiaoyan hummed sweetly twice. After hanging up the phone, Qin Chuan took 10 minutes to wash and dress, then went out and walked towards the girls' dormitory. 2 hours later, Su Xiaoyan trotted downstairs. The first time she saw Qin Chuan, she stuck out her tongue in embarrassment and said, Sorry, Xiao Chuan, I kept you waiting for so long. Qin Chuan looked at Su Xiaoyan. She was wearing a white linen retro top with yellow daisies dotted around the collar and cuffs. She was wearing a knee-length black skirt, white socks, and brown leather shoes. She looked pure and pretty, and with her extremely high looks, no boy passing by could help but look at her sideways. Qin Chuan naturally did not lose his temper. He could be infinitely tolerant of Su Xiaoyan. It's okay. They're at the Starbucks in the city center. Let's go find them. Sister Xiaoyan, my car was crashed 2 days ago. Qin Chuan told her the truth. Su Xiaoyan's first reaction was shock. She immediately looked Qin Chuan up and down. Xiao Chuan, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Qin Chuan shook his head, and Su Xiaoyan finally felt relieved. Then call a ride-hailing service. The road to the city center is very congested. You can take a good rest without driving. Well, but Sister Xiaoyan, a broken car can't be fixed anyway, so I need a means of transportation. Why don't you accompany me to buy a car first? Su Xiaoyan looked at the time and it was just past 12 o'clock. She knew her young ladies very well. Although they said they had arrived, they would not go out until the sun set. I'll listen to you, Xiaochuan. Qin Chuan took out his cell phone and thought for a moment. Although he owns a BMW 4S dealership, he suddenly dislikes this brand because of what happened 2 days ago. As for Lamborghini, he felt a little uncomfortable after the car crash. So he entered the destination and called a special car. After the two got in the car, they finally arrived at the Ferrari sales center on Financial Street in Dongqing District after nearly an hour's journey. This sales center is directly managed by Ferrari headquarters and has higher reception standards than other agencies. You can customize unique car models, accessories, etc. The entire Ferrari sales center occupies 2 floors and consists of 2 stores. From the outside, it seems that the area is not large, but the depth inside is very vast. Looking around, all the walls along the street are built with a single piece of glass. Passers-by can see the store's glamorous and sporty red soul at a glance. Qin Chuan took Su Xiaoyan into the sales center. An elegant and quiet fragrance greeted them, and a sense of luxury instantly came to their hearts. The hall was exceptionally quiet. Apart from the various models of Ferraris on display and a few staff members in suits and long black legs, there was no one else. After all, any Ferrari costs millions, which is simply not affordable for ordinary people. Ordinary people would just stand outside the store and take a look through the glass, but only a few would actually have the courage to come in and visit. Those mechanical beasts, which often have hundreds of horsepower, sit quietly in the exhibition hall, waiting for their owners. Hello, sir, madam, welcome to the Ferrari Sales Center.
Do you have an appointment?
A tall, elegant young woman wearing black half-frame glasses came forward to greet him. She was wearing a black suit suitable for a professional salesperson, a tight skirt, black stockings, and high heels. The well-cut clothes perfectly show off her plump figure. Although he had a professional smile on his face, he still exuded a sense of distance.
This is the temperament that a female luxury car salesperson should have. Without a 7-point appearance, she wouldn't even be qualified for an interview. No appointment.
Qin Chuan replied. That's okay, I'll help you register.
Well, okay, my name is Qin Chuan.
The other party did not treat Qin Chuan and Su Xiaoyan with sarcasm just because they look like students. The most important thing in selling super luxury cars is the service attitude, which is the biggest difference from selling other cars. After a few minutes, the other party came over and said, "Hello, Mr. Qin, my name is Xiao Xiao, you can just call me Xiao Xiao." Qin Chuan nodded, and Xiao Xiao led the two of them into the exhibition hall, introducing the vehicles in the exhibition hall as they walked.
This is a Ferrari Roma.
It's equipped with a 3.9L V8 turbocharged engine, can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in 3.4 seconds, and is priced at $2.4 million.
This is a Ferrari Portofino, a hardtop convertible sports car.
It's equipped with a 3.9-liter twin turbocharged V8 engine, and can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 3.5 seconds.
It's priced at 2.9 million yuan.
This is a Ferrari F8. The 3.9-liter V8 twin turbocharged engine has been upgraded to produce a maximum power of 818 horsepower and a peak torque of 930 Nm. It can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.6 seconds and has a top speed of 340 km/h.
This is the Ferrari SF90 Spider, Ferrari's first mass-produced plug-in hybrid convertible sports car. Powered by a V8 turbocharged engine and 3 electric motors, it produces a maximum output of 1,000 horsepower.
Equipped with an all-wheel drive system, it accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.5 seconds and from 0 to 200 km/h in just 7.0 seconds. The price is slightly higher than the previous two, at 4.98 million yuan.
Qin Chuan listened to Xiao Xiao's introduction and then looked at Su Xiaoyan. Sister Xiaoyan, which one do you think is better?
Su Xiaoyan curled her lips and said, "It seems, none of them are very good looking.
They all look the same."
And Xiao Xiao felt ashamed. It turned out that in women's eyes, the biggest difference of a sports car is its logo. Suddenly, Su Xiaoyan pulled Qin Chuan up and walked to the deepest part of the exhibition hall. She pointed to a Ferrari at the very back and said, "Xiao Chuan, this one looks great.
It's different from the others. I think it suits you very well."
And Xiao Xiao quickly followed and saw that the car Su Xiaoyan was pointing at was Ferrari's top flagship supercar, LaFerrari.
Chapter 19, a Ferrari worth $500 million was bought with a credit card. LaFerrari is commonly known as LaFerrari in Chinese. It is equipped with a 6.3L V12 naturally aspirated engine with a maximum output power of 800 horsepower. The external motor can provide 163 horsepower and the maximum torque is 900 Nm. It is matched with a 7-speed dual-clutch transmission and can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in less than 3 seconds. And Xiao Xiao was stunned and hesitated to speak.
The two people in front of me are obviously people who don't know much about cars.
They probably don't know what LaFerrari means. Qin Chuan glanced at Rafa and said, "Since Sister Xiaoyan said it's okay, let's buy this."
And Xiao Xiao hesitated for a moment and then said, "Mr. Qin, this is a LaFerrari.
It's Ferrari's top-of-the-line, limited edition flagship model.
It's priced higher than any current Ferrari, and not just a little bit higher." And Xiao Xiao used the most tactful language possible to express Rafa's uniqueness. It also implies to the two people in front of them that Rafa is someone they can only see but cannot reach. You know, the starting price of this LaFerrari is 25 million yuan. Later on, there are a series of fees including customized options, various taxes, etc. It may reach 50 million. Even a billionaire would have to consider his own financial situation before buying a luxury car worth $500 million.
Qin Chuan, on the other hand, looked nonchalant and asked calmly, "How much does it cost?" Excluding later options and taxes, the starting price is 25 million yuan.
When Su Xiaoyan heard this, she felt a little dizzy and opened her mouth slightly.
25 million yuan?
And Xiao Xiao saw her reaction and was not surprised at all. He sneered in his heart, thinking that the little girl was still too young and had not seen much of the world. Seeing Su Xian so surprised, Qin Xuan was afraid that she would feel bad about spending money, so he asked Su Xian to go to the VIP lounge to rest for a while he negotiated the price himself. After Su Xian left, Qin Xuan said calmly, 25 million, plus the Ferrari's later options and taxes, it would be about 50 million, right?
And Xiao Xiao nodded. If the configuration is fully configured, this much is needed. Okay, order 1.
Qin Xuan said casually. And Xiao Xiao was stunned, thinking that it was tinnitus and she must have heard it wrong.
Sir, what do you mean? Qin Xuan said again, order 1.
And Xiao Xiao finally realized that she had heard correctly. The young man in sportswear and looking like a student was talking about ordering a car. She was not mentally prepared at all, and it took her a long time to recover.
Mr.
Qin, the procedure for purchasing a LaFerrari is slightly different from other Ferraris. First, we need to verify your capital. And Xiao Xiao answered cautiously. Someone had been to the store before, and he started with Ding Lafa. It turned out later that the other party was a Douyin anchor, and he couldn't afford Rafa at all. I came here to order a car just to shoot videos and attract traffic. Qin Xuan nodded, took out his credit card, and handed it to Xiao Xiao.
Take it and swipe it, or do you want to see the balance in my bank account?
And Xiao Xiao took the card from Qin Xuan's hand and recognized it as the Zhang Yuntong Centurion Black Gold card at first glance. Oh my god, it's the Black Gold card, the legendary king of cards, a credit card with no upper limit, which theoretically allows you to buy any valuable commodity. This card is more authoritative than any asset proof report. Seeing that Xiao Xiao didn't say anything, Qin Xuan thought that the other party didn't recognize the Black Gold card. So I opened my phone, opened the washing app, and then went to the column of total personal assets. After passing the facial recognition verification, he handed the phone to Xiao Xiao. The other party took the phone and saw a long string of numbers on the balance. And Xiao Xiao silently recited in her heart, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, husband, father, grandfather. After counting to billions, she took a breath and dared not read any further. These are not imaginary numbers like stocks or real estate, but real cash deposits.
Now, I have passed the capital verification, right?
And Xiao Xiao's pretty face was a little stiff, and she said timidly, of course. If someone who has a Black Gold card and a net worth of nearly 1 billion in deposits is not qualified, then there are few people in the world who are qualified. I didn't expect that such a young boy in front of me could have so much wealth.
Who is he?
At this moment, all the things Xiao Xiao was proud of, such as her figure and appearance, became worthless in front of this young man. He keeps people at a distance, and his aloof temperament is gone. All her pride was nothing in front of Qin Xuan. She regarded herself as a cold and noble goddess, but she was so inferior that she didn't dare to look up. At this time, Xin Hui, the director of the Ferrari Center, came over. He had been sitting in the office on the second floor drinking tea when he saw 2 students coming into the store. I thought most of them came in to see something new, so I didn't take it seriously. But after a long time, the other party showed no intention of leaving. And Xiao Xiao looked very embarrassed and concluded that the other party was teasing her employees. He had no choice but to get up and come over to help Xiao Xiao out of the predicament.
Xiao Xiao, what's wrong?
Xin Hui did not talk to Qin Xuan directly, but first cared about his employees. And Xiao Xiao hesitantly replied, Boss, this Mr. Qin wants to order a LaFerrari.
Xin Hui was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't hear clearly.
And Xiao Xiao repeated, Mr. Qin wants to order a LaFerrari. Xin Hui was completely stunned.
What a bully!
He was aiming for half a small goal right from the start.
Xiao Xiao, as a professional salesperson at the Ferrari sales center, didn't you explain the price of the Ferrari clearly to the customers?
Xin Hui deliberately raised his voice so that Qin Xuan could hear.
And Xiao Xiao timidly replied, Boss, I told you. Xin Hui was stunned. Did you explain to the customer that capital verification is required to order Lafite?
Well, Mr. Qin just showed me the balance of his Bank of China account.
There is nearly 1 billion yuan in cash in it.
And Xiao Xiao handed Qin Xuan's American Express Centurion Black Gold card to Xin Hui.
Xin Hui's body shook and he took a breath of cold air. What? 1 billion in cash? And an unlimited credit card.
His attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. He rubbed his hands together and said to Qin Xuan respectfully, Hello, Mr. Qin. I am Xin Hui, the sales director of the Ferrari sales center.
Qin Xuan nodded. I just verified my capital. Can I order a car now? You're too inefficient. I'm in a hurry.
Cold sweat broke out on Shin Hui's forehead. He wondered if this young man in front of him had no concept of money. This is a super sports car worth half 100 million yuan, and he has only been in the door for less than half an hour. When he said it, it sounded as casual as buying a chicken at the vegetable market.
Shin Hui did not dare to delay and quickly led Qin Chuan into the selection room. He handed Qin Chuan an LPAD.
Mr. Qin, please take a look at the configuration.
Is there anything you need to add? Don't look any further.
Just get the color, wheels, and interior of the one in the showroom, and max out the rest of the features. Shin Hui was sweating profusely. Even with the configuration maxed out, he had lost half of his goal. At this time, and Xiao Xiao ran in hurriedly from outside. Shin Hui was a little displeased.
Xiao Xiao, you are so anxious and it's really inappropriate.
And Xiao Xiao leaned over and whispered something in Shin Hui's ear, only to see Shin Hui's face change and lock the screen of the iPad in his hand. Then he said to Qin Chuan with an apologetic look, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Qin.
You can't buy this LaFerrari." Chapter 20. Do you need qualifications to buy Rafa? Then just buy 5.
Qin Chuan was very surprised.
Why?
Shin Hui said awkwardly, "I'm really sorry, Mr. Qin. It was our negligence. The headquarters has regulations that if you want to buy a Ferrari, there are prerequisites. That is, the buyer must own at least 2 limited edition Ferrari models or 5 Ferraris.
We just checked, and you don't have a single Ferrari in your name." And Xiao Xiao also felt very regretful.
She could never have imagined that Qin Chuan, who had a black gold card and hundreds of millions of dollars, did not even have a Ferrari to his name.
This order is going to fly today. This is a huge order worth 50 million, enough for her to sell 10 ordinary Ferraris. You have to know that luxury cars like Ferrari are the kind that only last for 3 years if they are not in sale. One person can only sell 7 or 8 cars a year at most. Shin Hui was very disappointed. Selling a LaFerrari is something that can only be achieved by chance.
I will definitely get a promotion and a raise, and my year-end bonus will double.
But now, Qin Chuan's face was brightened. Ah, Ferrari has such a rule. Well, I'm really sorry, Mr. Qin.
And Xiao Xiao still bowed and apologized.
Then I can buy 5 Ferraris first, and then buy a LaFerrari, right? Well, theoretically yes, Mr. Qin.
And Xiao Xiao replied. Qin Chuan took out the black gold card and pushed it in front of Xiao Xiao.
Just the Ferrari Roma, Ferrari Portofino, Ferrari SF90 Spide, and Ferrari F8 that you just introduced. It seems there is still one missing. I heard that Ferrari is going to release an SUV, right? Order one as well. That way, we will have 5 cars.
You salespeople need to use your brains.
You can't handle such a small matter flexibly.
And Xiao Xiao stood there in a daze.
Who the hell could have thought of buying 5 Ferraris first and then buying a LaFerrari? If it were another customer who proposed this plan, he would be beaten to death on the spot. Shin Hui was stunned.
He had been in the business for many years and had never seen a customer buy a Ferrari in this way. Even if the national husband, Principal Wang, came, he would only order 1 car. He hurried to carry out the next process.
And Xiao Xiao's heart was pounding wildly at this moment. She took out her phone and said, "Mr. Qin, could you please leave me your WeChat ID? You can contact me directly if you need anything in the future."
Faced with this top wealthy man, and Xiao Xiao had already been attracted to him, but because of Su Xiaoyan's presence, she had to stay away from him because of his appearance. But she has seen a lot of men, and few of them don't like exciting things. And Xiao Xiao was glad that her performance just now was acceptable and she did not judge people by their appearance, otherwise she would have missed a great opportunity.
Qin Chuan nodded and took out his mobile phone to scan the code for her. After adding the friend, Qin Chuan asked, "Which car can I drive away today?"
And Xiao Xiao said apologetically, "Mr. Qin, I'm so sorry.
We produce the car after the customer places the order and send it to the headquarters for review.
It takes at least 3 months to deliver the car.
Does that mean I can't drive any of them today?"
And Xiao Xiao bowed apologetically. Seeing the other party's sincere attitude, Qin Chuan could only shake his head helplessly. "I bought 6 cars, but in the end, I still had to take ride-hailing services." He came to the lounge and said, "Sister Xiaoyan, let's go."
Su Xiaoyan ran to Qin Chuan's arms and asked, "Xiao Chuan, have you bought it?"
"We have to wait 3 months for the car, so we can only take a taxi for now."
"Is that so?"
And Xiao Xiao immediately took out her cell phone and prepared to take a taxi, but when she looked, she saw that the number of people in the queue had reached 3 digits. Seeing the opportunity, and Xiao Xiao immediately seized it and said, "Mr. Qin, why don't you use my car first?" Qin Chuan hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, thank you. I'll return it to you when I'm done with it today." And Xiao Xiao's car is a white Mercedes-Benz C200, which costs about 300,000 yuan.
Qin Chuan drove all the way to Starbucks in the city center. Starbucks in downtown Kyoto.
This is Kyoto's shopping paradise, where fashionable men and women always gather, whether on weekdays or weekends. Wearing the most fashionable clothes and carrying large and small shopping bags, they shuttle between various brand counters. Su Qian and her group had already sat down to rest in a Starbucks on the street. As a representative of light luxury drinks, Starbucks was once regarded as a dating destination by young people. Su Qian and her group had been sitting in Starbucks for a while, and they had taken several gigabytes of photos. "Hey, Xiao Qian, I heard Xiaoyan wants to bring her boyfriend today," asked a pretty girl with long wavy hair. She is also Su Xiaoyan's best friend, named Zhao Yu.
"Yes, I invited you specially. Tell me quickly, which wealthy young man is he?"
"Xiaoyan has such high standards, I want to know what kind of person she would choose as a boyfriend."
Su Qian sneered, It's her childhood sweetheart." "Ah? What do you think Su Xiaoyan is thinking?"
"She has so many rich young men to choose from, but she insists on finding a poor boy. That boy is not bad looking, but he has a poor vibe all over him."
"No way, I don't believe it. Didn't someone say before that Su Xiaoyan got a Lamborghini during the freshman orientation?" "A Lamborghini? Either it's someone else, or he rented it.
I saw that guy take the bus with my own eyes, and when he got off, he ran all the way, as if he was afraid of being seen coming to school by bus."
"Ha! What a disgusting scumbag. Xiaoyan must have been deceived." Su Qian smiled indifferently.
At this time, there was a commotion from the crowd not far away. I saw a black G-Class leading the way, followed by a BMW X5, an Audi Q7 and 2 luxury cars parked on the side of the road.
A man dressed fashionably and looking like an aristocratic young man got out of the G-Class.
He led the other 2 car owners and walked straight towards Su Qian and Zhao Yu.
Zhao Yu's hands were sweating from nervousness. "Wang, why is Wang Cheng here too?"
"Mr. Wang came here specially to support me today."
Su Qian stood up proudly and welcomed Wang Cheng.
Zhao Yu stood up tremblingly, revealing her 2 long legs as white as jade without any concealment.
Wang Cheng glanced sideways and said, "Xiao Yu, you are here too."
Zhao Yu was very happy that a top rich boy like Wang Cheng actually remembered her.
Wang Cheng looked around and asked, "Isn't Su Xiaoyan here?"
Xiao Yan said there was some traffic jam on the road, so we'll be there soon.
What's the point of a traffic jam? I've never felt stuck in traffic when I was driving my G-Class.
Just as he finished speaking, he saw a white Mercedes-Benz C-Class slowly parked by the roadside not far away. A girl with a great figure and good looks got out of the car.
It was Su Xiaoyan, the campus beauty of the University of Finance and Economics.
Su Xiaoyan hugged Qin Chuan's arm like a little bird and walked towards Su Qian and her group.
"Xiao Qian, happy birthday." Chapter 21. I can't even afford Starbucks.
When Wang Cheng saw Su Xiaoyan, drool was about to flow from the corners of his mouth. However, seeing Qin Chuan beside Su Xiaoyan again made him very unhappy.
"Miss Su, who is this?" Wang Cheng asked knowingly.
"My boyfriend, Qin Chuan."
"Qin Chuan, right? Where did you make your fortune? You seem to be doing well."
"You're driving a Mercedes-Benz C-Class at such a young age,"
Wang Cheng said jokingly.
The friends around him all had red faces and were trying to hold back their laughter.
"I'm a freshman at the University of Finance and Economics. That car isn't mine, it's my friend's,"
Qin Chuan said calmly.
"Oh, it's borrowed." I was shocked. I thought young people nowadays were so aggressive that they could drive a Mercedes-Benz C-Class right away.
Seeing this, Su Qian also spoke up, "Qin Chuan, I haven't introduced them to you yet.
This is Mr. Wang Cheng, a top student at the University of Posts and Telecommunications.
His family runs the hotel business.
The 5-star hotel at the South Gate, the Mantiangsing Hotel, is his family's property. This is Mr. Gu, whose family runs the clothing business.
They own a garment factory in the south, with annual sales of 40 to 50 million.
This is Mr. Qian, a Kyoto native.
He owns 3 apartments in the Shiyuan residential complex in the south, each nearly 100 square meters. Those are luxury homes costing 30,000 yuan per square meter.
Su Qian calmly introduced the identities and backgrounds of several people.
This puts invisible pressure on Qin Xuan, as he is facing some well-known and wealthy young men.
His borrowed Mercedes-Benz C is not presentable at all. Qin Xuan, what does your family do? Gu Xiao immediately stepped forward and asked. My parents are ordinary workers at the Jiangning garment factory.
Upon hearing this, the three young masters raised their lips, revealing a hint of contempt.
Damn, what level is he, to be able to seduce Su Xiaoyan? Su Qian greeted the two of them. Qin Xuan, Xiaoyan, what would you like to drink? Order a glass. Matcha frappuccino. Su Xiaoyan said.
Qin Xuan shook his head.
I don't like coffee.
Su Qian snorted in her heart. This man is too stingy.
He is reluctant to order a cup of Starbucks. It's okay, Qin Xuan, I'll treat you. Really, no thanks.
Qin Xuan still refused. Seeing that the other party was so shameless, she didn't feel comfortable continuing to speak.
Seeing the opportunity, Wang Cheng immediately ran to buy Su Xiaoyan a cup of matcha frappuccino. Xiaoyan, your boyfriend is so frugal that he can't even afford to buy a cup of Starbucks. No, Xiaochuan really can't get used to drinking coffee.
Wang Cheng was furious when he heard this. Damn it, they're still trying to protect that poor bastard.
Su Qian saw the jealous look on Wang Cheng's face, thought for a moment, and said, Xiaoyan, didn't we agree to meet at noon today? Why are you here just now? Did you accompany Qin Xuan to borrow a car? Seeing Su Qian being so understanding, Wang Cheng couldn't help but give her a satisfied look.
Oh, Qin Xuan, you are really something.
Why do you need to borrow a car to go out and play? Just let Xiaoyan call me and I will come to pick you up. As he said that, he pressed the car key of the G-Class.
Not far away, the square, majestic and domineering Big G flashed its warning lights twice.
Su Xiaoyan put down her frappuccino and said, We went to buy a car, but after we paid for it, we found out it would take more than half a year to arrive. Because we were in a hurry to get here, the salesperson lent us her car. Wang Cheng smiled playfully and said, Oh? You went to buy a car. What car requires a 6-month wait? Honda Accord? Toyota Highlander? Or the new Mercedes-Benz C?
Qin Xuan said calmly, Ferrari. Wang Cheng thought there was something wrong with his ears and he heard it wrongly.
Ha? You said Ferrari? Su Xiaoyan nodded. Yes, it's a Ferrari.
The whole place was dead silent. Wang Cheng, Gu Xiao, and Shen Xiao's faces suddenly turned ashen. Su Qian was also surprised at first, and then looked at Qin Xuan. She didn't believe it at all, because he didn't look rich at all. She asked tentatively, Which one did you buy? Su Xiaoyan blinked her big eyes and said, Xiaochuan, what's the name of the one we're looking at? Rafa. Qin Xuan replied calmly. Rafa? Rafa. Rafa. The faces of Wang Xiao and the other two turned from ashen to red in an instant.
He laughed out loud and was bent over with laughter. Su Qian didn't understand why the three of them suddenly lost their composure, so she asked, Mr. Wang, what are you laughing at?
Wang Cheng slapped his thigh and said, Oh, sorry, I didn't mean it. It's just that Qin Xuan's joke was too funny, I couldn't help it.
Gu Xiao pinched his thigh and suppressed a laugh. The Ferrari LaFerrari, that legendary car with a starting price of 25 million? Ha ha ha, do you know how much the whole car costs with options and taxes? 50 million.
A small goal of half 100 million.
Xian Xiao added, not just anyone can buy a LaFerrari. It's a supercar limited to 499 units worldwide.
Buyers must be loyal Ferrari customers and own either 2 limited edition Ferraris or at least 5.
Only then are they eligible to purchase a LaFerrari. Do you have 2 limited edition Ferraris? No. Qin Xuan answered frankly. Su Qian couldn't stand it any longer.
Qin Xuan loved to show off so much that he didn't even think before telling lies.
If you don't have it, how did you buy Rafa? Wang Cheng asked relentlessly.
Because I bought 5 Ferraris directly on the spot, then I am eligible to buy a LaFerrari.
Qin Xuan said calmly, as if buying 5 Ferraris and 1 LaFerrari at once was a trivial matter. Everyone in the audience gasped.
They never expected that Qin Xuan could say such a thing. Then there was a burst of laughter from the crowd.
Ha 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 ha, this is the funniest joke I've heard this year. Oh my god, this is such an amazing idea. It would be a shame if you didn't write a novel. 5 Ferraris and 1 LaFerrari, that's almost 100 million. Even the nation's husband, Principal Wang, isn't as extravagant as you.
Su Xiaoyan was also surprised. Qin Xuan had not even mentioned to her the Ferrari he had just bought. Seeing this, Xiaoyu walked over to Su Xiaoyan, tugged at her sleeve, and whispered in her ear, "Xiaoyan, tell your boyfriend to stop talking. Mr. Wang and the others are worldly wise people, and your boyfriend can't fool them." Qin Xuan did not argue with these people for Su Xiaoyan's sake. After all, these people would not have any contact with each other again after meeting today.
Seeing that Qin Xuan didn't respond, Wang Cheng took out a dark brown handbag from behind him and said, "Xianxian, happy birthday." The first time Su Qian saw the handbag, her eyes lit up. It was a handbag with Lowell's Voltoen printed on it.
She couldn't wait to take the bag and open the package. Inside was a shoulder bag with a monogram pattern.
"Wow, it's this year's new LV shoulder bag."
Wang Cheng smiled and said, "It's nothing, just over 20,000 yuan.
"Mr. Wang, it's too expensive."
Su Qian was polite, but she had already put on her bag and started taking selfies.
Wang Cheng looked at Qin Xuan meaningfully and asked, "Qin Xuan, it's Qianxian's birthday, you can't come empty-handed.
What's your gift?"
Chapter 22 Birthday Gift? A Ferrari.
Qin Xuan thought about it and realized that he seemed to have not prepared any gifts in advance. "But it just so happened that I just bought 5 more Ferraris for LaFerrari, and there were too many cars to drive. So he said, I don't have anything good to prepare, so I'll just give you a Ferrari."
Su Qian was stunned.
She had never expected Qin Xuan to actually say he would give her a Ferrari.
She was frightened for a moment and asked, what Ferrari?"
"We have the Ferrari Roma, Ferrari Portofino, Ferrari SF90 Spide, Ferrari F8, and the latest Ferrari SUV, the Purosang."
"Su Qian, tell me which one you like, and I'll take you to pick it up when it arrives. But the wait might take 6 months, and for the Purosang, it's almost a year."
As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Cheng and the others laughed so hard that they fell over and clapped their hands.
"Ha ha ha ha, if you're giving me a Ferrari, why don't you give me an atomic bomb? I've seen people bragging, but I've never seen anyone bragging like this. Qin Xuan, do you know how much a Ferrari costs? Even the Roma you just mentioned costs at least 3 million. Qin Xuan realized that there was something wrong with the other party's attitude and started to get angry. "You don't believe it?
Let's go to the Ferrari Center and see for ourselves."
Su Qian's face turned pale and blue, as if she had been fooled.
She secretly glared at Su Xiaoyan, thinking that she was deliberately instigating her boyfriend to make fun of her, so she said unhappily, "The Ferrari is too expensive.
I can't afford it. You should keep it for yourself."
Su Xiaoyan didn't want her best friend's birthday to be unhappy, so she pulled the corner of Qin Xuan's clothes.
He whispered, "Xiao Chuan, forget it, don't bother with them."
With Su Xiaoyan's words, Qin Xuan suppressed the anger in his heart and stopped arguing with these people.
Xiaoyu noticed that the atmosphere was a little off, so she quickly tried to smooth things over. "Hey, since everyone's so happy, why don't we go somewhere else? We're getting calluses from sitting here in Starbucks all the time." Wang Cheng stood up and said, "The second half has already been arranged, let's go to MLXXX." Su Qian's eyes lit up when she heard this. "Mr. Wang, are you talking about that top nightclub in Kyoto, MLXXX? Of course not.
Otherwise, there wouldn't be a nightclub in Kyoto that would dare to use that name.
But I heard that the consumption at MLXXX is much higher than other nightclubs.
The minimum consumption for a small booth is 30,000 or 40,000 yuan, and today is the weekend." Wang Cheng waved his hand.
"Hey, how can other nightclubs compare with MLXXX?
I've already booked a booth for 50,000 yuan.
Xianxian, how can you be so shabby on your birthday?" Su Qian smiled coquettishly. "MLXXX is a social place for the upper class."
She was already preparing to clear her phone's memory. She had to shoot enough footage for a whole year tonight. Wang Cheng glanced at Qin Xuan and snorted coldly.
"Damn, you poor bastard, why are you keeping silent now?
The money I spend on drinking in one night is the living expenses for your whole family in a year.
What the hell can you use to compete with me for Su Xiaoyan? And Ferrari, bah." After that, several people drove to MLXXX nightclub. MLXXX is located in the Higashiku district of Kyoto and can be regarded as the largest nightclub in Kyoto.
The area is 5,000 square meters and has more than 90 booths of various sizes.
3 luxury boxes.
The overall style is cyberpunk industrial style. We invite top 100 world-class DJs to perform on site all year round.
The national husband loves to spend money here, and he once set a record of spending over $1 million in one night.
Since its opening last year, it has been packed every day, with countless handsome men and beautiful women queuing up in a 100-meter-long queue at the door waiting to enter. When Qin Xuan and his group arrived at MLXXX, it was already the prime time of the evening. The line at the door stretched to the street around the corner, and all you could see were long legs in stockings. At the entrance of MLXXX nightclub, 20 or 30 security guards are maintaining order. Wang Chang drove his G-Class and prepared to park the car in front of the entrance of MLXXX. A security guard came forward and said, "Please park the car in the basement." Wang Chang was unhappy. "I'm a big G." The security guard sneered, "Huh, sir, look at what cars are parked at the door. How dare you park this next to them?" Wang Chang looked towards the entrance of MLXXX and saw a McLaren Senna, a Ferrari 458, a Porsche 918 Spyder parked there. Every one of them is a legendary car, every one of them is a limited edition. It was a joke to see Wang Chang parking a Mercedes-Benz G500 next to these luxury cars. He said with an embarrassed look, "Why are there so many ruthless people here today?" Which way is the basement?" Wang Chang went to the basement. The X5 and Q7 of Gu Xiao and Xian Xiao behind him were even more unpresentable. Without saying a word, they automatically followed him down to the basement. Qin Xuan was driving a Mercedes-Benz C200 and saw an empty space at the entrance of MLXXX, so he prepared to park there. I saw a security guard running over, yelling, "Stop, stop." The handsome men and beautiful women queuing nearby couldn't help laughing when they heard the sound. Another country idiot who doesn't know the rules. How dare he park a Mercedes-Benz C200 there? Isn't he ashamed? How dare he park right at the door? My Audi A6L can only park on the side of the road. I feel so embarrassed for him. The security guard came forward breathlessly and said, "Do you know the rules? Park your car blindly and park on the road. There's space here, why can't we park here?" Qin Xuan asked. "Why don't you open your eyes and look at what kind of cars are parked at the door? How dare you, a Mercedes-Benz C200, park here? Parking spaces are for parking. Are there really different levels of parking spaces?" The security guard had never seen such a shameless person before, so he said in a bad mood, "Hey, you are really interesting, you are so shameless. Do you know what this place is?" MLXXX. There are different levels of people at the entrance. Qin Xuan snorted coldly, "I have to stop here today. Call your manager and tell him that Qin Xuan is here." The security guard put his hands on his hips and said, "I'm telling you, no matter who you call, it won't work." But after a moment, the security guard paused and hesitated. Qin Xuan? This name looks so familiar, I seem to have heard it somewhere before. Wait, during the meeting the day before yesterday, the supervisor seemed to have said that MLXXX had a new boss, and his name was Qin Xuan. The security guard's face turned pale and cold sweat soaked his back. He wasn't sure whether the person in front of him was the new boss. But the aura displayed by the other party did not show that he was an ordinary person at all. He quickly took 2 steps back and pressed the talk button on the intercom. "Manager, manager. The general manager of MLXXX is Dai Jun." At this moment, I was discussing driving skills with the girls from the Atmosphere group in the office. Interrupted by a series of calls on the intercom, Dai Jun said angrily, "Fuck, which idiot keeps hogging the channel? Is your mother dead or the sky falling? You have no sense of propriety." The security guard replied tremblingly, "Manager, there's a customer named Qin Xuan who wants to see you." "Fuck you. You think I'm just the Atmosphere guy? Any customer can come and see me." As he was talking, Dai Jun suddenly realized something was wrong. He pushed the girl next to him away and asked loudly while holding the intercom, "What did you say the customer's name was?" "Qin Xuan." The security guard replied. "Fuck you." Dai Jun stumbled and ran out of the office. Chapter 23 Showdown, I am the owner of the top nightclub. Dai Jun quickly ran to the gate of MLXXX and looked around. Among the people queuing on the side, there were regular customers of MLXXX. They recognized Dai Jun and exclaimed in surprise. "Oh shit, look, here's MLXXX's general manager." "You mean the guy in the suit?" "Yes, as the general manager of the largest nightclub in Kyoto, he really has an extraordinary aura." Dai Jun saw a security guard standing next to a small Mercedes-Benz. He pulled his collar, straightened his messy hair, and walked forward quickly. Daijun tried hard to look at the main driver's seat of the Mercedes-Benz and saw that the young and handsome man in the driver's seat was the one in the information. A smile appeared on his face.
Boss Chin, I'm Daijun. I'm the general manager of MLXXXX. Why didn't you notify me in advance when I came to inspect the work today?
I could have prepared well.
Qin Chuan snorted coldly. Do I need to report to you for my presence?
You have such great authority. When Daijun heard this, the big boss got angry on their first meeting. He looked around and immediately reacted, kicking the security guard in the ass.
You're so stupid. This guy is the big boss of MLXXX. Am I qualified to stop here now? Qin Chuan asked impatiently.
Yes, that's great, Boss Qin. It's just a small matter. Let me help you park the car.
Daijun respectfully helped Qin Chuan open the car door.
For a moment, everyone around was shocked. The trendy men and women who had just been mocking the other party for being ignorant of the rules and being thick-skinned, and for having the nerve to park a shabby Mercedes-Benz in front of the door of MLXXX, suddenly became speechless. Daijun, the general manager of the largest nightclub in Kyoto, was so respectful to the owner of a small Mercedes-Benz.
What kind of person was that? What rules? He is the rules.
After parking the car, Daijun walked up to Qin Chuan in small steps and said, Boss, the car is parked for you.
I will arrange a private room for you right away.
Qin Chuan nodded, and Daijun ran off to make arrangements.
At this time, Wang Chang and his group walked out of the basement after parking the car.
Wang Chang glanced at Qin Chuan standing at the door, walked up and sneered, it seems that cars under 500,000 yuan don't even qualify to enter the basement and can only be parked on the roadside.
Everyone burst into laughter.
Qin Chuan pointed to the side and said, Open your eyes and take a good look.
Where is the car parked? Everyone followed the direction of Qin Chuan's finger and saw a white Mercedes-Benz C200 parked in the seat position of the MLXXX gate, surrounded by a circle of top supercars.
Su Qian covered her face and said in shame, Oh, how shameful. How could you have the nerve to park your car there?
Do you know the rules?
Wang Chang said, I advise you to move your car quickly, otherwise the security will call a tow truck to tow it away. You dare to park it there without even looking at the super sports cars next to you.
Gushao said, Qin Chuan, Kyoto is not your small county town where you can show off with a Mercedes-Benz C. Do you know how much those cars next to you cost?
If you open the door and scratch it, your family will have to prepare to sell the house.
Zhao Yu walked forward and took Su Shayan's hand. Shayan, please persuade Qin Chuan.
Those cars look like they are worth millions. If something happens to them, it will be a disaster.
Su Shayan was a little emotional, but she originally thought that today was Su Qian's birthday, so as a guest, she had to endure it a little. But these people were getting more and more aggressive towards Qin Chuan, so she said, Those cars are nothing to Xiao Chuan. We parked the cars there simply because Xiao Chuan is the boss of MLXXX. You underestimate Xiao Chuan. Su Shayan, you said your boyfriend is the boss of MLXXX? Oh no, I can't hold it anymore. This is killing me. You just bought a Ferrari, and now you're the boss of MLXXX. Why don't you just say you're the president of the United States? Su Qian said with an unhappy face, Shayan, I know you are jealous because you saw that Master Wang gave me LV. But please be realistic and stop having these nonsense fantasies. At this time, a salesperson walked out of the nightclub. Wang Chang recognized the other party at a glance. It was the salesperson Li Yuan who had contacted him. He walked up to him and asked, Brother Li, is my booth ready? All my friends are here. Li Yuan glanced at Wang Chang and said, There are too many people today, and your booth has been taken. What? Wang Chang was furious. I made the reservation with you 2 days in advance. How can it be cancelled just like that? Li Yuan lit a cigarette and said unhappily, The boss just ordered 100,000 worth of wine right away. Do you want to compete with him? As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Chang's face turned green. Spending 100,000 yuan in one night? What a waste. I feel so bad when I spend 50,000 yuan, so don't even think about spending 100,000 yuan. He said in a flattering manner, Brother Li, since we are here, you can't let me lose face, right? I have made many contributions to you in the past. Li Yuan snorted coldly, Damn, your monthly spending of 10 or 20,000 is nothing. There's only room at the bar. The bar? Wouldn't that mean we have to sit side by side with others? Wang Chang looked embarrassed.
It's at the bar, whether you want it or not, there are so many people queuing at the door waiting to get in.
Li Yuan said unhappily.
Yes. Wang Cheng changed his mind and decided that being able to get in was better than not being able to get in. After getting in, he could see if there were any acquaintances he could share a seat with. Just based on the looks of these three beauties here, there will definitely be someone willing. So he returned to Su Qian and the others with an embarrassed look on his face and said, "Our booth was taken by a big shot today." He directly ordered 200,000 worth of wine, so the salesman Li couldn't keep a seat. But after much persuasion, I got him to make room for us at the bar.
Let's go in first. After hearing this, everyone didn't know what to say.
After all, the other party is a big shot who ordered 200,000 bottles of wine at once, and ordinary people have no right to compete with him for a seat. Just as Wang Cheng and his group were about to enter the store, Su Xiaoyan said, "Are there no booths left?" "That's perfect, we can go to Xiaochuan's private room." Su Qian said impatiently, "Xiaoyan, it's already this time, stop bragging about your boyfriend."
Wang Cheng said, "Do you know what the minimum cost for a private room at MLXXX is? It starts at least 500,000. And it's so rare. Only big bosses and celebrities reserve seats. Even if ordinary people have money, they can't even get one."
Zhao Yu also let go of Su Xiaoyan's hand at this time. She never expected that her best friend would become like this after getting a boyfriend. She favored her boyfriend all the way, bragging and lying for him. She couldn't stand it any longer and didn't want to see her best friend fall into further depravity, so she said, "Xiaoyan, can you please stop bragging like Qin Xuan? Even if he's great in every way, he's just an ordinary person. No matter how much you fantasize about him, he can't become rich or wealthy. If you really want a wealthy boyfriend, you can find someone else. For example, the guy who drove a limited edition Lamborghini that went viral at school a while ago. If Qin Xuan was replaced by him, we would believe everything you said." Su Xiaoyan was both angry and amused when she heard what these people said, and was about to open her mouth to refute.
Dai Jun rushed out and walked towards his side. Wang Cheng recognized the man as the general manager of MLXXX at a glance.
Dai Jun walked up to Qin Xuan and said respectfully, "Boss, box 001 is ready.
You can bring your friends in."
The air froze instantly, and Wang Cheng, Su Qian, and the others' faces suddenly changed, their jaws dropping.
Chapter 24, Sniping 5-Star Hotels, Industry Ban. What's going on? MLXXX's general manager, Dai Jun, calls Qin Xuan his boss? What boss? MLXXX's boss? Is Qin Xuan really the owner of this nightclub?
Everyone's mind was blank at this moment, and they couldn't believe their ears. Dai Jun led the way with a flattering look on his face, and took the group to the suspended box number 001 on the second floor. Qin Xuan was in box 001, which had a whole wall of exaggeratedly large glass on the front.
Through the glass, you can overlook the entire MLXXX nightclub, facing the DJ booth.
People downstairs need to look up to get a glimpse of what is happening in a corner of the box. It can be said to be both private and atmospheric. When Xian Xiao and Gu Xiao entered the box, they were so nervous that they almost wet their pants, considering their net worth of millions. Tonight, the cost of this box may be all the money they have. Thinking back to what they had said to Qin Xuan before, they felt terrible. The confidence on his face and the disdainful look towards Qin Xuan were gone. The two of them could only sit in the corner with their legs crossed and obey. When Su Qian and Zhao Yu entered the box, everyone was stunned.
Although they often come to MLXXX, they have never been to the second floor box of MLXXX.
With their 7-point looks, no rich young man would be interested in them. Any woman who can go upstairs must have an appearance score of no less than 8 points. Su Qian was now regretting her decision so much that she wanted to slap herself twice on the spot.
How could I be so blind as to help Wang Cheng provoke Qin Xuan? For that crappy LV bag? Qin Xuan asked to give himself a Ferrari. Su Qian thought about it and saw that Su Xiaoyan went to the bathroom.
He quickly stuck to Qin Xuan and said, "Mr. Qin, the Ferrari you just said you would give me is only for half a year.
I can wait." "Ha, it's too late, you have no chance,"
Qin Xuan said coldly.
Su Qian didn't care about Qin Xuan's indifferent tone, with the dynamic music and dim lights.
She began to show off in front of Qin Xuan involuntarily. She tried to grab Qin Xuan's hand and put it in her arms. "Mr. Qin, it's all Wang Cheng's fault today.
He made me misunderstand you.
To express my apology, I'll let you do whatever you want, as long as you're willing to calm down." Qin Xuan looked at the flirtatious Su Qian with cold eyes and said sternly, "Get out of the way." Su Qian still refused to give in. You can go anywhere, as long as you tell me to, I will do it. Then, everyone saw Su Qian, who had always been extremely arrogant, lying on the ground and rolling back and forth. She was laughing softly and trying to please Qin Xuan. He was completely different from when he looked down on and mocked Qin Xuan before. Qin Xuan had never seen such a shameless person.
Coming here today and asking these people to book a private room is considered to be giving Su Xiaoyan all the face.
I am not of the same kind as this group of people, so there is no need to force myself to get together. Wang Cheng drank a few sips of Louis XIII in a depressed mood and began to feel a little drunk.
Seeing Su Qian flirting in front of Qin Xuan, he was very unhappy. How could there be a man more cunning than me?
It's obvious that he doesn't take me, the prince of a 5-star hotel, seriously. He raised his wine glass and shouted, Qin Xuan.
Qin Xuan blared at Wang Cheng coldly, what are you yelling about? What else is going on?
Damn it, you're just a jerk from a small county town.
You think I'm afraid of you just because you're the boss of MLXXX?
They're afraid of you, but I, Wang Cheng, am not.
I'm telling you, you're nothing in my eyes. This is Kyoto. Not your little county town of Jiangning. You're just a nightclub owner, what's so pretentious about you? My family's 5-star hotel is worth 100 million yuan.
Your little fortune is like a child playing house in front of me.
After that, Wang Cheng hugged Su Qian and said, don't you think so? It's just a Ferrari. If you serve me well tonight, I will buy it for you.
Su Qian seemed to have her Rin and Tong meridians opened up, and she suddenly woke up. Yes, no matter how great Qin Xuan is, he is just a nightclub owner.
Wang Chengkai is the real rich second generation and the prince of a 5-star hotel.
She stood up, pointed at Qin Xuan and said, damn it, I almost got fooled by you.
A small nightclub owner dared to shout at Master Wang. Seeing Su Qian's attitude, Wang Xiao was very satisfied and started to get excited.
He stood on the sofa, holding a wineglass, and declared with great authority, at this point, I won't hide anything from you. My 5-star hotel will soon enter into a strategic partnership with an international brand, changing its name and joining their group. By then, my hotel will be a super 5-star international hotel, and its market value will increase 5-fold. Xian Xiao and Gu Xiao, who had been keeping their heads down, were shocked. This was the first time they had heard such inside information.
Master Wang, what group are you working with? Master Wang, if the market value increases 5-fold, doesn't that mean your net worth will exceed 500 million? Wang Cheng laughed heartily.
Qin Xuan, when the cooperation with the Silton Group is successful, I will open a bigger and more luxurious nightclub next to yours, poach all your people, and bring you down.
Silton Group?
Su Qian was completely confused when she heard this, and cooperated with the Silton Group.
It is one of the world's top 500 companies.
Anyone who cooperates with it is like holding a mountain of gold. At this moment, she didn't care how perverted and violent Wang Cheng was. The little bird snuggled in Wang Cheng's arms.
Master Wang, I will follow you from now on. I will do whatever you tell me to do.
Wang Cheng pinched Su Qian's chin and said, you bitch, you are such a jerk.
Woof woof woof. Silton Group?
Qin Xuan frowned and took out his cell phone.
Seeing Qin Xuan's reaction, Wang Cheng was even more pleased. You country bumpkin, you don't know about the Silton Group?
And you're using Baidu on your phone. It's a Fortune 500 company, a foreign-owned enterprise with annual revenues of tens of billions of US dollars. It's a brand sought after by the wealthy, the epitome of luxury. Even the most basic rooms only sleep 4. If you're scared, just let Su Xiaoyan stay with me for one night, and I'll consider not targeting your company. Wang Cheng did not see Qin Xuan begging for mercy, but saw him dial a phone number.
Hey, Xiaoying, is the group planning to acquire a hotel called Mantiangsing recently?
Xiaoying on the other end of the phone was very surprised. This big boss always cared about the group's affairs, so why did he call to inquire today? But out of the professional ethics of a secretary, Xiaoying replied, yes, boss, the group is negotiating to acquire a local hotel in Kyoto because the group is interested in its location. Before Xiaoying could finish, Qin Xuan interrupted, stop the project, stop the acquisition, and spread the word throughout the industry. Any company planning to acquire Mantiangsing is opposing our Zilton Group, and I will not hesitate to snipe it in the secondary market.
Xiaoying was stunned. Boss, acquisition projects all require signatures. Are you the boss or am I the boss?
Qin Xuan shouted angrily.
Yes.
Xiaoying's timid voice came from the other end of the phone. After hanging up the phone, Qin Xuan looked at Wang Cheng as if he was a clown. Chapter 25: Obtaining shares in a media company with a national goddess. Wang Cheng threw his wine glass and said disdainfully, "Qin Xuan, even now, you're still pretending to be cool." Within seconds, his cell phone rang.
Wang Cheng picked it up and looked at the caller ID. It was his father, Wang Mingquan.
The person he feared most in his life was his own father. Without saying anything, he quickly picked up the phone and timidly said, "Dad."
On the phone, Wang Mingquan roared at the top of his lungs, "You unfilial son! Who did you offend? What kind of trouble did you cause me outside? Now, the Sultan Group has terminated all cooperation with my family.
All previous verbal agreements are invalid.
Do you know what our family's current debt situation is?
If this deal fails, our whole family will be in trouble." Wang Mingquan scolded and criticized his son non-stop. After a while, Wang Mingquan on the other end of the phone seemed to have received another piece of news.
He was silent for a moment, his tone filled with despair. "It's over, it's over.
The Sultan Group has spread the word in the industry, specifically naming our Wang family. No one dares to cooperate with us anymore.
Our Wang family is finished."
When Wang Cheng heard the voice on the phone, his face turned pale instantly and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He suddenly felt weak all over, and his phone slipped from his hand, fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Wang Cheng's legs went weak, he knelt on the ground and crawled towards Qin Xuan.
"Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you? Why are you doing this to our Wang family?" Qin Xuan kicked Wang Cheng away and looked down at him.
"I am the new boss of the Zilton Group. From the beginning, I gave you a chance, but you didn't seize it and kept provoking me. You are just a second-generation rich kid working in a 5-star hotel, and you boss me around all day.
Didn't your father teach you that the waters of Jiangning are also deep? I know I was wrong. I apologize to you. I was wrong.
I beg you, please let our Wang family go and spare us."
Wang Cheng knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly.
He raised his head and looked at Qin Xuan again, at that young, fair, and handsome face. At this moment, it is more terrifying and suffocating than any devil. With just 2 sentences, he sentenced the Wang family to death, with no chance of recovery. Qin Xuan glanced inside the room and said, "I'll give Xian face today, otherwise, starting from your first words, each of your families will be the same as the Wang family." Gu Shao and Xian Shao huddled in the corner, trembling and shaking all over. Su Qian was so frightened that she dared not move and broke out in cold sweat. She jumped back and forth and mocked Qin Xuan many times. Compared with Wang Cheng, he is even worse. Suddenly, a stream of hot and smelly liquid flowed down from the roots of her black stockings. Su Qian frantically pulled at her skirt to cover up her ugly appearance. Qin Xuan turned around and said, "The private room is for you to enjoy yourself. If anyone dares to gossip about me in front of Xiaoyan in the future, I will bury his entire family with him." After saying that, he opened the door and left the box.
MLXXX nightclub, outside the second floor box. Congratulations to the challenger. Complete the side quest, Intolerable.
Task reward: obtain 50% of Jiahong Media S shares. Qin Xuan looked at the prompt in front of him and was shocked.
Jiahong Media? Isn't that the company founded by Boss Yang and his wife? As far as I can remember, Boss Yang only holds a 19% stake.
I now own 50% of the shares, which makes me the largest shareholder and boss of the company.
Wait, it seems Reba is also in this company.
Qin Xuan made up his mind to go to the company when he had time.
The prompt interface was closed, but the system did not exit directly like before. Instead, it jumps to a new page. Character attributes. Qin Xuan. Gender, male. Martial arts, level 4 peak. Medical Dao, peak level 1.
Qin Xuan took a look and found that many places on the page were blank. Only the medical and martial arts were illuminated. He used his mind again and closed the system interface. My eyes immediately returned to normal and everything in front of me became clear.
Why did Xiaoyan take so long in the bathroom? Qin Xuan looked at the sign and looked for the person. Just as I was about to go downstairs, I ran into Su Xiaoyan, who was walking back in a hurry. "Xiaochuan, why did you come out?" Seeing that Su Xiaoyan looked unwell, Qin Xuan asked cautiously, "Sister Xiaoyan, what's wrong with you? You look uncomfortable." Su Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment and said, It's okay. Sister Xiaoyan, I'm a little sleepy. Let's go first." Su Xiaoyan nodded. She also didn't like this noisy environment. The two held hands and walked out. MLXXX, first floor, the largest booth 001. A middle-aged man with a portly face and big ears, wearing a short-sleeved shirt with a big boy logo, plopped down on the sofa, took a swig of beer, and said angrily, "Fuck, I just saw this super gorgeous woman. She looks so damn innocent. There are so few decent women in the nightclub. I wanted to ask her to play in the booth and see if I could take her home tonight. But damn, as soon as I put my arm around her shoulder, she slapped me." "Boss Chun, who is so bold as to slap you? Tell me what you look like and I'll check it out for you," a barmaid in revealing clothes said. The woman was wearing a white linen vintage top with yellow daisies dotted around the collar and cuffs, and a knee-length black skirt. Boss Chen described it vividly. "Is that the guy?" The man sitting in the main seat pointed to the door and asked. Boss Chen looked in the direction and said, yes, brother Hao, it's her. Damn it, she pretended to be innocent in front of me, but she was still taken away by a man. The man in the main seat moved his fingers, and the bodyguard standing beside him bowed and stepped forward to whisper in his ear. "Biao, take someone and bring that woman over to Boss Chen." "Yes, boss." Biao nodded, took the three people beside him, and walked away. Boss Chen was surprised and delighted. He quickly picked up his wine glass and moved forward. "Brother Hao, I'm afraid it's not a good idea to force it. After all, this is Kyoto." The man in the main seat glanced at Boss Chen and said disdainfully, "With me, Zhang Tianhao, here, what are you afraid of? Or do you look down on me, Zhang Tianhao?" Boss Chen broke out in a cold sweat after being looked at by Zhang Tianhao, and quickly drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. The Zhang Tianhao in front of him could be described as a ruthless man from the suburbs of Kyoto and Jizhou. A tycoon who has both hands in both trades, the chairman of Tianhao Financial Company, is worth tens of millions and employs more than 100 people in his financial company. In Jizhou, there was once a director who said he wanted to investigate his financial company, but he lost his position as director within a few days. After that, everyone knew how powerful the backer behind him was. Zhang Tianhao's female companion Ying smiled and said, "Boss Chen, although Brother Hao's business focuses in Jizhou, he has already made great connections. Don't worry." Upon hearing this, Boss Chen nodded repeatedly. "With Brother Hao here, I have nothing to worry about. Brother Hao, we'll each take half of the development of the village mine." Hearing this, Zhang Tianhao finally smiled. Chapter 26, Is this the strength of a level 4 expert? Beating a level 2 expert is like beating your son. Kyoto, in front of MLXXX. Qin Chuan took Su Xiaoyan's hand, walked out of the nightclub, and walked towards the white Mercedes-Benz C200 sedan. After the two got in the car, Qin Chuan started the engine and was about to shift gears and drive. I saw 4 men in suits with serious faces standing in front of the car. Su Xiaoyan was a little scared and trembling all over. "Xiaochuan, they weren't sent by that person, were they?" "That person?" Qin Chuan asked puzzledly. Su Xiaoyan told Qin Chuan everything that happened at the bathroom door. "Xiaochuan, let's call the police." Su Xiaoyan's voice trembled as she spoke. The 4 men in front of him were all nearly 1.9 meters tall, with muscular bodies. Qin Chuan reached out and touched Su Xiaoyan's forehead. "It's okay, Sister Xiaoyan, I'm here. I'll go down and see what's going on." Su Xiaoyan pulled Qin Chuan and shook her head. "It's too dangerous, Xiaochuan." "It's okay. Besides, I'm in front of my own nightclub. If anything happens, everyone in the club will help me." After saying that, Qin Chuan got out of the car and said to the 4 people in front of the car, "What do you want to do?" Seeing a man get out of the car and talk, Biao said coldly, "Our brother Hao wants to treat this beautiful woman to a drink and ask her to go with us." "Brother Hao? Which brother Hao?" "Jizhou, Zhang Tianhao, is a big shot you can't afford to offend." Qin Chuan sneered, "How dare an ant call himself a big shot?" The corners of Biao's mouth twitched, and he winked at the 3 people around him. The 3 of them rushed forward, ready to subdue Qin Chuan by force. But before the 3 men could get close to Qin Chuan, he kicked one of them down with a whip kick. The other 2 were stunned and froze in place. Immediately afterwards, 2 more whip kicks came. The 2 men fell to the ground and fainted. With just 3 kicks, 3 1.9-meter tall men fell to the ground unconscious. Seeing this, Biao was shocked. "Who are you? A martial artist?" Biao didn't expect to meet someone who was good at martial arts here, and he couldn't help but take him seriously. "Who am I?" Qin Chuan tilted his neck and said, "I am someone you can't afford to offend." His words made Biao extremely angry. "You're too arrogant, kid. Do you think you're invincible just because you've entered the martial arts world? Today, you're unlucky and have run into me. I'm going to show you that there are always people better than you.
After saying that, Biao gathered his chi and mobilized the martial arts power in his body, filling his meridians. He instantly transformed from an ordinary martial artist into a martial arts expert. Biao is Zhang Tianhao's top general. He was the person Zhang Tianhao rescued from the military dungeon in the Golden Triangle. He has a bad temper and once single-handedly wiped out an armed squad in the Golden Triangle. Finally, a company of people was sent to capture him. In the more than 10 years since he was rescued by Zhang Tianhao, he has built countless battlefields and docks for Zhang Tianhao and made great contributions. When Zhang Tianhao was ambushed, he single-handedly fought off more than 20 enemies. Biao's martial arts power was released, and an indescribable aura emanated faintly from his body. The mosquitoes and flies at the scene were frightened by his aura and flew away. You're so young, and judging by the way you attack, you're only at the peak of the first level of martial arts. A peak level of martial arts might be seen as a god of war in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of martial arts practitioners, it's just the most basic level of strength. And I'm at the peak of the second level of martial arts. There's a whole level difference between you and me. After saying that, Biao suddenly kicked the ground with his left foot and punched forward. His figure moved very quickly, bringing with it a whistling gust of wind. If an ordinary person were hit by this punch, he would definitely break several ribs.
Su Xiaoyan was sitting in the car and exclaimed, "Xiaochuan, hide quickly."
Qin Chuan, who was outside the car, had a calm expression. He put his left hand behind his back and supported it with his right hand. He opened his palm and took Biao's punch with his palm. Biao's face suddenly turned pale. His punch could even make a hole in an iron door, but it was caught by the young man in front of him with one hand. A moment later, Biao felt as if his iron fist had hit a 100-ton steel plate. My hand was so painful from the shock that I felt a faint fracture. He quickly withdrew his hand.
I didn't expect you to be a level 2 expert as well?
Biao looked at the young man in front of him again.
How could he be a level 2 expert when he was so young?
He had to use all his strength. The last time he punched, he was afraid that he might hit too hard and cause an accident. With this punch, Biao mobilized all the martial arts power in his body and concentrated it on his right fist. Although it is still unclear which level of martial arts expert the other party is, Biao can no longer take it lightly. He flew towards Qin Chuan. Biao used the technique of combining waist and horse to deliver this punch, and the fallen leaves on the ground were blown away by the wind brought by the punch. Qin Chuan frowned slightly.
It was obvious that the opponent's punch was a fatal move. Since this is the case, I can no longer hide my shortcomings.
Qin Chuan suddenly raised his leg and knee, and kicked out, kicking Biao into the air. This kick directly sent Biao flying 10 meters away, and he fell heavily to the ground.
A large dent was left on the cement floor. Is this the combat power of the peak level 4?
This was Qin Chuan's first time using the power of martial arts to fight, so his assessment of his true combat power was a little inaccurate. Biao was hit by the smell of blood in his chest. He looked at the boy in front of him in disbelief.
You are not level 2, you lied to me. Qin Chuan walked over step by step and looked down at Biao. When did I say I was level 2? Biao's eyes turned bloodshot and he looked at Qin Chuan in despair.
The gap between him and this young man was as huge as heaven and earth. Killing him would be like killing an ant for him.
Stop! A loud shout was heard not far away.
A middle-aged man came over, and it was Zhang Tianhao.
He was in the nightclub and saw that his men had not returned for a long time.
He guessed that Biao might have gotten into some trouble, so he went out to check it out himself. After the results came out, he saw that his most capable subordinate had fallen to the ground and was unable to get up.
Little brother, where are you from? Zhang Tianhao asked calmly.
Qin Chuan glanced sideways and replied, "You don't deserve to know." Zhang Tianhao was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter.
Little brother, it seems you're quite good at fighting. But, in today's society, what's the point of being able to fight?
I've seen people who fight better than you, but their final fate. No matter how good a fighter is, I only need one phone call and they'll be in jail tomorrow. It is impossible for someone to achieve business at Zhang Tianhao's level without someone behind him. The world of Jianghu is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and worldly affairs. He tried his best to threaten Qin Chuan using official words.
Are you scared now? I despise you warriors the most.
You only know how to use your fists and feet, and you don't know how to use your brains at all. I'm telling you, you've offended someone you can't afford to offend today. If you kowtow to me and admit your mistake now, and let your girl play with me for 7 days and 7 nights, I can consider letting you go. Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing murderous intent. If Zhang Tianhao is not dealt with, Xiaoyan will probably be in trouble for some time to come. But if he solves it now, the problem will become difficult, just as he is considering the next step. Suddenly the phone in my arms rang. Chapter 27: Shooting Yourself in the Foot. Qin Chuan frowned, took out his cell phone from his pocket and looked at the incoming call reminder. Xiao Chen? When Qin Chuan saw Xiao Chen's name, he was confused at first about who the other person was. Then I remembered that Xiao Chen seemed to be Kung Fu's bodyguard. He thought about it and finally answered the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Qin? I'm Xiao Chen. The old man is coughing badly again today. The lady asked me to ask you if you can spare some time to come and see him. Xiao Chen's voice was very respectful on the phone. Qin Chuan paused for a moment and replied, I've encountered some minor troubles here, and it may take a while to get over it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen hurriedly asked, Mr. Qin, what trouble are you in? Can you tell me about it? The old man once said that Mr. Qin is indebted to the Kong family, and your affairs are the Kong family's affairs. Although I am only a guard beside the old man, I can still solve some minor problems for you. Qin Chuan thought for a moment and said, it was at the entrance of MLXXX. There was a guy named Hao who wanted my girlfriend to stay with him for 7 days and 7 nights, otherwise he would kill me. When Xiao Chen heard this, he became nervous. Brother Hao? I've never heard of such a person in Kyoto. The sound of a car starting up came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Qin, please wait a moment. Is this at the entrance of MLXXX? I'll be there in 10 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Qin Chuan didn't take it seriously. Zhang Tianhao stood there and watched Qin Chuan finish the call, with no intention of stopping him. Damn, what kind of power could be behind a young man driving a Mercedes-Benz C? Ha, it's useless even if you find 100 helpers. I'm telling you, kid, you've hit a wall today. If I don't destroy your woman, there's no way this will go away. Ah Biao lay on the ground, baring his teeth and saying, boy, even if your martial arts skills are higher than mine, so what? In front of absolute power, you are nothing. After Brother Hao finishes playing with your woman, I won't let her go. I will tie you to a chair and watch me play with you. Qin Chuan looked at a Biao lying on the ground and wanted to kick him again. But now he still doesn't know how to control the strength of the 4th level of martial arts peak. If he gets kicked again, a Biao will definitely not see the sun tomorrow. Qin Chuan simply raised his foot and stepped on a Biao's mouth. In an instant, a Biao's entire mouth was broken and the broken teeth filled his entire mouth. A Biao cried out in pain and could no longer speak. Seeing a Biao's miserable state, Zhang Tianhao shouted angrily, boy! Just wait for me. As he said that, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Captain Liu? I'm Tianhao, and I came to Kyoto today to discuss business. Now someone is threatening me and even injuring my men. 10 minutes? Okay, thank you, Captain Liu. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance of MLXXX. After saying that, Zhang Tianhao took back his phone. Boy, let me tell you, you're done. Your life is over. In less than 10 minutes, 2 black and white cars drove over. It was a car from the Public Security Bureau, and a plainclothes security officer got out of the car. He got out of the car, straightened his chest, saw Zhang Tianhao, and walked towards him slowly. Zhang Tianhao quickly stepped forward, took out a cigarette, and handed it over. Captain Liu, I'm so sorry to bother you. Captain Liu looked arrogant, his eyes full of disdain and pride. He took the cigarette and put it in his mouth, and Zhang Tianhao quickly took out a lighter and lit it. Zhang Tianhao, why don't you mend your ways? Why are you still causing trouble? It's one thing to cause trouble, but you even brought it to Kyoto. Captain Liu's tone was filled with displeasure. This was a demonstration from the superior to the subordinates. Zhang Tianhao said humbly, Captain Liu, what are you talking about? I came to Kyoto today to discuss business, but I never thought I would run into this guy who attacked and injured my men. Captain Liu frowned and glanced at the scene. Seeing 4 burly men lying on the ground, he asked in surprise, how many people are there on the other side? 1. Captain Liu was even more surprised. Zhang Tianhao pointed at Qin Chuan, who was a few steps away. That's him. Captain Liu, intentionally injuring someone like this is tantamount to murder for money. He attempted murder and must be sentenced severely. Captain Lu secretly glanced at Qin Chuan and the car behind him. Seeing that the license plate was not a special number and Qin Chuan's face was unfamiliar, he felt relieved. Seeing Qin Chuan standing still and showing no intention of making any rash moves, Captain Lu asked, "What's your name, and why did you hurt someone?"
Qin Chuan, I took action because they molested my girlfriend. Captain Lu pointed at the 4 people on the ground and asked, "Whatever the reason, were you the one who attacked them?" Qin Chuan sneered, "Could it be that self-defense is also wrong? How dare you? Who are you to speak to me like that? Just answer yes or no." Qin Chuan understood that the other party was clearly setting a trap for him. If he answered yes, it would be exactly what the other party wanted. "You and Zhang Tianhao are in cahoots." Seeing that Qin Chuan was stopped by Captain Lu in a few words, Zhang Tianhao couldn't help but feel proud. "Boy, what's wrong with us being in the same group? I told you long ago that you can't beat me. If I tell you to live, you live. If I tell you to die, you die." Captain Lu said, "You are refusing to cooperate with our Public Security Bureau's investigation. Do you know that this will aggravate your crime?" The two sides are in a stalemate, and the situation is tense. Captain Lu prepared to call his team members to arrest Qin Chuan. A black Audi S6 came roaring and stopped between the two sides. A sturdy man with a shaved head, wearing a camouflage top, military pants, and military leather shoes got out of the car. The man was Xiao Chen, who had just spoken with Qin Chuan. He got out of the car and took a quick look around. Then he walked up to Qin Chuan and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, I'm late." "Are you okay?" Qin Chuan nodded, "It's okay." Seeing that Qin Chuan was safe and sound, Xiao Chen suddenly turned around and looked at Zhang Tianhao and Captain Lu behind him. The moment Captain Lu saw the Audi license plate, his expression became abnormal. When Xiao Chen saw Captain Lu and saw that he was standing close to Zhang Tianhao, he suddenly understood something. He shouted angrily, "Lu Chang, what are you doing here?" Lu Chang suddenly tensed up and stood straight. "Chen, brother Chen, I'm investigating a case." "What case are you investigating?" Boss Zhang said that person committed a crime and injured someone, and I." Xiao Chen stepped forward and slapped him, causing Lu Chang to stagger and almost fall. "Bullshit, don't think I don't know who Zhang Tianhao is. Let me tell you, this Mr. Qin is the old man's friend and a distinguished guest of the Kong family." Upon hearing this, Lu Chang looked at Qin Chuan in disbelief. He is the old man's friend? A distinguished guest of the Kong family? In Lu Chang's impression, the one from the Kong family is already over 80 years old. All of his friends are nearly 70 years old, hold high positions and have impressive status. This young man in front of me looks to be only about 20 years old. How could he be the old man's friend? Why, you don't believe me? The old man is hosting a banquet today and personally sent me to pick up Mr. Qin to be his guest. Lu Chang suddenly realized that this easily explained why this A6 special car appeared here. This special car was allocated to the old man by the state as a reward for his contribution to defending the country. This kind of car is usually not driven out, but if it is driven out, it is only to receive very important people. Xiao Chen leaned over and asked respectfully, "Mr. Qin, how do you think we should handle this matter?" Qin Chuan had already realized how special Kung Fu's identity was. In that case, there is no need to do it myself. I don't want to see him outside again. Qin Chuan said expressionlessly. Chapter 28, Thorough Investigation, Life Imprisonment begins. Complete new tasks, get rewards, and upgrade skills. Xiao Chen looked at Lu Chang with sharp eyes. You must give Mr. Qin an explanation for what happened today. Otherwise, if the old man gets angry, your life will be over. Lu Chang shuddered, immediately understanding what he meant, and quickly replied, "Yes, I understand. I will report back immediately and set up a special task force to strictly investigate all illegal activities of Zhang Tianhao and deal with him severely and strictly." Zhang Tianhao, who was standing by, felt his scalp tingle when he heard this. What's going on? How come the reinforcements I brought here are the ones who want to arrest me? Captain Lu. Just as he was about to speak, a silver bracelet flew over and handcuffed him tightly. Zhang Tianhao, we now suspect you are involved in multiple assault cases. We are arresting you now. We hope you will not resist and cooperate with us. Zhang Tianhao felt like the sky was falling. He just came here to have a drink and pick up some girls. Why do you want to dig up my past? Who is that young man? His legs went limp and he knelt on the ground,
repeatedly bowing to Qin Chuan and saying, "Brother Qin, Mr. Qin, I'm blind and didn't recognize Mount Tai.
I'm an idiot, a bastard.
I drank a few more mouthfuls of horse urine and I became blind.
I shouldn't have offended you. I was wrong. Please let me go. I'm going to get out of Kyoto right now. I'm going to get out right now. I won't dare to do it again."
Qin Chuan retracted his gaze, not even looking at Zhang Tianhao, and said to Lu Chang, "Given his criminal record, can he be sentenced to life imprisonment?"
Captain Lu was horrified.
This young man was so cruel. He quickly replied, "I will investigate thoroughly. Based on my understanding of Zhang Tianhao, he'll probably be sentenced to at least life imprisonment." Qin Chuan nodded and said, "Okay, I'll send you a banner when the time comes."
After hearing this, Zhang Tianhao's eyes went dark and he fainted.
He was then taken away from the scene by Lu Chang.
"Mr. Qin, the matter has been resolved. Please come with me."
Seeing that Xiao Chen had solved the problem for him, Qin Chuan couldn't refuse at this time. He first comforted Su Xiaoyan, then called a designated driver to send Su Xiaoyan back to the University of Finance and Economics, and he took Xiao Chen's car to the Kong family.
Su Xiaoyan is a well-educated and sensible girl.
She saw that Xiao Chen helped Qin Chuan solve the current crisis and was a man of great energy. When men are doing things, it is better for women not to follow them and act as a burden. So he hugged Qin Chuan tightly for half a minute and left first. Qin Chuan got on the A6 and drove towards the northern suburbs. As soon as he got in the car, a system prompt sounded in front of Qin Chuan.
"Congratulations to the challenger. Complete the side quest, Eradicate Evil. Mission reward, 100% medical skill experience bonus, promotion to level 2 medical entry."
As the reward prompt fades, the character attribute panel emerges.
Character attributes. Qin Chuan. Gender, male. Martial arts, level 4 peak. Medical Dao, level 2 introduction. Has the medical skill been promoted to level 2?
After Qin Chuan closed the system prompt interface in front of him, he felt as if a vast amount of medical knowledge was forced into his brain. Knowledge disease is accompanied by a lot of clinical experience and technology. The most important thing is that my understanding of the essence of life has been further enhanced. After receiving all the information, Qin Chuan felt physically and mentally exhausted. He threw himself into the back seat of the A6, lying on it and breathing heavily. This A6 is quite old, which can be seen from the headlights on the car and the relatively retro CD player in the center console. However, the leather seats in the car and the suede on the ceiling are still as smooth as new, and the texture of the entire chassis is still solid. It can be seen that the owner rarely uses this table and it is well maintained.
Xiao Chen was driving the car and glanced at Qin Chuan through the rearview mirror.
"Mr. Qin, I'm sure you are very curious about the old man's identity. Well, this is not an ordinary car." Before getting in the car, Qin Chuan saw the Warzone license plate on the front of the car and the Warzone pass on the windshield. He already knew the true value of this car.
Xiao Chen nodded.
Since he was going to take Qin Chuan there, it would be better to tell him the old man's identity in advance. The old man joined the army in his youth and later participated in countless battles, both large and small, defending the southern border and making outstanding contributions.
He and 7 other generals were named one of the 8 great war gods of China.
The 8 great war gods of China, Qin Chuan was slightly moved.
This title has been gradually forgotten by people in today's peaceful and prosperous times.
But decades ago, he represented the patron saint in the hearts of countless Chinese people. Qin Chuan looked at the peaceful hustle and bustle of traffic outside the car and made a secret decision with peace of mind. No matter what, this god of war who has made great contributions to China must be cured. The car drove along the 3rd Ring Road, out of the city center, passing through a lush and verdant forest and lake. We stopped in front of a big gate made of green bricks and tiles. Behind the gate was a courtyard surrounded by tall and solemn walls.
"Mr. Qin, this is the high-end sanatorium in the Northern Theater Command.
It's inhabited by retired senior NCOs. The old man, oh no, here we should call him the old commander.
He also lives here."
After saying that, Xiao Chen led Qin Chuan out of the car and came to an electric sightseeing car. "Mr. Qin, the people living in the sanatorium are all great men who have fought for the country. They are old, and in order not to disturb their rest, they need to change to electric sightseeing buses after entering the gate."
Xiao Chen explained and started the electric car with ease. Qin Chuan didn't mind this.
He had great respect for the older generation who fought for the country. The electric car was driving along the quiet path, and people passing by on the roadside were old people and caregivers in white clothes.
Each of these old men is a legend. Although they are old, their spirit is still deeply imprinted on them. Xiao Chen saw an electric car not far away, also heading towards Mr. Kong's house.
After taking a closer look, he could see the person in the car.
The eldest lady is here too. Miss? Qin Chuan asked in confusion.
Xiao Chen hurriedly explained, the eldest lady refers to the daughter of the old chief.
The chief has 2 sons and 1 daughter.
The eldest, Kong Xiang, inherited his father's legacy and serves the country, guarding the southern border. The second daughter, Kong Meng, works step by step and is a workaholic.
She is still unmarried and currently works at Kyoto TV.
As for the youngest son, Sai. Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment before finally saying, as for the youngest son, he's always using his family connections to get away with things.
He's active in Kyoto, Jizhou, and Jiangning.
Although he can't match his older brothers and sisters, he's managed to make a decent living.
Qin Chuan nodded. He was not too concerned about other people's family affairs.
The main reason I came here today is to fulfill my promise to Kung Fu and save his life. Xiao Chen was driving quite fast and soon stopped at the door of a villa together with the car in front. After getting out of the car, he respectfully greeted the woman in the car next to him, Mississippi. Kong Meng in the car was estimated to be around 30 years old and was in very good condition. There is not a single wrinkle on her fair face, and she looks no different from a girl in her 20s.
Exquisite and elegant makeup, coupled with a well-tailored women's suit, highlights her capable aura. Kong Meng glanced at Xiao Chen, and seeing Qin Chuan in the car, he asked in a serious tone, Xiao Chen, who is he? This is Mr. Qin, he's here to treat the old leader.
Oh?
Which hospital? Xiao Chen was embarrassed for a moment and didn't know how to respond.
Qin Chuan said frankly, I'm not a doctor, I'm a freshman at the University of Finance and Economics. Hearing Qin Chuan introduce himself, Kong Meng's originally indifferent face suddenly turned angry.
Xiao Chen, you are kidding. Who did you find to treat my dad? Chapter 29, Seeking Attention to Attract the Public's Attention and Win the Kong Family's Attention.
Kong Meng grew up in a family of high-ranking officials, and all the people he interacted with were the most powerful people in the country.
Naturally exuding an imposing aura from the inside out.
Her question made even the battle-hardened Xiao Chen feel a pang of fear in his heart. But Xiao Chen could not disobey the order of his old leader. He was embarrassed and said, Miss, this is what the old leader meant.
My father is old and sometimes confused. You are someone close to him. Are you confused too? Ahem. 2 coughs interrupted Kong Meng's lecture.
From the gate of the villa, a young and beautiful girl walked out slowly, supporting an old man.
The girl Fong Qian looks full of energy in a white sports suit.
The slightly loose version of the sportswear was made a little tight by her proud figure. The old man Kung Fu was dressed in a dark blue silk training suit, and he looked ethereal and unreal.
Xiao Meng, are you calling me stupid behind my back? Kung Fu asked sternly.
Kong Meng was startled and quickly stepped forward. Dad, I told you long ago that you have to believe in science and trust doctors. Xiao Meng, your dad hasn't reached the stage of Alzheimer's disease yet.
I know what is right and what is wrong. Kong Meng sighed and shook his head.
Every time he talked to his father about his illness, he always used these words to evade himself. Today, while I was in a meeting at the office, I received a call from Fong Qiong, the girl adopted by her father. Hearing that her father was not feeling well, she immediately left the meeting and rushed home.
Dad, nothing I say today will help. I've invited Dr. Wang from Kyoto City's second hospital to come home.
He's a world-renowned internal medicine expert who has saved hundreds of lives.
With him treating you, he'll definitely be able to cure your stubborn illness.
After saying that, Kong Meng helped his father back into the house. Then he stood aside to make way for Dr. Wang.
Dr. Wang, thank you for your help.
Dr. Wang nodded and began to prepare the equipment.
Kong Meng carefully introduced Kung Fu.
Dad, Dr. Wang is a leader among the younger generation of doctors at Kyoto City's second hospital.
He became the hospital's youngest chief physician at the age of 30.
His internal medicine skills are renowned throughout China, and people from all over the country come to seek his help. His appointments are already reserved for next year. Dr. Wang stroked his glasses, appearing calm and confident. Having practiced medicine for many years and won numerous awards, he has the capital and confidence to do so. Dr. Wang walked forward, first looked at Kung Fu's tongue coating, and then listened to his heartbeat. Then he carefully looked at Kung Fu's MRI results, CT scan, the ultrasound, and other routine and non-routine radiological examinations. Then a blood test is done to make the decision. Half an hour later, Dr. Wang combined all his judgments and stood up.
Kong Meng quickly stepped forward and said, "Dr. Wang, how is it? My dad's illness."
Dr. Wang smiled, rolled up his stethoscope, and said, "The old man's illness is not serious. The radiological examination results are normal. At his age, coughing a few times and feeling weak are normal. After all, his age is there. However, several values in the blood test are low. I guess it is due to nutritional imbalances and the old man is picky about food, which is the cause." After saying that, he looked at Kong Meng calmly.
Kong Meng was stunned and quickly replied, "Dr. Wang is amazing. He only took a quick look and knew that my dad is a picky eater. He likes meat, especially pork belly and fatty meat." Dr. Wang smiled and said, "That's right, you can't just eat meat, old man. You need a balanced diet. Otherwise, if your body lacks certain nutrients, you will have problems. I had a patient like this before. He didn't pay attention to his diet after surgery and lacked systematic nutritional supplements. He became thinner and thinner every day. I immediately examined and treated him, and later prescribed vitamin B12 injections. In less than a month, he lost 2 pounds and is in great health. He can now even swim in winter." Kong Meng's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he quickly asked, "Dr. Wang, what exactly should I do about my dad? It's a small matter. I'll prescribe some nutritional supplements for the old man. You can buy them and give them to him on time. He'll be fine after half a year of proper care." Kong Meng looked at her father Kung Fu with a coquettish look on her face. "Dad, look, these are all minor problems, but you refuse to see a doctor. What happened? Dr. Wang came and solved your years-long problems in just half an hour." Kung Fu smiled, stood up and said to Dr. Wang, "Dr. Wang, is it true as you said? I only need to take a few tonics to cure my illness? Don't worry, old man. I, Wang, am confident in my medical skills. You can be right if you listen to me." Ha ha. A disdainful laugh came from the back of the crowd. Kong Meng's face darkened and he looked over. "What are you laughing at?" Qin Xuan stepped forward and said, "I'm laughing at your ignorance. If the old man doesn't get the correct treatment quickly, he might not live for more than 48 hours. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. Dr. Wang frowned and said, "Nonsense, the old man is in good health, he just lacks some trace elements." Kong Meng angrily said, "How dare you curse my father? Xiao Chen, kick him out. Who is this person? He is trying to attract attention and gain the Kong family's attention." Xiao Chen lowered his head, feeling a little embarrassed, and stood there. He thought about it and turned his gaze to the old leader. Seeing his daughter being so overbearing and powerless against Qin Xuan, Kung Fu was so angry that he stood up and wanted to argue. But as soon as his butt was lifted an inch from the chair, he suddenly started coughing violently and vomited blood. A moment later, Kung Fu fainted without any warning and fell on the sofa. All of a sudden, everyone in the Kong family gathered around to check on Mr. Kong. Fang Qiong was so frightened that she kept shouting, "Grandpa, Grandpa." Kong Meng gently shook her father's arm. "Dad." Xiao Chen stepped forward and stretched out his index finger to check his breath. Seeing that there was still a faint warm air coming out of his nostrils, he felt a little relieved. Dr. Wang's face suddenly changed. How could the old man faint out of nowhere? Is he deliberately playing me? He quickly took out his stethoscope and ran forward to check. Listen to your heartbeat, then flutter your eyelids. There are no major abnormalities in the heartbeat or pupils. Dr. Wang was horrified. There is no time to think about too many things at this moment, saving people is the most important thing. He first gave Kung Fu artificial respiration and then performed compressions. The first aid procedures were ineffective. In desperation, he ran back to the car. He took out a portable defibrillator and prepared to give Kung Fu the highest level of first aid. Kong Meng panicked when he saw the defibrillator. If this thing was used, even if his old man woke up, he would be half dead. Dr. Wang, is there no other way? Do you really have to use a defibrillator? Dr. Wang frowned and said seriously, "We are in the golden period of rescuing the patient. If we delay any longer, his life will definitely be in danger. Miss Kong, you have to believe me. Kong Meng is now the person with the most say in this villa." Only after she spoke could Dr. Wang proceed to the next step of rescue.
Dr. Wang held the defibrillator in both hands, waiting for Kong Meng's nod.
Ignorant.
What you did is no different from murdering Mr. Kong. A voice came from behind the crowd.
Chapter 30. Those who insult me will be slaves for 10 years. This is a small punishment.
At this moment, Kong Meng no longer cared about the manners of a young lady from a wealthy family.
She shouted, "Xiao Chen, didn't you hear me? Get him out."
Xiao Chen had seen Qin Chuan take care of Kung Fu. After drinking the bottle of golden potion, Kung Fu immediately regained consciousness, and his spirit was even stronger than before. You know, before this, Mr. Kong had seen famous doctors all over the country, but to no avail. He disobeyed Kong Meng's words, turned around and bowed to Qin Chuan. "Mr. Qin, please help rescue the old leader."
"As long as I can save the old leader, I am willing to go through fire and water for you."
Xiao Chen was so moved that tears flowed from his eyes. Kong Meng's face turned red with anger, but she didn't have time to care about so many things now.
"Dr. Wang, please hurry up and save him. I'm afraid if we delay any longer, my dad's life will be in danger." Dr. Wang actually wasn't very confident.
Because from all the physical characteristics of Kung Fu, everything seemed normal. The defibrillator should only be used on a dying patient. If used on a person with a normal appearance, it will damage the person's normal internal organs and is an irreversible emergency measure.
"Dr. Wang." Kong Meng was anxious and urged again.
Dr. Wang thought for a moment and gritted his teeth.
"It's better to try it than to die."
As he spoke, he turned on the power and prepared to press the two discus into Kung Fu's chest. Just as his hand was about to fall, Fong Qiong rushed forward and stood in front of Grandpa Kung Fu. Her tears had already blurred her delicate makeup.
"And, if the defibrillator is used, Grandpa will be paralyzed even if he is saved. Xiao Qiong, do you know what you are doing? Get out of the way. Aunt, just let Mr. Qin give it a try." Kong Meng was angry.
It was okay for Xiao Chen to be like this, because he was an outsider after all. But she couldn't understand why even Fong Qiong, whom her father regarded as his granddaughter, was like this. She pulled Fong Qiong away, but how could she, an ordinary person, compete with a girl who had reached the first level of martial arts? "Xiao Qiong, I agreed to let you learn martial arts, not so that you can use it to fight your aunt one day." Fong Qiong ignored her aunt's rebuke and turned to Qin Chuan and said, "Mr. Qin, I beg you to help Grandpa."
Fong Qiong's words completely infuriated Kong Meng. "Fong Qiong, do you know what you're saying? You're from the Kong family in Kyoto, how dare you beg so humbly? Do you know that you've brought shame upon our Kong family?" Kong Meng walked towards Qin Chuan, pointed at him and said, "I've seen many people like you trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful. You're just looking for an opportunity to get close to our Kong family. You saved my father last time, it was pure luck. My father was fine at the time, so I didn't make a fuss about it. If you still want to fool me today, I, Kong Meng, will never agree." Qin Chuan's pupil shrank slightly, and he said coldly, "Your Kong family is not worthy of me, Qin Chuan, to cling to you. I just admire Mr. Kong for fighting for his country, so I am willing to treat his injuries. If you forcibly use electric shock to wake Mr. Kong, his condition will definitely worsen, and he may even become paralyzed." "That's nonsense. Miss Kong, time is urgent, please make a decision quickly," Dr. Wang reminded.
Kong Meng stepped forward again, put his arms around Fong Qiong and carried her away. Dr. Wang immediately pressed two iron plates against Kung Fu's chest,
followed by a crackling sound of electricity. Kung Fu's body jumped high like a ball and then fell.
Qin Chuan couldn't bear to watch any longer, so he left the room alone and walked outside. Inside the room, Dr. Wang saw that Kung Fu had not regained consciousness, and sweat began to form on his forehead.
This attack seemed to have no effect.
He turned the knob, raising the device's current by one notch.
Then, continue pressing. Kung Fu's body bounced up again.
For 2 consecutive times, Kung Fu still did not wake up.
Everyone at the scene began to get nervous. Fong Qiong cried and Xiao Chen clenched his fists tightly. A rare look of panic appeared on Kong Meng's face. Dr. Wang's heart was pounding.
He took a deep breath and adjusted the device power to max, the maximum value.
Another electric shock came. Cough, cough, cough.
Finally, Kung Fu's soft cough broke everyone's tense nerves.
Fong Qiong broke free from her aunt's hand and rushed to her grandfather's side. "Grandpa, Grandpa."
Kong Meng also stepped forward and looked at his father.
Dr. Wang breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Qiong. Xiao Meng.
Kung Fu slowly raised his eyelids and called his granddaughter and daughter in a low voice.
Dad, I'm here. Kong Meng held up her father's hand. The next second, Kung Fu's pupils contracted, and he said in astonishment, my body can't move. My hands have no feeling. Kong Meng was startled and let go of his father's hand. Kung Fu's hand fell down like a fallen leaf. Kong Meng quickly asked Dr. Wang, Dr. Wang, what's going on with my dad?
Dr. Wang sweated profusely and hurried to check.
After checking, I couldn't see what was wrong. Old man. He hesitated, not knowing how to answer.
But the expression on his face betrayed him. At this moment, Kung Fu looked up to the sky and cried out, why is it like this?
Dad, don't worry.
Let's go get checked out, a full body checkup, and see another doctor.
Kung Fu shed unyielding tears from his eyes. Xiao Meng, why did you want to harm my father? Kong Meng was puzzled. Dad, how could I be harming you?
You were unconscious just now, and it was Dr. Wang who woke you up.
Your current situation is better than losing your life just now, right? Kung Fu's eyes revealed despair and disappointment in his daughter. I asked Mr. Qin to come and save my life.
But my daughter obstructed me at every turn, and now I am paralyzed. I, Kung Fu, have spent my whole life in the military.
Although I cannot die on the battlefield, I cannot become a disabled person.
Xiao Meng, your father, cannot bear this kind of life.
I beg you, please let me die. Kong Meng was heartbroken to see his father like this.
The scene of her father carrying her up the mountains and down the sea to play when she was a child is still vivid in her mind, as if it happened just yesterday. Kong Meng bent her legs, knelt in front of Kung Fu, and cried bitterly.
After a moment, she seemed to remember something.
He quickly ran towards Qin Chuan outside the house and knelt down in front of him.
This is the eldest daughter of a top family in Kyoto, a darling of heaven who was admired by so many people.
Now she is as humble as an ancient maid, kneeling in front of Qin Chuan. She pleaded in a humble tone, Mr. Qin, please save my father.
As long as you can cure my father, I will accept any price you ask for.
Qin Chuan put his hands behind his back, lowered his eyes, and looked down at the dignified, elegant and charming woman in front of him. He said, I have plenty of money, and I don't care about your Kong family's savings. I can save the person, but you just slandered me, which is unforgivable. I can save the person, but from now on, you will serve me as a slave for 10 years as a punishment.
This is my condition. Chapter 31, How difficult is it to regenerate a broken limb? For me, Qin Chuan, everything is easy. Kong Menglu frowned.
She had never suffered such humiliation. She had been a slave for 10 years, serving this college student in his early 20s. Not to mention that she is a top wealthy lady in Kyoto, even considering her identity as the director of Kyoto TV station, she must not condescend to lower herself. Agreeing to Qin Chuan's conditions would mean that she, who was just 30 years old and at the peak of her career and emotions, would lose both her career and love.
Kong Meng bit her lip, struggling in her heart.
But looking behind him, he saw his father paralyzed because of his stubbornness and rudeness. Her eyes were filled with despair and relief. She exchanged the most important 10 years of her life for her father's health. Okay, I promise you, as long as you can save my father, I am willing to be your slave for 10 years and serve you.
Kong Meng trembled and said reluctantly. Qin Chuan ignored her and walked straight into the house and walked towards Kung Fu. Mr. Qin.
The paralyzed Kung Fu could no longer turn his head, so he could only lie on his back and call out softly. Don't worry, I'll heal you. After saying that, Qin Chuan placed his right hand on Kung Fu's wrist and pulse. Close your eyes and feel your pulse carefully. Everyone in the audience held their breath, waiting for Qin Chuan's result. A minute later, Qin Chuan opened his eyes and said indignantly, the old man was originally possessed by a demon, and his meridians were disordered. Now, after the electric shock, the fragile meridians have been severed, especially the meridians in the neck connecting to the spine. They have been shattered by the high voltage generated by the electric shock.
Even the most powerful doctor can't reconnect them.
Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Kung Fu laughed out loud. My meridians are all broken, my meridians are all broken.
Ha ha, thank you, Mr. Qin, for letting me know before I die.
I am content that I can live to see the country peaceful and the people live and work in peace.
Mr. Qin, please help me and let me go more easily. I really can't stand living like a living dead.
Although we know that paralyzed people have no chance of recovery. But Qin Chuan's words were still like a sharp knife, stabbing into everyone's heart. Xiao Chen was crying and snotting, and he kept wiping himself.
Fang Qiong burst into tears and lay on Kung Fu's chest.
Dr. Wang had already sneaked away, and Kong Meng watched without stopping him. Everything was caused by her arrogance and prejudice.
At this point, even if I become a slave, it will be of no avail.
She understood her father, and it was impossible for him to live in disgrace, as that would be tantamount to torturing him. Kong Meng took out his cell phone in despair, ready to call his two brothers to inform them to come back and take care of the old man's funeral. But before she could get through the call,
Qin Chuan's answer surprised everyone.
"Old man, with me here, even if your meridians are destroyed, they can still grow again. Besides, your minor injuries are nothing in my eyes.
You just need an upgraded version of the life essence."
As soon as these words were spoken, the pupils of everyone present suddenly shrank.
There is no precedent for the regeneration of severed limbs.
Qin Chuan actually said that he could reorganize the destroyed meridians.
If this isn't a fantasy, then what is? Kong Meng didn't care about that.
She knelt down and crawled to Qin Chuan's feet, hugging his thighs. "Please, let my dad stand up again." Qin Chuan glanced at Kong Meng, sneered, and then looked at Xiao Chen. "I need a pound of water from heaven and earth as a medicine."
Xiao Chen was confused. Water from heaven and earth? Qin Chuan sighed.
The knowledge from the second-level medical books in his mind was all based on terms from ancient times. He blurted out the words without thinking in a hurry. So Qin Chuan changed his explanation. "The water of heaven and earth is dew.
The dew I need must be the dew 10 minutes before and 10 minutes after dawn. The container for collecting water can only be ceramic, not containers of other materials." After this explanation, Xiao Chen immediately understood.
Fortunately, the sanatorium is located in the suburban woods, which is the most convenient place to collect dew. If you were in downtown Kyoto, you probably wouldn't get even 10 milliliters in one night.
After receiving the order, he immediately ran out and mobilized everyone to fetch water.
Qin Chuan wrote another prescription for medicinal herbs, although the herbs in it were not precious.
But there are a few medicines that only warriors can recognize.
After writing it, he gave the prescription to Fang Qiong and said, "Go and get the medicine according to the prescription.
Remember, each medicine is 3 liang 2 qian. Go and come back quickly." Fang Qiong didn't dare to delay for a moment and ran out with the prescription.
Qin Chuan slowly put Kung Fu's hand back into the blanket, and then comforted him. "Old man, you should rest first. Once they gather all the raw materials, I will treat you."
"Don't worry, everything will be fine."
Tears flashed in Kung Fu's eyes, full of longing.
"Mr. Qin, do I still have a chance to stand up?"
Qin Chuan laughed loudly and said, "Ha, old man, don't even think about standing up. By then, you'll have no problem climbing Mount Tai." When these words were spoken, Kung Fu burst into laughter and felt excited.
Kong Meng, who was kneeling on the ground, also raised his head.
She looked at the master in front of her, the one she would serve for the next 10 years, with complicated eyes. At this moment, she imagined hundreds of possible things that might happen. As the director of a TV station, I have seen countless news materials. The more capable a man is and the calmer he appears on the surface, the more evil thoughts he often has.
All kinds of strange tricks will make people suffer a fate worse than death.
After soothing Kung Fu to sleep, Qin Chuan walked to the window with his hands behind his back and said, "The contract between us will take effect from now on and will last for 10 years.
During these 10 years, you must obey me and not go against my will.
If you have any ulterior motives, you will bear the consequences at your own risk."
Kong Meng didn't dare to say much. He could only clasp his hands together, lower his head, and agree.
The man in front of him was mysterious and unpredictable. Being able to cure his father also meant that he could keep his father paralyzed without anyone noticing.
"Yes, master, I will never have second thoughts. You don't have to follow me every day. Just continue your work. Keep your phone on 24 hours a day during the week, and go to the villa on weekends, waiting for orders." After saying that, Qin Chuan didn't look at Kong Meng anymore, walked to the sofa beside him and sat down to rest. Qin Chuan naturally disdains Kong Meng, a rich girl who has been spoiled and arrogant since childhood. He grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth, and people around him obeyed him in everything and only flattered him. Let these people develop the idea that what they say is the truth and what they know is correct. Little do they know that the world is so big that there are people stronger than them all over the world. Giving Kong Meng a warning can be considered as teaching Kung Fu a lesson for his daughter. The dawn before dawn is the quietest. There were only 3 people left in the villa, the sleeping Kung Fu,
and Qin Chuan and Kong Meng, who were sitting in silence. Soon, a hint of golden color appeared in the eastern sky, and the morning sun slowly rose.
Xiao Chen walked in carefully holding a blue and white porcelain water bottle. "Mr. Qin, the water is here." Fang Qiong followed closely behind, carrying a bag of medicinal herbs. Chapter 32, Reward 50% of BYD Group as shares. You can make a fortune even if you don't do anything. After gathering all the items, Xiao Chen took a look and found that there was basically nothing special. Is this feasible? He wondered in his heart. So he asked tentatively, "Mr. Qin, is this all the life essence you mentioned?" Qin Chuan nodded and counted the items. Although Xiao Chen really wanted to raise his questions, he was worried that it would be too abrupt and offend Qin Chuan. He had no choice but to swallow his curiosity. Although it was Qin Chuan's first time to make the life essence, his second-level medical skills allowed him to handle it with ease. During the production process, Qin Chuan was secretly rejoicing that he was now at the peak of the fourth level of martial arts. Possessing the ability to release the power of martial arts, the most important ingredient in the life essence is the martial arts power of a martial arts master. The martial arts power required for every 10 milliliters is the entirety of a first-level peak martial arts master and half of a second-level peak martial arts master. Qin Chuan is at the peak of the fourth level of martial arts, and he only consumes 1/4 of his martial arts power. After releasing the power of martial arts, he needs a long period of recuperation before he can recover. The loss of martial arts power is fatal to a martial artist. The martial arts power Qin Chuan consumed to make a bottle of life essence was enough to cause his strength to drop a level. From the peak of the fourth level of martial arts, he fell to the fourth level of martial arts perfection. The upgraded version of the life essence produced now would at least reduce him to the fourth entry level of martial arts. But even so, Qin Chuan doesn't care. For a hero like Confucius who shed blood and sacrificed his life for the country, what's the harm in sacrificing a little fighting power? After a whole day of production, it was finally evening. A small bottle of 10 milliliters of upgraded life essence was produced. Qin Chuan immediately took it, came to Kung Fu, and called out, "Old man." Kung Fu slowly opened his eyes and drank the essence of life under the gaze of everyone. "Dad, how is it?" Kong Meng asked anxiously. "Grandpa, you must get better." Fang Qiong knelt beside him and prayed. Xiao Chen clenched his fists tightly and stared intently. Kung Fu's eyes were droopy, and he looked listless. Suddenly, he opened his eyes sharply. The next second, Kung Fu only felt that his originally unconscious body seemed to be connected by ropes. Each blood vessel is like a waterway, constantly flowing blood. Within the dantian, an unknown fire began to burn. The body starts running like an internal combustion engine. He sat up and took a deep breath. Then, he turned his body, put his feet on the ground, and stretched hard. You could hear a pin drop in the house, and the only sound in the silence was everyone's breathing. What is this? A medical miracle? Even Fang Qiong and Xiao Chun, who had witnessed the power of the life essence, could not believe what they saw. Kung Fu, who was paralyzed just now, can now stand up and stretch. He looked very energetic and seemed to be in better condition than before. Kong Meng opened her mouth slightly and was also startled by the scene in front of her. She believed that Qin Chuan's rescue was gradual, with progress being made on a monthly basis. But I never thought that the effect would be so fast. At this moment, she had a subversive understanding of Qin Chuan. The best way to conquer a strong woman is to be stronger than her and crush her three views with your strength. Kong Meng's heart was pounding and her chest was heaving. Looking at Qin Chuan again, there was no longer any disgust or hatred. All that was left was admiration for him, and even the anticipation of a young girl's love. Kung Fu ignored everyone's surprise and ran towards the front yard of the villa. Under the bright moonlight, he stretched his muscles freely and performed 2 sets of Kong family boxing. It feels so good. It feels so good. I haven't felt so good in more than 10 years. I feel like I'm back to when I was 30 years old. Sir, you are really a god. Kung Fu finished his boxing and walked into the house with a smile. Qin Chuan fell asleep on the sofa in the corner because he had consumed too much martial arts energy. Xiao Chen excitedly wanted to wake Qin Chuan up, but was stopped by Kung Fu. Don't disturb Mr. Qin. He's put too much energy into treating me. Xiao Qiong, go clean up the guest room. Xiao Chen, carry Mr. Qin back to his room. Fang Qiong and Xiao Chen took the order and left. Only Kung Fu and his daughter were left in the living room. Kong Meng knelt down in shame. Dad, I was wrong. Kung Fu sighed and helped Kong Meng up. As a father, how could I blame my own daughter?
Xiaomeng, Mr. Qin is a man of great talent. He will definitely achieve great things in the future.
Moreover, he has done a great favor to our Kong family. You must not be rude to Mr. Qin in the future. Kong Meng nodded. Father, I won't do that anymore.
In fact, she wanted to say that she was willing to follow him all her life, but in the end she was too embarrassed to say it.
The next day, early in the morning, before dawn, Qin Chuan opened his eyes in a daze.
He had lost 2 levels of cultivation yesterday and felt a little tired.
Congratulations to the challenger. Complete the side quest, Rescue from the Falling Realm.
Mission reward, 50% of BYD Group S shares. BYD Group is the second largest rechargeable battery manufacturer of Bluestar, with businesses in 4 major industries: automobiles, new energy, electronics, and rail transportation.
Qin Chuan's eyes lit up.
This time the reward was 50% of BYD Group's shares, which was 20% more than Wanda Group.
BYD Group is a domestic industry giant that is no less powerful than Wanda Group.
Qin Chuan breathed slightly, even though the system no longer gave him money directly. With the shares of these large groups that he currently owns, the dividends he receives every year are a considerable amount.
Qin Chuan looked around and found himself lying on a 2-meter bed with someone sitting beside the bed.
Kong Meng supported her head with one hand and sat on the edge of the bed. She was wearing a gauze nightgown, her voluptuous figure faintly visible.
The unique charm of a 30-year-old woman is fully displayed.
Qin Chuan glanced at his phone and saw that it was 4:15 in the morning. He thought to himself that this was not good, as today was the first class of school.
There is a reminder in the main task that you must complete your studies unconditionally and not miss a single class. Qin Chuan immediately stood up and prepared to get dressed.
His action startled Kong Meng, who was standing beside him. She asked cautiously and surprised, "Master, it's only 4:30 now.
Don't you want to sleep for a while?"
Qin Chuan didn't even look at her and said coldly, "I have classes today, I have to rush back to school."
After saying that, Qin Chuan put on his clothes and went downstairs.
A hint of loss flashed in Kong Meng's eyes, and she looked down at herself.
Could it be that the master is still holding a grudge against me for my rude words yesterday, and that's why he doesn't even look at me today?
Without thinking too much, she immediately changed her clothes, went downstairs, and chased after him.
"Master, Xiao Chen is still asleep. Let me take you to school." Qin Chuan looked at the time, and this was the only way. The two drove all the way to Kyoto University of Finance and Economics. The sanatorium is located in the suburbs of Kyoto. Once you get on the 3rd Ring Road, the roads start to become congested. Countless workers working in Kyoto choose to live in the suburbs.
The reason is simple: housing prices in the suburbs are cheaper. This resulted in everyone concentrating on going out into the city at 4 or 5 in the morning.
There is congestion on the way into the city every day.
It was almost 5 in the morning when Qin Chuan and the other person came out of the sanatorium. Even though Kong Meng changed lanes and overtook all the way, it was already 8:50 in the morning when he arrived at the University of Finance and Economics. As soon as the car stopped, Qin Chuan unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the door, and prepared to get out.
"Master, then Kong Meng called weakly.
"I said, you can still go to work on weekdays, you don't have to follow me."
Qin Chuan said this and left in a hurry.
Looking at Qin Chuan's back, Kong Meng murmured, "But I want to follow you forever." University of Finance and Economics, Moral Education Building, 3rd floor, trapezoidal classroom. At this time, the classroom is already full of students.
Qin Chuan entered the classroom from the back door as the bell rang. On the podium, a tall girl wearing a college-style denim suspender skirt was wiping the blackboard. Chapter 33, If We Are Good Sisters, Just Vini 10,000. Old 4, this. Tang Yuming bent over and whispered to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan walked over and sat down. "Who is she?"
"Teacher?"
"Her name is Tian Xin."
"She's not a teacher at all. At best, she's an active member of the class, not even a monitor. She came early at the start of the school year and got close to the homeroom teacher. Now she's acting monitor.
But she's quite cute and has a nice personality.
So no one has any objections to her being the acting monitor."
Qin Chuan understood that there would always be 1 or 2 students with outstanding performance in every class. Teachers will pay attention to them at first sight and entrust them with important tasks.
Of course, this also has its benefits, as it allows more teachers and school leaders to get to know them.
It will be more convenient to do things at school afterwards. Today's class is only half a day, so there are no classes in the afternoon.
Qin Xuan planned to go to a supermarket to buy some food for medical treatment.
I have fallen 2 levels in a row.
Even though I have the support of the system, I have not been able to trigger the reward for level upgrade recently.
He checked the navigation and prepared to pack his backpack and go out. Just a few steps out of the school gate, a Volkswagen Golf came speeding down the road.
A shared bicycle appeared at the intersection. The Golf suddenly turned the steering wheel and crashed into Qin Xuan, who was on the side of the road. Fortunately, he had the talent of 4th level martial arts and retreated in time. As there was a ditch behind him, Qin Xuan had nowhere to retreat and could only withstand the damage with his body.
With a clang,
Golf came to a screeching halt. The driver in the car turned pale with fright.
I hit someone.
She quickly got out of the car to check. I saw the front of the golf cart and the knee of the man in front of me pressing against each other, forming a corner.
The front bumper of the car is dented. The driver looked up and asked, Qin Xuan? Tian Xin? The two are classmates.
Tian Xin said with a guilty look on her face, I'm sorry, Qin Xuan, I didn't mean to do that.
I was just avoiding the bicycle just now.
Qin Xuan waved his hand and said, it's okay. A body that has reached the 4th level of martial arts realm is fully capable of withstanding the impact of a car at full speed.
This little bump was like a tickle to him. Tian Xin had no idea what was going on and kept asking to take Qin Xuan to the hospital for a checkup.
After being stubborn for a long time, Qin Xuan still refused to agree. Since you don't agree to the examination, I'll take you wherever you want to go as an apology. I'm going to the supermarket.
Tian Xin's eyes lit up.
It just so happens that I also want to go to the supermarket. So Qin Xuan got into Tian Xin's car and the two set off together. After more than 40 minutes drive, Tian Xin brought Qin Xuan to a foreign-owned supermarket, Shanmu Supermarket. This Yamamu supermarket, located on the edge of Kyoto's West 3rd Ring Road, has a huge space of 20,000 square meters and 2 floors.
The shopping experience inside is very pleasant and not crowded.
Tian Xin actually had no plans to come to the supermarket, she just felt guilty and wanted to compensate Qin Xuan. She made up her mind to rush to pay the bill when checking out to express her apology.
Qin Xuan pushed the shopping cart in front, and Tian Xin checked her WeChat balance behind.
I felt relieved when I saw that there was still more than 2,000 yuan left.
I thought to myself, it's okay, it should be enough.
As soon as I looked up, I saw Qin Xuan reaching into a small cabinet, taking out a product packaged in a plastic box, and putting it in the shopping cart.
Tian Xin pretended to stroll around, walked to the cabinet, and glanced at the price tags of the products. Dried sea cucumber 500g 2040 heads. Price, 11,888. Tian Xin suddenly felt unwell.
What the hell, sea cucumbers cost more than 10,000 yuan per kilogram.
What does Qin Xuan want to do? Eat Xiaoxian?
But Qin Xuan had already walked away, and Tian Xin was at her wit's end. She gritted her teeth and followed him, and sent a message to her best friend Huang Wenwen for help. Tian Xin, Wenwen, help me, if you are a good sister, please V10,000 to me.
Huang Wenwen?
The other party thought Tian Xin's account had been hacked and blocked her directly.
Tian Xin had no choice but to make a phone call and explain the whole story in detail. Xin, you're so stupid. How could you take him to Shanmu?
Even if he doesn't take the sea cucumber, just taking anything from it would cost 1,000 or 800.
Wenwen, please stop blaming me. I think he did it on purpose.
After all, his legs were bruised like that by the car.
Oh, Xin, you're too kind.
Okay, I'll lend you 10,000 yuan first.
Don't get caught up in it. Put a stop to his crazy spending in time. Oh, my dear sister, I love you, moi. After hanging up the phone, Tian Xin quickly caught up with Qin Xuan.
Next, Qin Xuan purchased things that were relatively normal.
Basically, it's fresh food, meat, and aquatic products.
Even so, the huge shopping cart was already filled to the brim. Tian Xin followed behind, calculating the price of each item, and it had exceeded 20,000 yuan.
He came to the rescue once again during the journey.
Watching Qin Xuan walk towards the cashier, she finally breathed a sigh of relief.
It's finally over.
She stepped forward and said with a forced smile, Qin Xuan, you bought so many things, they will get damaged if you leave them in the dormitory.
Qin Xuan was stunned. I didn't expect that.
According to Tianxin's script, Qin Chuan should take out some goods at this time. But he was seen pushing a shopping cart, going up the vertical ladder on the side, and returning to the upper floor.
Tianxin was very upset. What was going on? I had no choice but to follow. Qin Chuan walked all the way to the home appliance area and called the staff. Hello, I want this one. Qin Chuan pointed to a 588-liter Panasonic refrigerator and said. Tianxin looked at the price 20299.
Before she could react, she saw Qin Chuan pointing at a Miele washing machine and saying, I want one of this, and the matching dryer, and also that Hisense laser TV and the Bananua 9 speakers. The staff member wrote down, Sir, would you like to take these appliances away yourself or have them delivered to your door?
Delivery to your door, tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Tianxin on the side was stunned.
After a rough calculation, the home appliances Qin Chuan just ordered have exceeded 100,000 yuan.
Qin Chuan, are you moving to a new house and buying some appliances? No, these are bought for the dormitory. Tianxin's heart was bleeding.
If she tried to help her now, her best friend would definitely come over and beat her to death. She followed Qin Chuan to the cashier with a sad face. What to do? More than 100,000 yuan, what to do?
Call your parents and confess?
You bumped into a classmate, and to make amends, you brought him to the supermarket. Then the other party bought more than 100,000 worth of goods in less than an hour. After hearing this, Mom and Dad beat their little cotton padded jackets into pieces.
Just when Tianxin was struggling over whether to persuade Qin Chuan to stop,
the cashier politely quoted the price, Hello, sir.
The total consumption is 138,769 yuan.
Yes, swipe the card.
Ta-da-day.
Hello, sir, this is your receipt.
Please keep it safe and welcome to visit us next time. Tianxin felt like she was hallucinating. He paid for the 130,000 yuan bill himself? Aren't you going to buy anything? Qin Chuan turned around and asked Tianxin, who was in a daze. Chapter 34 Rolls-Royce Cullinan, used as a grocery shopping car. Tianxin was a little incoherent. Well, I don't have anything else to buy, he.
She blamed herself all the way, wondering how she could have imagined Qin Chuan to be the kind of bad guy who blackmailed people. The two put their things in the car, and Tianxin inserted the key to start the car.
Going back to school?
Qin Chuan thought about it and realized that the refrigerator had not arrived yet.
If he took the things back to school, they might spoil. Please send me to Shun District first.
I'll freeze the things and bring them back to the dorm when the refrigerator arrives.
You have friends living over there too, and our friends are having a party tonight, why don't you come and play together? No. It's okay, come on, they are very nice people. Tianxin looked so pitiful that Qin Chuan found it difficult to refuse for a while. Seeing that Qin Chuan had no objection, Tianxin happily prepared to start the car. But after trying 3 times, the fire didn't catch. The car broke down? What should I do?
Qin Chuan also tried it and found that there must be a problem with the engine.
I guess it can't be driven anymore.
I'll call a tow truck to tow the car to the shop for repairs.
Tianxin pouted, this was the only way. Then, Qin Chuandang opened the taxi hailing app.
But I found that the number of people queuing had reached 3 digits, and it would take at least an hour to wait for my turn.
The traffic in Kyoto is horrible. Qin Chuan couldn't wait any longer.
Most of the things in the trunk were frozen and refrigerated goods that couldn't be exposed to room temperature for a long time.
He got out of the car and looked around. Why don't I buy a car?
There's a car dealership nearby.
Tianxin thought there was something wrong with her ears, and she said in confusion, Huh? What do you mean?
I said, I just need a grocery cart, why don't I buy one so I don't have to take a taxi every day?
Tianxin was still confused. She got out of the car and followed Qin Chuan happily. Crash. The automatic glass door senses the arrival of customers and opens automatically. Welcome. The male salesperson blurted out the welcome words. The next second, 2 boys and girls who looked like students hurried in. Qin Chuan walked straight up to the male salesperson and asked, Which car do you have in stock?
Nearby, 2 female salespeople rolled their eyes and whispered to each other, there are so many pretentious people these days.
They demand cars in stock right away. How could a luxury car dealership like ours not have cars in stock? If we have one, would you buy it? That's right, if you want to show off, why not go to a Honda or BYD store? It's funny to come here. The male salesman swallowed and said, our entire showroom is full of cars. Sir, which car do you want?
Qin Chuan thought for a moment and said, the space needs to be large.
The male salesperson nodded. Oh, I see. It's to meet the needs of family travel, right?
Qin Chuan shook his head.
No, I just bought too much food.
I need a bigger space to store all the meat and vegetables.
The male salesperson was speechless. What kind of reason is this to buy a car? If you want to buy a grocery cart, just turn left and buy a Yachty. Why are you coming to my place?
The two saleswomen almost laughed out loud. I was so funny, I almost cried.
Quick, take out your phone and take a picture. This is the joke we're going to use to celebrate the new year. Tian Xian's face was filled with embarrassment.
She tugged at Qin Chuan's clothes and said, Qin Chuan, did we come to the wrong place? Qin Chuan looked around the showroom and replied, I've come to the right place. Although this store isn't a professional single-brand 4S store, the cars they sell are all large, which is exactly what I need.
Tian Xian was very upset. Brother, these are all Rolls-Royce, Bentley, and Maybach.
Of course the models are bigger.
Qin Chuan frowned and said, I recognize these car logos.
The male salesperson wiped the sweat from his forehead. The conversation between the two people in front of him was too weird.
Could they not be a couple? So what are they doing? Are they putting on a show for me? Or a mystery shopper from the head office? There was no other way.
The male salesperson, holding onto his collapsing heart, led Qin Chuan to a full-size SUV.
He nervously introduced, this is the Rolls-Royce Cullinan BB Edition, the first Rolls-Royce SUV.
It has a modified 6.75-liter V12 twin-turbocharged engine that produces 563 horsepower while ensuring a moderate torque 850 Nm at a relatively low speed 1,600 RPM. The entire car has been given a special blackened treatment, especially the Spirit of Ecstasy sculpture on the front, which is unique.
This car. Sir, do you want to test drive this car?
Sorry, we don't offer test drives right now. As you know, luxury cars are very concerned about their mileage.
Every kilometer of wear and tear is quite expensive.
And, what if it gets scratched or rubbed, it's hard to say what will happen. The saleswoman covered her stomach and laughed, ha, so all I've been doing is trying to get the license plate.
Shelby is so pitiful.
He's almost off work and he's being messed with by a weird customer.
Two female saleswomen hid in the corner and sneered. Tian Xian was relieved.
It turned out that Qin Chuan had been waiting for a taxi for too long, so he came here to test drive to kill time.
If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have been so scared.
We are all consumers, and it is not illegal to go into the store to take a look and test drive.
Just when Tian Xian felt that she saw through everything. But then Qin Chuan took out a bank card. I'm not going to test drive it. I'm in a hurry and the meat is about to go bad.
Hurry up and get the paperwork done and the temporary license plate issued.
I want to drive away right away.
The whole place was dead silent, and the music in the exhibition hall stopped inexplicably. Everything around Qin Chuan was silent, as if time had stopped.
Didn't you hear what I said?
Qin Chuan raised his voice and said to the male salesperson. The other party finally came to his senses and took Qin Chuan's card in shock.
He turned around and ran to the finance office.
But he didn't run more than 2 steps before turning back. Excuse me, sir, this car is the Rolls-Royce Cullinan BB version, with the most options. The price is about 1.7 million more than the regular version. The price including the license plate is about 10 million.
Qin Chuan, yeah. The male salesperson was puzzled and asked, Sir, do you want to reconsider?
After all, it's 10 million, and the other party's attitude is really too frivolous. He even used it to carry vegetables and meat, and used the Rolls-Royce as a grocery shopping cart.
Principal Wang didn't do that.
Seeing that the salesperson was not leaving, Qin Chuan became anxious and said, Hurry up and swipe your card to complete the formalities.
My food is going to go bad. The male salesperson took a deep breath. Oh my God, what kind of rich guy is this?
He bought a 10 million Rolls-Royce in less than 5 minutes. He didn't care about anything else and went to handle the procedures immediately, not daring to delay for a moment.
The two female salespeople were so shocked that their jaws dropped.
I just couldn't believe what was happening before my eyes.
Who buys a Rolls-Royce like this?
The commission for this order is at least 100,000 yuan. I just missed it. Both of them regretted it so much that their stockings were about to be torn by their hands. The male salesperson was very efficient and completed the entire process and made the temporary deal in no time.
Qin Chuan took the key and drove away. Tian Xian stood like a fool next to the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, motionless. Chapter 35. Do you think I am suitable to be a star? Kyoto, 3rd Ring Road elevated road, heading towards the district. A brand new SUV is driving on the road.
On the extremely crowded 3rd Ring Road elevated highway, only this car was surrounded by nothingness. The other cars all kept a distance of 2 cars from it.
In a Chanan Ito online car-hailing vehicle, a passenger patted the driver on the shoulder and said, "Master, is this your first day driving a sports car?
You're only going 30 miles per hour and keeping such a long distance from the car in front.
Go ahead and overtake it." The driver of the online taxi was sweating. "Dude, did you see what kind of car that is?
It's a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, or the BB version."
"The BB version is just the baby version, isn't it awesome?"
The driver was speechless.
"Dude, let me put it this way. If I try to overtake and accidentally hit someone, I'll have to go home and sell my house."
The passenger was horrified.
"Oh my god, that car is so expensive. I estimate it to be around 1,000.
The car suddenly became quiet, and the passengers no longer wanted the driver to overtake. Inside the Rolls-Royce Cullinan,
Tian Xian was sitting in the car with a starry sky roof and Hermes orange interior, still in a daze.
Before this, the most expensive car she had ever ridden was her best friend's Porsche 718. Suddenly she was sitting in a top-of-the-line luxury car worth tens of millions, but she wasn't at all excited or in the mood to take out her phone to take a selfie.
Instead, she clamped her legs tightly together and didn't dare to move her body.
The extremely luxurious interior exudes the taste of money everywhere. Every detail is meticulously crafted by craftsmen, and every part of the car is covered in soft leather.
Tian Xian was afraid that if she moved, she would accidentally rub or bump into something. "I can't even afford the compensation even if I sell my golf ball."
Just when she was feeling awkward and didn't know what to do, Qin Chuan in the driver's seat suddenly stretched out his hand.
Tian Xian's heart tightened, as the angle at which the other party stretched out his hand was heading towards her thigh.
"I'm not wearing stockings today, and my long, smooth legs are visible under my short skirt."
Tian Xian closed her eyes in fear, not daring to resist, and could only allow the other party to touch her.
But after several seconds, she didn't feel the warmth of Qin Chuan's hand. She opened her eyes and saw the other person's hand reaching out to the central control area on her side to press a lever on it.
After Qin Chuan pressed the lever, Tian Xian felt the cool breeze in front of her stop. "You keep shivering. If you're cold, just turn off the air conditioner. Don't freeze yourself,"
Qin Chuan said with some reproach.
Tian Xian looked embarrassed. "What was I thinking just now? How could Qin Chuan be that kind of person? And how could I be cold? I was just scared." Of course, Tian Xian only dared to complain about these things in her heart and was too embarrassed to say them out loud. "Hey, thank you." Tian Xian is a girl with a carefree personality.
After being reserved for more than 10 minutes, she let go. She thought to herself, after all, the other person is hundreds of times richer than me. He wouldn't have any bad intentions towards a small follower like her. So he slowly gathered his courage and stretched out his long legs.
He adjusted the seat and half lay down. Qin Chuan actually likes this kind of girl. When he gets along with Tian Xian, there are not so many twists and turns and intrigues. "Hey, Qin Chuan, what does your family do? How come you're so rich that you can buy a car worth 10 million yuan just by saying so?"
"My parents are both workers in a garment factory in Jiangning,"
Qin Chuan replied.
He never shied away from the truth about what kind of people his parents were. He did not discriminate against his parents' background and professional status like some children who suddenly became rich.
"Are you starting your own business?" "I guess so." "What project are you working on?"
"I do some small business. I also run a hotel, sell cars and so on, and soon I will also enter the film and television industry."
Tian Xian sorted it out and muttered to herself.
"Oh, so you run ABB in a used car business, no wonder you were so rich." It has also entered the film and television industry, that is Douyin short video.
Tian Xian smiled and asked, "What kind of video are you going to shoot recently? Do you think I can make a guest appearance?" "Hee, I also want to try the feeling of being an internet celebrity." Qin Chuan looked at Tian Xian, who was 1.7 meters tall and had legs nearly 1 meter long. Today she is wearing a loose green pullover sweatshirt and a pair of black ultra-short shorts. The length of the sweatshirt covers the shorts, better highlighting her unrivaled long legs. Her face shape and facial features are extremely similar to Yang Chaoyue's. She has two high buns on her head, and she looks youthful, lively, playful, and cute overall. It fits perfectly with her carefree personality. Her style is completely opposite to Su Xiaoyan's, but her appearance is comparable to Su Xiaoyan. You have good qualifications. I'll go to the company and tell them. If there's a chance, I'll give you an audition. Really? That's great. Tian Xin danced with joy. Then, holding her delicate face, she said with longing, if I become famous, I might have the opportunity to work with Reba in the future. Do you know Reba? She is my favorite actress. She is so beautiful. She is the goddess in my heart. And Boss Yang. If you see Reba, you will definitely see Boss Yang as well. My whole family likes her dramas, especially Love and Destiny. My mom has watched it countless times. Seeing Tian Xin's excitement, Qin Chuan's mouth twitched. Just as I was about to speak, you just cooperate with them, there is no need to wait until later. Tian Xin pointed to a place not far ahead and said, Qin Chuan, over there, that's the residential complex. Qin Chuan stopped talking and drove the car in the direction she pointed. Thank you, Qin Chuan. Come over after you put your things away. I'll be waiting for you. Qin Chuan nodded. Since he had promised the other party, he had to come tonight no matter what. After Tian Xin left, he turned on the navigation and found that this community was only a stone's throw away from his Kyoto Manor, just around the corner. Kyoto Manor, Villa Number 1. When Qin Chuan came back, the villa was empty and Xiao Charan was not there. He took out his phone and called Xiao Charan. Where are you? Why aren't you at the villa? Don't you want this job anymore? Xiao Charan hesitated and stammered, Boss. I had some things to do at the TV station that I haven't finished handing over yet. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Charan's background voice was a bit noisy, as if he was at a dinner party. From time to time, a man would shout, Xiao Charan, what are you doing? Who are you calling? Do you understand the rules? Come over and toast to Mr. Wang. Xiao Charan quickly said to Qin Chuan, Boss, I promise to return to the villa after completing the handover of my work. Before Xiao Charan could finish, a busy tone came from the other end, as if someone had forcibly hung up. Qin Chuan looked at the phone that had been hung up. I felt something was wrong in my heart. Xiao Charan was a good person in every way except that he was too responsible. He must be in some trouble now. It seems I have to go there after class tomorrow. Chapter 36. He is not from the same world as us. Kyoto, Shun District, the first Shirue Villa community. Huang Wenwen went to the gate of the community to welcome her good friend Tian Xin. Xin, why are you here so late? Did you send your classmate home? No, my mom's car broke down, so my classmate brought me here. Huang Wenwen thought the boy had called an online taxi and didn't think much of it. She smiled and said, Why, he's interested in you and even sent you here specially. Tian Xin's cute face immediately turned red, and she raised her fist as if to hit someone. No, how could he possibly like me? Yo, with your family conditions, there are so many boys waiting to chase you. Huang Wenwen was right. Tian Xin's parents were both middle-level managers in state-owned enterprises. The family's annual income is close to 1 million, which is considered middle-class in Kyoto. Huang Wenwen continued to ask, where does he live? What do his parents do? He said his parents were workers in a garment factory in Jiangning. Huang Wenwen frowned. You're from a small town, not Kyoto? Your parents are workers in a small garment factory. Xin, you'd better be careful. Don't be fooled by boys like this. There are so many outsiders trying so hard to settle in Kyoto now. Some people even cheat on marriage to get a household registration. Tian Xin said seriously, Wenwen, you underestimate Qin Chuan. He is very capable. He runs a used car business, runs ABB, and even uses Douyin to shoot videos. Huang Wenwen snorted disdainfully, how much money can he make from those petty tricks? Qin Chuan is not just making a small move. Huang Wenwen poked her bestie's head with a finger. You're just a love-brained person. Let's not talk about anything else. Just look at this Shoshuang Shirua Villa community we're in now. It sells for 40,000 yuan per square meter,
so every house is at least 10 million yuan. Xinshin, 10 million yuan, he'd have to work hard for several lifetimes to earn that.
Tian Xian tilted her head and said lightly, Jin Chuan just spent 10 million to buy a car.
Huang Wenwen had a puzzled look on her face, and then she said coquettishly, Tian Xian.
Did you listen to me? Stop being in love and wake up. Why are you still talking nonsense for him? Tian Xian was a little anxious, stamping her feet and saying, Oh, I'm not talking nonsense, what I said is true.
Seeing her best friend getting a little anxious, Huang Wenwen softened her tone a bit and said, Okay, then tell me, what happened just now?
Why did he buy a car out of the blue?
Tian Xian began seriously. Originally, Jin Chuan had no intention of buying a car, but because my car broke down and I had to wait in line for a long time to get a ride. He was worried that the meat and seafood in the trunk would go bad at room temperature, so he dragged me to buy a car. In the end, Tian Xian also felt that Jin Chuan's motive for buying a car was really absurd, and even her own description of it seemed a bit weird.
Huang Wenwen's mouth twitched.
This was the most ridiculous reason for buying a car she had ever heard in her life.
Just because you have to queue up for an online ride-hailing service and you are afraid that the meat and seafood you bought from the supermarket will go bad, you turn around and buy a car?
Tian Xian, are you questioning my IQ?
Wenwen, I didn't. Tian Xian shook her head like a rattle.
Huang Wenwen hugged her chest with both hands, and her 34D breasts were fully supported by her.
Her angry breathing made her chest swell even more. Then keep making it up. Oh no, keep telling me what kind of car he bought. Tian Xian thought for a moment and said, Rolls-Royce Cullinan, oh yes, it's the BB version, the Cullinan Black Badge model. Huang Wenwen lowered her eyes and looked at Tian Xian as if she was an idiot.
Xinshin, let me think about this and see if this is the case. You mean, your college classmate, a classmate from a small county, who deals in used cars, drives a celebrity, and shoots Douyin's Qin Xuan, was worried about waiting in line for online ride-hailing services and the meat and seafood he just bought going bad. So he turned around and bought a Rolls-Royce Cullinan BB edition.
Right? Tian Xian opened her big, bright black eyes and nodded vigorously. By the way, how much does this Rolls-Royce Cullinan BB version cost? Huang Wenwen's tone was very soft and kind. 10 million.
Huang Wenwen raised her hands, clapped her hands and said, Wow, 10 million. Tian Xian pursed her lips, she could feel the sarcasm from her best friend. Huang Wenwen's expression suddenly changed, and she began to roar into her friend's ear, Tian Xian.
Do you think I'm an idiot? Where in the world is there such a person? Did his family get their money from the sky? Before you make up a story, don't you think about how outrageous it is? After that, she pulled Tian Xian up and said, Don't say anymore. I don't want to hear it.
I called you here today to help you solve your lifelong problem.
Ah? What lifelong event? I don't want it. Hey, just think of it as meeting a new friend. Tian Xian shook Huang Wenwen's hand away with one arm.
Wenwen, if you don't explain clearly, I won't go up with you. Huang Wenwen saw this and had to confess, it's that he Shuhua, Mr. He. I saw you last time on my birthday, and he kept pestering me, saying he liked you.
You ignored him last time and left early.
This time, he specially held a party at his home and invited you to come and play.
The rest of us are just supporting roles. Tian Xian's pink face rarely showed anger. Wenwen, why didn't you tell me the truth earlier?
Oh, if I tell you the truth, you won't come.
Tian Xian turned around and was about to leave.
That he Shuhua is very arrogant.
I don't like him.
Xinshin, young master, he is incredibly arrogant, and he has every reason to be. Look at the neighborhood he lives in. The house alone is worth 10 million, not to mention the 5 million renovations. His father is the president of the Hua Bank branch, and his social status and connections are top-notch. Even if your Qin Xuan is rich, how can he compare to young master He's family?
And how can he compare to young master He's father's social status?
Huang Wenwen tried to persuade He Shuhua earnestly, but He Shuhua did not give her any benefits. She was completely kind-hearted and wanted her sisters to live a better life.
Xinshin, we are all adults. A little bit of love is enough. Don't be too obsessed with it.
No matter how handsome a man is or how good he is to you, as long as he has no money, it's all bullshit.
Be realistic, my little cutie. Huang Wenwen said, holding Tian Xian's delicate and fair face with both hands. At this time, Tian Xian's phone rang, and she quickly picked up the phone. Hello, this is Qin Xuan. I've put my things away and am now at the gate of this community. Tian Xin's eyes lit up, and she came up with an idea. She quickly replied, "Wait for me over there, I'll come out to pick you up." Huang Wenwen pouted and looked very unhappy.
Xinxin, don't blame your sisters for being too harsh.
I'm doing this for your own good.
People from other places are always in a different world from us Kyoto people.
Chapter 37, $1 Million Mansion.
Kyoto, Shun District, the gate of the Shochuang Shirua Villa community.
Tian Xin rushed to
Qin Xuan first, clasped her hands together, and said with a sad face, help me, Qin Xuan, you have to help me.
No matter what I say later, you have to cooperate with me.
Okay, please. Qin Xuan was puzzled, but for the sake of his classmate, he had to nod. Seeing that the other party agreed, Tian Xin's worry turned into joy, and she immediately showed a lovable smile. She came up and hugged Qin Xuan's arm, which frightened Qin Xuan so much that he subconsciously wanted to withdraw his hand. Tian Xin had anticipated this, and she held on tightly, lowering her voice and saying, "You promised me, don't go back on your word." Huang Wenwen arrived later and was furious when she saw her best friend hugging Qin Xuan. Looking at Qin Xuan again, he was wearing casual clothes, looking ordinary.
He was just a little more handsome, so he said unhappily, "Drive in."
Mr. He's parking space is very big and can definitely accommodate your Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Qin Xuan smiled and said, "The car didn't come. I saw that the two sides were close, so I walked over." Because he had fallen 2 levels in a row, Qin Xuan needed more time to practice breathing exercises on his body.
Shun District is far away from the city and is the best place to practice. Huang Wenwen couldn't help but frown. He is indeed a liar and a scumbag. When it comes to verifying the authenticity, he just lied and said that the car broke down and was left at home, and the driver drove away today. On the way to the villa, Huang Wenwen secretly sent a message to Yi Xiao. Let Yi Xiao be prepared and make sure to expose the scumbag and save her best friend. Several people came to a townhouse and Huang Wenwen rang the doorbell. A young man in white shirt and white pants walked out of the house. The other person has long hair. Her hair was combed back with hair oil, looking meticulous. The white shirt has a very good texture and a drape, making it look casual and elegant when worn. Loose straight pants paired with a pair of flip-flops are a very rich look. He Shuhua opened the door with a smile, and his first sight fell on the sweet and lovely Tian Xin. He pretended to be calm and enthusiastic. "Hey, welcome, two beautiful ladies. Please come in. Then, knowingly asking, "Who is this brother?" Huang Wenwen continued, "He is Tian Xin's classmate." Tian Xin pursed her lips and retorted, "No, he is my boyfriend." A barely perceptible sneer flashed across Yi Shuo's face, but he then continued smiling as he said, "Come in quickly, everyone is here." After saying that, Yi Shuo took the lead and led the 3 people into this mansion worth tens of millions. Entering the villa courtyard, Huang Wenwen said enviously, "In Kyoto, where every inch of land is valuable, anyone who can own a townhouse can be considered a successful person. If there is also a 20-30 square meter garden in front of the villa, then you are simply a winner in life." Tian Xin looked at the layout of the villa courtyard and showed an expression of liking it. Yi Shuo said proudly, "This garden wasn't just casually created. My mother hired a designer to design and plant it specifically. It's completely different from those farmyards that grow vegetables and fruits. In our situation, we have to pay attention to the quality of life." Huang Wenwen sighed, "It really is good to be rich. Mr. He, the greenery in your community is also great. Walking in here feels like returning to nature." "Of course not. Our community has a green area of 45%. After all, there are only villas here, not those small apartments of 100 square meters or so." Upon hearing this, Tian Xin asked, "Qin Xuan, your residential complex isn't nearby. How's the green area there? Is there a big difference compared to this community?" Qin Xuan thought about it and remembered that his garden should be 1,500 square meters, so he said, "I estimate it should be more than 50%. Yi Shuo sneered, "How could it possibly be more than 50%? The developer isn't making any money." "Brother, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand." Huang Wenwen was embarrassed for her best friend. She pulled Tian Xin and said, "Xinxin, tell Qin Xuan to stop bragging. These are all well-known young masters in Kyoto. Wenwen, what if Qin Xuan is not bragging? You should not underestimate him." Huang Wenwen rolled her eyes. It seemed that her best friend was really hopeless. Yi Shuo shook his head, unwilling to argue with Qin Xuan anymore.
In his mind, when the gap between people reaches a certain level, he would not bother to slap each other in the face.
Has anyone seen Ma from Hangzhou showing off his wealth to a low-level employee? People just say, I'm not interested in money, I've never touched money.
Use words that sound very Versailles to stimulate you.
But you can't find any reason to refute them.
Because they have the capital to show off like this. Several people walked into the villa, which was decorated very luxuriously. The 18th century Baroque architectural style demonstrates the strong financial resources of the owner of this house. A 5 or 6 meter long crystal chandelier hangs from the 10-meter high ceiling of the living room. Sofas imported from Europe, marble floors imported from Italy.
Every inch of the house smells of money. Even Huang Wenwen in Tianxian, who had seen some of the world, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise.
It's too luxurious, Mr. He.
How much did the decoration cost? Huang Wenwen couldn't help but ask.
He Shuhua raised the corner of his mouth, hiding his pride, and said, about 6 or 7 million.
The two girls gasped, 6 or 7 million. The money from renovations could buy a property in Kyoto.
He Shuhua laughed and said, when it comes to houses, the more the better.
It's the quality that counts. After all, people can only sleep in one bed every day.
Qin Chuan looked around nonchalantly.
Huang Wenwen saw this and thought to herself. You are a scumbag from a small county.
You will be exposed when you come to such a high-end decorated villa.
I must reveal your true face today.
She pretended to be casual and asked, Qin Chuan, you look so carefully.
Is this the first time you've seen this style of decoration? No wonder.
Baroque architecture is an architectural and decorative style developed on the basis of Italian Renaissance architecture. Its main characteristics are the use of a large amount of precious materials and bright colors during decoration.
An ordinary small bungalow can't convey this sense of history.
Qin Chuan nodded. Huang Wenwen's analysis was relatively correct.
You're right, but there's one thing you didn't mention.
The most important characteristic of Baroque architecture is the display of wealth.
Huang Wenwen was stunned.
The other party actually knew what he was doing. Qin Chuan continued, however, the Baroque style of this villa is still lacking in flavor. They probably hired someone from somewhere else, not a top Italian designer.
It lacks the unique Italian flair for imagination, and the choice of murals and chandeliers is rather conservative. The marble for the floor wasn't top quality either, it just looks like first-rate quality. Qin Chuan's analysis left everyone stunned. Chapter 38 I didn't agree with your plan.
He Shuhua's face showed displeasure.
Huang Wenwen knew his temper and quickly jumped in to smooth things over. Qin Chuan, what do you know? You learned a few words online and you're showing off. Their renovations cost millions, so how could the materials be bad?
Then he pushed He Shuhua in and asked him to introduce other friends. When entering the living room, Huang Wenwen turned around and glared at Tianxian. Xin, this is the last time I will help you.
Tell Qin Chuan to control his mouth and stop pretending.
He Shuhua felt a little unhappy and didn't want to argue with Qin Chuan in advance.
But I didn't expect that they would be so arrogant.
They walked into the living room and saw 4 young people of similar age sitting there, 2 men and 2 women.
Everyone is dressed fashionably, wearing expensive clothes and luxury brand bags.
He Shuhua ushered the 3 people into the room and extended his hand, introducing them. This is Zhang Haoyu, young Master Zhang.
His family owns a restaurant.
The recently popular online hot pot restaurant, Zhang Hezhuang, is their business.
They've even hired celebrities as their spokespersons. They now have 500 stores nationwide. The girl next to him is his girlfriend. Huang Wenwen quickly bowed and greeted him, appearing very enthusiastic.
Zhang Haoyu put his arm around his female companion, glanced at her, hummed softly, and ignored her. He Shuhua pretended not to notice and continued to introduce another person. This is the founder of TT Group, Long Tian, also known as Young Master Long. When Huang Wenwen heard it was TT Group, she immediately said excitedly, TT Group, Long Tian, I know. It's the beauty brand store TT that can be found in shopping malls across the country.
I love this brand of cosmetics so much. Every time I get my living allowance, I have to go there to buy some.
When Long Tian heard the fans' praise, he lowered his crossed legs, handed over a bottle of beer and said, I, Long Tian, feel honored to have the love of a beautiful fan.
The company will release new winter products in a few days. Please leave your contact information and I will send you a set when the time comes.
Huang Wenwen was flattered and took the beer with both hands.
Thank you, Mr. Long. I will definitely support TT forever.
He Shuhua seemed to be introducing things calmly, but in fact he was showing off his connections. Speaking of the strength of a family friend is also a way to show his strength. Then, he introduced Huang Wenwen. This beautiful lady is Huang Wenwen, a freshman at Kyoto Film and Television Academy, our future movie queen.
Mr. He, I'm so embarrassed when you say that. Huang Wenwen stuck out her tongue and said jokingly.
When they heard that it was a freshman from Kyoto Film and Television Academy, everyone present immediately became interested. They have seen so many beauties and are tired of playing with them. Future stars are rare. Zhang Haoyu was no longer indifferent.
He finally turned his head and looked at Huang Wenwen.
Then, He Shuhua introduced Tian Xan. This beautiful lady is a top student from our Kyoto University of Finance and Economics. Her name is Tian Xan.
After hearing this, several people were not so excited anymore.
Although Tian Xan's appearance is comparable to Huang Wenwen's, she is a bit taller.
But there are so many good-looking female college students in Kyoto, it's nothing special.
But He Shuhua's next words aroused the interest of several people again. He said mysteriously, our sister Xinshin is the one favored by tonight's mysterious guest.
Mysterious guest? Mysterious guest? Mysterious guest?
Everyone looked at each other, completely stunned by He Shuhua's words. Even Huang Wenwen, who had been helping out, was shocked.
He tugged at the corner of He Shuhua's clothes and said, Mr. He, what do you mean? How come I don't know anything?
He Shuhua snorted and laughed, not hiding anything. I'm not the protagonist in tonight's game.
The protagonist is someone else, a big shot.
In order to persuade him, I spent countless manpower and resources, and used countless connections to finally persuade him.
Long Tian and Zhang Haoyu took a deep breath after hearing what He Shuhua said.
A big shot was coming today, and they had no idea about it beforehand. The two of them came to visit He Shuhua's home tonight entirely because there were some financial problems in the company. He wanted a bank loan, and He Shuhua's father was the president of the Kyoto Huaxing branch.
Because of this relationship, they came to visit. Mr. He, why didn't you tell us in advance? Zhang Haoyu was a little angry. He Shuhua's actions left him in the dark.
Based on this point alone, he felt that He Shuhua had given him no face at all. Long Tian said, Mr. He, it seems like you're treating us like pawns.
The two men spoke sharply and did not give He Shuhua any face.
But He Shuhua laughed and said, Young Master Long, Young Master Zhang, you're being too polite.
I was just keeping you in suspense.
Today, this important figure only needs one word to make all your little troubles go away.
He can solve everything with just a flick of his finger. Long Tian tasted the meaning behind the other party's words and said directly, Oh? Really? Mr. He went to great lengths to help us, what do you want?
He Shuhua said bluntly, I like young Master Long's quick words. So, I'll help you two raise at least 500 million yuan in financing.
You give me 1% of the company's shares. How about that? Pretty reasonable, right?
Long Tian and Zhang Haoyu narrowed their eyes slightly when they heard this. I thought to myself, that damn He Shuhua, it turns out he is here to act as a broker. Although the two of them cursed He Shuhua for taking advantage of the situation. But now, due to the company's capital chain problems, it urgently needs a large amount of capital injection.
So I could only grit my teeth and continue sitting there.
Zhang Haoyu said, Mr. He, as long as the money is in place, the shares can be discussed.
Long Tian asked, who is that important person? Just as He Shuhua was about to reveal the answer, Tian Xan yelled, He Shuhua. Who do you think I am? Are you using me as a tool to make money? He Shuhua glanced at Tian Xan with disdain when he heard this. It's your blessing that others like you. Don't you see what kind of person you are? Huang Wenwen didn't expect things to turn out like this. She pulled Tian Xan up and said, Xinshin, let's go.
What a bastard young master, he's actually a pimp for others. But just as she took Tian Xan's hand, He Shuhua said slowly, Tian Xan, if you dare to leave this room today, no one will help you cover the 10 million your father lost.
Tian Xan suddenly stopped and stood there in a daze. How did He Shuhua know that his father embezzled public funds to speculate in stocks and lost 10 million? You? He Shuhua laughed. Ha ha, the Kyoto world is so small. How could your father's scandal be hidden? Luckily, their company, out of respect, will let your father off the hook if he makes up for the losses within a certain period. Time is running out, only 3 days. Tian Xan lowered her head. She knew about her father.
The family was already in a mess, and the company was given 7 days to fill the 10 million yuan hole. But the house worth 6 million yuan was on the market for a few days. The agent had no intention of helping to sell the property and kept lowering the price. Seeing that the time is running out, it is impossible to pay back the 10 million.
Can you lend me 10 million? Tian Xin let go of her bestie's hand and asked in a low voice.
Of course. As long as you serve the important person well, 10 million is just a grain of sand in his hand.
Tian Xin sighed in despair. Okay. He Shuhua laughed out loud when he heard this. Tonight's game is all under his control.
Suddenly, a voice came from the corner.
I don't agree with your plan.
Chapter 39. In my eyes, everyone here is trash. Everyone present looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the person speaking was a man in ordinary casual clothes. Apart from his slightly handsome appearance, everything else about him is unremarkable.
He Shuhua stood up and walked forward cynically. Oh, sorry, I forgot about your boyfriend, Tian Xin. Could you please bear the pain and let your girlfriend go?
He Shuhua didn't take Qin Chuan seriously at all and spoke recklessly. Faced with such rubbish provocation, Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, clenched his fists, and murderous intent surged in his hands. Seeing this, He Shuhua showed no fear. He took out his bulging wallet from his pocket and pulled out a thick stack of 100 yuan bills. He threw the bills one by one at Qin Chuan.
Little punk, I've been putting up with you for a long time.
Ever since you walked in, you've been acting all self-righteous and arrogant.
Who the hell do you think you are? I can kill you with money.
In Kyoto circles, money is king.
I'll give you a chance. I'm in a good mood now. As long as you can fit in the money, go ahead and pretend. Then take the money and get out of here.
Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes and said coldly, with your limited strength, you dare to bark in front of me.
Tian Xin was in deep despair.
At this moment, she could not feel the words and actions of the people around her, and just lowered her head blankly.
Huang Wenwen is a sensible girl.
Since she is unable to help her best friend, she can only ask her best friend's boyfriend for help. She walked up to Qin Chuan and said, Qin Chuan, let's go. They are too powerful to be fooled by just a few words.
Xinxin's father's problem is too serious. There is no way for you and me to help.
For her own good, you should give up.
Qin Chuan snorted coldly. Two small business owners and a garbage broker who only relies on his father's connections, what kind of shitty strength can they have?
In my eyes, everyone here is garbage.
You. Who are you to say that to us?
Zhang Haoyu, who had a perverse personality, stood up first and pointed at Qin Chuan angrily.
Ha, you are trying to show off by imitating the short videos on Douyin.
In fact, you are a loser with no money in your pocket.
Don't embarrass yourself here. Long Tian often watches Douyin and has seen too many plots of Dragon King's son-in-law.
He is exactly the same as Qin Chuan now. But he didn't believe that Qin Chuan had the strength to challenge them. He Shuhua was furious and shouted, you're telling me about strength, right?
Okay, I'll tell you what strength is.
The villa design you looked down on when you walked in was designed by Su Shiguo, a top domestic designer, and cost 500,000 yuan. The chandelier you looked down on was imported from Italy and cost 150,000 yuan.
The marble flooring you thought was low quality actually cost 1 million yuan in total. Just this alone is more than you could ever save in your entire life after graduation. Everyone present was shocked when they heard this.
The design fees, chandeliers and floors alone cost nearly 2 million. Even the two founders of the company could not match this achievement. After all, most of their net worth is stock value.
The actual spare money on hand is not that abundant.
What a rubbish house. I really don't understand how you can show off a townhouse. Your vision is so low, and you still dream of being a broker and making money from information.
He Shuhua blushed at what Qin Chuan said. Well, this is a rubbish house. If you have a better one, let's see it. I want to see if there are any other villas in Kyoto that can compare to mine. Okay, let's go now.
After that, several people drove together to Qin Chuan's house to take a look. When they arrived at the parking lot, the three of them got into Long Tiantian's Land Rover Range Rover.
Qin Chuan pulled Tian Xin into Huang Wenwen's Volkswagen Polo. Zhang Haoyu rolled down the window and yelled at the Volkswagen Polo, you don't even have a car, why are you pretending to be so arrogant? Can you please have some shame?
In the car, Huang Wenwen looked embarrassed and said, Qin Chuan, how about I take you to the subway entrance and you can go by yourself? Qin Chuan ignored her and said, go out the east gate, then go straight.
Turn right at the traffic light and you will reach the southwest gate of my community. That gate is closer to my home.
Seeing that she couldn't persuade him, Huang Wenwen could only sigh and give up.
It was 8 o'clock in the evening and it was already dark.
Huang Wenwen drove her car carefully out of the community and followed Qin Chuan's instructions.
In the Land Rover, Zhang Hao, you cursed, fuck, what kind of car is that woman driving? At 30 miles per hour, we won't get there until tomorrow. Long Tian sneered, huh, do you really think that kid will take us to his house? Isn't it?
He Shuhua said, he probably wanted Huang Wenwen to drop him off at the subway entrance and then run away.
Several people in the car burst into laughter. The next moment, several people looked up.
I saw the Volkswagen Polo stopped at an intersection.
See, I was right. Mister, he is amazing. He can even guess this. Mister, he is awesome. But then, the Volkswagen Polo in front started again and turned right.
The three of them were speechless and followed in disappointment. After turning the corner, the Volkswagen Polo drove straight to the entrance of a community built with giant stone pillars. The community security guard stopped the car and said sternly, "This is a private community.
Outside vehicles are not allowed to enter." Huang Wenwen rolled down the car window.
It was the first time she saw such a magnificent community gate.
For a moment I didn't know how to talk to the security guard.
Qin Chuan, who was in the back seat of the car, lowered the window and said to the security guard, "These are my friends. I'm taking them home, along with the Land Rover in the back." The security guard recognized Qin Chuan the first time he saw him. The owner of Building 1, Kyoto Manor, the king of the building. This time, even facial recognition is not needed, the car can be let in directly.
Okay, Mr. Qin, I wish you a happy life. Huang Wenwen drove the car into the community. She felt as if she was floating and had a feeling of disbelief.
Long Tintian's Land Rover followed closely behind, and these few people were knowledgeable about the business. When he arrived at the gate of Kyoto Manor, he realized that something was wrong. They all know here. It can be said that anyone with a little money in Kyoto knows this.
The house in Kyoto Manor is the dream house of every rich person. It is a symbol of status.
But the ridiculously high price will discourage 99.99999% of people. Living here, you can only be among the top 0.00001% of the world's bigwigs.
At this moment, He Shuhua just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Two cars drove into villa number 11 after the other.
Then, they both got off the car. When they stepped onto the 1,500 square meter garden, they felt as if they were in the Palace of Versailles in France.
Huang Wenwen took the distraught Tian Xin and walked in this big garden. Everything was so dreamy. Does Qin Chuan really have a house in Kyoto?
It is obvious that the specifications of this community are countless times more advanced than He Shuhua's community, and it is the kind that can crush his community.
There are only large single-family villas here, and the townhouses are just trash.
There is also a garden, and a garden is only over 1,000 square meters. He Shuhua's house is at best a flower garden. Qin Chuan led the way and walked in front, while Huang Wenwen followed closely behind, holding Tian Xin. He Shuhua and the other two followed closely, like three little chicks, in silence all the way.
Chapter 40, How dare you tease my girlfriend without thinking twice?
On the way to the villa hall, Huang Wenwen secretly took out her cell phone.
From Baidu, you can find information about Building 1 of Kyoto Manor. Soon, the search results came out.
She looked at the screen and read aloud, "Kyoto Manor, Villa number 1 is the top-tier building in the complex. The interior is luxuriously decorated, using only top-quality materials. The entire villa and garden cover 10 acres of land, with a construction area of 3,300 square meters. It has 12 bedrooms, 10 large parking spaces, an indoor and outdoor international standard swimming pools, spas, dry and wet steam rooms, a massage pool, a billiard room, a gym, an audio-visual room, and other supporting entertainment facilities. According to the latest news, this top-tier building has been purchased by a mysterious customer, and the transaction price is conservatively estimated to be no less than 1 billion.
Seeing the end, Huang Wenwen couldn't help but exclaimed, 1 billion? This house is worth 1 billion. She looked at her best friend Tian Xin and put her hands on her shoulders.
Xin, you've made a fortune.
Qin Chuan is a hidden rich man. He lives in a house worth 1 billion yuan. His net worth is at least 10 billion yuan.
A hint of surprise flashed across Tian Xin's beautiful eyes, but it quickly dimmed.
Wenwen, I've already told you that Qin Chuan is not an ordinary person. Oh, Shinshin, it's my fault. I didn't recognize the real talent. Why are you still so sad? Your boyfriend is so rich. Your dad's problem is just a matter of numbers to him.
Tian Xan laughed helplessly at herself. Wenwen, Qin Chuan is not my boyfriend at all, he is just my college classmate. Besides, he has already helped me a lot, how can I have the nerve to ask him for money again, and 10 million more? Huang Wenwen hugged Tian Xan, showing sympathy on her face, and a hint of relief and joy flashed through her heart. He Shu Hua and the other two looked as ugly as if they had eaten shit. As arrogant as they were just now, they are as embarrassed now. In front of a wealthy man like Qin Chuan. The founder of an internet-famous hotpot restaurant with 500 stores across the country, or the manager of a well-known beauty brand, are all bullshit. The two men's business worked hard and worked like slaves to raise funds, but the amount of money they raised was not even enough to buy someone else's house. The two men looked extremely ugly, fearing that they might have some business connection with Qin Chuan. If the other party gets unhappy and directly snipes and kills them, then they're doomed.
Several people entered the villa hall.
The house is decorated in French style, which is extremely luxurious. All the furniture, decorations, and chandeliers look very expensive at first glance. Qin Chuan stopped, turned around and faced everyone, pointing at his Shu Hua and said, "My villa versus his, which one is better?" Long Tian turned against him immediately, saying, "Your Excellency, your villa is a far cry from Shu Hua's." Qin Chuan couldn't stand this kind of villain the most and ignored him. He pointed at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling and said, "This crystal chandelier is the cheapest Swarovski crystal chandelier in the house.
It costs 1.88 million. The marble floor on the first floor is worth 5 million.
Mr. He, I really can't understand how you can have the nerve to talk to me about your strength." He Shu Hua was choked and dared not say a word, and could only lower his head. In the face of the absolute gap in strength. Even if he is the king of talking in Ionia, it is useless. Suddenly, He Shu Hua's cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that the person calling was the big shot of the night. Before he answered the phone, he came up with an idea and quickly ran out of the house. A few minutes later, He Shu Hua seemed like a different person, walking in with his head held high and his chest puffed out. He pointed at Qin Chuan's nose and said, "Qin Chuan, I didn't expect you to be so capable. You've made so much money by trading used cars, running BBS, and filming Douyin.
I admit that if you're in the right place, even a pig can fly.
But quick money is only so little, and no matter how much you make, your net worth is only tens of billions. Compared to the big shot tonight, you're still a little kid." Qin Chuan frowned slightly. He Shu Hua continued, "As the saying goes, a man who knows the current situation is a hero. Your billions of dollars are nothing compared to the family of the big shot. He has a bad temper and hates others stealing his woman. I still advise you not to interfere.
It's just one woman.
I'll find you another one someday. We are both respectable people with status. There's no need to make things unpleasant." On the surface, He Shu Hua's words seemed like good advice. In fact, it is a threat taking advantage of the situation and relying on the power of others to bully others. Qin Chuan felt a little curious when he heard this.
Who on earth is that person who looks down upon a billionaire?
At this time, Qin Chuan's cell phone rang.
It was the security guard at the community gate.
"Hello, Mr. Qin, there's a friend of yours who wants to visit at the gate of the community.
Can you let him in?" Qin Chuan was stunned. He didn't invite anyone.
Then I thought that this person was probably the big shot that He Shu Hua mentioned.
So I replied, "Let it go, thank you."
When He Shu Hua heard the word release, he immediately became alert.
The big shot is coming.
He immediately stepped back and ran out of the house to greet him in person. The rest of the people stayed in the villa, looking quietly towards the gate. 10 minutes later, the cast iron gate weighing 3 tons, 10 meters long and 5 meters high slowly opened. A red Rolls-Royce drove in slowly.
He Shu Hua opened the back door of the Rolls-Royce attentively. A man in casual clothes and a baseball cap got out of the back seat of the Rolls-Royce.
He Shu Hua bent over and led the way like a dog. When the two walked into the villa, He Shu Hua's aura was fully unleashed. "Everyone, this is the big shot I've been talking about, the Prince of Wanda Group, young Master Wang Kong."
Long Tian, Zhang Haoyu and others were stunned. What's going on?
He Shu Hua actually invited the Prince of Wanda Group to come.
This is too unreal.
This super rich man is the prince of a wealthy family.
They are not in the same class as these small fry.
Long Tian and Zhang Haoyu hurriedly came up to introduce themselves to me.
Wang Xiao owns an angel investment company and is the real financial backer.
He Shuhua raised his chin slightly and looked at Qin Chuan. His eyes seemed to be saying, "You are scared now. Your billions of dollars in assets are not enough to stand in front of others. Even if you have a mansion, if you have more money, you have to talk about family and property. Without real industries, it will ultimately be a bubble. Those who speculate in the cryptocurrency circle are a lesson for us."
He Shuhua quickly pulled Wang Tsong in front of Tian Xian and said, "Mr. Wang, this is the Tian Xian you keep talking about, Miss Tian.
I took great pains to invite her here for you.
Miss Tian has admired you for a long time, right, Miss Tian?"
He Shuhua winked at Tian Xian, and Tian Xian lowered her head helplessly.
Okay, He Shuhua, you really understand my heart,"
Wang Song said with a smile. He has a special liking for sweet and lovely girls.
"I met Tian Xian once at a banquet before and I can't forget her."
He Shuhua saw through Wang Song's thoughts, which is why this situation happened tonight.
Just when Wang Song wanted to chat with Tian Xian further, Qin Chuan, who was sitting on the sofa, said coldly, "Wang Song, how dare you tease my girlfriend without thinking twice?"
As soon as these words were spoken, the room suddenly became quiet and everyone held their breath.
Qin Chuan actually dared to provoke Wang Song.
He is the prince of Wanda Group, a company with a market value of nearly 1 trillion yuan.
Is Qin Chuan crazy? Chapter 41, You are qualified to talk to me about a business worth only 300 million?
When Wang Song heard someone talking to him like that, he instantly wanted to swear. I am the prince of Wanda Group and the only son of the group chairman, yet someone actually asks me to think twice. Wang Song has a hot temper and has publicly criticized several bigwigs.
He even once fought against 4 of them alone and angrily criticized the 4 young masters of Beijing.
He quickly turned his head and started to spit out "fuck you." But when he saw the person in front of him clearly, he was stunned.
You are Qin, Boss Qin?" Wang Song asked in shock.
Qin Chuan sneered, "Huh, it seems you still know who I am." Suddenly, Wang Song realized that he had come to Kyoto Manor.
Isn't the mysterious major shareholder of the group who owns 30% of the shares living here? When 30% of Wanda Group's shares were bought overnight, the entire group was shocked. Everyone was guessing what kind of international consortium or financial giant the other party was. But later, his father Wan Lin told him. The person who acquired 30% of the shares of his own group was a 20-year-old young man. You should know that the largest shareholder of Wanda Group is their Wang family, holding 41% of the shares. The second largest one is the young man in front of you. Boss Qin, is this Miss Tian Xin your girlfriend?
Qin Chuan nodded, staring at Wang Song with a hint of hostility in his eyes.
Wang Song swallowed.
It is true that his Wang family is the largest shareholder of Wanda Group and has the highest say.
But this is all the Wang family has. The second largest shareholder, a 20-year-old young man, owns 30%. But what a concept! It can be said that Wanda's shares are just a small investment for others. The real strength behind such a wealthy person. It will only be far higher than their Wang family. His father was very respectful to him. When the other party said they wanted to fire a senior executive, my father immediately sent a letter to the entire group to fire that person. It was obvious that how could he offend someone whom even his father was afraid of?
It is true that Wang Song is arrogant because he is rich, but being rich does not mean he is stupid.
I have criticized big guys before, but they were people who had nothing to do with my business.
The only person he accidentally criticized, he later went to apologize to. Obviously, Qin Chuan was the person he couldn't afford to offend.
Boss Qin, I'm sorry.
The flood washed away the Dragon King Temple.
Family members don't recognize their own family members. Wang Song looked around with a sincere attitude. He picked up a bottle of whiskey and poured himself a glass. Boss Qin, I'll finish this cup. Let's just call this matter over. Is that okay with you?
Qin Chuan nodded, but his face remained expressionless. Seeing this, Wang Song raised his head and drank a full glass of whiskey in one gulp.
Everyone was stunned, unable to believe what they saw. Is this still the young Master Wang who stirs up trouble on the internet and speaks out when he sees something he doesn't like? How can you be so humble and even take the initiative to punish yourself with a drink? Everyone looked at Qin Chuan as if he were a monster. Who is he? It's so scary.
Long Tiantian and Zhang Haotian both wanted to strangle He Shuhua to death.
You are the son of a poor branch manager, why are you pretending to be so important tonight?
This caused them to offend people they shouldn't have offended. Hishuo's face turned pale, his legs went weak, and he was so scared that he almost urinated. Wang Song is someone he cannot afford to offend.
Then wouldn't Qin Chuan be even more invincible?
His knees gave way and he fell to the ground. Mr. Qin, I, Hishuo, am completely blind.
I've offended you tonight, so just treat me like a fart and let me go.
He burst into tears and cried bitterly. He was afraid that if Qin Chuan was unhappy, his Smalley family would be wiped out. He was fine, he was idle all day long and was supported by his father, the bank president. If Dad loses his job, the whole family will be finished. Qin Chuan pulled his legs back an inch, fearing that he would touch this kind of idiot.
He slowly asked, Wang Song, is this your dog? Wang Song immediately denied it. I don't know him well. If he hadn't told me there were beauties here tonight, I wouldn't have paid any attention to him.
After saying this, Wang Song suddenly realized that he seemed to have said something wrong and immediately stopped talking.
Master Wang, I've tried so hard to please you, how could you just kick me away? Wang Song was furious. Fuck you. Do you think I know you well? I was even scolding you. How dare you organize such a party?
You almost made me offend Boss Qin. Wang Song kicked Hishuo away. Hishuo, who was originally dressed in white and looked very elegant, rolled twice on the ground. Seeing Hishuo's face covered in snot and tears, Qin Chuan felt a little nauseous and said, "Get out of here right now and don't dirty my house." Upon hearing this, Hishuo felt as if he had been pardoned and crawled out of the villa. Long Tian knew that he had offended Qin Chuan tonight and there was no chance of financing, so he ran away in shame. Zhang Haoyu is stronger than others in his heart and believes that the other party will not hit someone who smiles at him.
Today, his company is facing a life or death crisis.
Zhang Haoyu took the plunge, rubbing his hands together with a wide smile on his face.
Boss Qin, Master Wang, I'm Zhang Haoyu, the founder of the popular Zhang Hezwan Hotpot restaurant. We have 500 stores nationwide, with an annual revenue of 300 million yuan. Now, due to the need for expansion, we urgently need investment from bigwigs. As long as... Before Zhang Haoyu could finish his thoughts, Qin Chuan glared at him and said, "What qualifications do you have to discuss business with me? You have the nerve to ask me for investment in a small business with an annual revenue of 300 million yuan. Get lost." Qin Chuan's voice was not loud, but it was like a thunderclap, which scared Zhang Haoyu so much that his back was soaked. He quickly bowed his head and ran out of the villa in shame. After seeing the three people leave, Wang Song wanted to stay and sit for a while, but he felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward. There are two beautiful women around him, but he dares not touch either of them. What if the other one is also Qin Chuan's girlfriend, then he would be in trouble. Boss Qin, I have something to do tonight. How about I treat you next time and we go out for some fun?
Seeing that Wang Song's attitude was not bad, Qin Chuan nodded and said, "Okay, add me on WeChat and we'll contact you when the time comes."
Wang Song was overjoyed and quickly added his WeChat account.
"Hey, let me tell you, the party I organized has everything, including beautiful internet celebrities, young models and celebrities.
I guarantee you won't want to leave once you come."
After saying that, Wang Song raised his eyebrows and made an expression that said, "You know what I mean." So, after adding the friend, he left in a hurry. There were 3 people left in the room. Qin Chuan sat firmly on the sofa, while Huang Wenwen and Tian Xian dared only stand aside, not daring to breathe. The two of them are at the bottom of the list among all the people tonight. Anyone else is a big shot that they look up to. But these people were servile and cautious when speaking to Qin Chuan. How could the 2 little girls dare to act rashly? Tian Xian felt hopeless when she saw that her last hope was gone. The originally optimistic and cheerful little girl now has a sad face and there is no sign of life at all.
"Sit down, why are you two standing?" Qin Chuan said. Huang Wenwen pulled on Tian Xian's clothes, motioning her to sit with her.
Having missed out on Wang Song, Tian Xian's only hope now lies in the man in front of her.
She didn't sit down, but knelt on her knees and said, "Qin Chuan, can you save my dad?" Chapter 42. Giving you 10 million comes at a price. Huang Wenwen was shocked and quickly pulled Tian Xian up. "Xin, what are you doing? Don't be like this. Let's find another way." Wenwen, there's no other way.
There are only 3 days left, and my family can't come up with 10 million.
Please leave me alone. Tian Xian shook off Huang Wenwen's hand and continued to kneel. Huang Wenwen couldn't bear it any longer and slapped Tian Xian. "Tian Xian. Wake up.
How could you be so depraved? 1-1, you just want to introduce me to a rich man tonight.
Isn't Qin Chuan a rich man now? Huang Wenwen didn't know how to refute what Tian Xian said for a moment.
Tonight, she originally wanted to introduce a rich young man to her best friend as a boyfriend. But that is only limited to He Shua's level.
With Wang Song following behind and Qin Chuan in front of him, how could he be willing to give him up?
As a student of Kyoto Film and Television Academy, he is a rising star in the future domestic film and television industry. My boyfriend can only be the best among men, the best in the world.
Just when Huang Wenwen was still thinking about what to say next, Qin Chuan spoke. I can lend you 10 million to help you through this difficult time. A glimmer of hope flashed in Tian Xian's desperate eyes. Really? Qin Chuan, are you really willing to help me? But, if I help you, what benefits can you give me? Tian Xian was silent. She understood that every gift in this world has a price tag behind it. What do I have now? First, no technology, and second, no industry. When will the huge debt of 10 million be repaid? She lowered her head and looked at her body. Now only the skin is valuable. She gritted her teeth and said, Qin Chuan, as long as you are willing to lend me 10 million, I will do anything you ask me to do. Anything is fine? Qin Chuan asked coldly. Tian Xian felt unwilling and aggrieved, with tears welling up in her eyes. She nodded vigorously. Qin Chuan leaned back and placed his body on the leather sofa. Well, during my 4 years at university, you personally cooked all my meals. You know how terrible the food in our school cafeteria is. I like light food, and every meal must have soup. Any kind of soup is fine. Tian Xian was stunned. What kind of condition was this? She raised her tear-stained face, blinked her big eyes, and asked doubtfully, cooking, is that all? Qin Chuan nodded. Yes, she cooks and delivers meals to me every day. What's wrong? Is it difficult? At this moment, Tian Xian felt that the man in front of her was an angel sent by God to save her. She wiped her tears and smiled, don't worry, don't worry. My cooking is delicious. I promise to cook and bring you meals every day for 4 years of college. Huang Wenwen was stunned and opened her mouth wide. Is this the bad taste of rich people? 10 million to hire a beautiful girl to cook for you every day? What's wrong with this world? Are all rich people so willful? Qin Chuan didn't waste any time and transferred 10 million to Tian Xian on the spot. He had a good first impression of the little girl, she felt a bit like his own sister. If I hadn't helped her, I would have definitely gone astray. This was something Qin Chuan couldn't bear to see. 10 million, for ordinary people, may be a huge sum of money that is out of reach in a lifetime. To Qin Chuan, it's just an ordinary number. Judging from the shares of several groups he currently owns, the total annual revenue is conservatively estimated to be over 5 billion. Converted down, he can earn 14 million yuan every day after waking up from his sleep. Use less than a day's income to save a little girl's life. It's like someone who earns 5,000 yuan a month spending 100 yuan to save a fallen girl. No one should feel at a loss. Qin Chuan thought this deal was worth doing. A huge weight lifted off Tian Xian's heart, and her face returned to its usual sweet smile. She stood up, stretched herself, and said softly, I didn't realize it when I came in just now. Qin Chuan, your house is so big. Tian Xian, no longer gloomy, took Huang Wenwen to take a closer look at the villa. Wenwen, look. I really like this chandelier. The flowers in the garden are so pretty too. Qin Chuan, how many rooms does your house have? Will you get lost at night? Your bathroom is even bigger than my living room. That's outrageous. If these words came from someone else's mouth, they would be full of flattery and jealousy. But when it came out of Tian Xian's mouth, it sounded like the amazed look of a child walking in the park. The two of them kept quarreling until late at night, and it was getting late. Qin Chuan invited the two to stay at his home. In addition to the master bedroom and the butler's bedroom, the other 10 extra large bedrooms are available for them to choose from. Tian Xian immediately chose a room that overlooked the entire garden. After tossing and turning all night, Qin Chuan was finally able to turn off the lights and lie down on the bed. A familiar reminder sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the challenger. Complete the side quest, give and save. Task reward, get the most props item. Note, the long signature tool can control a single stock to rise by 100%. Note, this item is a one-time item and will be automatically destroyed after use. Please treasure it. As the prompt bar disappears, the attribute bar appears on the interface. Character attributes. Xin Chuan. Gender, male. Martial arts, level 4 peak. Medical Dao, level 2 introduction. Single prop, multiple signatures.
Xin Chuan was a little surprised that this reward was different from the usual ones. It turned out to be a prop reward. It turns out the system has this function. Long signature can be used to go long on stocks.
This is a powerful weapon, it's equivalent to giving money directly. Xin Chuan closed the attribute bar with satisfaction.
The scene before my eyes returned to the normal world. Just as he was about to close his eyes and fall asleep,
suddenly, his neural defense system as a 4th-level martial arts expert was activated. His perception immediately picked up movement at the bedroom door. Someone is watching me at the door?
Xin Chuan remained motionless and pretended to be asleep. I saw that the door of his 300 square meter bedroom was quietly opened, leaving a crack. A tall and thin figure walked in through the crack in the door on tiptoe. The other person's figure was light and he walked on the thick wool carpet without making any sound. Xin Chuan could clearly see all the other party's movements in his mind. The other party's every move is under his control. The man slowly walked to Xin Chuan's bed and climbed onto it. An arm stretched out quietly, just as it was about to reach Xin Chuan's neck. He suddenly turned over, rode on the other person, and controlled him firmly under him. He gripped his opponent's throat with his left hand, clenched his right fist, and was ready to strike with all his might. The other party was shocked by Xin Chuan's actions and subconsciously screamed ah.
Xin Chuan frowned, loosened his hand, jumped off the bed and asked, "Why did you come into my room?" Chapter 43, 10 billion recharged in one night, shocking Douyin headquarters. Xin Chuan turned on the lights in the room and sat on the sofa opposite the bed. Huang Wenwen hugged her knees and leaned on the pillow. As a freshman at Kyoto Film and Television Academy, Huang Wenwen's appearance score is over 8 points. On her palm-sized oval face, her facial features are delicate and three-dimensional. If you look closely, it has a bit of the flavor of Xiao Yangmi. She is so charming and beautiful that it is hard for people to resist her. Huang Wenwen said aggrievedly, "I'm scared to sleep alone." Then go find Tian Xin. Do you know that your actions just now almost killed you? Xin Chuan asked coldly. Huang Wenwen got out of bed.
Her slender feet, standing on tiptoe, stepped on the soft carpet.
He walked over to Xin Chuan and squatted down.
Xin fell asleep, and I didn't have the heart to disturb her.
You were so powerful just now, you held me down with one hand.
But you were too strong, and it hurts a little now.
Can you rub it for me?
As she spoke, she leaned over and fell towards Xin Chuan. Xin Chuan ignored her and said, "I'm very tired.
I need to rest." Then let me give you a massage. I'm very skilled. No need, go back. Huang Wenwen didn't move, just stood there quietly. Xin Chuan said angrily, "Didn't you hear what I said?" Huang Wenwen said in a low voice, "Why? You all like Tian Xin, but no one likes me.
I know that in the eyes of you men, women who look like me are cheap and lowly.
Someone like Tian Xin is a good match. But what have I done wrong?
My looks were given to me by my parents.
How can I change my charming figure?" Xin Chuan snorted coldly, and said with a half-smile, "So you want to seduce me with your looks? How much money do you want?" Huang Wenwen's face changed, the timidity and fear disappeared, and humiliation appeared on her face. Money?
Ha, if I want money, I can just go to those small bosses.
Why do they need me to flatter them? Just snap a finger and they will give me money. So what do you want?
Huang Wenwen sat down, sighed, and said, "I just want a sense of security. You and I both know what I'll encounter in the future with the career path I've chosen. The industry is full of deception and intrigue, and few people can stay out of trouble.
I'm not asking for a penny from you.
I just want a safe haven where I can film peacefully and be a good actor without being harassed by those people.
That's all."
Huang Wenwen leaned against the soft sofa, curled up, and looked at the moonlight outside the French window. She continued, "I know that since I have chosen the path of an actor, I will definitely have to pay the price.
Since the outcome is already determined, my only wish is to pay it forward for just one person."
After saying that, she looked at Xin Chuan leisurely, silent. Xin Chuan suddenly understood that the other party wanted him to be her backer and protect her. You can tell how chaotic the social circle is from the daily gossip news.
For example, the neighboring country of South Korea and their female stars in the entertainment industry. No one was spared, all were playthings of the chaebols. Many people were tortured to insanity and eventually committed suicide.
The girl in front of me just wants shelter.
Qin Chuan retracted his disdainful gaze and thought about the media company he had just acquired. As a boss, recruiting a potential actor is a fortune for the company. So he said, if what you want is my protection, then I can promise you that.
I can ensure that you can complete your studies peacefully, film seriously, accept suitable scripts, and turn down messy drinking parties.
Huang Wenwen's eyes suddenly lit up, and she ran to Qin Chuan in disbelief. Really? Are you really willing to help me? Qin Chuan still said coldly, do I look like someone who would joke with you? Huang Wenwen hugged Qin Chuan and gave him a sweet kiss.
The soft and boneless body pressed tightly against Qin Chuan.
Qin Chuan pushed her away and said, okay, now that you have achieved your goal, go back to sleep. Huang Wenwen was a little surprised and a little disappointed. Don't you want me to accompany you? Or do you dislike me? Don't worry, you are my first man.
After saying that, she lowered her head in shame.
Qin Chuan waved his hand. My help to you is because I hope to train an outstanding actor. Your current behavior makes me feel that the relationship between you and me is just a transaction. Huang Wenwen's lost eyes lit up instantly. She didn't expect Qin Chuan to think like this. My liking for him has risen several notches.
But since Qin Chuan said so, she could only give up.
Not today, let us do it another day. Huang Wenwen just closed the door. A familiar prompt sound rang out. Congratulations to the challenger. Complete the side quest, Sanctuary. Task reward, get 1 billion Dubi reward.
Qin Chuan was a little confused. He had just saved a little girl who was about to fall into depravity, and the system rewarded him with 10 billion Do coins.
Is this asking him to save all the female anchors in Douyin?
There are still more than 90,000 carnivals that have not been given away.
How can we study properly?
Qin Chuan closed the system interface and fell asleep angrily.
Kyoto, C District, Douyin headquarters.
Song Shifeng, the operations manager who had been busy all day, sat down at his workstation and stretched. Today is his 8th consecutive day of overtime work.
Recently, due to the bad environment, the number of online people watching the competition between internet celebrities has been declining.
The big brothers in the live broadcast room are very stingy when it comes to giving tips. Some time ago, a local tyrant named Qin Chuan emerged. It also disappeared after rewarding 154 carnivals. This situation shouldn't happen.
He has checked the rich man's account information.
There were more than 90,000 carnivals lying inside, which almost scared him to death. But if these carnivals are not rewarded, it will not be considered as performance at all, and people can choose to get a refund.
Song Shifeng took a deep breath, stood up and prepared to pack up and go home. Suddenly, his hum vibrated. There are constant messages coming in the Feishu group. Fuck him. Song Shifeng cursed. I thought it was probably the manager assigning tasks and asking for feedback on today's performance. Song Shifeng originally wanted to pretend not to see it.
But Feishu's read function forced him to click on the dialog box and show his face. To his surprise, the person who sent the message was not the manager. But he is the boss of Douyin back-end risk control department. The other party had everyone in the group and attached a screenshot. Is anyone in the technical department here? Risk control has received a major risk alert. Please quickly investigate the situation and report back with the resolution.
Song Shifeng curiously clicked on the screenshot below, took a look, and took a deep breath.
In the screenshot taken by the head of the risk control department, it was seen that a user had recharged 10 billion Dubi tonight. For a moment, everyone in the Douyin group was shocked by this information. The bosses of various departments have read the news and asked the LT department to conduct a thorough investigation. This is most likely a deliberate attack by hackers for profit.
If not handled properly, Douyin will suffer immeasurable losses.
The bigwigs from various departments in the group were filled with righteous indignation and stood up to criticize and condemn the incident. Some even called the police. 10 billion Dubi were recharged in one night, which was unprecedented. The head of the LT department personally checked the machine.
After half an hour of investigation, the head of the LT department had everyone in the group.
After departmental investigation, it was found that this ID Qinchuan user had engaged in normal recharge consumption and did not engage in any violations such as card bugs.
A short message was sent and everyone read it instantly. The Feishu group fell into silence and no one continued to speak. Chapter 44, I'll teach you how to do business. Kyoto, on the 3rd Ring Road heading into the city. Today is Tuesday and the Ring Road is extremely congested.
It's not because some drivers changed lanes at will, causing accidents. It was because a luxury car worth tens of millions was driving at a snail's pace on the Ring Road. The other cars stayed away from it.
Tian Xin, drive faster. It's okay, be bold, and don't be afraid. If there's any collision or scratch, it's my responsibility. Qin Chuan urged from the back seat. Tian Xin adjusted the entire seat to a position where it was almost touching the steering wheel.
Her hands were shaking with nervousness.
I'm not scared at all. It's just that the car is too big. I can't get used to it right away.
Qin Chuan was speechless.
He originally wanted to ask Tian Xin to be his driver so that he could sleep more.
As a result, I had already finished my sleep, but my car was still on the 3rd Ring Road.
Kyoto University of Finance and Economics is just 2 streets away from Kyoto Academy of Film and Television. Huang Wenwen got off the car happily after getting a ride.
She stood outside the car, made a heart shape with her hands to Qin Chuan in the back seat, and then hurried into the school.
Tian Xin continued driving and narrowly crossed the line into the University of Finance and Economics.
It was the first time that Qin Chuan's hands were sweating from nervousness. He was worried that he would be judged as late by the system. Taking back any reward would result in a loss of tens of billions. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, Tian Xin, you almost caused me to lose more than 10 billion.
Tian Xin curled her lips and said, don't be so exaggerated. I sent you to school safely.
Forget it, just keep one of the car keys and use it to buy groceries. After saying that, Qin Chuan got out of the car first and went to the classroom.
Tian Xin's eyebrows were filled with joy.
She knew that in the future she would be a fairy who could drive a luxury car worth tens of millions to get around and buy groceries.
But the next second, she saw the fuel consumption on the dashboard. 23L 100 kilometers.
Suddenly, I was about to cry out loud.
Who can withstand this fuel consumption? Qin Chuan, I'm not driving anymore. I'll give the car back to you.
University of Finance and Economics, Moral Education Building, 2nd floor classroom. The young male teacher on the podium glanced at Qin Chuan who was entering the classroom and said nothing.
Instead, he continued writing on the blackboard.
This was his first class for this class. It is necessary to give all the freshmen a warning and establish some prestige.
Otherwise, you will be led by them in the future.
I saw him write 3 big words Su Gongqing on the blackboard.
Hello, students. I am your business management teacher. The audience was silent. Such a young teacher? Everyone was a little bit unbelievable.
Su Gongqing stroked his glasses, obviously expecting this. He continued, I'm 29 years old, a PhD graduate from the University of Finance and Economics, and have worked for several Fortune 500 companies. My highest position was operations director, the youngest director in the company's history. When Su Gongqing said this, the students in the audience were in an uproar. I didn't expect that teacher Su in front of me is so young and has such an amazing resume.
A Fortune 500 executive.
My God, how many people have to endure more than 10 years to climb to this position?
Teacher Su is so awesome.
Su Gongqing was very pleased to see the admiration of the people below the stage, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. At this time, Qin Chuan's cell phone vibrated. He looked and saw that the caller was Xia Ying, the secretary of the Silton Group.
Hey, I'm in class, don't disturb me.
Without waiting for Xia Ying to speak, Qin Chuan hung up the phone in a hurry and returned to his seat. Seeing this, Su Gongqing frowned slightly, but didn't say anything.
He continued calmly, this class is about business management.
I'd like to ask everyone in the class a question. If your parents run a business, please raise your hands. A quarter of the students in the classroom raised their hands. Su Gongqing then continued, please raise your hand if your parents run a business and employ at least 10 people. Most of the students who had raised their hands just now put them down, and only 3 students were left raising their hands. All of this was within Su Gongqing's expectations. He continued, then, of the 3 students, if your parents' businesses employ over 100 people, please raise your hands. The 3 people looked at each other, put down their hands, and no one raised their hand. Su Gongqing got the answer he wanted, so he said confidently, governing a large country is like cooking a small fish, and the same is true for managing a business. In the beginning, a small workshop with only a few people can be managed solely by personal charm. But as the business grows, the bottlenecks and obstacles encountered become greater. There is a world of difference between managing 2-digit and 3-digit employees. He paused at this point, wanting to see the audience's reaction. Suddenly, a buzzing sound was heard. Su Gongqing looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was that classmate again. The other party quietly walked out of the classroom to answer the phone. Su Gongqing's face looked a little ugly. Although Qin Xuan went out to answer the phone, it did not affect others. But for Su Gongqing, this was clearly a sign of not giving him face. He suppressed his anger and continued lecturing. When I first took on the role of director of operations, my daily workload was overwhelming. Managers not only had to consider their own department's situation, but also communicate with other departments within the company and ensure smooth and orderly operation. Su Gongqing paused deliberately, then continued, at my peak, I managed nearly 1,000 people. After he finished speaking, there was another exclamation in the classroom.
Teacher Su is awesome. My dad's company only has about 30 people, and he's always gloomy and doesn't know how to manage it.
Teacher Su manages 1,000 people by himself.
It's amazing. Teacher Su, how much was your annual salary at that time?
Tell us.
The flow of Su Gongqing's lecture today is the result of his repeated practice over several classes. He has complete control over what he is going to say and how the audience will react.
He smiled faintly, as if all his previous achievements were not worth mentioning. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the classmate in the last row tiptoe out to answer the phone. This time, the classmate was furious in the hallway, saying, I told you, I'm in class.
Stop calling me. They can't even handle that little business. I'll fire them all tomorrow.
Qin Xuan hung up the phone angrily and returned to the classroom.
This time, Su Gongqing couldn't bear it anymore.
This has never happened in the first class of more than 10 times.
He sneered and asked, What's your name?
From the sound of it, it seems like you've started a business in college, and it's quite large. There was a hint of sarcasm in Su Gongqing's words. The other people in the classroom also heard what was going on and laughed in agreement.
Haha, Teacher Su, his name is Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan, Mr. Su is here today, so why don't you tell him about your business?
Yes, Qin Xuan, maybe with Mr. Su's help, your business will be able to break 1 million next year. Everyone echoed the sentiment intentionally or unintentionally, which Tang Yuming, his roommate, found very irritating.
He said, You guys know nothing. Qin Xuan's business is huge, worth millions. Chapter 45 I never care about business. Tang Yoming's words silenced the rest of the class.
Su Gongqing narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was on guard, and asked, What kind of business is Qin doing?
Before Qin Xuan could speak, Tang Yuming interrupted and said, Used car, BB. Tang Yoming's words shocked everyone.
What? You're already dealing in used cars and running ABB as a freshman.
That's amazing.
I didn't expect there are entrepreneurs in our class.
Qin Xuan, what's the name of your BB? How much is it per night? Can you give me a discount? I just got a girlfriend recently.
I want to buy a Mercedes-Benz for 3,000 yuan.
Can you help me get one?
Seeing his student's attention turning to Qin Xuan, Su Gongqing felt a little embarrassed.
How can I let others steal the limelight on the first day of school? So, he coughed twice and said, Not bad, very good.
Qin is so young, but he has achieved such success.
I guess his family has given him a lot of help, right?
Su Gongqing's words seemed to be praising Qin Xuan, but in fact he was implying that Qin Xuan's achievements were mostly due to sponsorship from his family. As the eldest brother in the dormitory, Wu Ming could hear the hidden meaning in Su Gongqing's words. He defended his fourth child, teacher. Qin Xuan's parents are both frontline workers in the factory. Wu Ming's implication was obvious, Qin Xuan's parents would never give him the first pot of gold to start a business. Su Gongqing was quite surprised by this and looked at Qin Xuan again. He has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a handsome appearance. There is a sense of majesty of a superior between his brows, like the style of those top bosses. This surprised Su Gongqing.
Mr. Qin, how about you tell us about your business?
We can also use your personal experience to explain it on the spot, which may help your business to a higher level. Su Gongqing's words made those classmates whose families were in business very jealous.
Their family businesses, regardless of size, encountered management problems.
What is lacking is the help of an expert who can decide the outcome with a single word. They opened their notebooks and took out their pens, ready to record some of the conversation that was about to begin.
I will go back and pass on Su Gongqing's management experience to my parents.
Tang Yuming nudged Qin Chuan with his elbow and said, "Fourth brother, talk to Teacher Su.
Maybe he can help you improve your performance."
Wu Ming said, "That's right, Lao Si, with the guidance of a famous teacher, your business will definitely reach a higher level." Qin Chuan sat in the last row, sighed softly, and said, "Teacher, I don't really understand how the business is going at the moment."
Qin Chuan's words surprised everyone. Ah? You don't even know your own business? What's going on? Are you kidding? Qin Chuan, are you hiding something and deliberately not telling me? Several nosy male classmates spoke up. Su Gongqing remained calm and continued to ask, "Mr. Qin, can you tell me how much used car inventory you have now? What is the turnover period? What is the gross profit per unit?" Qin Chuan replied, "I don't know." Su Gongqing stroked his glasses and continued to ask, "What about the homestay business? How many rooms do you have? What's the occupancy rate?" Qin Chuan said 3 words, "I don't know." Why do you know nothing about anything? Did Qin Chuan start a business? Is he just bragging? I guess so.
The used car and the BB cost at least several $100,000. Who would dare to give their child such a large sum of money to start a business during college? Seeing someone questioning his 4th son, Tang Yuming angrily said, "You guys know nothing.
Our Qin Chuan earns much more. He spends $1 million or $800,000.
Tang Yuming, come on, everyone knows that you guys in dormitory 511 are all in the same boat and have a very good relationship."
Maja from dormitory 512 next door retorted.
Su Gongqing raised his hands and pretended to press them down, instantly quieting the noisy classroom.
Classmates, please don't question Qin Chuan. As a teacher, I believe that Qin Chuan is entrepreneurial. Teacher, how do you explain why he doesn't know anything? Su Gongqing smiled and said, "This relates to the issues in our professional courses.
Our courses are designed to address the problems encountered by Qin Chuan."
Teacher. Another smart person interrupted.
Before he could finish speaking, the people around him covered his mouth and then signaled Su Gongqing to continue. Mr. Qin has just started his business and is still using an extensive management model.
Extensive management means relying on the entrepreneur's own abilities to take on all the responsibilities.
All problems and the person who solves them are the same person.
If this person is very capable, then everything will go smoothly.
If they lack the ability, then management will be full of loopholes and they will lose sight of the big picture.
The college students in the audience all understood what Su Gongqing said. He apparently analyzed Qin Chuan's entrepreneurial management model.
In fact, he was secretly criticizing Qin Chuan for his incompetence. Seeing that the beating was almost over, Su Gongqing continued, "However, Qin has the courage to start a business during his freshman year.
This is something we should learn from. With luck and hard work, you can make money. But..."
When saying "but," Su Gongqing kept the audience in suspense and paused intentionally to see the reactions of the students in the audience.
"Teacher, please tell me quickly. I'm so anxious. Why does this teacher always imitate online writers and break the chapters?"
Seeing that the situation was almost ready, Su Gongqing took a sip of tea and then said slowly, "However, this kind of extensive management model won't last long.
People have limited energy and can't always do everything. People's luck is also limited and it's impossible to make money every day. Teacher, do you mean that Qin Chuan's business is going to fail?"
Su Gongqing smiled meaningfully and looked up at Qin Chuan. "Mr. Qin, it seems like the other students in the class are very concerned about your business. Would you like the teacher to give you some pointers to help you avoid taking some detours and avoid unnecessary losses?" Everyone turned to look at Qin Chuan, waiting for him to agree. This kind of practical case class is so interesting that everyone can't stop listening. Qin Chuan raised his eyebrows and said slowly, "Thank you, teacher. I don't need your guidance." Everyone was so shocked when they heard this that they were speechless. What kind of beast is Qin Chuan? He actually dared to directly reject the guidance of a famous teacher. Where does he get the confidence from? Maja had long been fed up with the people in dormitory 511 and said, "Teacher, let's not help him. Look how cocky he is." Su Gongqing rolled his glasses and said calmly, "Mr. Qin, do you really want to continue running this business in the dark?" "Teacher, the companies under my name are all managed by top professional managers. I don't need to worry about anything. I just need to wait for the dividends every quarter. As soon as Qin Chuan said this, the classroom fell into silence. Chapter 46, $1 billion decision is a small matter, not worth my concern.
Seeing that no one was talking, Ma Zhou was the first to speak up. Professional manager?
Ah, Qin Chuan, you're really good at talking.
You even involve a professional manager in that little business. With him taking the lead, the other students couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. A girl opened Douyin, clicked on the watermelon strip special effect, and started recording. Family, who understands? The scumbag in the class is really despicable. He brags all the time as soon as the class starts.
The boys started to take secret photos of Qin Chuan and prepared to post them on the forum. Wu Ming, Tang Yuming, and Kong Huijun stood up and stood in front of Qin Chuan.
Prevent others from filming.
Su Gongqing shook his head, feeling that this student was beyond saving. If you don't manage the wealth you gain by chance well, you will inevitably lose it. Suddenly, the front door of the classroom was pushed open. A middle-aged man poked his head in. He was well-dressed and looked very professional. He raised his hand embarrassedly and gestured to Su Gongqing.
Su Gongqing asked, "Who are you?"
The man politely replied, "Excuse me, I'm Du Wei, the general manager of Tiancheng BMW 4S.
Su Gongqing frowned slightly. BMW 4S dealership? What's going on? Dewey apologized. I'm really sorry to bother you.
Yesterday, our boss had a car back in the shop for repairs. It was fixed today, so I came here specially. But his phone was off, so I had to come to the classroom.
Dewey spoke softly, fearing to disturb the students in the classroom.
However, his words were heard by everyone.
Tiancheng BMW 4S dealership? Boss?
Fuck, there's a classmate in our class whose family owns a 4S shop.
It's still a BMW 4S dealership. Oh my god, I didn't expect there were so many talented people in this class. When Teacher Su asked people to raise their hands to talk about their family businesses, why didn't anyone raise their hands?
Suddenly, everyone in the class started looking around.
Let us see who has the ability to open a BMW 4S store.
Seeing that Su Gongqing did not stop him, Dewey stood on tiptoe and looked out.
Look around the class.
Finally, his eyes fell on the last row in the classroom.
Dewey trotted up and came to Qin Chuan.
With humble and respectful hands, he presented a pair of Volkswagen car keys.
Boss Qin, the Golf you sent us yesterday has been repaired.
It was a small battery problem, so we just replaced it. We also performed a comprehensive inspection and maintenance to ensure everything is in good condition.
Dewey kept his head down, not daring to look directly at Qin Chuan.
The boss in front of him was a devil, and he was afraid that he would offend him accidentally. His fate will be the same as manager Wang in the sales department, who will be fired.
Qin Chuan's face was slightly angry, and he said, "Who asked you to enter the classroom? Do you know that this is disturbing our class?"
When Dewey heard this, his legs went weak and he immediately said in a trembling voice, I'm so sorry, I'll leave now."
After saying that, Dewey carefully put down the key and left the classroom.
The classroom was dead silent.
Qin Chuan is actually the owner of a 4S store?
His so-called second-hand car business turned out to be selling BMWs. Everyone was so shocked that they were speechless, including the few people who had just mocked Qin Chuan.
Now I wish I could dig 3 feet into the ground and hide there. That's a BMW 4S store. How could it be run without 100 or 200 million yuan?
Su Gongqing was shocked. He never expected that Qin Chuan could own a BMW 4S store. His eyes, hidden behind his glasses, revealed a sharp light, and he began to observe Qin Chuan carefully. Just as he was about to speak, there was a knock on the classroom door.
Su Gongqing walked down from the podium and opened the door.
There were only 2 people standing outside the door. One of them was his colleague, Zhou Pei, a teacher who taught tax law.
Zhou Pei was followed by a middle-aged man in a suit.
He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his face, looking gentle and decent.
Su Gongqing asked, "What can I do for you?" Zhou Pei smiled and introduced, "Teacher Su, sorry to bother you, this is the legal representative of the BYD Group." The middle-aged man extended his hand and greeted politely, "Hello, Mr. Su, I am the legal representative of the BYD Group, my name is Qiu Xinfa." Su Gongqing was stunned and repeated in a low voice, "Which BYD Group?" Qiu Xinfa smiled and nodded.
"It's the BYD Group that deals in automobiles, new energy, and batteries."
Su Gongqing took a breath of cold air. Today's BYD Group is a giant in the new energy vehicle market, which is at its peak.
Over 1 million cars are sold annually.
Moreover, it is the only enterprise with a full industrial chain. Truly achieve self-sufficiency and dominate new energy.
Su Gongqing quickly said seriously, "Hello, what brings you here today?"
Xiao Xinfa smiled awkwardly and said, "Excuse me for disturbing you.
Our group has recently undergone equity changes. Some documents require the signatures of major shareholders before they can be effective.
Because it involves a transaction worth nearly 10 billion yuan, I was forced to fly here from Shenzhen early this morning.
The matter on the document is quite urgent, so I'd like to ask Mr. Su for some leniency." As soon as Qiu Xinfa arrived today, he called the major shareholder. As a result, the other party turned off the phone. There was really no other way, so I had to contact the teacher at the shareholders' school, my old classmate, and bring him here. Su Gongqing's forehead began to sweat at this time, and he had a bad feeling.
"Please, excuse me, who is your major shareholder?"
Xiao Xinfa didn't hesitate and immediately replied, "Qin Chuan."
Su Gongqing's legs went weak and he almost fell. What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on?
1,000 Xiaonimas were running wildly in his heart, trampling on his little heart which kept beating wildly. Xiao Xinfa thought Su Gongqing didn't hear clearly, so he repeated, "Qin Chuan." Su Gongqing's face was pale at this time, he knew his business. Only shareholders whose shares are large enough will need to sign internal documents of the group in person. This also means that Qin Chuan is an extremely important figure within the BYD group. In the classroom, students were discussing what had happened and why teacher Su looked so unhappy. But Su Gongqing seemed to have lost his soul and waved at Qin Chuan, "Classmate Qin Chuan, come here."
Qin Chuan walked to the door and saw Qiu Xinfa.
After the other party explained his purpose, Qin Chuan signed with an angry look on his face, then said, "Didn't you see I was in class?
Don't come to me for such trivial matters in the future. I will fully entrust the group's CEO to handle it."
The three people at the door were speechless.
A transaction worth nearly 10 billion yuan was actually a trivial matter in Qin Chuan's eyes.
Su Gongqing thought about it, and before that, he had mocked Qin Chuan's idea of being a professional manager.
Now I want to slap myself twice.
After seeing Qiu Xinfa off, Su Gongqing returned to the classroom in a daze. He ignored the students' questions and encouraged himself.
"Su Gongqing, you're the best.
Qin Chuan is just a rich young man, but you're a genius in business management." Before Su Gongqing could finish comforting himself, it was Hou Yud, the director of the Academic Affairs Office, who pushed open the classroom door and walked in.
Chapter 47, Does he have the strength to arm wrestle with me?
Su Gongqing was very surprised, because the director of the Academic Affairs Office of the University of Finance and Economics was a very important person in the school. On ordinary days, it is difficult to meet a young teacher like him. At this time, Hou Yud ran into his classroom, probably because of something urgent. Su Gongqing hurried forward and tried to strike up a conversation.
Hou Yud raised his hands to shield his chest and said, "It's okay. I'll find someone." Looking for someone?
Su Gongqing was confused.
Could it be that his student had made some mistake? Everyone, be quiet. Director Ho from the Academic Affairs Office has something to say.
Although I don't know how powerful it is, but as a teacher, Su Gongqing still has to maintain order in the classroom. When they heard that it was the dean of the Academic Affairs Office, everyone sat back in their seats, not daring to breathe.
Hou Yud looked around and his eyes fell on the last row.
He hurried forward, leaned over and whispered to Qin Chuan, "Mr. Qin, someone from the Silton Group is here, and they said they must see you today."
Just then, the bell rang for the end of get out of class.
Hou Yud took the opportunity to say to everyone, "Class is over, everyone.
The Academic Affairs Office has requisitioned this classroom. Everyone, pack up and go." Everyone wanted to stay and watch the show.
But Hou Yud drove him away with just one word.
"What did you say Qin Chuan did wrong that got him caught by Director Ho?" "It must be something serious.
Director Ho is notoriously cruel. I guess Qin Chuan is taking advantage of the fact that he owns a 4S store and doing evil things."
A girl quietly opened Douyin, clicked on the watermelon strip special effect, and started recording. Family, who would understand?
The rich guy in the class got someone pregnant, and the Dean of Academic Affairs came to the classroom to arrest someone.
When all the students dispersed,
a group of foreigners with blonde hair, blue eyes and different skin colors came out from the back door of the classroom.
These foreigners were dressed in designer clothes and looked very professional and wealthy.
The perfume on her body instantly filled the entire classroom. Seeing this, Su Gongqing stood there in a daze, not understanding what was going on. Hoyud stepped forward and tugged at his clothes. Teacher Su, let's lend the classroom to the Silton group.
Let's go out first. Su Gongqing took a deep breath and exclaimed, Silton group?
Oh, it's the Silton group, the Silton Hotel.
A business management professor like you doesn't know this?
Su Gongqing certainly knew the Silton group, which was one of the Fortune 500 companies.
A giant company with annual revenue of nearly 100 billion US dollars. What are they doing here?
Hoyud smiled proudly and said, come and find Qin Chuan. He is the big boss behind the Silton group.
What? Qin Chuan is the big boss of the Silton group?
Su Gongqing was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Hoyud had anticipated the other party's reaction and continued, Gigi, he is also the second largest shareholder of Wanda Group. I heard that he recently bought 50% of BYD's shares.
Su Gongqing's face turned green.
He is a major shareholder of a domestic giant, the behind-the-scenes boss of a Fortune 500 company, and also owns a BMW 4S dealership.
What the hell is this person? I just wanted to show off in front of him.
When talking about business management, we also need to guide him to improve his performance. Looking back now, my behavior was like showing off my skills in front of Guangong, overestimating my own abilities.
Su Gongqing felt extremely ashamed and lowered his head and quickly left the scene.
When he reached the door, he passed by a girl wearing a black silk skirt and a white shirt.
Xia Ying walked into the classroom wearing Prada high heels.
She held a document in her hand and handed it to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan took the document, threw it on the table, and said angrily, you have affected my class.
Xia Ying felt a little timid when she saw Qin Chuan's intimidating face.
She lowered her head and said, Boss, please take a look at the document. This matter is very urgent.
Qin Chuan opened the document and took a look. There was only densely packed data printed on it. Then a familiar name appeared. Gaosheng Group. Qin Chuan raised his eyes and asked, the Gaosheng Financial Group in the United States wants to snipe us at Silton?
Xia Ying nodded and said, yes, ever since you, boss, acquired the entirety of the Silton Group, it's alarmed those American financial groups.
They're getting restless and want to target us.
A short-selling campaign led by the Gaosheng Financial Group quietly began not long ago. Negative news about our Silton Hotel has been constantly circulating, and the stock price has dropped by $40.
It's currently stabilizing at $95 per share. Based on the current trend, it could still go down.
Qin Chuan's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said in a cold voice, what is the purpose of the people on Wall Street?
Xia Ying looked troubled.
After a moment's thought, she said, their goal is to force you to sell the Silton Group.
Otherwise, they will target the Silton Hotel, a listed company under the group.
Oh? How could those greedy people on Wall Street be interested in a business that makes money so slowly?
They're not interested in the Silton Group's business, it's just. Qin Chuan slammed the table and said sternly, just what? Don't hesitate in front of me.
This was Xia Ying's first meeting with her boss. She had never expected that a 20-year-old young man could be so powerful and majestic. He pressed her so hard that she felt suffocated. Claude, the president of Gaosheng Group, said that as a noble American, he would never allow a Chinese citizen to control and manage an American company.
So he had to take action.
Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Just relying on his Gaosheng consortium, he wants to compete with me.
Does he have the ability to do that?
When Xia Ying heard this, she felt that her boss had gone crazy.
Boss, that's the Gaosheng Group. It's over 100 years old and one of the top 500 financial groups in the world.
Qin Chuan snorted coldly and said disdainfully, you're talking to me about 100 years of history. If 100 years of history were useful, the Qing dynasty wouldn't have perished. Xia Ying originally held out a glimmer of hope that she, a rich second-generation boss, could achieve something. But unexpectedly, the other party just made harsh words from beginning to end without any action plan.
Alas, maybe it would be better if the group was acquired by Americans. Otherwise, sooner or later you will be defeated by the second-generation rich guy.
But Xia Ying was a little unwilling. Claude, the president of Gaosheng Group, those harsh and discriminatory remarks lingered in her mind for a long time.
What Americans are supreme, Americans are prioritized.
Chinese people are only fit to do low-level jobs and do not deserve the same rights and treatment as Americans.
They can only live at the feet of Americans and eat their leftovers forever.
Whenever she thought of these remarks, Xia Ying clenched her fists tightly.
Unfortunately, she is just a secretary and can't do anything.
She brought a group of executives to see Qin Xuan today, just to hold a meeting to discuss a plan.
But now, she gave up.
Instead of wasting time talking to this playboy, it would be better to go back to the company and ask the directors below if they have any ideas.
Boss, sorry to interrupt your class. We'll go back now.
Just as she was tidying up the documents on the desk, Qin Xuan put his hand on the documents.
Go back? You're leaving without asking for my opinion? Do you still think of me as your boss? Chapter 48. What are the rules in the mall? In my place, I am the rule.
Qin Xuan suddenly spoke, and everyone was startled. He turned around and looked at his young boss.
Xia Ying hesitated and asked, Boss, do you have a strategy to deal with this? It's simple. Aren't they shorting the market? We're going long and doing the opposite.
When everyone heard this, they cursed in their hearts.
What a bullshit strategy, it's complete nonsense.
Boss, this won't work.
Yes, boss.
Before they shorted our company, they had already released a lot of negative news about our group. Now in the secondary market, everyone is panicking and selling our stocks.
Boss, I don't think we should go head to head with the Gaussian group. We should send a negotiator to have a good talk with them.
A blonde, blue-eyed foreigner with a slicked back hair spoke in not very fluent Chinese. Qin Xuan narrowed his eyes and looked at the man. The other party immediately introduced himself. Boss, my name is Mark, and I'm the global CEO of the Silton Group.
Qin Xuan had a blank expression on his face and asked, Negotiate with them? How do we do that?
Seeing Qin Xuan asking in detail, Mark straightened his chest and took out his notebook. Looking at the written strategy, he said, we should fully understand the proposal of Mr. Claude, the president of the Gaussian Consortium.
He has two demands.
First, he wants you to sell 51% of the shares of the Zilton Group.
You must agree to this.
After all, compared to the forced bankruptcy reorganization of the Zilton Hotel, the loss of 51% of the group's shares is nothing. Moreover, by tying up 51% of the shares, we will be firmly united with the Gaussian Consortium and we will have eternal protection. Qin Xuan raised the corner of his mouth, and Mark thought that the other party agreed with his point of view. He continued, Claude's second request is that he's interested in your house, the villa in Kyoto Manor, and he's willing to pay a whopping 500 million.
It would be an honor for you to have Mr. Claude live in your house.
As long as these two conditions are met, Mr. Claude promises to immediately cease all short-selling attacks on the Silton Group. Mark closed his notebook and looked at Qin Xuan with confidence.
Although Claude's two requirements are more stringent.
However, when faced with corporate bankruptcy, they were forced to undergo short-selling acquisitions.
Sacrifice a little equity in house in exchange for peace.
Mark believes that the Chinese people know how to weigh the pros and cons and make decisions.
You are like fish on the chopping board, what else can you do? Qin Xuan sneered and asked, Are you done?
Mark nodded with a smile.
Qin Xuan nodded and said calmly, Okay, you are fired. What?
The pupils of the executives in the classroom suddenly shrank.
What happened? The group CEO was suddenly fired. Everyone looked at Qin Xuan in disbelief. Boss, Mark is now the CEO of the group.
Boss, the group is being shorted by the Gaussian Consortium.
We can't lose our composure. Several regional managers offered their advice.
Mark himself had a dazed look on his face, having never expected things to develop to this point. He was a little angry, as he was a noble American. It would have been fine if I had just worked for you, a Chinese, but you actually had the guts to fire me.
Qin Xuan, how dare you fire me? I'm American.
Qin Xuan raised his eyes and looked at Mark coldly.
Do you think we're still 100 years old, when the Chinese were bullied by foreigners and dared not resist? Do you think we Chinese need to cede territory and pay compensation to do business? Or lick your foreign masters? I tell you, all that is history.
Now, only we Chinese have the right to bully others.
Anyone who dares to snipe me, I will return it tenfold.
Qin Xuan, you don't understand business at all, and you don't understand the rules of the game in the mall. If you dare to resist the Gaussian Consortium, it will only bring more fierce short selling.
Mark roared. Haha, what are the rules in the mall? Here, I am the rule. You will be punished. You are no longer a member of our group. Please, get out.
Qin Xuan's voice was like a bell, and it was the first time he used his internal energy to speak. His voice stunned everyone present, even Mark was frightened and turned pale.
Seeing this, several regional managers quickly carried Mark out to avoid a fight. Xia Ying was a little confused. Why did the CEO get fired for no reason? Boss, you are too impulsive.
Qin Chuan snorted coldly. People who have no ability are called impulsive, and people who have ability are called decisive. Xiaoying didn't want to argue with her boss, so she asked directly, "Boss, please give us a plan.
We don't even have a CEO now, and I'm worried about the morale of the team being unstable. It's easy without a CEO. I'm appointing you as the CEO of the group. You just need to report to me." Once again, everyone was stunned.
Some regional managers who have been working for a long time dream of climbing to the position of CEO. Now it's being sat on by a yellow-haired girl. Their hearts felt cold. Xiaoying was completely stunned. She was just a secretary, yet suddenly she became the CEO of a Fortune 500 company. The classroom was silent. A few minutes later, regional managers from several countries resigned on the spot. The classroom that originally had more than 10 people suddenly had only 5 people left. Qin Chuan, Xiaoying, and 3 other senior executives from the China region. Xiaoying sat down on the chair, feeling like a deflated ball.
Most of the group's senior executives resigned in an instant.
As soon as this news comes out, Kaohsiung Consortium will not need to issue a report to short sell. It can drop by 50%.
Qin Chuan smiled and touched Xiaoying's head. Why, aren't you happy about being the CEO of a Fortune 500 company?
Although this girl was not polite to him, Qin Chuan quite liked her arrogance.
I'm afraid I'm the shortest-lived CEO in the world. Xiaoying sighed. If things continue like this, I'm afraid the Silton Group will be wiped out within a month. Then, it was forced to liquidate and then reorganize.
No, with me here, you can stay in your position until retirement.
Xiaoying sighed again. Boss, please stop comforting me.
Qin Chuan continued, listen to me, go back now. Go long as hard as you can and fight against the Kaohsiung Consortium.
The goal is 100%. Boss, do you know how much that would cost? Do as I say. This is a war, not a game of house. Don't hide it for the future.
Use up all your reserves. Qin Chuan said without question. Xiaoying had no choice but to obey her boss. When she left the house, she planned to download Boss Direct Recruitment and submit her resume.
Everyone left when they saw him.
Qin Chuan mobilized his consciousness and the system interface appeared before his eyes.
He clicks, character attributes. The interface quickly jumped, and Qin Chuan's basic information appeared. Qin Chuan. Gender, male. Martial arts, level 4 peak. Medical Dao, level 2 introduction. Single prop, multiple signatures.
Qin Chuan clicks, single item, go long.
System prompts. Are you sure you want to use this item? Qin Chuan clicks, confirm.
Then, a flash of light appeared before Qin Chuan's eyes. Then the system interface disappears.
He returned to the real world.
Qin Chuan looked around and nothing seemed to have changed. But he was not worried because he was confident in the strength of his system. So Qin Chuan packed his school bag and prepared to go back to the dormitory to rest. For 2 consecutive days, the international financial market was in turmoil. The short-selling campaign launched by the U.S. Kaohsiung Consortium against the Silton Group is still ongoing. Silton Group's stock price has fallen another $10 per share in this battle.
Wednesday morning, 8 o'clock.
Just when everyone thought that this short-selling campaign would end with Kaohsiung Consortium's great victory, a breaking news item appears prominently on the headlines of various financial news, newspapers, and websites. Chapter 49. The consortium collectively ended up dividing and encroaching.
At the same time, all financial news, newspapers, and website headlines published a piece of news.
Shocking news, a massive exodus of executives from the Fortune 500 company, Silton Group, is suspected to be linked to the short-selling efforts of the Kaohsiung Group.
For a time, the international financial market was in turmoil.
Financial giants that were previously on the sidelines, such as Wall Street's Morgan Group, Dubin Group, and Mellon Group, are now eager to try. They realized that the young man who acquired the Silton Group had begun to lose his composure.
The Silton Group has huge internal conflicts and is about to collapse.
Traders from several consortiums immediately drew up a joint sniping plan and joined the short-selling ranks led by Kaohsiung Consortium. On Wednesday morning, spokespersons from each consortium held a press conference.
The news was announced.
On TV, spokespersons from several major financial groups used almost identical speeches to speak to the reporters in front of them. Recently, we discovered that the Hilton Hotel had serious management problems.
There have been a series of problems, including false reporting of passenger numbers and financial fraud. We have reason to believe that all this is caused by the low management level of the Chinese. Chinese people only engage in fraud and dishonesty in business. They are not like us Americans who regard credit as our life. They are so low level that they can only work in low-end industries and are incapable of managing large enterprises. Therefore, our consortium upholds the responsibility of upholding justice and maintaining world peace. We shorted the Silton Group to let the Chinese understand that it is unfit to manage a conglomerate founded by us Americans. We hope that through a fair market game, the Chinese behind-the-scenes bosses will know their own strengths and weaknesses, and then hand over the industries that belong to us Americans. At the press conference, the consortium spokesperson made extremely discriminatory remarks. However, none of the reporters present thought it was inappropriate, and some even made jokes and laughed at it. If you make fun of other ethnic groups, you may lose your life or your job. But if they laugh at the Chinese, they have to reflect behind closed doors and then come back to apologize with a flattering face. He's a nouveau riche, but he understands what the Fortune 500 is and what management is. We've only been around for a dozen years, so how could we possibly have the experience to manage a large American company? We didn't learn more from the American bosses, but instead acted recklessly with just a little money. Now we've been taught a terrible lesson. How dare the Chinese guy just take the initiative to acquire Silton? Didn't he consult Wall Street first to see if they agree with the deal? He's really bringing shame to us, a nation of etiquette. Others think we Chinese are all so arrogant. The three Chinese reporters were complaining to each other. He just felt that his compatriot's acquisition of the Silton Group was an extremely stupid and presumptuous act. After complaining, they wanted to attend a dinner arranged by the consortium. As a result, I just arrived at the hotel entrance. The black security guard stopped him and said, "You Chinese are not allowed to enter." The reporter was anxious. Why? We are reporters too. The boss said that you Chinese are the most treacherous. Once you get in, you will eavesdrop on secrets and leak them to China. One of the reporters quickly pulled out his American ID card and said, "I'm American. I immigrated here a long time ago." The black security guard still shook his head. The boss said that anyone with a Chinese face is not allowed to enter. The three of them looked at each other, their teeth itching with anger. Fuck, it's all that damn upstart's fault. That's right, why mess with the Americans? Now, we have to suffer too. A reporter who just immigrated here and holds a US ID card. Putting away the camera, he said to the two people beside him, "I won't eat with you. I have to go buy some groceries and cook for the Americans around here. I also have to sincerely apologize and explain to him, lest they think we Chinese are impolite." Wednesday, 2 p.m. The consortiums issued a joint statement this morning. Xia Ying, the new CEO of Silton Group, was reported by China Financial News Channel in her office in China. Facing the camera, Xia Ying directly denounced the shameful behavior of Western consortiums. And it was announced on the spot, with the approval of the company's boss. "We will do our utmost to support Silton's stock price at all costs." As soon as this interview came out, the domestic and international financial and securities markets were in an uproar. Everyone is questioning this young new CEO. A commentator from ABC TV in the United States admitted that he had never seen such a stubborn CEO in his life who dared to go against Wall Street. Korean reporters believe that this is the new CEO inheriting the Chinese people's bad habit of greed and recklessness, which will push himself into the abyss. A Japanese financial expert commented that the arrogance of the Chinese people will destroy the century-old sildenafil. International public opinion is fermenting at full speed. But, at the same time, in the US stock exchange market, a trader was surprised to find that under huge short pressure. In addition to the Silton Group, there are actually people who do the opposite and go long without thinking. Moreover, the amount of long positions is close to the amount of short positions held by the bears. The downward trend of the Silton Group was suddenly alleviated. China's largest and most authoritative stock forum, Oriental Stock Forum. Someone posted a message to explain what they observed. Surprise! A hidden boss is manipulating the Silton Group in reverse, opposing several major financial groups. The comments below are almost overwhelmingly negative. Forum ID, Naishwez by Z said, "How could someone be so foolish as to go against the consortium? They must be out of their minds." Forum ID, Guan Baoji Jiao said, "I heard that the boss behind the Silton Group is Chinese. Could it be that the top management is helping?" Forum ID, Tickling Through the Hole said, "Impossible. The top management will only mediate, not directly intervene. Forum ID, Teachall said, why doesn't the Chinese owner of Silton reflect on why Wall Street is sanctioning them? Their current actions are only adding fuel to the fire, making Wall Street even more hostile to us. In the forum, the pros and cons debated with each other. It was a chaotic scene for a while. One side believes that the Chinese should keep a low profile, bide their time, and admit defeat, and should not confront the Americans head-on. One side believes that in the current situation, if one has the strength but still keeps a low profile and bides his time, then that is sheer idiocy. If you keep being humble and tolerant, people will only take advantage of you. Thursday, Zilton Group, CEO's office. Xia Ying's desk is already filled with resignation applications. Without exception, they are all foreigners in the group. These people are not all Americans. There are also Japan, South Korea, India, etc., with people of all skin colors. At the beginning, they learned that the boss was Chinese. They all felt unbalanced and could not accept working for a Chinese. However, due to the stable job and generous salary at the Silton Group, he reluctantly stayed to work. Today, the Silton Group is under pressure from Wall Street financial giants. Yesterday, Xia Ying denounced Western financial groups and expressed their determination to support the stock price at all costs. Let these fence-sitters decisively choose to resign and run away. Xia Ying threw these resignation applications into the trash can. I lay down in the boss chair, feeling exhausted. Suddenly, her cell phone rang. Xia Ying took a look and saw that it was the group's financial director calling. Her heart skipped a beat and she felt uneasy. Starting yesterday, the group has used all its reserves to support the stock price. Despite this, the stock price only remained strong for more than 10 minutes and then continued to fall. Hey, what's up? Is there no money in the account? Boss Xia, this matter can't be explained in a few words. You should look at the stock market. Xia Ying took a deep breath and clicked the mouse. Select the intraday chart of Silton Hotel stock. The scene before her shocked her. The intraday chart of the Hilton Hotel showed a V shape. In the last 10 minutes of the closing, huge amounts of funds poured in frantically, continuously swallowing up the stocks sold above. Directly raised the share price of Silton Group to $130 per share. Xia Ying was completely stunned. Chapter 50, Reverse Short Selling, You Will Die Without a Burial Place. The U.S. stock market opened on Friday. The stock price of Hilton Hotel jumped from yesterday's closing price of $130 per share to $150 per share. Suddenly, there was wailing in the U.S. stock exchange. Traders from the Mogan Group, the Dubong Group, and the Meilong Group. Their scalps were tingling. Yesterday, the consortium of several traders announced a joint attack on Silton. In just 24 hours, a mysterious Oriental force swept the entire American stock market. With overwhelming force, the shaky Silton stock price was directly raised to $150 per share. And, judging by the situation, the upward trend is still continuing. The U.S. stock market opened less than half an hour ago. The Mogan Group, the Dubong Group, and the Meilong Group all issued statements. Due to global economic fluctuations and for the benefit of investors, all short-selling actions have been abandoned in the near future. They all withdrew from the ranks of sniping Silton. On the surface, several major financial groups gave up short selling because of the interests of investors. And everyone on Wall Street knew that these consortiums would be gone in less than 24 hours. They were driven to bankruptcy by the powerful Eastern forces, with an average net loss of $2 billion per company. At the Mogan Group, CEO Damon was in his office, swinging his newly bought golf club. The luxuriously decorated office was smashed to pieces. Mailfax, which son of a bitch suggested shorting Silton? Let him out. At the DuPont Group, President Pierre was signing several documents in a row. From the moment the margin call began, he ordered all employees in the Risk Control Management Department to be laid off. No one left, all gone. The Mellon Group is the consortium with the largest capital reserves on Wall Street, without a doubt. President Charlie was holding a stack of photos in his hand, with cold sweat on his back. The photos were full of evidence of his prohibited behavior. Every set of photos is a sin. All of them start with life imprisonment, and if you go to jail, you will be convicted of a serious crime. He held the phone tremblingly and pleaded in extremely broken Chinese, "Qin, Mr. Qin, please let me go." There's an old Chinese saying that, "I'm not good at Chinese." Can I express myself in English? If you don't know Chinese, then learn it. No one will spoil you. Qin Chuan said sternly.
Charlie was so scared that he almost dropped the phone.
Yes, yes. I can let you go, but there's a condition. Mr. Chin, you say. Short rise.
Charlie shuddered when he heard this.
Mr. Chin, this is not possible. Claude, the president of Kaohsiung Consortium, is my distant cousin, my brother and relative. Qin Chuan smiled playfully and said, I also have information about Claude.
In this matter, either you punish him or he punishes him.
I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it.
Without waiting for Qin Chuan to count down, Charlie said repeatedly, I can do it, I can do it. Even if he is my brother or relative, I will kill him for the sake of justice. The United States, Wall Street, the office of the president of Kaohsiung Consortium.
Claude's fat body sat in the main seat. The room was filled with executives and analysts from Kaohsiung Group. Kaohsiung Consortium is the only consortium that has not yet gone bankrupt. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Who's going long? Claude roared, questioning his men.
His data analyst stepped forward and said tremblingly, Mr. Claude, our investigation shows that this mysterious funding originated from a man named Qin Chuan in Kyoto, China.
Qin Chuan?
Claude looked puzzled, as if he had heard this name before.
But he won't remember it at all.
Because he thought the Chinese people's names were not worth his time to remember. Claude's female secretary whispered in his ear, Mr. Claude, Qin Chuan is the behind-the-scenes boss of the Silton Group.
Claude slammed the table upon hearing this. How is that possible?
The general trend is downward. If he wants to save the market against the trend, the funds he needs are more than double what we are shorting.
The room was dead silent, and no one could answer the question. Kaohsiung spent $30 billion to short Silton.
But if you want to pull up the falling share price of Silton Group, you will need at least $50 billion in funds.
Claude raised his glass and smashed it against the corner of the wall, then asked, Today is the delivery day. How much will we lose if we buy enough goods?
Based on the current market conditions, if Kaohsiung buys back the shorted shares, it will lose at least $10 billion, an executive said.
Claude felt dizzy. The short selling he led actually backfired.
Not only did they not make any money, but they also lost $10 billion.
Claude sighed and asked, What if the position goes bankrupt?
The executive flipped through the tablet in his hand, input the relevant data, and said in horror, If the position is liquidated, then the loss will be $30 billion.
Claude felt his blood rushing up and he almost fainted.
After recovering from his shock, he looked at the screen, where Silton's stock price was soaring.
He said helplessly, Close the position. Lose $10 billion and make it back next time.
Claude, who has experienced many financial crises, remains calm in the face of a huge loss of tens of billions. Although his face showed frustration, he still maintained the demeanor of an American aristocrat. You sons of bitches, Chinese people, next time, Kaohsiung, will definitely take care of them one by one. Suddenly, everyone in the office received a breaking news push notification from the Fox News app on their phones. Everyone clicked on it and saw a huge head portrait appearing in front of them on the news. The person in the photo is Claude, the president of Kaohsiung Group.
This is a news series collection. Every entry you click on is a news report.
Billionaire Claude bribed mainstream media with $150 million to campaign for his friend.
Claude of Kaohsiung Group is accused of providing ex-services to senior U.S. officials.
Video of shooting journalist exposed, the murderer is Claude of Kaohsiung Group. Claude of Kaohsiung Group recruits male models into its office, high-definition photos and videos exposed.
Suddenly, Claude's face turned pale. He couldn't believe that these things would be exposed. These things are commonplace for wealthy white people in the United States. Hide it well and nothing will happen. But once it sees the light, that means you will be abandoned by everyone and everyone will be in trouble. Claude tremblingly clicked on the news page, which contained every piece of evidence, photo, video, and audio.
His crimes were clearly shown.
He knew very well that all the evidence was true. Quick! Call Fox News. Tell them to take down all these news.
If they don't agree, stop sponsoring them next year.
Claude roared madly.
His assistant immediately took the order and prepared to rush out of the office to make a phone call. But as soon as he opened the door, he bumped into an employee from the risk control department who was running in hurriedly. The other party pushed the assistant away and yelled to the big guys in the room, Boss, this is bad, check the news.
Everyone in the room looked at him as if he were an idiot.
The manager of the risk control department felt that his subordinates were too rude and said unhappily, We all know about the scandal.
It's none of your business. The employee was stunned. Boss, what scandal? Aren't you talking about the president's scandals? No, boss. It's financial news. The Merlin Group suddenly announced that they're shorting our company. There was a sudden silence in the president's office. Everyone opened their phones in disbelief and checked the messages. Chapter 51, Those who oppose the preliminary investigation shall be punished with death. ABC News, titled, Claude, president of Gaucheng Group, has committed atrocities, and the Melon Group has decided to sever all ties with him. In the news. It is a video of an ABC News reporter interviewing Charlie of the Merlin Group. In the video, Charlie sat in the office and accepted the interview with a serious face. Excuse me, Mr. Charlie, why did you choose to short Gaucheng? I heard that Mr. Claude is your cousin. Charlie's face was filled with resentment. Please be careful with your words. Claude is only my distant cousin. I don't have a good relationship with him. He has acted recklessly, trampling on American laws and having no regard for American citizens. His actions are outrageous to both humans and gods. As a responsible American entrepreneur, I have an obligation to sanction him and will not tolerate him. As soon as the news interview video of Charlie from the Merlin Group came out, the entire Wall Street was in an uproar. The two top conglomerates, who were originally on the same page, actually engaged in internal strife at a critical moment. No one knows what happened. For a time, Wall Street was in a panic and saw danger everywhere. Other consortiums did not dare to act rashly and sat on the sidelines, watching the two companies fight each other. Two major news items were released one after another. The executives of Gaucheng Group were unable to react at all, and the entire company was in chaos. U.S. Stock Exchange. Just 1 hour after the opening, the stock price of Gaucheng Consortium plummeted from $320 per share to $240. All investors were confused. Only then did someone realize that the entire news page was pushing the scandal of Claude, the president of Gaucheng Group. Investors rushed out of the exchange as if they had lost their parents and headed straight for the Wall Street headquarters of the Gaucheng Group. They marched along the way, demanding that Claude step down and resign. When they arrived at Gaucheng's headquarters, their phones pushed news that the Melon Group announced it was shorting Gaucheng Group. The stock price dropped directly from $240 to $140. Spread out evenly, each person lost $2 million. All of a sudden, American investors were dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? They want to beat him to death. In an instant, American investors were defeated. Instead of asking Claude to resign, they asked him to commit suicide on the spot. There was shouting and screaming downstairs. The president's office on the 70th floor of the Gaucheng Group building was eerily quiet. The office is full of executives who graduated from Ivy League universities in the United States. Everyone has become dumb and there is nothing they can do. Things are moving too fast, too quickly. Many people own stocks that have risen sharply. There was no time to sell. Almost everyone is on the brink of bankruptcy now. A newly promoted manager knelt on the ground and burst into tears. It's all over, my account has gone bankrupt, and I still have over 5 million yuan in loans to pay back. Claude threw a glass at him. Mailfac, come, throw him out of here. Claude's orders have always been like imperial decrees within Gaucheng. But today, his words seem to have lost their magic. Neither the executives in the room nor the security guards at the door took any action. Why are you still standing there like idiots? Don't you want to do this anymore? Long silence. An executive spoke calmly, everyone, if Gaucheng's stock price continues to fall, the entire group will go bankrupt. Gaucheng's current situation is entirely caused by Claude alone. I have reason to believe that as long as Claude is gone, the short-selling activities against our Gaucheng consortium will cease. All of a sudden, everyone in the office looked at Claude, and they looked at him so hard that he broke out in a cold sweat. You, what are you going to do? Another female executive stepped in to stop it. Everyone, don't do this. Claude was delighted. Maria, you did a great job. I will promote you. Maria, an executive, raised her lips and said with a wry smile, don't do it yourself. Let the investors downstairs come in and let them do it. Upon hearing this, Claude immediately wanted to grab his phone and call 911. But he was fat and moved slowly. The phone was snatched away by the assistant and thrown to the ground, smashing into pieces. The security manager inside the room called out on the intercom, "Boss, I've let the protesters in. They're heading towards the president's office."
When Claude heard this, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar.
China, Zilton Group, CEO office. There are two display screens on CEO's desk. One shows stocks, the other shows domestic and international news.
Before the market closed, Zilton's stock had risen to $190 per share. In less than a week, it rebounded 100%.
Xia Ying was completely dumbfounded.
All the previous negative news, company bankruptcy, etc., have become a joke. Because I followed Qin Chuan's advice and went long in the opposite direction. The Zilton Group actually made a net profit of about $10 billion from this battle. Originally, Xia Ying wanted to call Qin Chuan as soon as possible and take the opportunity to take credit. But after she calmed down, she gave up the idea. She couldn't let her guard down at this moment, because she was now facing the most cunning group of capitalists in the world. Especially the Kaohsiung consortium that shorted them. The Kaohsiung Group has always been ruthless and ruthless. When she turned her gaze to another screen,
Xia Ying's pupils suddenly shrank.
The homepage of ABC News in the United States prominently published a news collection about Claude of the Kaohsiung Group.
The collection is titled High Rising Group CEO Claude's Crime Special.
Xia Ying clicked the mouse and went to the special topic to take a look.
She gasped. Every densely packed subheading inside is evidence of Claude's crime.
Xia Ying looked at them one by one, and all the evidence, including videos, photos, documents, etc., was clear at a glance.
The crime Claude committed was almost punishable by life imprisonment.
Xia Ying suddenly thought of something and immediately checked the rising stock price. When Xia Ying saw the real-time stock price of Kaohsiung, she was dumbfounded. At this time, Kaohsiung had fallen to $99 per share. The next second, an instant news push popped up in the lower right corner of the computer screen.
Kaohsiung's stock price plummeted, U.S. senior officials took action, and the U.S. stock market suspended trading for 1 hour.
Before Xia Ying could click to view the news details, another news popped up the next second. Claude, CEO of Kaohsiung Group, was attacked in his office and pushed down from the 70th floor by angry investors, dying instantly. Xia Ying only felt a chill on her back and her whole body trembled. Everything happened so suddenly, it was incredible.
Kyoto, University of Finance and Economics, Dormitory 511. Tang Yuming has been closely following the developments of the Zilton Group over the past week.
His blood boiled when he saw the new CEO Xia Ying declare war on Wall Street. When I saw on the Oriental Stock Forum, there were always some scoundrels who belittled Xia Ying and praised foreigners. Tang Yuming immediately registered an ID to take advantage of every opportunity and fight back on the forum. When a mysterious big boss entered the market to go long, Kaohsiung's president's scandal was exposed and he was finally pushed down the stairs. Tang Yuming roared happily in the dormitory to release the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time. Suddenly, the dormitory door was pushed open. Chapter 52, thousands of words come together into one sentence. The person who came was Chen Fei from the dormitory 510 across the street. He poked his head in and said, "Tang Yuming, what's wrong with you? Why are you yelling?" All three roommates were not in the dormitory, and Tang Yuming had no outlet for his excitement. Seeing someone coming to the door, he hurried to the other person's dormitory. The whole story of the Zilton Group incident this week was told in full. Chen Fei was also very excited after hearing this.
"Fuck, that's awesome. It really makes me feel better." "That's right.
Those Wall Street conglomerates all look down on China. If we take down one this time, we'll take down the entire Wall Street next time." The two of them boasted to each other and danced around.
"I say, they're making money, why are you two so excited?" "Tang Yuming, did you buy Zilton stock?" Lu Wei from dormitory 510 scoffed. Tang Yuming was choked and speechless.
Zilton was a U.S. stock, and he was willing but unable to do anything about it. At this time, the other three people from dormitory 511 came back. I saw that each of the three of them was carrying 2 large bags of food, and Kong Huijun even carried a pot.
Chen Fei asked curiously, "Are you guys in dormitory 511 going to have hot pot?"
Kong Huijun laughed and said, "Yeah, the fourth brother said he made some money from the stock market and wanted to treat the guys in the dormitory to a meal to celebrate. We were afraid he would spend money recklessly, so we said we should buy some ingredients and cook it ourselves in the dormitory." "You guys in dormitory 511 are awesome. Everyone is a stock expert. How much have you made?" Lu Wei asked with a look of disdain. "About 200 or 300. Qin Chuan said calmly.
Lu Wei was stunned. 2 or 3 million? No.
When Lu Wei heard this, he laughed. Fuck, they thought you made a lot of money, why are you showing off with only 200 or 300 yuan? Qin Chuan was too lazy to deal with these minions. In his eyes, they were all little brats, so he carried the vegetables into the house. But Lu Wei was unhappy. You only earned 200 or 300 yuan, why are you showing off in front of me? He leaned against the door and said, Yo, you think you're great just because you earned $200 or $300 in college? You even dare to show me your disdain. Kong Tang Yuming was unhappy when he heard this. You can say something about me, but you can't say anything about my brother. You know nothing. The fourth child in our family is a big businessman. Lu Wei sneered, big business? How big? He just said it himself, 200 or 300. If it's not 2 or 3 million, could it be 2 or 3 billion? These words left Tang Yuming silent. He knew that his fourth brother's business was quite big, and 2 or 3 million was definitely possible. But Qin Chuan himself admitted that the unit was not 10,000. But Tang Yuming could never imagine 2 or 300 billion. Seeing that Tang Yuming was guilty, Lu Wei snorted coldly. He pulled out his phone, tapped an app, and said, You guys are so narrow-minded. You're celebrating after making a few $100. You really haven't seen the world. Halfway through his speech, he showed the screen of his mobile phone. All I saw on the screen was a virtual currency interface called Puppycoin. In the income column, it clearly shows 134,834. More than 130,000? Chen Fei, who shared the same dormitory, exclaimed in surprise. Lu Wei put away his phone and said proudly, Oh, it's only 130,000 yuan, it's nothing. Lu Wei looked calm and composed. In my heart, I have long been happy with my own act of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Chen Fei felt proud to see that his roommate was so strong. He quickly praised, Ah Wei, I didn't realize you were so awesome. You can earn hundreds of thousands of dollars during your freshman year. You're an investment genius. You're the next outstanding young person in Asia. You'll definitely be on the list. Lu Wei feigned composure and waved his hand, That's a bit much. I just have a talent for investing. However, I believe I can make $1 million this year. Fuck, Mr. Lu, don't forget me, your brother. We live in the same dormitory. Lu Wei's lips curled up. Of course I will. Apart from anything else, when I become rich, I will definitely make sure that my brothers have everything they need. You like Apple computers, don't you? I'll get you one then. As for our dormitory, I think we need to arrange something. It's such a large area, and it's empty. When Chen Fei heard this, he was immediately overjoyed and praised Lu Wei to the sky. I never thought our dormitory would produce such a wealthy person. I'm going to post on WeChat Moments, Weibo, and Douyin to show off. Seeing Tang Yoming's nonchalant expression, Fei Chen stepped forward and nudged him with his elbow. What's wrong? Are you jealous of our dorm's rich man's generosity? Are you thinking of changing dorms? We can go. Our fourth brother's family is also very rich. They once offered to give us an Apple computer, but we refused. Tang Yuming didn't want Qin Chuan to give him a gift, but he was just too proud to accept it. Oh? Really? Chen Fei said with a wry smile. He saw through Tang Yuming's stubbornness at a glance. Just as Tang Yuming was about to argue, Qin Chuan's voice came from inside the room, Second brother, I never said I would give you an Apple computer. At this moment, Tang Yuming just felt like he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It was so embarrassing to be slapped in the face by my own good brother. He lowered his head in embarrassment. Seeing this, Lu Wei laughed and waved his hand, Fei, stop provoking them. If you want to treat them, just treat the people in the dormitory who are eating hot pot. How much money do they have? And you even give them a computer. Come on, I'll take you to Heidileo. Chen Fei immediately smiled and said, Weigo is very generous. A meal for two at Heidileo would cost at least 200 or 300 yuan. Let's sprinkle some water. Lu Wei said as he prepared to put on his nightclub uniform and LV's blue denim jacket and go out. Just about to taunt the dormitory across the street again. Suddenly, a group of people in gray uniforms appeared around him. The other side had so many people that they filled the entire corridor. They were also carrying several large cardboard boxes. The leading man asked Lu Wei with a smile on his face, Excuse me, are you Mr. Qin Chuan? Lu Wei was stunned and shook his head. I'm not. Qin Chuan wiped his wet hands, walked out of the dormitory, and said, I am.
Hello, I'm from Shanmu Logistics. We're delivering your washing machine, refrigerator, and other appliances right now, according to your schedule. The installer is also here and can install them right away. Qin Xuan nodded and stepped aside to make way. The staff began to move home appliances into dormitory 511. Suddenly, everyone in the dormitory corridor came out to watch the fun. In the past, people in the dormitory only bought small appliances like kettles and rice cookers. Today, someone actually bought a washing machine and refrigerator. Is this guy here to go to school? Could it be that he is here for vacation? The three people in dormitory 511 were also confused. But Wu Ming reacted quickly and immediately cooperated with the staff to select the location for the appliances. The staff first moved a 588-liter Panasonic refrigerator into the dormitory. Someone took a quick look at the refrigerator model and immediately opened Jingdong Shopping Mall to check the price. This refrigerator actually costs over 20,000 yuan. When people heard that the refrigerator cost more than 20,000 yuan, there were shouts of "Oh my god" in the corridor. Chapter 53, First Time Investing in Stocks, directly on the Global Rich List. After the refrigerator was brought in, the washing and drying machine was brought in next. That is, a washing machine and a dryer. Just after checking the price of refrigerators, someone checked the price of split washer dryers. This washer-dryer set costs 40,000 yuan. The "oh my god" that had just died down spread throughout the corridor again. Someone couldn't stand it anymore and shouted from the crowd, "You guys in dormitory 511 bought so many electrical appliances, aren't you worried about the electricity bill?" This sentence resonated with everyone at once. Paying the electricity bill was always a problem during college. For those who have good relationships in the dormitory, no one cares how much each other spends, and they just share the money and calculate it each time. But it becomes difficult to deal with people who don't get along with each other and are petty. Paying the electricity bill together is like going to war. Each of them feels that the other is taking advantage of them. Who knows, this sentence has just been spoken. Kam Huijun, who was standing at the door and directing the operation, said leisurely, "Our Qinchuan just recharged the electricity bill by 10,000 yuan, which is enough for 4 years." When these words came out, everyone was choked and speechless. It's because I have a narrow mindset. After moving the washer-dryer, the next thing to move was a smaller appliance. Qin Chuan opened the package at the door, and the thing inside looked like a black drum. Someone recognized it immediately. "Oh my god, it's Banon OA9. What is that?" "A Bluetooth speaker from Bang & Olufsen, the world's top audio-visual brand." "Hey, it's just a Bluetooth speaker. How about my Apple HomePod?" The other party glanced at the Apple speaker user and said calmly, "Yours is 2,000 yuan, his is 20,000 yuan. The Apple speaker user shut up on the spot, refused to respond, and quietly exited the conversation. When the last big item, a 100-inch Hisense laser TV, was moved into the dormitory, someone calculated the prices of all home appliances and looked at the final result. 110,000. The people watching the excitement in the corridor fell silent. What kind of rich guy is this? He spends hundreds of thousands of dollars to decorate his dormitory. Chen Fei watched as the ordinary dormitory opposite was instantly upgraded to a top-notch apartment. "I feel a little excited and envious." However, he thought about it carefully and suppressed his jealousy. He muttered quietly, "Come on, Wei Ge, let's go eat at Heidileo." Oh, what's the point of buying so many electrical appliances? They're just enjoying the benefits, and they're not as practical as a computer. As soon as Chen Fei turned around, he met a Jingdong logistics guy in a red work suit. The other party had not expected so many people to block the corridor, and for a moment he could only shout at the top of his voice, "Who is Qin Chuan? Who is Qin Chuan?" Qin Chuan raised his hand, and the young man picked up the big box and walked in front of him. "Hello, Mr. Qin, right? Our company has a rule that for valuable items, we must ask the customer to open the box and inspect the goods in person." Qin Chuan was communicating with the technician who was installing the TV and had no time to spare. He said to Tang Yuming, "Second brother, please help me open the box and inspect the goods." Tang Yuming held a utility knife and looked at the huge brown cardboard box, guessing that there might be an oven or something inside. He carefully cut open the brown cardboard box. The moment he opened it, he was stunned and stood there in a daze. "I almost lost my grip on the utility knife and it fell to the ground." Fei Qing curiously took a look and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Holy crap, an alien laptop." Brother Jingdong said quickly, "Yes, this is the top-of-the-line Alienware X17. This is the first time I've seen someone buy 4 at once.
When Tang Yuming heard that there were 4 aliens in the box, he felt a surge of heat rushing to his head. His body became stiff and he couldn't move. So this is what Qin Chuan meant when he said he didn't intend to give away an Apple computer.
What they want to give as a gift is an alien computer.
Seeing this, Jingdong quickly reminded them, "Hello, please make sure to check each one.
These 4 top-of-the-line Alienware laptops are worth 50,000 yuan each. If anything goes wrong, I can't afford to pay for it." Qin Chuan finished watching the TV inside the house and walked outside.
Seeing that Tang Yuming was motionless, he urged, "Second brother, quickly sign for the computer and come in for hot pot."
The computer color is the same, there's nothing to choose. The 4 of us will all use white.
Qin Chuan's voice was not loud, but everyone in the corridor could hear it clearly.
What's the meaning? Spend 200,000 yuan to buy 4 top-of-the-line Alienware laptops as gifts for your roommates? The person who was just silenced in the corridor.
Now his defense was broken by Qin Chuan's words.
Someone called the counselor on the spot and asked to change dormitories.
Some people, seeing that changing dormitories failed, actually wanted to change their majors and be in the same class with Qin Chuan.
Shen Fei and Lu Wei stood in a daze at the door of dormitory 511. Lu Wei just felt his face burning.
Just now I was bragging about having 130,000 yuan in savings at such a young age.
As a result, they spent 200,000 yuan just to give away the computer.
Tang Yuming leaned forward slowly and said, "Ha, you're showing off after making 130,000 yuan.
You're really a tadpole with a frog tattoo on its body. You're showing off to your mother." After saying that, he carried the alien computer back to the house. Everything in the 511 dormitory is still brand new. As the big brother, Wu Ming was busy preparing the ingredients.
Just now he said that he bought too much Qinchuan cuisine and had no place to put it since he couldn't finish it.
Now, the leftovers can be stored in the refrigerator.
The washer-dryer can solve everyone's laundry problems at once.
Kang Huijun was the first one to throw in all the dirty clothes hanging by the bed to wash.
While Tang Yuming was installing games on his new computer, he was also debugging the 100-inch laser TV hanging on the wall in the house.
Connect your phone to Bluetooth and play exciting DJ dance music. Qin Chuan was seated alone by them, waiting for his meal.
Looking at the excitement on the faces of the brothers in the dormitory, Qin Chuan was also very happy.
The 3 of them always stand firm no matter what the situation is. Qin Chuan will remember this loyalty alone for the rest of his life.
Suddenly, a familiar system voice sounded.
Single prop, multiple signatures has been used.
The system will recover the support funds, and the remaining part will be the challenger's profit funds.
The system is settling. Please wait. Successful settlement.
This item's profit, $31,376,921,285. A hint of surprise flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. The profit figure was more than he had imagined. This long trade alone would have put him in the top 50 of the world's richest people.
The prompt message continues to be displayed on the system interface. Whether to exchange into Chinese currency. Qin Chuan didn't hesitate and clicked, redeem. The system is converting based on the exchange rate of the day. Conversion successful.
The total amount that can be redeemed for this time is 215,421,390,774 yuan. Due to the huge amount, to avoid unnecessary trouble, challengers are required to provide at least 5 bank card numbers for storing funds. Qin Chuan was confused. The system suddenly became less intelligent. You also need to provide 5 bank cards yourself. I still have a Bank of China card with more than 900 million yuan in pocket money. So, Qin Chuan activated his consciousness and entered the card number. The system is in operation, please wait patiently.
Challengers can check the payment progress on the personal attribute interface.
Then, the system flashed.
Congratulations to the challenger. Complete the side quest, survive from despair. Qin Chuan's heart moved. There was actually a mission reward. Chapter 54. I'm not talking about 10,000, I'm talking about 100 million. Congratulations to the challenger. Complete the side quest, survive from despair. Mission reward, Eclipse Yacht. Qin Chuan suddenly became excited. He knew something about the Eclipse. This is the world's largest private yacht, worth over $1.5 billion.
The entire yacht is about 167 meters long, 21.5 meters wide, and has a displacement of 13,000 tons. The yacht is equipped with a stage, exhibition hall, 3 restaurants, 2 kitchens, an aquarium, a disco, a bathing pool, a swimming pool, a gymnasium with a sauna, and a steam room.
The entire yacht can accommodate 100 people. Luxury is no longer enough to describe this yacht, as its greatest feature is safety.
The yacht is also equipped with security and defense facilities such as radar, missile defense system, close-range weapon identification system, etc. In addition, all guest rooms are equipped with bulletproof glass. It can be said to be the safest private yacht in the world. Qin Xuan was very satisfied with the system's reward this time. After all, the level of task rewards in this system has been fluctuating violently. Whenever Qin Xuan thought of this, he couldn't help but complain. There are still 10 billion Douyin coins and more than 90,000 carnivals in his Douyin account. These things are of no use except for showing off.
But I am not a person who likes to show off. Qin Xuan sighed slightly and closed the system interface.
Even if he were given more private jets and yachts now, he wouldn't be able to use them for the time being. After all, the main task has not been completed yet, and studies are the most important thing.
Fourth brother, what are you daydreaming about?
Wu Ming peeled a shrimp and put it in Qin Xuan's bowl. Qin Xuan closed the system interface.
Oh, nothing.
Kang Huijun picked up a sea cucumber and said as he bit it, "Old four, we know you are rich and loyal.
But with so many things?
During college, treating people to meals and giving gifts became commonplace. However, it is very rare to spend tens of thousands of dollars at once."
Tang Yuming put down his computer and said, "Huijun is right, Lao Si.
You are rich, and we brothers are happy for you.
But such an expensive gift is really unnecessary."
Wu Ming also interjected, "Yeah, fourth brother, look at how you've made the dorm.
It's like a resort hotel, and you even gave us such an expensive computer. The three of us feel a little guilty."
Qin Xuan smiled and said, "They are just small things.
You three always protect me like my family, and I see it all.
I just happened to make some money from stocks recently, so I'll use it to improve everyone's lives."
Tang Yuming became interested when he heard about stocks. "Old four, you really are into stocks. I just thought you were just talking nonsense to them." "Yeah, it's my first time playing." Qin Xuan was telling the truth. "First time playing? You made so much money." Tang Yuming was a little surprised.
"Second brother, the fourth brother's family is rich,"
Wu Ming said. Kang Huijun nodded repeatedly. "Old fourth's family plays the stock market. They must have invested 1 million or 800,000 at a time.
If they catch the daily limit, they can make more than 100,000.
You think they are all like you, with only a few thousand yuan of capital?
Even if the stock price rises for a week, you can't make much money." What the two said piqued Tang Yuming's interest.
After a few drinks, everyone felt a little dizzy.
Tang Yuming was always curious, so he took advantage of the alcohol and asked, "Fourth brother, tell me the truth, how much did you earn this time?"
Qin Xuan hesitated and said, "More than 300.
Tang Yuming took a deep breath and said, "Fuck, it can't really be more than 3 million.
Kang Huijun was also stunned. "Old four, how much money did you invest?"
Only the eldest brother, Wu Ming, remained calm. "Fourth brother, we know you have a strong ability to make money, but you are still young.
In the future, you should spend less money like you did today. Save as much as you can."
Qin Xuan put his hand on Wu Ming's shoulder and said with a smile, "It's just some small change."
"Hey, fourth brother, how can it be considered a small amount of money?
Your business also needs working capital to support it.
3 million is just a top of the line 7 series in stock for a BMW dealership. You're kind to us brothers, and we appreciate it. But you should think more about yourself in the future." Kang Huijun nodded and said, "Yes, fourth brother, listen to your brothers. The most important thing is to keep the money." Tang Yuming was more concerned about the details of the stock and asked hurriedly, "Lao Si, which stock did you buy?" "Silton." "Silton?" Tang Yuming was stunned. "US stocks?" Qin Xuan nodded. Tang Yuming instantly became more sober, his voice trembling a little. "So, the 3 million you mentioned, are they US dollars?"
Wu Ming and Kang Huijun both gasped when they heard this.
"Damn it, the fourth brother is speculating in US stocks and playing with knives. 3 million US dollars is more than 20 million Chinese yuan."
The three people in the room felt as if their blood and energy were rushing to their heads. But the next second, Qin Xuan shook his head and said, "No. The blood pressure of the three people slowly dropped.
Kang Huijun picked up a sea cucumber and put it in Qin Chuan's bowl, saying angrily, "Fuck Lao Si, why are you breathing so hard when you talk? You scared us to death." Tang Yuming took a deep breath and said, "I was almost scared to death."
Wu Ming patted Qin Chuan on the shoulder and said, "Old 4, whether it's Chinese currency or US dollars, you're great. Keep up the hard work." Qin Chuan took a sip of beer and said calmly, "I earn US dollars."
Tang Yuming put down his chopsticks and asked in confusion, "So what did you mean when you said no just now?" "I mean, the unit after 300 is not 10,000. Kang Huijun chuckled and said, "If it's not 10,000, could it be 100 million? Yeah." Qin Chuan nodded. Kang Huijun, Wu Ming, Tang Yuming.
The room suddenly became quiet. In the dormitory, the only sound was the gurgling sound of the boiling hot pot. Except for Qin Chuan, the other three had dull expressions, their mouths slightly open, and their eyes blurred.
Their hearing and vision suddenly became a little blurry. Tang Yuming's jaw trembled twice, and he swallowed his saliva. He said tremblingly, "Old 4, you mean you made 30 billion US dollars from this stock market speculation?" Qin Chuan looked calm.
What he disdained most was pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. He was also sincere and frank with his three brothers. "Well, 30 billion US dollars, but I converted it into Chinese currency, so it's about 200 billion. While speaking, he continued to pick up and boil dishes calmly. It seemed as if 200 billion sounded like 2,000 yuan when spoken from his mouth.
Kang Huijun shed a tear.
Originally, Qin Chuan said he wanted to treat them to a meal at a Michelin restaurant, but he felt it was too expensive and insisted on just letting them have a few bites in the dormitory. Now he regrets it so much. The three of them started to make a fuss and asked Qin Chuan to order another takeout dish. At this time, Qin Chuan's cell phone rang. He paused his brother's playfulness and looked at the caller.
"Xiao Churan." Qin Chuan frowned slightly and answered the phone. All I heard was Xiao Churan's helpless plea from the other end of the phone, "Boss, save me." Chapter 55, Rage. "Xiao Churan, where are you?" Qin Chuan suddenly stood up and yelled into the phone. "I'm at the TV station."
As soon as Xiao Churan finished speaking, she seemed to realize something and quickly hung up the phone.
"TV station? Which company is she still working for?"
Qin Chuan was a little confused at this time. But he still put on his coat without hesitation.
Although Xiao Churan was just a small housekeeper beside him.
But she also belongs to Qin Chuan. Anyone who touches people around you is equivalent to touching you.
"You guys eat first, I'm going to do something."
The other three people in the dormitory nodded and made way for Qin Chuan. He left the dormitory and realized that he had been drinking, so he called Tian Xin. When Tian Xin saw that it was Qin Chuan calling, a hint of surprise flashed across her face and she quickly answered the call.
"Come with me, you drive." Qin Chuan didn't give Tian Xin a chance to speak and directly ordered. It was the first time that Tian Xin heard Qin Chuan's tone so serious.
Without saying a word, she put on her clothes and hurried downstairs.
Because the Rolls-Royce Cullinan is so eye-catching. Tian Xin always parks her car at the Wanhua International Office Building next to the school.
She arrived at the office building first and went straight to the basement to get her car. Qin Chuan arrived right after him and couldn't wait any longer, so he also wanted to go down to the basement. Just as he was about to walk down the slope, a uniformed security guard in his 50s ran over and blocked Qin Chuan's way.
Hey, what are you doing? Get the car."
"My friend has parked it downstairs,"
Qin Chuan said.
The security guard looked Qin Chuan up and down. I had no impression of this student-looking guy, so I said, "Volkswagen, Toyota, Honda and other cars are parked up there, go take a look."
"What do you mean?" "I told you my car is parked down there." "What do I mean?" "I understand clearly, are you driving a BMW, a Mercedes, or an Audi?" "Neither." "If you're not, then don't go down. Our Wanhua International Office Building is frequented by the elite.
They all drive luxury cars. For your junky car, try the ground parking lot."
"I don't have time to talk to you, get out of here." The security guard suddenly became interested and said, "Hey, how can you talk like that, little brat? Do you believe I'll beat you up?"
As he said that, the other party raised the self-defense roll in his hand and was about to swing it towards Qin Chuan.
"Lao Shang, what are you doing?" a middle-aged man with a big belly shouted.
The security guard turned around and saw that it was his team leader. He quickly bowed and said with a smile, Captain Chen, how did I alarm you? Captain Chen put his hands behind his back, his belly sticking out, stamped his feet twice, and said with a click of the tongue, Tisk, I came out for a walk after dinner, just to walk around.
And then I saw you making such a fuss.
Old Zhang looked aggrieved.
Captain Chen, this isn't my fault. It's this jerk who insisted on wandering around in our office building's basement.
When Captain Chen heard this, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Qin Xuan. Constantly recalling faces in one's mind is a basic exercise for a security captain.
It's a way of treating people differently based on their situation.
After a moment, he was sure that this was his first time meeting the other person, so he said, Young man, we're not trying to be difficult with you.
Our Wanhua International Office Building is a Class A office building.
It's full of large companies and multinational corporations, and there are luxury cars like Mercedes-Benz and BMW parked downstairs.
Old Zhang echoed, right. Such an expensive car, what if you damage it?
Young people like you like to stand on the hood of other people's cars and take pictures, pretending it's your own. Captain Chen snorted and continued, I know that you young people nowadays love to play Douyin and like to go down to take pictures of luxury cars.
I can understand. But you also have to understand that I am not working. Go somewhere else to have fun.
Old Zhang secretly gave the captain a thumbs up. The captain is the captain, and his words are cultured, which immediately intimidated the young man. Qin Xuan was already anxious, and when he encountered two more people like this, he shouted angrily, If you two try to stop me again, I will make sure you both get fired today. Upon hearing this, Captain Chen immediately became furious.
Fuck, you're not going to take my toast.
I'm in a good mood today, so I'm going to say a few more words to you, but you're just being too arrogant. Seeing this, Qin Xuan picked up his phone and called Xiaing. As soon as the call was connected, Qin Xuan said in an unquestionable tone, Buy the Wanhua International Office Building for me, immediately. After you buy it, I will fire all the security guards and security captains guarding the basement today.
Xiaing was stunned.
Before she could react, Qin Xuan hung up the phone.
Seeing this, Lao Zhang couldn't hold back anymore. He pointed at Qin Xuan's nose and said, You bastard, you are too arrogant, aren't you? Let me get fired.
I will chop off your head first. As he said that, he raised his self-defense roll and rushed forward.
Beep beep beep. A few rapid car horns interrupted Lao Zhang's attack. An all-black Rolls-Royce Cullinan slowly drove over. Lao Zhang and Captain Chen are connoisseurs and saw the small logo of the goddess of celebration on the front of the car.
He immediately put his feet together, straightened his back, and saluted. After the ceremony, Captain Chen smiled widely and prepared to personally guide the other party out of the parking lot. But in the blink of an eye, the young man was one step faster than him, opened the passenger door and sat in. When they saw the scene, Lao Zhang and Captain Chen were stunned.
Damn, didn't this guy say he didn't have BBA?
But on second thought, the other party is indeed not BBA, but Rolls-Royce.
Captain Chen swallowed his saliva.
When the Rolls-Royce drove past him, he still put on a smile and pretended nothing had happened.
Qin Xuan rolled down the car window and said expressionlessly, I've already bought this office building. You two get out of here today. After saying that, the Rolls-Royce stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the parking lot.
Old Zhang stepped forward, trembling all over.
Chen. Captain Chen, what should we do? We're going to be fired.
I still have online loans to pay off, and I can't be unemployed.
Captain Chen shook his fat body and laughed. What do you mean? You believe the rich second generation's pretense. Wanhua International Office Building is a Class A office building, worth 3 billion yuan.
That guy said he would buy it, so he bought it.
Do you think you are buying vegetables at the market?
Hearing his captain say this, Lao Zhang came to his senses.
He slapped his head and said, Yeah, this is a fucking office building.
Even if that bastard is a rich second generation and can buy a house and a car with his eyes closed, he can't just buy an office building.
Does he really think his father's money is blown by the wind?
After the two of them cursed Qin Xuan at each other, they walked towards the duty room. Suddenly, Captain Chen's cell phone rang. He looked carefully and saw that it was the property manager of the office building calling. Without hesitation, Captain Chen clicked to answer the call and said respectfully, Hello, what can I do for you, manager?
Chenagu, fuck you, who the hell did you offend? Captain Chen was confused. Manager, I didn't do anything. I just finished my meal and came out to work. You still dare to say you didn't do it? If you really didn't do anything, can the new owner of this office building just name you and fire you? Pack your bags and get out of here right now. Don't fucking implicate me.
After saying that, the property manager hung up the phone with a click.
Captain Chen was stunned for a moment, mumbling, "What? I was fired?" Chapter 56, A small fry like you is not worthy of my attack. The car drove towards Kyoto TV headquarters at the fastest speed. Tian Xan held the steering wheel with both hands and said, "Jin Chuan, why don't you take the car back and drive it yourself? If I want to buy groceries, I'd better ride a bicycle." "Why? Are you not satisfied with this car?" Tian Xan hummed awkwardly, "No, it's just, the gas is a bit expensive." Jin Chuan didn't say anything and directly transferred the money via mobile phone. "I've transferred it to you. It should be enough for your gas money for a year." Tian Xan held the steering wheel with both hands and did not look at the WeChat transfer. "Hey, you did this voluntarily. I didn't force you. Since you paid for the gas, just be nice and pay for my parking too. I don't dare park your car at school. I always park it in the basement garage at the Wanhua International Office Building. Parking there costs 1,000 yuan a month." Jin Chuan put away his phone and didn't seem to want to transfer the money. He looked out the window and said calmly, "You don't have to give it to me in the future. Just say it's my car." "Ah. I've already bought the office building, and it will be my property from now on." Tian Xan slammed on the brakes and pulled over to the side of the road. "What? You bought the Wanhua International Office Building? Why?"
"For the convenience of parking," Jin Chuan said lightly, as if buying an office building was as easy as buying a cabbage.
Tian Xan knew that Jin Chuan was rich and used a Rolls-Royce Cullinan to buy groceries. But buying an office building just for the convenience of parking is too exaggerated.
In the car, Jin Chuan had a serious expression on his face, his brows furrowed.
"Just focus on driving." "Oh." Tian Xan started the car again. It was the first time she saw him so uneasy, and she couldn't help but ask, "Jin Chuan, what's wrong with you?" "My housekeeper is in some trouble." Tian Xan felt a little relieved. It turned out to be his butler, probably an old man like Batman's butler. The car drove for about an hour and finally arrived downstairs of Kyoto TV station. Jin Chuan got out of the car and called Xiao Churan again.
When the other party's ringtone sounded on his mobile phone. At the entrance of the open-air parking lot not far away, the sound of an incoming cell phone call rang out at the same time.
A man and a woman were heading inside the parking lot.
Jin Chuan saw the girls back at a glance. It was Xiao Churan. Xiao Churan crossed his arms and held them tightly against his chest. He shrugged his shoulders, shrank his neck slightly, and looked obviously nervous and helpless. The man walking in front of her heard the phone ringing, snatched Xiao Churan's messenger bag, and took the phone out of it.
"Xiao Churan, how many times have I told you? Don't bring your cell phone. Put it away. Don't you fucking understand what I'm saying?"
The man picked up Xiao Churan's cell phone and threw it heavily to the ground. A Mi 12 Pro phone was smashed to pieces. The incoming call music suddenly stopped.
"My phone."
Xiao Churan squatted down timidly.
"Go pick up the disintegrated phone."
The man kicked the scattered motherboard away and shouted angrily, "It's just a broken phone. If you can please that big shot tonight, I'll buy you an Apple phone." Xiao Churan was trembling all over and begged, "Manager phone, please don't, please let me go.
I will work hard to make money and compensate the TV station." The other person stood, looking down at Xiao Churan coldly on the ground, and said with contempt, "Compensation? The one you lost was an advertising contract worth 5 million. What are you going to compensate with? The few thousand yuan salary you are making during your internship?"
Xiao Churan shook his head hard. "No, manager phone, I found a job with an annual salary of 1 million. I will save money and I will definitely be able to pay it back in 5 years. Please, manager phone, let me go."
"Oh? $1 million a year? What kind of job can earn you $1 million a year?" "Butler, my boss is a hidden tycoon."
Manager phone kicked Xiao Churan on the shoulder, knocking her to the ground.
"Fuck you. Being a housekeeper can earn $1 million a year, how come I can't get one? You didn't go to the previous dinner parties, so that's fine. But the one today is the president of Bank of China. If you don't accompany me, I will sue you tomorrow. If you don't have money to pay, just wait to go to jail." "No, manager phone."
Xiao Churan burst into tears, and her makeup was already smudged. Seeing this, manager phone snorted coldly and squatted down. Sharon, you're a young girl from out of town, and it's not easy for you to make it in Kyoto.
Now that President he has taken a liking to you, it's your blessing.
He said, if you behave yourself tonight and immediately hand over next year's advertising budget, you won't have to pay the 5 million. Manager Fong wanted to reach out and wipe away Xiao Churen's tears. But she dodged it.
Manager Fong wasn't angry either.
He continued, if you had followed President He, they could have easily given you one of their many houses, saving you a dozen years of hard work.
I've been through this myself.
I came to Kyoto with nothing, just like you. I had no relatives or friends here, no one to turn to. If a rich woman had wanted me back then, I would have jumped at the chance without a second thought.
Suddenly, Xiao Churen's eyes became firm. Feng Zhong, not everyone is like you, willing to sacrifice everything for money.
Even if I go to jail, I will not sell myself out.
Feng Zhong was furious when he heard this. You little bitch, do you really think I can't do anything to you? You have to go today even if you don't want to.
I still have a 2 million loan card with him, and you're the only one left.
If you ruin my plan, I'll beat you to death.
Feng Zhong raised his hand high, ready to slap him. Xiao Churen closed his eyes in despair.
But after waiting for a few seconds, no slap came. She tried to open her eyes, and the scene before her almost made her cry again.
Qin Chuan grabbed Feng Zhong's hand and then shook it off. He raised his hand and kicked Feng Zhong several meters away. I almost kicked the other person's liver to pieces. Qin Chuan walked in front of Xiao Churen, with a hint of anger and a hint of pity on his calm face. He said calmly, you've been absent from work for a week.
Don't you want to work anymore? This sentence immediately broke Xiao Churen's defense.
Qin Chuan's arrival was like a god descending from heaven to Xiao Churen. She hugged Qin Chuan's legs and cried, I'm sorry, boss.
What happened?
Qin Chuan asked, ignoring Feng Zhong who was kicked away by him. Xiao Churen choked up, sobbing as he spoke, and told the whole story.
Qin Chuan frowned. Just because of this?
You made 2 flowers in my yard wither.
Xiao Churen lowered his head guiltily and repeated I'm sorry in a low voice. Who the hell are you? How dare you kick me?
Qin Chuan turned around and stood up, facing Feng Zhong directly.
Qin Chuan. Feng Zhong was stunned. Qin Chuan? Never heard of him.
Looking at the other person's clothes, it was obvious that he was a college student.
Feng Zhong asked coldly, which school are you from? Wealth. Suddenly, Feng Zhong burst into laughter.
Ah, today's college students are so frivolous.
They even dared to reveal their names in schools.
I'm very familiar with your principal, and I'm telling you, today's matter is not over.
I will definitely have you expelled and given a serious warning. You won't be able to find a job in the future.
Qin Chuan snorted coldly, you shouldn't be thinking about me.
You should be thinking about whether you can keep your job.
Feng Zhong narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a cold tone, you're a piece of trash who's never been out in society.
Don't think I don't know. You just want to write a little essay to slander me. Go ahead, try it. I work in the media industry. No matter what little essay you write, I will delete your post and block your account immediately.
Xiao Churen pulled Qin Chuan's legs, trembling with fear as he said, Boss, what he said is true. Our station is familiar with all the platforms.
No matter what you post, it will be useless. They will delete the post and ban the account immediately.
During Xiao Churen's internship, he saw Feng Zhong do the same thing countless times.
Many interns were harassed by Feng Zhong and had no place to seek justice.
He has the strength and the skill to control everything. Xiao Churen knew that Qin Chuan was rich.
But that can only help me pay the contract money.
There was nothing he could do to Feng Zhong. Qin Chuan took out his phone and dialed a number while saying, who said I was going to post a short essay?
A small fry like you is not worthy of my attack. The next second, the call was connected. Where are you?
Qin Chuan said sternly, his tone condescending and rebuking, I'm in the open-air parking lot.
Get out of here right now. Chapter 57 Master, things have been done for you. Fuck, you think you're the only one who can make a phone call?
Feng Zhong took out his cell phone and dialed a number.
Hey, Xiao Li. Are you guys in the security department freeloaders? What's going on? How dare you ask me what's going on? I got beaten up in the parking lot. Hurry and bring someone here. If you can't get them here in 5 minutes, you won't get your department's year-end bonus. After hanging up the phone, Feng Zhong swung his arms with an arrogant look.
Less than 2 minutes later, a security chief in uniform came running over with 4 or 5 security staff members. Section chief bowed to Feng Zhong and said, "Manager Feng, I'm sorry, we were negligent." Feng Zhong snorted coldly, "Damn it, why did the station keep a bunch of you useless people?" When several security guards heard this, some of them immediately got angry. Just as he was about to go up and argue, he was stopped by the section chief. Feng Zhong pointed at Qin Xuan and said, "That guy was the one who did it. You guys control him for me." Section chief turned his head and looked at Qin Xuan. Seeing Xiao Charan crying behind him, he immediately guessed what was going on. It must be the damn Feng Zhong who abused the girl, causing her boyfriend to come and seek revenge. Although he was extremely reluctant, Feng Zhong was his boss after all. The section chief had no choice but to say, "Brother, if you have anything to say, go to our security department and talk to us. Don't stay here and affect traffic." Qin Xuan snorted contemptuously, "I'm not going." The section chief was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to show no fear at all. He couldn't help but feel a little admiration in his heart. Seeing the security department present, Feng Zhong took 2 steps forward, approached Qin Xuan and sneered, "Fuck, kid, weren't you so awesome just now? Why are you so scared now? You don't dare to move. I'm standing right here, come and hit me." Qin Xuan didn't hesitate. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and punched down. Feng Zhong covered his stomach and knelt on the ground. He just felt like his kidneys were blown out. Seeing this, the section chief secretly applauded. "But I have a job and I can't just stand by and watch." So he said, "Brother, if you don't cooperate, we will have to force you." "Brothers! Get him!" At this moment, a threatening voice came from not far away, "I see who dares to take action." A loud and majestic female voice came. Feng Zhong, who was kneeling on the ground, turned his head and was stunned for a moment. He forced himself to endure the severe pain, trotted forward, and said flatteringly, "Master, why are you here?" The section chief trembled all over. Why did the director come in person? Today was really unlucky. A small accident attracted the master to come in person. He quickly lowered his head, waiting nervously for what would happen next. Kong Meng is always decisive and efficient in her actions, and even the way she walks carries the domineering aura of a strong woman. She had a neat short hair today and wore a slim white shirt and a suit. She wore tight jeans and long leather boots on the lower body, making her look like a queen. "I just heard someone was about to arrest someone. Do you know where this is? Do you think this is a TV station?" Kong Meng shouted loudly. Her domineering temper was well known to everyone in the TV station. Countless interns at the station have been scolded by her and cried. Even the director and the anchor would be reprimanded by her if they made even the slightest mistake. Although she has a charming appearance, everyone in the station keeps their distance from her. Feng Zhong shuddered all over and said tremblingly, "Director, it's that kid is causing trouble." But the next second, Feng Zhong suddenly realized something was wrong. It seems that the director was called down by that kid. Suddenly, cold sweat broke out on Feng Zhong's back. As an intern, Xiao Charan only saw the director from a distance once when he first started working. At that time, even if there were dozens of people between us, she could feel the majesty and sharpness emanating from the female director. All the interns didn't dare to look him in the eye, including Xiao Charan. But now, Xiao Charan no longer cares about the other person's identity. She didn't want to implicate Qin Xuan, so she hurried to Kong Meng. When Kong Meng saw Xiao Charan, a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. Some were surprised, some were jealous and some were unwilling. Xiao Charan tried his best to suppress his inner panic and explained the whole story. When she heard about the 5 million contract, Kong Meng narrowed her eyes and looked at Feng Zhong. "What advertising contract is 5 million? Which company? Why did the contract pass through the hands of an intern?" Feng Zhong's eyes were evasive, and he looked around and said something else. "Director, I'll explain this to you later when we get back. The most important thing right now is to catch that guy. He dared to commit a crime in front of our TV station in broad daylight. He's rebelled." What Feng Zhong didn't expect was that Kong Meng didn't look at Qin Xuan, but continued to stare at him. "Why should I go back and tell you? The interns are all here, so I'll tell you here." Feng Zhong was stunned. What was going on? What I meant when I went back to say it was that I didn't want to talk about it. "Master, this, that." "Speak!" Kong Meng shouted in anger. This angry shout almost made Feng Zhong wet his pants. He trembled and said, "Director, I have no choice. President he has taken a fancy to Xiao Xiao and insisted that she accompany him for drinks. I resorted to this desperate measure only to get advertising sponsorship from the station. As for the contract, it's all fake. This was all President he's idea, and I was just playing along. When I heard that the contract was fake, Xiao Charan felt as if a taut string in his body suddenly broke. The shoulders that had been unconsciously shrugged naturally dropped. Then she realized something and started beating Feng Zhong wildly. Why are you trying to bully me? Why are you bullying me? Feng Zhong hid behind Kong Meng and whispered, "Who made you have such a charming face that others would take a fancy to you?" Feng Zhong. Kong Meng called out coldly. Feng Zhong was very nervous and didn't dare to answer. From today on, you are suspended and are subject to an internal investigation. Once anything is uncovered, we will bring you to justice. When Feng Zhong heard this, he knelt on the ground and begged, "Master, you can't do this. I'm doing this for the good of the station, Master." Kong Meng looked at the security personnel nearby and said, "Take him away." "Master, you can't do this to me. I can't lose my job. I have a family to support and a loan to pay off. This was all Mr. He's idea, it has nothing to do with me. Master, I'm innocent. Please spare me." Several people from the security department carried Feng Zhong out without saying a word. Suspension and internal investigation are basically just formalities. Once it comes to this point, the relationship will be torn apart and you will be sent to jail. Several people from the security department had disliked Feng Zhong for a long time, and today they finally got the chance to teach him a lesson. Seeing the people walking away, Xiao Charan wiped her tears and wanted to thank Kong Meng. Before she could finish her words, Kong Meng ignored her and walked towards Qin Xuan. When she stood in front of Qin Xuan, her queen-like aura was gone. Her whole body exudes the gentleness and charm of a lady from a noble family. She bowed respectfully and said, "Master, the matter has been handled for you. Your girlfriend is fine." Qin Xuan nodded and said, "Okay. But she is not my girlfriend." "Not a girlfriend?" Kong Meng was shocked when he heard that. There was a hint of blush on the originally cold and pale face. "Who is President he that person just mentioned?" Qin Xuan asked in a low voice. Chapter 58, Million Oil Fee. Kong Meng quickly replied, "He's the president of the largest branch of the Jingdu Hua Bank, He Hai. Whenever the office needs a loan, they turn to him for help. He's arrogant and conceited, and he lives a loose life. But he has strong personal abilities and a vast network of connections. He's great at attracting deposits and achieving sales. He worked his way up from a teller to the president of the largest branch in Jingdu, and I heard he'll be promoted to the head office by the end of the year. Does he have a son named He Shuhua?" Kong Meng was stunned for a moment, then replied, "Yes, master." "Are you acquainted with his son?" "I guess so." Kong Meng nodded. She vaguely felt that Qin Xuan was hostile towards He Hai. So he said, "Master, you have to be careful of He Hai. He is narrow-minded and has a strong desire for revenge. As the director of the station, I can deal with Feng Zhong in today's matter. But He Hai. For someone who is about to be promoted to the head office of Bank of China, Kong Meng's strength cannot have any impact on him. Since we know he's this kind of person, we must not let him enter the head office as he wishes and gain greater power. Otherwise, he will harm more people. The most important thing is that he touched someone he shouldn't have touched. He offended someone he couldn't afford to offend." Qin Xuan said. Kong Meng nodded. "Master, you are right. But He Hai has strong connections and extraordinary abilities. Many people report him every year, but he remains safe and sound." Qin Xuan smiled faintly. "In my eyes, his relationship is like a piece of sandpaper, fragile." Kong Meng lowered his head and did not respond. The master is young after all. Don't understand the darkness of society. In today's environment, as long as you can bring benefits, then someone will protect you. Even if you made some mistakes. As long as the crime is not punishable by death, the most that can be done is a transfer or a demotion. When the storm has passed, it will return to its original position. Does the master want to touch him? Kong Meng asked tentatively. If this person is not removed, it will be unjust. Kong Meng nodded, and at this moment she followed Qin Xuan wholeheartedly. Since Qin Xuan wants to deal with He Hai, he can't just stand by and watch. So Kong Meng took out his cell phone and searched through the address book for the people he knew.
Hello, Director Meng?
I'm Xiao Meng, the daughter of Master Kong.
Uncle Lu, this is Xiao Meng. When you came to see my dad, I was right next to him. Auntie Wang, I have a favor to ask. Kong Meng made more than 10 calls in a row.
The people on the other end of the phone were all more famous than the other.
There are my father's former subordinates.
There are Big Brother's current comrades. He also has his own network of contacts that he has cultivated over the years.
Everyone who answered the phone was polite, chatting and laughing. However, once Kong Meng made his intentions clear,
the person on the other end was speechless and hung up the phone in a hurry. Only Kong Meng's longtime friend, a high-ranking official at Bank of China headquarters, kindly advised, Xiao Meng, I advise you not to get involved in this matter. You know he high, and over the years, he's built a network of relationships spanning all walks of life.
The senior management at Bank of China headquarters is very optimistic about his abilities. You have to know that the branch he oversees is known as the 100 billion deposit branch.
As long as he's not committing murder or arson, headquarters will do its utmost to protect him.
You're just throwing an egg against a rock. Is there really no other way?
Kong Meng did not give up and asked. The other party hesitated for a moment and said, Alas, if your old man had not abdicated.
With his connections, he might be able to deal with he high.
But now, your old man has retired for many years. The friend's words stopped abruptly, and Kong Meng knew what he said without him saying anything else. After all, no matter what, bringing down he high will not bring any direct benefits to these people. No one was willing to offend a future senior executive of Bank of China headquarters because of a woman's words. When you are in the world, what you rely on is not fighting and killing, but human relationships and worldly wisdom. Kong Meng hung up the phone, pursed her lips, and looked at Qin Chuan with some disappointment. She shook her head and said, Master, he high's power is too great, no one is willing to help us.
Qin Chuan's expression was calm, without a trace of joy or loss. He said, It's okay.
I, Qin Chuan, don't need to rely on others to do things. Kong Meng lowered her head guiltily, blaming herself for her lack of ability and low position.
Unable to help Qin Chuan.
Master, please give me another year.
In 1 year, I will be promoted to the ministry.
During this year, we will slowly gather evidence against he high, and when the time is right, we will expose him in one fell swoop. Qin Chuan waved his hand without saying anything, but turned and walked to the side of the road.
Temporary roadside parking space outside Kyoto TV station. Tian Xin sat in the car waiting for Qin Chuan to come back. When you see that the car computer shows that the oil level is less than 1.3,
she realized that she had to go to the gas station again and bleed a lot.
Every time I cheer, I want to cry, Tian Xin muttered.
Suddenly, she remembered the way here. Qin Chuan seemed to have sent himself a red envelope to cheer himself up.
So Tian Xin quickly took out her cell phone, opened WeChat, and clicked on Qin Chuan's avatar. The next second, she was completely dumbfounded.
I only saw a transfer box in the chat box with the note gas fee.
It's a 1 and a long string of zeros.
1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million.
Tian Xin was completely shocked.
Qin Chuan transferred 1 million yuan to her as gas money.
Cold sweat broke out on Tian Xin's forehead.
Just when she was hesitating whether to accept it, Qin Chuan and others came back and got into the car. When I saw Qin Chuan was accompanied by 2 beautiful women with outstanding temperament,
Tian Xin pouted and immediately clicked to receive the payment. Then he asked angrily, Didn't you say you were going to take over the family? Where are the people? Xiao Churan sat in the back seat, raised his hand weakly and said, I am the housekeeper. Tian Xin was stunned. Are the appearance requirements for being a housekeeper so high nowadays? Then he turned around and asked, Who is this sister? Kong Meng replied, I am the master's servant. Tian Xin was speechless.
The last 2 are both beauties with a beauty score of 8 or above.
No matter where it is sought after by thousands of people.
But now they have all become Qin Chuan's housekeepers and servants. She had an indescribable feeling in her heart.
It feels like someone has taken a piece of my cake.
Qin Chuan didn't give her time to think about it and directly ordered her to drive to the largest Huahang branch in Kyoto.
Kyoto, Huahang on Dakian Street. Qin Chuan got off the car alone and walked towards the business hall.
There are 9 ordinary windows and 1 VLP window in the business hall. There was only 1 teller working at the regular window, and the rest were idle.
The VLP window was empty, and the teller sitting there was busy putting on makeup. An 80-year-old grandmother was pacing back and forth in the spacious hall, holding a bank card. She saw that there was no one at the VLP window, so she sat down. "Miss, could you please check if the pension has arrived in my card and help me withdraw 100 yuan?" The teller at the VLP window raised his eyelids and said coldly, "This is a VLP window. If you want to check your balance or withdraw money, go to the machine outside." The old man was very old, and he could only hold his hand up for a few seconds before he dropped it weakly. "Girl, my eyesight is blurry, my hands and feet are not flexible, and I can't see the words on the machine clearly. The machine is too complicated for me and I don't know how to use it. Please help me." The teller snorted coldly, "Hey, how can I explain it to you, an old lady? Your eyesight is blurry and you can't use the machine. It's none of my business. Go find your children and ask them to come and teach you." The old man's eyes suddenly became empty for a moment, and he whispered, "My son died in battle defending our country at the border. Now I'm all alone. Girl, please help me, or I won't have money to buy rice today." The teller deliberately tapped the mouse a few times and said impatiently, "You little old lady, why can't I explain it to you clearly? I told you, this is a VLP. VLP, you know? It's a place for rich people. Either go to the machine to check your account and withdraw money, or go to the street for help. Don't bother me like this. I hate you old men and women the most. You cause so much trouble every day." Chapter 59, 900 million deposits. No matter what he said, the old lady still hadn't left. The teller at the counter started to lose his temper. She tapped the keyboard and mouse furiously in anger. Deliberately make a huge noise. This is to vent the dissatisfaction with the old lady. The old lady originally wanted to leave, but she was too old and her legs were slow. The thing that elderly people of this age fear most is losing their balance and falling. She was just about to stretch her legs to steady herself. But I was frightened by the sound of the teller smashing the keyboard and mouse in anger, and my heart trembled. He lost his balance and slipped off the chair. Seeing this, the teller immediately became furious. "You old woman, how can you be so vicious? Not only did you break the rules, but you also tried to scam me. Let me tell you, the bank is full of surveillance cameras, and the footage is clear. I didn't touch you. If you want to scam me, get out of the street." The old lady grabbed the edge of the counter with one hand, trying hard to prevent herself from falling. Seeing this, no one around dared to step forward to help, for fear that if they did, they would ruin the rest of their lives. Just when the old lady was about to give up, a pair of hands reached out from beside her and straightened her up. The old lady breathed a sigh of relief as she sat back in her chair. Seeing that the old lady didn't fall down in the end, the teller breathed a sigh of relief. "Damn it, if you really fell down, you old lady, you wouldn't have made me write a self-criticism tonight." The old lady looked up at the young man who helped her and said, "Thank you, son. If it weren't for you, I would have died from this fall." The teller rolled his eyes and snorted, "Humph, isn't it better to be gone? You can meet your dead son." Xin Chuan turned around and glared at the teller, "Say it again if you dare." Xin Chuan's gaze carried the intimidation of a strong man, making people shudder and dare not look directly at him. The teller immediately turned his head away, not daring to look directly at him, and whispered, "Damn it, what kind of people did I run into on work today? Call out your president." Xin Chuan shouted angrily. The teller was stunned at first, then smirked. "Why, you want to complain about me? I'm telling you, I didn't do anything. I adhere to the company's rules and regulations. Even if you complain to the headquarters, it will be useless. Your rules are meant to bully the elderly and weak? Your system is meant to mock the families of martyrs?" Xin Chuan asked word by word. "You're a young man, you've watched too many TV dramas and think you're a superhero. You haven't even grown all your hair yet and you're out here trying to teach others how to help the weak and fight against the strong. Let me tell you, here, my words are the rules, and my actions are the system. What can you do to me?" Xin Chuan looked at the teller with a cold gaze and said, "Okay, I will teach you a lesson according to your rules and regulations." As he spoke, he took out a washing bank card and said, "Now, immediately, withdraw my money. All of it. I say, are you deaf or illiterate? Didn't you see it says VL?" The word P was not even uttered. The teller caught a glimpse of Xin Chuan's bank card. It was a card that was entirely platinum in color. The teller recognized it immediately as his bank's top-tier platinum card. The washing platinum card is a privilege that only VLP guests can have. The deposits inside start at least 1 million.
Suddenly, the teller's voice fell silent and his attitude changed 180 degrees.
This, that, how much do you want? All.
Qin Chuan said word by word. The teller broke out in a cold sweat and cursed inwardly.
Damn it, today is the worst day of my life.
This year's performance has not been completed yet, and now I have to deduct money again. As the performance review period approaches, everyone has a deposit task to fulfill. At this time, the lobby manager who had just returned from urinating saw the situation at the VLP counter.
He walked over slowly and whispered to the teller. What's wrong? What happened?
The teller glanced at Qin Chuan and lowered his voice, saying, I ran into the stupid rich second-generation guy who's trying to act like a hero.
He wants to withdraw all the money from the card.
The lobby manager frowned slightly upon hearing this. You were already short of 1 million in deposits last month, and now you're asking someone to withdraw another sum.
What will you do with the upcoming assessment? If you fail the assessment for 2 consecutive months, you will be dismissed.
The teller rolled his eyes and snorted, Humph, at worst I can just ask my dad to deposit another 2 million yuan from the company.
It's no big deal. The lobby manager sighed softly, it's good to have money at home.
The teller looked very proud, as her job was due to the 10 million yuan her father had deposited in the bank.
The bank president personally opened the back door to let her come to work. Let him withdraw 1 million or 800,000, so what? I'll go back to sleep and forget everything. I'll still come to work next week.
As she said that, she hit enter.
The computer screen jumped to the information on Qin Chuan's bank card. In an instant, the teller and the lobby manager were both stunned. How can the balance on this bank card be so high? The lobby manager swallowed his saliva and said in disbelief.
The teller was dumbfounded. She kept rubbing her eyes and then looked at the screen again.
After confirming it again and again, she murmured, How can there be more than 900 million?
The two of them looked at Qin Chuan with fear in their eyes.
What? Are you deaf or blind? You don't understand what I'm saying? Take out all the money inside.
Qin Chuan shouted. The teller's legs were shaking with fear.
This kind of person relies on the little money he has. They are most likely to bully the weak and fear the strong.
They always like to attack and pressure the elderly, the weak, the sick, and those who are inferior to themselves. But he is submissive to the strong, like a grandson. The teller was already scared out of his wits. His family's assets of 18 million are nothing in front of the young man in front of him.
Not even a fart.
If the other party really wanted to take the more than 900 million yuan, her father would not be able to fill the hole even if he bought insurance or jumped off a building. Sir, your balance is really too much. According to the regulations, it exceeds. The teller was so panicked that he forgot the amount in the rules and regulations for a moment.
The lobby manager lowered his head and secretly added, 5 million.
The teller suddenly woke up.
Yes, 5 million. According to regulations, large withdrawals over 5 million must be made by appointment. Yes, the appointment will take a week.
After saying that, the teller finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there are rules and regulations that give us a 1-week buffer period.
During this period, just ask the bank president to intervene. With President He's ability, he will definitely be able to persuade the other party.
After all, the 100 billion yuan in deposits of this branch were almost all attracted by the president.
Oh?
There are also these rules and regulations. Qin Chuan said with a smile.
The teller didn't notice the change in the other person's expression.
She handed the card back with both hands and said in a tone of lucky victory, Sir, I'll make an appointment for you today.
Please come to the bank next week to discuss the withdrawal matters. Wait, I didn't say I won't take it.
I'll take 10,000 at a time. Qin Chuan paused and continued, until I've taken out 900 million.
Chapter 60, Bohemia Mansion, a war is about to break out.
As soon as these words were spoken, the teller became furious. He couldn't catch his breath, and with a loud thud, he fell backwards and fainted. The lobby manager rushed out and apologized profusely, being as respectful as a grandson. Qin Chuan has nothing to do with him, and this kind of person is like heir to him.
Call out your bank president.
The lobby manager broke out in a cold sweat and trembled as he said, Sir, the president is not here today.
He must be having dinner with a client. Where are you going to eat? It should be in the Bohemia Mansion. Qin Chuan's eyes fixed, and he said meaningfully, money.
Upon hearing about the money, the lobby manager quickly clasped his hands together and pleaded, "Sir, I'm truly sorry for what happened today. I will report that idiot's behavior to headquarters and deal with it seriously.
She's a non-staff employee, so it's easy to deal with.
I'll fire her immediately and never hire her again. I'll also make a note of her in her personal file.
No formal enterprise or institution will hire her again." Qin Chuan nodded slightly after hearing this.
Set up a setting on my card to transfer 50,000 yuan to the old lady's card every month. At the beginning of each month, ask her to go to the bank to withdraw the cash in person. Also, all the gifts from my major clients during the holidays should be sent to the old lady's home.
The lobby manager felt relieved and said yes repeatedly.
Qin Chuan turned around and left, got into his Rolls-Royce and headed straight for Bohemia Mansion.
Kyoto, Zijing Road, Zijing Mansion.
Bohemia Mansion is a private club, and all the guests it receives are well-known super VLPs. Pick any one of them out, they are all industry leaders and wealthy businessmen.
This is a villa hidden in the bustling downtown area, and its privacy is considered to be the ceiling level in Kyoto.
The villa is built in the style of Jiangnan Gardens, with small bridges, rockery and flowing water, pavilions and the sound of stringed instruments.
It seems like a quiet and peaceful place.
As soon as Qin Chuan arrived at the gate, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. He took a quick look and concluded that this place was unusual. Behind the scenes, there must be a lot of extremely dirty activities. The running water in the yard, I wonder how many of those are the girls' tears. The lingering sound in the pavilion drowned out the cries of countless people.
Qin Chuan asked the three women to go back first. I walked into the Bohemia Mansion alone.
As soon as I entered the mansion, I was greeted by a woman dressed in Japanese clothing. Seeing the other person dressed like this, Qin Chuan couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. The woman bowed slightly and said, "Sir, this is a private residence."
"I'm here to find someone."
The woman looked embarrassed.
"This."
Qin Chuan took out a bank card and said, "I'm here to see He Hai." The woman took a look and saw that it was a Huaxing Bank Platinum card. She immediately guessed that the man in front of her was extraordinary, and quickly bowed and said, "Yes, sir, please follow me." The woman took Qin Chuan through the corridor and came to the door of a private room. She made a gesture of invitation, and Qin Chuan didn't refuse.
"Just push the door open and go in."
The box was filled with smoke, and three men were sitting at a large round table. Except for the man sitting on the main seat, the other two people were hugging a young woman.
A man smoking a cigar cursed, "Fuck, Kumiko, why did you bring a man in?"
Kumiko, who was following behind Qin Chuan, took a step forward and said with a slight smile, "Boss Song, this is all what President He meant." Upon hearing this, Boss Song turned his head to look at He Hai, who was sitting in the middle.
"Boss He? Did you invite anyone else to today's card game?"
He Hai was wearing a branded black suit and sitting upright in the middle. He flicked the ash off his cigar, narrowed his eyes and smiled, "Fengzhong can't come today."
"Huh? What's going on? Why didn't he tell me in advance that he couldn't come? Damn it."
He Hai pointed at Qin Chuan in front of him and said, "It was this guy who sent Fengzhong in." Upon hearing this, the two people around He Hai immediately became defensive.
"Who are you?"
Boss Wang, who was on He Hai's right, asked cautiously.
Qin Chuan sneered, walked to the table and sat down. "Qin Chuan."
The king of Song and the other looked at each other and shook their heads. They both said that they didn't know such a person. He Hai was calm and composed. He opened a rosewood box on the table and took out a cigar from the box. Then he placed the cigar on the round table and turned the glass turntable on the table. The cigar circled clockwise and arrived in front of Qin Chuan. "Since you're here, have a smoke,"
He Hai said.
Qin Chuan raised the corner of his mouth in disdain, and with a wave of his right hand, he knocked the cigar off the table. He Hai showed a hint of anger on his face, but he still maintained an unfathomable smile.
"Ah, kids nowadays are just full of youthful energy. He Hai, remember what you did. I'm giving you two choices. 1, you turn yourself in, and maybe you'll get a chance for leniency. 2, I'll send you to jail, and you'll get a minimum of life imprisonment."
Upon hearing this, King Song and the other two were both shocked and turned to look at He Hai. He Hai laughed out loud. His laughter was a little arrogant, and tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. After a few seconds, He Hai's laughter faded, and he asked Qin Chuan playfully, "I'd like to hear how you plan to send me in."
"It's simple. Let the Bank of China headquarters conduct a self-investigation.
The internal stains and reports you've received over the past few years are enough to send you to prison for life. There's no need to dirty my hands when dealing with someone like you. Qin Chuan, isn't it just for a woman? Why do you have to do this? In this society, as long as you have money, you will have no worries about not having women. As long as you make friends with me, I will give you as many as you want. Even if you want a star or a host, I can find a way to get them for you. You are wrong. What I want is justice. He was stunned for a moment, then sneered, Justice? Qin Chuan, you're such a genius. How much is justice worth? I don't lack money, I lack justice. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said coldly, then there's nothing to talk about. Qin Chuan picked up the phone and said to He with a wry smile, it seems that you chose the second option. He slammed the table and shouted angrily, you little bastard, you touched Feng Zhong and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Now you dare to speak nonsense in front of me and try to destroy me. Do you think I, have been running the business for so many years and am just a decoration? He deliberately raised his voice, firstly to respond to Qin Chuan's arrogance, and secondly to intimidate the two bosses around him. Seeing that the two people beside him lowered their heads, He got the result he wanted. He continued, okay, feel free to call and report me. If anything happens to me, I'll take your last name. Qin Chuan turned the phone screen towards himself and said while operating the phone, who said I was going to call to report you? I said, I don't need to do anything to you myself. He narrowed his eyes slightly and sneered sarcastically, you just want to transfer 900 million yuan from my branch to blackmail me. Chapter 61 How can I abandon my beloved general? He's words scared the two bosses beside him. 900 million? This guy has 900 million in savings? He slammed the table and stood up, continuing angrily, Qin Chuan, do you think I don't know what you just did in my branch? I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Do you think your mere 900 million in deposits can bring me down? Do you think I got the name He Qiani easily? He pointed to Boss Song on his left and said, Song Wentao, is the owner of Huadi Media Company, Limited, a listed entertainment company with a market capitalization of 3 billion. After that, He pointed to the right and said, Wang Ning, is the chairman of Jinglu Group, a group with an annual turnover of 10 billion. He pointed at Qin Chuan again and said, with my ability, even if you take away 900 million, it won't matter. Do you think that the headquarters will punish me for missing out on a big client? What a joke. I can make up for it in a minute. I have a network of contacts that you can never imagine. He was very proud of this wave. He not only gained face, but also intimidated the two bosses he had just worked with. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Qin Chuan sneered, oh? Really? After he finished speaking, his cell phone rang. Qin Chuan pressed the answer button. There was a middle-aged man's voice on the other end of the phone, and his tone was soft and respectful. Hello, Mr. Qin. I'm Hao Jiandong, Risk Director at Bank of China headquarters. Your personal balance transfer request just popped up in the back end. Could you please tell me if I'm personally making this request? It's me. Excuse me, Mr. Qin. We have verified your funds and there is no problem. The transfer can be made. However, may I ask a personal question? You ask. Since you have always maintained a good cooperative relationship with our bank, why would you suddenly transfer your deposit to another bank? Are they offering higher interest rates or other services? As the largest bank in China, I can personally guarantee that we will provide you with better services and interest rates. I didn't transfer the money because other banks offered better treatment. I discovered that the president of one of your Hua Bank's branches was a criminal, using coercion and bribery to force women into illegal activities. Furthermore, this has already affected people close to me. Mr. Qin, please tell us which bank president it is. We will definitely deal with it strictly and severely. Dakian Street, Huaheng, He. Okay, Mr. Qin, I've received your feedback. We will definitely conduct an internal investigation and give you an explanation. Hang up the phone. Song Wentao, the boss of Huadi Media Company, Limited, looked at He in horror and said, President this guy really reported you. He took a sip of tea and said calmly, if reporting me would be useful, I would have been in jail long ago. Hearing that even the risk department of the headquarters was not afraid, Wang Ning, chairman of Jinglu Group, immediately lit a cigarette for He. President, he is truly extraordinary. My corporate loan. He raised his lips and said, Boss Wang, I'm just short of 900 million yuan, and you're asking me about a loan. Wang Ning understood what he meant and quickly took out a red paper bag from his side and stuffed it over. Seeing this, He Hai grinned and said, Boss Wang, you are, okay, I will go and urge your loan.
I will expedite it. Next week, there will be no problem next week. Wang Ning wiped the sweat from his forehead and thanked him repeatedly.
At this time, He Hai's phone rang.
Fuck, are the people in the risk department just sitting around doing nothing? It's only 900 million, what's the big deal? He picked up the phone and answered it.
But the voice on the other end of the phone made He Hai feel cold. The caller was a senior executive of Bank of China, a member of the board of directors, and executive director Duan Zhongwei. Duan Zhongwei came up and scolded him, He Hai, why did you offend a big client and mess with his girlfriend when you could have offended anyone else?
Duan Zhongwei is He Hai's biggest support and is also the important person who recommended He Hai to join the headquarters.
He Hai was naturally very respectful to him. He Hai said flatteringly, Oh, my good leader.
You know who I am, He Hai. I am doing this for performance.
He Hai spoke without any scruples. He just wanted to let Qin Chuan know his strength in person. By the way, he once again showed his strength to the two new bosses.
He continued, that woman is a slut. I didn't intend to have sex with her. She just came to me on her own. And I'm not doing this for myself. It's all for.
He Hai glanced around and said with a wry smile, it's all about the cooperation with Huawei Media.
Boss Song told me personally that he wants to transfer all of his business from China Merchants Bank to our Bank of China. Song Wentao had a bitter look on his face.
He was dragged here to be a background figure for no reason.
But what can he do?
It was He Hai who introduced and managed his company's listing. Just consider it as returning a favor for him. Seeing silence on the other end of the line, He Hai said again, Leader, it's only 900 million.
I promise, I can get you 1 billion in half a month. Oh no, 2 billion.
He Haiji said this proudly, then looked at Qin Chuan coldly. Even if you transfer away 900 million, with my ability as He Hai, I can still turn the tide. But after He Hai finished speaking, there was an unusual silence on the other end of the phone, which made him feel a little confused.
A moment later, Duan Zhongwei shouted angrily, He Hai.
Even now, you still don't understand the seriousness of the matter, and you're still smiling and laughing in front of me. He Hai was confused by what he said, Leader.
Don't call me leader, you bastard. You still don't understand the situation, right? Do you know how much Qin Chuan wants to transfer? He wants to transfer 50.9 billion. Not 900 million.
He Hai staggered and almost lost his balance. He repeated in disbelief, What, 500 and 900 million. Now they're holding on to the 50 billion and are openly threatening you to have headquarters investigate you thoroughly.
Think about what you've done.
If they investigate, you'll spend the rest of your life in jail. When they heard He Hai say 50.9 billion, Song Wentao and Wang Ning beside him were both shocked. The young boy in front of them actually had more than 50 billion yuan.
How the hell is this possible? Both of them have been working in society and business for decades.
Only in exchange for the current social status and wealth.
But the combined net worth of the two is less than 5 billion. There are also many real estate and stocks among them.
And the Qin Chuan in front of them actually had more than 50 billion yuan by himself. That is a deposit of real money, without any virtual value like stocks, funds, and options. This 50 billion in cash, no matter which bank it is placed in, belongs to the top-tier customers.
VVVLP and VLP.
It can be said that as long as Qin Chuan wants to have some fun, he can even directly replace He Hai. Become the president of He Hai's branch. It can be seen that more than 50 billion is a huge and terrifying number. Seeing that He Hai was frightened, Duan Zhongwei stopped scolding him. He Hai is the person that Duan Zhongwei has devoted all his efforts to supporting and has been trained as a chess piece for more than 10 years.
He absolutely couldn't give up easily.
He Hai, I'll give you 2 months to plug the hole.
If you can't plug it, you can go to jail yourself. Chapter 62, I have a $1 trillion fortune, how can you compete with me? Duan Zhongwei spoke from the heart.
This made the stunned He Hai grab a life-saving straw. Please rest assured, leader. Please rest assured.
I will definitely do it, I will definitely do it.
After hanging up the phone, He Hai slumped in his chair. He was exhausted, as if he had just been through a huge war.
500 and 900 million, even for him. It is also an astronomical figure.
After more than 10 years of operation, he attracted hundreds of billions of deposits and earned the reputation of 100-billionaire bank president. Relying on this honor, he had the capital to be promoted to the Bank of China headquarters and reach a higher level. Today, just a little bit is enough to ruin all the business he has built over the past few decades. He felt a little scared. His heart was in turmoil. He felt like he was going to vomit out the stomach acid. It took a long time for He to calm down. He placed his hands on the round table and stood up. Standing proudly in the box, He excitedly said, "Qin Xuan, I admit that I was too careless at first and didn't investigate your background properly. I thought someone your age was, at best, a second-generation playboy, living off the few $100 million your family gave you. But I didn't expect you to have a net worth of over $50 billion. You hid it so well that even the rich list didn't find you." Qin Xuan glanced at the balance in the washing app, which was $50.9 billion. This is the money that the system transferred last time. He ignored He, looked at the time and continued to press the phone. He enjoyed the comfort of surviving the disaster. This feeling caused his body to secrete a huge amount of dopamine. He became more and more excited as he spoke. "It's useless, no matter how many times you send me messages. You think 50 billion can bring me down? Do you think that as a bank president with hundreds of billions of dollars, a future high-ranking official at the Bank of China headquarters, I can be abandoned so easily by the higher-ups? Qin Xuan, I told you, you're too young. Society doesn't just operate in black and white, 1 and 2. Everything is about interests. Everything is a transaction. You want to use 50 billion as a threat to get the headquarters to abandon me. If it were someone else, you might have succeeded. However, you misjudged one point, I'm more valuable than 50 billion. After He finished his monologue with great satisfaction, he felt that all his emotions were completely released. This is a feeling that is more pleasurable than sexual intercourse between men and women. He enjoyed the feeling of being reborn after being on the verge of death. He looked at Qin Xuan, wanting to see the frustration on his face after the failure of his plan. Seeing the other party's depressed look because he couldn't punish himself. But what shocked He was that Qin Xuan in front of him did not look lost at all. Instead, he was laughing, a mocking laugh. "What are you laughing at now?" "I'm laughing at how a fool like you got to this position." He was furious. "What do you mean?" Suddenly, his cell phone rang again. The caller was still Duan Zongwei. He immediately calmed down and answered the call. "Hello, leader." Duan Zongwei spoke calmly. The chairman of the headquarters and the president of the head office have personally ordered the establishment of an internal investigation team within the Bank of China to conduct a thorough investigation of you. You have been suspended. I urge you to surrender immediately and seek leniency." Duan Zongwei's words were as calm as water. But to He, it was like a bolt from the blue. He asked in disbelief, "Boss, didn't you say you helped me suppress it? Why did the head of the bank still give this order? Do you think the 50 billion I promised is too little? I can go and get another 70 billion. No, 100 billion. No matter how much it is, I can get it within 2 months." Duan Zongwei exhaled the cigarette smoke from his mouth and said, I advise you not to struggle." "Do you know who you are facing?" He was stunned and did not answer. "He's a member of the Wanda Group's board of directors, the largest shareholder of the Bayati Group, and the behind-the-scenes boss of the Silton Group. Just now, the 3 aforementioned groups simultaneously called the president of the bank, demanding they sever all ties with Bank of China and switch to the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Do you know the size of the business these 3 groups hold? Can you handle it all on your own? Because I just tried so hard to protect you, I'm now in a difficult position, struggling to protect myself." Duan Zongwei finished speaking and hung up the phone. Hi's cell phone volume was very loud. Wang Song and the others sitting next to him heard Duan Zongwei's words clearly. They both broke out in cold sweats. Wanda Group and BYD Group are both their clients and their largest business partners. He actually offended the other party to such an extent that he wanted to fight to the death. Wang Ning immediately stood up and poured a cup of tea at He. I didn't expect you to be such a crazy person. I, Wang Ning, am blind to eat at the same table with you." Wang Ning picked up the bag and prepared to run away. When passing by Qin Xuan, he quickly bowed and said, "Mr. Qin, I have offended you today. I hope you will forgive me. My mother is dying, and I have to go back to see her for the last time."
I will come to apologize someday.
After saying that, Wang Ning ran away.
Song Wentao was one step behind Wang Ning. But he also scolded He Hai and then performed the scene of cutting off the robe and breaking off the ties of friendship.
Then he came to Qin Xuan, knelt on one knee and said, "Mr. Qin, I feel the same."
Qin Xuan looked at Song Wentao coldly. Is your mother going to die too? Song Wentao shook his head. No, it's just that my wife is about to give birth. Mr. Qin, let's say goodbye for now. I'll come to apologize later. After saying that, Song Wentao also ran away.
Seeing this, He Hai crawled to Qin Xuan in despair.
Mr. Qin, I was wrong, I was really wrong.
He slapped his mouth frantically.
Please, Mr. Qin, let me go. I agree to whatever you say.
Having said this, He Hai suddenly realized. The great god he was facing seemed to have everything he needed. With the resources Qin Xuan has, it is no exaggeration to say that he is worth trillions.
He Hai thought about it and suddenly thought of something. Mr. Qin, if you let me go, I can tell you a secret.
Just as He Hai was speaking, the martial arts power in Qin Xuan's body issued a warning.
He sensed a bullet coming from behind him. Qin Xuan immediately dodged. But there was He Hai in front of his seat. He was shot and killed instantly.
Qin Xuan dodged the gunfire and looked in the direction the bullet came from.
5 people walked in through the door. Leading the group was the Japanese woman Kumiko. Qin Xuan looked at the other person again. Kumiko was wearing a traditional black and white Japanese costume.
Her face was painted with extremely white foundation, and her fiery red lips were matched with 2 touches of blush on her cheeks.
It's very weird to watch. Kumiko wore white socks and herringbone clogs.
She took a small step forward and glanced at He Hai with disdain.
The Chinese simply don't have a sense of contract and can't keep secrets. Kumiko was followed by 4 burly men, each over 2 meters tall.
They wore black sunglasses and all black suits.
He is serious and stands straight. Qin Xuan's eyes fixed on the second level of martial arts peak? Chapter 63, A Traitor Who is a Nobody. Kumiko was a little surprised and she looked at Qin Xuan again.
Then he smiled cunningly and said, "So you are also a martial artist?
Then I will give you a chance to live. Join us and work for us, and I can spare your life."
Qin Xuan's eyes were fixed on the woman in front of him. The other party's words were already very clear.
This battle is inevitable.
Suddenly, a system prompt appeared in front of Qin Xuan.
Congratulations to the challenger, triggering the hidden mission, Japanese spy station. Mission description, Zijing Mansion, a Japanese spy outpost that has been operating in China for many years.
Hidden within it are numerous Japanese spies, who publicly manage the mansion's affairs while secretly gathering Chinese secrets.
Challenger mission, defeat the enemy forces.
Note, each time you kill a spy, you will gain corresponding martial arts experience points. When the experience points reach 100, you will automatically be promoted to the next level.
After a brief prompt, Qin Xuan's vision returned.
He discovered that there was an additional number in yellow font above the heads of the 5 people in the room.
The experience value of all 5 people is 25.
Qin Xuan was overjoyed, as this meant that he only needed to defeat these 5 people. You can be promoted to a higher level, from the current 4th level of martial arts entry to the 4th level of martial arts minor success.
Kumiko was secretly delighted when she saw Qin Xuan standing there hesitating. His 4 Vajras are indeed very intimidating.
Ha ha ha, the guys next to me are the 4 great warriors of the Yamada group. Each of them is at the peak of level 2, but when they work together, they can overpower anyone at level 3. After Kumiko finished speaking, she looked at Qin Xuan with amusement.
I want to see how the other party bows down.
However, she never expected that Qin Xuan did not kneel down and beg for mercy as she expected. Instead, he raised his eyebrows and looked down coldly. He snorted disdainfully, "Humph, I think you are just putting your heads up for sale."
Kumiko was furious.
She had been in China for many years and had never been humiliated like this.
Kill him. The organization will reward you for your meritorious service.
When the 4 men in black heard about the reward for their meritorious service, they immediately became excited as if they had gone crazy. They clenched their fists so hard that their clothes exploded.
Amazing power bursts out from the inside out.
Seeing this, Kumiko smiled and said, "You 4 are making a big deal out of nothing. There's no need to go all out against a piece of trash Chinese. Judging from his appearance, he's only at the 2nd level of martial arts entry.
One of the men in black smiled evilly and said, "Kumiko, don't blame me. It's really a reward for meritorious service. The temptation is too strong."
Kumiko turned to look at Qin Xuan and said, "You ignorant Chinese, you have no chance to regret. When the four heavenly kings burst out, the heaven and earth will change color." She wanted to see Qin Xuan frightened and begging for mercy. But what surprised her greatly was the young man opposite seemed to be more excited than the four heavenly kings. It was like they were the prey and he was the hunter. This caused Kumiko to feel doubtful. After a few breaths, the four men in black all fell to the ground. "Congratulations to the challenger, you have gained 30 experience points. Congratulations to the challenger, you have gained 30 experience points. Congratulations to the challenger, you have gained 30 experience points. Congratulations to the challenger, you have gained 30 experience points."
After 4 consecutive experience point reminders, the system finally issued a promotion notification.
"Congratulations to the challenger, who has been promoted to the 4th level of martial arts minor achievement." Suddenly, a strong martial arts power surged out from Qin Xuan's heart, spread throughout the body.
Qin Xuan felt an unprecedented sense of refreshment. Kumiko's eyes widened in anger, and she stepped back in panic, asking, Who are you? Are you from Zhanlong?"
Qin Xuan sneered, "You are just a piece of shit, you are not worthy of asking about my name." Kumiko felt something was wrong when she saw the murderous intent in Qin Xuan's eyes. She was just about to reach for her shuriken at her waist. In a blink of an eye, Kumiko's vision went dark and she fell to the ground.
If the other party is an ordinary person, even an ordinary Japanese,
Qin Xuan would never kill someone like that. But if the other party is a spy agent, there will be no mercy.
Just follow international practices.
"Congratulations to the challenger, you have gained 30 experience points. Congratulations to the challenger for defeating the spy liaison.
Congratulations to the challenger, you have received 3 minutes of double experience time." When you see double experience, Qin Xuan was stunned. Double experience, and this is how you play it? Without hesitation, he immediately mobilized the martial arts power in his body. Sense the entire internal environment of the Bohemia Hall. Search for remaining Japanese spies. In an instant, he locked onto 3 rooms and found unusual movements inside.
Qin Xuan rushed straight to the first room.
He kicked the door open.
I saw an 80-year-old man with a wrinkled face, crawling on a young woman. The woman was tied up and her mouth was stuffed with a rough cloth. Although he couldn't speak, the tears streaming from his eyes and his violent struggle said it all.
The old man saw someone ruining his good deeds and cursed, "Baga, who are you? How dare you trespass into my box?" Lao Ba Jie only has 25 experience points, but there is a bonus of double experience points.
Finally, the experience value above his head is displayed as 50.
Qin Xuan's face was slightly angry. "You don't deserve to know who I am. Bagayalu."
Old Baga turned around and was about to take the Japanese sword hanging on the wall. But before he could take a step, the back of his neck broke with a snap, as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer. Old Baga's body went limp, and he fell to the ground with a thud, spitting out white foam from his mouth.
8.
Qin Xuan hurried forward to rescue the kidnapped woman. At the same time, he took off his white sports jacket and put it on him.
Then he walked out of the room and went to the second box.
There were 2 middle-aged men in this box, one with a Japanese-style mustache and the other was Chinese. They sat facing each other with a map on the table.
Qin Xuan saw the words on the drawing at a glance.
It is a construction drawing of a cross-sea bridge in southern China, with several red dots marking the weak points of the bridge. When the Japanese man saw the Chinese breaking in, he shouted angrily, "Baga, you betrayed me."
The Chinese trader across from him quickly waved his hands and explained, "Sasaki-kun, you misunderstood, I didn't."
Before the man could finish speaking, Sasaki pulled out his gun and hit him directly between the eyebrows. Then, Sasaki put away the map on the table, and just as he was about to point the gun at Qin Xuan, the next second, he saw his arm holding the gun bent at 90 degrees.
Sasaki screamed in pain, "Ah, my hand." Qin Xuan took another step forward. Sasaki ignored the pain and quickly knelt down. I'll tell you, don't torture me. I'll tell you everything I know."
Qin Xuan looked down at the other person and said coldly, "You don't have to tell me, I'm not interested in knowing." In a blink of an eye, Sasaki's neck tilted and he fell to the ground with a bang.
Qin Xuan didn't linger and went out directly. Time is the most precious thing for him now.
The most important thing is to eliminate the spies and gain double experience.
The last one is located in the southeast corner of Zijing Mansion. A small house built of bamboo.
This place is quiet and dark, as if isolated from the world. Xin Chuan stepped forward and was about to break into the house.
Suddenly, the door of the hut opened from the inside.
A woman in tattered clothes and covered in blood rushed out of the house. The woman was about 25 or 26 years old. She has long, flowing hair. On her delicate oval face are a pair of big watery eyes. All her clothes were torn, and she only had a piece of red cloth covering her chest. The whole person looked like he had been forcibly defiled. The woman was covered in blood, obviously having fought a desperate battle. When she saw Xin Chuan, she immediately cried, "Sir, please save me.
I'm a female student at Kyoto University. They tied me up and wanted to sacrifice me to those bigwigs. I fought hard and knocked someone out, and ran away."
The woman threw herself into Xin Chuan's arms, trembling and sobbing. Xin Chuan pinched her arm and sneered, "Your acting is good, but it's a pity that you won't have the chance to act again in this life."
Chapter 64, Back to the Peak. Get new skill pack rewards. The woman's entire arm was locked tightly by Xin Chuan.
A sharp dagger slipped down.
The woman looked at Xin Chuan in horror and asked viciously, "How did you find out the flaw?"
Xin Chuan did not answer and directly sent him to reincarnation. Then he said calmly, "I don't need to identify you at all, because you have 50 experience points on your head. Congratulations to the challenger, you have gained 50 experience points. Congratulations to the challenger, you have gained 50 experience points. Congratulations to the challenger, you have gained 50 experience points. Congratulations to the challenger for advancing to the peak of the 4th level of martial arts."
Xin Chuan felt a long-lost power returning to his body. This is the feeling of being back on top. Before he could savor it, the system continued to prompt. Congratulations to the challenger. Complete the hidden mission, Japanese spy station. Task reward, global language skill pack. Xin Chuan was stunned and asked in confusion, "Global language skills package?" The next second, countless dictionaries were poured into his mind. English, French, Spanish, Cantonese, Minnan dialect, Trump, Wenzhou dialect, West African indigenous languages, Xlanti, Yen.
Some of the languages were ones he had never heard of.
And there is also a strange text mixed in. When the system is force-fed.
The moment Xin Chuan opened his eyes, he seemed to have been sublimated. He can describe the things in front of him in other languages at once.
The main mission includes the requirement that you cannot fail. Xin Chuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems I don't have to worry about my English level 4. Kyoto, North Gate.
Next to the towering skyscrapers and the ancient courtyard houses.
Standing quietly is a 5-story office building that looks ordinary, even inconspicuous. This is the headquarters of China's Ministry of Security.
A middle-aged man in his 30s hurried to the office at the other end of the corridor. Before entering the house, he knocked on the door according to the rules. Only after a majestic reply came from inside did the man turn the doorknob and walk into the house. The interior of the house is very simple, with only a simple office chair and a computer. The only difference is that there are a huge amount of documents and files throughout the house. Sitting at the desk was an old man in his 60s. The old man had white hair and wore a pair of brown-framed reading glasses. He was crawling over the table reading documents. The middle-aged man said respectfully with a hint of urgency, "Minister, a gunshot was heard inside the Bohemia mansion just now." The old man looked up suddenly. Beneath the thick glasses, a pair of sharp eyes stared at the middle-aged man.
"What? The Japanese took action? Are there any casualties among our people? I'm not sure yet.
I'll leave for Bohemia mansion as soon as I finish my report." The old man said with deep sorrow, "If I had known this would happen, I should have closed the net quickly. Oh, it's my fault for wanting to play the long game and catch the big fish."
The middle-aged man lowered his head and left the office. Kyoto, South Gate. A location that cannot be viewed on satellite maps.
On the vast training ground, a burly man was sprinting at an unparalleled speed.
He was extremely fast, stirring up dust on the ground as he ran.
There is a light armored vehicle placed in the north and south corners. The man rushed towards the armored vehicle and punched it hard. The armored vehicle was knocked over directly.
"Fuck, lone wolf. When did you get promoted?
You knocked down an armored vehicle with one punch.
Are you at the peak of level 2? Falcon, you underestimate me. I have already been promoted to level 3.
The man codenamed Falcon was so shocked that his jaw dropped to the ground.
You're not even 30 yet, and you've already been promoted to level 3?
Lone Wolf, you broke our War Dragon team record.
The Lone Wolf stood with his head held high.
As the strongest warrior selected by gathering the strength of the entire Chinese nation,
he has the right to be proud. A man in green camouflage uniform walked towards them quickly. Lone Wolf and Falcon immediately stood at attention and saluted him. Team leader.
The person who came was the captain of Zhanlong, codenamed Sankong.
Seeing that the captain looked a little strange, Lone Wolf asked, "Captain, what happened?"
There was a gunshot inside the Bohemia mansion.
I need to go take a look. Is it that Japanese spy agency? Didn't the Huan department say they were playing the long game and told us not to interfere?
Song Cheong said solemnly, a few days ago, I received intelligence that the Yamada Group of Japan sent out 4 Vidras to escort a liaison officer to secretly infiltrate our country. When they come to China, their first stop will definitely be the Bohemia mansion. If this is the case, our comrades in Huan will be in danger.
The 4 King Khans of the Yamada Group?
They are 4 people at the peak of level 2. If the 4 of them fight together, I'm afraid their combat power can at least reach the level of level 3.
Falcon's face darkened. Captain, I've been promoted to level 3. I'll go with you. The Lone Wolf stepped forward and said. Song Cheong shook his head. No, I am enough.
Falcon grinned and said, Lone Wolf, you should continue practicing on that armored vehicle. The captain, at level 3 peak, can easily beat the 4 great warriors. If you go, the captain will have to distract himself to take care of you. The Lone Wolf glared at the Falcon and said, let me practice on you first. Kyoto, in front of the gate of Zijing Mansion. At this time, the sky was getting dark and a drizzle was falling.
The cordon has already been set up all around.
Dozens of security guards are maintaining order at the scene.
A middle-aged man in a navy blue jacket stepped over the cordon and walked into the Bohemia mansion.
A security guard saw this and immediately stepped forward to stop them. Security officers are handling cases, outsiders please stay away. The middle-aged man pulled out an ID from his pocket and said, I'm Xi Ming, the director of the first-level office of the Ministry of Security of China. The security guard took one look at the ID and immediately straightened his back.
Hello, leader. Xi Ming put away his ID and asked, what's going on inside?
The security officer replied, a homicide occurred inside the Bohemia mansion.
Preliminary investigation revealed a total of 10 victims, 2 of whom were Chinese citizens, and the remaining 8 were Japanese. Xi Ming nodded. Because this involves people from other countries, all news is blocked until the matter is fully investigated.
Yes, leader.
But what? Just say it.
But among the 10 victims, 2 Chinese men were killed by gunfire. The other 8 appeared to have been killed by a single blow with bare hands.
Bare-handed? Kill with one blow?
Xi Ming frowned, things seemed to be more complicated than he had imagined. It was done by a martial arts expert. A deep voice came from behind Xi Ming.
Sangxiang stood straight, standing between the 2 of them. The sky? Xi Ming was stunned.
Sangxiang nodded as a greeting. Then he said to the security guard, I am the captain of the War Dragon team, Sangxiang.
When the security guard heard this, he took a deep breath and said, Captain Zhanlong?
That is a special force that is said to guard the border of China. The team consists of only a dozen people, but each of them is the elite among the elites. Because of the special nature of their team, it has always been very mysterious and its battle record and strength are unknown. The only incident that was made public. He was a general of a certain regiment in India.
During an interview with overseas media, he burst into tears and accused the War Dragon team.
He called on more than 10 of them to annihilate his own 3,000-man group that had accidentally crossed the border. As a result, he is now a lone commander. The security guard immediately saluted Sun Kong to express his inner respect.
Xi Ming asked, is the on-site video recording intact? The security officer nodded and said, everything is fine. If you 2 want to see it, we can go to the monitoring room of Zijing Mansion to check it out.
Sangxiang and Xi Ming nodded in unison and followed the security guard to check the surveillance footage. Soon, the 3 arrived at the monitoring room. The screen in the monitoring room shows images of all the boxes, both inside and outside. The security officer operated the surveillance camera and adjusted the image to the position 1 minute before the gunshot. Ximing noticed something unusual on screen number 3 at a glance, and pointed his finger over there.
Screen 3, what are those two people doing? Chapter 65, National Weapon, Counter-Espionage Talent.
As Ximing finished speaking, a person in picture number 3 suddenly fell to the ground.
He was shot in the head.
Then 5 figures appeared on the screen.
Sang Qiong whispered in surprise, the 4 heavenly kings?
Ximing narrowed his eyes slightly.
The 4 great King Kongs, are you talking about the 4 great King Kongs of the Yamada group of Japan?
Yes.
Sang Qiong said in a heavy tone.
The 4 great warriors of the Yamada group were so bold that they dared to commit crimes in broad daylight. Then, Sang Qiong spotted another person and said, look, in front of the 4 heavenly kings is the liaison of the Yamada group.
Kumiko, known as the smiling poisonous woman.
Ximing was terrified.
Why did Japan send such a high-level team this time? What exactly is its intention?
The two watched the screen where the 4 heavenly kings and Kumiko were talking to a young man.
Lost in thought.
The security guard standing by felt a chill down his spine just by listening to the two people's introductions.
Today's case seems to be beyond my ability. I must hand it over to the Huan department for handling later.
Just as the 3 of them were thinking about their own things, the picture on the monitor suddenly changed. I saw the young man who was just talking with the 4 heavenly kings and Kumiko. They launched an attack on them instantly, just a few breaths later.
The 4 heavenly kings and Kumiko were shot dead by the young man.
Then the young man moved quickly. With precise guidance, they rushed into the boxes one by one.
The Japanese drunken old man Yamamoto Taro. Japanese agent Zero Sasaki. Japanese femme fatale Ogura Yuko.
Ximing called out the names of the people in the surveillance video one by one.
All 3 are internationally renowned Japanese agents.
Whenever a person's identity is revealed, all of them were killed in one blow by that godlike young man.
Less than 3 minutes. All the internationally famous Japanese agents have been liberated.
There was dead silence in the monitoring room.
Ximing was shocked.
I have been the director of the Huan department for many years. Only recently have we obtained photos of the 3 agents' true appearances. But the young man in the surveillance video did it effortlessly. They found the Japanese agent and killed him.
Is this the Natural National Defense Force?
Ximing immediately made up his mind to find this young man. If there is no problem with the other party's political review, he must be invited to join the Huan department. This is a counter-espionage talent picked from thousands of people. Sang Qiong saw on the surveillance video that the young man saved the 4 great Vidras and Kumiko in just a few breaths.
This is something that even he cannot do. Sang Qiong was trembling all over and was very excited.
If the young man in the surveillance video has good character and is responsible, I must pull him into the War Dragon. This is a national treasure.
How can a man with such skills not defend his country? The 2 men simultaneously asked the security guard, who is that young man? The security officer rubbed his head and said, how would I know? But don't worry. I'll take the footage back to the police station and check it with Sky Eye.
Sang Qiong and Ximing simultaneously took out their business cards, handed them over, and said, if you find out, notify me as soon as possible.
Kyoto, Shun District, Kyoto Manor, Building 1.
When Qin Chuan got home, it was already late at night. He walked into the hall and saw 3 extremely beautiful women sitting or lying on the sofa. Some are sweet and lovely, some are voluptuous and mature, and some are charming and lovely.
Kong Meng was a light sleeper and was the first to wake up.
Seeing Qin Chuan coming back, he hurried forward. Seeing the blood stains on his clothes, he asked with concern, Master, what happened to you? Qin Chuan looked down and said, oh, it's okay. It must have gotten stuck when that actress pounced on me just now.
Kong Meng's pupils suddenly shrank. What? An actress? Throwing herself at me? And blood.
But when she thought about it carefully, she realized that a man as rich as her master must have a lot of women flocking to him. I am just a servant, how dare I interfere with my master? But Kong Meng still felt a little conflicted and painful in her heart.
She quickly changed the subject. Master, have you found He Hai?
What's the result? Qin Chuan said calmly, he's dead.
Kong Meng was shocked. Master, you gave him.
Qin Chuan shook his head.
It wasn't me.
It was a Japanese spy who killed him.
Kong Meng was confused. How could a Japanese spy suddenly appear?
Xin Chuan continued, although enemy spies are not protected, I need to ask your father, Mr. Kong, to intervene in this matter.
Kong Meng nodded solemnly, okay, master. I will definitely tell my father.
Well, I'm going back to my room to take a shower and go to bed.
You guys can find a room to stay in,
Xin Chuan said as he walked upstairs.
Master, let me help you bathe.
At this time, Xiao Charan and Tian Xan on the sofa woke up at the same time. Xiao Charan quickly stood up, as a housekeeper with an annual salary of 1 million. To this day, she has never worked a single minute.
Moreover, she asked Xin Chuan to stand up for her.
Xiao Charan quickly said, Sister Kong, let me do it.
I should be the one to serve the boss today. Tian Xin on the sofa frowned and pouted.
She also wanted to say something, but she found that she seemed to have no reason to compete with them for work. So he muttered, Xin Chuan, I didn't eat all night and just sat there waiting for you to come back.
But you went to bed as soon as you came back. Xin Chuan stopped and looked at Tian Xin. So what do you want? Tian Xin blushed suddenly. You have to treat us to a big meal as compensation.
Xin Chuan went upstairs without looking back and said one word, okay. Xiao Charan and Kong Meng followed closely behind, leaving Tian Xin alone downstairs.
Tian Xin was so angry that she jumped on the sofa.
She took out her cell phone and opened the review website. Filter by price, high to low, I'll pick the most expensive restaurant in Kyoto and bankrupt you, huh?
The next day, Saturday. Xiao Charan and Kong Meng went to the kitchen together to prepare breakfast in tacit understanding.
Xin Chuan lay alone in bed resting. Yesterday's battle consumed some of my martial arts strength.
Rest is the best way to ensure combat effectiveness.
Suddenly, a beautiful figure jumped to his bedside.
Xin Chuan suddenly opened his eyes.
I saw Tian Xin lying not far from him, with her 2 little feet in white cotton socks raised. She pointed her phone screen towards Xin Chuan and said, I want to eat here.
Xin Chuan looked carefully and asked, Rong Mansion Banquet?
Tian Xin put her phone away, turned over, and said while lying on her back, You asked me to choose the place to eat, so you can't go back on your word. Rongfu Banquet is Kyoto's top Jiangnan restaurant, a popular check-in destination for celebrities, big bosses, and internet celebrities.
As for the price, it's a little high, only 1,000 per person. Humph, who made you upset me yesterday?
Xin Chuan was confused.
What did I do yesterday? Tian Xin's long legs swung up and down crazily. You know what you're doing. I don't know.
Xin Chuan said coldly, then picked up his phone and called Su Xiaoyan.
Hello, Sister Xiaoyan, let's have dinner together this weekend.
I'm sorry, Xiaoxuan, I'm currently rehearsing and can't spare the time. Su Xiaoyan said guiltily.
Rehearse?
Well, I filmed a Douyin video for the school a while ago, and it accidentally went viral. Douyin is holding a most beautiful university competition soon, and it's going to be live streamed to the entire network tomorrow night. The school leaders are taking this competition very seriously, so I can't let my guard down at this crucial moment.
Xiaoxuan, I'm sorry, I'll definitely be there for you after the competition. The two chatted briefly and then hung up the phone. Suddenly, the martial arts power in Xin Chuan's body suddenly issued a danger warning. Chapter 66, Top Restaurant, Luxurious Dinner.
Xin Chuan turned his head and saw that the person emitting murderous intent was Tian Xin beside him.
Tian Xin's eyes were filled with the look of wanting to kill Xin Chuan. Who is Sister Xiaoyan?
Xin Chuan got up and stretched, then replied casually, my girlfriend. Suddenly, a pillow hit him.
Kyoto, City Center, Rongfuyan Hotel.
The hotel was converted from a prince's mansion.
The entire mansion is built in a magnificent and domineering manner. An SUV drove up to the entrance of the hotel and stopped.
The waiter at the door saw the car coming and it was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan.
He quickly ran forward to guide the car and opened the door. A man and 3 women got off the car.
The man was tall and straight, with an imposing manner. The 3 women have different styles, but they are all extremely beautiful.
Xin Chuan and his group of 4 walked into the mansion.
After entering the mansion, a concierge lady wearing a cheongsam and with a graceful figure came to greet the 4 people. She took the 4 of them and strolled leisurely throughout the palace. While walking towards the box, he introduced the entire palace's architecture and the strange rocks and trees.
After Tian Xin entered the palace, she turned on her cell phone.
Take a selfie from time to time, or shoot a short video and post it on Douyin.
The environment here is so great, I feel like I'm playing a script-killing game.
After about 10 minutes of walking, several people were taken to a private room. After we were seated, the waiter brought the menu and handed it to everyone.
The moment you open the menu, everyone except Xinchuan was stunned. Tian Xian almost screamed out loud. The prices above are simply outrageous. It can even be said to be unbelievable.
The price was completely different from what I saw online, it was several times higher. Not to mention anything else, just the stir-fried seasonal vegetables cost 199 yuan. Looking at the picture, it's just simple stir-fried kale.
The ones that are a little bit meaty all start at 4 digits. Before coming here, Tian Xian thought the average cost per person here would be no more than 1,000 yuan. The result was unexpected, 1,000 yuan. It might not even be enough to cover the service charge in the private room. She secretly turned her head and looked at Qin Xuan, wanting to see his reaction. But Qin Xuan's face was peaceful. He smiled faintly and said, "Order whatever you want to eat." The three women looked at each other. No one spoke.
Just ordering a few dishes will cost tens of thousands of dollars.
Who can afford it?
Even Kong Meng, who came from a wealthy family, had never been so extravagant. Seeing this, Qin Xuan closed the menu and handed it back to the waiter. "Since they don't want to order, you can ask the chef to prepare the meal for us."
"Excuse me, sir, what kind of drink would you like?"
Qin Xuan thought about it and realized that he had missed the chance to taste Romane Conti at his hotel last time, so he said, "We have Romane Conti, right?" After hearing this, the waiter almost jumped for joy. Her joy was almost evident on her face as she quickly said, "Yes, we have a bottle of 1986 Romane Conti in the store. This bottle of Romane Conti is the treasure of Rongfu Banquet. There was a box when we opened the shop, and now we have only one bottle left.
The price of a single bottle is 200,000 yuan.
The waiter calculated and decided to push this bottle of wine out.
The final share of service fees that you can get can reach 15,000 yuan.
Just by simply opening a bottle of wine, I can earn 2 months' salary.
No matter who it happens to, they will be happy." At this time, Tian Xian jumped out, pouting, pulling Qin Xuan's arm, and said coquettishly, "What is Romane Conti? I've never heard of it. Can you change it to 1982 Lafite?
I see everyone in Douyin has a bottle, it should be quite delicious." Qin Xuan shook her hand off in disgust and nodded helplessly, "Then let's change it to 1982 Lafite."
The waiter was heartbroken.
The price of the wine went from 200,000 to 50,000, and his commission suddenly became only a little over 3,000. She carefully put away the menu and went out to place her order. Soon, the waiter brought a bottle of Lafite and showed it to Qin Xuan for inspection first. After confirming that everything is correct, open the bottle and decanter. Another waiter brought the first course. There was half a chicken on a white ceramic plate. The waiter began to introduce, "Dear guests, this is the sunflower salted chicken, which is said to be the most expensive chicken in Kyoto."
Shouldn't the most expensive chicken in Kyoto be Jinfeng's Hainanese chicken? As a foodie, Tian Xian is quite knowledgeable about ingredients.
She picked up the menu in disbelief, and the next second, her face froze. There was only half a salted chicken on the table, priced at 600. In her opinion, the most expensive chicken would cost is 200 yuan.
Before Tian Xian could finish her surprise,
the waiter brought the next dish. "This is the drunken green crab."
"I know.
Green crabs are also called red sturgeons in Fujian province. They are famous for their rich roe and delicious meat."
Tian Xian answered quickly. She estimated in her mind that crabs were not cheap. But there are only about 3 on the table. No matter what, the price shouldn't be too excessive. Tian Xian secretly checked the price again. Drunken green crab, 3,000 yuan. That's 1,000 yuan each. Tian Xian swallowed in fear.
A few beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The dishes that followed included spicy arc shell, typhoon shelter sandfish, sea cucumber and clams cooked in sauce, kung pao beef, stir-fried winter bamboo shoots, etc., which were all normal dishes.
But when the main dish of stir-fried Australian lobster with black bean and pepper was served, Tian Xian felt something was wrong.
Previously, all the dishes had pictures and prices on the menu. She looked through the entire menu but didn't see the price of the stir-fried Australian lobster with black bean and pepper. Then, the waiter brought a basin of white shellfish. This dish is clear chicken soup with shishir tongue from Zhanggang, Fujian province. Each shisher tongue weighs 7 taels. After washing it, our chef will cook it together with the other ingredients for the native chicken stew. After displaying the ingredients, the chef pushed in a small cart and began to work skillfully.
Tian Xin quietly walked to the waiter and asked in a low voice, "Why aren't these 2 dishes on the menu?"
"Ma'am, if you choose the meal kit service, our chef will make recommendations based on the freshness of the ingredients available that day. Fresh ingredients aren't available every day, so the price is seasonal." When Tian Xin heard the seasonal price, her head buzzed.
"How much are these 2 dishes?"
The waiter glanced at the ordering device in his hand and replied with a smile, "Sautéed Australian lobster with black beans and peppers 6,000 yuan, and Chinese spaghetti bolognese 8,000 yuan.
"What? So expensive?" Even if Tian Xin has built up her psychological defenses, such an exorbitant price is still too outrageous.
But the waiter still kept smiling and said, "Miss, the money you just saved for Mr. Chin is much more cost-effective than these 2 dishes."
Tian Xin was confused.
The other party continued, "The Romane Conti that Mr. Chin just ordered costs 200,000 yuan, and the Lafite you requested is only 50,000 yuan.
50,000? Tian Xin was even more confused.
She immediately took out her cell phone and opened Douyin Mall. Compare carefully the 4 bottles of Lafite for 199 yuan in the mall with the Lafite on the table. After searching for a long time, she finally found it.
The red wine sold in the mall is called 82 Lafite.
The packaging of the 2 is almost identical, with only a slight difference in the name.
Tian Xin just felt dizzy.
Qin Xuan had a good experience throughout the meal. The drunken green crab has red roe that is so soft and glutinous that it melts in your mouth.
Sunflower salted chicken, tender meat and fragrant skin.
The lobster meat is tender and elastic, and the aroma of soy sauce and chile is cleverly integrated into the lobster meat. The clear chicken soup with scallops is refreshing, sweet and delicious.
Regardless of the price, everyone enjoyed the meal.
After everyone finished eating, Qin Xuan stood up to pay the bill. The final checkout amount plus service charge was 120,000 yuan. Qin Xuan glanced at the bill and realized that this meal would cost him almost 2 hours worth of interest on his savings. Just as Qin Xuan finished paying the bill, 2 strong men passed by him. The strong men carried a glass jar and carefully moved it from outside the house to inside. The 6 sides of the glass tank are all made of transparent high-strength glass. The thickness can reach bulletproof level, and there is an opening on the top for breathability. At just one glance, Qin Xuan's eyes were attracted by the objects inside.
Chapter 67, A meal and a 50 million recharge is not too much. Inside the glass tank is an extremely rare sapphire blue king crab.
Relevant information emerged from the medical books in Qin Xuan's mind. The blue king crab is a rare delicacy that only comes once in a century.
For ordinary people. No different from normal red king crab.
There is no difference in taste.
But for Qin Xuan, this blue king crab.
Just one bite can help him break through to the 4th level of peak combat power. Promoted to the 5th level of martial arts entry. Qin Xuan bought it for 60,000 yuan without thinking. The moment I paid, the system prompt appeared in front of me.
Congratulations to the challenger.
Complete the side quest, Rare Treasures. Quest reward, obtain the skill Golden Eye.
Note, after the challenger uses the Golden Eye skill, he can identify any item. Qin Xuan was overjoyed and immediately exited the system interface.
Suddenly, his eyes went dark, and then like turning on a computer, his vision went from blurry to clear.
The whole process lasted 5 seconds. Qin Xuan couldn't wait to look around. Item, blue and white porcelain. Material, clay. Era, modern. Condition, 90% new. Quality, general.
Qin Xuan didn't finish reading the entire introduction and immediately turned his head to look elsewhere.
Item, LV shoulder bag. Material, canvas plus inferior cowhide. Era, modern. Condition, new. Quality, poor. Summary, D goods. Qin Xuan was stunned.
It turned out that this golden pupil was used to pick up bargains.
In the future, I will be a powerful figure in the antique world. Just as he was about to switch his eyes back to normal form, my eyes accidentally fell on the owner of the LV bag. Item, prosthetic filler. Material, silicone. Era, modern. Condition, brand new. Quality, soft. Summary, soft touch and a certain degree of authenticity.
Qin Xuan was speechless.
This can all be identified. This skill is a bit against the sky. He turned off his golden eye skill and asked the restaurant to marinate the blue king crab. He ate part of it himself and packed up the remaining half to take back to school to comfort Su Shayan. Soon, the blue king crabs were brought to the kitchen for cooking. After getting the raw marinated blue king crab made on site, Xin Xuan couldn't wait to pick up a crab leg and eat it whole. In an instant, he felt a burning flame rising from his stomach. Then it spread all over the body. Xin Xuan felt that his muscles and bones had been reborn and strengthened. Become harder. Congratulations to the challenger, you have been promoted to the 5th level of martial arts entry. Xin Xuan immediately clicked on the system panel. Character attributes. Xin Xuan. Gender, male. Martial arts, level 5 entry. Medical Dao, level 2 introduction. Skill 1, golden eyes. Skill 2, global language. After confirming your promotion, Xin Xuan closed the system interface. Tian Xin was holding a blue king crab leg and devouring it. It's so delicious. This is the first time I've eaten raw marinated king crab, and it's blue. Xin Xuan, this restaurant is a bit expensive, but the ingredients are really amazing. Xin Xuan was in a good mood after his promotion. He touched Tian Xin's head and said, "If you think it tastes good, come here often. A meal doesn't cost much. If you like it, you can book a private room as a canteen." Tian Xin's eyes lit up. Really? Xin Xuan rarely showed a trace of panic in his eyes. Really, the main reason is that you came here to learn the craft. Last time, your fried tomato and preserved egg almost sent me away. Upon hearing this, Tian Xin raised her little fist and punched the level 5 expert. As they were talking, a woman carrying an LV bag came over with her arms around a man. The woman was wearing a tight miniskirt and had a coquettish look on her face. She hugged the man beside her tightly and said, "Dear, the dishes at Rongfu Banquet are really good." The man smiled and said, "Of course. This meal costs nearly 10,000 yuan." The woman was surprised and delighted. "Wow, honey, you're so nice to me. I've made you spend a lot of money today, giving you an LV bag and treating me to a meal." As she spoke, the woman kissed the man on the face. The man felt the warmth left by the kiss on his cheek. "I thought, it's done tonight. Although the price paid is a bit high. But it's worth it. As long as you are happy, this little money is nothing." The two passed by Xin Xuan. The man accidentally heard Xin Xuan say, "A meal doesn't cost that much. Let's book a private room as a dining hall." Fuck, why are college students nowadays so pretentious? They even treat Rongfu Banquet as a cafeteria. The woman glanced at Xin Xuan, who looked like a college student. He immediately agreed, "That's right, as long as the family gives him some living expenses, he will come out and do whatever he wants." She changed the subject and said to the man, "My dear, men like you are mature and steady." The man was very proud. Some people save money for a year, spend it once, and then think they have entered the upper class. The woman snorted coldly and continued, "Humph, just ordering 2 dishes at the Rome Mansion banquet would cost tens of thousands of yuan. Even the son of the richest man wouldn't dare to eat like this every day." At this time, a waiter in Cheongsam walked towards Xin Xuan in small steps. Following behind him were almost all the employees of the store, including the chef. She bowed respectfully and handed over 5 cards with both hands. The hotel staff behind her also bowed. "Sir, your 5 recharge cards have been processed. Each card has been topped up with 10 million yuan." The Cheongsam waitresses all had a tremor in their voices when they spoke. "Although I have worked in this top restaurant for many years, I have met many dignitaries. But after having a meal, there are people who recharge 50 million. It was the first time she saw it. Xin Xuan took the cards and gave one to each of the 3 women around him. "This restaurant is pretty good. I'm usually not here, so if you don't want to cook, just come over and eat." The 3 top beauties were dumbfounded. The man and woman who had just mocked him were also dumbfounded. A meal costs 500 million. It's so fucking outrageous that he opened the door for outrageous things. It's outrageous to the extreme. The man quickly pulled up the woman next to him and left the scene quickly. Along the way, he was still feeling lucky that his previous ridicule was not loud enough for the other party to hear. The woman looked back every few steps. He can spend 500 million on food. If I become his woman in the future, wouldn't he give me 100 million yuan just by raising his hand? It's all the fault of this idiot next to me who forced me to leave.
After leaving the Rongfu banquet hall, the woman made an excuse that her period had come and ran away, leaving the man standing there with a confused look on his face.
The next day, Sunday,
Qin Xuan returned to school alone, bringing a blue king crab with him to visit Su Xiaoyan's class.
Just arrived at the entrance of the auditorium of Kyoto University of Finance and Economics.
Then I saw a crowd of people. A group of students surrounded a handsome boy who was over 1.8 meters tall. A student passing by thought something had happened and followed behind to ask,
"What's going on?"
"The boss came to our school to do a live broadcast."
"Are you talking about the most popular male streamer on Douyin right now, Xing Baba?"
"Yes, except for him, who else can have such a strong appeal?"
"Fuck, I'm not going to play games with my roommates this afternoon.
I'm going to watch the Overlord's livestream."
Xingba walked to the school auditorium surrounded by everyone.
Along the way, he actively interacted with fans. Chapter 68, Rejecting $1 Million Annual Salary, Humph. Xingba walked among the crowd with a wireless microphone, and his assistant followed closely behind, holding a mobile phone to broadcast live to him.
"Brothers, we are now in the auditorium of Kyoto University of Finance and Economics. Look, who's that rehearsing on the stage?" The assistant moved the camera in the direction of Xingba's finger. Only seen in the auditorium.
A tall girl wearing a JK sailor suit is singing with a microphone. Her voice is extremely beautiful and can touch people's hearts without the help of a sound card.
The fans in the live broadcast room opened their eyes wide and tried to identify carefully. "Who is this? He looks familiar. Wow, a 9-point beauty, could she be the domineering CEO's girlfriend? Don't let the boss's wife hear you say this."
"I know, she's the campus beauty of Kyoto University of Finance and Economics. The recruitment video that went viral a few months ago was shot by her." As soon as I heard the word school beauty, fans in the live broadcast room immediately opened Douyin to search.
Enter the keyword, Kyoto University of Finance and Economics Campus Beauty. I rewatched Su Xiaoyan's recruitment video. Some people shuddered after reading it. Then close Douyin and start learning again.
In the live broadcast room.
"Fuck, this girl is so pretty. Boss, come up quickly, we want to see his face."
When Xingba saw the fans interacting in the live broadcast room, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It turned out that my trip was not in vain.
He trotted onto the stage, not caring that Su Xiaoyan was rehearsing at the moment. "Hello, Su Xiaoyan." Xingba came on stage by himself.
He did not reveal his own name, because Xingba believes that he is a Douyin anchor with millions of fans. It is impossible that there is still someone who does not know himself. Su Xiaoyan frowned slightly, as suddenly there were so many people in the auditorium.
She was a little uncomfortable. "Hello, what's up?"
Xingba was stunned, a look of disbelief flashed across his face. But he had been trained in facial expression management, and he immediately smiled and said, "It seems that our beautiful schoolgirl is very good at joking.
I am the Douyin boss." "Boss? What's the matter?" Su Xiaoyan remained calm.
This reaction made Xingba unhappy, and he unconsciously wanted to roll his eyes. He quickly said a few repetitive words and praised Su Xiaoyan for her excellent singing skills. Then he said to the camera, "Brothers, everyone should have seen that Douyin has a live PK event for the most beautiful university tonight." In the live broadcast room, a class representative immediately gave some information about the most beautiful university event. 100 universities will participate in the livestream of the most beautiful university competition.
The livestream will begin at 8 p.m. tonight and end at midnight. The winner will be the one with the highest contribution at the end.
When Xingba saw his assistant take control of the situation, he immediately said, "Brothers, I, Xingba, have achieved what I have today thanks to your support. Yesterday, I made a decision to find a grassroots anchor and build a platform for her to become an anchor with millions of fans like me. I will use all the company's resources to help her win the most beautiful university competition." Xingba's passionate speech aroused the emotions of the fans in the live broadcast room.
"Boss is awesome. This girl is so lucky. She actually got the support of the boss. What a manly boss. The fog lamp is ready."
Seeing that the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was almost right, the assistant sent in a group of robots. In an instant, the entire public screen was flooded with V5. The number of people behind the scenes of the live broadcast room was directly pushed to 1 million. Xingba was overjoyed when he saw such data. He immediately took a wireless microphone and walked in front of Su Xiaoyan. Xiao Su, say hello to the brothers in the live broadcast room. Although Su Xiaoyan was somewhat disgusted by Xingba's behavior, out of politeness, she still smiled and waved at the camera. For a moment, all the fans in the live broadcast room were overwhelmed.
What the hell, what the hell, what the hell? From a distance, I thought she was just a pretty girl, but up close, she's a Lu Tianxian replica. I love it, I love it. I'm going to take the entrance exam for the University of Finance and Economics this year. I want to find Su Xiaoyan. Fans kept refreshing the screen and giving likes. Some even mistook Xingba's live broadcast room for Su Xiaoyan's. Start giving out gifts like crazy. For a while. Flowers. Sunglasses. Billboards are everywhere. Xingba was delighted when he saw the popularity of the live broadcast room. The trip was worthwhile. He took a contract from his assistant and handed it to Su Xiaoyan. Xiao Su, I just said that I will give my all today to help a grassroots anchor. Let her become a big anchor with tens of millions of fans like me. This is the contract of my company's signed artist. As long as you are willing to sign it, you can get an annual salary of 120,000. Are you willing? After saying that, Xingba handed the contract and microphone to Su Xiaoyan. The live broadcast room exploded again. Fuck, Overlord V5, he's offering a 120,000 yuan annual salary. Is 120,000 yuan a year a lot? The guy above me hasn't even graduated yet, but he's already making 120,000 yuan a year, which works out to 10,000 yuan a month. How much is your monthly salary? Fans in the entire live broadcast room were eagerly waiting to see whether this campus beauty from the University of Finance and Economics would accept the contract. Su Xiaoyan looked at the contract in front of her and smiled politely. Thank you for your kindness, boss. I cannot accept this contract. As soon as these words were spoken, there was another uproar in the live broadcast room. Xingba held his forehead with one hand, looking regretful. He secretly glanced at the background data in the live broadcast room. I saw the interaction rate and popularity continue to rise. The number of people watching the live broadcast online exceeded 1.5 million. He smiled evilly and threw the contract in his hand to the side. This action scared the fans at the scene and in the live broadcast room. Before everyone could recover, I saw Xingba taking out another contract. He held up the contract in one hand and said, "It seems that I didn't let the beauty of the University of Finance and Economics feel my sincerity. Okay, I, Xingba, will modify the contract on the spot." This contract in my hand was originally prepared for a big anchor with millions of fans. Now, I give this opportunity to Su Xiaoyan. As long as she signs this contract, her annual salary will increase tenfold to 1.2 million a year. When the last 1.2 million was spoken, the entire live broadcast room was in an uproar. The public screen was flooded with messages from fans. Bosses cowhide. Boss V5. Xingba looked at the rising data and the hot atmosphere. He looked very proud. I have figured out how to use this wave of traffic myself. 30 seconds. 1 minute. A minute and a half passed, and Su Xiaoyan still didn't take the contract from his hand. Xingba glanced at Su Xiaoyan awkwardly and said, "Xiaoyan, what are you waiting for? Why don't you accept the contract?" Su Xiaoyan took a step back and shook her head. "Sorry, boss, I never thought about becoming a live streamer. After this competition, I won't be live streaming anymore." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell into silence. Everyone was stunned. There are people who would actually refuse an annual salary of 1.2 million. Xingba's face twitched. He lives in Bengbu. In a fit of rage, he was about to grab the retreating Su Xiaoyan. Chapter 69 Showdown, I am the legendary rich man. A figure flashed onto the stage at a speed imperceptible to ordinary people. He slapped Xingba's hand away with one hand. Xingba was stunned by the sudden slap. He looked up and saw a boy carrying around disposable lunchbox. The other person has a medium build, a pretty face, and a slightly elegant look. Xingba subconsciously wanted to start a fight. But he paused for a moment and realized that he was still being broadcast live. He could only swallow his anger and said with a fake smile, "Brother, you are very skilled. Who are you?" Qin Chuan ignored Xingba and turned to Su Xiaoyan. He smiled broadly and said, "Sister Xiaoyan, this is some raw marinated blue king crab I brought you. It tastes good. You can try it."
When Su Xiaoyan saw that the person coming was Qin Xuan, the tension on her face suddenly disappeared.
Xiaochuan, why are you here? He asked happily. Come and see how your rehearsal is going. Su Xiaoyan blushed and lowered her head. You didn't tell me before you came. I didn't even put on makeup today.
Qin Xuan held Su Xiaoyan's face and said, whether you wear makeup or not, you are the most beautiful in my heart. At the scene in the auditorium of the University of Finance and Economics, and fans in the live broadcast room, I was fed dog food for no reason. The public screen, which had just been silent, was filled with dense messages again.
Who is that guy? How dare he touch my wife? Kill the scumbag and grab Xiaoyan. Boss, get Xiaoyan back for us.
At the scene, among the crowd of fans in the auditorium,
someone exclaimed Old 4.
Qin Xuan turned around and saw that the person calling him was Tang Yuming, the second in command in the dormitory.
Tang Yuming took 2 steps at a time and ran onto the stage.
He never dreamed that his fourth son could be with the campus beauty of the University of Finance and Economics. His eyes were filled with the satisfaction of an old father. Tang Yuming saw that Xingba came with ill intentions. He immediately stood in front of his brother and blocked it for him.
Xingba frowned. How come students from the University of Finance and Economics aren't afraid of seeing a big internet celebrity like me? My dear student, I don't think I invited you to the stage.
Xingba said rudely. Su Xiaoyan stepped forward and said, he is a student of our school.
He is qualified to come up.
On the contrary, you have affected our normal rehearsal.
Xingba's mouth twitched.
Su Xiaoyan, I helped you out of good intentions, but you turned your kindness against me. Mr. Xing, I said from the beginning that I don't want to be a professional anchor, so there's no question of whether you can help me or not.
If that's the case, why would you talk about repaying kindness with enmity? Su Xiaoyan is the vice president of the student union.
Her eloquence and logic are far superior to those of ordinary students. Xingba was speechless for a moment after being confronted by her. He originally wanted to turn off the live broadcast and teach the student on the other side a lesson. But the popularity in the live broadcast room, because the situation is tense now.
Instead, it went up a little bit. As a popular online anchor with millions of followers, he knows exactly what his fans want to see.
So Xingba stopped pretending and started performing directly.
Su Xiaoyan, you are bullying us because we have no one in the Xing family, right?
Brothers in the live broadcast room, if you want to see the boss teach Su Xiaoyan a lesson, press 1 on the public screen. As expected, the live broadcast room, 1, started to refresh like crazy.
Boss V5. Boss is awesome.
Although I like Su Xiaoyan very much, I want to see how the boss slaps him in the face. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting lively, Xingba took out his cell phone. Open the Douyin app and find the entrance to the most beautiful university competition. Brothers, I'll pick the least popular school from above. Let's go there and give her a contract with an annual salary of 1.2 million.
I'm going to build her popularity and momentum in tonight's competition. I'm going to crush Su Xiaoyan.
He connected with a campus beauty anchor who was studying at Kyoto Fashion Institute on the spot. After the other party learned of Xingba's idea, he agreed to cooperate with him on the spot. And while they were online, he kept belittling Su Xiaoyan.
The live broadcast room was in an uproar.
This routine of being abandoned by the goddess and then turning a small unknown into a big internet celebrity has won the hearts of fans.
In the live broadcast room, flowers, sunglasses. The billboards started to paint again.
Xingba, you offended someone today, someone you can't afford to offend.
Xingba was stunned and looked at the person who spoke.
Qin Xuan took a step forward and picked up the contract that Su Xiaoyan had just refused to accept.
This contract you brought is filled with unequal treaties.
After signing, you will deduct 90% of the gross profit from the live streams.
You will also take 90% of the gifts the streamers receive.
The so-called annual salary of 1.2 million is subject to certain prerequisites, namely, helping the company earn 12 billion.
Even American capitalists wouldn't dare act like you.
While sitting in the audience, Qin Xuan used his golden eyes to scan the contract. In the system summary, all the pitfalls of the contract are listed.
Xingba's face suddenly darkened.
Qin Xuan said it exactly.
He said in a low voice, "Dude, which company are you from? Are you here just to mess things up?" Qin Xuan said coldly, "You are not worthy of my attention."
You. Xing gritted his teeth in anger.
He had never seen anyone so pretentious before.
But the other party didn't talk much, and I couldn't find a breakthrough at all.
Brother, doesn't the company cost money to operate? Doesn't the live broadcast equipment cost money? Doesn't doing traffic cost money?
I put in money, effort, and manpower to support a newcomer.
Isn't it reasonable for me to take some commission? If it weren't for me, do you think Su Xiaoyan could win the championship? With Qin Xuan here, the champion won't be anyone else.
As soon as these words were spoken, the live broadcast room exploded.
I've never seen such a pretentious person in my life. Look at his clothes, they're very ordinary, and he's not wearing limited edition sneakers. How dare he say that?
Family, his name seems familiar. Suddenly, someone pointed out this question on the public screen.
Qin Xuan.
I remember a while ago, there was a very wealthy ID also named Qin Xuan.
Yes, I remember that too.
It was this ID who tipped the streamer Xiaomei with 154 carnivals and 2 bottles of Romane Conti, causing her followers to increase by 3 million overnight. As soon as Qin Xuan's identity was confirmed, someone in the live broadcast room started to flood the screen with "Godly Rich Dad, you finally showed up." Xingba looked at the fan's analysis and then looked at the young man in front of him.
He asked cautiously, "Are you doing ID Qin Xuan in person?" "It's me,"
Qin Xuan said openly. "Admit it, reveal your cards. Play 154 carnivals crazily. More than 400,000 magical wines were given away casually. The anchor gained 3 million fans. It is the original body."
Xingba took a breath of cold air.
This also indirectly proves why others can be so pretentious. Although Xingba is a host, he has worked his way up from the bottom.
He is well versed in the ways of the world and human relationships.
He was very clear that the person in front of him was a wealthy man of this rank.
The real strength behind it is something he cannot resist. If you can't beat them, join them. More friends, more paths.
He thought about it for a moment and then changed his expression 360 degrees.
Act out this incident like a script.
On the one hand, it can make peace with the rich, and on the other hand, it can generate some traffic.
I'm such a genius, Xingba said proudly in his heart.
Just when he was about to change his face, 2 uniformed security guards walked out of the crowd. The other party walked straight up to the stage and in front of Qin Xuan. "Qin Xuan, you are suspected of a murder of 10 people.
Please come with us." Chapter 70, Crisis. Imprisoned. In the huge auditorium.
You can hear a pin drop. The whole place was dead silent.
No one could have predicted that things would turn out like this. It was originally a fierce battle between an internet celebrity with millions of fans and a wealthy man. The result was a drama where a wealthy man was arrested.
On the public screen, fans all typed question marks. The students watching the excitement were also excited.
Is this a script? Fuck, this can't be a script.
The security guard looks real.
I went to the bathroom. Did I miss something? Why is there still a scene with the security guard? Did the super rich get arrested? All kinds of comments were flying from the audience. The security guard pointed at Assistant Xingba and moved the camera away. Don't shoot randomly, we are on a mission.
Then the 2 of them protected Qin Xuan on the left and right.
Take him away from the scene.
Su Xiaoyan was confused.
Tang Yuming was confused.
Xingba was also confused. Su Xiaoyan, who was the first to react, grabbed the security guard's hand and said, "Security guard, you must have made a mistake.
How could Xiaochuan be related to the murder case?
The case is under investigation and I have no further comment." Tang Yuming pulled another security guard and said, "Comrade security guard, my brother couldn't possibly commit a crime.
He's studying hard. Are you mistaken?"
The security officer glanced at him and said, "Please let go.
The surveillance footage at the crime scene shows everything clearly. Just because you say he's innocent doesn't mean he's innocent. We rely on evidence when we do things."
After saying that, he shook off Tang Yuming's hand.
Tang Yuming turned to Qin Xuan and said, "Old four, what's going on? How did you get involved in this kind of thing?"
The incident happened suddenly and the security guard did not give Qin Xuan any time to talk to his relatives and friends.
Pull Qin Xuan up and leave.
Su Xiaoyan and Tang Yuming followed Qin Xuan closely.
Sister Xiaoyan, don't worry, I'll be fine. Just focus on the competition, I'll be back soon.
Turning around, Qin Chuan said to Tang Yuming, second brother, tell the eldest and third brother to rest assured.
I will be back soon.
A security guard pushed Qin Chuan into the car and said, you have no right to speak now.
If you are talking to them, we will treat them as accomplices and take them back for questioning.
Then the sheriff's department car sped away.
Su Shayan looked at Tang Yuming and asked, what should we do now? Tang Yuming pondered for a moment. I believe in Lao Si.
He would never do anything illegal.
This must be a misunderstanding. I'll go find the principal.
He will definitely get the Public Security Bureau to release him.
Su Shayan, don't worry about this.
Listen to Lao Si and focus on the competition. After saying that, Tang Yuming immediately ran towards the principal's office.
Su Shayan looked at the direction Qin Chuan left. Tears could not stop leaving Xiao Chuan.
Oh my god, I thought Qin Chuan was some rich guy, he spoke so arrogantly.
Turns out he's a criminal.
No wonder he's full of violence and has no positive energy at all.
Sheng Ba walked out with a swagger.
During his live broadcast, he saw a scene of a security guard arresting a criminal.
Moreover, the criminal is the wealthy man who became very popular on the Douyin platform. These gimmicks are mixed together.
This caused the popularity of Xingbai's live broadcast room to soar, and he directly took the first place in Douyin. The popularity directly crushed the second place. In addition, Xingbai immediately asked the company's operations department to increase efforts to hype the topic.
Very quickly,
Bazan's live broadcast room catches the fugitive.
Murderer appears in live stream of internet celebrity.
Entertainment live broadcast turns into a scene of rule of law. A series of hype topics went viral on social media platforms such as Douyin, Weibo, Xiaofenshu, and WeChat Moments. In a short period of time, the popularity of Xing Baba soared to the top of the entire internet. Watching the fans and popularity rising rapidly,
Xing Ba was practically laughing out loud.
He immediately contacted all the major suppliers and signed a bet agreement.
Requested during tonight's Most Beautiful University live broadcast. Perform while selling goods. Su Shayan, you must be regretting this now. Things can change over time. You never imagined your wealthy boyfriend was a fugitive. Su Shayan spat. Xiaochuan is not a fugitive. Xiaochuan must have been misunderstood.
Ha 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 ha, regardless of whether it's a misunderstanding or not, he definitely won't have the chance to come to your livestream.
Well, I have a contract with a $100,000 annual salary. Sign it, and we can put aside our differences and make money together. Bah, I won't cooperate with someone like you.
Xing Ba raised his hand to slap him, but because there were too many people at the scene, he had to give up.
Su Shayan, you're not going to take my toast. Fine, just wait.
After the live stream is over, I'm going to post the video online and tell everyone the story of you, the fugitive's girlfriend.
I'll see what you do next.
After saying that, Xingba put on a friendly smile, walked into the crowd, and took photos with campus fans.
Kyoto, Public Security. Captain Feng, the man has been brought back and is in the interrogation room.
A security guard said to the middle-aged man on the chair. The middle-aged man nodded. His name was Feng Yiming. The security captain has many years of experience in handling cases.
Yeah, I see. What kind of person is he? Didn't make a fuss, didn't admit anything, was pretty calm. Feng Yiming nodded. Well, these serious criminals are always tough characters with strong mental qualities.
Let's leave them alone for now, put some pressure on them, and then observe them. At this time, a female security guard rushed in despite everyone's obstruction. Her face was covered with tears and her eyes were swollen.
Li Ping, why are you here? Didn't I ask you to take 2 days of annual leave? Feng Yiming frowned and asked.
Li Ping wiped the tears from her face and said with a grin, Captain Feng, I heard the man has been captured.
I'll come and interrogate him. Why are you interrogating me? Go back to sleep. No. Sasaki died so tragically, how can I sleep?
Captain Feng, I am a professional security guard, I know the limits, please let me conduct the trial. Li Ping said resolutely. Feng Yiming's anger slowly subsided when he saw Li Ping's swollen eyes. He spat out a mouthful of tea foam and sighed, Li Ping, I know your fiancé's situation must have been a huge blow to you. However, if you bring your emotions to work, that would be irresponsible to me and the suspect. Li Ping slammed her hands on the table and hysterically said, Captain Feng.
What responsibility are you talking about for the murderer? The surveillance footage clearly captured him brutally killing Sasaki.
As she spoke, Li Ping burst into tears. She held the engagement token her fiancé gave her tightly in her hand, unable to control herself for a long time.
Feng Yiming shook his head.
Well, then you can just sit in on the trial and don't be the presiding judge.
In the case of Bohemia Mansion, the video evidence is conclusive.
The final result can be said to be the final word.
But the basic process still needs to be followed. This is the regulation. Feng Yiming let everyone have a meal first.
Then he glanced at the old-fashioned clock on the wall.
Let's go and see what the guy who killed 8 people with his bare hands looks like. Chapter 71. Have you been kneeling for too long and don't know what it feels like to stand up? Kyoto, Public Security Bureau, inside the interrogation room.
Xin Chuan was wearing handcuffs,
sitting quietly in the interrogation chair.
He closed his eyes and rested, his face calm and composed.
With his current combat power as a level 5 warrior,
a pair of handcuffs and an interrogation chair couldn't hold him back at all.
Even in the heavily guarded security area, he can come and go freely.
However, Xin Chuan did not do so.
If I leave by force, I will definitely not be able to go back to school. He will be wanted nationwide. Once the main task is not completed, the consequences are unimaginable.
Xin Chuan believes that he did nothing wrong.
There is nothing wrong, why hide? Feng Yiming walked into the house, and his first reaction when he saw Xin Chuan was extreme surprise. The young man in front of me looks dignified and upright. A sense of righteousness emanates from the inside out. Although he looks extremely unruly, he does not show any hostility at all.
Feng Yiming tooted softly, "Tisk, Xiaoyan, how is he?"
What did he say? Captain Feng, he didn't say anything.
Li Ping saw Feng Yiming talking to other people and not paying attention to her. Then he swooped down on Xin Chuan and said, You murderer, why did you kill my fiancé?" Xin Chuan narrowed his eyes and raised his head slightly.
Your fiancé? Who is he? Feng Yiming was shocked and quickly pulled Li Ping back.
Li Ping, he shouted angrily.
Captain Feng. Sasaki is gone, and I don't want to live anymore.
Let me die with him. Feng Yiming pushed Xiaoyang beside him and said, Hurry up and hold your sisterly.
Xiaoyan walked up to Li Ping without saying a word and pulled her back.
Then he moved a stool for her and asked Li Ping to sit behind him and Feng Yiming.
Li Ping, you must be clear about your identity. You are a national security officer, not a street hooligan. Feng Yiming said angrily.
Li Ping covered her face and sobbed, her eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent. After comforting Li Ping, Feng Yiming took out a cigarette, walked up to Xin Chuan and handed it to him.
I don't smoke. Feng Yiming put the cigarette in his mouth and lit it.
Then he returned to sit opposite Xin Chuan and said, Tell me.
What? Xin Chuan asked back.
Xiaoyang slammed the table and said, Behave yourself.
We have evidence. Don't play tricks on us. Feng Yiming patted Xiaoyang's shoulder and said, Then I'll ask the questions and you answer them. Xin Chuan nodded. What did you do at the Bohemia Mansion yesterday? Looking for He Hai. He Hai? Feng Yiming was stunned.
Xiaoyang explained, He Hai was the first victim in this case. He was the president of the Daqian Street branch of the Jingdu Hua Bank.
Feng Yiming nodded, turned to Xin Chuan and asked, Why did you find him? He Hai schemed to coerce and bribe my housekeeper into serving his amusement. I went to the Bohemia Mansion to ask for an explanation.
Feng Yiming narrowed his eyes slightly.
So, you went to Zijing Mansion to seek revenge on him and then kill him?
There was no need for me to kill him. He was already going to be sued by Huaxing and go to jail. Besides, you can clearly see from the surveillance video that I didn't hurt him.
Feng Yiming deliberately blew up Xin Chuan. Because according to on-site monitoring,
He Hai's death was caused by another Japanese.
However, he could not hear the conversation on the surveillance video. So Feng Yiming wanted to use this method to get the truth. Okay, even if He Hai's death had nothing to do with you. But what about the Japanese people you talked to at the scene? What did you say? Why did you kill all 5 of them? Are you a gangster robbing gangsters?
Xin Chuan sneered, They are not worthy of being compared with me, because they are spies from Japan. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the interrogation room suddenly became weird. Feng Yiming stared at Xin Chuan and asked, You said those 5 Japanese were spies.
What evidence do you have?
Xin Chuan shook his head. He really had no evidence. Because he determined the other party's identity based on the prompts of his own super-rich system.
I can't tell anyone about the godly rich system now. That would be no different from provoking a security guard.
It will only lead to more targeted interrogation.
Feng Yiming snorted and took the case file.
He flipped through the photos and asked, "Since you can't explain what happened to those 5 people, tell me about your visit to room 1.
That old Japanese man, why did you kill him?"
"He kidnapped a girl and did something indecent to her, intending to defile and play with her."
Feng Yiming flipped through the documents in his hand.
"Why do you think she was forced?
Wasn't it just for fun?"
Qin Chuan, who had originally lowered his eyes, suddenly opened them. "As a Chinese, your compatriots are being humiliated, yet you say such things."
Qin Chuan. You have to see clearly who is interrogating whom now. As a security officer, am I raising questions? Is there anything wrong with that? Feng Yiming shouted.
He wrote a few words on the notebook and pushed it to Xiao Yang beside him.
The paper reads, "Have you found the person?"
Xiao Yang finished reading the note and shook his head. Feng Yiming glanced at Li Ping behind him and saw that she was still sobbing.
So he adjusted the order of the information in his hand and asked, "Why did you kill that Japanese woman in front of the hut?"
"She was a Japanese agent, and she was trying to assassinate me.
I was acting in self-defense." Feng Yiming looked at the photo in his hand and said, "A Japanese shuriken, with your ability, you can easily dodge it. Why didn't you dodge it, but chose the worst way to deal with it? Why should I hide? Enemy spy agents don't enjoy any protection."
Feng Yiming slammed the table in anger, stood up, pointed at Qin Chuan's nose and said, "Enough, don't talk to me about spies and secret agents, I don't have time to beat around the bush with you. Qin Chuan, let me tell you, because the case now involves Japanese people, this matter will have a huge impact, and our country will be under a lot of international pressure. If you are really as patriotic as you say, then you should tell the truth openly." Qin Chuan's face darkened slightly as he said, "Everyone can kill an enemy spy.
What evidence do you have to prove he's not one?"
In the second room, the agent made a deal with a Chinese trader.
Why didn't you mention it? And why did you turn a blind eye when the agent shot the Chinese trader? I have my own way of interrogation. Feng Yiming replied angrily. Haha, your interrogation method?
When it comes to Chinese people, you hit them hard, but when it comes to Japanese people, you avoid the important issues.
Have you been kneeling for so long that you don't know what it feels like to stand up? You. Feng Yiming pointed at Qin Chuan's nose, suppressing the anger in his heart.
Suddenly, Li Ping stood up.
She glared at Qin Chuan and yelled, "Why did you kill my Sasaki-kun?
I've been in love with him for 2 years, and I can finally follow him to Japan to get married and live there.
Everything I have has been destroyed by you. I'm going to kill you."
After saying that, Li Ping took out a fruit knife from somewhere. She took advantage of the 2 people in front of her not reacting and immediately rushed towards Qin Chuan with a knife.
Chapter 72: The Game in the Interrogation Room. Kyoto, University of Finance and Economics, President's Office. Qin Chuan was taken away not long ago. Tang Yuming rushed to the principal's office.
He realized it only when he found that there was no one there.
Today is fucking Sunday. How can the principal go to work? He grabbed a teacher on duty and asked, "Teacher, where is the principal now?"
The bespectacled teacher on duty glanced at Tang Yuming and slapped his hand away angrily.
"Student, please be mindful of your words and actions. Today is Sunday, and the principal must be busy with his personal life. If you have anything to do, please come to him tomorrow." Tang Yuming's hand was not slapped away, but he held it tightly. "There's no time.
My roommate Qin Chuan was arrested by the security guards."
The teacher on duty was stunned. "Did you fight?" "It's hard to explain in a few words. He has already been taken to the Public Security Bureau. I must find the principal and ask him to come out and take a look. There must be a misunderstanding. Qin Chuan is innocent." "Student, the principal won't care about this kind of student behavior. We are all adults and must be responsible for our own actions." The teacher on duty pushed Tang Yuming away and ran away in small steps. Tang Yuming now has no relatives and can only take out his phone and call his boss. "Hey, boss, the 4th one has been arrested."
Tang Yuming did not follow Qin Chuan's instructions and told his brothers not to worry. He told everything about Qin Chuan in one go. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming pondered for a moment. Then he said, "Second brother, go back to the auditorium and see if Su Xiaoyan needs any help." Fourth brother is not here, so take over. I'll call the counselor and ask him to see if there is any solution. I don't believe that fourth brother would do such a thing.
Hang up the phone. Tang Yuming was suddenly in a situation where he didn't know what to do. He paced back and forth. Damn it! At this critical moment, why don't I have any connections? I can't do anything.
After much thought, he could only follow the boss's instructions and go find Su Shaoyan. To put it another way, even if Qin Chuan went in, he just had to take good care of Su Shaoyan. It can be considered as doing my best to be worthy of my brother.
Tang Yuming left in a hurry. The teacher on duty hiding in the corner breathed a sigh of relief. The student just now looked too scary.
It made his heart beat fast with fear. Some students from the University of Finance and Economics were taken away by the Public Security Bureau.
This matter can be big or small. I am on duty today and have been thinking about it. The teacher on duty decided to make the call anyway. Call Ho Yud, the director of the school's academic affairs office. Hello, Director Ho, excuse me for disturbing you.
A student from our school has been detained by the Public Security Bureau.
I need to report this to you.
Ho Yud, who was reading a book, took off his glasses and looked very confused and angry. This year is the time to impact the world university rankings, and this is the critical moment to fix this.
Who is it, and what crime did they commit?
It wasn't clear what it was, but I know the student's name. It's Qin Chuan, a freshman this year.
Hearing the word Qin Chuan, the strong tea in Ho Yud's mouth sprayed out.
Hearing the noise on the other end of the phone, the teacher on duty was startled and wanted to say something. But he found that his phone had been hung up. Ho Yud quickly opened his address book and called Principal Chang to report the situation to him.
Chang Guoli attended a meeting in the suburbs today.
After hearing the news, he immediately set off and rushed to the Public Security Department. At the same time, Ho Yud immediately notified the Silton Group. After all, it is a large multinational company, and something happened to its own boss.
We must take action.
Kyoto, Public Security Department, inside the interrogation room. Li Ping stabbed Qin Chuan with a knife. This knife was filled with grief and anger, and full of despair. She knew that when she did this, she would be punished by law.
However, the death of her fiancé caused her great psychological trauma.
The sweet past between the two of them has always lingered in Li Ping's mind.
My future happy life was suddenly gone.
It was all done by the young man in front of me. Li Ping has caught countless thugs, all of whom were of this age,
doing things without discretion and without considering the consequences.
Li Ping had thought about this during the interrogation just now. If the other party admits his mistake, if the other party is willing to say sorry,
will I forgive him?
However, all of this was denied by this young man. In Li Ping's eyes, Qin Chuan was full of arrogance and unruliness. There was not a word he said that he was responsible for his actions.
They are all shirking responsibility.
All of them are trying to escape the crimes they have committed.
Li Ping couldn't tolerate this behavior.
She would rather fall into hell herself.
Nor can we see any demons left in the world.
She took out the fruit knife she had hidden in advance. I must kill this demon myself.
To avenge her fiancé Sasaki.
When the tip of the knife was about to pierce Qin Chuan's heart,
Feng Yiming hugged Li Ping tightly from behind.
As an experienced security guard, his reaction was more than 10 levels higher than that of the new comrade Xiao Yang.
Xiao Yang was shocked by Li Ping's behavior. I didn't know what to do for a moment. Fuck, Xiao Yang, what are you daydreaming about?
Come over here and help, take the knife out of Li Ping's hand. Feng Yiming roared, bringing Xiao Yang, whose mind was wandering, back to reality. He immediately stepped forward and grabbed the fruit knife.
Sisterly, let go, you can't do this, we are security guards.
Li Ping twisted her body wildly to confront her superiors and colleagues.
Sasaki is dead. I don't want to live anymore. Let me go.
The evidence is irrefutable, but he keeps denying it. I can't let such a devil live in this world.
I won't give him a chance. I want to avenge Sasaki. Sister Li. Don't.
After all, Xiao Yang is stronger than Li Ping.
With the assistance of Feng Yiming,
the two men finally snatched the fruit knife from Li Ping's hand. Feng Yiming was so angry that he raised his hand to slap Li Ping. But his hand was in the air and did not come down.
Finally, he gave himself a blow. Li Ping. Stop doing stupid things. Even if the evidence is irrefutable, Qin Chuan still needs to be punished by law. Neither you nor I have the right to resort to private means. Li Ping saw that there was no hope of killing the murderer. I could only sit on the ground and cry. Seeing this, Feng Yiming turned to Qin Chuan and bared his teeth in anger. Qin Chuan. Look, it's you who tore apart a couple who were about to enter the wedding hall. Feng Yiming took the case file and threw it in front of Qin Chuan. Everything you did was captured by surveillance cameras. Stop making unnecessary excuses and struggling. Qin Chuan flipped the case file with his index finger and said coldly, why don't I see any screenshots of the video of Sasaki and the trader's deal? Why isn't the scene of him shooting the trader in it? Feng Yiming was stunned and hurriedly looked at the case file carefully. It turned out that this was indeed the case. Suddenly, he thought of something. Li Ping. It's you. You took the evidence. Give it to me now. Chapter 73. My student, I will protect him. Li Ping, sitting on the ground, let out a creepy sneer. Ha, Sasaki died so tragically, and you didn't punish the murderer severely. Now you want me to take out some photos that are not good for Sasaki. Feng Yiming, have you lost your conscience too? Feng Yiming was stunned. He didn't expect Li Ping to become like this. Li Ping slowly stood up. Her eyes were swollen and her face had lost its color. Like a zombie. Feng Yiming, Xiao Yang, you've met Sasaki. He's kind, polite, and well-educated. Even if he accidentally stepped on an ant, he would be deeply upset and remorseful. Your so-called evidence against Sasaki is just a bunch of silent videos and photos. You have no idea what Sasaki was going through at the time. He could have been coerced, and he must have had his own reasons. Feng Yiming shook his head. Crazy, crazy. Xiao Yang, take her out. Feng Yiming ordered. Xiao Yang stepped forward and said, sisterly, don't embarrass me, just get out. Li Ping knew that revenge was hopeless, so she could only lower her head and leave. But before she took 2 steps, a cold and mocking voice sounded behind her. Ha, you still have your reasons? Get lost. If our ancestors heard your nonsense, they would beat you to death. You don't believe a word of your compatriots' words. The Japanese have the facts right in front of them, but they turn a blind eye. Qin Chuan ruthlessly scolded Li Ping. Feng Yiming immediately said, Qin Chuan. Shut up. You have no right to speak here. He even wanted to beat Qin Chuan up. Because of his status, he couldn't do that. Qin Chuan not only refused to plead guilty, but also continued to mock even though the evidence was irrefutable. No one can tolerate it. Feng Yiming's words did not stop Qin Chuan from speaking. Instead, it made him even more excited. Why can't I tell you? How did a fool like her, who worships foreigners and fawns over them, get into the ranks of security officers? I even suspect that she leaked the security team's secrets while interacting with the Japanese. As soon as these words came out, Li Ping's eyes became empty for a moment. Something deep inside, some fragment of doubt. I was suddenly stimulated. But Li Ping suppressed those emotions in an instant. Death is the greatest thing. Sasaki is dead. How can I? Li Ping turned around and was about to hit Qin Chuan. Fortunately, Xiao Yang reacted quickly and hugged him. Qin Chuan. I will never forgive you. Even if you are shot, I will dig up your grave. Dig up my grave? When you go back to visit the grave during Qingming Festival, I don't know how you're going to face your 18 generations of ancestors. Feng Yiming slammed the table and shouted angrily, Qin Chuan. That's enough. Don't challenge our bottom line again and again. Whether you speak out today or not, your crimes are innumerable and cannot be erased. Just wait for the punishment of the law. You will never be able to leave again in this life. After saying this, Feng Yiming no longer had any intention of continuing the trial. Prepare to keep Qin Chuan locked up for a while longer. Let him repent alone in this little room. But what they never expected was. Qin Chuan did not roar, nor did he mock Li Ping again. He leaned back in his chair and said calmly, what time is it now? Feng Yiming subconsciously glanced at the time. It's 7 o'clock in the evening. It starts in an hour. Feng Yiming was shocked. The other party spoke like this. There must be some hidden big event about to happen. He quickly turned around and asked, what do you mean by 1 hour left? Do you have any accomplices? Are you planning something else? Xiaoyan's live broadcast will begin in 1 hour. Feng Yiming was stunned.
Xiao Yang was also stunned. Li Ping's desire to kill Qin Chuan was ignited again. Qin Chuan looked at Feng Yiming and said calmly, Xiaoyan's live broadcast is at 8 o'clock tonight, and I have to go to the security department before 8 o'clock.
Too arrogant, Qin Chuan. You are too arrogant. Even the usually good-tempered Xiao Yang couldn't stand Qin Chuan's words. Qin Chuan. Do you know what crime you have committed? You still want to go out and watch the live broadcast. What do you think you are in the public security department? Just when the two were angry,
a security guard rushed in.
Report to Captain Feng. What's up? The president of Kyoto University of Finance and Economics is here to see you. Feng Yiming frowned. President of Kyoto University of Finance and Economics? Qin Chuan's principal?
Due to the principal's social status, Feng Yiming had no choice but to do a favor.
Look at Qin Chuan again.
Feng Yiming felt that the principal's arrival might make Qin Chuan restrain himself.
If he could confess voluntarily, it might not be a bad thing. So Feng Yiming nodded. Ask someone to invite the principal to the interrogation room. Chang Woolley, wearing a black windbreaker, walked quickly to the interrogation room.
When he saw Qin Chuan being handcuffed on the table, he was a little dazed. Although he and Qin Chuan didn't have much in common. However, Qin Chuan was able to stand up for a security guard and fight against Li Gang's family. He donated another 10 million to the school. This proves that there is nothing wrong with Qin Chuan's values and moral integrity.
Principal, this is your student.
Please persuade him yourself.
The evidence is conclusive. Don't resist in vain. Chang Woolley glanced at Feng Yiming.
He came to Qin Chuan and asked with concern, Qin Chuan, what's going on?
Talk to the principal. The principal believes you wouldn't do such a thing.
Principal, I killed all the Japanese. After hearing these words, Chang Woolley felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar.
The last glimmer of hope is gone.
Feng Yiming handed some photos of Qin Chuan and the sanctions against the Japanese to Chang Woolley. After looking at the photos, Chang Woolley's hands were shaking.
Qin Chuan continued, Principal, they are all Japanese spies.
They killed 2 Chinese and plotted to blow up a cross-sea bridge in the south.
Spies and agents are not protected by anything.
I defended national security, and I did nothing wrong. After listening to Qin Chuan's words, Chang Woolley looked at the photo evidence again. In one set of photos, an old Japanese man was about to take the Japanese Bushido from the wall.
It was obvious that the other party wanted to take the knife.
Fight with Qin Chuan with bare hands.
Next to the old man lay a woman who was tied up.
The other party was covered with wounds.
Seems to have been abused. Second set of photos. It was a middle-aged Japanese man holding a gun. To the Chinese people around him. Then in the next photo.
The Chinese had fallen to the ground and died.
Next photo.
The Japanese man raised his gun and pointed it at Qin Chuan.
The third set of photos. A Japanese woman snuggled up to Qin Chuan. It can be clearly seen that the Japanese woman is holding a shuriken in her hands behind her back.
Chang Woolley is the president of the University of Finance and Economics and has a judgment ability that is superior to that of ordinary people. He immediately questioned, Captain Feng, judging from the 3 sets of photos, my students are clearly in a passive position. The other party is showing signs of wanting to harm them.
Feng Yiming didn't expect Chang Woolley to speak like this. He immediately took back the photo. Just when I was about to refute,
a security guard came running over.
Report to Captain Feng. What's up? The chairman of the Zilton Group is here to see you. Chapter 74, A golden scale shouldn't be kept in a pond. Chairman of the Zilton Group? What is she doing here? Reporting a crime?
The security officer shook his head and said, no, she brought a team of lawyers with her.
Lawyer team? Feng Yiming was even more stunned. There doesn't seem to be any major cases involving international groups recently.
But Feng Yiming felt a little uneasy in his heart. He subconsciously looked at Qin Chuan who was sitting on the chair.
Chang Woolley breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Feng, I'm afraid you don't know something. Feng Yiming's heart trembled. Principal, what do you mean?
Chang Woolley pointed at Qin Chuan and said, this Qin Chuan is the boss behind the Zilton Group.
He? Everyone at the scene gasped. How is that possible? He's only 20 years old. How could he possibly own the Silton Group?
Besides, I checked his background and he comes from a working-class family in a small county town.
Chang Woolley smiled and shook his head. So what if he's from a county town?
He's not a fish that stays in a pond.
Captain Fong, you've been a security officer for many years. Don't you understand such a simple truth? Fong Yiming was speechless. The world is so big, and there are many capable people. A hero is not judged by his origin. Remember that Liu Bang was just a peasant? Zhu Yuanjiang was a monk for many years.
They can all achieve great things.
Why can't the 20-year-old young man in front of me become the boss of a big company? Fong Yiming took back what he had just said.
He was just thinking about going out to take a look when he met a group of people in suits at the door.
The leader was a young woman. The woman was wearing a white mink coat and a professional suit underneath.
Although she is young and beautiful, she is full of the arrogance of a superior. His collagen-filled face was filled with anxiety and anger.
The woman spoke forcefully, Captain Fong, right?
I'm Xiaing, the chairman of the Silton Group.
Captain Fong nodded as a greeting. Xiaing didn't waste any words. I want to see my boss.
This.
Captain Fong looked embarrassed. Xiaing didn't let him off.
She just snapped her fingers and several lawyers behind him came forward. According to relevant regulations, we, as the client's lawyers, have the right to meet with our client. As he spoke, the lawyer handed over a thick stack of documents. When Fong Yiming saw so many documents, he felt overwhelmed.
Okay, but I have to be there to watch.
Qin Chuan is an extremely dangerous criminal, and nothing can go wrong.
Xiaing stepped into the interrogation room wearing Prada high heels.
When she saw Qin Chuan handcuffed to a chair,
my eyes were moist. The man who was once so arrogant and high-handed.
Now he is confined to a chair.
Boss, I'm sorry I'm late.
The woman who was so proud just a second ago suddenly burst into tears.
Extremely tender.
She had long been conquered by Qin Chuan. That was a silent battle to save Silton and fight against sanctions against the U.S. financial group. It deeply changed Xia Ying's heart. It was not until the end that she discovered that Qin Chuan's arrogance and pride were not without reason. That is the confidence that his strength brings him.
He has the power to look down on the world. Qin Chuan just smiled calmly and said, "It's okay as long as you come. Quick! Let my boss go."
Xia Ying wiped away her tears and shouted loudly. The lawyer beside him leaned over and whispered, "Mr. Xia, this is against the rules."
"What rules?"
"I didn't bring you here to talk to me about rules.
Get down to business." Xia Ying shouted angrily. Upon hearing this, several top domestic lawyers stood up.
The leading lawyer walked up to Fong Yiming and asked, "Captain Fong, right?
What has my client done wrong?"
Fong Yiming took the case file and handed it to the lawyer. "Take a look at it yourself." The lawyer took the case file and several people studied it carefully. At first they thought it was just a simple assault case. However, every night the case files are turned over. Every time they have one more bead of sweat on their foreheads. A major case involving 10 people.
It also involves Japan. This is a major international case. Why? Don't tell me there's no way. I don't accept any excuses.
Xia Ying spoke like her boss, with no room for negotiation and was extremely overbearing. The lawyers looked at each other. "Boss Xia, this case is huge, and the people involved include elites from other countries.
Perhaps, we need to take a long-term approach. Don't tell me this. If you can't find a solution today, all of you just get out of here. I'm going to terminate your cooperation contract. The Silton Group has no shortage of lawyers coming to our door."
The lawyers in the legal team were almost crying.
How can you do things like this? Come and take a look at the case file yourself.
The evidence is conclusive, with videos and photos gathered. This is a major case worthy of being broadcast on the 8 o'clock prime time slot.
It's not something that can be easily overthrown by just a few of us. Some people want to cry but have no tears.
The security guard ran in again. Fong Yiming started to feel overwhelmed when he saw someone running towards him. He started out as the president of a university of finance and economics, and then became the chairman of a multinational corporation. What kind of storm did a 20-year-old young man have to stir up to create such a scene?
"Report to Captain Fong, the person has been found." Fong Yiming was stunned. People? Who? The security officer panted and said, "It's the injured woman in the Zijing mansion case. We found her in a rental house on the outskirts of the city." Feng Yiming was overjoyed as the most crucial witness in the case had now been found. "Qin Xuan, the evidence is here. I wonder if you have anything else to say." In a blink of an eye, the security guard came in with a woman. The woman's face was covered with scars and she was wearing a long-sleeved sweatshirt. Despite this, the marks of bruises can be clearly seen on the exposed wrists. The woman was brought to the interrogation room trembling with fear. She was so frightened that she dared not look up. Feng Yiming asked in a low voice, "Are you Tang Xiaoyan?" Tang Xiaoyan nodded. "Did you witness an elderly Japanese man being killed yesterday at the Zijin mansion?" Tang Xiaoyan nodded. Feng Yiming raised his hand and asked, "Was it that person who did it?" Tang Xiaoyan raised her frightened eyes. The moment she saw Qin Xuan, she was stunned. She ran towards Qin Xuan madly. This move scared everyone. Li Ping, who had been controlled the whole time, sneered, "Another unfortunate woman. She must have been like me, with her loved ones murdered. I really want to lend her the knife." Before Li Ping could finish her words, she saw Tang Xiaoyan kneeling in front of Qin Xuan. "Benefactor. Benefactor. Thank you for rescuing me." Tang Xiaoyan hugged Qin Xuan's legs and burst into tears. That was the respite and release that came with surviving a disaster. "I'm stupid." Everyone in the interrogation room was dumbfounded. Li Ping opened her mouth and swallowed all the words back into her stomach. Feng Yiming was stunned. "I asked you to point out the real culprit, not to recognize your savior." Just when everyone was in shock, the security guard downstairs ran up again. This was his fourth round trip today, a high-intensity aerobic shuttle run. Almost sent him away. He was just about to report. But he was overtaken by the person behind him. There were two people standing behind him. A man with a straight posture, wearing camouflage uniform, full of masculine righteousness. A dark green jacket paired with a pure white shirt gives him an official look. "Who are you?" Feng Yiming asked in surprise. The two of them spoke. "I am Sung Qiong from the War Dragon team. I'm Shi Ming, a first-level director of the Chinese National Security Department." Chapter 75. There are Japanese spies in this room. Captain of the War Dragon, Sang Qiong? Shi Ming, director of the Chinese National Security Department? The interrogation room suddenly fell silent. What's going on? How come these two great gods are here in person? You should know that the War Dragon team is the most mysterious force in China and the main force guarding the border. The Ministry of Security of China, the most mysterious department in China, focuses on counter-espionage and counter-agent tasks. Either of them is a being that can reach the ears of heaven. Feng Yiming quickly asked respectfully, "Excuse me, is there anything important that brings you here?" Shi Ming stepped forward and said, "I heard about the Zijing mansion incident yesterday." Before he finished speaking, Feng Yiming understood. He immediately replied, "The man has been arrested by our Public Security Bureau and is currently being interrogated." As he said this, he made way. Sang Qiong and Shi Ming saw Qin Xuan sitting on the interrogation chair at the same time. "Even if you are in shackles." The young man remained unruly and unfazed. The two nodded in their hearts at the same time. "I am very satisfied with Qin Xuan's calm and composed performance." Everyone sighed quietly. The pillars of the country. The pillar of the country? Feng Yiming was puzzled and repeated it in a low voice. Shi Ming and Sang Xiong walked towards Qin Xuan together. "You too, he is a major suspect in the Zijin mansion case, please." The two of them ignored Feng Yiming completely. He walked through the crowd and came in front of Qin Xuan. This time, Sang Xiong spoke first. "Hello, comrade. I am Sang Qiong from the War Dragon team. I have a few questions for you." Qin Xuan raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded slightly. His arrogant attitude did not arouse the disgust of the sky. Instead, it made him appreciate it even more. Capable people just need some attitude. Otherwise, what is the difference between you and the rest of the world? Do you know who your opponent was at the Lamborghini mansion yesterday? A bunch of chickens and dogs. Sang Qiong was stunned. The four great warriors of the Yamada group, top warriors at the peak of level 2. And Kumiko, the smiling vicious woman, was actually described as a piece of dirt-cheap chicken and clay dog by the other party. This is an opponent that even the sky dares not underestimate. However, Qin Chuan's performance in the surveillance video was completely consistent with his current reaction.
Several monsters at the top of their combat power were in front of him.
They can't last more than a few breaths. They were annihilated. Comrade, are you a martial arts expert?
I have martial arts, but I haven't reached the level of a strong man yet.
Qin Chuan showed some humility.
In his eyes, only the top ones can be considered strong.
And I am only at the 5th entry level. Sun Kong was a little surprised by Qin Chuan's answer.
Because from the moment he entered the room, he could not feel the martial arts power emanating from Qin Chuan.
This was something he couldn't understand. If it is the same level 3 peak as me, then I should be able to feel a little bit of pressure.
But the feeling the other party gave him was vague and illusory.
Unless there is only one possibility, that is, the other party is stronger than oneself. Reached the level of level 4. But how is that possible? He is the youngest person in the history of War Dragon to reach the peak of level 3. When I reached the peak of level 3, I was already 35 years old. With anticipation and some worry, Sang Qiong asked, Comrade, can you tell me what your current cultivation level is? Level 4 peak.
Qin Chuan answered without hesitation.
What? Peak level 4?
Sang Qiong was shocked.
He looked at Qin Chuan again, his eyes full of disbelief.
After a pause, Qin Chuan suddenly spoke again.
Oh, sorry, that was a mistake. Sun Kong was stunned, and the energy and blood that had just surged to his head suddenly dropped.
This young man almost shocked me. If he has reached the peak of level 4 at such a young age, he must be a genius, a unique existence in China.
Sang Qiong muttered in his heart. I was promoted yesterday and am now at level 5 entry level. Sky. He lives in Bengbu.
He placed one hand on Qin Chuan's shoulder and used his own martial arts power to feel the other's martial arts power. When his hand touched Qin Chuan's shoulder,
an invisible and powerful martial arts force.
It suddenly rushed from the opponent's shoulder to the top of his head in the sky.
This is Captain War Dragon, a veteran of many battles who has fought against countless enemies.
He was unable to withstand this powerful martial arts force for a moment. He was bounced back several steps and retreated repeatedly. He turned around and walked straight out of the interrogation room.
Everyone in the room was confused. I have no idea what happened. After Sun Kong left,
it was Xi Ming's turn to step forward. He moved a chair and sat in front of Qin Chuan. He casually opened the notebook in his hand and said, Hello, comrade.
My name is Xi Ming, a first-level director of the Chinese National Security Department. Qin Chuan nodded. I have some questions for you, too. Ask. In the case of the Bohemia mansion yesterday, do you know who the 3 people you found were? Japanese agents. How do you know that the other party is a Japanese agent? Qin Chuan didn't know how to answer for a moment. You can't say that it was the system that prompted me. Suddenly, he remembered something. I just got the skill, golden eyes.
So Qin Chuan said calmly, because I have golden eyes.
Xi Ming was stunned. Golden pupils? What are they? Golden eyes can discern everything, and can also distinguish loyalty from treachery.
As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into silence. Everyone took a step back, afraid of being noticed by Qin Chuan. As the director of the Ministry of State Security, Xi Ming guards national security. Of course, we know that such strange people and things exist throughout China and even in the world.
Not to mention far away, let us just talk about the War Dragon team. Everyone in there is talented, their speech, oh no, their skills are all awesome.
He narrowed his eyes slightly and said something that frightened everyone.
Could you demonstrate it again? Why not?
Qin Chuan closed his eyes, and chaos appeared before his eyes.
When I opened my eyes again,
a faint golden light appeared in his eyes.
Qin Chuan scanned the entire audience.
When everyone saw Qin Chuan looking at them, they couldn't help but dodge sideways.
I'm afraid that some of my things will be seen through.
Whenever Qin Chuan's eyes fell on someone,
a series of relevant information will appear. Most of them are simple summaries without very detailed information.
Just as he was about to look away, he suddenly discovered a serious situation. Qin Chuan closed his golden eyes and sighed softly.
Xi Ming quickly asked with concern, what's wrong? Your skills are ineffective?
Qin Chuan raised the corner of his mouth and sneered, No, my golden eyes are all normal.
Then why are you sighing?
Because I discovered that there are spies from Japan in this room. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire interrogation room was in an uproar. Everyone subconsciously took a step away from the people around them. Shiming immediately stood up and shouted to Sankon outside the house, "Sankon, control the door and don't let anyone escape." Upon hearing this, Sankon, who had just adjusted his luck, immediately returned to the door of the interrogation room and blocked the way out. Seeing that the door was sealed, he quickly asked, "Who is the spy?" Qin Chuan raised his arm and pointed forward. Chapter 76. Come with us. Everyone looked in the direction Qin Chuan pointed. I saw him pointing in the direction of the outermost part of the crowd.
Xiao Yang?
Feng Yiming was shocked. "Captain Feng, control him!"
Shi Ming yelled.
Feng Yiming hurried forward to control the other party. But he was stopped by Qin Chuan's shout, "Wrong!
It's not him."
Feng Yiming was stunned.
Not Xiao Yang?
Really? Feng Yiming turned his head to look at Li Ping, who was by his side.
It's you?
Feng Yiming was shocked. Li Ping was bewildered. "Captain Feng, how could you believe the words of a suspect?" Feng Yiming finally came to his senses. "Why do you say Li Ping is a spy? What evidence do you have?" Everyone reacted. All of this is Qin Chuan's one-sided statement. He might just be taking advantage of Shi Ming's words from the Huan tribe and taking advantage of the situation. Li Ping immediately burst into tears. "Is there any justice in this world? My fiancé died tragically. I can't kill my enemy with my own hands, and I have to be treated as a spy. Shi Ming of the Huan department, you should really arrest me as a spy and sentence me for espionage. Sasaki is dead, and I don't want to live anymore." Feng Yiming and Xiao Yan hurried forward to comfort them. Shi Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Originally, he had great distrust of Qin Chuan's words. But when the other party said that she was Sasaki's fiancée Li Ping, Shi Ming couldn't help but look at her twice. Shi Ming has Li Ping's information. He has a clean background and a good family tradition. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like someone who could be turned against you. Shi Ming was puzzled and looked at Qin Chuan and asked, "How do you know she is a spy?"
"Captain Feng.
Look at this. Our comrades from the Ministry of State Security actually still believe that scumbag. I don't want to live anymore." Shi Ming's words once again stimulated Li Ping. She seemed to have suffered a serious mental blow and started yelling. Feng Yiming quickly said, "Director Shi, that's enough. You guys in the Huan department are incredibly powerful. If Li Ping was a spy, you would have already placed her under surveillance. Tell me, do you have any evidence to prove that one of my people is a spy?" "That's right," Xiao Yang on the side echoed. At the scene, Chang Guoli and Xiaoying also fell silent. The current situation is far beyond the scope of their participation. The case at the beginning suddenly took a different turn. It became a plot about catching a spy agent. This caught them off guard and their brains couldn't keep up with the development of the plot. Shi Ming looked at Qin Chuan, his eyes full of responsibility. But he still gave Qin Chuan a chance and said lightly, "Tell me." Qin Chuan spoke slowly, saying, "Her pendant is a bug."
"Pendant?
Bug." Everyone turned their eyes to Li Ping at the same time. This sight scared Li Ping silly. She immediately stopped crying and looked at the pendant around her neck. At this time, Sasaki gave her a token of love. Shi Ming strode forward and pulled off the pendant from Li Ping's neck. "Place it before your eyes and observe it carefully." Then he took out a special instrument from his pocket and disassembled it for a detailed examination. In full view of the public, an inconspicuous and even ugly pendant was disassembled. Everyone stepped forward to take a look, and saw that there was indeed a miniature signal transmitter stuffed inside the pendant. To this day, the red dot on the signal transmitter is still flashing. Looking back, my every word and action was being monitored. Suddenly, everyone gasped. Qin Chuan looked calm. "The pendant is a launcher, all thanks to Golden Eye's item analysis. When I saw a jade pendant, I found that it actually contained metal transmitter components." He immediately concluded that there was something wrong with Li Ping. "Of course, there is one more thing. There is a 5 experience point on Li Ping's head." Shi Ming held the transmitter and said to everyone, "This is a bug unique to Japan. We have also seized it in previous operations." Li Ping panicked. This was something she had not expected. Her first thought was not to reflect on herself, but want to deny.
This thing is not mine. I don't know where it came from. Then why are you wearing it? Shi Ming asked. I don't know. You're wronging me.
You've teamed up to wrongly accuse me in order to help the murderer.
Feng Yiming stepped forward and said, Li Ping, that's enough.
Even now, you're still trying to make excuses.
When you first received this necklace, you showed it off in the office.
Now, you deny its existence.
Captain Feng, I'm innocent. I wasn't a spy at all. I didn't commit treason. Then how do you explain the bug in this necklace?
Li Ping stammered. At this time, Shi Ming spoke up for Li Ping, saying, Captain Feng, I've investigated Li Ping before, and she's unaware of this.
Feng Yiming was a little confused for a moment. She must have been used by Sasaki and became an unwitting leaker.
Li Ping was dumbfounded.
Before, she could not believe what anyone said. Sasaki is a spy.
Now, there was indeed a bug inside the necklace.
Everything points to Sasaki's identity. For a moment, Li Ping's spiritual world collapsed.
Her eyes went dark and she fainted.
Feng Yiming immediately asked Xiaoyan to take Li Ping away.
Shi Ming came up to Qin Chuan and said, Comrade, your talent is truly enviable.
The country needs you. Would you like to join our Chinese security department and defend the country?
Seeing this, Sun Kong was unhappy. You let me guard the gate, but you are poaching me from inside. He rushed in and took Qin Chuan's hand.
Comrade, the work of Huan department is not suitable for you.
You should come to our Zhanlong.
With your level 5 level, I will give you the position of captain.
The two men confronted each other, neither willing to give in. Seeing this, Feng Yiming wondered how someone could steal the show on his home turf.
You too, Qin Chuan is still a suspect.
You? Shi Ming swore, a rare outburst.
What the hell? Comrade Qin Chuan successfully completed the counter-espionage operation and did his utmost for national security. How can he be considered a suspect?
Those Japanese he took out were all spies. They had planned to blow up a cross-sea bridge in southern my country, blocking the path of our country's future development.
Thanks to Comrade Qin Chuan, their evil plot was thwarted. If the counter-espionage operation hadn't been classified, the higher-ups would have commended him long ago.
Upon seeing this, Sang Qiong immediately shouted, Untie Comrade Qin Chuan. Feng Yiming was so frightened that he staggered, and hurried forward to open the lock and release Qin Chuan. Shi and Sun each held one of Qin Chuan's hands.
Comrade Qin Chuan, come with me. Huan needs you. Comrade Qin Chuan, the War Dragon team welcomes you. Everyone there speaks well and everyone hopes you can come. For a moment, the interrogation room became tense again.
Qin Chuan broke free from the two men's pull.
Excuse me, both of you. I have something urgent to do today and need to leave right away. What's going on? Did we find another hidden spy?
No, I'm in a hurry to watch the live broadcast. Everyone in the interrogation room was blinded.
Watch live broadcast? What the hell?
Qin Chuan didn't feel at all relieved after surviving a disaster. Instead, I was anxious to watch the live broadcast. He shook hands with Shi Ming and Sung Qiong and said, See you again if we're lucky.
I'll be at school during the classes. If you have any questions, come find me at school.
After saying that, Qin Chuan left in the astonished eyes of everyone. He pulled Xia Ying and walked out.
Send me to the University of Finance and Economics, quickly. Chapter 77, Defending Brothers. Kyoto, Fashion Institute, Indoor Basketball Court. This is where the Fashion Institute temporarily built a live broadcast room for live broadcasts. In the middle of the basketball court, there are densely packed high-end live broadcast equipment.
In the center of the stage, a young and beautiful girl is singing and dancing enthusiastically.
Xingba crossed his legs, drank milk tea, and asked the assistant beside him, What's the current data?
The assistant quickly checked the backstage and replied respectfully, Boss, we're currently ranked first in Most Beautiful University, with 800,000 people online in our livestream, and second place is 20,000.
Our shared yellow bike sales are 1.03 million.
Fuck, it only sold 1.03 million. I signed a bet agreement with several manufacturers, and I must sell 200 million worth of goods tonight.
Can you do it, idiot? What's the point of just singing and dancing? You have to sell the goods and recite the lines. If you can't do that, then just skirt the rules.
Xingba was so anxious that he was about to jump up and down. During the day, Because of visiting the University of Finance and Economics, his news dominated the charts of various news hotspot apps. Xingba felt that it would be a waste if this popularity was not used to promote products. So, in a fit of rage, he signed a bet agreement with several manufacturers. Seeing the data stagnant in front of him, he urgently stopped the host's performance. Pulling her aside, he said, "Fuck, can you live stream? I'm paying you $120,000 a year, not to let you jump around like an idiot in the live streaming room. You have to say something to sell products, big sister." The girl was a little timid after being yelled at by Xingba. Her name is Wang Miao, and she is a student at Fudan University. The contestant whose popularity was second only to Su Xiaoyan before the competition. Today, Xingba, a multi-millionaire internet celebrity, approached her and offered her a contract with an annual salary of 120,000 yuan. They said they wanted to make her a multi-million-dollar internet celebrity. Wang Miao was so excited that he almost cried. Signed the contract without hesitation. However, when the live broadcast started at 8 p.m., Xingba gave her a target for tonight. Selling goods worth 200 million. Wang Miao was stunned because he had no experience in selling goods. How can you sell goods worth 200 million yuan? Who would have thought that Xingba wouldn't listen to it at all? Just throw out the contract in a place that is not easy to notice. It is clearly marked above. If the live broadcast fails to complete the company's performance tasks, base salary will be cancelled this year. If the sales achievement rate is less than the prescribed 50%, the anchor needs to personally purchase products from manufacturers worth no less than 5 million. When signing the contract, Wang Miao felt that happiness came too suddenly. If you don't sign quickly, the opportunity will be gone. And when these terms are discovered, she felt like she was being sold. This is an impossible task. My dream of becoming famous has not yet come true. You will have to take on a debt of 5 million. She was distracted and sang off tune throughout the entire evening's performance. I can't do it. Wang Miao was under too much pressure and burst into tears. Seeing this, Xingba raised his hand and slapped him. The right half of Wang Miao's face was covered with slap marks. Red liquid overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Wang Miao squatted on the ground and burst into tears. Xingba wanted to kick him. The assistant was anxious and quickly stopped him. "Fuck, boss, how can she continue the live broadcast if you are like this?" Only then did Xingba withdraw his foot in disappointment. Before becoming an internet celebrity, he was just a street thug. Touching girls has become a common occurrence. "Fuck, if I lose money today, none of you will have an easy life," Xingba said harshly. "Oh my boss, it's only 9:30, there's still time." "But, you've made Wang Miao like this, what are we going to do with the live broadcast later?" Xingba spat. "Damn it, what should I do? I'll do it myself. I'll start the live broadcast of the server and my own account at the same time, and then let the anchors under the company bring in traffic. Don't forget who set the record for selling goods on Douyin." The assistant nodded repeatedly and said that live streaming with 2 accounts was a solution. With Xingba's appeal, this level will definitely be passed. While Xingba was having his stylist put on makeup, he said to his assistant, "Go buy a few Apple 13 phones and some small appliances from the supplier. Every 10 minutes, we'll have a lottery for one in the livestream." "Damn it, I'll do it myself. It's just 500 million worth of goods. As long as we get 2 million viewers, everything else will be nothing." Xingba tidied up his appearance and clothing. Before going on stage, she gave Wang Miao a kick and warned him, "Hurry up and put on some makeup for me. You'll be standing behind me as a background." Wang Miao was so scared that she stopped sobbing and crawled to the dressing table to touch up her makeup. Family. I admire the campus beauty Wang Miao. She's exhausted from singing and dancing, so she's going to rest off stage now. In the meantime, I, the boss, will give everyone some benefits. If you want one, press 1 on the public screen. I'll give away an iPhone 13 phone or a small appliance every 10 minutes. For a moment, the public screen started scrolling rapidly. The number 1 fills the entire screen. Kyoto, University of Finance and Economics, Auditorium. Compared with the professional level live broadcast room built by Fuda, it looks very shabby here. A few fill lights, a tripod, and your phone. That's all there is in the live broadcast room, even the sound card is amateur level. In the auditorium, there were only a few student officers helping out. 3 people from dormitory 511 sat in the audience to accompany them.
Third brother, didn't I ask you to sell our 3 computers and buy a set of live broadcast equipment? Wu Ming asked with some reproach.
Kang Huijun said angrily, Boss, we sold our second-hand computers too quickly, and they lowered the price to 100,000 for 3. I couldn't bear to part with them, so. Wu Ming was so angry that he grabbed Kang Huijun's collar and said, Third brother, you are confused.
Computers are nothing.
Tonight's live broadcast was something that fourth brother personally instructed us to do before he left.
We can't even handle such a small matter. How can we face fourth brother in the future? Kang Huijun nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I was wrong, boss. I'll go sell the computer and get the whole set of equipment.
Tang Yuming grabbed Kang Huijun and said, Third brother, don't go.
The game ends at midnight. It's too late. Bang.
Wu Ming slammed the chair in anger.
Fuck, the team at Fuda is so shameless. They even asked for foreign aid. Tang Yuming said angrily while holding his mobile phone. The 2 people next to him also came over to take a look and cursed. This is clearly cheating. Kang Huijun said. How popular are their live streams now? What's the gap between my sister-in-law's popularity and theirs?
Wu Ming asked, directly focusing on the key point of the question. Tang Yuming glanced at the data and replied, they currently have 1.95 million people online in their livestream, with a contribution value of around 5 million, ranking first among the 100 schools. The fourth daughter-in-law's livestream has 3,980 people online, with a contribution value of 120,000, ranking 55th among the 100 schools. The difference between more than 1.9 million people and 3,980 people, and the contribution of 5 million and 120,000 is simply unbearable to look at. Wu Ming acted decisively, stating, Brothers, fourth brother has never begged us for anything. He told us to do this today before he left, and we must help him no matter what. Second brother, post on the school forum, calling for everyone's support.
Third brother, sell your computer and buy an iPhone. Let's also learn how to do the lottery in the live streaming room.
I'll ask my comrades, some of whom are also Douyin anchors, and have them help my sister-in-law post a video to attract traffic. After Wu Ming finished speaking, Kang Tang and the others quickly responded yes. The 3 of them immediately prepared for action.
Kang Huijun ran back to the dormitory very quickly. Chapter 78, Did the internet celebrities come to the annual meeting?
In the dormitory, Kang Huijun packed all 3 people's computers into boxes.
Looking at the computer that I am reluctant to unpack and use.
Kang Huijun was a little reluctant, but thought about Qin Chuan's face.
Damn it, Lao Si, you have to give me another one when you come out. After saying that, he picked up his computer and prepared to leave. At the dormitory door, Lu Wei held onto the doorframe, mockingly saying, Oh, what's going on? Are you selling your computer?
Kang Huijun looked at the man's face, which looked like he was asking for a beating, and spat, Get out of the way. No, the computer is being sold before it's even been unpacked.
What's going on? Did something happen to the rich guy in your dorm? Lu Wei, you want to get beaten up today, right? Kang Huijun's eyes showed a fighting spirit.
Lu Wei took a step back and said with a smile, Don't worry, I saw you wanted to sell it, so I came over to ask for the price.
I just want to equip our dormitory with a computer. If you give me a good price, I'll buy it all.
After all, my money is clean, and yours, huh?
Kang Huijun raised his leg and kicked.
Lu Wei took a step back and dodged.
Damn it, you guys in 511 dormitory are full of hooligans.
You used dirty money to come here and show off. You've already been put in the Public Security Bureau, and you're still so arrogant.
Lu Wei's voice was so loud that people from other dormitories came out to watch. What's going on?
I heard that Qin Chuan from Dormitory 511 was arrested by the Public Security Bureau.
Fuck, Qin Chuan? Isn't he a super rich man? Why was he arrested? Who knows? If the Public Security Bureau arrests someone, they must have real evidence. I was saying, whose money just came from nowhere? It's just a dorm, but it's like a luxury apartment. They even bought over 200,000 yuan worth of computers as gifts. It's really all dirty money, and they don't feel bad about using it.
Kang Huijun saw that everyone in the corridor was talking behind his back. His face flushed red with anger. He roared, Fuck you, our fourth brother is definitely not that kind of person. Kang Huijun, you accepted Qin Chuan's things, so of course you're speaking for him. Yeah, if he doesn't give you a penny, you can do the same as us and scold him to death.
Kang Hui-jun, that's enough. Shin Chuan is already in jail. Stop acting. Kang Hui-jun lowered his head and squeezed out of the crowd. A familiar classmate asked in confusion, Hui-jun, where are you going?
I'm going to sell my computer and buy 2 iPhone 13s for Su Xiaoyan to use for live streaming.
Live streaming?
Someone immediately remembered and said, there's a live PK of 100 schools on Douyin tonight, and our school's campus beauty Su Xiaoyan is participating.
School beauty Su Xiaoyan's live broadcast? I want to watch it. Come on, what's so good about this? It's better to watch the domineering CEO's live broadcast.
Yes, the boss is now helping out in the server's live broadcast room. The live broadcast room has also invited million-level beautiful anchors Nana and Xiao Yao.
But Su Xiaoyan is from the same school as us after all. If we don't support her.
Support bullshit, look at the boss's live broadcast room, all the winners are Apple 13 phones. In Su Xiaoyan's live broadcast room, there's not even a bullshit. Kang Hui-jun gritted his teeth when he heard this, even if he didn't support his own people.
And helping outsiders. Today's alumni are too disunited. He ran out of the school angrily. I went to several second-hand computer stores. But these shop owners were so anxious when they saw Kang Hui-jun taking action. They all kept trying to lower the price. They were only willing to give 5,000 for a computer that cost 50,000. Even if I sell all 3, it's still not enough to buy an iPhone 13. Kang Hui-jun looked at the time helplessly. It was already 10 p.m. There are only 2 hours left until the live broadcast ends. He walked towards the auditorium with a depressed mood. Kada in the night, with a gentle breeze blowing. The wind gave Kang Hui-jun a chill. Hello, classmate. How do I get to the auditorium of the University of Finance and Economics?
A sweet and pleasant voice came from behind Kang Hui-jun. He frowned and turned back, stunned for a moment. The woman in front of him was so familiar to him.
Silly girl. Douyin's internet celebrity with tens of millions of followers.
Kang Hui-jun spent countless days and nights hiding in his bed, binge-watching her videos.
Daimei smiled sweetly and waited for Kang Hui-jun's answer. Kang Hui-jun was stunned for a while and pointed forward. Daimei's eyes curved into crescents. Thank you, classmate.
Then she trotted forward, followed by 4 or 5 people in her entourage. Each of them carried equipment such as fill lights.
Kang Hui-jun stood there for a long time, unable to recover. I'm not dreaming, am I? Classmate, how do I get to the Finance University auditorium? Another cheerful female voice sounded.
Kang Hui-jun instantly recognized the voice, a voice that had haunted him many times.
It's Sister Zhou. Kang Hui-jun looked at the other person trembling all over. He even wanted to hit himself twice to see if it hurt. It was too dreamy.
Sister Zhou smiled faintly.
Go forward, it's the red roof. Kang Hui-jun said excitedly.
Sister Zhou shook hands with him politely, then trotted over with her assistants.
Hurry up, it's already so late. I told you guys to dawdle. Sister Zhou said as she ran.
Along the way, Kang Hui-jun met more than a dozen super anchors on Douyin, Shark and other online platforms.
They all ran towards the auditorium. Kang Hui-jun was stunned. The students on Campus Road were dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Is Douyin coming to the University of Finance and Economics for its annual meeting? Kang Hui-jun finally reached the auditorium door. The auditorium was packed with internet celebrities.
They brought their own equipment and decorated the originally simple live broadcast room of the University of Finance and Economics to look like a professional venue.
Sister Zhou and Su Xiaoyan interacted on the stage.
A group of internet celebrities were waiting nearby.
It seemed like everyone was waiting to show their face. Third brother. Where have you been? Why are you here so late?
Wu Ming said hurriedly when he saw Kang Hui-jun.
Boss, what's going on? Why are there so many internet celebrities?
Wu Ming shook his head.
I don't know either.
They suddenly showed up, set up their equipment, and joined the livestream to help with the broadcast, driving traffic to my brother-in-law's livestream room. On stage, in front of the camera.
Su Xiaoyan was stunned. She was absent-minded and out of shape since she started the live broadcast today.
Later, the popularity of the live broadcast room became lower and lower.
She wanted to give up at one point. I want to cry.
But suddenly, a large number of internet celebrities rushed in. Some set up equipment and start live broadcasts to attract traffic to their own live broadcast rooms. Some, like Sister Jo, went on stage and appeared on camera with themselves to help adjust the atmosphere of the live broadcast room.
After all this operation,
the number of people in the live broadcast room, which had originally dropped to 3 digits, suddenly skyrocketed.
The number of online viewers exceeded 1 million.
Gifts were flying in the live broadcast room, and people kept adding gifts. Su Shayan looked at the screen full of gifts and didn't know how to express her gratitude for a moment. Her eyes began to moisten.
Ogawa, it would be nice if you were there too.
Suddenly, the classic animation appeared.
It's a carnival.
Su Shayan's heart ached, and she looked at the screen eagerly, wanting to know who sent it.
She was expecting Qin Chuan's name to appear on the screen.
When Sister Jo saw Carnival, she excitedly exclaimed, "Wow, he's starting to give you gifts." Chapter 79, Others give away mobile phones during live broadcasts, while I give away BMWs during live broadcasts.
Su Shayan's heart tightened. Then a look of disappointment appeared on his face.
The person who sent the carnival was a netizen named Principal.
The other party kept swiping one after another as if it was free. Fuck, the principal is here. Look, Principal 1. My husband is here.
In an instant, the popularity of Su Shayan's live broadcast room rose to a new level.
The number of people online exceeded 2 million. Students from the University of Finance and Economics began to pour into the auditorium.
They were lured online to watch offline. Wu Ming, Kang Huijun, and Tang Yuming helped maintain order. Because so many people came in, the scene was a bit noisy for a while.
Fortunately, Dai Mei stepped forward, showing her personal charm and adjusting the atmosphere.
At this moment, a middle-aged man ran in panic. He glanced left and right and rushed onto the stage. Sister Jo and Su Shayan were both startled by the sudden appearance of the man.
"You, what are you doing? Don't do anything rash. We're live streaming, and there are over 2 million people watching us."
The man was panting and swallowing violently.
After a pause, he said, I'm Du Wei, the general manager of Tiancheng BMW 4S.
The boss has instructed that he will be responsible for the lucky draw in Miss Su's livestream. From now on, a BMW will be drawn every 10 minutes until the end of the competition. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into dead silence. Even Sister Jo was stunned.
She asked in disbelief, what did you say? Say it again.
Our boss said that from now on, every 10 minutes of Miss Su's live broadcast, a BMW will be drawn, and the expenses will be fully borne by the boss.
Suddenly, the live broadcast room and the scene exploded.
Wow, winning a BMW as a prize is so exciting.
What the hell? Win a BMW in 10 minutes. What kind of rich live streaming room is this? The key is that they don't carry goods or use the shared bikes. Although some people were shocked. But there are also rational people who stand out and raise questions.
Everyone calm down, this might be a script.
Yeah, think about it, everyone. There's still an hour and a half left until the competition ends.
That means a total of 9 BMWs can be given away in this livestream. Even the cheapest BMW, a 200,000 renminbi BMW 1 Series, is only 1.8 million renminbi. Who would spend 1.8 million renminbi on a lottery for no reason?
It's outrageous. Except for the rational ones.
There are also internet noblemen who come from nowhere. Just a 200,000 yuan car.
Can a 200,000 yuan car be called a BMW? Draw a 1 Series BMW, something even a dog wouldn't want. Slip away, too stingy, who are you looking down on?
In the live broadcast room, there were several people leading the pace.
Dewey saw the rhythm in the live broadcast room. I got angry immediately.
Ganny, these bastards, they even call a 200,000 yuan car a BMW.
How dare you be so shameless?
Although he was furious, he still controlled his emotions.
Dewey said to the camera,
"Friends in the live broadcast room, this is not an X1, nor is it a 200,000 BMW. The fans in the live broadcast room heard it. Immediately his eyes lit up.
Could it be the 3 Series?
Fuck, if I really win a 3 Series, I'm going to call my whole family over to participate in the lottery.
Maybe I'll get a 5 Series? That's the car I've always dreamed of. The guy above, you're dreaming of a 5 Series? How much does that cost?
Manager, stop being so secretive and just tell me.
Even if it's a BMW or a Mini, I can accept it. Dewey deliberately kept the secret. He understands traffic. The long-legged and black stockings anchor in the 4S shop was recruited by him.
Everyone, our boss is generous and gave us this top-of-the-line model.
Dewey made the number 8 gesture.
In an instant, the live broadcast room was boiling.
All kinds of exclamations flew up. What the hell? 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 What the hell?
The students at the scene were also excited. Everyone took out their mobile phones and joined the live broadcast room to wait for the lottery.
What a rich guy.
He won a BMW 8 Series in just 10 minutes.
It's still top notch.
Hey guys, I just checked the prices.
A top-of-the-line 8 Series costs $1.2 million. 9, that's over $10 million. Everyone was shocked. Seeing this, Dewey quickly said, "This is a mistake. This is not the 8 Series. This is not the 8 Series."
In the live broadcast room, curses suddenly broke out.
Fuck you.
I just said it was a script, deliberately not saying what the actual thing was, and just gesturing randomly.
Everyone, go away. I'm going to unfollow you. I can't stand this kind of script.
Seeing that things seemed to be going too far, Dewey quickly clasped his hands together and said, "Everyone, blame me, blame me.
I didn't say it well.
Our boss didn't give us an 8 Series, but a top-of-the-line BMW M8. After he finished speaking, the entire live broadcast room and the entire scene fell silent. No one made any noise for a long time.
No one is typing. Dewey saw the interaction on the screen stop.
There was only one carnival effect that kept repeating over and over again. He subconsciously reached out and poked the screen.
Hello, hello, can you hear me? Hello, hello?
After a moment of immersion, the messages scrolled across the screen explosively. This time, the screen refreshed extremely fast.
Dewey couldn't see what was said specifically.
But, from the time he walked in until now,
10 minutes have passed.
The first red envelope exploded. Everyone stared at their phones to see if they had won the prize.
Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! I won the prize!
A well-mannered boy wearing glasses in the audience raised his arms and shouted.
He jumped up and down in ecstasy. He trotted up the stage and stood in front of Dewey.
Dewey took out a key from his pocket and said, "Congratulations, classmate. Take this key to Tianchang BMW 4S tomorrow to handle the relevant procedures." The student who won the prize looked at the car keys in his hand.
I was so excited that I almost fainted.
The comments in the live broadcast room are all filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred.
Fuck, I'm also a student at the University of Finance and Economics. I should have been there earlier.
It seems the chances of winning are higher on site. I'm going to change my clothes now and rush to the University of Finance and Economics.
Luckily, I didn't win the prize. The BMW M8 is too fuel-consuming. I wouldn't want it even if it were offered to me. It's not environmentally friendly. Finally, this fan said that it is not environmentally friendly.
In front of the mobile phone screen, he was so angry that his face was unrecognizable and his fingernails were scratching his feet until they bled. The 10 minutes of waiting for the lottery draw was a bit hard to endure. Su Xiaoyan felt that she still needed to sing a song to liven up the atmosphere.
"Sister Zhou, let's sing a song for our fans."
Sister Zhou shook her head and said with an awkward smile, "I don't want to. I'm afraid if I sing too well, I'll steal your limelight."
Su Xiaoyan smiled and had to come alone. "Let me sing a song by Jaicho for everyone. I hope you like it."
When the fans in the live broadcast room heard that they were going to sing Jaicho's songs, they immediately became excited.
Su Xiaoyan took a deep breath, and then began to speak along with the accompaniment of music. "Remember you said home is the only castle. Continue running along the rice-fragrant river. Singing and singing."
A fan at the scene suddenly whispered.
"Su Xiaoyan is lip-syncing, right? Why doesn't she even turn off the original sound?" "Exactly. I heard it too. If the original sound isn't even on, what's the point of singing it?"
But you have to say, the sound effects were really good. I felt like Jaicho was there, singing in my ear. As soon as the classmate finished speaking, he caught a glimpse of a familiar yet unfamiliar figure out of the corner of his eye.
Fuck. Zhou. Dong.
Chapter 80 The Richest Man in History, on par with the principal. A call of Jay Cho.
The entire finance university auditorium exploded instantly.
Even those internet celebrities with tens of millions or millions of fans stood up.
Give Jay Cho a salute. Su Shaoyan was stunned and stood there.
Her mouth dropped open slightly, and her singing paused.
In the live broadcast room. What happened to the beauty from the University of Finance and Economics? She doesn't want to sing anymore? She stopped singing, so how come I can still hear the singing? Idiot, that was Su Shaoyan singing the original song. And in the next second,
a person who was unexpected by everyone in the live broadcast room suddenly appeared.
Jay Cho.
Suddenly, the entire live broadcast room was in an uproar.
Everyone was flooding the screen with 3 consecutive wows.
Jay Cho waved towards the live streaming room and said, "Oh, not bad, it's already exceeded 5 million viewers.
Okay, I'll sing another song for you all." After saying that, Jay Cho turned and looked at Amelia Su.
At this time, Su Shaoyan was completely confused. She never dreamed that her idol Jay Cho would appear in her live broadcast room.
She felt that everything was so unreal and so abstract. Shaoyan.
Jay Cho called her softly. Su Shaoyan felt like she was electrocuted all over and shivered.
Then he nodded and said, Are you ready? Jay Cho asked with a smile.
Su Shaoyan was so nervous that she forgot to ask what song they were going to sing. But when the music prelude sounded,
she got into the mood right away. The haze begins to appear in the distance. Turning around and leaving, unable to say goodbye. You have something to say. The love between seabirds and fish was just an accident. A duet with Jay Cho, plus a BMW M8 raffle.
The popularity of the entire live broadcast room suddenly reached its peak.
The number of people keeps rising and rising.
In Su Shaoyan's live broadcast room, she was the most popular.
Go straight to the top spot. It is so far ahead that it can even ignore the account of the second-place Kyoto Fashion Institute.
While the live broadcast was still in progress, countless people spontaneously posted on Weibo, WeChat Moments, and other social media platforms. Spontaneously promote the Keita live broadcast room.
For a time, the headlines of various software were all occupied by Su Shaoyan from the University of Finance and Economics.
The king is willing to be a supporting role, accompanying the beauty of the University of Finance and Economics live broadcast. Live broadcast of campus beauties from the University of Finance and Economics, with the number of online viewers about to exceed 10 million.
Official campus live broadcast, lucky draw to win a BMW M8. Various titles keep emerging. After tonight, for sure, Su Shaoyan's name will spread throughout China.
Suddenly, the carnival special effects disappeared from the live broadcast.
Why didn't the principal brush it off? I thought he would brush it off until the end of the game. Fuck, the principal has already done 120 carnivals.
It's only 120 carnivals, the principal hasn't done his bit yet. Just as fans were discussing. Suddenly, the entire phone screen flashed.
A huge castle rises, surrounded by golden special effects. Fans exclaimed. What the hell, what kind of gift is this? I've never seen it before.
I just took a look and it was the Super Carnival launched by Douyin officials a minute ago.
The name is quite intimidating. Will the price be doubled just because of the name? Enthusiastic fans clicked on the small gift box to check the actual price of the Super Carnival. After seeing a string of zeros, he was dumbfounded. Super Carnival, one is priced at 3 million Do coins. Converted into Chinese currency, it is 300,000. It's so terrifying.
300,000 for just a dozen seconds of footage, give it away as a reward. In an instant, everyone in the live broadcast room was defeated. The Super Carnivals continue, one after another.
It seems that he is intending to take over from Principal Wang. But this person's fame is far greater than Principal Wang's. One is 3,000 yuan and the other is 300,000 yuan, how can they be compared?
Su Shaoyan stared at the live broadcast room in a daze.
The ID that is giving out gifts.
Her emotions suddenly became uncontrollable. As I sang, tears started to flow, and I thought to myself,
Ogawa.
Fans in the live broadcast room also noticed that the ID who was constantly giving gifts.
The comments section immediately exploded. Holy crap! The super rich ID has appeared. Qin Chuan. It's actually Qin Chuan. He was arrested by the Public Security Bureau, so how can he still be giving out gifts? This is such a super carnival I've never seen before. Maybe I'm mistaken. If I had the wealth of Qin's father, who would do anything illegal? Kyoto, on the second ring road. An all-black Mercedes-Benz S350 was stuck in traffic. It's your turn now. I'm going to take a break.
Qin Chuan threw the phone to Xiaoying and lay down with his whole body slightly tilted. Xiaoying took the phone, her index finger trembling slightly.
Although she is now the CEO of 10 Billion Group. But like Qin Chuan, he gave away virtual gifts worth 300,000 yuan each without hesitation or blinking. She still felt a little distressed. Boss, brush a few. Watch until Xiaoyan finishes the broadcast. Qin Chuan said lightly.
Xiaoying swallowed and carefully clicked the screen. At this moment, her cell phone rang. Xiaoying took a look, then handed the phone to Qin Chuan and whispered, "Boss, Mr. Li from Douyin."
Qin Chuan nodded and took the phone. "Hello, Mr. Li." On the other end of the phone was Li Feng from Douyin Operations Department. He asked with a smile, "Boss Qin, how is it? We specially prepared a special gift for you, the Super Carnival. Are you satisfied? It's okay, but you're too narrow-minded. I'm afraid I won't be able to use up my balance of 3 million Dubi coins today." Li Feng's face froze, and he was sweating profusely. He thought to himself, "You have 10 billion Dubi, no normal person can finish it." "Boss Qin, I'm truly sorry. We have a rule. If we continue to transfer this amount, we'll be in trouble. Please understand." "Well, okay," Qin Chuan said and hung up the phone. Just as I hung up, another call came in.
Qin Chuan looked down and saw that it was Wang Song calling.
"Hey, Lao Qin, I'm so tired. I've swiped more than 100 and I really can't do it anymore." Wang Song looked at the 10,000 carnivals transferred from Qin Chuan to his account. For the first time, he felt that there was someone who was more willing to spend money on a woman than he was. "It's hard work. Lao Qin, for your sake today, I mobilized all my connections in the live broadcast circle and even invited Jay Cho. Please don't dismiss me with just 2 words of hard work." Wang Song took the opportunity to say. "So, how much do you want?" Qin Chuan thought for a long time but couldn't guess Wang Song's intention. Wang Song was speechless. How dare you talk about money with the richest man as only son? But he thought again and it seemed that Qin Chuan's family background was a little richer than their Wang families. So he said, "Lao Qin, why talk about money between brothers? I want to go out to sea for some fun this weekend. My yacht is too small, and the old man won't buy me a bigger one. I heard that you have the Eclipse now, so, hee. No problem, you can borrow the yacht anytime." Qin Chuan readily agreed. If Wang Song hadn't reminded me, I would have almost forgotten that I had a luxury yacht. Wang Song was delighted when he heard this. "Okay, I'll pick you up next weekend and we'll have fun together." After talking with Wang Song, Qin Chuan closed his eyes tiredly. Xiaoying tilted her head slightly and looked at her boss's profile. She has always had a great prejudice against Qin Chuan. But every time they met, Qin Chuan always gave her a deep shock. Sometimes, money can't convince a woman. Talent and wisdom are the keys to the depths of a woman's soul. Xiaoying gently put her coat on Qin Chuan. Seeing that he didn't respond, she tentatively leaned over. Her head slowly leaned on Qin Chuan's shoulder. At this moment, she hoped that Kyoto's second ring road would be more congested and that cars would drive slower. Chapter 81: Falling Short of Success. Kyoto, Fashion Institute, Indoor Basketball Court. Xing Bao was frantically selling the goods he brought. White foam was coming out of the corners of his mouth. "After hard work, we finally achieved sales of 100 million. He was so tired that he drank some water, took a break, and checked the comments and interacted with fans. Leave a message in the live broadcast room, from Ishui. Boss V5. Boss's heroic spirit. Slowly, some changes began to occur. In the live broadcast room, someone took the lead and set the pace. Fuck, I came here to see the pretty girl. Who is this old man? He's so disgusting. He's the boss. What do you know? The boss is giving benefits to his fans. What's wrong with bringing some merchandise? If you don't buy it, get out. What kind of benefits are you giving out?
After all the hassles and hassles, they're only giving out an iPhone 13. You frogs in the well, go check out the University of Finance and Economics livestream. They're just putting on a show, not promoting anything. The benefits they're giving out are BMW M8s. Is the BMW M8 real or fake? I'll go check it out. Just one person's rhythm directly caused Xingba's live broadcast room to lose nearly 1 million people. Xingba almost spit out the chrysanthemum tea in his mouth. In the blink of an eye, the number of online users dropped by 1 million. He had never encountered this before. He waved his hand and asked Wang Miao to come up and replace him. Xingba went down himself and checked the real data in the backstage. At this time, the sales volume that was constantly jumping in the background of the live broadcast room began to slow down, and even stopped for several minutes. Look at what's going on at the University of Finance and Economics. Giving them a BMW M8? Are they crazy? Without saying a word, the assistant immediately clicked on the Douyin account of the University of Finance and Economics. In the live broadcast room, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie was interacting in front of the screen. Hello, can you hear me? Hello? The middle-aged man went to wipe the screen. Xingba was furious. What the hell is this? Are you pretending to be stupid? He had just finished speaking for a moment. The red envelope on the screen exploded. Immediately afterwards, the live broadcast room was in an uproar. A boy who looked like a student ran up to the scene. The boy looked very gentle and wore a pair of glasses. He raised his arms and shouted, "Fuck! Fuck! Fuck! I won the lottery!" I ran all the way up to the stage and received a key. This series of events made Xingba's face turn green. He saw a familiar figure behind the middle-aged man, Sister Zhou. Xingba spat, "Fuck, why did Sister Zhou go to support that girl? This is a script. How shameless." Xingba angrily called Wang Miao down. He ripped off her coat and said, "I'll give you 2 minutes to change into a JK uniform and black stockings. Remember, the stockings must have letters on them." Wang Miao was stunned. Boss, what do you mean?" Xingba slapped him and said, "Fuck, why did I sign a loser like you? You're just selling goods on the side. Do you understand? You're going to make me lose money today. It's already so late, and you've only sold goods worth 100 million. This was the second time Wang Miao was slapped today. People's minds have begun to become dazed. Xingba looked at the sales volume of 100 million in the background. He took a deep breath and walked in front of the camera. With a harmless and friendly smile, he said, "Family members, I just bought dozens more iPhone 13s for you. Next, in my live broadcast room, I will draw an iPhone 13 phone every 5 minutes. In addition, I will invite our famous internet celebrity Nana to perform her talent and sing a song by Jay Cho for everyone." After saying that, Nana, a million-level internet celebrity, walked onto the stage gracefully. Facing the camera, he began his performance. Xingba stood aside, willing to be a supporting role, and kept holding up the goods and the small blackboard. Perform and sell goods at the same time. With this operation, the number of online users, which was already shaky, slowed down a bit. Suddenly, someone left a message in the live broadcast room. "Brothers, hurry up, gather at the Keda live broadcast room." What happened? Eat melons in the front row. Jay Cho is in the Keda livestream. Rich man Qin Chuan is back, swiping through the custom carnival. Brothers, it's time to witness history. One word comes out. The number of people online on Xingba's side plummeted instantly. Jay Cho personally came to the live broadcast room and performed live. In your little crappy live streaming room, there's only an internet celebrity with a face that looks a little like she had plastic surgery covering your song. Only a ghost would want to see it. The number of people online in the live broadcast room suddenly dropped from more than 2 million to less than 1 million. Then it fell below 500,000, 300,000, 100,000. The clock struck midnight. Xingba was completely confused. He silently closed the live broadcast room of Fudi. Then he weakly asked, "What are the sales tonight?" The whole place was dead silent. No one answered, or to be more precise, no one dared to answer. Xingba flipped over the table carrying the goods and roared, "How much?" The assistant replied timidly, 100,900,000. Upon hearing this, everyone avoided Xingba's gaze, fearing that he would do something out of line. Everyone knows that the target tonight is 200 million.
If the amount is not reached, Xingba will make up the difference out of his own pocket.
The current situation is that Xingba has to pay nearly 100 million yuan.
No matter who this happens to, they will be angry.
However, Xingba was unusually calm. He slowly picked up the table that he had overturned, and then waved to Wang Miao.
Wang Miao didn't dare to move, and finally her assistant pushed her.
She then took small steps to stand in front of Xingba.
Boss, I.
Xingba stretched out his right hand and caressed Wang Miao's hair. 100 million, Xingba, can handle it. Wang Miao was stunned when she heard this.
She even felt a little grateful to Xingba.
Before she could finish her words, Xingba suddenly punched her. Immediately afterwards, fists fell like raindrops, hitting Wang Miao.
Fuck, you're useless. Boss, please stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. Wang Miao pleaded painfully. Fuck, then you pay me. If you have the money to pay me, I will stop. Xingba showed no mercy and kept hitting him.
He lost 100 million yuan in the gambling agreement, and his years of hard work were in vain.
He urgently needs a punching bag. The assistant suddenly reacted, rushed forward and hugged Xingba tightly. Boss, stop hitting me, stop hitting me.
Xingba jumped and struggled. Why, even you want to rebel against me? The assistant said in a horrified voice, with a hint of tears in her voice, Boss, your account live broadcast is not turned off, it is still live. When Xingba heard this, he was stunned for a moment. He turned his head in panic and looked at his cell phone standing beside him.
The live broadcast is still going on.
The scene of him beating Wang Miao was broadcast live without reservation. Suddenly, he felt as if he was struck by lightning, and his mind went blank.
It's over.
Kyoto, University of Finance and Economics, inside the auditorium. It was already past midnight and the students who were watching were leaving one after another. A number of internet celebrities including Sister Joe also said goodbye one after another. After Jaicho finished singing, he left through the back door to avoid causing crowds and trampling. The huge auditorium gradually became quiet. Su Xiaoyan still felt dizzy. What happened at night was simply too dreamy. She felt like it was a live show tailor-made for her. And the person who gave her a lot of gifts in the end was her boyfriend.
Su Xiaoyan realized something and quickly picked up her phone. Dial Qin Chuan's number.
After a short busy tone. It was the opening melody of a nocturne played in the auditorium. Su Xiaoyan was stunned and looked in the direction where the sound came from. With tears in his eyes, he murmured, Ogawa.
Qin Chuan walked slowly into the auditorium.
He smiled and opened his arms to welcome Su Xiaoyan, who was running towards him. Outside the auditorium of the University of Finance and Economics, in a Mercedes-Benz S350.
Looking at Qin Chuan's departing back,
Xiaoying unconsciously hugged the coat in her arms.
Sniffed the remaining scent on it.
After a moment, she turned back and said, let's go and drive. Chapter 82 2% of the shares, becoming the largest shareholder.
Kyoto, University of Finance and Economics, near Hampton in Silton. A night of clouds and rain in Wushan.
The strength of a fifth-level martial arts expert is too shocking and domineering. Qin Chuan tried his best to restrain his strength.
But ordinary people can't compete with it after all. Su Xiaoyan felt the sound of Qin Chuan getting up in a daze. Ogawa, can I take a day off today? I want to stay in bed with you.
Qin Chuan kissed Su Xiaoyan's forehead.
Sister Xiaoyan, today is the macroeconomics class. This class is quite important, so it's not easy to ask for an appointment. I ordered breakfast for you. You can eat it in the room. You can rest for a while. Su Xiaoyan acted like a little girl, hugging Qin Chuan and acting coquettishly for a long time before letting him go.
Finally, he reluctantly let go of Qin Chuan. Even though Xiao Chuan has money now, he still studies as hard as before.
The hotel is only 2 blocks away from the University of Finance and Economics.
Qin Chuan saw that it was still early, so he walked to school. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared in front of him.
Congratulations to the challenger. Complete the side quest, prove your innocence. Task reward, obtain 2% of the shares of Huawei Technology Company, Limited.
Qin Chuan was a little surprised that the reward for this mission was actually 2% of the shares of Warwick Technology Company, Limited.
You should know that Warwick is a non-listed company and its actual value is difficult to estimate.
It is a private enterprise that is 100% owned by employees and implements an employee stock ownership plan through the union. Prior to this, Warwick's employees held 98.99% of the shares. Warwick's founder owns the largest stake, at 1.01%. Now that he suddenly obtained 2% of the shares, it was equivalent to becoming the largest shareholder of Warwick. It seems I should replace my Xiaomi phone with a Huawei one.
I should start by supporting my own industry.
Just as Qin Chuan closed the system interface and rushed to the classroom.
This time, he didn't cross the line. Walk into the classroom at a normal time. Tian Xin also sat in the classroom early.
Yesterday, Sunday, Qin Chuan left without saying goodbye early in the morning and didn't answer his phone all day.
Tian Xin was already furious.
When he saw Qin Chuan coming in, he deliberately turned his head to the side.
Cross your arms over your chest and pout. Humph, I don't want to pay attention to you. Although he said so.
But I still have some hope in my heart that Qin Chuan can come over.
Explain to yourself. Or you can just sit next to me in this class.
But Qin Chuan just glanced at her and walked to the back.
Sitting together with the three brothers in my dormitory. Tian Xin, is there anyone next to you? If not, can I sit with you?
Tian Xin looked up and saw that it was Zhao Lingxiao, the self-proclaimed class flower. A hint of murderous intent flashed across her sweet and lovely face, and she said coldly, "Someone is there." Zhao Lingxiao was just about to try to get closer to her by being shameless.
However, Tian Xin broke the pen in her hand.
Xiao Zhao could only leave in frustration. This is a powder keg. In the back row of the classroom, Qin Chuan sat next to the boss Wu Ming. Wu Ming and Kong Huijun exchanged a few words with him. Qin Chuan discovered that Tang Yuming, the second best student in the dormitory, was lying on the table,
looking listless. What happened to the second brother?
Qin Chuan asked puzzledly.
Hey, Lao Si, this matter has something to do with you.
Qin Chuan was puzzled.
Is it related to me?
Yes, you spent tens of millions of dollars on a BMW M8 in Su Shaoyan's live studio yesterday.
Do you remember?
Qin Chuan nodded and said, I remember.
Kong Huijun couldn't help laughing and said, the first person to win the prize yesterday was a boy from the class next door.
As soon as he won, he immediately confessed his love to the second kid's secret crush. She agreed without hesitation, and then the second kid became like this.
Qin Chuan was stunned. Damn, could it be such a coincidence? He changed his position and went over to comfort Tang Yuming. Old Tang, you can't blame me for this. You can only blame your bad luck.
Tang Yuming hummed and moaned like a fat boy feeling wronged. I'll build you a car that's even cooler than the M8, so you can win your goddess back.
Tang Yuming sobbed and asked doubtfully, really?
Qin Chuan smiled faintly, patted Tang Yuming on the shoulder and nodded.
Loyalty is something that is mutual.
Qin Chuan is never stingy towards his brothers who have helped him.
The bell rang and the macroeconomics teacher walked in. The macroeconomics teacher is a 30-year-old woman named Dai Jia. She wore a black trench coat and matching trousers.
Dai Jia is about 1.65 meters tall and has a well-proportioned body. Her facial contours are smooth and her brow bones are more obvious, making her eyes more charming. Coupled with her delicate chin, it gives people a very high-end feeling.
She bears some resemblance to movie star Jiang Shuang.
Dai Jia graduated from an Ivy League university in the United States with a postdoctoral degree.
She has quite a lot of insights into the subject of macroeconomics. He quotes from classics and his lectures are lively.
The students benefited a lot from the whole class. The students listened carefully, and she spoke more and more fluently.
After the first class, everyone felt a little unsatisfied.
Just when everyone had finished their rest and was about to enter the second period of class,
Dai Jiajia's phone vibrated.
The moment she saw the caller ID, her eyes were filled with anticipation and surprise. She made an apologetic gesture to her classmates and went out to answer the phone.
A few minutes later,
Dai Jia returned to the classroom. She was full of energy just now. After answering the phone, he felt like he had lost his soul. He spoke a little haltingly.
Everyone saw it. Wu Ming couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, what's wrong with you?"
It would be better if you didn't ask, but once you did, you would find out.
Dai Jia finally couldn't hold it in anymore, squatted on the ground and burst into tears. This cry confused everyone.
The girls hurried forward, took out tissues and wiped Dai Jia's tears. The boys were outraged, thinking their teacher must have been bullied.
"Teacher, what's wrong? Teacher, is there something wrong at home?" Teacher, have you been cheated on? Who is the scumbag? We will stand up for you. The last student to greet was glared at by the others. Dai Jia picked up a tissue and sniffed her nose. Choking back tears, he said, "None of that, it's the teacher's own problem." Your own problem? Now everyone was uneasy again. Is teacher Dai in the late stages of cancer? Fuck you, don't talk nonsense. Look at teacher Dai's condition, is it late? At most, it's in the middle stage. Teacher, don't be afraid. Medical care is very advanced now. My seventh uncle also had cancer, but after active treatment, he can jump around now. When Qin Xuan heard the word cancer, he wanted to go forward and take a look. He has a good impression of teacher Dai Jia. I have just started my medical studies at level 2, so I should have no problem dealing with cancer. Just as he was about to step forward to take the patient's pulse, Dai Jia glanced resentfully at the classmate who had just spoken. Classmate, do you really want the teacher to be cheated on or get cancer? The student who just spoke felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. Took 2 steps back. Teacher, if you have anything to say, just tell me. Yes, teacher, we have your back. You don't have to be afraid of anything. Teacher, please tell me, otherwise I won't be able to sleep at night. Dai Jia sighed and smiled wryly. I actually have another job outside of school. I'm a VP, or Deputy Project Manager, at a Wall Street investment bank. Originally, if this project was successful, I could be promoted to the company's ED Project Director. At this point, everyone gasped. No one was surprised that Dai Jia had an off-campus job. This actually proves that he not only has theoretical knowledge reserves, but also practical experience. For example, an Arabic teacher also works as a host outside of school. However, what surprised everyone was that Dai Jia was actually the Deputy General Manager of a Wall Street investment bank in the United States. This is the dream job for finance students. But Dai Jia's next words brought everyone back to reality. Just now, I received a call from the Kyoto headquarters saying that I was fired today. Chapter 83, The American Consortium Again. Dai Jia's words shocked everyone. Teacher, why? Teacher, have you made any decision that goes against our ancestors? Teacher, are you having an office romance? Everyone turned their heads and looked at the person who spoke last. It's him again. The next second, this student who always likes to speak last. He was thrown out of the classroom by several other boys. Dai Jia gathered her emotions and said, some time ago, Wall Street suddenly launched a short-selling campaign against the Silton Group. I wonder if anyone has heard of this. Everyone in the classroom nodded. Teacher, the short selling of the Silton Group is making a lot of noise. How many finance students wouldn't know about it? I also heard that the reason Wall Street shorted Silton wasn't because of its insignificant negative news. It was because the current CEO of Silton Group is Chinese. I've seen CEO on TV. He's so handsome. Dai Jia was relieved to see this. My company is a subsidiary of the Wall Street Merlin Group, called Merlin Financial. We also participated in the short selling of Silton. When they heard the word Melon Group, everyone present's pupils shrank in shock. Fuck, teacher, you actually work at Melon. That's one of the Fortune 500, the world's top financial group. Teacher, it seems that all the consortiums that shorted Silton at that time returned empty-handed. Could it be that your mistaken shorting led to? Dai Jia shook her head. I didn't advocate short selling at the time. On the contrary, when I learned the reason for the short selling, it was entirely because Wall Street didn't allow Chinese people to control American companies. It was a persecution. Much of the evidence was completely fabricated or fabricated by collusion with American executives within the Silton Group. After hearing this, the students were all filled with indignation. Damn, how much Americans look down on us Chinese. Miss Silton's CEO is so beautiful, how could anyone do such a cruel thing to her? Teacher, your expulsion is probably related to your Chinese identity, right? Upon hearing this, Dai Jia's smile widened. She nodded slightly and said, everyone who studies finance dreams of having a place on Wall Street. However, there's simply no place for Chinese people like us on Wall Street. The highest position a Chinese person can achieve on Wall Street is a vice president of projects like me. Going beyond that is harder than climbing to the sky. After hearing Dai Jia's words, many people showed disappointment on their faces. Everyone who studies finance regards entering Wall Street as the ultimate goal. Everyone wants to be the managing director of a conglomerate.
Take charge of a territory and make decisions with great force.
Signing a few signatures means an investment of hundreds of millions. But the reality is cruel.
In the United States, there are only a handful of Chinese people holding senior management positions.
Dai Jiajiao sighed. I worked at Meilong Financial during my college internship.
After nearly 10 years, I was about to achieve my goal. Then, a general manager from India parachuted into the US headquarters. He immediately snatched away all my projects.
All the new projects I submitted were rejected.
Plus, he previously diverted all the funds from the Chinese branch to short sell Silton, resulting in a massive loss of 2 billion yuan.
He laid me off as a scapegoat to give headquarters an explanation.
As she spoke, Dai Jiejia's eyes were filled with grievance, unwillingness, and stubbornness. All his students were silent.
We are all adults.
It was clear that the general manager who was parachuted in was deliberately targeting Dai Jiejia.
Everyone felt aggrieved and clenched their fists. But what can I do if I feel aggrieved?
With his hands full of anger, he could only punch the air. Marone, that is a giant in the financial world. It has a long history and its words are influential in the world financial community.
These people want to stand up for their teacher. It's like an ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating one's own abilities.
Dai Jiejia looked at the expressions of each classmate and felt very relieved. She wiped her tears and forced a smile, saying, I'm sorry, students, I've delayed you all because of the teacher's matter.
Let's continue with the class. The teacher has recovered. Teacher, are you really okay? Teacher, why don't we just not have this class?
Yes, teacher, you were fired. You need to think about how to negotiate compensation with Meilong Company.
Dai Jiejia smiled bitterly. Meilong's company in China has never paid compensation for firing anyone.
They have a strong legal team and HR team. They can find fault with everything, and sometimes, in the end, the fired person has to compensate the company for losses.
Everyone gasped when they heard this. Fuck you, how can this be possible? Aren't Americans said to be the most trustworthy, law-abiding, and egalitarian? Teacher, could you be mistaken? I just saw Wall Street laying off employees a while ago. Merlin paid everyone a huge sum of money.
Dai Jiejia let out a wry smile and resigned herself to her fate as she said, we are Chinese. In their eyes, we are unworthy of talking about credit, law, and equality.
Compensation will always be given only to Americans. As for Chinese, having you work in the company is the greatest blessing you can receive. To be honest, I'm afraid of discussing compensation.
It's not because I've done anything shameful, but because I'm afraid of being accused of something that's not true. Americans are best at using trumped-up charges to defame a person or even a country. I still want to continue living a good life. Dai Jiejia's words were like a bucket of cold water.
Pour it into everyone's heart. Their vision for the future.
The yearning for the future suddenly became vague. The girls looked dejected and lowered their heads. The boys felt a tightness in their chests, as if they were holding their breath. Seeing this, Dai Jiejia stood up and clapped her hands.
Students, don't lose heart. The future is bright for each of you.
As long as you study hard, you will definitely be able to dispel the misunderstandings and discrimination against us in other countries.
Everyone's nose feels a little sour. They only hate that they can't be stronger. When faced with injustice and discrimination, we can stand up with our heads held high. To fight, to strive. Before I knew it, the bell for the end of get out of class rang. This time the bell did not make the students excited.
Everyone quietly returned to their seats and slowly put away their textbooks and stationery. Dai Jiejia was also organizing her materials at the podium. The tears on her face had dried. But her swollen eyes still made it clear that she had cried. Just as she was about to leave the classroom, a boy stood in front of her.
Student Qin Chuan, are you okay? Dai Jiejia asked. Chapter 84 Terrifying Strength. Teacher, I think you should seek compensation. Qin Chuan said lightly.
Dai Jiejia raised her eyes and looked at Qin Chuan again. The other person looked a little stern, with a hint of mystery in his deep eyes. His face was calm and expressionless. He has a medium and well-proportioned figure, but gives people a sense of calmness and strength. Although she was dressed simply, she exuded an aura of wealth and elegance. She gave a wry smile and was about to speak. The students around him gathered around.
Teacher, you should listen to Qin Chuan. We all support you.
Yes, teacher, there is strength in numbers.
We will go with you to discuss compensation. Teacher, Xin Chuan's family owns a BMW dealership. He must have lawyers, so it's a good idea to listen to him. Since the last business management class, everyone knows that Xin Chuan's family runs a BMW 4S dealership. Even Su Gongqing, who was in the class at the time, later treated Xin Chuan with great respect. Yesterday I went crazy giving Su Shaoyan gifts. A typical rich second generation. How many people in the University of Finance and Economics can have such a grand occasion? The second generation of rich people are much more effective than these people. He has the resources, so maybe he can sit down and have a friendly talk with Meilon. Dai Jiejia was very pleased that her students wanted to stand up for themselves. But her heart had already turned to ashes. Students who have not experienced the hardships of society are the most naive. In their eyes, the rich second generation is the classmate whose family owns a BMW 4S store. He is the best in the world and an omnipotent being. But in the eyes of international giants and tycoons, they are no different from ants. It can be crushed with one foot. Student Xin, thank you for your kindness, but... Teacher, there are no classes in the afternoon, let's go. Xin Chuan did not give Dai Jiejia a chance to refuse. If it were someone else, Xin Chuan probably wouldn't want to care. But Dai Jiejia is his teacher, and she refused to short Sultan. For these two reasons alone, it is worth Xin Chuan's help to her. Besides, these things are in his eyes. It's just like children playing house, a small matter. Other people in the class kept encouraging her, and Dai Jiejia couldn't refuse any longer. He just nodded, thinking, just take Xin Chuan to broaden his horizons and let this rebellious rich second generation suffer some setbacks. This will also be helpful for him to enter the society in the future. Tian Xin saw this and quickly stepped forward. Xin Chuan, do you really want to go to Meilong with teacher Dai to ask for an explanation? Yes. Tian Xin wanted to get angry, but she couldn't do it. I could only take out a lunchbox from my backpack and force it into his hand. Okay, here's today's lunch. Xin Chuan took it tremblingly. What is the thing he regrets most in his life? It was when I decided to let Tian Xin be my cook. What is he most afraid of now? That's the meal Tian Xin made. After one meal, the entire periodic table of elements was collected. What's with your expression? Don't you want to eat the food I cooked? Tian Xin said with tears in her eyes, looking aggrieved. Xin Chuan's mouth twitched. No, it's just that my appetite hasn't been very good recently. Then I'll make you porridge tomorrow. I've improved the Cantonese clay pot porridge a bit, and it tastes really good now. Speaking of porridge, Xin Chuan recalled the pot of pork porridge that Tian Xin made not long ago. As soon as Xin Chuan scooped a spoonful, he saw the pig intestines that retained their original flavor. Thinking about it now makes him feel a little nauseous. I wanted to refuse, but I saw Tian Xin's expectant look on her face. I could only nod and agree. Xin Chuan thought. Well, then, just like last time, I'll use my martial arts skills to crack the casserole, and you won't have to drink it. Unexpectedly, Tian Xin said happily, the quality of the casserole last time was too poor. This time I changed it to a stainless steel one. It will definitely not crack. Xin Chuan was speechless. He quietly left the classroom and followed Dai Jiejia. Dai Jiejia took out her phone and said embarrassedly, Student Xin, since you want to go, I'll call a ride-hailing service. To be honest, I still haven't passed my driver's license test. No, take mine. Dai Jiejia was stunned. He already had a car in his freshman year? Then I remembered that Xin Chuan's family ran a BMW 4S dealership. Having a car is normal. But Xin Chuan did not take her to the school parking lot. Instead, he came to an office building not far away. Dai Jiejia looked at the writing and asked in surprise, Xin Chuan, is your car parked down here? Xin Chuan walked in front and nodded slightly. Parking at our school is a nominal fee of 200 yuan a month. Parking here would cost at least 1,800 yuan a month. Although Dai Jiejia does not have a driver's license, she is very sensitive about cars and expenses. After all, anyone who works in this industry must understand it. No money needed. Xin Chuan said lightly. No money? Dai Jiejia was puzzled. Yeah, I just bought it a while ago. Dai Jiejia's hurried steps paused. Her eyes widened as she asked, Xin Chuan, what did you say? This grade A office building is yours?
Well, my driver thought the parking fee of 1,000 yuan a month was a bit expensive, so I just bought the building. I can save her the parking fee every month so that she won't have to make a fuss in front of me every day. Qin Chuan said calmly. It feels like he bought a Class A office building just to appease a little kid. Dai Jiajia became a little skeptical. After all, in her understanding, she had never encountered anyone buying a building for such a ridiculous reason. DD. Qin Chuan pressed the car key to unlock it. Dai Jiajia was dumbfounded again. In front of me is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan BB version.
The ceiling of SUVs is tens of millions.
She originally thought Qin Chuan would drive a BMW sold by his family.
But I never expected it to be a Rolls.
Even for her, a mid-level manager at a top investment bank, this car is a godlike existence. The car is worth 10 million, but the annual cost of using it is about 300,000.
This is not something that ordinary people can afford.
After getting in the car, Dai Jiajia's mood calmed down a little. She had ridden in luxury cars before, but the baby version of Rolls-Royce was only a novelty for her for a short while.
The car started and headed towards the Meilong Financial Building in the north of the city.
On the way, Dai Jiajia wanted to persuade Qin Chuan, saying that she was about to give up, and asked him not to be so serious.
But what Dai Jiajia didn't expect was,
not long after Qin Chuan got in the car, he put on his Bluetooth headset and made a phone call.
Hey, call all the lawyers you brought that day to the Meilong Building in the north of the city. I need it. It's not me who's in trouble, it's a friend of mine. Good. After a few simple words, Qin Chuan hung up the phone.
Dai Jiajia looked confused.
Qin Chuan, did you call in a team of lawyers?
Qin Chuan looked at the road ahead and replied, well, the company just happens to have a team of lawyers. This incident happened in China, so Qin Chuan still wanted to handle it through normal channels.
Dai Jiajia was shocked.
How rich is Qin Chuan's family background that he even has a team of lawyers?
A BMW 4S store cannot afford such a lineup. Chapter 85, Mastering Multiple Foreign Languages and Denouncing the Other Party for Being Rude. Kyoto, North City, Meilong Financial Building.
The building has 32 floors, although it is not very high.
But the entire building belongs exclusively to the Meilong Group. In Kyoto, where every inch of land is valuable, this is a huge undertaking.
Dai Jiajia swiped her work badge and took Qin Chuan into the building.
The interior decoration of the building is simple and refreshing. There is no extravagant decoration with carvings of dragons and phoenixes.
More often, floor-to-ceiling glass is used to let in the sunlight outside. Let natural light fill the interior.
The 29th floor of the building is the meeting room for internal employees.
Dai Jiajia had already made an appointment with the company's human resources department in advance.
Come here to discuss resignation matters yourself.
She and Qin Chuan came to conference room 9.
The two of them waited quietly inside. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, half an hour.
The two sat in the conference room for a full hour, and no one came in to communicate with them.
What's even more infuriating is,
as the cold winter approaches,
the heating in the house was turned off. The central air conditioner was still blowing cold air.
Just as Dai Jiajia was about to go out and call for help, a middle-aged woman wearing glasses, about 40 years old, walked in. The other person had meticulously combed hair, and the name tag in front of him read, HR, Dengya. Dengya looked at the materials in her hand all the way without saying hello to the two people in the room. Then he sat down. Without even looking up, she spoke in cold, arrogant English. Dai Jiajia, the company's top management has decided to terminate your employment relationship.
You have until today to remove all your personal belongings from the building. If you fail to do so, we will deem you have relinquished ownership of your belongings. We will have someone to dispose of them in a centralized manner. If all is well, sign the document and you can leave. Dai Jiajia also answered in English, how is my severance pay calculated? Dengya mechanically replied, there is no compensation.
You resigned voluntarily, and we will fill out the resignation report truthfully for you.
You fired me, how can you say I resigned voluntarily? I had no intention of leaving at all. I worked at Merlin for 10 years. How could I possibly resign voluntarily?
Dengya raised her head slightly and looked at Dai Jiajia with disdain.
Dai Jiajia, are you challenging the company's authority?
You ignored the leadership's decision to short Silton, repeatedly questioned it, and completely disobeyed the leadership's instructions.
Even so, you still want compensation?
Dai Jiajia argued, shorting Silton was a wrong decision from the beginning, and the results later proved that my judgment was correct. But you, on the other hand, insisted on shorting Silton, resulting in losses.
Are you going to blame me for this?
Deng refused to give in and said, as the vice president of the department, you should bear the consequences of your department's failed decision-making. Dai Jiajia slammed the table and stood up.
You're talking nonsense.
At that company meeting, it was clearly Summit, as the general manager, who forced the final decision. Deng sneered and said, at Meilong Group, we only look at the results, not the process.
Deng softened her tone and said in Mandarin, Dai Jiajia, even if Summit made the final decision, so what? He's clearly looking for a scapegoat.
You're the only Chinese person at the company's vice president level.
Who else can he target? Should he find a white person? Hearing Deng's frank words,
Dai Jiajia's anger was half deflated. I've worked for the company for 10 years, and this is what I get in return.
She finally asked, just because I'm Chinese? Deng looked at her meaningfully and did not answer. But my compensation. Dai Jiajia still wanted to fight for it.
Deng's face suddenly changed when she heard the word compensation.
Dai Jiajia, I can't explain it to you clearly. Do you really want to destroy both sides? Summit has clearly stated that there is no possibility of compensation.
Think about it, your annual salary is close to 1 million, and under the 2N+1 compensation method, the company will need to pay more than 1 million.
Don't you know how difficult the company is right now? The company is in trouble and doesn't need to pay compensation? This is the funniest joke I've heard this year.
Qin Chuan sneered.
Deng looked puzzled and said in English, Dai Jiajia, who is he? I am her student.
Qin Chuan also answered in fluent English. Deng narrowed her eyes slightly, and this time she switched to French, uneducated thing.
Fuck you, you're a human being, but you don't do your job.
Qin Chuan also responded in French.
Deng was stunned.
She didn't expect that the 20-year-old young man in front of her could speak both English and French.
Moreover, the pronunciation is pure and the grammar is impeccable. It feels like I have lived in the local area since I was a child.
You. Deng was about to switch to German to confront Qin Chuan again. But I haven't used German for a long time, and I switched between multiple languages in a short period of time. Deng was suddenly unable to speak when the words came to her lips.
With your level, go back and practice more.
You must give me an explanation today, Teacher Dai. Qin Chuan said in fluent German.
Deng's face turned pale, and she was deeply shocked by Qin Chuan.
As a senior HR person, she always uses the company's reputation to bully others. But today, he was beaten to death by a 20-year-old young man.
Dai Jiajia was also shocked. Qin Chuan is actually proficient in English, German, and French.
And it's not the kind that only knows a few simple hellos and good nights. Qin Chuan has completely reached the native level.
Qin Chuan, how come you can speak 3 foreign languages, English, German, and French? Dai Jiajia asked in disbelief.
Teacher, studying finance means dealing with the whole world.
I know a thing or two about English, German, and French, and basically every language. Deng slammed the table and stood up. Don't be so complacent, Dai Jiajia. You can't beat us.
If you insist on causing trouble with the company, we have no choice but to take legal action.
Deng threw out a word that everyone was afraid of. Go through legal procedures. Many people are treated unfairly by big companies.
What I fear most is having to go through legal procedures.
They are not worried about legal injustice.
It's just that I simply don't have the energy to compete with big companies. Large companies have professional legal teams to sue you. Special funds were allocated to the legal team.
If someone sues you, the money they get may be more than the compensation they give you. But big companies want face and reputation. Money is not the most important thing.
On the other hand, those who fight against big companies have to rely on themselves for everything and fight alone.
Dai Jiajia, think about it yourself. Do you have the time to waste with Meilong? Do you have the money to waste?
Summit has spread the word throughout the company that he will fight you to the end. Although I don't know what deep hatred has occurred between you, but now Meilong has the final say in everything.
I can only say sorry to you.
Deng said with a victorious look. After working in human resources for so many years, every time I throw out the words take legal action, I still feel uncomfortable.
The other party will always choose to compromise.
Deng guessed that Dai Jieja felt the same way, so she pushed the printed resignation application in front of Dai Jieja.
Stop struggling and sign it.
Dai Jieja felt lonely and wanted to accept the resignation application. But when he reached out, he found nothing.
Qin Chuan snatched the application form and tore it into pieces. Chapter 86, 90% winning rate, the advantage is in my hands. You. Deng stood up angrily and said, Dai Jieja, I think you did it on purpose. You just want to get sued, right? Qin Chuan threw away the shredded paper in his hand and said, lawsuit, right? It's just right that my legal team is here. Let's sit down and have a good talk.
At the same time, someone knocked on the door of the conference room.
A Meilon staff member walked in and whispered something to Deng. Deng's expression changed immediately. She glared at Dai Jieja fiercely and said, Do you know how much this lawsuit will cost you given Summit's determination? Is it worth it just for the compensation of over 1 million? You're used to being a lackey for foreigners, aren't you?
Qin Chuan shouted angrily. I'm telling you, I'm determined to win this lawsuit. Whether it costs 100 or 2 million, I don't care. As soon as Qin Chuan finished speaking, 5 lawyers in suits and ties walked into the room.
These people have all seen Qin Chuan at the Public Security Bureau.
Although they are all well-known figures in the legal profession,
he usually chats and laughs with the big bosses of large groups and is not inferior to them at all.
But after seeing Qin Chuan, they were all very respectful. Everything that happened at the Public Security Bureau is still fresh in my mind. The 20-year-old young man in front of me not only owns a Fortune 500 company. Surprisingly, they were guests of honor from China's Ministry of Security and China's War Dragon team.
Mr. Qin, my name is Wu Yong. Please tell me if you have any instructions.
Wu Yong was very humble. Qin Chuan turned his head and signaled to Dai Jieja with his eyes, talk to your lawyer and tell him everything you want to say. Dai Jieja was already confused at this time.
She recognized Wu Yong.
The other party is a barrister from Juanshan Law Firm, one of the leading law firms in the country.
Many Fortune 500 companies do business with their law firm.
Wu Yong only serves top wealthy families or large companies.
And the fees are extremely expensive.
Just a consultation conversation can cost up to 20,000 yuan per hour. Dai Jieja felt terrified that Qin Chuan could actually ask him to take action.
What is the background of your students?
A BMW 4S dealership and an office building are probably just the tip of the iceberg of his wealth. Seeing Dai Jieja was indifferent, Qin Chuan said, Don't worry about the money.
I'll pay for it. Dai Jieja, you are so bold. You want to go against the Meilong group. Deng pointed at Dai Jieja's nose and threatened.
Wu Yong stepped forward and handed over his business card.
Ms. Deng, please be mindful of your words and actions. They are threatening my client. I will record all of your actions.
Deng glanced at the business card and saw the words Jun Shang printed on it.
Her face suddenly turned pale. As a senior personnel, you need to learn some basic laws. Juanshan Law Firm is a top-tier law firm in the entire China. The winning rate ranks among the top 3 among all law firms. Moreover, they specialize in handling disputes in this area. Deng was speechless for a moment. She realized the seriousness of the problem and shut up immediately. There is no longer the arrogance as before. I am just a company employee and I only know basic labor laws.
Compared with the other party, my professional qualities are nothing. The other party can easily beat her from a legal perspective. Deng was afraid that she would say something wrong and get herself into trouble. She knew very well that this matter was, after all, a personal grudge between Dai Jieja and Summit. There is no need for me to get involved. If Summit tricks him again, he will be treated as a pawn. She slowly sat back in her seat and watched Dai Jieja communicate with the legal team quietly. More than 10 minutes later, Wu Yong walked up to Deng with a piece of A4 paper.
Ms. Deng, my client has already made her claim. Your company needs to compensate my client for breach of contract totaling 1.86 million yuan. Deng took out the A4 paper and looked at the relevant data written on it.
Deng personally has no objection to the 1.86 million yuan compensation. This amount of money is nothing compared to firing a middle-level manager.
However, the only variable is the person on the top floor. Well, I can't make the decision alone.
I have to get it reviewed by our general manager.
Wu Yong nodded. Okay, but my client can't wait too long. I can give you 30 minutes.
Wu Yong's words were very polite, but those who listened to him felt uneasy.
Deng Ye picked up the documents and quickly left the meeting room. Qin Xuan narrowed his eyes and looked at Wu Yong. How come this guy is completely different from the timid person he was at the Public Security Bureau back then? Seeing Deng Ye leave, Dai Jiejia tentatively asked, "Lawyer Wu, how confident are you in this case?"
Wu Yong crossed his arms and said confidently, "Ms. Dai, don't worry.
I'm 99% sure about this case. Time passes by every second.
It has exceeded the agreed 30 minutes. Wu Yong's face had changed, and he thought to himself, "Fuck him, you think my words are just wind on the ears."
Just as Wu Yong was cursing inwardly,
the door to the conference room opened.
Deng Ye led the way in.
Behind her were 4 or 5 people dressed the same as Wu Yong's legal team.
There was also a brown-skinned Indian man holding a glass of iced American coffee.
This man was Summit. It was obvious that the people in professional attire were legal consultants of Mellon Financial Company.
"Eric!"
Wu Yong exclaimed in surprise.
Eric, an American, smiled at Wu Yong and said in English, "Wu, long time no see."
A bean-sized bead of sweat appeared on Wu Yong's forehead.
He swallowed unconsciously. Qin Xuan noticed something was wrong and asked in a low voice, "Lawyer Wu, what's wrong with you? Do you know him?" Wu Yong sat down on the chair and said, "That man's name is Eric, a top partner at the American Orlick law firm.
Like me, he graduated from Stanford Law School.
Technically, he's my senior.
So, I can only guarantee a 70% chance of winning this case." Qin Xuan narrowed his eyes and looked at the people opposite him. Summit sat down, and when he saw Qin Xuan for the first time, he cursed in his own Indian dialect, "Fuck you."
"Watch your mouth."
Qin Xuan retorted with the same words. The whole audience was stunned. Except for Summit, no one else knew what Qin Xuan was talking about.
Summit was completely bewildered.
India is a country with more than 100 ethnic groups and as many as 1,700 languages. Sometimes it is very difficult for people from the same country to communicate with each other.
Summit was born in the central region of India.
The dialect he spoke was a branch of the Aryan languages and was called Punjabi.
This language is a niche among the niches even in India.
Locals rarely study and research it, let alone a foreigner.
Qin Xuan speaks Punjabi fluently and with natural grammar.
It has reached a state of pure passion like fire and returning to nature. Seeing this, Summit had no choice but to stop speaking in his dialect. He originally wanted to use his language advantage to intimidate the other party. Unexpectedly, the other party outmaneuvered him. Seeing that his side was gaining the upper hand, Wu Yong gained some confidence. He first asked, "Does your company have any objections to our client's request?"
"Wu, you're still the same as you were in school. You're too young," Eric said calmly. He took out a document from his briefcase and pushed it in front of Wu Yong.
Wu Yong opened the file suspiciously, and his face suddenly turned pale. He turned his head and looked at Qin Xuan. "Boss, this lawsuit may not be as simple as you think."
Chapter 87. Why didn't you say earlier that you couldn't win? Qin Xuan was puzzled and asked, "Why?"
Wu Yong handed the materials in his hand to Qin Xuan. He lowered his brows and took a look. There was an employment contract on it.
Ms. Dai signed an employment contract with the Mellon headquarters in the United States.
Now, she has been fired by the headquarters. If we want to sue this case, we must do so in the United States.
Eric was very proud when he saw his junior's reaction.
"Wu, as a lawyer, you should know what this contract means." Seeing that his side was in the upper hand, Summit was very proud and put his feet on the conference table.
"Chinese, you think you can fight my Meilong group? Who do you think you are?"
Eric continued, "Wu, please explain to your employer what he will face if he wants to come to the United States to sue you."
Wu Yong looked embarrassed. It was true that he was a top lawyer in the country.
But going to the United States to sue across borders? It's their country, their laws. The United States is notorious for favoring its own companies. What's more, the person he was competing against was his own senior brother, Eric, who has already become famous in the United States.
"Boss Qin,"
Wu Yong said frankly in a low voice, "Boss Qin, I'm afraid the chances of winning this lawsuit are less than 30%. Moreover, it may take several years, and the legal fees are estimated to be tens of millions. I heard that the lawyer fees would be tens of millions of dollars." Dai Jiejia immediately jumped out to object, "Qin Xuan, I know you want to help me. But this is far more than the compensation amount, there is no need to do this. Eric had a mocking look on his face as he pretended to make a lot of noise while arranging the documents on his desk. He shook his head in disdain and snorted, "Wu, you still need to study hard. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have achieved some success in China." Summit clapped his hands repeatedly. "Ah, I didn't expect this drama to end in just one round. I'm so disappointed. But seriously, Dai Jiajia, you're considered capable among the Chinese people I cut." Dai Jiajia was stunned and looked at Summit suspiciously. Summit smiled perversely. "When I was at Harvard, the Chinese students always had better grades than me. As the pride of India, I don't believe the Chinese students' IQ can surpass mine. They must have cheated, but the school didn't investigate them strictly. Since the school can't punish them, I have to take care of it myself." "Summit, you are not strong enough, but you blame others and say they cheated," Dai Jiajia said angrily. "You Chinese are inherently stupid. If you hadn't cheated, how could you have defeated me and the Meilong group? You. Haha, I fired a few Chinese people in the same way before, and they reacted exactly like you. I just love seeing the incompetent anger of you Chinese people." Dai Jiajia pointed at Summit and asked Wu Yongdao, "Can we sue a bastard like him who talks like that? Can we sue him until he loses everything?" Wu Yong was embarrassed. He just insulted me verbally, and that can't be." Eric laughed wildly upon hearing this. "You ignorant Chinese, you actually want to leave my employer with nothing? Did you ask me if I agree?" Summit snapped his fingers, and Eric took out a printed document from the materials on the table. Threw it to Wu Yong. Wu Yong unfolded the document and took a look. His face immediately turned pale. "Eric, isn't this a bit too much?" Eric spread his hands like a winner and said, "Wu, my teacher in school once said that as a lawyer, you must never have any emotions. Your only concern should be whether your employer can win the case. Everything else is unimportant." "No. That's not the law. Wu, stop acting like a child." Dai Jiajia took the document in confusion and glanced down. Suddenly, she felt like she was struck by lightning. Above is the indictment, in which Meilong Group files a lawsuit against Dai Jiajia. She was accused of taking advantage of her position to give the green light to projects of her boyfriend's company while she was working there. Finally, he succeeded in getting the company to invest in him. However, after the other company went public, an institution immediately discovered that it had falsified data and the number of store visitors. The company's market value has fallen from a peak of $6 billion to less than $200 million now. This indirectly caused the Meilong Group to suffer a loss of $100 million. Now Meilong is demanding that Dai Jiajia pay the company $100 million in compensation. Otherwise, she will be prosecuted and sent to jail. No, when I took over the Ruweixing Coffee project, I had already broken up with Wu Guangyao for a year. Moreover, because I didn't want to see Wu Guangyao, I chose to take annual leave to avoid suspicion and withdrew from the project," Dai Jiajia said in shame and anger. Eric threw out another document and said, "Dai, is this project decision document signed by you?" Dai Jiajia was about to cry when she saw this. "I signed it, but the project approval is decided by the company." Eric gestured to stop. "Dai, stop talking. Just admit that you signed it yourself." Summit took a sip of his American coffee and said, "Dai Jiajia, I advise you to raise money quickly." "No, it's impossible. I can't be responsible for something I didn't do. I never have any selfish motives when I work," Dai Jiajia argued. She wanted to defend the last bit of her dignity. Summit clapped his hands. Okay, I know you have a temper. Very good. Wu Guangyao, come in." "What?" Dai Jiajia was stunned. "I saw a middle-aged man in his 40s approaching the door of the conference room. The other person looked listless, as if he hadn't slept well for many days." Summit stood up and patted Wu Guangyao on the shoulder. "Wu Guangyao, tell me yourself. When you passed the Ruweixing Coffee project, was it Dai Jiajia who helped you behind the scenes?" Wu Guangyao raised his head and glanced at the confused Dai Jiajia, then nodded vigorously. Summit laughed heartily, waving his hands. "Ha, very good. Now all the physical evidence is complete. Dai Jiajia, $100 million you have to pay." Eric leaned back, lit a victory cigar, and offered one to Summit. Dai Jia was in a trance for a moment and sat down on the chair, holding her head, gritting her teeth, and crying silently.
Summit, I have done what I promised you. You said you would be the white knight and save my company.
Summit shook the cigar ash and patted Wu Guangyao on the shoulder. Oh, the cigar ash accidentally fell on my leather shoes.
Can you help me deal with it? Wu Guangyao's face twitched, and he knelt down, ready to wipe Summit's leather shoes.
But before he could reach out his hand, Summit stepped on his head and flicked away the cigar ash with his hand. You Chinese are only fit to be stepping stones, not to polish my shoes. Qin Chuan, who was sitting at the other end of the table, narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, Lawyer Wu, in this situation, can we win the lawsuit?
The murderous aura emanating from Qin Chuan made Wu Yong tremble all over.
He said with great trepidation, Boss Qin, I'm afraid, maybe, probably. Qin Chuan glared at him.
I can't win.
Wu Yong said, then closed his eyes tightly, waiting for Qin Chuan's rebuke. But after a few seconds, Qin Chuan didn't seem to do what he thought.
Instead, he said calmly, why didn't you say so earlier if you couldn't win? Chapter 88 If you offend me, even Jesus cannot hold you back. Qin Chuan picked up Dai Jiejia's phone and said to Summit, I've recorded everything you said. I'm giving you a chance now.
Kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake, and maybe I'll show some mercy.
Summit was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, You think you can turn the situation around with just a recording? Ridiculous Chinese, you don't even know your position, yet you dare to think of negotiating with me.
He kicked Wu Guangyao away and said, Go, bring the phone over. Wu Guangyao was like a hungry dog, ready to pounce on Qin Chuan.
Can you please stop causing trouble? Dai Jia, do you really want my company to be ruined?
Qin Chuan didn't even look at the scum and slapped him away. Wu Guangyao was knocked unconscious and fell to the ground.
Eric quickly stood up and said, You're done. How dare you commit a crime in my Meilong building? I will sue you until your family is destroyed.
Summit praised him. Okay, Eric, if you can sue them all and put them in jail, I will immediately sign a 10-year contract with you, and all the business in the Greater China region will be handed over to your law firm.
A smug smile appeared on Eric's face.
Summit waved his hand, and 15 or 16 strong black men ran in from outside the door. The height of each opponent ranged from 1.9 meters to 2.1 meters. The muscles on his body are like inflated balloons, which makes people feel scared.
Chinese, do you know that you made a huge mistake? You mistakenly thought you were strong enough to compete with me.
I tell you the truth, today, even if I beat you to a pulp in my Meilong building, your Chinese laws cannot punish me.
I'm giving you a chance now.
Kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake, and I might even show some mercy. After saying that, the 15 or 16 bodyguards behind Summit took a step forward together. They were eager to try, and white air came out of their huge nostrils.
Don't come over here. Do you know that this is illegal?
Wu Yong stood up and wanted to take pictures with his mobile phone. But it was snatched away by a black man and smashed to pieces. The other person laughed and said, Ha ha, I've taught so many Chinese people a lesson in China, and now nothing's wrong. There's no need for lawyers to intervene. You Chinese people will all side with us. Those who have been taught a lesson by us will have to reflect on it and apologize to us. Wu Yong broke out in a cold sweat. He is not afraid of the law.
But now people don't talk to him about the law. This is fucking unbearable. Mr. Qin.
He turned and looked at Qin Chuan. But he saw Qin Chuan acted as if nothing had happened.
He picked up his mobile phone and took a photo of Summit. The photo was taken with a wide-angle lens. Summit's side, including a dozen eager bodyguards, all came in to take pictures.
Then he took out his cell phone, made a call, and pressed the speakerphone button.
After a moment, the call was connected. Opposite me was an old man with an American accent.
When the other party saw Qin Chuan calling, he was both nervous and happy. I quickly greeted him in my long-practiced Mandarin, Hello, Mr. Qin.
It's been a while since we last spoke. What can I do for you? Summit was surprised when he heard the voice.
But he was very confused as to how the other party could speak Chinese. Qin Chuan did not greet him enthusiastically, but instead asked in a stern voice, Charlie, at this point, are you still thinking of going against me? The whiskey glass in Charlie's hand fell to the ground with a clang.
He was confused, really confused. I didn't do anything.
Besides, he had repeatedly warned his subordinates. But don't mess with the people from the Sultan group.
Why is Qin Chuan questioning today?
Charlie's tongue trembled with anxiety, so he could only switch back to English and say, Mr. Chin, Charlie, swore to Jesus that I would never dare to go against you.
What's going on with your Meilong Group's headquarters in China? What's going on with Summit? Charlie was confused again. Immediately afterwards, Qin Chuan picked up Dai Jiajia's mobile phone and played the edited recording. Chinese, you think you can fight my Meilong Group? Who do you think you are? You Chinese are inherently stupid. If you hadn't cheated, how could you have possibly defeated me and the Meilong Group?
You Chinese are only fit to be stepping stones, not to shine my shoes.
Charlie heard a strong Indian accent. My heart skipped a beat and I cursed inwardly, damn Summit, I'm going to kill him. Not only is he pretending to be cool, but he also mentions Meilong's name in every sentence. Immediately afterwards, Charlie received another photo on his phone.
He clicked on it and saw a photo of 15 or 16 black bodyguards and Summit.
Charlie is not a fool, anyone with a discerning eye can see that. Summit wanted to use force against Qin Chuan. Mr. Qin, this is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Your people have already surrounded me, and you still say this is a misunderstanding.
Charlie heard this and was about to make some excuses.
All I heard was a burst of noise on the phone. Then came the painful howls. Charlie's heart trembled. Could it be that Summit attacked Qin Chuan? Charlie hesitated.
Qin Chuan had the upper hand over him, so he could never raise his head in front of him and was always hindered.
Now Summit has surrounded Qin Chuan. Charlie's heart sank. Instead of continuing to be manipulated by others, why not get rid of them? This way, everything is settled.
Besides, I am in the United States now.
You can just stay out of it.
He knew that Qin Chuan had pressed the hands-free button and was about to give an order to Summit. Qin Chuan was shot dead directly. But when the words came to my lips, a voice speaking Mandarin came from the phone.
Charlie, you don't want to be the second Claude, do you?
Charlie trembled all over and broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this.
What's going on? Did the bodyguards fail? They are all retired American soldiers.
Mr. Qin, I dare not.
How do we settle this matter? Qin Chuan asked coldly.
Summit is so bold that he dared to offend Mr. Qin.
I will not let him go.
Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly and questioned, he offended me, and you just scolded him and let it go? Charlie felt a chill down his spine when he heard this.
Qin Chuan wants to kill Summit.
Summit is his trusted subordinate.
Charlie was very hesitant and pondered for a long time. In the end, I could only sigh.
Even though Summit did a lot of dirty work for Marone, it was just his bad luck. After weighing the pros and cons, one can only sacrifice the car to save the king.
Fire him. I'll immediately send an email within the group and fire him.
Qin Chuan slammed his palm on the table with a bang, and half of the conference table was collapsed by him. The loud noise scared Charlie on the other end of the phone so much that he almost peed his pants.
Charlie. Anyone who offends me will suffer the same fate as Claude. Qin Chuan issued a warning.
I have evidence that Summit hit and killed someone while driving under the influence, and he can't escape this for the rest of his life. As soon as he returns to the United States, he will be arrested and thrown into prison.
I will arrange for someone in the prison. After hearing this, Qin Chuan pressed the hang-up button.
He raised his head and looked coldly at Summit in front of him.
If you offend me, even Jesus cannot hold you back. I said so. Chapter 89, in China, you must learn to behave with dignity. On Summit's dark yellow face.
At this time, it was pale and bloodless.
He was shaking with fear.
Especially when I heard Charlie's last words, my pants got wet. He never thought that he would be abandoned by the group.
It's not just giving up, it's also about killing them all.
I am Charlie's most loyal servant.
Why has it fallen to this point? And it was abandoned so lightly.
Summit looked at Eric with pleading eyes.
Want to seek his help. Eric is not a fool.
I've been terrified of this for a long time.
He quickly turned his face away and didn't look at Summit. Eric, think of a way. How could Charlie do this to me?
As she was speaking, Deng Ye received a call from the U.S. headquarters. After a few simple words, she stood up and said, Summit, you have been fired by the Meilong Group.
You are no longer the general manager of the Kyoto branch of the Meilong Group.
Once these words were spoken, all the news was confirmed.
Summit's last glimmer of hope collapsed. Eric rolled his eyes, pointed at Summit's nose and said, "Summit, you dare to drive drunk and escape? As a righteous American, I will never let you go."
Afterwards, he bowed to Qin Chuan and said humbly, "Mr. Qin, I apologize for offending you just now.
I was blinded by greed and greed."
Wu, my good junior brother, you must explain things to Mr. Qin.
My heart is on Mr. Qin's side. Eric winked at Wu Yong frantically. The current situation is no longer as simple as whether to renew the contract or not.
The Chinese man in front of me can fight 16 people at once. Even if Summit doesn't step down, he still has to think about protecting himself.
When Wu Yong was called by his senior brother, he was startled and stood up straight. "Brother, I will explain to President Qin, but my client."
Wu Yong is also a smart man.
Damn it, he has taken the winning position again. The advantage is mine. I have to hurry up and get some money. Eric nodded repeatedly and said righteously, "Ms. Dai's request is legitimate and reasonable. As Malon's lawyer, I fully agree with all of Ms. Dai's compensation requests.
In addition, I will also award Ms. Dai an additional amount of compensation for emotional distress."
Danya's expression changed instantly and she glared at Summit.
She took note and said, "I'll immediately email the U.S. headquarters and ask them to handle this matter as soon as possible. Summit, you've caused such a mess in our Chinese branch.
I will definitely have someone hold you accountable."
Throughout the conference room, the people from Melon changed their expressions faster than turning the pages of a book.
We are all smart people and experienced.
Qin Chuan, who was standing opposite him, was a great god.
The founder of Melon must be treated with respect. Who dares to fight him to the death? Do you think your life is too long? Now hurry up and stand in line and act good. Otherwise, you will end up like Summit.
Dai Jiajia was confused.
Today she went from hope to disappointment to despair. Ride a full roller coaster. How could his students be connected with Charlie, the founder of Merlin?
Charlie was so respectful to him. Dai Jiajia looked at Qin Chuan standing proudly with his hands behind his back.
I was deeply shocked.
At this moment, she suddenly recalled what happened not long ago.
In the school office. A sentence said by Su Gongqing, a business management expert. There are many talented people among this year's freshmen. At first, Dai Jiajia thought the other party was just exaggerating. Now it seems that Su Gongqing's words were too conservative.
This is not a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers are hidden.
There is a big Buddha sitting here. Summit started to panic after Denya announced that he was fired. He kept repeating his dialect. Impossible. Impossible. I am a high caste noble. This cannot happen.
He pointed at Qin Chuan and roared, "Absolutely impossible, you must be a devil, you must have used some drug to control Charlie.
Or you are all acting, playing me."
He pointed at the black bodyguard lying on the ground and said, "Go, hold him down. I'm going to kill him myself."
The black bodyguard lying on the ground did not move. He kept his eyes tightly closed and continued to play dead. I thought, fuck you, are you going to let me die?
At this time, Wu Guangyao, who had just been knocked unconscious by Qin Chuan, slowly woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a strange scene in the house.
There were 15 or 16 big black men lying on the ground. Summit's crotch was soaked. "Mr. Summit, you." Summit saw that there was still one alive.
He quickly gave him an order, "Wu, go and kill Qin Chuan, and I will immediately invest $10 billion in your company." Wu Guangyao, who had just been seeing stars, immediately recovered to full health.
$10 billion. What a concept. If I were to receive an investment of $10 billion, the company's market value would skyrocket.
When the stock price reaches a certain level, sell it and cash out immediately.
That's it for this life.
Wu Guangyao immediately stood up, picked up a chair and prepared to hit Qin Chuan.
Suddenly, he was kicked hard in the waist.
Dai Jiajia suddenly appeared and kicked Wu Guangyao hard.
Wu Guangyao, who was already in a state of low spirits, fell to the ground after being kicked.
I almost kicked out shit and piss.
He glared at Dai Jiajia, "How dare you touch me? Aren't you afraid of death? Scumbag, the thing I regret most in my life is ever dating you." Ugh. Dai Jiajia spat and said.
Qin Chuan looked at Dai Jiajia and asked, "How much money would it take for you to buy out his company and bankrupt him?" Dai Jiajia was stunned and thought for a moment, "It will probably cost 500 million.
Sure, I also want to start an investment company and be an angel investor myself. How much startup capital do I need?
Dai Jia looked confused.
Qin Chuan wants to be an angel investor himself?
Mr. Qin Chuan, establishing an investment company requires long-term planning.
Angel investors aren't just individuals, they're a group.
The amount of money required is probably quite substantial, so we need to think long-term.
Qin Chuan took out his cell phone and said, "Give me your bank card."
Upon hearing this, Dai Jia handed over a bank card with great trepidation.
How much money do you need to complete these two tasks?
Dai Jia's mind went blank, but she quickly came up with a number. I'm afraid it will cost 1 billion yuan.
Qin Chuan didn't look up when he heard this.
He just clicked a few times on his phone and then returned the bank card to Dai Jia. He took a step and walked towards the door. Before leaving the room, he kicked the black bodyguard lying on the ground pretending to be dead and said, "You are responsible for sending Summit back to the United States safely. If he escapes, none of you will have a good life." The bodyguard who was pretending to roll his eyes just a second ago. He immediately got up and punched Summit in the liver. Then, he bowed to Qin Chuan and said, "No problem, sir, I'm happy to serve you." Qin Chuan nodded and patted the black man's shoulder.
In China, you must learn to be humble.
The black bodyguard broke out in a cold sweat and kept nodding and bowing.
Qin Chuan glanced at Eric.
The other party immediately raised his head and chest and stood at attention.
Don't worry, Mr. Qin.
Summit will be charged with the most severe crimes.
I will prosecute him until his mother doesn't even recognize him.
If necessary, I can send his entire family to accompany him.
Qin Chuan retracted his gaze and said lightly,
"Teacher Dai, now that the matter is resolved, I'll leave first." After saying that, he opened the door and strode away. The entire conference room was eerily quiet. Only Summit wailed in pain after his liver was exhausted. Eric sat in his chair and breathed a sigh of relief.
It's terrible. It's terrible.
Denya shed tears after surviving the disaster. The black bodyguard got goosebumps all over his body and muttered, "Could he be the god of death of China?" Although Wu Yong was shocked, he had a better understanding of Qin Chuan's power.
Bite. Dai Jia's cell phone text message alert sounded.
She quickly pulled her thoughts back from their wandering state.
He raised his hand and checked the message. Suddenly, she was completely dumbfounded. Your card with the last digit 2200 received a payment of 1 million yuan through online banking at 3:20 p.m. on November 30th, leaving a balance of 1,324,560 yuan. Hua Guo Bank.
This.
Dai Jia was dumbfounded. Qin Chuan really transferred 1 billion yuan directly. Why is he doing this?
As the phone screen went out, Dai Jia saw herself on the screen.
Could it be that he? Chapter 90 Limited Time Rebate Mission, Go. Earn some pocket money. Qin Chuan walked out of the Meilon building and just sat in the driver's seat.
A system prompt appeared before my eyes.
Congratulations to the challenger. Complete the side quest, defend your rights.
Task reward, obtain the short signature item. Note, the short signature tool can control a single stock's decline by 100%.
Note, this item is a one-time item and will be automatically destroyed after use. Please treasure it. As the prompt bar disappears, the attribute bar appears on the interface. Character attributes. Qin Chuan. Gender, male. Martial arts, level 5 entry. Medical Dao, level 2 introduction. Skill 1, golden eyes. Skill 2, global language. Single prop, short signature.
The reward for this mission surprised Qin Chuan a little.
Last time I went long 100%.
He almost made the century-old American financial group so unrecognizable that their mothers didn't recognize him.
Going short is much more difficult than going long.
But the power can be said to be twice that of a long signature. If you go long, you have to find someone to partner with you in shorting, because he will lose money while you will make money. Short selling is purely a bug-ridden behavior. If you don't agree, just fight it, and don't care about life or death. No company can withstand a 100% drop. Once used, the sky will collapse and the earth will split. All the monsters and demons were reduced to ashes. If it is used in a large enterprise, such as Apple, Microsoft and other giants in the United States, it's simply unimaginable. The next day, the rooftop of Wall Street in the United States will be full of people waiting in line to be reincarnated. The character attribute interface gradually dropped, and a new dialog box emerged.
Check-in mission, check-in at the Shanghai Auto Show.
Task reward, double rebate on car purchase.
Note, the rebate for purchasing a car is limited to 5 units.
Double rewards on car purchases? It means buying a car worth 10 million.
20 million can be returned.
If you buy 5 cars worth 10 million yuan, you can get a refund of 50 million yuan.
50 million is no longer very tempting to Qin Chuan now.
Originally he wanted to ignore this task. It takes up too much time for me to study in class. But when I think about it, it seems I don't have classes tomorrow afternoon. Just think of it as doing odd jobs and earning some pocket money. Kyoto University of Finance and Economics, 5th floor, male dormitory, room 511. Qin Chuan pushed open the dormitory door and the 3 people in the room surrounded him.
Old 4, why did you take so long? Has Teacher Dai's issue been resolved?
Qin Chuan sat down and drank some water, then said, it's solved.
Where's the second brother?
Qin Chuan asked when he saw that Tang Yuming was not in the house. Wu Ming pointed towards the balcony.
Tang Yuming was standing alone on the dormitory balcony, looking very lonely.
Are you still upset about women's affairs?
Qin Chuan walked over and lay on the balcony, asking.
Fourth brother, do you think all women are so materialistic? Originally, that guy and I were on the same starting line, competing fairly. But suddenly, that guy got a luxury car and was able to coax the goddess into his arms.
I don't know if it's material or not. If it's a problem with a car, then it's not a problem.
Qin Chuan replied. Tang Yuming turned his head and said, Fourth brother, I understand your good intentions. We all see your love for us brothers. You are still in the development stage of your career, and we brothers all hope that you can focus on your career. You just spent so much money on your sister-in-law's live broadcast. Even if your family has a gold mine, it can't withstand what you have done. Qin Chuan smiled and said nothing, but said to the room, Brothers, I don't have classes tomorrow afternoon, so accompany me on a business trip to the Magic City.
The next day. The morning class just ended. The 4 people from dormitory 511 took a taxi and headed straight to Kyoto Airport.
When arriving at the airport, Tang Yuming discovered a serious problem.
Hey guys, who bought the plane tickets? Kang Huijun shook his head.
Wu Ming shook his head. The 3 of them finally looked at Qin Chuan.
Fourth brother, have you bought the ticket? I didn't buy it.
Qin Chuan replied.
Wu Ming said, it's okay.
I have a comrade who is now assigned to work at the airport.
I'll ask him to help me find an internal discount price.
The University of Finance and Economics is more than 50 kilometers away from the airport.
The road is boring. Tang Yuming started playing Douyin.
After swiping a few times, he came across a popular video of the internet celebrity car reviewer, Han Jingfeng 91 Bing.
The other person was wearing a reflective vest and got off the minibus.
As he walked, he pointed at the plane in front of him and said excitedly,
Brothers,
this is the fastest and most powerful Gulfstream G650 private jet in the world, and it is also the most popular among the wealthy.
Until the words, to be continued, light up at the end of the video. This internet celebrity didn't even take any pictures of the interior of the plane. Damn, these internet celebrities always love to keep people in suspense. They only take pictures of the outside and never the inside of the plane. Tang Yuming complained. Kang Huijun said, internet celebrities are all like this. But what good is it if you just watch them? You'll never get the chance to sit on them in your lifetime.
Tang Yumingjiang locked his phone, leaned back and said, if I had money, I would buy one just to satisfy my craving. Wu Ming said seriously, second brother, don't underestimate a private jet.
Buying one is like buying a money-burning machine.
The annual management fee alone, as well as various maintenance costs, is a huge expense, almost 30 million a year.
30 million a year? I'd rather forget it.
I need 10 million and retire right here. Fourth brother, you're the most capable among us. If you have a private jet in the future, remember to take us for a ride in the sky.
Tang Yuming said jokingly.
Qin Chuan sat in the passenger seat, tilted his head slightly, and replied, no problem. The online taxi slowly stopped in front of a small detached building.
As soon as the 4 of them got off the car, Wu Ming asked doubtfully, Old 4, is your location wrong?
He pointed in a direction not far away and continued, I remember the terminal was over there. Wu Ming had just finished speaking.
Two flight attendants in uniform came over pushing a cart. "Welcome aboard, all four of you. Let me help you with your luggage." Prepare to help four people with their luggage. This action scared Tang Yuming. He quickly covered his backpack. He whispered to Wu Ming, "Boss, this isn't some new scam, is it?" Wu Ming nodded vigilantly and was about to remind Qin Chuan not to be fooled. But Qin Chuan directly handed the backpack to the other party. Wu Ming pulled Qin Chuan over and said, "Old four, they are probably scammers." Qin Chuan said calmly, "They are not scammers, they are the flight attendants serving our flight. We haven't bought the tickets yet, so how can we expect a flight attendant to come and pick us up?" Kang Huijun echoed, "Yes, Lao Si, even if it's first class, I've never seen a flight attendant come out to greet the car." Tang Yuming pretended to go up and retrieve his backpack, but Qin Chuan grabbed him and said, "Don't worry, brothers. Just follow me." The three of them looked suspicious and didn't understand what Qin Chuan was doing. I could only go with him and follow the two flight attendants. After entering the room, the four people underwent a simple security check and came to a lounge. Their luggage was transported elsewhere by flight attendants. Looking at the magnificently decorated lounge, Tang Yuming was the first to react. "Old four, you didn't deliberately surprise us by buying first-class tickets, did you?" Chapter 91. It's not first class, it's a private jet. Wu Ming looked around and saw that the security measures in the house were extremely strict, with every camera present. Besides them, all the others were staff members in uniform. With these points, he gradually let down his guard. "Old four, it's just a flight to the Magic City. Buying a first-class ticket is too expensive." Kang Huijun checked the real-time ticket prices online and exclaimed, "Old four, first class is 10,000 per person." The three brothers felt sorry for Qin Chuan. A 2-hour flight at a price of 10,000 is simply too expensive. Qin Chuan waved his hand and said, "It's not first class." Kang Huijun continued, "Business class is over 6,000 per person." After saying that, Tang Yuming immediately stood up and said, "No, Lao Si spent 6,000 to buy the ticket. We can't lose money. Let's have lunch here." Wu Ming and Kang Huijun nodded in unison. "Since I'm here, I might as well get some of the money I paid for the ticket first." But the three of them looked around. There is only one water dispenser in the house. Not even a French bread. It's inevitable disappointment. I saw online that first-class lounges are full of food, but this lounge has nothing at all. Just as Tang Yuming was complaining, a tall and good-looking stewardess came over. "Mr. Qin, your plane is ready for boarding." Tang Yuming had no choice but to give up the idea of making up for his losses, and left the waiting room with his brothers and got on the minibus. After driving around in circles for about 10 minutes, the minibus stopped in front of a white plane. After Tang Yuming and others got off the car, when I saw the plane in front of me, I was stunned. Parked in front of him was a small plane with a pure white paint job and a handsome shape. Tang Yuming couldn't help but swear, "Wow! Isn't this a Gulfstream G650? The door on the side of the plane slowly opened and the escalator lowered. The stewardess was guiding us with a smile. Tang Yuming and the other two stood there in shock. Qin Chuan waved his hand and said, "Get on the plane, why are you standing there like an idiot? Old four, this." Tang Yuming became a little incoherent. The scene before me was too magical and shocking. I was just watching a video and was still daydreaming. Suddenly it came true. No matter who it happens to, they will be confused. Kang Huijun suppressed his excitement and asked, "Old four, did you rent a plane?" "It's not rented, this is Mr. Qin's private plane." The stewardess beside him answered for Qin Chuan with a smile. The three of them gasped. It took a long time before I slowly boarded the plane. As soon as they entered the aircraft cabin, they were shocked by the huge space and luxurious decoration. "Oh my god, this is too extravagant." Kang Huijun couldn't help but sigh. Tang Yuming has already taken out his mobile phone, turned on the recording function, and is ready to shoot a Douyin video. If you can get over 70,000 likes for a photo of the outside of a plane, then I'll probably be popular if I take a photo of the inside too. Maybe I can become an internet celebrity. Tang Yuming opened Douyin and changed his account name to Lao Tang Takes You to See the World. Then, start recording the video. Starting from the entrance, no detail is missed. Dubbing the video while filming. Brothers, this is the interior of the Gulfstream G650, known as the world ceiling of private jets. I've been invited by Rolls-Royce to attend the launch of their new electric car, the Shining.
I'll be flying from Kyoto to Shanghai in this G650. Kang Huijun and Wu Ming couldn't help it, so they took out their mobile phones and started taking pictures. Qin Chuan sat in his seat, adjusted it to a semi-reclining position, and prepared to take a nap. The flight attendant came over, squatted beside Qin Chuan, and whispered, "Mr. Qin, we are about to take off. The journey will take a total of 2 hours.
I am Ian Tao, the flight attendant's chief purser. If you need anything, you can call me. I am happy to serve you." Ian Tao's attitude was very respectful. Qin Chuan nodded slightly. "Okay, remember to take good care of my brothers." "Okay, Mr. Qin."
As a crew member flying a private jet,
their personal qualities and appearance are among the best in the airline.
Ian Tao lives up to her name, with a firm and round figure. It is tender and juicy, like a cherry, making people love it. She has also served on several private jets.
I have met countless billionaires.
With his outstanding appearance, he has received praise from countless bigwigs. Her high emotional intelligence allows her to move freely among the big guys with ease. When she got the passenger information today, she was shocked. Among the 180 big guys in China who own Gulfstream G650, Qin Chuan was the only one she had seen. A person who is just 20 years old. You know, even Principal Wang of Wanda Group owns his private jet.
No rich second generation can own such an expensive means of transportation.
She couldn't help but develop a strong interest in Qin Chuan. But Qin Chuan's attitude surprised her a little. Dull, uninterested, even a little indifferent. She wanted to say something, but Qin Chuan closed his eyes and didn't give her a chance. Ian Tao really didn't feel comfortable continuing to strike up a conversation.
"I can only serve the other 3 people first."
The plane slowly glided on the runway, then accelerated and soared into the sky.
Because the Gulfstream G650 flies at a higher altitude than ordinary passenger aircraft.
At an altitude of 13,000 meters, there is almost no turbulence caused by air currents. Within 2 hours, Tang Yuming and the other 2 were determined to make Qin Chuan's money back. I almost ate all the prepared airplane meals. I have to say, the food on private jets is really good.
They even have Buddha jumps over the wall. Kang Huijun ate with big mouthfuls.
"Third brother, please leave a bite for the fourth brother, don't eat it all by yourself," Wu Ming said with some reproach. Ian Tao stood aside, bowed and smiled. "It's okay, everyone. I have reserved a portion of Mr. Qin's meal."
"Oh, thank you so much." Tang Yuming looked at Ian Tao's face with some obsession.
No, Mr. Tang is too polite," Ian Tao said with a smile. The captivating scent of Tom Ford's perfume on her body lingered on Tang Yuming's nose. It made him feel hot and uncomfortable all over. Ian Tao poured drinks for the group while casually chatting. "Mr. Tang, I looked at the flight schedule and found that you all flew to Shanghai at noon and then flew back to Kyoto in the evening.
Are you going to Shanghai on business?" Tang Yuming had flown on a plane before. "The flight attendants on those flights are polite to you on the surface. But I have never taken the initiative to chat with you."
Today was the first time he saw a flight attendant approach him. He rubbed his mouth and said with a smile, "Yes, we don't have classes this afternoon. The fourth child said he wanted to see cars, so we flew over with him. We rushed back tonight because he has classes tomorrow morning. Our fourth child is the most diligent student."
Ian Tao covered her mouth and chuckled. "Looking at cars? Is it the Shanghai Auto Show? I like looking at cars too."
"Oh?
You like looking at cars? Then why don't you come together?" Ian Tao looked embarrassed and said, "This is not good. Will it be too much trouble for you?" It's okay. One more person will make it more lively. Big brother and third brother, don't you agree?" Tang Yuming turned his head and winked at the 2 of them frantically.
The 2 could only nod repeatedly. Seeing this, Ian Tao happily shook Tang Yuming's hand and said, "Thank you, Mr. Tang, you were so kind."
Hearing this, Tang Yuming's defense was immediately broken. "Oh my god, is this what it feels like to be in love?"
Tang Yuming looked at Ian Tao, whose appearance was above 7 points, and even thought of a name for his second child.
Chapter 92 Rolls-Royce, no reservation, no entry, even big internet celebrities are useless.
Ian Tao saw Tang Yuming's eyes, which were full of passion.
I laughed in my heart. This is settled.
Compared to other middle-aged men, he is a big man with a fat face. Or this young and handsome guy in front of me is more suitable for me.
Since that person can't grasp it, he can always handle the brothers around him. Someone who can be on good terms with Mr. Qin. The family conditions are definitely not simple. Yin Tao's career as a flight attendant is coming to an end. She desperately wanted to find an honest man to marry. Otherwise, it will be worthless once the flowering period is over. Along the way, Yin Tao and Tang Yuming seemed to hit it off. Talking and laughing. Tang Yuming couldn't believe it. I used to say a few words to girls. The other person is going to take a shower and read a book. Today, Yin Tao is completely different from those women. No matter what you say, the other party can always pick up on it. Then continue talking about this topic. The plane landed slowly and parked at a special berth.
Before getting off the plane, Tang Yuming and Yin Tao exchanged letters. He asked the other party to meet him in a taxi later.
Great, second brother. You're chatting with them so quickly. Is there a chance? Kang Huijun nudged Tang Yuming with his elbow and said. Happiness comes too suddenly. Lao Si, you won't blame me for kidnapping your stewardess, right?
Qin Chuan stretched himself and said earnestly, Old Tang, please be more careful.
Look at what you said, fourth brother, I know what you are thinking. Yin Tao is a very nice person.
You have seen her circle of friends, all of her sharing is inspiring, positive and sunny. As he said this, Tang Yuming took out his mobile phone and showed it to his brothers. On the other side, Yin Tao added Tang Yuming's prestige.
Also checking each other's moments.
But as soon as she opened it, her brows furrowed.
The entire circle of friends is like a student. It's not about sharing game results. It's braised beef instant noodles. It wasn't T-Pink 60 that helped me cut the price. Just help scan the word foo.
The further she flipped through the pages, the uglier Yin Tao's expression became. Until I saw Tang Yuming's bedroom in his hometown, which was not spacious and a bit dark. There is also the van he took when traveling with his family. Yin Tao was speechless for a moment, and she angrily closed her moments.
What's wrong with this guy? He's pretending to be rich. Bite.
A message was pushed over.
Yin Tao took a look and saw that it was from Tang Yuming. The car is here. How long will it take you to put your luggage away?
Yin Tao secretly spat in her heart, You little loser, you still want to ask me out, but you don't have money to buy me a car, what are you dreaming of? She immediately replied, Mr. Tang, I'm very sorry.
I'm afraid I can't keep the appointment today because I'm not feeling well. Tang Yuming's reply came soon. Are you feeling unwell? Then you should get some rest. There's nothing much to see at the auto show, and we're just here for the fun. So, you should drink plenty of hot water. You're a grown-up, yet you still send this kind of expression. How childish. Yin Tao did not reply and directly exited the chat box. She skillfully raised her phone and took a selfie. Then I selected that only the Magic City group would be visible and posted it on my moments. I'm flying to Shanghai today. The weather is so nice here. I really want to go out for a walk. I heard there's a car show coming up soon. I really want to own a car of my own. After editing the text, Yin Tao clicked Publish. In less than a minute, the number of likes reached double digits. The chat box instantly filled up the screen. Yin Tao looked at the person who was chatting her up on the screen in a domineering manner. After choosing, I chose a dialogue box named Wang Dalong.
Wang Dalong said, Yin Tao is flying to Shanghai today.
Yin Tao said, yes. Wang Dalong said, are you alone?
Yin Tao said, Wang Dalong said, then I'll pick you up and make all the arrangements. I'll reserve a table at the Bulgari restaurant and take you to taste the delicious food of Shanghai. Yin Tao thought about it and didn't reply in a hurry.
Wang Dalong on the other end couldn't wait and sent the second message.
There's a car show in Shanghai today, and Yin Tao said she's short of a car.
Brother Wang, are you taking me to buy a car? Ha, we'll talk about it later.
The two of them had 800 thoughts in their minds between them, and were testing him madly. In the end, Yin Tao agreed to go to the auto show with the other party. Even if you can't get the other party to give you a car, you can still get a free meal at the Bulgari restaurant. As for Qin Chuan and Tang Yuming, she would never do anything that would not bring her any profit. Anyway, we'll serve each other next time.
I don't know when it was. A high-end tea artist will not waste a single minute of his time.
Let me explain this in two ways.
Tang Yuming looked at the conversation between him and Yin Tao and felt a little disappointed. What happened? Did the stewardess stand you up?
Tang Yuming defended himself, Yin Tao didn't stand me up.
She was just feeling unwell. I guess it was her period. After hearing this, everyone didn't know what to say. The airport is some distance away from the auto show. Tang Yuming was bored in open Douyin. He was stunned for a moment.
The number of messages and private messages in the Douyin backend has exploded, all showing 99 plus. The number of fans also soared from 12 to 12,000. The video I previously shot of the interior of the Gulfstream G650 received nearly 50,000 likes. More than 6,000 messages.
Fuck! I'm going to be famous. Tang Yuming shouted excitedly.
Seeing this, Kang Huijun immediately suggested, "Fuck, second brother, you can do it.
You have over 10,000 followers now.
Wait until the auto show and do a live broadcast of taking photos of cars.
You'll instantly become a car review expert with millions of followers."
Tang Yuming thought about it and agreed with Kang Huijun's idea.
The car quickly drove to the auto show.
As soon as he got off the car, Tang Yuming started the live broadcast. Because his previous video was still popular, the live broadcast room attracted a large number of fans as soon as he started.
The number of people online has reached 1,287. It was his first live broadcast, and Tang Yuming was still a little nervous. Speak haltingly. Family, hello everyone.
The fans in the live broadcast room are still very enthusiastic. Fuck, this guy is the rich man who owns a Gulfstream G650.
Handsome guy, what's your name? Do you have a girlfriend? Shenhao, how much is your Gulfstream? I want one too.
Facing inquiries in the live broadcast room,
Tang Yuming was a little dazzled and didn't know which question to answer first. He explained one by one. Xin Chuan looked around and asked, "Boss, what car do you think is the most expensive right now?"
Wu Ming thought for a moment and said, "It should be a Rolls-Royce."
Xin Chuan nodded.
Since Rolls-Royce was the most expensive, he would go and buy two first.
Several people came to the Rolls-Royce booth.
I saw that the area outside the booth was already crowded with people. Many big verses in the car review circle with tens of millions of followers surrounded the booth. A bespectacled internet celebrity walked up to a Rolls-Royce employee and said, "Hello, I want to go in and see the car." The staff member replied, "You need to make an appointment here.
The booth is temporarily closed to the public." The internet celebrity was stunned for a moment and asked, "Do you know who I am?"
The staff still said, "Sorry, sir, reservations are required.
The booth is temporarily closed to the public." The influencer got furious and immediately pulled out his phone, opening the Douyin background. "Open your eyes and take a good look.
I'm Shiwei from Shiwei talking about cars. I have over 3 million fans, and I'm promoting your Rolls-Royce, and you don't even appreciate it.
Call your manager over." After a while, a young man in a suit and tie came over. Shiwei thrust his phone into the man's face and said, "You're the manager, right? Look at how you train your employees. I came in to take a photo, and they even asked me to make an appointment."
The manager smiled professionally and said, "Sir, because the Rolls booth is a bit small this year, in order to better serve every customer, we must make appointments for visits.
Please understand. Chapter 93. Want to enter the Rolls-Royce booth? Just tell me your name." Seeing that the other party was unmoved, Shiwei asked in a cold voice, "Okay, let's make an appointment, right? I'll make an appointment now. When can I come in?"
The manager, still smiling, said, "I'm sorry, sir, all the reservations for this year's exhibition have been booked.
Please come back next year."
Shiwei was furious, his face flushed with anger, and he was about to go up and start a fight.
"Damn it, do you know who you've offended?
I have 3 million followers on Douyin, and you actually told me I can't film Rouse this year.
What's your name? I'm going to file a complaint against you."
At this time, a foreigner with white hair and blue eyes walked over. He moved his fingers and the manager took a step to the side. Then the foreigner spoke in English. Shiwei didn't understand at all, so the manager translated, "Mr. Shiwei, our president said that no matter how many fans you have, you can't come in for a photoshoot without an appointment. Also, he won't accept your complaint."
"You?" Shiwei was so angry that he interrupted the assistant's filming.
At this time, Tang Yuming came to the Rolls-Royce booth holding his mobile phone.
"Family, today we are at the Rolls-Royce booth. Look, the one in the middle is the latest Rolls-Royce shining. Family, do you want to see a Rolls-Royce?"
The live broadcast room was filled with a constant stream of replies.
Everyone wants to see it. There are also active fans who jumped out and said, Old Tang, is this your first time at a car show? You need to make an appointment to take pictures of Rolls-Royce. Shiwei just said that the internet celebrity with 3 million followers is not allowed to enter.
Old Tang, you have over 10,000 followers, so I'm afraid you are in great danger.
The people above, your new fans, right? Didn't you see the introduction to the video of Lao Tang filming the Gulfstream? He was invited to the auto show by the Rolls-Royce brand, how could he not get in?
I saw two groups of fans, one who was allowed in and the other who was not, arguing with each other in the live broadcast room.
Tang Yuming realized that something seemed wrong. He didn't know in advance that an appointment was required to take pictures of cars at the auto show. Tang Yuming walked to the entrance of the Rolls booth and timidly asked, "Can I go in and take some photos?" The female worker guarding the door glanced at him and said, "Photography here requires an appointment. The booth is temporarily closed to the public. I have an appointment now."
I'm sorry, sir, all the reservations for this year's exhibition have been booked.
Please come back next year.
The other party finished speaking.
Tang Yuming only felt his face burning.
Suddenly, Tang Yuming was pushed by someone.
Looking closely, it was Shiwei, a big internet celebrity in the car review circle. The other party glanced at Tang Yuming and snorted coldly, "Humph, now all kinds of people come to the car circle to eat for free." Tang Yuming was said.
I didn't dare to refute a word. The other party is a big V with 3 million followers. I have more than 10,000 followers, which is not enough. Shiwei said live to the camera, because of Rolls-Royce's policy changes this year, most car reviewers are unable to enter to film.
Families, please don't worry.
After the auto show, I will definitely find a Rolls-Royce chrono and explain it to everyone in detail. The fans in Tang Yuming's live broadcast room were not quiet.
What's going on? Weren't you supposed to be filming Royce? Why aren't you going in? I saw several big versus couldn't get into the Rolls booth. Old Tang, didn't you say you were an invited guest? Why can't you get in?
Looking at the comments in the live broadcast room, Tang Yuming imitated Shiwei and said, "Family law suddenly changed its policy today.
The previous invitation is probably invalid."
Shiwei, who was standing by, couldn't help but spit when he saw Tang Yuming saying this.
Bah! And they even invited Rolls-Royce.
They're just a bunch of fans, but they're just trying to imitate Rolls-Royce and talking nonsense. His voice was not loud, but the fans in the live broadcast room could hear it clearly.
Is Old Tang a parallel import?
He couldn't get into a single booth for half a day.
I guess they're trying to take advantage of the popularity of the auto show. So it seems the Gulfstream G650 video was spliced together. How can people these days be so shameless? Are they crazy about fame?
For a moment, the screen was filled with questions about Tang Yuming. His face suddenly turned ashen. Qin Xuan walked over at this time.
He looked at Tang Yuming's extremely ugly face and asked, "What's wrong?" "Old 4, I want to take a picture of Ralph to show my fans." "Great, the Rolls booth is right here, let's go in and take some pictures."
Qin Xuan asked puzzledly.
Tang Yuming was embarrassed.
"I can't get in, Lao Si.
The staff said I need to make an appointment." "Then let's make an appointment."
"That's what I thought, but they said there are no more appointments for this year." Qin Xuan took out his phone and typed on the screen while saying to Tang Yuming, "Go and try again.
Just say I made an appointment and you want to buy a car." Tang Yuming hesitated. Lao Si, this won't work."
Many big verses have applied for the position, but were all rejected.
"Why not? Just tell me my name. Why are there so many pretentious people these days?" Shiwei sneered.
He said to his assistant, imitating Qin Xuan's words in a sarcastic tone, "Just tell me my name."
"Ah, you're just acting in a TV show. How many drinks have you had to say such things?" Originally, Tang Yuming wanted to back out.
But I was so excited by Shiwei. Instead, he became more courageous as he faced more setbacks. He straightened his chest and walked up to the staff.
"I want to go in. My friend made an appointment for me." "What's your reservation name?" the staff asked. "Qin Xuan." "Please wait." The staff member quickly checked on the computer. After a moment, the other party put down the mouse and said, "Sir, I'm sorry, I can't find any appointments with this name." Tang Yuming was dumbfounded. Shiwei burst into laughter beside him. "Oh my god, are they comedy anchors? Their acting is so real that I want to give them a thumbs up." Tang Yuming had a gloomy face, and the live broadcast room was filled with ridicule and mockery.
The number of people online also gradually decreased, with only double digits left.
He lowered his head and walked towards Qin Chuan.
Suddenly, the glass door of the Rolls-Royce booth opened.
A young man in a suit and tie ran out from inside.
After asking the front desk staff, he went straight to Tang Yuming.
"Hello, sir, are you Mr. Qin's friend?" Tang Yuming was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes, I am."
Seeing that the other party acknowledged his identity, the Rolls manager said respectfully, "Hello, hello.
I heard you wanted to see the car, right? Please follow me."
As soon as these words were spoken, the big verses who were filming outside the booth were dumbfounded. They all looked at him in disbelief.
Some of them whispered, "Who is that person? I've never seen him before. Do you have his account? What's his background? He was invited into the booth that we were trying so hard to get into. Shi Wei, who had been mocking me just now. Now I wish I could find a hole in the ground to crawl into."
His remarks were recorded live by a group of big verses. An internet celebrity with millions of fans mocked a young anchor, but was slapped in the face by the other party. Shi Wei felt that he had booked the Shanghai Auto Show, which was the biggest news. Seeing that they could enter, Tang Yuming quickly called his three brothers to go to the exhibition hall together.
Outside the booth, a pot-bellied man was dissatisfied. He yelled at the manager, "God damn it, why can they get in but I can't?" Chapter 94. Are your cars being sold too cheaply?
Despite being scolded, the Rolls-Royce manager still smiled and explained, "Because this gentleman is our distinguished VLP member, Rolls-Royce sincerely provides all services to our VLPs." Seeing this, the other party immediately took out a Rolls-Royce key and held it above his head.
"Ganny, I also own a Rolls-Royce, why can't I get in?"
The Rolls manager smiled faintly and said, "Our VLP services for first-time car owners." As soon as these words were spoken, the people around the man covered their mouths and laughed.
The man looked confused and grabbed one of them and asked, "What are you laughing at? What's so funny?" "Oh, you can't even hear that.
People say that the second-hand Rolls-Royce you bought is not worthy of being compared with the big guys who bought new cars." The man felt a burning sensation on his face.
He immediately said anxiously, "What's the matter?"
"A used car is not a car." Someone chimed in, "A brand new Cullinan costs 700 or 800, but a used one is only 400 or 500, or even less."
If you were a Rolls-Royce official, with limited resources, who would you serve? Besides, it's called a used Rolls, but who knows how many hands it actually has?
Manager Ross didn't argue too much and continued to guide Qin Chuan and his group into the venue. Qin Chuan looked at the young manager in front of him and said with a smile, "You are a manager now." The other party quickly said, "This is all thanks to Mr. Qin.
After you bought the Cullinan last time, my performance has skyrocketed, and now I am a manager." Qin Chuan nodded and glanced at the other person's work badge. Meng Defei.
Meng Defei was a smart man. Seeing this, he quickly said, "Mr. Qin, just call me Xiao Meng."
"Are there any cars you like at the booth today?"
"We have 3 cars at the booth now." Meng Defei led Qin Chuan to the car on the far left and began to explain, "The one on the left is one of the most expensive cars at this year's auto show. It's a special edition Rolls-Royce Phantom, featuring a two-tone design of blue and silver. The spirit of ecstasy on the front of this car is a unique rose gold design.
The interior is dominated by submarine blue, with silver accents on the hood, roof, and D-pillars for visual contrast."
As Meng Defei spoke, he opened the car door and wanted Qin Chuan to get in for a test drive.
Qin Chuan took a look at the interior but didn't get in. "Blue and silver are my 2 favorite colors." He nodded and asked, "Excuse me, you just said this car?"
"It's a specially customized Rolls-Royce Stretched Phantom, Mr. Qin." Qin Chuan shook his head.
Previous sentence. Previous sentence? Meng Defei was a little confused and asked tentatively, "Is this one of the most expensive cars at this auto show?"
Qin Chuan showed a satisfied expression.
"Okay, this is it." Meng Defei was confused. "Ha? I want one." Meng Defei took a breath of cold air. Qin Chuan wants to buy one without even trying it out? How come this guy buys a car like buying cabbage? Meng Defei almost lost his balance and quickly held onto the car door. "Mr. Qin, let's take a look at the configuration."
Qin Chuan shook his head.
"As for the color, I like the blue one." Meng Defei nodded quickly and remembered.
"Mr. Qin, others, such as the starry skytop. For the rest, just go for the most expensive one and max out the configuration."
Meng Defei only felt a little dizzy.
Mr. Chin, in this case, the total cost will be over 10 million, about 15 million.
Ah? Only 15 million? Are you sure the configuration is maxed out? Qin Chuan asked in surprise. Isn't it said that the optional features of Rolls-Royce are super expensive? But the full amount is only 5 million.
After all the rebates, I only made 15 million.
Meng Defei was speechless, thinking to himself, fuck, it's only 15 million.
Brother, I'm afraid I won't be able to earn 15 million in my entire life.
Okay, Mr. Qin, I'll go prepare the contract right away.
Qin Chuan waved his hand and said, don't worry, show me the car next to you.
Meng Defei immediately guided Qin Chuan to the middle area. This is the shining, Rolls-Royce's first electric production model. Compared to traditional models, its highlights are its instant torque and low-noise motor.
Rolls-Royce's goal is to create a silent running vehicle, safely isolating the motor, tire noise, wind noise, etc., and with the magic carpet suspension, the driving experience is comparable to that of a Rolls-Royce equipped with a V12 engine.
What's the price?
Mr. Qin, this Rolls-Royce Shining is priced at 5.75 million yuan.
Ah? Only 5.75 million?
Qin Chuan said with an unhappy look on his face.
Meng Defei's heart was in turmoil.
Brother, it's only 5.75 million.
What you said is really hurtful.
Mr. Qin, if you want personalized configuration, the price should be 3 or 4 million higher. Qin Chuan patted Meng Defei on the shoulder and said, try your best and try to get it to 10 million.
Ah, okay, Mr. Qin, I'll try hard. After hesitating for a moment, Meng Defei finally asked, Sir, between the Phantom and the Shining, which one did you choose? I want both. Oh, and the silver Cullinan next to it, too. As usual, it's got the full specs and the same interior color as the Phantom.
Hearing this, Meng Defei was so excited that he wanted to call the other person Dad. Qin Chuan bought 3 top-of-the-line Rolls-Royces in less than 10 minutes.
This time my performance is going to explode again.
Meng Defei hurried back to the office to handle the relevant procedures. A few minutes later, he came rushing back with a list in his hand. Mr. Qin, the prices for the 3 cars, fully equipped, have been announced. The Phantom Special Edition has a final price of 15 million, the Shining has a final price of 10.5 million, and the Cullinan has a final price of 9.8 million.
Qin Chuan took the list and frowned slightly. Are you sure this is the final price? Meng Defei's lips trembled nervously.
Yes, Mr. Qin, I have used my authority to help you get rid of the 120,000 yuan lead. When Qin Chuan heard that the 120,000 yuan was deducted from the total, he felt helpless.
But thinking about the other party's good intentions, I let it go. Okay, swipe the card. He took out the black gold card and handed it over.
Okay, Mr. Qin, 3 cars, each with a deposit of 3 million, for a total of 9 million. Since you ordered the top-of-the-line models, we happen to have 3 cars that meet your requirements.
You can pick them up this weekend. No deposit required. Meng Defei was shocked.
I don't know whether the other party thinks the deposit is too high or wants to pay in installments. He quickly said, Mr. Qin, a deposit of 1 million per unit is fine, or I can help you apply for installments.
Qin Chuan was stunned. You kid just want to make me lose money. How can I get double rebate without paying the full amount? I mean, you just pay the full amount. Meng Defei's pupils shrank. 35.3 million, in full?
Qin Chuan decisively hummed yeah.
Meng Defei's hands were shaking when he swiped the card. A one-time payment of 35.3 million.
It was the first time in his life. After paying the money, Qin Chuan was about to leave. An old white man came hurriedly. Chapter 95, As my brother, I can only help you up to this point. The old man extended his hand and said in German, Mr. Qin, thank you very much for your strong support for Rolls-Royce.
I would like to send you my sincere blessings. Meng Defei introduced, Mr. Qin, this is Mr. Muller, the president of Rolls-Royce. Qin Chuan nodded and said in German, thank you, Mr. Muller. Mule was delighted. Mr. Qin speaks very standard German. If I have the chance, I will definitely treat you to a meal and have a good chat with you. Okay, no problem. But, Mr. Mueller, I want to give your company a suggestion. Mule's expression suddenly became serious when he heard this. Meng Defei's mind was racing. I was wondering if I had done something wrong just now. The two of them stared at Qin Chuan. My opinion is that your cars are sold too cheaply. You can raise the price appropriately. Mule and Meng Defei were both stunned. For a moment, I was speechless and unable to speak. Let me explain this in two ways. Tang Yuming is live streaming from a Rolls-Royce Phantom. When he entered the Rouse booth, the number of people in the live broadcast room increased again. Compared with the live broadcast effect of those big V internet celebrities standing outside, his close contact, while sitting in the car, had an even more explosive effect. The number of people in the live broadcast room gradually increased from double digits to 8,000. Brothers, do you think this color combination looks good? Fans interacted actively in the live broadcast room. After all, it's on all platforms now. There is only the anchor in this live broadcast room. You can go inside the Rolls for a tour. This color combination feels too young. I like Hermes orange. Hermes orange is so tacky, I think pure white is nice. Can you please go watch The Shining, host? I want to buy a new energy vehicle this year. I saw someone making a request in the live broadcast room. As a new anchor, Tang Yuming immediately agreed. He came to the side of The Shining. First came some exterior shots. Then I wanted to go inside for a look. A staff member quickly stopped him and said, "Excuse me, sir. The Shining is currently a construction vehicle and the interior is temporarily closed to the public." But the fans in the live broadcast room were not happy. Netizens have complained. It's a construction vehicle. I want to see the interior. Old Tang, come closer and let me take a good look through the glass. Tang Yuming smiled awkwardly. At this time, he could only hold up his mobile phone and take pictures of the appearance for netizens. Xin Xuan came over and said, "Old Tang, let's go and look at other brands." "Wait a minute, Old Four. I'll finish filming first. I can't wait to get close to Ross, I'm going to have a blast." Xin Xuan smiled faintly and asked, "Which of these three do you like?" Tang Yuming made a comparison in his serious tone. "The Phantom is too long and too big. I feel like a chauffeur when driving it. The Cullinan consumes too much fuel. I can't even afford to drive it. The Shining is just right. The electricity cost is the same, so it's more economical in the later stages." After a pause, Tang Yuming lowered his voice and said, "The Shining is so popular. I need to take advantage of that traffic and shoot more. If I shoot for a few more minutes, I'm sure I can get tens of thousands more followers. Okay, since we're going to take pictures, let's do it well. We've already taken so many pictures of the exterior, let's go in and take some pictures of the interior." Of course I wanted to take pictures of the interior, but they wouldn't let me. But that's understandable. After all, it's such an expensive car, and if it gets scratched or damaged, you can't just pay for it. Xin Xuan took out a Rolls-Royce bag and stuffed it into Tang Yuming's hand. "Then when the car arrives, take more photos and I'll give you The Shining." Tang Yuming was stunned holding the document in his hand. I was dumbfounded and stunned. I'm confused. What's going on? What is this Shining? Just give it to me. He looked down at the documents in his hand. This is a car purchase contract for The Shining. The purchase record above shows that the car price has been paid in full. 10.500.000. Tang Yuming took a breath. 12,000 and 500,000 for a fully configured Shining. What does Lao Si mean? He quickly put away his phone and chased after him. "Old Four, what does this car mean?" "This car is for you. It's my gift to support you in becoming a big internet celebrity." Tang Yuming stuffed the car purchase contract back to Xin Xuan. No, this is over 10 million. I can't handle it." Xin Xuan smiled and stuffed the contract back into Tang Yuming's hands. "Keep this car. When you become a big internet celebrity, we'll start an MCN company. This car is my investment." Tang Yuming Khan. He has thought about becoming an internet celebrity, but he always suffers from the fact that his life is too ordinary. "Every day I go to class, eat and sleep. There is really no material to shoot. Occasionally, if I think of some materials, I have to spend a certain amount of money to operate them." Tang Yuming, whose family conditions are not so good, has no spare money to support himself. Now Xin Xuan gave away a very popular Rolls-Royce Shining. This is no different from sending a traffic password. After thinking it over again and again, Tang Yuming felt that he could not miss the only chance to turn things around in his life. His eyes moistened as he said, "Fourth brother, as a brother, I owe you a huge debt of gratitude. I will definitely make great achievements and build up the company for you.
When the time comes, we'll each own half of the company. Immediately afterwards, Tang Yuming announced the news in the live broadcast room. I am about to become one of the first owners of the Rolls-Royce Shining. And posted the car purchase contract. In an instant, the live broadcast room where Lao Tang takes you to see the world exploded.
Wow, old Tang is awesome.
He ordered the car without even looking at the interior.
What do you mean by ordering a car?
Take a closer look at old Tang's contract.
Full payment. 10.5 million. Over 10 million, old Tang, why don't you buy a Cullinan or a Mirage? Buying an electric vehicle is a complete waste. There are all kinds of comments in the live broadcast room. There were congratulations, ridicule, and even jealousy.
But all this did not prevent Tang Yuming's fan base from soaring. Qin Chuan watched Tang Yuming become more and more relaxed during the live broadcast.
Very relieved.
When facing the enemy, Qin Chuan can strike hard. As for the people around him, he wants everyone to live a good life.
Tang Yuming wants to be an internet celebrity, and Qin Chuan can help him.
But helping others does not mean just throwing money at them, but to create a fulcrum for him.
Whether you can move the earth depends on your personal ability.
If you want to make a living from this, then you can naturally succeed by taking advantage of the situation. If he is not suitable for this line of work, Tang Yuming can also recognize his own abilities.
Where are the eldest and the third brother? Qin Chuan asked.
They weren't interested in Rolls-Royce, saying it was too far away for them. Then they went to see Lamborghini.
When talking about Lamborghini, Qin Chuan has some bad memories.
His Lamborghini Reventón. I don't know where it's lying in the scrap parking lot now.
I won't watch Rambo anymore.
I'll go somewhere else.
Okay, fourth brother, I'll go check on Rambo and we can contact each other through WeChat.
By the way, take these things to the eldest and the third child. Let them play rock, paper, scissors and each choose one.
Tang Yuming took the handbag with the Rolls-Royce logo printed on it.
He looked into the bags and found that each bag contained a gift from Rolls-Royce.
Then there is another document. Tang Yuming took out the document and took a look at it.
I just felt stars in my eyes.
This is the purchase contract for the Rolls-Royce Phantom and Cullinan. What the hell is going on?
2 more luxury cars worth tens of millions.
Rock, paper, scissors? Each person chooses one.
Tang Yuming looked at Qin Chuan's back as he walked into the crowd, his eyes a little confused. Chapter 96, not the best, but the most expensive. Qin Chuan walked around the luxury car hall. First, we came to the Aston Martin booth.
He pointed to a silver-gray Aston Martin and asked, "Hello, how much is this car?"
The salesperson looked and saw that the other party was holding a Rolls-Royce cup of coffee. He immediately greeted me with a smile. "Sir, this is an Aston Martin DB11, and the price of the whole car is 2.45 million yuan.
2.45 million? Qin Chuan showed a hint of disappointment on his face.
The salesperson thought the other party was dissatisfied with the price and quickly said, "Sir, it's the Shanghai Auto Show now. If you order a car today, the price can be negotiated."
"No thanks." Qin Chuan turned and left. 2.45 million, even with full configuration.
If the price doubles, it will only be 5 million.
Buying this car is a waste of rebate opportunity. Next, Qin Chuan visited the Maserati, Bentley, and other booths. The results were not satisfactory at this year's booth.
There are fewer limited edition cars. The major car manufacturers are focusing on large displacement cars.
Become a new energy vehicle.
When coming out of the Bentley booth, a voice full of surprise came from not far away.
"Mr. Qin, Mr. Qin." Qin Chuan looked in the direction of the sound.
The other person is tall and has an outstanding temperament. A head of shiny black hair draped over the shoulders. Her skin is as white as snow, her eyebrows and eyes are picturesque, and her lips are as red as fire. Wearing a white sweater, a black miniskirt and black stockings. It shows off her graceful figure to the fullest.
At first glance, Qin Chuan couldn't remember who the other person was.
Until I saw the pair of half-frame glasses on the girl's face.
Qin Chuan just remembered.
The other party is in Xiaoxiao from the Ferrari Center. "Mr. Qin, I'm in Xiaoxiao.
I wonder if you still remember me."
And Xiaoxiao said calmly,
"Remember, my Ferrari hasn't arrived yet. How could I forget you?"
And Xiao Xiao's eyes curved into crescents, a blush appeared on her face, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a sweet smile. Don't worry, Mr. Qin, except for the LaFerrari, the other 4 cars will be delivered to your house soon.
That's good.
If you're still worried, Mr. Qin, about the car not being able to come, then I'll compensate you with myself.
Qin Chuan was almost choked to death by the other party's words.
Seeing that the other party didn't respond, and Xiao Xiao tactfully started a new topic and asked, Mr. Qin, are you coming to the auto show today to buy a few more cars for your garage?
Well, yes. Are there any styles you like?
I just looked at the Aston Martin and Bentley, and I'm not too satisfied with either.
Are you here to drag me to Ferrari?
And Xiao Xiao smiled and said, No, Mr. Qin, Ferrari does not participate in auto shows.
Oh, I see. Mr. Qin, what are your requirements for buying a car? I can provide you with some reference. Qin Chuan didn't hesitate and blurted out, I don't have any requirements. An expensive one will do. The more expensive the better. And Xiao Xiao's mouth twitched.
This was the first time she had heard of such a request.
After thinking for a moment, and Xiao Xiao said, what about Rolls-Royce?
The average price is over 5 million, and with optional features, it can reach tens of millions.
Moreover, they also released a new energy vehicle this year called the Shining, which is very expensive. For Mr. Qin's status, buying one is just right. After saying that, she thought to herself, Ross should be able to satisfy you.
But Qin Chuan shook his head and said, I just went to the Rolls-Royce booth and bought all 3. The most expensive one was only 15 million with full configuration.
And Xiao Xiao trembled and took a breath of cold air. It's a similar storyline happening again.
She didn't doubt Qin Chuan's words at all. After all, the other party is a wealthy man who bought 6 Ferraris at one time. Buy 3 Rolls-Royces at once. It's just routine operation.
Su Xiaoyan is not here today, and in Xiao Xiao's gaze towards Qin Chuan becomes more and more passionate.
Mr. Qin, I do know there's a car at this year's auto show that's quite expensive. When he heard the words high price, Qin Chuan's eyes flashed with joy.
Take me to see it. And Xiao Xiao smiled and gestured for invitation.
The two walked in the luxury car park. After a while, we arrived at the booth of an each brand. And Xiao Xiao pointed to the very center of the booth. As far as I know, that car is probably the most expensive car at this auto show.
Qin Chuan took a look and saw a silver supercar-shaped car. The car has butterfly doors and metallic silver paint.
When the brand S salesperson saw the two of them arriving, he immediately gave them a warm welcome. Seeing Qin Chuan staring at the car in the center of the booth, the other party immediately introduced it proudly.
Mr. Qin, this is the Lotus EVLJA Pure Electric Supercar. The EVLJA is an extremely lightweight vehicle, weighing 1,680 kilograms, of which the battery pack weighs 600 kilograms.
It's equipped with carbon ceramic brakes, lightweight wheels, and 3-stage and cabin semi-active damping. Furthermore, it takes aerodynamics to the extreme, with air ducts throughout. The entire body is constructed from carbon fiber, while the interior is extremely minimalist. The EVLJA boasts 2,000 horsepower and a peak torque of 1,700 Nm. It accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h in under 3 seconds, and from 0 to 300 km/h in less than 9 seconds.
How much is the price? Qin Chuan asked directly. The salesperson hesitated for a moment, then said weakly, this EVLJA is a global limited edition model.
Only 5 units were made in China, and this is the last quota left.
The price will be slightly higher. It's priced at 21.88 million. 21.88 million? Qin Chuan asked back in a surprised tone, and the salesperson could understand it very well. Because, when I said this quote myself,
his own heart is also empty. In the era of internal combustion engines, Lotus had top-notch engines and chassis tuning. Salespeople are confident in selling at high prices. But now it is a new energy vehicle. They actually dared to sell it for 21.88 million. The Rolls-Royce Shining next door is not even half as expensive as yours. Qin Chuan complained angrily to Xiao Xiao, this car is even more expensive than Lafayette.
This auto show is such a shame. And Xiao Xiao looked embarrassed and didn't know how to answer.
The salesperson thought to himself, this guy must have drunk a few pounds before leaving.
What nonsense is he talking about? But the next second, the salesperson's jaw dropped in shock. Qin Chuan turned to him and said, 21.88 million is a bit too cheap. Please help me equip all the most expensive optional features. Choose the most expensive paint.
If you can get carbon fiber, don't use anything else.
If you can get leather, don't use Alcantara. The salesperson was stunned. He asked in disbelief, Sir, are you sure you want to order an EVLJA? You haven't even come in to take a closer look and feel it.
No, I'm going to buy it anyway, I'll go home and read it slowly.
It must be said that the price of this Lotus EVLJA did not meet Qin Chuan's expectations.
But its cool design really won Qin Chuan's heart.
He was just about to take out his black card to pay the other party. But someone came over to me.
He is 1.65 meters tall, wears sunglasses and is dressed in trendy brands. The other person was holding a girl of about the same height with his left arm. A Bank of China Platinum card was handed over in his right hand.
He said arrogantly, I want this car. I'll pay by credit card. Pause 3 times in one sentence. Don't be so arrogant. The Demon King.
And Xiao Xiao exclaimed in surprise.
Chapter 97. His grandfather is awesome. The Demon King?
Qin Chuan looked puzzled. And Xiao Xiao explained, Qifeng, the king of the Magic City, is a man said to be richer than Principal Wang.
He owns countless luxury cars and is also a Ferrari VLP client.
He once spent lavishly on a beautiful anchor, tipping nearly $1 million in a single night. He even crashed a $5 million Ferrari without batting an eye. Because of his terrifying strength, he's known as the king of the Magic City.
Qin Chuan looked at the other person again. Although he is not tall, the Demon King exudes the aura of a 2-meter tall person.
Qin Chuan, the female companion beside him, recognized her.
A sports program host, the otaku goddess Hyena. Behind the two were 2 bodyguards over 2 meters tall.
Although they were wearing casual clothes, they were still very eye-catching with a height of 2.12 meters. At this time, people who were looking at cars outside the booth were attracted by the scene.
Isn't that the Demon King? Oh my god, it's true.
The king of Magic City came to the auto show to buy a car.
I heard the car that the king of Magic City had his eye on was the most expensive car at this auto show, a Lotus EVLJA worth $21.88 million.
Qifeng lowered his glasses and smiled sideways, Brother, since you know me, don't waste your time.
I want this car. Why?
Qin Chuan said coldly.
Qifeng was stunned.
The other party knew his title as the Demon City Emperor.
Still have such an attitude.
He was cautious. He said tentatively, Brother, just treat it as making friends, don't steal my car.
Make friends? Who wants to make friends with you?
As soon as these words were spoken, Hyena, who was beside the Demon King, laughed.
Hey, where did you come from, you little bastard? It's your first time in the Magic City. Don't you know how lucky you are to have a relationship with the king of the Magic City? If he just lets you know a little bit of information, you'll make a fortune.
Qifeng narrowed his eyes slightly and remained silent. He is generous and never stingy.
He is well known in the circle. As long as you curry favor with him, you can get everything you want.
He had nearly 100 retainers who played with him.
Everyone's task is to play with him and coax him. Treat him like a god. It's that simple.
These retainers make a lot of money every year.
Qin Chuan snorted coldly, with that little money of yours, you think you're worthy of my support? Ridiculous.
After hearing these words, Qifeng's face turned red with anger.
Don't you dare say another damn word. What Demon King?
In my eyes, he's no different from a demon.
You.
Qifeng was filled with anger. The 2 bodyguards behind him saw this. Just waiting for Qifeng to say a word, they rushed forward to subdue Qin Chuan.
This scene was seen by the onlookers. Fuck, who's that person opposite the Demon King?
It seems like the 2 sides are about to start a fight.
No way, that guy actually dared to go against the Demon King. Doesn't he know the Demon King?
And Xiao Xiao quickly grabbed Qin Chuan and said, Mr. Qin, you are rich, but the Demon King is not only rich, but also has an extraordinary background.
We'd better not provoke him easily.
In my eyes, he only has his back, no background. A few words, every word was sarcastic.
He didn't give Qifeng any face at all.
This should be heard by other rich young men. If I get carried away, I'll probably just rush up and beat him up.
But Qifeng is different. Although arrogant. But he learned to navigate society from a young age with his father. Learned to fight back calmly. Fighting and killing in public. That's something a stupid second-rate young master would do. Myself, Chi Feng, the king of Demon City. How could he be such a fool? Chi Feng waved his hand, signaling the bodyguards to retreat. Dude, you're the first person who dares to talk to me like that. Okay, I admire you. But, I'm determined to get this car. So, as usual, the highest bidder wins. Hearing this, Qin Chuan almost couldn't help laughing. Biting her lip tightly, she forced herself to keep a straight face and said, okay. And Xiao Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, as long as there's no fighting, it's fine. See Qin Chuan agree. Chi Feng saw that the other person's expression was a little distorted. I felt happy. The other party is scared. His strategy of defeating the enemy without fighting was considered a success. Who can spend money? Looking across the entire Magic City, how many people can defeat me? Those business tycoons all say that their net worth is over 100 billion. But they are just real estate and shares. You really dare to cash it out and fight him? The stock price will plummet tomorrow. What does the Demon City Emperor rely on? Cash flow. Chi Feng casually raised the Bank of China Platinum card in his hand and said to Qin Chuan, this Platinum card has 100 million cash. No matter how much you pay, I will have $1 more than you. Brother, there is an old saying that goes, there are always people better than you. You may be used to being arrogant in your city, but this is the Magic City. We are not on the same level. As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers were in an uproar. Fuck, he's worthy of being the Demon King. 100 million in cash, that's too much. Tisk, it's just 100 million, what's the big deal? The last sentence was said. The person involved suddenly realized it. I was speaking on the spot. Instead of speaking on the keyboard on the internet. At this time, he is an ordinary person. Not a keyboard warrior. He immediately fell silent and slowly backed away. I was afraid of being beaten to a pulp on the spot. Chi Feng put his hands in his pockets and looked at Qin Chuan arrogantly. He saw Qin Chuan's ugly face and felt secretly happy. You are so arrogant, yet you still go against me. In the whole of Shanghai, there are only a few people like me. He spent 100 million on cars. Yana saw her man being so prominent. She jumped for joy and kissed Chi Feng on the cheek. My husband is so great. Chi Feng raised the corner of his mouth and said coolly. After I buy the car, I'll let you know if my dick is still good. The female companion understood what he meant. Holding Chi Feng's arm tightly, Chi Feng felt the waves rising and falling like the waves of the sea. The whole person suddenly became excited. Damn it, I wanted to keep a low profile at the auto show today, but my strength doesn't allow me to be low-key. Chi Feng waved his hand and called the salesperson over. Don't save money for me. There's 100 million in this card. For this car, you have to fill up all the optional extras. Just as Chi Feng finished speaking, Qin Chuan said, who said this car is yours? Hey, buddy, I'm afraid your ears are not working well, right? I told you, there is 100 million in this card. Do you understand what I mean? Qin Chuan's face was still ugly. He didn't do it because Chi Feng was too arrogant. Instead, I think Chi Feng is so damn incompetent. What an awesome name, the Emperor of Demon City. After talking for half a day, he made 100 million. He originally wanted to wait for Chi Feng to continue to show off and raise the price. But after waiting for a long time, I found out that the other party was only good at talking. The 100 million that Callie had was probably his limit. In that case, there is no need to continue talking nonsense. Qin Chuan took out a card from his pocket. Once this card comes out, among the onlookers, those who knew the value of the goods had their pupils shrink suddenly. Oh my god, this is the American Express Centurion Black Card. American Express Centurion Black Card? What's so awesome about it? No, it's not awesome. He's Awesome's grandfather, Old Awesome. Chapter 98. I made an offer, so why don't you follow it? Chi Feng, of course, also knows what he's talking about. American Express Centurion Black Card. It is a card that can be used to swipe money without a limit. To say that the Huaxing Platinum card worth 100 million in his hand is a card daddy. Then the American Express Centurion Black Card is the grandfather of his Platinum card. Chi Feng has wanted to apply for an American Express Centurion Black Card many times. However, due to his identity issues and actual strength, he still cannot meet the requirements. Applications are always rejected. Fuck, the other party actually has this card.
Shi Feng thought to himself that it was not good. Qin Xuan pinched the black gold card between his index and middle fingers and handed it to the salesperson.
This card has no limit.
You can use it to spend 1 billion yuan.
This car must be mine today.
When these words were spoken, everyone around was dumbfounded. I was so shocked that the words got stuck in my throat.
I can't even put it into words. Oh my god, this is so explosive. Holy crap, spending 1 billion on a car?
He still bought a new energy source.
What kind of shit luck did I have today? What did I witness? Hyana's apple cheeks twitched after the plastic surgery.
This leopard in front of me, oh no, this man in front of me is so handsome. She slowly loosened her grip. She played with her hair.
He gave her a secret glance and left. The autumn eyes drew a graceful arc in the air.
Intercepted by Xiao Xiao. And Xiao Xiao's heart was in turmoil at this moment.
What is the identity of this big guy next to me?
It actually costs 1 billion yuan to buy an electric supercar priced at 21.88 million yuan.
Can't believe it. Unbelievable.
And Xiao Xiao, who had just been keeping a ladylike distance. I can no longer suppress the emotions surging in my heart. He grabbed Qin Xuan's hand and pressed himself against him.
Mr. Qin, don't be misled by Qi Feng. This Lotus EVLJA is not worth so much money.
Qin Xuan slowly pulled his hand out of the valley where the mountains were rolling.
He said calmly, it's only 1 billion.
There's no need to change the price or bargain.
If I say 1 billion, it's 1 billion, unless.
And Xiao Xiao didn't give up, she squeezed in and stuck close again. This time, she pushed harder. He used the fighting techniques he learned during fitness training.
Entanglement. Locked. Skill.
She asked softly, unless what?
Unless this demon king wants to add $1 to the 1 billion price.
Qin Xuan looked at Qi Feng and said. Qi Feng felt a little uneasy when Qin Xuan looked at him.
Damn, why does this guy sound a little expectant? Does he want me to outshine him? To steal his car?
But Qi Feng's mind was still clear. 1 billion to buy this car. He was afraid that his father would break his legs when he returned. Qi Feng stood there without saying a word, thinking about how to evacuate gracefully. The other party's strength is unfathomable, and we absolutely cannot break up with him today. At this time, Qi Feng felt something strange around him.
He looked at Hyana.
I saw that the other person's eyes were full of desire. But the look was not directed at himself, but at the person opposite him.
Think about it.
Qi Feng raised his hand and hit her with a big slap.
Bitch, you're so good.
You're trying to seduce a man right under my nose.
Hyana was stunned by the sudden slap. I didn't do anything.
Why did I get slapped? At this moment, she only felt severe pain in her nose bridge.
Touch it with your hand. I almost cried.
I just had my nose done last week, but it's already crooked.
Qi Feng grabbed Hyana's clothes and said to Qin Xuan, dude, this girl needs to be punished.
I originally wanted to buy this car for her as a toy.
Now I don't want to buy it anymore. See you later.
Having said that, Qi Feng left the booth cursing. This scene dumbfounded the audience and Qin Xuan again.
Qi Feng pulled Hyana away until they were out of the booth.
He casually threw Hyana to a deserted place. The recruiter called the bodyguard and said sternly, Anio, go check who that guy is.
Damn it, he's trying to steal my limelight. He must be tired of living. Anio nodded and accepted the order. Inside the Lotus booth, the Lotus salesperson held the black card nervously.
Mr. Qin, I can't sell you this car for 1 billion yuan.
Why? Qin Xuan asked with an unhappy look on his face.
The salesperson was sweating profusely and thought to himself, we would like to sell it at this price, but the law does not allow it. Mr. Qin, our Lotus brand is dedicated to serving our customers.
We will not raise prices temporarily to deceive our customers. And Xiao Xiao said, Boss Qin, he's right. Items always have their normal value.
If something originally cost 21.88 million, and they insist on selling it for 1 billion, they're probably going to be reported in face lawsuits. Qin Xuan was speechless.
Why is it so difficult to spend money? But there is no other way, you can't put a knife to someone's neck. He forced the other party to sell his car worth 21.88 million yuan to himself for 1 billion yuan. Okay then, let's do as we agreed. Max out the specs. Of all the options, only the most expensive ones will be installed. The salesperson's face turned pale. Lotus EVLJA electric supercar. This Lotus EVLJA electric supercar is sold for 21.88 million. It's already a money grab. All the optional features that can add value have been installed one by one. It also allows me to continue stacking buffs. This is really putting me in a difficult position. Mr. Qin, I'm so sorry. This Lotus EVLJA is already the highest price. Qin Chuan looked slightly angry, but he couldn't get angry. I could only nod and said unhappily, then go swipe the card. The salesperson took the black card and said, okay, Mr. Qin, as a token of our sincerity, we will give you a Lotus Electra. Qin Chuan frowned when he heard this, wondering what if this car was identified by the system as one of the 5 cars eligible for rebates. Wouldn't this mean that you lose a rebate opportunity in vain? He waved his hand and said, forget about the gift. I don't want it. Give it to her. The salesperson thought Qin Chuan was trying to pick up girls, and immediately understood what he meant. Okay, Mr. Qin, I'll arrange the relevant procedures for you right away. And Xiao Xiao was confused. Give it to me? She knew about the Lotus Electra. It is a super electric SUV with a 0-100 km/h acceleration of 2.95 seconds, a maximum range of 650 km, and can be charged from 10% to 80% in as fast as 20 minutes. The entire vehicle body is equipped with 4 128-line laser radars and 508 TOPS computing power, enabling advanced assisted driving capabilities on highways, parts of urban roads and parking lots. More importantly, this car is worth 1.02 million. This was the second time we met. The other party spent millions to give it to me. Could it be that my actions just now had an effect? Definitely. And Xiao Xiao herself is quite good looking. Her figure is the most impressive in the whole venue. Li Bai of the Tang dynasty once wrote a poem. They never get tired of looking at each other. It is a perfect way to describe the grandeur of this mountain. And Xiao Xiao guessed. Tonight, I'm afraid. The peak of Tianzhu holds up the sun and the moon, and the cave gate, 1,000 feet high, locks in the clouds and thunder. She looked at Qin Chuan's handsome profile. The smile on his face became increasingly unconcealable. Such a rich and generous man. Which woman wouldn't be confused? And he even dared to confront the Demon King. It's so masculine. You must grasp it well. Chapter 99, we must pay attention to our own industry. Qin Chuan quickly signed the car purchase agreement and paid the money. And Xiao Xiao approached Qin Chuan. Honey, where are we going next? She said mischievously. Qin Chuan was stunned. What kind of vicious words were these? And Xiao Xiao, watch your words. And Xiao Xiao smiled brightly, dear, it turns out you like to play serious games. Qin Chuan was speechless for a while. Women changed their faces at will. Just now everyone was polite, calling each other Mr. Qin and Mr. Qin. How come it's my dear now? Qin Chuan just felt it was a bit greasy. Exit the Lotus booth. Qin Chuan still kept some distance from An Xiao Xiao. Seeing this, An Xiao Xiao regained some of her rationality. The courteous approach doesn't work. Then I'd better maintain my previous ladylike and reserved image. Sure enough, that's what happened. Qin Chuan's attitude softened slightly. Why are there so many people at the booth opposite? There are more people than at the Rolls-Royce and Lamborghini booths. And the brand is a little unfamiliar. I haven't seen it before. Qin Chuan asked, pointing to the place diagonally opposite. And Xiao Xiao looked up and smiled, Boss Qin, that's the BYD Group's high-end brand, the Yangzhe series. BYD Group? Yes, Mr. Qin. Don't underestimate the BYD Group. It used to be a minor automaker. But now China is vigorously developing new energy vehicles. The BYD Group has been quietly cultivating this technology for 20 years. In the past 2 years, it has suddenly exploded. It has become a leader in new energy vehicles. Based on this foundation, it developed the sub-brand Yangzhe. The Yangzhe brand is the BYD Group's strongest strategic force, representing the group's high-end series. Look up to the brand? Qin Chuan seemed to have a vague impression.
Last time, Zhou Xinfa, the legal officer of BYD Group, came to our school. Ask him to sign an investment project worth nearly 10 billion yuan. Although Qin Xuan didn't take it particularly seriously at the time.
But I vaguely remember what was on that document.
It is about the development strategy layout of a brand called Yangshi. Qin Xuan's interest in looking up at this brand became stronger and stronger.
Let's go and take a look, Qin Xuan said.
Come to the Yangshi brand booth. This place is already crowded with people and dangerous. Various media influencers, car reviewers, and internet celebrities almost packed the booth. Although the brand only has 2 cars on display.
But there is an endless stream of people coming here to watch. Inside and outside, there is nearly 5 floors of traffic. Opposite the booth, on the left is a sports car with a unique and even exaggerated shape.
On the right is a huge SUV with sharp edges and a tough appearance.
Qin Xuan was immediately attracted by this SUV. Let's go in and take a look at that car. Qin Xuan pointed at the SUV and said, looking up at V8? Okay, Mr. Qin.
And Xiao nodded. Fortunately, she came to the auto show this time. She came here on behalf of the company and specifically to investigate this brand. Prepare to make reservations in advance.
The staff simply checked the qualifications and let us in. Looking up, the V8 is the most eye-catching car in the whole venue. More people watch it than watch Rolls watch Big Bull.
It has functions such as on-the-spot U-turn, super intelligent body control system, drone, floating on water, etc. Because of the support of these black technologies. Looking up at the area around the V8 car, it is already full of big verses from all walks of life.
Qin Xuan walked around the V8, not leaving out any inch of the car. Look carefully.
After all, he owns 50% of BYD Group shares. This car can be said to be the result of my hard work in the industry.
Of course you have to take a good look. Hey, friend, you're blocking my view.
An obese man said coldly to Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan looked up and saw that he knew the other person. He is a famous car reviewer on Douyin, Zhuge from Zhuge Talks About Cars.
Qin Xuan looked at his position and found that he had indeed accidentally entered the other party's camera. Sorry. Qin Xuan took 2 steps forward.
Brother Zhu clapped his hands and motioned his assistant to come forward so that he could take a look at the results of the shooting. When I saw the last few seconds when Qin Xuan appeared in the camera,
he frowned and said, "What's going on? Today isn't media day, how come ordinary consumers have sneaked in?"
The assistant quickly said, "They probably sneaked in when no one was around.
I just saw several of them at the Rambo booth."
Qin Xuan walked around the upward-looking V8 and came to the main driver's seat.
He was very satisfied with the appearance. Now all that's left is the interior.
He was about to go forward and pull the door handle, but someone else got there first. The other person had a kingly demeanor and wore a simple t-shirt and shorts. He had a sullen face. He ignored Qin Xuan's presence and went straight to pull the driver's door.
But I pulled it twice, but it didn't move.
So he waved angrily and called the staff. The staff saw that it was Xiaoming, a Douyin car reviewer with millions of fans.
What's wrong with your BYD group? Are you so unprofessional?
The staff looked at him and said, "I'm so sorry, Teacher Xiaoming, what happened?"
Xiaoming pointed at the V8 and said, "Why is the door of this car still locked? How can we, the big versus, get in and take pictures if you lock it?"
Xiaoming has a domineering attitude and a lax expression.
It's completely different from what he looks like in the video. The staff apologized repeatedly. "Teacher Xiaoming, we're so sorry.
This upward-looking V8 car is still a construction vehicle, not the final mass production model.
We are not currently available for filming with the guidance of the media teachers." Fuck. I came all the way from Guangdong province, and you tell me I can't film.
The staff apologized repeatedly. At this time, Pig Brother also heard the noise on the other side.
He walked around and approached Xiaoming. "What's going on?"
"I can hear the noise over here while I'm filming over there." Xiaoming angrily explained the whole story. Pig Brother comforted him, "Oh, you are also an old car reviewer.
This is what engineering vehicles are like."
After hearing what Brother Pig said, Xiaoming calmed down a lot.
"What's wrong with you?"
A clear voice came. Brother Zhu and Xiaoming looked to their side and saw that the person who spoke was the famous car commentator, Brother Leopard. When Pig Brother saw Leopard Brother, his eyes turned and he stepped forward and said, "Leopard Brother, we want to go inside the Yangshi V8 to take some photos."
Unfortunately, this is a construction vehicle and the staff won't let us take any photos.
Brother Leopard puffed out his chest, patted his shiny head, and said with a confident smile, I thought it was something else, isn't it just going into the car to take pictures?
Watch me.
Brother Bao turned around and said to the staff, hello, please go and call Mr. Lee over and tell him that Brother Bao wants to help him make a special episode about V8 and promote it well. The staff saw that it was Brother Bao, a veteran in the car review industry.
He didn't dare to offend and quickly ran to the backstage.
Xiao Ming gave a thumbs up and said, as expected of Brother Leopard, Mr. Lee personally received him upon arrival.
I admire you.
Pig Brother also moved closer and hugged Leopard Brother.
Leopard Brother is Leopard Brother. I admire V8's current popularity.
If we can get some first-hand information, we will definitely gain 1 million fans and become a hot topic for a few days.
Chapter 100 I think he would be very happy.
Brother Leopard enjoyed the flattery of the two. But he still maintained a humble smile on his face.
Soon, Mr. Lee from BYD Group came over in casual clothes.
As the leader of new energy vehicle companies and the helmsman of the entire industry chain,
Mr. Lee's attitude is very friendly and low-key.
He greeted us with a smile and seemed very friendly.
Hello, teachers.
Brother Leopard, Brother Pig, and Xiao Ming are all veterans.
He quickly bowed and said, Mr. Lee, you are too kind.
Leopard Brother stepped forward and said, Mr. Lee, BYD is developing better and better.
As a car reviewer, I am very pleased and proud to see the development of the domestic new energy vehicle industry.
Mr. Lee smiled and said, we still need the publicity support from all the teachers. Seeing this, Leopard Brother said directly without beating around the bush, Mr. Lee, this time, we are here with full sincerity to help promote the Youngster V8.
We are all full of praise for its appearance.
Now, we want to get into the car and take some pictures of the interior.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee still had a smile on his face.
Thank you, teachers.
However, this car is a construction vehicle.
It does not mean that we are looking up to the final mass production level of the V8.
Mr. Lee, it's okay, we'll just take a rough shot.
Mr. Lee's smile faded a bit, and he said seriously, it is related.
The internal structure of the V8 may be slightly adjusted. In terms of materials, we want to use better materials to give back to consumers.
Mr. Lee is a technical expert.
We have strict and demanding pursuit for our own products. This time, the Yanggu V8 represents the most important model of BYD Group's impact on the high-end line.
There cannot be any mistakes, not even the slightest one.
Although the 3 car reviewers in front of me will definitely praise the V8. Even if what they have in front of them is a construction vehicle, not a final production vehicle. But when they released the video, there will also be water armies coming in to find fault. Once the car is launched and delivered,
someone bought my manuscript and criticized me fiercely.
That would have disastrous consequences for BYD Group's high-end line layout. That's why Mr. Lee resolutely refused. Brother Bao and the other two were shocked to see that Mr. Lee was so determined.
It's really hard to force your way in.
The veteran Leopard Brother immediately said, Mr. Lee, please arrange a special interview for me in the future.
Mr. Lee bowed and said, of course, of course. After a few pleasantries, Mr. Lee prepared to go backstage.
At this time, a voice came from behind them.
Mr. Lee, I want to take a look inside this upward-looking V8.
As soon as these words were spoken, Brother Leopard, Brother Pig, and Xiao Ming all turned around and looked at the person who was speaking behind them. I saw that the other person was about 20 years old, with a handsome face and a student-like look between his eyebrows.
Xiao Ming snorted coldly, who is this person?
Pig Brother shook his head and said, not like the people in our circle.
Brother Leopard stepped forward, patted Qin Chuan on the shoulder, and said with a smile, young man, are you new in this business? Don't bother. This is a construction vehicle and is not for public filming. I invited Mr. Lee here, but they wouldn't let us in. And Xiao Xiao also looked a little embarrassed.
No matter how rich Qin Chuan is, he cannot be so arrogant.
Mr. Lee has already said that we are not allowed to go inside for a visit.
The 3 big verses in the car review industry were directly rejected. If he spoke again, he would only get a roll of the eyes from the other party. And Xiao Xiao tugged at Qin Chuan's clothes and said, Boss Qin, Boss Lee just said that this is a construction vehicle and not for public use.
Let's go and see the production vehicle later.
She said this entirely for Qin Chuan's sake. Qin Chuan smiled faintly and said, no problem, I think President Lee would be happy to show me around. And Xiao Xiao was speechless. Brother Pig, Xiaoming, and Brother Leopard were also confused. This young man is probably entering society for the first time.
You don't understand anything. Mr. Li was stopped by a voice behind him and looked back.
Suddenly, my heart trembled.
This person is exactly the same as the one in the photo.
Mr. Li has never met Qin Xuan. Only seen it in photos.
At first,
it was learned that some people were in the secondary market and in the hands of other shareholders.
After acquiring 50% of BYD Group's shares,
Mr. Li once sent people to investigate Qin Xuan.
But the final investigation results.
It was this mysterious tycoon who acquired 50% of BYD Group's shares.
The family conditions are very ordinary. Both parents are factory workers. I am just a freshman at the University of Finance and Economics.
Mr. Li naturally didn't believe such an investigation result at all.
But it can perfectly hide a person's background.
The energy behind it is enormous.
Rare in the world. Mr. Li is a smart man.
The BYD Group is now becoming more and more powerful.
Full industrial chain, fully independent technology research and development.
It will inevitably be coveted by other countries around the world.
So, there is only one possibility. Mr. Li took 2 steps at a time and hurried forward. He respectfully asked, "Excuse me, is this Mr. Qin Xuan?" Qin Xuan nodded, "It's me."
Mr. Li was overjoyed and quickly shook Qin Xuan's hand.
"Hey, Mr. Qin, I've heard a lot about you. I've been busy with the brand launch recently. I didn't go to Kyoto to meet you in person to discuss your work report. You didn't even tell me beforehand that you were coming to the auto show. I'm so sorry for that."
Qin Xuan also held Mr. Li's hand tightly.
"Mr. Li, you're too kind. I just came here to have a look around. I was very happy to see the release of the Youngster V8. I really like the appearance, but the interior."
Mr. Li immediately took out his cell phone from his pocket. He put the back of his phone against the rearview mirror of the V8 driver's seat.
With the activation of NFC function. Looking up, the V8 hummed softly and then unlocked.
Mr. Li quickly opened the car door for Qin Xuan and said, "Mr. Qin, please inspect the work."
Qin Xuan nodded and stepped into the driver's seat of the V8.
Mr. Li also walked around to the passenger seat and entered the car. He began to explain to Qin Xuan the interior features of this upward-looking V8.
Outside the car,
all the car reviewers were dumbfounded.
Shocked. I am speechless. What's going on here? Didn't they say that outsiders are not allowed to enter the car to take a look? How come Mr. Li just rejected a number of big verses?
Then he personally invited a young man into the car.
He also diligently explained it to him one-on-one. "Brother Bao, who is he?" Xiaoming asked incoherently.
Brother Leopard touched his signature bald head and said, "I don't know either." Brother Pig shook off the fat on his body and said, "This young man is really too powerful."
He actually asked Mr. Li to receive him personally.
Moreover, Mr. Li is so much older than him, but he is so attentive and treats him like a brother. And Xiao Xiao was stunned. She knew Qin Xuan was rich.
But the current situation cannot be achieved just by having money. And Xiao Xiao's heartbeat deepened.
A man with such great energy.
She became his woman no matter what. Even if it's just one of them. 10 minutes later, Qin Xuan and Mr. Li walked down and looked up at V8.
Qin Xuan spoke highly of this car.
"Mr. Li, I like this car very much. I wonder how much it costs."
Chapter 101 Double rebate arrived, a small goal achieved. Boss Qin, this Youngster V8 is the most important car for our BYD group to enter the high-end market.
It's priced at 1.09 million. How come it's only selling for 1.09 million when it's aiming for the high-end market?
Qin Xuan was a little disappointed when he heard 1.09 million.
If the same quality is found in those foreign luxury brands, even if it is sold for 3 million, customers will still fight for it. Just any additional installation will cost you 5 million.
Mr. Li adjusted his glasses and said, "Mr. Qin, you're not in the front lines, so you don't understand. We've been criticized for setting the price of 1.09 million.
People say we're black-hearted and only want to make money from the Chinese people."
The price of the V8 was just announced this morning.
Before the announcement, there were actually disagreements within the group. Some people think the price should be 990,000.
After all, a million is a hurdle.
If you make over $1 million, you're probably going to be criticized and scolded. Maybe even the ancestral graves will be dug up. Some people think that since it is a high-end line, you shouldn't be obsessed with how much money it costs. It directly competes with luxury cars such as the Mercedes-Benz G-Class and the Bentley Bentayga. Make $3 million. Mr. Lee was also very conflicted at the beginning. On the one hand, if a company wants to develop, it must challenge the luxury camp of foreign brands. On the other hand, he was worried about being criticized. Although these people may never buy a BYD car in their lifetime. But that doesn't stop them from only focusing on domestic products and active licking the boots of joint venture imported cars. In the end, it was Mr. Lee who made the final decision and set the price at $1.09 million. Mr. Lee, don't pay attention to those gossips. Even if you sell the Youngsher V8 for $190,000, some people will say you're being unscrupulous and ask why you don't sell it for $90,000. As long as we build cars, stay true to our original aspirations, guarantee quality, and live up to our conscience, I have no problem with the price. Mr. Lee held Qin Chuan's hand and was speechless for a long time. In the entire group, only the great benefactor in front of him said these words. It can give Mr. Lee some comfort. But, Qin Chuan suddenly said. Mr. Lee was stunned. Mr. Qin. But, Mr. Lee, the price in the overseas market must be higher than the price in the domestic market. This is my only requirement for the Youngsher V8. Mr. Lee laughed heartily upon hearing this. Of course, of course. We will ensure supply and demand in the domestic market and make profits in the foreign market. Qin Chuan took out the black card and said, Mr. Lee, I want to order one. Mr. Lee was touched when he saw this. Although BYT's cars are getting better and better now. In many aspects, it far surpasses foreign cars of the same level. However, some managers or employees of my own company when buying a car. I have never considered producing my own car. Even internal employees get huge discounts. In their hearts, if they have a car worth more than 300,000 yuan, they will still choose BBA. Mr. Lee did not blame them. Some concepts take time to change. It's like looking up at this sign. It was founded to break the monopoly of foreign luxury cars on high-end car sales. Chinese people should have their own luxury brands. And Qin Chuan was on the last car that offered rebates. I no longer choose foreign luxury brands. In his eyes, tens of millions are no longer that important. Support domestic products and support the development of independent brands. That is something more meaningful. After swiping the card, the system interface immediately appeared. Congratulations to the challenger. Complete the side quest, check in at the Shanghai Auto Show. Task reward, double rebate on car purchase. Reward settlement in progress. Please wait. A few seconds later. This time, I received double rebates for car purchases and bought a total of 5 cars, namely, Rolls-Royce Phantom Special Customized Edition, priced at 15 million Rolls-Royce Shining, priced at 10.5 million Rolls-Royce Cullinan, priced at 9.8 million Lotus EVLJA, priced at 21.88 million BYT V8, priced at 1.09 million. Total consumption, 58.27 million. Total cashback, 116.54 million new Taiwan dollars. The system will automatically transfer the funds to the challenger's account. Please wait. Payment successful. Then, Qin Chuan's cell phone dinged with a text message. The system interface is also sold. Qin Chuan took out his cell phone and took a look. It's a text message from China Merchants Bank. He didn't look closely. More than 100 million yuan didn't interest him. However, and Xiao Xiao, who was standing next to Qin Chuan, caught a glimpse of the text message. Her eyes were bigger than bells. In that text message from China Merchants Bank, showing Qin Chuan's bank card balance, there was a long string of zeros in it, which made her eyes dizzy. How much money does Qin Chuan have? So many zeros. How many lifetimes will it take to spend it all? And Xiao Xiao was once again hit hard by Qin Chuan's wealth. She sank little by little. What little sanity was left was almost gone. She just felt extremely hot all over. Some things can't wait any longer. But this is the auto show. Even if you have 18 martial arts skills, there is no place to display. Step out of the booth looking up. And Xiao Xiao looked around, trying to find a booth that provided ice water. Take a sip. So that I can calm down. Coincidentally, there was a sign hanging on the Bama mini booth not far away. Come and visit and we'll give you an ice cream. Mr. Qin, do you want some ice cream?
And Xiao Xiao asked, pointing to the Bama booth not far away.
Qin Chuan nodded. He liked sweets.
The two walked to the Bama booth together.
There were two female staff members distributing the ice cream.
One has squinty eyes and the other has a big mouth. The two are tidying up the incubator.
And Xiao Xiao stepped forward and said, "Hello, can I have an ice cream, please?"
He squinted his eyes and rolled his eyes at Xiao Xiao, then said unhappily, "No." After saying that, he turned his head to the other side and ignored Xiao Xiao.
And Xiao Xiao looked at the incubator and asked curiously, "Aren't there a few more?"
Big Mouth quickly closed the incubator and snorted, "I told you there are no more, there are none." And Xiao Xiao saw this and had no choice.
Just as she was about to leave, a fat white foreigner walked over. The other person asked in English, "Hey, get me an ice cream."
The two girls were stunned.
Obviously, they didn't understand what the other person said. The foreigner was a little impatient and pointed at the insulated box and said, "Give me the ice cream." Squinty Eyes and Big Mouth finally understood what each other meant. Big Mouth quickly opened the insulated box and took out a box of ice cream. She pointed at the ice cream in her hand and asked, "Sir, is this what you want?" The foreigner nodded.
Squinting, he snatched the ice cream from his companion's hand and handed it over with reverent hands.
When the expression is flattering.
I saw the foreigner take the ice cream I handed to him. She smiled with squinting eyes and was happier than eating at home. She covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Big Mouth saw that his companion had snatched away his opportunity to communicate with the foreigner.
He gave her a calm look.
After the foreigner took the ice cream, he tried it left and right for a long time.
"I can't even open the lid of the ice cream."
Seeing this, Big Mouth quickly stepped over Squinty Eyes and gestured to the foreigner, saying, "Just open it like this, just lift it up." The foreigner imitated Big Mouth's movements and tried it again.
The Big Mouth couldn't help but exclaim to the foreigner, "Yes, that's it, shredded coconut, shredded coconut." Finally, the lid of the ice cream was opened.
Seeing this, Squint Eye quickly gave the foreigner a thumbs up and said, "Good, good, Wairoy good."
Not wanting to be outdone, Big Mouth also said, "Nice, nice, very nice."
The foreigner was confused.
How to open an ice cream on good, Nesser up? He just thought these two women were sick.
With squinting eyes, he said to the foreigner in broken English, "We still have a lot.
Come back for more after you finish eating."
The foreigner was stunned.
I thought to myself, you want me to have diarrhea by eating so much ice cream?
He turned around and left without any reluctance. And Xiao Xiao witnessed everything.
Feeling very unhappy, she walked over again. "Give me an ice cream, please." The loudmouth immediately waved his hands and said in a very tough tone, "How come you don't understand what I'm saying?
I told you it's all sent out."
Chapter 102 Mini Ice Cream, a special treat for foreigners, Chinese people don't deserve it.
And Xiao Xiao was angry.
When I asked just now, they said that it was gone and had been sent out. I didn't even take 2 steps away.
If a foreigner comes, just give it to him.
Are you really done?
And Xiao Xiao suppressed her temper and asked again. Squinting, she rolled her eyes.
How can people these days be so shameless? Even after I've said it's gone, they still shamelessly ask.
And Xiao Xiao walked to the incubator and said, "Okay, you said you sent it all.
Open the incubator and let me take a look. See if there's anything left inside."
Big Mouth was a little panicked and quickly put one hand on the incubator.
"Why should I show it to you? Who do you think you are? You're such an interesting person. You keep asking for it.
You're going to die if you don't eat ice cream." And Xiao Xiao said angrily, "You made the advertisement yourself, giving out free ice cream.
Is there anything wrong with me coming here to get it?
It would be fine if you really had none left, but the foreigner got some as soon as he arrived.
How do you account for this?"
And Xiao Xiao spoke loudly, attracting the attention of people around her.
Some people stood up and said, "I also saw the BMW Mini promotion and came early to get the ice cream.
I was the first wave in, but they both told me they were out of stock.
I'm in the same situation.
I originally thought the event was too popular and Bama Mini wasn't well prepared. But then I found out they only gave them to foreigners and didn't give any to Chinese people. Those sitting over there eating ice cream are all foreigners." Some people took the lead in protesting, and some people who saw the truth also stood up.
"Condemn Bama Mini. Fuck you, you two are Chinese yourselves, yet you dare to discriminate against us Chinese.
You two are so worshipful of foreigners, you're just flattering them. The Qing dynasty has been gone for so many years, and you two are still kneeling. Squinty Eyes and Big Mouth had never seen such a scene before. He quickly waved his hands guiltily and explained, No, we don't worship foreigners, and we don't discriminate against Chinese people. It's the company's policy that we only send it to users who registered the app overseas. Only users who register for the overseas app and activate it can get the free ice cream. It's very difficult for us to do that. It would be better if you didn't say that. As soon as he said that, someone else jumped out from the side.
Ganny, you're talking nonsense.
I haven't seen any foreigners take out their cell phones just now.
Fuck, you're participating in an exhibition in China and you're telling me you want an overseas app. Go to hell with you.
The situation is becoming increasingly difficult to control. Big Mouth quickly called the booth manager.
A man in white came running over quickly. He didn't explain to the angry customers.
Instead, he violently tore off the sign that said free ice cream. Seeing this, a female anchor quickly started the live broadcast.
Family, I'm at the Shanghai Auto Show right now. Just now, the Bauma Mini staff.
The man in white looked up and saw someone broadcasting live. He immediately ran over and knocked the woman's cell phone away.
Who gave you the right to broadcast this live? The female anchor took 2 steps back and said, Why can't I broadcast live? I didn't film you. The man in white pointed at the female anchor's face and said, Turn off the live broadcast. Why should I listen to you? Damn it, if you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the wine. Security. Security.
The man in white roared, and dozens of security guards in black uniforms ran over.
Kick her out.
Upon hearing this, the security guard immediately picked up the female anchor.
Drag him out. The female anchor wailed and cried all the way.
But 2 fists are no match for a dozen hands, and I am no match for him alone.
The female anchor was surrounded by security guards in 3 layers inside and outside.
The people around wanted to find a way to rescue him, but they couldn't get close. Others took out their mobile phones to record the scene.
The man in white saw one and went up to him and knocked down a cell phone.
He was very arrogant, pointing at everyone in the audience and saying, No taking photos.
I'm Wang Li, the head of Bauma Mini's public relations department. I'll beat anyone who dares to take photos.
No one dared to raise their phones to take pictures anymore. The other party is the director of BMW Mini's public relations department.
Senior executives of multinational corporations.
Everyone was furious, but they all felt helpless to fight back.
Minister.
Big Mouth cried out in grievance.
Squinting Eyes also imitated, Minister, these people are so scary.
Wang Li raised the corner of his mouth and said, With me here, no one dares to act recklessly here.
Big Mouth clapped his hands happily, Minister is so awesome. Big Mouth's words had just fallen.
The scene suddenly fell silent. Everyone felt that something was wrong, and the female anchor who had just been shouting for help.
Suddenly there was no sound.
Someone turned around and saw more than a dozen bodyguards lying on the ground,
groaning in pain. The female anchor stood among a dozen people with a confused look on her face. It seems like no one knows what happened in the last second. A 20-year-old young man walked up to Wang Li.
He narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Call your person in charge out.
Wang Li was stunned. He was intimidated by Qin Xuan's aura. Wang Li, who was so arrogant just a moment ago.
At this time, his voice became soft and gentle.
Sir, what can I do for you?
You, Bauma Mini, came to the China Auto Show and discriminated against us Chinese people on our own land.
What's your problem?
Wang Li shook his head repeatedly and said, Sir, you misunderstood.
We didn't discriminate. It was these 2 temporary workers. Yes, it was their fault. Wang Li pretended to hit Squinty Eyes and Big Mouth.
In fact, give them both a look.
The 2 of them immediately understood and ran away.
Seeing the 2 running away, Wang Li turned around and said, Oh, they've escaped.
Let's go back and teach them a lesson. This matter ends here. Forget it, let's disperse. After saying that, Wang Li lifted the insulated box and prepared to leave. He just lifted the box.
Qin Xuan slapped him. Wang Li's hand strength was no match for Qin Xuan's palm strike.
Qin Xuan knocked the insulated box to the ground.
Most of the ice cream box fell to the ground.
The people at the scene took a look. I can't bear it anymore. Fuck you, there's still so much ice cream. Boma Mini, you guys are really good at telling lies with your eyes open. Everyone, boycott the Boma Mini. Boycott the Boma Mini. Seeing this, Wang Li was worried that if he stayed any longer, I'm afraid I'll be beaten to death. He immediately crawled to the back. Posted behind the Boma Mini booth, in the lounge. Gao Ming, head of the Boma Mini region in China, is giving a work report to Qi Bu, chairman of the Boma headquarters. In recent years, China's international status has continued to rise. More and more foreigners are beginning to kowtow to the Chinese market. At the Boma press conference yesterday, Qi Bu, chairman of Boma headquarters, spoke in unfluent Mandarin. Always emphasize. Our family is in China. It's not something you say, it's something you engrave in your heart. Just as Gao Ming was about to talk about the order situation at today's auto show, someone suddenly broke into the lounge. Wang Li ran in, sweating profusely. Chapter 103. You will regret talking to me like this. Gao Ming glared at Wang Li and asked in a low voice, "Didn't you see I was reporting to the chairman?" Wang Li squatted in front of Gao Ming and said breathlessly, "Boss Gao, something big has happened." Gao Ming looked displeased and asked, "What's the matter?" Wang Li explained the whole story in detail. Gao Ming even wanted to strangle Wang Li to death. Just yesterday at the press conference, the chairman said China is his home, and today you guys are causing this kind of trouble for me. Wang Li feels so wronged. You only buy those few ice creams to save money. When it came time to divide things, you said that Chinese people love to take advantage of small opportunities and that we couldn't give them to them. Foreigners like to eat sweets, so you can only give it to foreigners. Now there is a problem. You put the blame on me. Wang Li complained in his heart. But he didn't dare say anything. Mr. Gao, we have to think of a solution. Gao Ming rolled his eyes and said, "They're just a bunch of troublemakers. What are you afraid of? Just deal with them casually. Do you think they dare to rebel? Don't forget, we may be Mini, but we are Boma Mini. We are not some second-rate car company." Wang Li just wanted to fuck it. What is the point of talking about first-class car companies now? Boss Gao, I've tried everything I can to deal with it. It's no use. They're still making a fuss. Seeing his subordinate so incompetent, Gao Ming was so angry that he wanted to kick him. Damn it, why don't you just tell me that the ice cream is for our employees, and those who received the ice cream are all Boma's internal employees? Wang Li slapped his forehead and said, "Boss Gao, this is a good move, this is a good move." Gao Ming smiled smugly. Then, just apologize casually. Just say that the two little sisters are still children and let them stop causing trouble. Don't push it any further and keep making trouble. Look, you've calmed the troublemakers down in one go, and the problem is solved. Wang Li quickly stood up and gave Gao Ming a thumbs up. This moral kidnapping trick is amazing. Mr. Gao is awesome. I, Wang Li, admire you deeply. Gao Ming waved his hand, signaling the other party to get out. Wait until I've dealt with Wang Li. Gao Ming continued to report to Qi Bu, chairman of the Boma Group. I just said a few words. Qi Bu, who was on the other end of the video, received a hot news push on his phone. He clicked on it and was stunned. The news described the Boma Mini ice cream incident at the auto show. His face turned pale as he questioned Gao Ming. Gao, what's going on with the ice cream? Why did something like this happen at the auto show? Didn't I already say in the meeting that China is now the most important market for our Boma Group? This happened right after I finished the press conference. You must give me an explanation. Gao Ming had already prepared an excuse in his mind. He blamed everything on squinty eyes and big mouth. It is said that they both had personal moral issues. Treat Chinese people differently. He was completely unaware of this. This skill of deceiving superiors and subordinates is an essential skill for corporate executives. After hearing the explanation, Qi Bu said with a cold face, Gao, you must solve this matter for me. Of course, of course. Chairman, please rest assured. I'll fire those two women right now. Kib sighed and nodded. At the BMW Mini booth, Wang Li walked to the front of the crowd. Everyone, on behalf of the company, I apologize for what happened today. Due to inadequate training, two new employees encountered some operational issues. I'm deeply sorry that this happened. The foreigners who just received the ice cream are actually our employees.
The free ice cream event is only for our own employees as a reward for their hard work. Wang Li cleared his throat and continued, just now, 2 little girls are still trembling and sobbing backstage. They are still children. Everyone should stop making things difficult for them and targeting them.
Can you please give these 2 children a little tolerance and understanding? Wang Li's speech has ended.
He saw that the whole audience was silent. I was very proud in my heart. Damn, this bunch of troublemakers, watch me use my ultimate move, I will kill you with moral kidnapping. But silence is short-lived.
Wang Li may have forgotten.
It is no longer 100 years ago, nor 20 years ago. It is no longer the case that Chinese people are treated differently, discriminated against, and insulted.
It is time to start the era of self-reflection and self-criticism. After going through so much, no one has bought into this anymore. Fuck you. You still have the nerve to call me a child?
I'm also a 300-month-old child.
If I kill you now, will I not have to pay with my life? Instead of apologizing, they even dare to morally blackmail us. Fuck, I can't stand it anymore. Apologize. Tell your chairman to come out and apologize. A pulpy ice cream flew out from nowhere,
flying straight towards Wang Li's forehead.
With a bang, Wang Li was knocked unconscious.
Soon after, more and more people picked up the ice cream that had just fallen out of the insulated box, smashed towards Wang Li madly. A moment later, Wang Li, who was knocked unconscious, was woken up again.
He rolled and crawled back into the lounge. Just ran to the lounge door.
He bumped head-on into the guy with squinty eyes and a big mouth.
Wang Li saw the 2 crying and immediately asked, "What's wrong with you?"
Big Mouth said, "Minister Wang, you have to make the decision for us.
President Gao wants to fire us."
Squinting, he continued, "Minister Wang, people on the internet are scolding us to death.
You can't just leave us alone now." Wang Li was stunned. "You 2 should go back quickly and hide out. I'm here. I'll let you know when I'm done."
Big Mouth and Squinty Eyes smiled immediately after hearing this.
"Minister Wang, thank you." Watching the 2 people leaving,
Wang Li spat fiercely, "Damn it, it's all because of you 2 idiots.
You still have the nerve to let me make the decision and be your mother."
After cursing, Wang Li pushed open the door of the lounge.
Boss Gao, I really can't take it anymore. These people are too mean."
Gao Ming closed his notebook and angrily said, "You can't even solve such a small problem.
What's the point of having you? Boss Gao, they are so powerful and numerous. I can't handle them alone."
Gao Ming stepped over Wang Li, who was lying on the ground and throwing a tantrum.
"I'm going to go out and take a look.
I just don't believe that Bauma, such a big brand, is afraid of these troublemakers." Wang Li breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Gao Ming leave.
Finally, I don't have to face it alone.
Gao Ming walked with steady steps, and he appeared with the bearing of the head of the China region of a multinational company. It has a completely different effect from others.
Gao Ming is like the head of state.
Wherever he passed by, BMW Mini employees bent down 90 degrees and bowed to him. When he walked to the front of the crowd, he stood there. Gao Ming glanced around and his eyes fell on Qin Xuan, who was closest to him.
He asked coldly, "Are you the one who started the trouble?"
Qin Xuan didn't comment, just watched coldly.
Gao Ming snorted coldly, "Which car company sent you here to cause trouble? I'll give you double the amount they offer. Take the money and get out of here right now. You will regret talking to me like this."
Qin Xuan said in a cold tone.
Chapter 104. Do you want to bribe me with money? Qin Xuan's aura was too powerful and domineering.
With just one sentence, the executives of a listed foreign company were stunned. Gao Ming looked at Qin Xuan warily.
"Who are you?" "Chinese."
"Sir, I advise you not to cause trouble here. It's just a small matter, there's no need to dwell on it." At this time, Gao Ming's cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Chibu, the chairman of Bauma Group.
"Gao, what's going on?"
"I see all the negative news about our Bauma Mini on Douyin."
"Don't worry, Chairman.
I'm at the scene and I'm handling this matter."
"It's just an ice cream cone, why is there such a big fuss?" "Gao, this year is the most difficult year for the global automotive industry. Our Bauma Group attaches great importance to our business in China. Therefore, you must resolve this matter immediately." "Okay, Chairman, don't worry, I'm here." Gao Ming hung up the phone and called his assistant.
Let him secretly take a picture of Qin Chuan. Then go to the internal official website to check the other party's information. A person with such a strong aura must not be an ordinary person. He is not an ordinary person, he must be a client of Bauma. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will win every battle.
Although Gao Ming and Wang Li are both members of the management of Bauma Mini.
But he was more cautious than Wang Li. Be more careful. Qin Chuan took a step forward, standing at the forefront of all the protesters.
You call this a trivial matter? Of course it's a small matter, just an ice cream. I can order people to buy hundreds or thousands of them right now. We, the Bauma Mini brand, wouldn't be so stingy. Haha, is this just an ice cream issue? This is because you, Bauma Mini, are so arrogant and have double standards. You even discriminate against Chinese people in China. Don't you realize this at all? Gao Ming's tone grew colder. I've already fired those two women. Are you satisfied now? It's such a big deal. Why are you making such a big deal out of it?
Qin Chuan slammed his palm on the table in front of him. 100 years ago, we were weak and our national fortunes were declining. We were bullied, ravaged, and discriminated against, with no way to resist. Now, you foreign companies are coming to China again, making money from the Chinese people. But you still want to use the same tricks from 100 years ago to treat us differently. Have you asked our compatriots if they agree or not? Qin Chuan's words were sonorous and powerful, and his voice spread throughout the Bauma Mini booth. The passionate compatriots watching the scene raised their fists and shouted in unison.
No! No! No!
Gao Ming looked at the crowd gathered around the booth.
I felt a little panicked. Things were going in a direction that he couldn't control.
He took a step back unconsciously.
At this moment,
Gao Ming's assistant trotted over, leaned forward and whispered a few words in Gao Ming's ear.
A bright smile flashed across Gao Ming's gloomy face. After hearing the news, Gao Ming walked towards Qin Chuan. So you are Mr. Qin Chuan, the owner of the Tiancheng BMW 4S dealership in Kyoto. You are so young, yet you own a BMW 4S dealership. No wonder you have such an air of dominance. Gao Ming complimented. He then continued, although you are Bauma and I am Bauma Mini, we are both affiliated with Bauma headquarters. Today, the flood must have flooded the Dragon King Temple.
Family members don't recognize each other.
I'm here to say sorry to you. Please give me some face. Forget it, let's go. Forget it? Just 2 words of apology, and you're just going to let it go like that?
Gao Ming sneered, as if seeing through everything.
Boss Qin, I know what you mean.
I'll apply to headquarters for your 4S annual rebate. On top of the current basis, I'll increase it by 10% for 5 years.
What do you think of this plan? Qin Chuan snorted coldly, are you trying to bribe me with money? Hey, Mr. Qin, don't say it so harshly. It's mutually beneficial.
Qin Chuan shook his shoulders, shook off Gao Ming's hand, and took a step towards Gao Ming.
Today, if you, the Bauma brand, don't sincerely apologize in front of all the media, I will never let you go. The onlookers echoed. Apologize. Apologize. Apologize.
Gao Ming was stunned.
Damn, this guy is so evil.
They are not satisfied with the 10% rebate, which is really too much. The range of 10% is the maximum authority that Gao Ming can exercise. Qin Chuan was stirring up the public's emotions more and more.
Gao Ming's phone rang again.
He saw the call notification. It's Chibu, the chairman of Bauma Group again.
Gao Ming spat in his heart, stupid foreigner, you're not done yet, are you?
Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up your mother.
Hello, chairman. Gao Ming greeted flatteringly.
Kib could no longer sit still.
This was just a fermentation from several bloggers on Douyin. Now some Blue V have started to repost the video. Weibo and WeChat moments gradually began to ferment. Hi! Chibu yelled into the phone. What's going on? Didn't you tell me you'd handle it? Now the heat is getting higher and higher. Are the PR people at Bauma Mini idiots? Even a foreigner like me can't stand the explanation they gave.
Chairman, that's not the case, Gao Ming defended. I had originally calmed the situation down, but there was a dealer at the scene who was leading the trouble.
Distributor?
Gao Ming's words made Chibu's forward-leaning body slowly slow down.
Yes, Chairman. Qin Xuan, a dealer at the Tianchang Baoma forest dealership in Kyoto. He has been stirring up troublemakers at the auto show.
Chibu had been in the business world for many years and could hear the hidden meaning in Gao Ming's words.
He asked in a low voice, "What does Qin Xuan want?" "Chairman, I think the other party wants to use this incident to control our Baoma group. He's probably trying to make trouble with the year-end rebate. I just promised him a 10% increase, but he still refuses to be satisfied and continues to make trouble. I think he wants more than that, maybe even 30%. When Chibu heard this, he increased the rebate by 30%. His blood pressure immediately rose, and he cursed, "Mailfac, he's simply lawless. Gao, he can't get away with this. On behalf of the Baoma group, I order you not to compromise. You must fight this evil force to the end." After hearing the chairman's instructions, Gao Ming felt more confident. He pointed at Qin Xuan and shouted, "Don't be fooled. The man in front of you is a distributor of our Baoma brand in Kyoto. He deliberately caused trouble today for his own personal gain. He wanted our Baoma group to give him more year-end rebates, but we disagreed, so he started this series of operations." After Gao Ming finished speaking, his assistant and several staff members came running over with a basket of keychains. He looked at a basket of cheap keychains that he had bought in bulk, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose. "You bunch of troublemakers, you just love to take advantage of little things. I gave you some keychains, and you still come running here. Chapter 105, it's only $1 billion, I'll give it to you, I'll spend 300 million on Baoma." Dear friends, what happened today was originally just a misunderstanding. Gao Ming reiterated the misunderstanding. Our Baoma mini brand ice cream is only available to our employees. The two girls who just gave us the ice cream are just temporary workers, not regular employees. Their actions are purely personal, showing double standards and discrimination against Chinese people. This has nothing to do with Baoma Mini. Although I can't give you the ice cream, this keychain is a beautiful limited edition gift from our Baoma Mini brand. We guarantee there will be enough, so come and get it. As soon as Gao Ming's words came out, several people with boneless knees fell down. When your eyes shine, go up and lead them. But they stood at the back of the crowd and could only squeeze forward. "Hey, make way, don't block the way. A bunch of ignorant Chinese people are just being led astray. What kind of brand is Baoma? Can they be any less than an ice cream from us?" Exactly. They said it was a misunderstanding, so they won't be sending the keychain. These spineless people gave inflammatory speeches to the crowd. Gao Ming was even more proud when he saw this. He stood on the booth table and grabbed a keychain. Throw it into the crowd. Just like the rich businessmen in ancient times who fooled the common people. Throwing money around stimulates the poor to loot. Let them kill each other. The most effective way is to disintegrate the opponent from within. A few spineless people threw away their keychains when they saw Gao Ming. He quickly raised his hand and shouted excitedly, "Thank you, thank you." It was as if I had received a gift and alms from God. Suddenly, a person wearing Baoma brand work clothes and a work badge ran over from the crowd. "Boss Qin, when did you come to the auto show? Why didn't you notify me?" Qin Xuan turned his head and saw Du Wei, the general manager of Tianchang Baoma 4S store. He was invited here today as a guest representative of the Baoma brand. Gao Ming laughed inwardly. Is it not now confirmed that you have ulterior motives? Look everyone. The current situation of manager Du from the Kyoto Tianchang BMW 4S dealership proves that what I just said is true. You have all been deceived and instigated by the man in front of you. He is the one behind everything, orchestrating everything for his own personal gain. When Dewey heard this, his face changed drastically. I feel like I'm being used as a gun. Boss Qin, He wanted to defend himself immediately. Qin Xuan raised his hand and said, "No need to explain, the facts are the facts." Gao Ming laughed when he saw this and said, "Look everyone. He's confessed himself." The people behind Qin Xuan who were kneeling on the ground picking up keychains all rolled their eyes at him. Fuck, it turns out that there are interests behind all this. I saw through everything a long time ago. Luckily, I was smart and didn't fall for it. Otherwise, there would be no keychain to pick up. I've always said that there are no Chinese people who don't work for profit. Germans are honest people. Baoma keychains are high quality and can be used for generations. Qin Xuan sneered, "You're talking about my interests, right? Fine, then I'll cut everything off and draw a clear line between myself and Baoma.
I declare that from this moment on, Jingdu Tianchang will sever all cooperative relations with the Baoma brand.
From now on, no Baoma products will be sold. Boss Qin. Dewey was panicking because Qin Chuan was going to terminate the contract. What should we do with more than 100 people in the store? Are we all going to be unemployed?
And there is myself, with old people above me and young children below me. The boss has money to compete with the brand. How can these people survive? Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes and looked at Dewey.
Don't worry about your job or the jobs of other people in the store. I have my own arrangements. After hearing this, Dewey breathed a sigh of relief.
On the other side, Gao Ming was stunned. He pointed at Qin Chuan and said, You are unilaterally breaking the contract.
You will have to pay a huge amount of compensation.
Dewey said timidly, Boss Qin, we still have 15 years left on our contract with Baoma. If you do this, I'm afraid we'll have to pay $1 billion in liquidated damages. Qin Chuan waved his hand and said, It's only a mere $10 billion.
I'll give it to you. Dewey. Dewey bowed and said, Yes, Mr. Qin. Smash all the Baoma cars in the store.
Not a single one left, smash them all until they're scrapped.
Dewey was horrified. Boss Qin, we have 300 million in inventory in the store. Are we going to destroy it all? Smash them all.
Qin Chuan shouted, Start a live broadcast, everyone's watching, smash them one by one.
Dewey's face turned pale.
He had never done anything in his life that would ruin his own job, let alone thought about it. But he dared not disobey Qin Chuan's words. Dewey immediately called back to the store and arranged for the company's anchor to take action immediately.
Within a few minutes, the Douyin account of Kyoto Tianchang Baoma 4S store started live streaming.
I saw a beautiful anchor wearing a professional suit, a hip skirt, black stockings, and long legs. Standing in front of a brand new limited edition BMW M8, he swung a hammer.
The Baoma front windshield cracked immediately.
Then, the second and third hammers hit the flesh, and each hammer was fatal.
Holy crap, that's a real bummer. This is a limited edition M8.
Look, the host just finished smashing the M8 and started to smash a top of the Line 7 series.
It's so brutal, it hurts me watching it.
In the live broadcast room, fans watching the game exclaimed in surprise.
The Douyin account of Kyoto Tianchang Baoma 4S store was immediately renamed to Kyoto Tianchang. Gao Ming was dumbfounded.
The other party's actions were completely beyond his imagination.
$1 billion in liquidated damages was announced immediately. 300 million inventory cars, smash them at any time. However, it's not over yet.
The keychain of Baoma Mini was thrown several times. Except for a few people who were kneeling to pick up keychains, everyone else was picking them up. Everyone else remained motionless. These people seemed to be infected by Qin Chuan's actions.
Each of them had a very gloomy face.
Their faces were filled with angry expressions. Their lips were tightly bitten. Their eyes were filled with indignation and dissatisfaction. This expression looked as if he wanted to eat Gao Ming alive.
Why, you don't like keychains? Gao Ming asked tremblingly.
A few spineless people picked up all the keychains on the ground and immediately turned around and ran away.
People like them.
She didn't care about Gao Ming's life or death and spoke for him.
They just want to take advantage. Or go against the crowd. Highlight your uniqueness.
Suddenly, two voices were heard from the crowd. Everyone looked over and saw two girls wearing Baoma Mini work uniforms.
One wore heavy makeup and had squinty eyes.
The other mouth is painted with bright red lipstick, which makes it look particularly big against the background. Someone recognized them both as the staff who had just distributed ice cream.
Squinting his eyes, he pointed at Gao Ming and cursed loudly, "Fuck you, Gao Ming, do you have any shame?
You actually pushed all the problems onto us two little fairies."
Big Mouth picked up an ice cream on the ground and threw it at Gao Ming. "Go to hell, you lower-headed man."
Chapter 106. Since that's the case, you should accept the sanctions. Seeing this, Gao Ming quickly shouted, "Security!
Security! Get those two out of here."
Several security guards in black stepped forward and directly pressed down the squinting eyes and Big Mouth. The two were not willing to submit and struggled desperately.
It's indecent, it's indecent. Baoma Mini hit someone.
Catch the security guard with the loud mouth.
This is the first time for a male student studying Sanda at a sports school to work part-time.
He had never encountered the scene before him.
I felt a little panicked all of a sudden. Don't dare to grab the other person too hard. This gave Big Mouth an opportunity.
She struggled and found her opportunity.
Take a bite. She bit the boy from the sports school hard on the arm. The boy almost cried out when he was bitten. He came to the auto show under the pretext of working and studying.
In fact, I was looking for an opportunity to look at car models.
But there weren't many car models to see today.
The only one who cleans the booth is the person.
Now I've been bitten by this Big Mouth again. I felt so angry.
Young people in their 20s are at the peak of their vigor.
He doesn't spoil this little fairy.
Take advantage of the chaos in the crowd.
In secret, he directly hit him with 2 knees.
The 2 little fairies on top were about to vomit bile.
The 2 of them finally calmed down a bit.
He was carried out in a semi-conscious state.
The little fairy here just left. On the other side, Tang Yuming was holding a foreigner holding an ice cream. Shouting to the crowd, "Hey, you just said this guy is your employee, right?" Gao Ming was sweating profusely. Is this the worst possible luck I've ever had today? Why does it always feel like a slap in the face at the speed of light?
He turned his head and saw that the foreigner was holding a special brand of Baoma mini ice cream in his hand. The foreigner shook his shoulders and said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. I came to China for tourism.
I'm not his employee."
"Hey, that person, if you slander me again, I will go to court to sue you." As soon as these words were spoken,
everyone's eyes turned to Gao Ming.
Fuck him, the people at Baoma Mini never tell the truth. You're still trying to fool us even when the time comes.
Everyone rushed to the Baoma Mini booth.
Xin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a stern tone, "Do you think that the group of people in front of you are still the same group of people who were trampled upon and dared not speak out 100 years ago?
Do you think that your small favors can offset the mistakes you made?"
Gao Ming was stunned. Xin Chuan took a step forward and said, "You have missed today's matter again and again.
I will give you a chance." "What do you mean?"
Gao Ming and Xin Chuan were only a punch away from each other. "Hold a press conference, admit your mistakes, and apologize.
Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand my wrath, and neither will your entire Baoma Group. Baoma Group will be reduced to shambles."
I heard that a public apology was required. Gao Ming's heart, which had just felt timid, began to beat again.
If you really want to hear Xin Chuan hold a press conference to apologize, that would confirm the fact that Baoma Mini discriminates against Chinese people and treats them differently. This kind of thing has been defined. Even gods can't bear it. No, absolutely not. At this time, the phone of Chibu, CEO of Baoma Group, was opened again. "Gao, what are you doing? Have you seen the trending searches on the internet?" Chibu roared on the phone.
At first, he believed Gao Ming could handle this small matter.
And he knew it too. The Chinese people are not united and are a bunch of fence-sitters. Protests are often all talk and no action. Things are just a flash in the pan. He didn't care that much.
Anyway, in the whole world, discrimination against Chinese people is the only thing that will not be subject to any sanctions. Moreover, Kib always pays attention to the situation on the scene.
There is nothing wrong with the measures taken by Gao Ming. Put the blame on the temporary workers. The person who received the ice cream was an internal employee. Then give some small gifts to the guide.
Then discredit the leaders. A series of routine operations. It was put on the auto show 2 years ago. It can be said that this is a series of killer moves. But Kib waited for a long time, but public opinion did not reverse. I personally contacted several big V internet celebrities including Pig Brother, Xiaoming and Leopard Brother. None of them was willing to take on his whitewashing business.
"Chairman, Gao, I authorize you."
The leader, no matter how much the price is, you must agree to it. Gao Ming laughed and cried when he heard this, "Chairman, the other party is richer than we thought.
What's more, the other party doesn't want money at all."
Chibu was shocked when he heard this.
If he doesn't want money, what does he want?
He wanted our Baoma Group to come forward, hold a press conference, admit its mistakes, and apologize.
No, absolutely not.
We're a century-old luxury brand. We can say nice things for the sake of the market and pretend to cooperate with them. But we can't apologize to the Chinese people and admit our mistakes because of a small matter.
Doing so will damage our brand image. If you dare to do this, I will find someone to suppress the public opinion and whitewash it.
Gao Ming nodded frantically. I understand, Chairman. Gao Ming deliberately pressed the speakerphone button to talk to Chi Bu.
He just wanted Qin Chuan to hear the determination of the top management of Bama Group.
Ha, now that I have the chairman's support, I don't have to be afraid of you at all.
So you mean you won't apologize? Qin Chuan asked coldly.
What a joke.
An apology? What the hell? Now our Bauma headquarters gives me full authority to play with you. Boy, I know you're rich, but can you compete with a Fortune 500 company? Can you compete with a luxury brand with a century-old history?
Qin Chuan sneered. In that case, you should accept the sanctions.
Gao Ming laughed wildly.
Fuck you, the owner of a crappy pen store is actually talking to our Bauma brand about sanctions. I'm going to have your entire family investigated right now, and then I'll suppress all of your businesses one by one. With the support of our Bauma chairman, dealing with you, is basically a dimensionality reduction attack. Qin Chuan ignored Gao Ming's words and made a phone call. Hey, Xiaoying, mobilize all resources now to short the Bauma Group's stock price. Target is 100% of the current stock price.
Xiaoying was stunned. Why did her boss suddenly want to short Bauma?
Although there are many puzzles, but she is now.
There was no doubt about Qin Chuan's orders.
Okay, boss. After hanging up the phone, Qin Chuan dialed another one.
Hey, Mr. Qin, how come you have time to call me today? Mr. Wang, to make a long story short, I remember Wanda Group has an international investment department.
Yes.
Wang Lin, the chairman of Wanda Group, replied nervously on the other end of the phone.
Okay, go all out to short the Bauma Group, target 100% of the current stock price.
Wang Lin was horrified when he heard this.
After hanging up the phone, he quickly turned on the computer to check today's news.
Bauma Mini accused of discriminating against Chinese and foreign visitors. A farce caused by ice cream. Bauma MLNL treats Chinese and foreign visitors differently, get out of China. On the headlines, news about Bauma is constantly being updated. Wang Lin was born into a military family and had a hot temper. When I see this kind of news, I feel indignant.
He lowered his brows and thought for a moment. He picked up the landline on the desk and called the head of the investment department.
Chapter 107, 100 billion in funds for you, only one goal.
The third call Qin Chuan made was to Dai Jiejia. Teacher Dai, I was too hasty when I told you before about setting up an angel investment company. When Dai Jiejia heard this, a trace of loneliness flashed in her eyes.
Yes, there is no such thing as pie falling from the sky.
Qin Chuan must have been impulsive at that time. I just transferred 1 billion to myself.
She smiled self-deprecatingly. At first, she naively thought so. Qin Chuan really wanted to set up a company for her. Dai Jiejia also used her connections. Immediately acquired a qualified company. It's okay, Qin, I understand. I will return the 1 billion to you soon.
Dai Jiejia said in a low voice. I originally thought I would have a broad shoulder to lean on. But in the end, I am still the only one who has to carry the burden forward. Qin Chuan heard the bitterness in Dai Jiejia's tone.
He explained, I think you misunderstood me.
What I meant was that angel investment companies are too small, and I'm not interested in small amounts of money. I want a financial company that's on par with American financial groups.
Dai Jiejia's pupils shrank suddenly when she heard this. Qin Chuan doesn't want to withdraw his investment. But continue to increase the stakes?
But Qin Chuan's idea was too big. Dai Jiejia felt that it was a bit unrealistic.
American Consortium.
Those are century-old behemoths that have developed along with the destiny of the United States. It was built step by step through several generations. It can be said that it is the product of the best time, place and people.
It's not something that can be done casually.
Compared to the US Consortium, it's a behemoth with a scale of hundreds of billions. I'm afraid we can't achieve such a scale for the time being with our 10 billion funds. But, Qin Chuan, don't worry, I have confidence. Give me 30 years, oh no, 20 years. I will definitely develop our company into a company with a scale of hundreds of billions. Dai Jiejia said with great determination. Build a company worth hundreds of billions in 20 years.
I guess even Jack Ma doesn't have the confidence to say this out loud.
This is nothing short of a fairy tale. But Dai Jiejia figured it out and decided to give up her entire personal life.
Fight wholeheartedly for the man who believed in and supported her.
Even if it means giving up all her youth, she would not hesitate to work hard to achieve what he wants to achieve. Dai Jiajia had just finished speaking. Her phone vibrated. Dai Jiajia glanced at it subconsciously. Suddenly, she just felt her blood pressure soar. Goosebumps broke out all over my body. He took a few deep breaths. Only then did I suppress the high blood pressure that was about to burst out. I only saw the reminder on the mobile phone text message. In her account, an astronomical sum of money was transferred in. That long string of numbers, 0. Dai Jiajia counted more than 10 times. 100 billion. She was stammering and couldn't speak. Even though she once worked for a top company, Merlin Financial, she had never seen such a staggering amount. Qin Chuan was completely unreserved. 100 billion was transferred to her without any warning. Dai Jiajia's mind went blank and her throat was dry. Just now I wanted to use all my youth to struggle. As a result, Qin Chuan just lightly tapped the screen. It saved her 20 years. Teacher Dai, the money I just transferred to you is for the company's startup capital. And for the company's first business, I need you to short the Bay Omegon Group without reservation. The target price is 100% of the current stock price. Dai Jiajia was shocked again. 100 billion short selling of Baoma Group? What is going on? What operation? Qin Chuan hung up the phone without waiting for Dai Jiajia to ask any questions. Dai Jiajia only hesitated for 1 second. She began her operation. Qin Chuan, since you trust me so much, how could I let you down? Shanghai, Auto Show, Baoma Mini Booth. After Qin Chuan finished making all the calls, he turned on the system. A system interface appeared before his eyes. He clicks, character attributes. The interface quickly jumped, and Qin Chuan's basic information appeared. Character attributes. Qin Chuan. Gender, male. Martial arts, level 5 entry. Medical Dao, level 2 introduction. Skill 1, golden eyes. Skill 2, global language. Single prop, short signature. Qin Chuan clicks, single item, short sign. System prompts. Are you sure you want to use this item? Qin Chuan clicks, confirm. Then, a flash of light appeared before Qin Chuan's eyes. Then the system interface disappears. He returned to the real world. Gao Ming looked at Qin Chuan's 3 calls. He sneered, you're trying to short our Baoma Group by using an ice cream. Don't you think too highly of our century-old Baoma? Do you know the market capitalization of Baoma Group? 60 billion US dollars. And you're shorting it 100%. How ridiculous. When talking about 60 billion US dollars, Gao Ming felt a sense of pride. It was as if the company belonged to him. However, Qin Chuan's reaction remained calm. It was so indifferent that 60 billion US dollars seemed like nothing in his eyes. Qin Chuan's lips moved slightly, as if he was mocking. He put his hands in his pockets and said, is 60 billion US dollars a lot? Compared to Gao Shang, who has 100 billion US dollars, you Baoma are not even a competitor. Gao Ming's heart tightened. He understands international news. Gaoshang Group, wasn't it just recently shorted by its cousins? A giant American conglomerate whose president was pushed off a building. Gaoshang's South market value is close to 120 billion. In the end, a mysterious force reduced its market value to less than 10 billion yuan. What do you mean? At this time, Gao Ming's cell phone rang again. As soon as I pressed the answer button, Kib's roar came. Fuck, Gao, look at what you did. Now the stock price of Baoma Group is plummeting. We have lost 5 billion US dollars in market value. Gao Ming broke out in a cold sweat. What's going on? So fast. That shouldn't be the case, even if someone is sent to short Baoma. It can't be that fast. Magic City, on the Ring Road elevated road. A black bulletproof BMW 7 Series was crawling at a snail's pace. Today is a working day. The traffic in Shanghai is very congested. Shibu, chairman of the Baoma Group, sat in the back seat. After hanging up the phone, he pounded the seat frantically. He kept cursing. Bite. A mobile app notification was pushed. It is a hint of falling stock prices. Baoma Group stock price fell, currently priced at $35.12. Chibu's back was covered in cold sweat.
I just finished a phone call.
The group's share price fell another 3%. The market value of more than $2 billion evaporated in an instant. Suddenly, the squirming Balma car slammed on the brakes. The driver in the front row cursed under his breath, "Fuck, you cut in line and didn't even turn on your signal.
Go get reincarnated." Bite. A mobile app notification was pushed.
It is a hint of falling stock prices. Balma Group stock price fell, currently priced at $32.22. Chibu was so scared that he almost peed himself.
Just one break. Balma's stock price fell by nearly $3 again.
At this moment, he only felt dizzy.
Chapter 108, a 35 yuan ice cream, what's the big deal? After hanging up the phone from Chibu,
Gao Ming had no intention of arguing with Qin Xuan anymore.
Because, he discovered, my phone is about to explode.
The numbers above the countless prestige are increasing at the speed of light.
Until 99.
Even after clearing it, the messages still keep coming. Every media reporter with high prestige.
They're all sending him messages. Mr. Gao, could you please respond to the ice cream incident at today's auto show? Mr. Gao, what are your thoughts on Balma Mini's Weibo post? Netizens feel that Balma Mini is still trying to sow discord and shows no remorse. Boss Gao, send him.
Gao Ming looked at the news that made his scalp tingle. He uninstalled WeChat directly. But the news push on his phone made him collapse again.
The Balma MLNL ice cream incident continues to ferment, being described as an epic public relations disaster. Don't buy it anymore. Tell everyone around you that Balma MLNL is engaging in double standards. Just now, Balma MLNL issued a statement stating that ice cream is an internal employee benefit. Netizens are furious. I don't believe a single punctuation mark.
Gao Ming deleted the news app again.
But the software within the Balma group was pushed again. Gao Ming's heart trembled. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong.
Gao Ming clicked the push notification with his trembling index finger. Announcement: due to ineffective work, the Balma Mini brand public relations department in China has caused public opinion to spread, impacting the brand value of the Balma Group. The decision has been made to disband the entire Balma Mini public relations department in China, effective immediately. Announcement: Gao Ming, head of the Balma Mini brand in China, has personally misbehaved, leading to a significant financial crisis for the Balma Group.
Balma Group is now dismissing Gao Ming and pursuing legal action against him. Gao Ming was confused. Completely confused. Just an ice cream. Is it that so? He called Kib. Gao Ming was now penniless. He roared at Chibu angrily, "Fuck you, Chibu. I've worked at Baoma for over a decade.
I started as a salesperson at the bottom and worked my way up to where I am today.
And you fired me just because of an ice cream. A 35 yuan ice cream. Chibu, if you don't give me an explanation, I'm going to fight you to the death. I won't let you go." Gao Ming cursed hysterically into the phone. Kib's end was surprisingly calm. It's even a little scary how calm it is.
After a long time, Gao Ming was no longer able to roar and slumped down on the bed.
Chibu on the other end of the phone said with a hoarse voice, "Gao. It's over, everything is over." Gao Ming didn't understand why. Bite. Kib sent him a picture.
All I saw was an interface of a stock time sharing chart.
The share price of Balma Group plummeted like mercury.
The market value of Balma Group, which used to be $60 billion, has now been cut to $40 billion.
Moreover, the stock price shows no sign of stopping its decline.
Gao Ming was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat.
Inside the auto show,
someone saw the notification on their phone and slapped their thigh, saying, "Oh my god, Balma's stock price has plummeted." Others also took out their phones to watch.
Really? It's so satisfying.
Fuck him, damn it, let's see if these foreign companies dare to be so arrogant again.
Who knows how to short it? Teach me, I want to short it too. The development of the ice cream incident. It has attracted attention from many parties. An international chat app. Telegram. Name, Hungry Wolf Trading Group.
The members are all the managers of many Hungry Wolf-type small conglomerates in the world.
Here they secretly share first-hand news from each country. The group nickname, Midnight Hunter, said, "Everyone, there's a big news in China today about the Bauma Group. I think we can take advantage of this and make a fortune." The group nickname, Ruthless Hands Destroying Flowers, said, "Are you referring to the Bauma Group's ice cream incident?" The group nickname, One Par, Two Holes, said, "I know about that incident too. There's no chance. Bauma is a century-old luxury car brand group. A piece of ice cream can't affect them at all. At most, it will just cause a small fluctuation in the stock price." The group member nicknamed Suburban Galen said, "Hey, brother, you're probably new here. Our group is full of investment experts from all over the world. Every transaction is in the tens of millions. I estimate that the ice cream incident you just mentioned will only affect Bauma's stock price by a few cents. This kind of minor incident is not worth our attention." Midnight Hunter did not refute each one of them. Instead, he directly posted a screenshot of the stock price and transaction details. Suddenly, Hungry Wolf Trading, the members of the group were all dumbfounded. The share price of Bauma Group plummeted. Bauma's market value has fallen by half. From $60 billion, now only $30 billion remain. Moreover, in the transaction details, the mysterious trading account appeared again. Each move is in units of 1 billion. The decisiveness of his action. The amount is huge. It's breathtaking. "Hole in one, hole in two," exclaimed, "Fuck, this account. I seem to remember, it also appeared when I shorted Gaoshang last time." Suburban Galen exclaimed, "I remember that too. This is a mysterious power from the east." Ruthless Hands Destroying Flowers said, "What are you all talking about? Hurry up and follow. Last time, it almost drove Gaoshang out of the market, and this time it's hitting Xiao Bauma. Isn't it like beating a grandson?" After he sent the message, no one responded to him. He just felt a little strange. And the truth is, other people in the group had already opened their accounts and started working frantically. I said before that I would not participate. That's because there is no leader. Now, the mysterious big brother from the east has once again taken up the banner. There is no reason not to follow. Everyone was like a hungry wolf, desperately shorting Bauma. Afraid of falling behind. Earn a few $100 million less. Bite. Cao Ming had dull eyes and looked distraught. His cell phone rang again. Another message push from the Bauma Group app. Gao Ming clicked it subconsciously. Announcement: the board of directors of the Bauma Group has resolved that Kip Kruger, global president of the Bauma Group, has brought irreparable disaster to the group due to a major personal decision-making error. The board has voted to remove Kip Kruger from all positions within the Bauma Group, effective immediately. Gao Ming read the push message. His phone slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Gao Ming muttered, "Is it really that serious? It's just a 35 yuan ice cream. Is it really that serious?" Qin Xuan looked at the news on his phone that Bauma's stock price had plummeted and the group's CEO had been dismissed. There was no mercy in his eyes. The system has not prompted yet. Indicates that short selling continues. And Xiao Xiao's eyes widened as she saw the same push notification. "Boss Qin, Bauma's retribution is coming too soon. If this continues, this century-old car company will be doomed." Seeing that Qin Xuan didn't respond, she looked up at him and asked, "Boss Qin, what are you thinking about?" Qin Xuan said calmly, "I'm thinking, if Bauma Group's value drops to $6 billion, should I make a full acquisition?" And Xiao Xiao took a breath of cold air when she heard this. Chapter 109. I'll give you an offer you can't refuse. The man in front of me. Not only did he call people to short the Bauma Group, now they are making a full acquisition. What is so terrifying? That's how terrifying it is. The little stars in Xiao Xiao's eyes could hardly be suppressed. She almost picked up Qin Xuan and kissed him on the spot. Fortunately, Dewey suddenly appeared. He stood in front of the two of them, rubbing his hands together. "It seems like there is something stuck in my throat." When Qin Xuan saw Dewey, he naturally understood why the other party came. "Are you asking about the next work arrangements?" Dewey nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. "Boss Qin, although Tiancheng is a major car brand, it will be difficult to find a partner manufacturer in the short term if we want to regroup." Dewey's words are true. Based on Tiancheng's current geographical location, luxury car brands around here, such as Mercedes-Benz, Audi, Jaguar, Land Rover, etc., all have their own 4S stores. There are basically no manufacturers to cooperate with now.
If you insist on cooperating with a luxury brand, you have to move to a place outside of competition. Even though Dewey knew it was difficult, he had to block his boss today.
Let him give clear instructions.
There are so many mouths waiting to be fed in Tiancheng.
Qin Chuan took out a business card and handed it to Dewey.
Call the manufacturer.
Dewey took a look at the business card. It is a brand that BYD Group looks up to.
Dewey was delighted at first, because the brand he looked up to was now the most popular luxury brand in the country under the BYD Group.
The popularity is no less than that of Bauma. There is even a sense of catching up. However, Dewey soon became uneasy again.
Boss Qin, the Yangsher brand is indeed in line with our natural talent. But I heard that many other bosses have contacted BYD Group, wanting to be the agent for Yangsher, but BYD Group rejected them all, saying that this brand must be operated internally by BYD Group
as a high-end brand to open up sales channels. BYD Group attaches great importance to this brand.
It can be said that it has attracted countless attention.
Must be controlled exclusively within the group. Avoid any problems.
Just at this moment, Mr. Li came hurriedly with a document. Boss Qin, you left in such a hurry just now that you forgot to take the car purchase contract with you.
Thank you for bothering Mr. Li to come here in person. Mr. Li laughed heartily. Mr. Qin just angrily criticized the Bauma Group. I was just delivering a document.
Compared to him, I, Li, feel a little ashamed. I'm old now and don't have the same drive as I did when I was young.
Dewey stood by and watched in amazement. My boss actually stood with Mr. Li of BYD Group. They were standing together chatting and laughing.
Mr. Li seems to be very respectful to his boss.
What the hell is going on?
Qin Chuan pushed Dewey aside and said, Mr. Li, this is the general manager of my Kyoto Tiancheng 4S store.
Dewey was stunned. He never expected this. My boss actually introduced me to Mr. Li.
This is tantamount to raising his status as the general manager of a small 4S store.
Dewey was so excited that he almost called Qin Dad. Hello, Mr. Li, I'm Dewey, just call me Xiaodu, Dewey said very humbly. Mr. Li nodded with a smile.
Qin Chuan got straight to the point and said, Mr. Li, you saw what happened just now. I tore up the contract with the Bauma Group.
Now the Tiancheng 4S store in Kyoto no longer sells the Bauma brand.
So, I want Tiancheng to be the agent for this brand.
What do you think?
Mr. Li's smiling face suddenly became a little stiff. He thought for a moment and said, Boss Qin, this brand is highly valued by the entire group. Regarding pre-sales and after-sales services, our board of directors has resolved to operate directly, without franchisees.
This is to prepare the entire group for its entry into the high-end market.
Therefore, I regret that I cannot agree to your request.
Although Qin Chuan has more shares in BYD Group than Mr. Li and anyone else.
However, the final decision-making power still lies in the hands of the founder, Mr. Li. Generally speaking, Mr. Li would not refuse any request from Qin Chuan. But he has his own persistence in some things.
Qin Chuan also understood that he held 50% of BYD Group shares. It is possible to kick Mr. Li out through operation.
He became the person who controlled the overall situation of BYD.
But Qin Chuan didn't think so.
It would be so nice if I could just lie back and have all the bosses working for me.
Dewey heard what Mr. Li said. I felt very disappointed. I guessed right. I knew it. Sigh. Looks like we're all going to be unemployed. Unexpectedly, Qin Chuan suddenly changed the subject and said calmly, Boss Li, what if I make you an offer you can't refuse? Mr. Li was puzzled and asked, what does Mr. Qin mean? Looking up to the brand, we have unparalleled technology.
However, in the manufacturing of high-end car interiors and the aesthetic control of some details, there is still a certain degree of gap between us and traditional car companies. Upon hearing this, Mr. Li adjusted his glasses.
Mr. Qin is right. Technically, I'm confident that BYD Group can outperform any other automaker.
However, when it comes to creating a luxurious atmosphere, I admit there's a certain gap between us and other luxury brands.
Honestly, we have a lot to learn from their interior details. This is the condition I'm giving you.
I will fully acquire the Bauma Group and then deeply cooperate with the BYD Group, share resources, and provide the BYD Group with all the necessary information. Upon hearing this, Mr. Li's pupils suddenly shrank.
The young man in front of him wants to acquire the Bauma Group in full? Even now, the share price of Bauma Group has plummeted.
But it is also a supergiant car company with a market value of tens of billions of US dollars.
How could someone be so powerful as to acquire it all at once?
However, Mr. Lee's technical brain got excited again.
The Bauma Group has 3 brands: Bauma Mini, Bauma Automobile, and Rolls-Royce. If only I could learn Rolls-Royce's interior design technology. Wouldn't it be invincible if you look up at me? If this deal comes true, it's really too profitable.
Mr. Lee extended his hand and said, Mr. Chin, if what you said is true, I am willing to open a franchise quota for Yangmi brand and give it to Tianchang. Qin Xuan also reached out and shook Mr. Lee's hand.
It's a deal. Dewey stood aside.
I heard Qin Xuan was trying to keep their jobs.
They actually want to acquire Bauma Group.
Although it sounds a bit far-fetched.
But it didn't affect Dewey at all. He was so moved that he almost cried.
He saw In Xiaoxiao biting her lips and looking at Qin Xuan with an infatuated look on her face.
I can't help but sigh.
If I were a woman, I would be even more unable to bear it than she is.
After dealing with Dewey, send Mr. Lee away.
And Xiaoxiao was happy that she was finally alone with Qin Xuan.
Qin Xuan's 3 brothers from the dormitory just happened to walk over. Chapter 110. I am your fan.
The eldest brother, Wu Ming, patted Qin Xuan on the shoulder and said, Old 4, well done.
This is how a Chinese man should be.
Kang Huijun was somewhat indignant.
Damn it. In the end, Bauma Mini got the better deal.
They fired the PR department and the person in charge.
Old 4, you were so handsome when you just appeared on the Bauma Mini. It's a pity that I was standing far away and couldn't see you live, otherwise you would have become famous today.
Old Tang praised. A few people walked out of the auto show while chatting. Not far away, a Mercedes-Benz S350 slowly stopped. A man and a woman got out of the back seat of the car.
The man was of medium build and had a greasy face.
The woman has an outstanding temperament and a well-proportioned figure.
Wang Dalong put his arm around Yin Tao's waist and said, Yin Tao, I was just watching the live broadcast in the car. I think the Volkswagen Polo is quite suitable for you. It's small and smart.
Yin Tao smiled on the surface, but was actually cursing inside.
Oh my god, you want to get rid of me with a car worth tens of thousands of dollars, and you even touch me and make me slap the oil. I'm afraid you are dreaming.
She twisted her waist and shook off Wang Dalong's hand.
Brother Wang, I don't like hatchbacks. I prefer Mercedes-Benz C-Class. Girls look really good driving them.
Wang Dalong's face twitched, and he cursed in his heart.
Oh my god, are you a fool? You want a Mercedes-Benz C as soon as you open your mouth. I'm afraid you are just dreaming.
The two looked at each other and laughed in tacit understanding.
As the two of them walked into the exhibition hall,
I ran into Qin Xuan and his group who were walking out.
The others didn't react and continued on their way.
Tang Yuming stopped where he was and his pupils suddenly shrank. He folded his hands behind his back nervously. She looked at the 2 people coming towards her in disbelief.
Yin Tao, you're not feeling well, aren't you coming to the auto show? Tang Yuming blurted out subconsciously. But I soon regretted it. Would it be embarrassing for Yin Tao to say this?
She must be busy with work, or...
In short, in Tang Yuming's heart,
Yin Tao is the kind of person who is well-educated and well-mannered. A good girl who keeps herself clean.
Yin Tao also saw Tang Yuming.
He sneered with a sinister look on his face, so it's you, Mr. Tang.
I don't need to report to you when I go out. But you should rest well during your period.
Tang Yuming said in a weak voice.
Ha, what law says you can't come to the auto show if you're having your period? Yin Tao retorted. I'm really unlucky today. The owner of the private jet didn't even look at her. The poor little ghost's follower is still haunting me.
I finally found a rich guy to buy a car for me.
The atmosphere was ruined again by the little follower. Yin Tao was so angry that she didn't bother to control her emotions anymore.
When Wang Dalong saw Tang Yuming in front of him, his face looked a little dull.
Yin Tao, who is this?
Yin Tao snorted coldly. Tang Yuming, the customer on the private flight I flew today. When Wang Dalong heard this, he thought, private flight, customer. Startled, he quickly took out his business card and handed it over as a professional gesture.
Hello, Mr. Tang. My name is Wang Dalong, Xiaolong, and I'm in the aluminum alloy wholesale business.
Yin Tao stuffed Wang Dalong's hand back.
Brother Wang, what do you do? Mr. Tang is not a big boss or a big customer. Yin Tao, what do you mean?
Wang Dalong was a little displeased.
How could this woman not understand the ways of the world?
Yin Tao rolled her eyes at Tang Yuming and said, "This guy is just a small henchman beside the big boss. I am just a poor guy with no skills at all." Wang Dalong was stunned, and the business card he handed over froze in mid-air. Tang Yuming felt his face burning when Yin Tao said this.
Yin Tao, I'm not a follower.
Xin Chuan and I are roommates.
Yin Tao sneered, "Oh, what do you have to do with me? I don't have time to deal with you, you little loser. You think you can become a master just because you took a private jet? You want to pick up a flight attendant? I'm afraid you are dreaming."
Yin Tao has changed from her previous graceful and gentle appearance. At this moment, she was sarcastic and mean.
Yin Tao, you're going too far. I just want to be friends with you. Tang Yoming's face turned pale and then pale as he replied. Come on, you little loser, I know what's going on in your mind. If I accidentally pull my black silk, you'll have a whole night of thoughts and won't be able to sleep. Yin Tao, you're going too far. Tang Yuming was so angry that he wanted to escape.
But Yin Tao was sharp-eyed and saw the bag in Tang Yuming's hand. She grabbed Tang Yuming and said, Hey, my little follower went to the Rolls-Royce booth to get some gifts." Tang Yuming felt extremely ashamed, as if one of his secrets had been revealed. It was like being humiliated in public. Seeing Tang Yuming's tearful look, Yin Tao's perverted desire began to take over. As a flight attendant, she has served many bigwigs. There are countless perverted bosses among them. They relied on their wealth to make things difficult for the flight attendants. Humiliation, contempt. As the saying goes, if you don't serve the duck, you will serve the chicken too. Because they are more perverted than normal customers. Let me see what you got from Lawson. Yin Tao snatched the gift bag from Tang Yoming's hand. She took out the items from the bag and was stunned. There were only exquisite gifts in the bag. There is another document. Car purchase, contract, full payment, 10.5 million. Yin Tao's face twitched. Ha, you're carrying bags for the boss, and you still say you're not a lackey. This is my car. Stop pretending. Do you think you're worthy of owning Rolls? Wang Dalong, who was standing by, became interested when he heard the name Ross. He leaned in to take a look. Rolls-Royce shining. Yin Tao snorted, that's the one. I was planning to go to Rolls-Royce to see this car today. Wang Dalong touched his chin and said, to spend over 10 million on this car, besides the super rich, the only one who can do it is a super internet celebrity. I just watched the live broadcast. Wang Dalong's words were just on the tip of his tongue. Suddenly stopped. He looked up at Tang Yuming, observing him carefully for more than 10 seconds, then asked tremblingly, You can't be the old Tang who took you to see the world, right? Tang Yuming snatched the car purchase contract and said calmly, It's me. Oh my god. Wang Dalong slapped his thigh. So it really is you, old Tang. Without the beauty filter, I almost didn't recognize you. I'm Magic City One-Stop Dragon. Tang Yuming was stunned. A dragon in the Magic City? He seemed to have some impression of this ID. In his live broadcast room, he gave away a lot of lollipops. Hello. Tang Yuming suddenly felt warm in his heart. I actually have fans now. He was even recognized by fans in real life. In this situation, Tang Yuming felt that the whole world was beautiful again. It seems that I am not that ordinary. Your future holds infinite possibilities. No longer be unknown. Wang Dalong took out his phone and said, Old Tang, can I take a photo with you? Okay. Tang Yuming suppressed the urge to laugh and nodded in agreement. Yin Tao saw all these scenes. She was shocked, petrified. How come the little loser suddenly managed to make a comeback? How come the little rich guy, the enemy I brought with me, is so familiar with the little loser? She silently took 2 steps back, opened Douyin and searched for the Douyin account of Lao Tang Takes You to See the World. Chapter 111, A Test of Sincerity. Master Shao is here. The search results come out. Yin Tao took a breath of cold air. I only saw the Douyin account, Lao Tang Takes You to See the World. He actually has 2.88 million fans. The little loser in front of me turned out to be a blogger with millions of followers. Yin Tao clicked on the homepage again and clicked on the most popular video. It has 820,000 likes. Inside is a video of the host showing off the Rolls-Royce order contract. Yin Tao trembled all over when she saw this. The person in front of me is not a loser at all. He is clearly an anchor who pretends to be a pig but eats the tiger. Yin Tao was shocked. Could it be that everything he did before was deliberately performed for me? Is it a prank? Or a game to test my sincerity? Yin Tao no longer cared about that. She put on a smiling face and said, Mr. Tang, I. Wang Dalong pushed Yin Tao away and said, men are talking about things, get out of the way. He took Tang Yuming 2 steps forward and said, Old Tang, are you interested in that girl? To be honest, I have nothing to do with her. She's a snobbish woman, a bottomless pit who only takes money and nothing else. There's no need to ruin our relationship for her. I'll introduce my sister to you later. Tang Yuming glanced at Wang Dalong. I thought I'd better forget it. He laughed and jogged to catch up with Qin Chuan and the others. The few of them had a simple meal in Shanghai and then took a special plane back to Kyoto. And Xiao Xiao couldn't go back with them because of work. She tried to keep Qin Chuan many times, hoping that he would stay and play with her. But Qin Chuan refused them all on the grounds that his academic workload was too heavy and he had to go back to do his homework. This is the most ridiculous reason Xiao Xiao has ever heard. Looking at the tarmac. The Gulfstream G650 taxied into the air. And Xiao Xiao stamped her feet in anger. Humph, Qin Chuan, this is the first time in my life I've heard a man reject someone by saying he should go back to school to do homework. How infuriating. Magic City, Tiandi Huafu Community. This is the top wealthy community in Shanghai. The unit price per square meter is as high as 160,000. The smallest flat suite costs 500 million yuan. Those who live there are either rich or noble. Among them, the largest building is located in the most central position. The king of buildings stands overlooking the river, although it is only 8 stories high. But in front of it is an endless scene of rivers flowing into the sea. It doesn't make people feel depressed at all. Shifeng, the king of Magic City, was sitting on the sofa playing games. A beautiful female internet celebrity was kneeling under the esports table. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door of Lin Zhang's esports room. The female internet celebrity subconsciously wanted to come out. But Shifeng pushed his head back. Come in. Shifeng said coldly. A big man, about 2 meters and 12 meters tall and as strong as a bull, walked into the house with his head bent. He glanced at the scene under Qin Fen's table and quickly looked away. Your Majesty. An Yo said respectfully. When he was at home, Shifeng asked his followers to call him that. Have you finished what I asked you to do? Shifeng asked with narrowed eyes. I asked, the man who opposed the emperor at the auto show is called Qin Chuan. Well, is he the son of some financial tycoon? Or the second generation of some financial consortium? An Yo paused and said, Your Majesty, Qin Chuan's identity and background are very strange. Well, what's so strange? Fuck, my teeth hit each other. Suddenly, Shifeng cursed. An Yo quickly unfolded the materials in his hand, pretending to be calm. Well, from what we have, Qin Chuan was born in Jiangning, a prefecture-level city in the south. His father is Qin Guoming and his mother is Shin Hua. Both of them worked at the Mike Garment Factory as ordinary workers. Not long ago, they offended a senior executive of the Wanda Group and were directly fired. Shifeng narrowed his eyes when he heard this. The son of a factory worker? How is that possible? How could he have such a background? Are you sure the information you've researched is correct? Your Majesty, I guarantee that all this information is true. Impossible. The aura and momentum he exudes are nothing like that of an ordinary person. I see contempt in his eyes. That kind of condescending, superior aura is not something a penniless little con man would have. An Yo flipped through the documents with his hands and replied, Your Majesty, I actually found out something else. Explain. After Qin Chuan's parents were fired from the Mike Garment Factory, Li Gang, the general manager of the Wanda Group's northern region, was investigated and dismissed by the Wanda Group almost at the same time. Wanda Group? Shifeng muttered thoughtfully. I have another piece of information on hand. It's a video of a conflict that broke out at the entrance of Kyoto's top nightclub, MLXXX. An Yo opened his phone and clicked to play the video. Then he closed his eyes and handed the phone to Shifeng. Shifeng took the phone and took a closer look. Only one person appeared on the screen. A Biao?
Isn't this Zhang Tianhao's damn bodyguard? Next second, Qi Feng's eyes widened as an incredible scene happened.
In the video, Qin Chuan's moves were as fast as lightning. He directly knocked a Biao and 4 thugs to the ground. Qi Feng took a deep breath when he saw this. He had seen this Biao before. He is a ruthless character who fought his way through the mountains of corpses and seas of blood in Jinshanjiao.
I also wanted to take it in at first. It's a pity that a Biao is too loyal.
He is only willing to work beside Zhang Tianhao. Immediately afterwards, the video captured the scene of Zhang Tianhao being arrested. Qi Feng was so angry that he smashed his phone. Fuck, Zhang Tianhao still owes me 200 million yuan. Damn, it turns out it was this guy who got Zhang Tianhao sentenced to life imprisonment. Anio silently squatted down to pick up his phone, and accidentally saw the female internet celebrity practicing breathing techniques. Suddenly, Anio's face turned red all the way to his neck. Your Majesty, I suspect that Qin Chuan must be quite skilled, and by chance, he was appreciated by a certain important figure, which is why he has undergone his current transformation.
Big shot? I guess it has something to do with the people in the Wanda group.
Qi Feng seemed to remember something when he heard this.
He turned on his phone, clicked on the mailbox, and found an email. This is an invitation to a yacht party.
Qi Feng clicked on the attachment file in the email.
The file is the name of the guests in the queue who will participate in this event.
When Qi Feng used the search function, he entered the word Qin Chuan.
Then hit enter. In an instant, the search box locked onto Qin Chuan's name. Qi Feng's mouth curled up. So that's how it is. No wonder. Your Majesty, what is it like? Anio asked curiously.
Wang Song is holding a yacht parade this weekend, and Qin Chuan's name is on the guest list. It turns out that the big man behind this kid is Wang Song, the eldest son of the Wanda group. When Anio heard this, he felt a chill down his spine. Your Majesty, if the person behind him is Wang Song, then it will be difficult for us to deal with him. Qi Feng's eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, originally I only wanted his money, but now it seems that I might as well take his life directly.
Anio, go ask Master Shao for help.
When Anio heard the 3 words Master Shao, he shuddered all over.
My legs and feet are shaking so badly. Qi Feng actually wants to ask that big shot to take action. Chapter 112, if you work hard for a few more years, you might be like me. Kyoto, University of Finance and Economics Male Dormitory. Today is Saturday. The boys in the dormitory stayed up all night surfing the internet. During the day, the sun was high in the sky and it was already past 9 in the morning. Still no one got up. While most people in the building were still asleep. Suddenly there was a roar downstairs in the dormitory. It's the sound of a car stepping on the accelerator. Many people were awakened by the huge noise. They all stuck their heads out and looked downstairs. I saw a special blue 2-door sports car parked downstairs of the boys' dormitory. The sports car has sharp edges and corners, and looks ready for battle at any time. Someone recognized the car and exclaimed, "Isn't this a Ford Mustang? An American muscle car. Oh my god, this is my dream car. Holy crap, this is the Huanhai Blue Sky Limited Edition Mustang, so cool." Everyone looked down from the balcony, waiting to see who the owner of this Mustang was. After a few steps on the accelerator, a thin boy walked out of the cab. That's not Chen Fei from dormitory 510. This kid actually has enough money to buy a limited edition Mustang. I want to get off and take a ride. I never thought that my lifelong dream would come true so soon. A man's obsession with cars is ingrained in his bones. Most of the boys in the dormitory rushed downstairs, surrounded this limited edition Mustang sports car. Fei Chen, you're quite good. You're driving a Mustang as a freshman. This car is worth hundreds of thousands, right? Let me drive for a bit, please. I've had my driver's license for a year and I've never even touched a car. Seeing this, Fei Chen slapped the boy who was touching the steering wheel away. Go away, what do you mean by hundreds of thousands? Just check it out online. This is the Huanhai Blue Sky Limited Edition Mustang, and it costs 450,000. After making the offer, Fei Chen raised his chin proudly. Fuck, 450,000. Fei Chen, you've made it big. Did you rob a bank? You're so rich. Fei Chen smiled faintly and pointed to the passenger seat in the car. How could I possibly have such a luxury car? This car belongs to Wei Gu in our dormitory. Everyone looked towards the passenger seat. Lu Wei sat inside, pretending to be very busy typing on his mobile phone. In fact, there is nothing on the mobile phone interface. It's just a notepad. He glanced out of the car secretly. Ha, my strength is beyond your imagination. During my university years, I was able to own a top-of-the-line muscle car. Just ask, who can compare with me? Viagra, awesome. Brother Wei, what business do you have? Take me with you. Wei Ge, take me for a ride. Lu Wei pretended to be angry, got out of the car, and shook his hair. What's the point of going for a ride? Do you know how much gas this car uses when you step on the accelerator? Taking you for a ride wouldn't cover your food expenses for a week. Everyone asked and looked at each other in confusion. Damn, the cost of taking a ride is too high. Brother Wei, it must be expensive to maintain this car. Someone asked timidly. Lu Wei's lips curled up slightly, and he said calmly, it's nothing, maybe 3,000 a month. I just heard that it's just about maintaining a car. It costs 3,000 yuan a month. What a concept. Nowadays, everyone's living expenses are only 2,000 yuan per month. If you don't eat or drink for a month, it still won't be enough to pay for someone to maintain a car. To round it off, you might as well be Tai Che. Wei Ge, you are too rich. My living expenses are not enough for you to afford a car. Viagra, please accept my knees. Lu Wei saw that everyone was chasing him. I was secretly proud of myself. This is how your college life should be. This is the protagonist's script. Who just said they want to touch the steering wheel? Come on, line up one by one. Chen Fei, you maintain order and tell them to be careful and not scratch the interior. Fei Chen saluted Lu Wei and said, yes, Brother Wei. I promise to complete the task. The boys surrounding the car heard this. Cheers. Viagra is awesome. Viagra is awesome. Viagra is awesome. Lu Wei put his hands in his pockets, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. Suddenly, a person walked in front of him. Lu Wei looked up and saw Kong Huijun from dormitory 511 across the street. The other party said to Lu Wei with sleepy eyes, Lu Wei. Before Kong Huijun could finish speaking, Lu Wei raised his hand to interrupt him. Kong Huijun, even though we live in opposite dormitories, I can give you a backdoor because we're distant relatives but close neighbors. But you've seen how enthusiastic everyone is about this limited edition Mustang. Even if you're my dearest friend, you still have to follow the rules and line up properly. I can promise you that you can step on the accelerator and feel the roar of this Mustang. The others heard it. Do it immediately. Why can Kong Huijun step on the accelerator and experience it? They could only touch the steering wheel. Lu Wei raised his hand and made a pressing gesture. Hey, everyone, you all have a chance. You all have a chance. Everyone was angry, but there was nothing much to say. After all, it's someone else's car. Kong Huijun looked puzzled and said, Lu Wei, I didn't say I wanted to test drive the car. Hearing this, Lu Wei looked at Kong Huijun suspiciously, then why did you look for me? I want to ask if you can move your car and make way. Make way? What for? Oh, I just received a call from the logistics department, and my truck has arrived. The driver was worried about unloading it outside and insisted that I inspect the truck in front of him before unloading it. Lu Wei was surprised that Kong Huijun also bought a car. What car did you buy? Kong Huijun scratched his head and said, I forgot what it was called, Shadow or something. Shadow? Lu Wei frantically searched for cars related to the word shadow in his mind. It's a top-of-the-line car. Old Tang from our dorm said it's incredibly fast and stylish. Acceleration? Styling? And it's super powerful? Lu Wei's brain was almost smoking. Suddenly, it occurred to him. This car has a 2-character model, right? Well, yes. That's right, it's Shadow Leopard. Lu Wei said affirmatively. Shadow Leopard? Kong Huijun frowned slightly. Some of the boys queuing around also recognized this car. Legendary Shadow Leopard, a high-performance sports car. I know this car. The name sounds intimidating, so it must be expensive. The top model costs around 160,000 yuan. Well, it's a nice car. But compared to this Mustang in front of us, it's still a bit inferior.
Lu Wei placed a hand on Kong Huijuan's shoulder and spoke like a successful person educating a subordinate. Old Kong, not bad. You've even got a legendary shadow leopard, which is economical and affordable. You're considered one of the successful ones among your peers. But don't get complacent, you still have a lot of room for improvement. Work hard and strive to drive a luxury car worth nearly 500,000 yuan like me soon.
Just when Kong Huijun wanted to explain,
a freight truck slowly drove towards the boys' dormitory. Lu Wei personally moved his car to let the truck in.
He wasn't being magnanimous, but he wanted to show his power before people again.
He deliberately let Kong Huijuan's car appear side by side with his own. Then let everyone compare them carefully. Think about how everyone will brag about themselves again.
Lu Wei couldn't stop wanting to burst out laughing. Chapter 113. What a great roommate. The driver driving a Volvo truck. He slowly drove his oversized truck to the downstairs of the dormitory. He was very cautious in every step he took. Be very careful. Damn, the stuff finally arrived. This trip was so nerve-wracking.
Kong Huijun, your shadow leopard has arrived.
Shall we go and have a competition later to see how to accelerate from 0 to 100? Lu Wei asked with a smile.
No, my car feels a bit heavy.
The shadow leopard is so bulky that people call it the Chinese mini cannon.
The driver jumped out of the car and took out the order.
Boss, this is your order. Let's check it. Lu Wei was stunned.
He just bought a shadow leopard.
It was delivered by truck and the boss ordered it.
The service and attitude of this 4S store are really amazing.
Kong Huijun took the list and nodded. The driver immediately jumped into the cab and clicked a button.
The truck compartment slowly unfolded to the surroundings.
The car inside, gradually revealing his true appearance. Wait until all four sides are opened.
The car was exposed to everyone. The whole place was dead silent.
Everyone was silent, petrified, and speechless. Damn it, this is totally off the mark.
There was a long string of question marks on everyone's head. His eyes were full of disbelief and incomprehension. It was clearly agreed to be the legendary shadow leopard.
What the hell? It's a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Are you filming a science fiction movie here?
Lu Wei's jaw dropped to the ground in shock.
He recognized the car in front of him. Isn't this car the specially customized Rolls-Royce Phantom that was shown at the Shanghai Auto Show?
There was a boy who just came downstairs,
watching everyone petrified on the spot, asked puzzledly, "What's going on?" This sentence, it woke up everyone present. Suddenly, the unification slogan rang out. Fuck. 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 Everyone looked at Kong Huijun. Younga, you are a hidden talent. That's awesome, Jun Ge. This is a Rolls-Royce Phantom.
Such a magnificent car must cost at least $1 million.
The person who spoke last was despised by everyone else. What do you mean 1 million?
This car is a specially customized Rolls-Royce. It's listed on the car review website as costing 15 million.
15 million? 15 million? Kong Huijun looked at the surprised expressions of the people in front of him.
A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His nerves of surprise had long been numb.
The car show that day, when he learned that the fourth brother gave him a Rolls-Royce,
Kong Huijun behaved exactly the same as them.
Silence. Petrochemical. Speechless. Unbelievable. Kong Huijun took a quick look and signed.
Then, Phantom slowly drove down from the truck.
Everyone consciously made way for it. Kong Huijun parked the car steadily in a parking space nearby. Everyone watched in fascination, but no one brought it up.
I want to go in and take a look, or touch it a few times.
Joke. Who would be so bold as to get a hold of a 15 million yuan luxury car?
It doesn't matter, just in case there is a problem.
Even selling myself wouldn't be enough to pay the compensation.
Lu Wei and Shen Fei swallowed at the same time.
The specially customized Rolls-Royce Phantom simply crushes his 2.3L Mustang. Jump 0-100? Don't be fooled by the fact that Rolls is bulky. If it really happens, it is not certain who will win.
Lu Wei just felt dry mouth and tongue.
This time it's really embarrassing. Third brother, why are you up so early?
Wu Ming came over with 4 cups of soy milk and some buns.
Kang Huijun yawned. Boss, the car is here.
Wu Ming took a look and nodded. There was no trace of surprise or shock on his face. Seeing this, Fei Chen asked, Wu Ming, your dormitory is full of hidden talents. Why do you say that?
Wu Ming asked puzzledly.
Why? This is rolls, 15 million rolls.
You're not surprised at all? Not shocked at all?
Your good brother, who you spend every day with, is actually a hidden millionaire. Wu Ming was stunned for a moment, then said calmly, I gave this Rolls Royce to the third brother. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into dead silence.
Everyone was stunned.
Then another truck slowly drove over. The driver parked the car and jumped out of the driver's seat.
Who is Mr. Wu Mingwu? Wu Ming stepped forward and said, I am.
Hello, this is the receipt. Since the item is so valuable, please come with me to inspect it.
Wu Ming nodded.
The truck driver slowly opened the trunk.
A blue and silver Rolls-Royce Cullinan appeared in front of everyone. Shock. Petrochemical. Speechless. It was a critical hit on the crowd of onlookers. Oh my god, another Rolls-Royce has arrived, and it's a Cullinan. Fuck, our classmates this year are just too awesome. There are 2 luxury cars worth tens of millions of yuan in a row. This is the first time I feel so close to a luxury car.
Upon hearing this, Wu Ming quickly waved his hand and said, Classmate, stop talking nonsense.
Huijuan's TV is worth tens of millions, but mine isn't. Mine is only 9.8 million, not even tens of millions.
As soon as these words were spoken,
everyone had a blank expression on their face. Show off. It's so damn pretentious.
I thought you, Wu Ming, looked honest and decent.
But I didn't expect that this guy is actually a bully. 9.8 million, less than 10 million. Is there anyone as Versailles as you? Lu Wei saw this scene. I was so scared that I couldn't speak. Just now I was pretending to be cool, thinking that I would be a winner in life if I bought a Mustang.
From now on, he will be an honorary alumnus of Kyoto University of Finance and Economics. A car costs 450,000 yuan, and the monthly maintenance cost is 3,000 yuan.
It's definitely the consumption level of a wealthy person. The result is now. He found himself in front of 2 people from the next dormitory.
He is just a younger brother among younger brothers. A Mustang worth 450,000 yuan may only be Kang Huijun's annual car maintenance fee.
The car maintenance fee of 3,000 yuan may not be enough for a minor maintenance on Wu Ming's Cullinan. Brother Wu, brother Kang. Where have you 2 made a fortune recently? Can you take me with you? Chen Fei asked timidly. Get rich? We didn't do anything. Brother, your wine is too formal, isn't it? I didn't do anything.
And this $1 million luxury car?
It was given by the 4th brother.
Sai, our 4th brother is really something. We just helped my sister-in-law during her live broadcast, but he insisted on giving us a Rolls Royce.
Fei Chen was speechless. Damn, what a great roommate. He even gave me a Rolls Royce. Isn't this a TV show? But the upkeep and maintenance of Rolls is not a small amount of money. Kang Huijun pretended to be helpless and said, that's what I said at the time.
You know how expensive the maintenance costs of a Rolls Royce are. It costs hundreds of thousands of yuan a year to maintain the car.
It's simply not something ordinary people like us can afford. Fei Chen nodded repeatedly.
That's right, just driving it casually costs hundreds of dollars.
This car is simply not affordable for ordinary people like us. Let's return it. Lu Wei suddenly appeared and interrupted.
Kang Huijun rolled his eyes at him and continued, fortunately, the 4th brother was thoughtful and gave us a gas card directly, and then his 4S shop's free lifetime warranty VLP.
Later on, we didn't have to pay a penny. Fei Chen was stunned. He couldn't say anything more. Jealousy, unwillingness, and even a little aggrieved. Why can't I be assigned to dormitory 511? Chapter 114, this battle only earned more than 70 billion, which is a bit disappointing. Bite. Qin Xuan sleeping soundly in the dormitory.
I was awakened by a system prompt sound. Single-use item, short sign has been used. The system will recover the support funds, and the remaining part will be the challenger's profit funds.
The system is settling. Please wait. Successful settlement. This item's profit, $11,324,573,335.
A trace of disappointment flashed through Qin Chuan's heart.
The last time I shorted Gaosheng, I made a net profit of more than 30 billion US dollars. But this time, the short position of Bauma is only over 10 billion US dollars. The gap is quite big. The original idea was to use the short signature to short a giant with a market value of hundreds of billions of US dollars. Finally, using it on the Bauma Group was a bit of a waste of talent.
The prompt message continues to be displayed on the system interface. Whether to exchange into Chinese currency. Qin Chuan didn't hesitate and clicked, redeem. The system is converting based on the exchange rate of the day. Conversion successful. The total amount that can be redeemed for this time is 78,276,492,908 yuan. Due to the huge amount, to avoid unnecessary trouble, challengers are required to provide at least 5 bank card numbers for storing funds. After system detection, the challenger currently only provides 2 bank card numbers. The amount of funds remaining in the system and uncollected is approximately 210 billion. Challengers, please provide your bank card number in time so that the system can make the payment. Qin Chuan saw this message. Slap your head. Oh, how could I have forgotten about this? Since the last time the system asked for a card number, I only applied for a card from China Merchants Bank. So, there was only 100 billion in my personal account. I transferred this 100 billion to Dai Jiejia as the company's startup capital. Qin Chuan decided to change his procrastination habit. I'd better go and apply for 3 cards as soon as possible. Deposit 70 billion into each card. The system suddenly flashed. Congratulations to the challenger. Complete the side quest, survive from despair. Congratulations to the challenger. Complete the side quest, defend your rights. Quest reward, character attributes are upgraded to level 5 martial arts minor accomplishment. The moment of reward. Qin Chuan felt a warm current sweeping through his body from top to bottom. A powerful force suddenly surged into the body. Qin Chuan involuntarily raised his right palm and exerted a little strength. I saw a ball of white mist slowly rising from the middle of my palm. The mist swirled in the palm of his hand like a tornado. As it continued to rotate, the mist slowly formed a white balloon the size of a ping-pong ball. This white balloon contains extremely powerful energy. Qin Chuan walked to the window and looked out. Behind the boys' dormitory is an open space. In the center of the open space is a small bungalow with the word demolition painted on it. The school is planning to demolish this bungalow. Build a century-class laboratory on the spot. Qin Chuan thought about it and decided to donate 10 million yuan to the laboratory. Now let us practice on a small bungalow that is about to be demolished. There shouldn't be any problem. Seeing that there was no one around, Qin Chuan threw the white balloon. The white balloon drew an arc in the air. Hit the small bungalow with precision. With a loud bang. A small bungalow built with green tiles and red bricks. The white balloon broke it into pieces. So this is the strength of a level 5 minor success. Although I could release the power of the martial arts before, it was only a thin layer of gaseous energy surrounding my body. With my current strength, I can materialize the power of the martial arts and turn it into my own weapon. At this time, Qin Chuan's cell phone rang. Hello, Brother Qin. It was Wang Song on the other end of the line. He couldn't hide his joy as he said, Brother Qin, you really are my brother. You're amazing. It was you who angrily criticized the Bauma Group at the auto show. I'd recognize you even if your back turned to dust. Also, Brother Qin, the inside information you revealed means that the Wanda Group's investment department followed your lead and shorted Bauma, making a net profit of 5 billion US dollars. My year-end dividend will increase by tens of millions, ha ha ha. I can't express my gratitude clearly over the phone. President Qin, I'll be at your school soon. To my school? What for? Wang Song was stunned. Brother, didn't we agree that I would lend you the Eclipse yacht to hold a party on it today? Qin Chuan recalled, and it seemed to be the case. Brother, I'm almost there, hurry up and wash up. Kyoto, University of Finance and Economics, downstairs of the men's dormitory. Chen Fei in dormitory 510 has completely rebelled. No longer willing to be Lu Wei's little follower, he began to lick Wu Ming's boots like crazy. Brother Ming, I'll do it. Brother Ming, I want to talk to the counselor about adding a floor mat in your dormitory.
Is that okay with you?
Brother Ming, from now on we are brothers with different fathers and mothers.
Lu Wei saw all these scenes.
His unwilling anger surged up again.
How could my little brother betray me out of the blue? Watch your own moment of glory. Taken away by others. Lu Wei was so angry. He walked forward and said, Chen Fei, you're born in the year of the dog.
Your expression changes faster than turning the pages of a book.
Fei Chen rolled his eyes at him. Lu Wei, how can you talk like that? Don't you know your own strength? With your limited abilities, don't show off every day.
You're flaunting a junky car worth over 400,000 yuan in front of me for days.
It's disgusting to watch. You? What do you mean by I?
You're such a little idiot, and you're still saying in the dormitory every day that Qin Chuan is a nouveau riche who only knows how to buy small appliances like refrigerators and washing machines. Open your dog eyes and see how generous he is, giving his brother a luxury car worth tens of millions.
Lu Wei's face flushed red. Damn it!
How many decent people have you seen who would give their roommate a luxury car worth tens of millions?
He's a nouveau riche, and only nouveau riche would be so eager to show off their little money. I'm sure he's only worth 100 or 200 million.
With the way he spends money, he'll be broke in a few days.
Even if I only have 1 or 200 million, it's still more than you.
A voice came slowly from behind Lu Wei. He took a closer look.
If the person speaking wasn't Qin Chuan, who else could it be?
He was caught red-handed talking about someone behind their back.
Lu Wei endured it and didn't panic.
He stiffened his neck and said, "Why, I told you a few words and you still don't accept it. Don't think that just because you have a few bucks you can show off all day long in school.
There are always people better than you, and there are plenty of people richer than you. You are rich, right? No matter how rich you are, can you be richer than Principal Wang?"
Lu Wei's words had just fallen.
A red Ferrari.
He stepped on the accelerator and rushed towards Qin Chuan. With a sudden brake, the car stopped steadily in front of him.
The Ferrari's driver's door opened.
A slightly plump young man walked out from inside.
Fuck, it's a Ferrari.
That guy looks so familiar.
Oh my god, it's Principal Wang. President Wang is here in person at the University of Finance and Economics. Damn, I'm so lucky today. I saw all sorts of amazing plots. The moment Lu Wei saw Principal Wang. Confused. Is my mouth blessed today?
Whoever is talked about behind his back will show up.
Chapter 115. Brother, please accept my knees.
Wang Tsong looked excited and went forward to hug Qin Chuan forcefully.
Brother Qin, I miss you so much. Everyone present gasped. Even Wu Ming and Kong Huijun were confused. Lu Wei was even more dumbfounded. His mouth was so wide open that his jaw almost dropped to the ground.
The only son of the richest man in front of me.
The eldest son of Wanda Group.
The national husband of thousands of girls.
Principal Wang Tsong, who is always complaining about everything.
He actually called someone younger than him brother. This is obviously a respectful title for Qin Chuan. To call yourself this is to put yourself in a low position. Qin Chuan pushed Wang Tsong away in disgust. Men shouldn't touch each other.
Brother, don't be like this, I'm straight, don't be afraid. Shocked, petrified, and stunned.
The students watching were all confused.
Is this person really Principal Wang? Why, doesn't he look the same as on the internet? That's a bit too humble.
Qin Chuan turned his head and looked at Lu Wei.
Did you just ask, who has more money, him or me? Lu Wei swallowed his saliva when he heard this. Beads of sweat the size of beans dripped from his head.
He had no idea of Qin Chuan's assets.
Can't even guess what magnitude it is. So Lu Wei was fearless.
But he knew Wang Tsong's assets.
It's not something a small character like me can comment on. When Wang Tsong heard this, he immediately walked to Lu Wei. He leaned close to Lu Wei's ear and said calmly, "Classmate, don't you understand the situation? My old man doesn't even dare to compare his assets with my brother."
When Lu Wei heard this, he got goosebumps all over his body.
My legs were shaking.
Even the richest man doesn't dare to compete with Qin Chuan in terms of wealth.
What the hell is this concept? What kind of terrifying existence is he pretending to be in front of? Lu Wei felt a black screen in front of his eyes and almost fainted from fright. Under everyone's gaze, Wang Tsong helped Qin Chuan open the passenger door. Welcome him to take a seat.
Then he jogged to the driver's seat and started driving. Afterwards, he disappeared into the distance,
looking at Ferrari's ass. Everyone at the scene was stunned. Principal Wang will serve personally. Qin. What is Qin Chuan's family background?
Some even excitedly said, among our freshman class, there's a dragon.
Kyoto, 2nd Ring Road, in a Ferrari. Where are we going now? Let's go to the airport.
The plane has been arranged.
We will fly directly to the Magic City port.
I have already arranged the eclipse. Service staff, chefs, DJs, etc., and of course, all the little sisters are here. Wang Song said with a smirk.
Qin Chuan didn't care about these things.
This was the purpose of his visit today.
Just wanted to see this yacht that was rewarded by the system.
It's been so long since I received the reward, but I've never logged in to take a look.
Please take me to the agricultural bank first. Agricultural bank?
Brother, I'll pay for all the expenses today, you don't need to withdraw money. I applied for a card to deposit money.
Oh.
Wang Song didn't dare to ask more, seeing that it was still early.
Then he went straight to the Agricultural Bank of China in Financial Street. The two arrived at their destination quickly.
Wang Song specially wore a hat and sunglasses.
Avoid attracting too much attention. The two of them were ready and walked into the Agricultural Bank. Just entered the Agricultural Bank lobby. The lobby manager came forward and asked, "Sir, what business do you want to handle?"
Apply for a card and save money.
Okay, sir, take a number this way. There are not many people handling business at the Agricultural Bank of China at this point.
After taking the number, it was Qin Chuan's turn. Would you like to apply for a card? The female teller asked routinely.
Yes.
Qin Chuan took out his ID card and handed it over.
Please wait a moment.
The teller performed the familiar operation. Soon, an ordinary savings card was processed. When Qin Chuan saw the card number, he called up the system interface.
Enter the bank card number in Chapter 3.
The teller habitually said, "Sir, the card has been processed."
Do you need to deposit money now? Qin Chuan nodded and said, "Yes, I need to transfer some money in. Can you help me check if it has arrived?" Okay, please wait a moment. The teller entered instructions on the computer with an expressionless face.
Soon, the computer screen refreshed.
"Hello, sir, your transfer has arrived, a total of 700.
The teller, who was nonchalant and lifeless in the last second, just hoping to get off work early.
In an instant, the whole person was startled. Rumble.
Her brain roared and roared. The teller wiped his eyes.
Wiped the computer screen again. Then exit the computer system interface. Restarted it and went back in. She was still worried. Ring the bell to call the manager on duty that day. Wang Song was standing aside and was a little impatient. "Sister, can you please hurry up? We have a plane to catch."
The teller shuddered in shock, quickly stood up, and said respectfully, "No. I'm sorry, I need to confirm with our manager again."
"I'm really sorry." Wang Song was confused. It was just opening an account. Why do you need to reconfirm? Could it be that Qin Chuan transferred too many things at once? "Brother, how much did you transfer in?" Wang Song asked tentatively. 700. Qin Chuan said lightly. "It's only 7 million, little sister."
"Is this your first day at work?
You need to improve your mental state." The female teller was stunned. "What's 7 million? This is 7 billion, okay? It's a private account. Anyone who sees it will be shocked."
Soon, a middle-aged man wearing glasses and a suit came over. I saw that the teller's face looked strange, a little pale, and he was shaking.
He said sternly, "Why are you so nervous? You're making a fool of yourself. It's just opening an account. It's your first day at work." Manager.
The teller looked confused. Our Financial Street branch is close to major financial firms and Fortune 500 companies.
We often see millions or even tens of millions of dollars coming in and out. I've even seen orders worth hundreds of millions once or twice.
I don't think you're suited to this place with your mentality.
The manager frowned and skillfully opened the computer interface. Next second,
his face turned ashen and pale. He rubbed his eyes and cleaned the lenses of his glasses.
He poked his finger at the computer screen.
Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, millions, hundreds, billions, billions, tens of billions. The manager swallowed and stood up suddenly. Trot out the counter. He walked up to Qin Chuan respectfully and bowed 90 degrees.
Mr. Qin, thank you for your visit.
I'm sorry for the disrespect. Please go to the VLP room for tea and we can talk slowly.
What's the point of talking? Give us the card right away.
We have a flight to catch.
Wang Tsong said impatiently.
The manager said with a bitter face, I'm so sorry, this amount is a bit large, our service can't keep up, I'm so sorry. In fact, the manager wanted to talk about financial management business. After all, it's more than 70 billion in cash. Or a regular savings account for individuals.
Just buy a financial management business. My bonus is enough for me to retire right here.
But when the words came to his lips, the manager was afraid that saying too much would offend Qin Chuan.
I know, you just want us to buy some financial products. It's just over 7 million, how much can we get out of it? Wang Tsong said angrily.
The manager was stunned and quickly waved his hand, saying, Sir, please don't cheat me.
What do you mean by over 7 million? It's obviously over 70 billion. Wang Tsong listened. A look of confusion. My mind went blank.
Qin Chuan said more than 700.
The unit is actually 1 billion.
Wang Tsong felt that his three views were about to collapse. I used to think I was the most pretentious among the rich young men. But unexpectedly, Qin Chuan's talent for pretending to be cool has reached a superb level.
Brother, accept my knees. Chapter 116. What if I saved 70 billion?
Wu Zhangmao, president of the Financial Street branch of the Agricultural Bank of China, learned the news. A call came immediately, saying that they wanted to invite Qin Chuan to dinner. But Qin Chuan decisively refused.
He said he was in a hurry today and wanted to make an appointment another day. So Qin Chuan picked up his bank card and walked out of the agricultural bank without looking back. Then, the two went to the China Construction Bank diagonally across the street. As soon as I entered the door, the lobby manager of CCB came to greet me. He said professionally, Hello, sir. What business can I have? I need to apply for a card right away. Qin Chuan replied.
Sir, please come to the machine and scan your ID card to get a number.
Qin Chuan glanced at the CCB lobby.
There were already 5 or 6 people queuing in front of the regular counter.
So, he raised his hand and pointed to the VLP room. Can I get a card in the VLP room? I'm in a hurry.
The lobby manager frowned slightly. This young man is a bit arrogant.
Are you in a hurry and want to go to the VLP room through the back door? As if no one is in a hurry. Everyone came up and said they were in a hurry. Going to VLP. That would be a mess. Although the lobby manager was secretly dissatisfied. But out of professionalism, he still politely asked, Sir, are you a VLP client of our bank?
Qin Chuan shook his head no.
Sir, our bank's VLP room only serves our bank's VLP customers. Although I'm not one, given my assets, I could be considered your potential VLP.
The lobby manager had no expression of joy or sadness, but he sneered in his heart and continued.
Our bank offers 3 types of VLPs, gold, platinum, and black. These 3 VLP services require deposits of corresponding amounts, 500,000, 3 million, and 5 million. If you're not a VLP yet, please apply for one and deposit money into it. Once you've deposited a certain amount, you too can become a true VLP.
Qin Chuan was a little displeased, frowned and said, Go to VLP, I will apply for a card immediately and transfer the money to the card immediately.
The amount will definitely meet your top VLP standards. Sir, if you are not our VLP, you cannot enjoy the VLP room services. Wang Tsong was furious at the back and said, What's wrong with you? Are you leading us around in circles?
The lobby manager raised his head slightly, stiffened his neck and said, Sir, I'm just following the rules.
Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly and said coldly, My credit limit is a bit high, are you sure?
The lobby manager replied calmly, I'm sure, sir.
We are the Financial Street branch of the Construction Bank of China in Kyoto.
We have the largest deposits in China, and we work with many Fortune 500 companies and major domestic corporations. We've seen all sorts of amounts, so please follow the rules.
What if it's 70 billion? Is your bank's service attitude the same? Qin Chuan asked coldly. 70 billion? The lobby manager was startled. But he quickly calmed down.
The lobby manager secretly glanced at Qin Chuan. The other person looked like a student and was dressed in casual clothes.
Not a finance person in a suit and tie.
Nor does he look like a cashier in some giant corporation.
70 billion? Who are you trying to fool?
If you have 70 billion, our bank president will have to come out and kneel down to welcome you.
Is there any need to talk to me for so long?
Sir, whether you have 70 billion or 700 yuan, you must follow our bank's rules and regulations.
No matter who comes today, the same attitude applies.
After that, the lobby manager coughed lightly and muttered in his heart, "Damn it, you're showing off in front of me. You're trying to trick me by making up a 70 billion deposit."
No way. Qin Chuan didn't say anything and stopped pestering.
I went up, took a number, sat aside and waited. At this time, Su Jiangwo, president of the Kyoto Construction Bank Financial Street branch, came down from the second floor.
He had a sad face and looked unhappy.
As the end of the year approaches, it is time to check the annual savings target. The branch's goal this year is to achieve deposits of 30 billion yuan. But in the current situation, everyone in the bank has tried their best to attract 20 billion in deposits.
This was accomplished by overdrawing everyone's energy. When Su Jiangwo came to the business hall,
I saw the new lobby manager standing upright and giving instructions to customers.
Su Jiangwo nodded slightly, showing a hint of appreciation. Xiao Wang. Su Jiangwo called softly.
When the lobby manager Xiao Wang heard the voice, he turned around immediately.
He ran forward and said, "Boss, you called me." Su Jiangwo smiled faintly. "Xiao Wang, how long have you been in our bank?"
Xiao Wang replied without hesitation, "It will be a year and half a month, President."
Su Jiangwo narrowed his eyes and nodded with satisfaction.
"Although you are a non-staff contract worker, after observing you for nearly a year, I think you can definitely get a regular position."
Xiao Wang was a little bit unbelievable. Tears of excitement instantly welled up in his eyes. Xiao Wang looked at Su Jiangwo and asked tremblingly, "Really, President? Can I finally get a job?" Su Jiangwo nodded, showing great affirmation.
Seeing this, Xiao Wang was overjoyed.
"I'm finally going to make it through.
This year, I have been a non-staff member.
They have been subjected to exclusion and discrimination by regular staff. My current job, to put it nicely, is lobby manager. To put it bluntly, he's just a lobby waiter. The regular employees all sit at work for 8 hours and leave on time.
I have to stand while working and get off work overtime to clean up after work. The cleaning lady is on vacation, so I still have to clean the toilet. These hellish days are finally coming to an end." Just as Xiao Wang was looking forward to a bright future, Su Jiangwo changed the subject and said meaningfully, "Xiao Wang, you know how scarce bank positions are.
To get one, you need to work harder than others to complete your tasks.
But your recent deposit task seems a bit." Xiao Wang heard this and spat in his heart, "Damn it, the old man really has ulterior motives, beating around the bush to get me to deposit money."
"President, I will do my best.
When I get off work today, I will go home and persuade my father to deposit the company's working capital with our bank no matter what."
Su Jiangwo nodded and patted Xiao Wang's shoulder gently. "Come on, young man." At this time, the teller at counter number 3 suddenly pressed the call button. Su Jiangwo and Xiao Wang looked over at the same time. The teller looked a little strange and seemed to be trembling with fear.
Seeing this, the two of them immediately walked to the counter.
"Lily, what's wrong?" Xiao Wang asked. Teller Lily pointed at the computer screen and said, This system seems to have malfunctioned.
I've restarted it several times, but it still hasn't worked."
At this point, the hot-tempered Wang Tson couldn't stand it any longer and angrily said, "Sister, can you please hurry up? It's just a transfer. Why did you restart the computer more than 10 times? Can you do that?"
Xiao Wang saw that the two people who were handling business in front of counter number 3 were the two who were going to the VLP room just now.
His expression immediately turned grim. Chapter 117 I haven't done anything wrong. Who should I report to?
Sir, Lily is a senior employee of our bank.
Her proficiency in business is unparalleled in the bank. If she says something is wrong, then it definitely can't be right,
Xiao Wang said firmly.
Su Jiangwo frowned slightly.
He felt that Xiao Wang, the lobby manager, the tone was somewhat tough. Su Jiangwo gently pulled Xiao Wang and whispered, "Xiao Wang, your tone is a little inappropriate.
This is not the attitude to serve depositors." "President, I didn't mean it." Su Jiangwo said doubtfully. Oh?
Xiao Wang explained, President, these two people came to our bank to cause trouble.
As soon as they entered our bank, they insisted on going to the VLP room to handle business. Specific request to go to the VLP room? Su Jiangwo's heart trembled. Could it be a big customer? Seeing Su Jiangwo's reaction, Xiao Wang immediately added, President, they're not VLPs from our bank.
They just saw the lobby counter was always busy and didn't want to wait in line, so they insisted on going to the VLP to apply for a card. To get the card, they even lied and said they wanted to deposit 70 billion yuan with our bank.
70 billion? Su Jiangwo found it a little unbelievable and asked in surprise, does he really have 70 billion? Xiao Wang sneered, Boss, do they look like someone with a net worth of 70 billion? Su Jiangwo looked in the direction Xiao Wang said.
Qin Xuan was sitting in front of the counter, wearing ordinary casual clothes. Wang Song, who was standing behind him, was dressed even more outrageously, as if he was going on vacation to the beach.
He doesn't look like a financial street elite at all. Su Jiangwo nodded slightly, as if agreeing with Xiao Wang's statement. Is it possible? Otherwise, you can go in and help her operate it.
Wang Song pointed at Xiao Wang and said. Xiao Wang also found it strange. It is impossible for the bank's system to be restarted and still have problems. What is even more surprising is, Lily at the counter kept shaking her head at him and the bank president. Such unusual behavior inevitably made Xiao Wang and Su Jiangwo suspicious. They walked up to the counter together.
When I saw that everything was normal on the computer system,
the two pulled Lily aside.
Su Jiangwo asked harshly, Lily, what's going on? The system is working fine, why did you lie and say it was malfunctioning?
Lily looked aggrieved and said, President, there's nothing wrong with the system.
I said that on purpose. Xiao Wang and Su Jiangwo were confused.
It turns out that your system is not broken, you are just acting.
Su Jiangwo said with an unhappy look on his face, Lily, do you know that your current behavior has violated the employee code of conduct? President, Mr. Qin just opened an account and deposited some money. However, he wants to transfer the money out immediately, so I think it's necessary to let you know about this matter. Let's go and persuade this gentleman and try to keep him here.
Seeing this, Xiao Wang said, Lily, you're a regular employee with a permanent position.
How dare you do such a thing? I'm so ashamed of you.
When Lily heard this, her expression immediately changed from shock to anger. You, a non-staff member, actually dare to teach me a lesson. President, the reason Mr. Qin wants to transfer the balance in his account is all because of Xiao Wang.
Xiao Wang?
Yes, the president. He said we don't deserve his deposits.
Our lobby manager's service attitude is terrible. Xiao Wang was furious and retorted, when did I ever have a bad service attitude?
It was clearly those two who were being unreasonable, and I cleverly resolved the situation. Su Jiangwo stood up and said unhappily, Lily, don't take advantage of your status as a senior employee and use it to manipulate Xiao Wang. You have to know that our bank's year-end bonus this year depends on Xiao Wang's mood. He has violated our bank's most important deposit quota of 500 million yuan.
After hearing what Su Jiangwo said, Xiao Wang almost vomited blood. Su Jiangwo seemed to be scolding Lily. In fact, you are adding madly to yourself.
The original target of 100 million was raised to 500 million.
Su Jiangwo, you are simply a 1,000-year-old fox. Xiao Wang even had a moment of doubt. Are Lily and Su Jiangwo singing the same tune? Play yourself and set a trap for yourself. He is the only one who can be fleeced. Who knows? Next second. Lily snorted and said meaningfully, President, what year-end bonus are you still thinking about? You should think about how you're going to report back to the head office at the end of the year. Su Jiangwo was stunned. Report? Why should I report? I haven't done anything wrong. Who should I report to? Lily, how dare you talk to the bank president? You should be aware of your identity. You are just an ordinary teller.
Lily threw her head back and said, I don't have a year-end bonus anyway, so I don't care about this little salary.
But I'm just so angry. The money I was supposed to get was ruined by a small extra worker like you. You're really good at making things worse than helping others. Su Jiangwo vaguely heard something wrong. He asked, Lily, how much money does that person want to transfer? 70 billion.
Lily said unhappily.
What? How much?
Xiao Wang and Su Jiangwo were stunned and asked at the same time.
70 billion. If you don't believe me, go check the system yourself. Lily repeated firmly. Su Jiangwo immediately ran to the computer at the counter. Look carefully at the small deposit text on the interface. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, million, billion, billion, 10 billion. Su Jiangwo took a breath. Fuck you. It really is 70 billion. He immediately picked up the microphone and said to Qin Chuan outside the counter, Sir, please give us a chance. If you are not satisfied with anything, we will definitely make corrections. Outside the counter. Qin Chuan said calmly, the rectification is your business. Now, I want to transfer the entire balance on the card to the ICBC account. Then I will cancel this CCB card. Qin Chuan opened a new card just to get payment from the system. After receiving the payment from the system, Qin Chuan can freely dispose of the funds in the account without being restricted by the system. Just like before, all the funds of Bank of China were transferred to China Merchants Bank. Su Jiangwo rolled his eyes and stood up. Click. He slapped Xiao Wang. Wang Ergu. As the president of the Financial Street branch of the Construction Bank of China in Kyoto, I'm officially notifying you. Due to your low quality and poor business skills, you've caused our bank enormous losses. You're now fired. Furthermore, I'll be marking a serious offense in your file. You'll never be able to hold a regular position again in your lifetime. Xiao Wang and Wang Ergu were confused. Didn't we just agree that I would be given a position? How come I was given a serious warning and expelled in the blink of an eye? President, why? What did I do wrong? As he spoke, he glanced at the computer system interface. There was only a long string of numbers where the account balance should be. He counted secretly. Suddenly, his head buzzed. Blood pressure suddenly rose sharply, rushing straight to the top of the head. 70 billion. It's really 70 billion. How is that possible? How could such a young person have 70 billion in liquid funds? Chapter 118 Brother. Please, help me get rich. Wang Ergo just felt weak all over. If I had asked Qin Chuan to go to VLP to handle the business just now. So, the huge deposit of 70 billion was attracted by himself. There is such a large amount of certificates of deposit. Not to mention a position, even being a deputy governor is entirely possible. But now, let alone compilation. I lost all my extracurricular work. I spent so much money to get into CCB. In the end, there was nothing left. Mr. Qin, please don't bother with this kind of temporary worker. Su Jiangwo rubbed his hands like a fly and said flatteringly. Qin Chuan's eyes were icy as he said, my patience is limited. If you deliberately delay processing my business, I will immediately contact your head office to file a complaint. I will also report it to the Banking Regulatory Association and file a real name report. Su Jiangwo's pupils suddenly shrank. The other party even brought up the Banking Regulatory Association. It seems that there is no room for recovery. Su Jiangwo stood up and sighed. I'm afraid I really have to report on my work this time. A huge deposit of 70 billion was lost because of the lobby manager's poor service attitude. The funds were directly transferred away by the depositor and the account was closed. This matter was known to the people at the head office. He will most likely remove himself from the position of bank president. Lily, come here and help Mr. Qin transfer the money and close his account. After saying that, he looked at Wang Ergo who was trembling beside him. Fuck you. Su Jiangwo shouted angrily and kicked Wang Ergo. Kick the other person to a pulp. Wang Ergo was kicked so hard that he didn't dare to say anything. I could only go to the locker room in shame and pack my personal belongings silently. But he just entered the locker room. Several people rushed in immediately. It's this bastard who caused us to not get our year-end bonus this year. Brothers, fuck him. Let me explain this in two ways. After Qin Chuan and Wang Tsong left CCB, go straight to the last one, Agricultural Bank of China. At this time, the Agricultural Bank was bustling with people. Business is not good. In the hall, the people handling business are all elderly men and women. These old men and women appear to be here to do business, but in fact they are looking for someone to chat with. If we queue up properly, it will probably take at least 3 hours. This time, Qin Chuan didn't hesitate at all. Just walked in front of the lobby manager. I want to go to the VLP room to apply for a savings card. The lobby manager frowned.
Where did this young man come from? He seems a bit arrogant. Still, he was being polite. Prepare to use internal rhetoric to reason with the other party. Sir, are you a VLP customer of our bank? If not. Without waiting for the lobby manager to finish speaking, Qin Xuan took off Wang Song's sunglasses, hat, and mask one by one. With this face of his, is he qualified enough to enter VLP? Qin Xuan asked sternly. The lobby manager was stunned. Fuck you. The person in front of me. Isn't he the only child in the richest man's family? The eldest son of Wanda Group. The national husband of thousands of girls. Principal Wang Song, who is always complaining about everything. The lobby manager quickly bowed 90 degrees, then greeted them with a smile and led them to the VLP room. The business was completed in just 10 minutes. The lobby manager escorted the two to the Ferrari and watched them leave. Until the Ferrari's taillights were no longer visible. He gradually came to his senses. 700 billion in personal savings. What did I just go through? For a moment, he burst into tears. This year's year-end bonus is settled. You can get married now. In the Ferrari. Wang Song, who was accompanying Qin Xuan, was stunned. Even if he is the son of the richest man. I have never seen such a scene before. Apply for a card and deposit 70 billion. He even got 3 in a row. Deposit 370 billion in a row. Too exaggerated, too terrifying, too invincible. He originally wanted to talk to Qin Xuan again. Get to know each other better and inquire about ways to make money through investment. It can be seen that Qin Xuan fell asleep as soon as he got in the car. So I can only give up. I never thought that I, Wang Song, would have to ask someone to help me get rich one day. Congratulations to the challenger. Complete the side quest, fund withdrawal. Task reward, obtain 61% of Sanxin Group's shares. Qin Xuan was drowsy sitting in the Ferrari. I was awakened by the system without any warning. He was a little surprised. The reward for this mission was actually 61% of Sanxin Group as shares. Shares in a multinational group. Sanxin is the largest multinational enterprise group in South Korea. The group includes numerous international subsidiaries, including Sanxin Electronics, Sanxin Entertainment, Sanxin SDL, Sanxin SDS, Sanxin Motor, Sanxin Network, Sanxin Fire, Sanxin Securities, Sanxin Commodities, Sanxin Heavy Industry, Sanxin Engineering, Sanxin Aviation, and Sanxin Life, etc. Its business covers many fields such as electronics, finance, machinery, chemistry, etc. Among them, Sanxin Electronics is its largest subsidiary, with revenue accounting for about 60% of the entire group. It has been independently listed and is among the Fortune Global 500 companies. The latest ranking is 12th, with a market value of 2.3 trillion Chinese yuan. It can be estimated that the total value of the entire Sanxin Group is around 5 trillion Chinese yuan. There is a famous saying in South Korea. There are 3 things that Koreans cannot live without in their lives: death, taxes, and Sanxin. It's okay if Qin Xuan doesn't calculate it, just a rough calculation. His 61% stake is worth 3 trillion. You know, even the Lee family, the founder of Sanxin Group. They also only own 2% of Sanxin Group's shares. The remaining major shares were divided up by a number of powerful countries such as the United States. However, the Lee family only holds 2% of Sanxin Group's shares. It has become a giant chaebol that can call the shots in South Korea. In the country of Korea, giant chaebols represented by Sanxin Group. In the country, they can be said to have absolute power and can act with impunity. They strictly adhere to the principle that those who obey me will prosper and those who disobey me will perish. If any president of South Korea had any evil thoughts about the chaebols, well, no matter what your background is, they will all be subject to all-round sanctions, attacks and retaliation from the chaebols. Remove the current president and bring in a new one. For these chaebols, it's just an ordinary game of playing house. They will not let go of the president who has been ousted. Almost no one can escape the clutches of the chaebols. They are not just the emperors behind the scenes of South Korea. He is also a god in the Korean entertainment industry. No Korean celebrity dares to go against the wishes of the chaebols. Almost everyone has to be blessed by this group of tycoons first, whether it is a male or female star. But the worst sufferers are the female stars. What if they met a tycoon without any special hobbies? Then they are lucky. Just be submerged for a while and get through it by closing your eyes. However, I encountered some perverted shables.
That would be terrible.
They will be treated inhumanely. Physical and psychological torture.
Some people can't stand it and choose to end their lives.
Regarding these dark secrets in Korea,
Shin Chuan had no interest at all.
There is no idea of saving the long-legged female celebrities in South Korea who are in dire straits.
What he was still considering was how much profit and dividends Sunshine Group could bring him every year. Wang Song glanced at the passenger seat. See Shin Chuan wake up.
The corners of his mouth were raised, revealing a hint of a smile.
He couldn't help but ask. Chapter 119, 1-3, the male-female ratio is explosive. Brother, what are you laughing at? Shin Chuan didn't respond.
He adjusted his sitting position.
He asked, Song, you organized this party today not just to drink and have fun, right?
A flicker of embarrassment flashed across Wang Song's face, but he covered it up with a laugh.
What are you talking about? What could possibly happen to me? Ever since I ruined Big Cat TV and AC Investment lost another 1 billion, I've completely given up on trying to get involved. As long as I don't mess around, the old man's money will be enough for me to live on for generations. Shin Chuan nodded.
Every entrepreneurial project of Wang Song can be said to start high and end low.
Basically, no one can end up making a profit.
On the one hand, it is a question of ability.
On the other hand, it is also due to Wang Song's personality.
He is loyal and values relationships, and the management around him are often his friends. This also allows some people to take advantage of the situation and enrich themselves.
After that, Wang Song seemed to have something on his mind and didn't say anything more. Kyoto's traffic is so bad, even if you have a Ferrari.
It has to crawl at a speed of 40 miles per hour.
After 2 hours, the two finally arrived at the airport. We boarded the plane and landed in Shanghai an hour later.
Wang Song had already arranged a special car to pick him up.
Soon, they arrived at the Magic City Metropolitan Yacht Club.
The Metropolitan Yacht Club is the top yacht club in Shanghai and even in the whole country. The membership fee alone is as high as 1 million. The Metropolitan Yacht Club has its own private marina in Shanghai and South Island. Members of the club can park their yachts at the 2 docks at will.
The club also provides all the maintenance, supplies, decoration upgrades and service personnel for the yacht.
As long as the money is in place, the service can be said to be meticulous. Shin Chuan walked on the exclusive dock. At a glance, there are 50 or 60 yachts of various sizes parked on the sea.
Yachts of various models, sizes and brands can be seen here. However, Shin Chuan's Eclipse stands out most among all the yachts.
The Metropolitan Yacht Club has opened up a special sea area for it.
Provide exclusive docking services for it. Walking aboard the Eclipse yacht.
It is about 167 meters long, 21.5 meters wide, and has a displacement of 13,000 tons. Compared with other yachts, it is a grandfather-level existence.
As the exclusive yacht of the world's top billionaires, the safety and confidentiality of the Eclipse are extremely strict.
Standing at the entrance of the yacht, Shin Chuan couldn't help but look up at the yacht a few more times.
Wang Song saw Shin Chuan's eyes and seemed to understand something. He said directly, "Brother, don't worry. The Eclipse has 9 decks in total. I'm only using the lower 6. The topmost deck is your exclusive private and confidential cabin. I haven't let anyone in." Shin Chuan nodded. Although Wang Song was a bit of a dandy. However, he still handles some social skills very well. The two boarded the yacht together, and Wang Song first went to inspect the arrangements for the party.
Shin Chuan was alone, carefully inspecting the super luxury yacht that belonged to him.
He looked very carefully, not missing an inch from the engine room to the machine room at the bottom. Next comes the second layer. This is the cabin where civilian-grade submarines are parked.
The room adjacent to this cabin is a small disco where people can sing and dance.
Shin Chuan then climbed to the 3rd and 4th floors. This is a functional room including a staff lounge, restaurant kitchen, etc. Go up further, the 5th floor. This is the main area for the party.
It is also the widest layer. It has a living room, sea view corridor, small garden, helipad, restaurant, swimming pool and other facilities, which is equivalent to the configuration of a super villa. When Shin Chuan saw this layer, the sky gradually darkened. The waiters on this floor have started to get busy.
They were dressed formally, holding various foods and drinks in their hands. Keep sending it to the bow. At this time, the eclipse also started moving. Qin Chuan followed the crowd and headed to the party. Wang Tsong built a stage on a large plywood. The stage lights are dazzling. Dynamic DJ dance music bursts out through the speakers. Every drumbeat strikes people's hearts. The guests invited to the party were all excited. In front of the stage is the eclipse's heated swimming pool. There are bubble spraying devices all around the pool. Almost every girl at the scene was wearing a sexy bikini. Either splash around in the pool or do a backstroke in the water. Every movement they make exudes an alluring charm. The seemingly unintentional teasing is carefully planned, just to be noticed by the noble men on the deck. Just a rough calculation. There were about 18 girls at the scene. There were only 6 male guests, including Qin Chuan. The male-to-female ratio has reached 1:3. It can be said to be a very wealthy party. Qin Chuan had no interest in parties full of wine and women. He continued walking back. Check out the designs of the upper floors. The road to the 6th floor was blocked by a heavy bulletproof door. There is no keyhole on it, only a palm print verification area. Qin Chuan put his hand on it and the machine started running automatically. Soon, the small screen next to the door displayed the verification passed message. Qin Chuan secretly spat. It turns out that Wang Tsong didn't want to go up, but he couldn't go up. The entire eclipse can actually be seen as a villa on the sea. The 1st to 5th floors are the villa's public relations area, used for entertaining guests. The top 3 floors are private spaces belonging exclusively to the owner. There is a complete set of independent living and office facilities here. Bedroom, study, audio-visual room, sauna room, etc. All functions of the lower 5 layers are matched in the upper 3 layers. This completely separates the lives of the yacht owner and the crew. Let the yacht owner get all-round privacy protection. Qin Chuan came to the master bedroom. It's about 300 square meters. In front of the 3 meter by 3 meter bed is a huge curved panoramic floor-to-ceiling window. Qin Chuan stood in front of the 270 curved floor-to-ceiling window and looked out. There was an endless darkness before my eyes. There is not much wind and waves on the sea today. The eclipse was very stable throughout its journey. Suddenly, Qin Chuan discovered that the martial arts power in his body issued a warning. He looked in the direction of the warning. I saw a pitch-black sea surface 100 meters away from the eclipse. There is a dim oil lamp. There was actually a person sitting under the oil lamp. The man was hunched over and looked to be an elderly man. He was sitting in a dilapidated wooden boat. In his hand he held a bamboo pole made of a thin bamboo. Fishing calmly. 1 boat, 1 lantern, 1 person, and 1 fishing rod. Drifting in the vast sea where it is pitch black and you can't see your hand in front of you, swaying with the waves. You know, this place is nearly 200 nautical miles away from the port. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been scared to death by this atmosphere. But Qin Chuan discovered that there were people on the wooden boat. His breathing was steady, his expression was composed, and there was no trace of fear in his heart. Just as he was about to stand forward and take another look. But then he heard the bulletproof door leading to the 6th floor being violently kicked. Chapter 120 Small, Fast, and Abnormal. Eclipse, 5-layer plywood, bulletproof door. A man with a flushed face was standing unsteadily. He was obviously drunk. He was holding a girl with his left arm. Holding another girl with his right hand. He kicked the bulletproof door madly. Waiter! 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 The man shouted loudly. A bodyguard in a suit heard the noise. Came over immediately. The person making the noise was tonight's guest, Shang Xiaowei. He quickly bowed and said, "Young Master Shang, what are your instructions?" Shang Xiaowei pointed at the palm print door and said, You open the door for me. I want to go up and have some fun." The bodyguard looked embarrassed. "Mr. Shang, I don't have the authority to open this door." Upon hearing this, Shang Xiaowei kicked him. A strong man who was over 1.9 meters tall and weighs more than 200 kilograms. He was kicked by Shang Xiaowei, who was 1.56 meters tall, and he didn't dare to resist. "Fuck, your young master Wang invited me over to play. Now you're telling me I can't play, what the hell do you mean? Young Master Shang, calm down. Young Master Shang, calm down." Shang Xiaowei slapped the bodyguard in the face again. Don't hit people in the face. This is the rule among men in a fight. Shang Xiaowei doesn't follow so many rules.
The bodyguard was slapped. His eyes unconsciously showed anger.
Shang Xiaowei was stunned.
Oh, you lowly person, you dare to stare at me.
Snap, snap, snap.
Shang Xiaowei slapped him 3 more times. The bodyguard's fists were about to burst.
But I never dared to move.
He lowered his head and bit his lip.
He felt extremely angry, unwilling, and aggrieved. However, reason still occupies the brain.
He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself.
I can't do it, I can't do it. He's the eldest son of the Shang family, one of the 8 great families in the Magic City. I can't fight back, I can't fight back. Otherwise, my whole family will be in trouble.
Shang Xiaowei said to the girl he was holding with his left arm in a coquettish manner, Mr. Shang, take a break.
Don't waste your energy on beating people. Fuck, I'm very strong.
Even if I beat him to death, I can still make you two feel great. As he spoke, he hugged the girl who was speaking with his left hand and kissed her. Then, pull with your right hand. Prepare to pull another girl over. However, the girl on the left showed great resistance.
Mr. Shang, don't, Mr. Shang, don't.
Shang Xiaowei was shocked to see that this girl was so ungrateful. He raised his hand and slapped her again. This slap directly cut the corner of the girl's mouth.
Fuck, you little bitch.
I brought you upstairs because I think highly of you.
And you're still acting innocent in front of me. The girl next to Shang Xiaowei also echoed.
Huang Wenwen, you were the one who shamelessly came to the yacht party with me today, saying you wanted to meet a big boss and get an acting role. Now that young Master Sheng thinks highly of you, he's bringing you along.
Don't be ungrateful.
Huang Wenwen covered her face, curled up in the corner, and cried, I don't want him to think highly of me.
I don't like him at all. Song Yingying laughed. You must be mentally ill. We go on yachts for excitement and fun. Do you think this is a blind date? We have to fall in love with each other. Shang Xiaowei spat, you don't want to sell your body, but you want a role? Do you really think everyone in this circle is running a charity? You don't want to be rewarded without giving anything in return?
Song Yingying twisted her body, walked up to Huang Wenwen, and said, I advise you to be sensible and serve young Master Shang well. He is the young master of the Shang family, one of the 8 major families in Shanghai.
The Shang family controls most of the entertainment industry.
If they stomp their feet, the entire industry will tremble.
If you offend him today, you will never be able to make a movie in your life.
On the other hand, if you serve young Master Shang well, you will naturally have many film offers.
Wenwen, I brought you here because we are good roommates. Don't let me down.
Huang Wenwen raised her eyes and glared at Song Yingying. I don't want it, I don't want it.
Song Yingying snorted coldly, still with a charming smile on her face. Even if you don't want it, you have to take it. Do you want me to deal with this small, fast, and perverted Shang Xiaowei alone?
Shang Xiaowei squatted down and looked at Huang Wenwen, who had fair skin, long legs and a bust of 84C.
Although Huang Wenwen is not a beauty,
but she exudes a charming scent all the time. This feeling is not intentional, but natural.
The complete opposite of pure and lovely. It's the kind of fatal attraction that makes people's blood boil and restless.
He couldn't help but shudder, reaching out his hand to wipe the blood from the other person's mouth.
Your name is Wenwen, right? As long as you behave, I, Shang Xiaowei, promise. Our Shangshire group will make you the heroine of the next fantasy drama. We have invested 100 million in this drama, and we guarantee that you will be an instant hit.
With our support, we can make you a top actress in China in no time. As he spoke, Shang Xiaowei stretched out his hand towards Huang Wenwen.
Get ready to explore those 2 peaks.
Huang Wenwen quickly moved her body and crossed her hands in front of her chest.
Guard your body tightly.
She wants to be famous and also understands the unspoken rules of this circle.
I came on the Eclipse yacht today to throw myself into someone's arms.
But what attracted her was not the extremely wretched Shang Xiaowei in front of her.
But it was someone else.
That day, when Song Yingying received the invitation letter,
Huang Wenwen caught a glimpse of Qin Chuan's name on it.
He also recalled the details of Wang Song inviting Qin Chuan to a yacht party in the villa that day. So Huang Wenwen begged Song Yingying to take her on the yacht.
That night, I offered myself in the middle of the night but to no avail. For a long time afterwards, Qin Chuan never looked for her again. Huang Wenwen is self-aware.
There is no shortage of women around rich people. She doesn't care about status, she only cares about having a solid backer. Of course, this backer should at least have decent temperament and appearance.
Forget about people like Sheng, shall we? I don't want to. Huang Wenwen said timidly again.
Sheng Xiaowei was furious.
Fuck you, you're so shameless. Do you think I should give you special treatment just because you have big breasts? Fuck you.
After saying that, Sheng Xiaowei raised his hand and slapped him twice more.
Huang Wenwen was knocked unconscious.
The bodyguard beside him saw this and was about to speak up to stop it. But Sheng Xiaowei glared back at him.
You bastard, open the door for me. I'm horny and thirsty now. Mr. Shang, I really don't have the authority.
If you don't have permission, just pry the door open for me.
This. Shang Xiaowei raised his short legs again and kicked the bodyguard. Damn it, you don't understand what I'm saying, do you? It's just a broken door, and you dare to pry it open for me. At worst, I can just pay Wang Songwon when I get off the boat. The bodyguard was in a dilemma. On the one hand, Wang Song repeatedly warned people not to touch the door.
On the other side, this perverted Master Shang kept forcing himself to open the door. Sheng Xiaowei was getting more and more drunk, and he saw that the bodyguard was hesitant to take action.
He picked up the survival axe in the corridor and started banging on the door. The axe hit the bulletproof door, making a loud noise. Attracted more people's attention.
On the deck, people who were dancing all looked over here.
Suddenly, the bulletproof door beeped twice. Sizzle.
The air pressure device inside the door was activated, and the bulletproof door slowly opened from the inside out.
Chapter 121: The 8 Great Families of the Magic City.
After chopping with the axe 18 times, he saw that it finally had an effect.
Shang Xiaowei was overjoyed and spat, "Fuck, this door is really hard." But the next second, he was stunned.
A figure appeared behind the opened bulletproof door. The bodyguard was also dumbfounded.
How could anyone go up to the 5th floor? Fuck, who are you? Shang Xiaowei asked doubtfully.
Qin Chuan saw Shang Xiaowei holding an axe in his hand. The bulletproof door had been slashed with several scratches.
He looked extremely ugly. Qin Chuan took a step forward, looked down at Shang Xiaowei, and asked, "Is it you who was banging on the door?"
What Shang Xiaowei hates most in his life is being looked down upon. A nerve in his heart was touched.
Suddenly, I got angry and said, "I was the one who broke the door." Why? It's not okay. Do you know the consequences of smashing the door? Damn it, it's just a broken door. What consequences do you want? I'll smash this yacht to pieces, so what? Who the hell are you to talk to me like that?
Shang Xiaowei spoke with great vigor.
This is the confidence given to him by the foundation of the 8 Great Families of Shanghai. In the Magic City area, the 8 great families are the Sky and the Kingly Way.
Qin Chuan snatched the axe with lightning speed and threw it casually. The axe was attracted by a magnet and hung back firmly in the firebox.
Others didn't care.
The bodyguard was stunned on the spot.
What kind of devil operation is this?
Then he slapped her backhand.
Hit Shang Xiaowei.
He knocked out all of the other person's left half row of teeth in one go. Shang Xiaowei was confused. The bodyguard was stunned. Song Yingying was also stunned. She was so frightened that she danced with fear and ran away in panic. Someone is hitting someone, someone is hitting someone. After the shout, the DJ cut off the music. All the guests on the dance floor outside were startled. 2 boys came running first. Seeing Shang Xiaowei's miserable condition, he gasped. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Mr. Shang, what's wrong with you?" Shang Xiaowei covered his toothless mouth and stammered, "Master Mei, Master Diao, I was beaten. You have to take care of it for me." At this time, Huang Wenwen woke up from her coma. In a daze, she felt a familiar figure appear in front of her eyes. Qin Chuan. Huang Wenwen said weakly. Qin Chuan's ears twitched, and he turned his head to see Huang Wenwen lying on the ground with a bruised face. He leaned over and asked, "Huang Wenwen? What happened to you?" Huang Wenwen burst into laughter, and then covered her face with embarrassment. "Really, it's really you. You saw me like this. It's me. Yes, you're fine. Do you still remember, you said you would be my safe haven, but it's been so long and you haven't come to see me?" I heard Huang Wenwen's weak narration. Qin Chuan felt a little embarrassed.
He once promised to give Huang Wenwen protection. But later. Get busy. Just forget about it.
Looking at Huang Wenwen, who was beaten all over, Qin Chuan's anger rose again.
He took off his coat and put it on Huang Wenwen. Who beat her like this? Qin Chuan asked angrily.
No one answered, there was dead silence. The bodyguard lowered his head silently, but the index finger of his left hand secretly pointed at Shang Xiaowei.
Shang Xiaowei was frightened.
He pushed Mei and Diao Ershio forward and sat back 2 steps.
He said arrogantly, I beat you, so what?
Boy, let me tell you, you are in big trouble today.
Qin Chuan stepped forward and walked towards Shang Xiaowei.
Master Mei narrowed his eyes slightly, confident and graceful. He stepped forward and stopped Qin Chuan with one hand.
Brother, this is your first day in the circle, right? Do you know what kind of existence you have offended? Snap.
Qin Chuan slapped him with his right hand. Mei Xiaoli felt stars in his eyes and 2 of his right back teeth fell out. I don't care about your bullshit circle, get out of here. Seeing this, Master Diao pulled the bodyguard beside him and stood in front of him.
Damn it, you're done. I'm telling you, you're completely finished today. Do you know what you did? Do you know who you offended? We are all sons of the 8 great families in the Magic City.
Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly.
The 8 great families of the Magic City?
So this kid doesn't know what the 8 great families of Magic City are, Diao Shao muttered in his heart. He raised his neck and said, the 3 of us are all sons of the 8 great families in the Magic City. I am Diao Yang from the Diao family, he is Mei Shua, the young master of the Mei family, and he is Shang Xiaowei, the young master of the Shang family.
If any of our families takes action, we can plunge you into an irretrievable situation.
I tell you, you'd better kneel down, kowtow, admit your mistakes, and pay us 100 million. Otherwise, the wrath of our 8 great families in the Magic City is something a small family like yours cannot withstand.
What are the 8 great families of Magic City, and the young master?
I've watched too many fantasy TV dramas, and I really think that a bunch of makeshift groups gathered together are a wealthy clan.
Qin Chuan continued to lift his legs forward. At this time, he and Diao Yang were only separated by a bodyguard. Get out of the way.
Qin Chuan said coldly. The bodyguard looked embarrassed, and of course he wanted to get out of the way.
But the current situation does not allow it. Mr. Qin, please give young Master Wang some face and don't make a big fuss, okay? Qin Chuan squinted his eyes and said, he used an axe to chop down my door, and he injured my woman, and you want me to give you some face? Don't make a big fuss?
I'm telling you, even if the Jade Emperor comes today, I still won't give him face.
Get out of the way. Okay.
The bodyguard moved away with a swish. Qin Chuan and Diao Yang faced each other directly. Diao Yang stared at Qin Chuan and swallowed his saliva.
You, don't do anything rash.
If you don't consider yourself, you should also consider your family. Qin Chuan raised his hand without saying a word and slapped him again.
Diao Yang's jaw was directly dislocated. Ah, ba. Diao Yang was speechless for a moment.
The bodyguard quickly stepped forward to help him press it back. I, Qin Chuan, hate it most when people talk about my family. Qin Chuan passed Diao Yang and Mei Shua and walked in front of Shang Xiaowei. At this time, Shang Xiaowei was so scared that his crotch was filled with feces and urine. He bared his teeth and said angrily, damn it, try to touch me again.
Click.
Qin Chuan slapped Shang Xiaowei in the face, knocking out the other half of his teeth.
Shang Xiaowei was completely confused. He never thought that the other party would dare to take real action. In novels, don't they always have to exchange verbal attacks first? How come it opens so high right away? My dear brother, why don't you come? I can't bear it anymore.
Just when Shang Xiaowei was in despair. In his mind, a voice like the sound of nature came.
Stop. Just 2.
Shang Xiaowei was so excited that tears streamed down his face. Brother Feng, you're finally here, my brother was almost beaten to death by that bastard.
Shi Feng and Wang Tsong walked over one after the other.
Wang Tsung's heart trembled when he saw the tragic scene. He pulled the bodyguard over and asked what was going on. When Shi Feng saw Shang Xiaowei's face covered in blood, he was about to go and help him. As soon as I got one step closer, I smelled an extremely strong smell of feces and urine. He stopped his movements, stood still, and asked, young Master Wang, why is today's party still a hangman feast?
Wang Tsong looked embarrassed. Brother Feng, it's all a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding.
After saying that, he walked to Qin Chuan. He whispered, "Brother, what are you doing?" Qin Chuan looked at Wang Song coldly. "They were smashing my boat and beating my people. I'm just punishing them. What's wrong with that?"
"Brother, they are the young masters of the 8 great families in the Magic City."
Chapter 122. Aodao lost 10 billion.
"I don't understand what the 8 great families of Magic City are." Wang Song interrupted Qin Chuan and said, "Brother, you don't understand, but I do. Leave this matter to me, I will handle it."
"Brother, please, give your brother some face."
After saying that, Wang Song walked up to Chi Feng.
"Brother Feng, this is all a misunderstanding."
Chi Feng looked at Wang Song with a cold gaze. "Misunderstanding?"
"Xiao Sheng was drunk, he hit the door with an axe, and beat up that girl. That's why my brother took action. He has a bad temper, and we didn't get to know each other without fighting." As he spoke, Wang Song brought over a bottle of whiskey.
"Brother Feng, let's not talk too much, it's all in the wine."
After saying that, Wang Song raised his head. "Pour a whole 500 milliliters bottle of whiskey into your mouth." Halfway through drinking, he was already feeling a bit overwhelmed. Took 2 puffs. But Wang Song did not stop, but chose to continue drinking. The only child in the richest man's family.
The eldest son of Wanda Group.
The national husband of thousands of girls.
Principal Wang Song, who is always complaining about everything. Right now. As humble as a dog, begging and trying to please the other party.
This made Qin Chuan unable to bear it. He walked over and knocked the whiskey out of Wang Song's hand.
"Wang Song, what are you doing? Stop drinking."
Wang Song pushed Qin Chuan away and said with a choked voice, "Brother, don't worry about me."
"What can I do? I don't want to do this either."
He seemed to have something else in his words, but he didn't say it clearly. After pushing Qin Chuan's hand away, Wang Song continued to drink without hesitation. Until the wine bottle was completely tilted and there was not a drop of wine left in it. He forced himself to stand up, leaning against the wall, and said swayingly, "Brother Feng, is this enough for me?" Chi Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and remained silent. Shang Shelwy crawled to Chi Feng's feet and pulled his trouser legs. "Brother Feng, as the young master of the upper 4 families of the 8 great families, you have to make the decision for us.
We can't let that kid go, otherwise our 8 great families will lose all their face."
Chi Feng pulled back his trouser legs in disgust and said, "Don't worry, shall we?
I will not stand idly by while your 4 families are humiliated."
Shang Shelwy was delighted to hear Chi Feng was willing to step forward. "Brother Feng, tie him up later and let him watch how I play with his woman. I want to make him suffer a fate worse than death." Mei Shua and Dia Yang crawled over and echoed, "Young Master Chi, please help us avenge us." Chi Feng smiled awkwardly and turned to look at Wang Kong Wang Song. "You see, it's not that I don't want to, it's that they don't want to let it go. You know, we, the 8 great families in the Magic City, have always helped each other. As the young master of the Qi family, one of the top 4 families, it is my obligation to help the younger generations of the 4 lower families." When Wang Song heard this, his heart sank. Qin Chuan still looked calm. The 8 great families of Shanghai are nothing but shit to him.
Seeing Qin Chuan so calm, Chi Feng sneered and said, "Your name is Qin Chuan, right? We met at the last auto show.
Judging from your appearance, you've just hooked up with Wang Song and made a fortune, so it's inevitable that you're a little arrogant.
You haven't learned the history of our 8 great families yet, right? It's not your fault. It's hard for a sycophantic lackey to get involved in our circle."
Chi Feng pointed at the 3 people on the ground and said, "The people you've offended today are from the 8 great families of Magic City.
They are the families behind the scenes that firmly control the lifeline of Magic City. We control the veins of every industry in Magic City.
The Shang family has the right to speak in half of the entertainment industry.
The Mei family owns half of the high-end office buildings in Magic City. The Diao family controls 90% of the greening industry in Magic City. And my Qi family is in existence that you can't even imagine. The 8 great families are recognized as wealthy and prestigious families in the Magic City circle. Every household holds the lifeline of a certain industry. He is the leader and decision maker in every industry. With this identity, no matter where you go. The 3 characters of the 8 great families are all symbols of a card. When Shang, Mei and Diao heard the introduction of their family, they couldn't help but puff out their chests.
Even if your backer is the mighty Wang family, you still have to bow before us, the 8 great families. If it's a dragon, when it comes to the demon city and sees us, it has to coil up. If it's a tiger, it has to lie down. After saying that, Chi Feng looked at Qin Chuan again. I wanted to see fear and despair in his eyes. But what he didn't expect was. There was no trace of fear in Qin Chuan's eyes. On the contrary, there seemed to be a hint of excitement.
Fuck, what's going on? Doesn't this guy understand Mandarin? He doesn't look scared at all. On Qin Chuan's side, when he heard Chi Feng's self-introduction,
I felt a surge of excitement in my heart.
The 8 great families of Magic City, the clans behind the control of Magic City.
They don't sound like good guys. If I could get experience and level up by dealing with you, I'd wipe you out this weekend. Qin Chuan mobilized his golden eyes and scanned the 8 family members in front of him. But what made him regretful was that no experience value reminders appeared above the heads of these people. Suddenly, Qin Chuan's excited look became a little lost. He retracted his golden eyes and said disdainfully, "You rotten fish and shrimp, always claiming to be rich and noble."
In China, the foreigner's aristocratic dregs theory has long been unworkable.
You guys are just one who manages the opera, one who does the landscaping, and one who collects rent.
As for you, you don't even dare to say what you do.
Why should I be afraid of you guys?
Rotten fish and shrimp? Collect rent and engage in greening? Although what Qin Chuan said was true, why did it sound so harsh?
Shang, Mei, and Dio were all furious. They pointed at Qin Chuan and shouted, "Brother Feng, kill him.
Kill him. This is the high seas.
Kill him without worrying about the consequences." Qi Feng raised his hand to stop the noise made by several people.
Qin Chuan, you saw what happened today. We can't just let this go. He walked to the fire cabinet, took out the fire axe and threw it on the ground.
You, a mortal, cannot bear the wrath of the 8 great families of the Demon City.
Cut off one of your arms, and I will spare your life. Wang Song, who was already confused, staggered over after hearing this and said, "Brother Feng, we can't do this, we can't do this.
If you break Qin Chuan's arm, my grandfather will definitely beat me to death if he finds out."
Qi Feng glared at Wang Song and said coldly, "Wang Song, if your father knew that you lost 10 billion in Australia and couldn't even pay the interest, what would he do to you?"
As soon as these words came out,
Wang Song's pupils suddenly shrank. He sat down completely deflated.
Qi Feng continued, "You have to know that it was thanks to me that I was able to withstand the debt collection from the Yi family on Ao Island and make them agree to only repay the principal and not the interest." Every word Qi Feng said pierced Wang Song's heart.
The effect of the whiskey just now disappeared in an instant. You lost 10 billion in Australia? Qin Chuan asked calmly. Wang Song's performance today had already made Qin Chuan feel that something was wrong.
Now Qi Feng tells the inside story.
He suddenly understood. At first, Qin Chuan felt strange about Wang Song, who was a bit arrogant. Why did he suddenly become so timid? Even if the other party is one of the 8 great families of Magic City.
But as the son of the richest man, he is not inferior to the other party at all. Wang Song turned to Qin Chuan with a sad face.
Crying. Chapter 123, Miraculous Skills. Walking on the waves. Brother. I didn't want to do that either.
I was drunk that day, so I went on a tour of Ao Island with them. I originally wanted to play for $1 million or $2, but as I played, I got more and more addicted, and my losses kept getting bigger and bigger.
Qin Chuan listened to Wang Song's story. He immediately realized that there was an obvious problem here. How could you possibly lose 10 billion with a bet of 1 or 2 million? I don't know either. At first I thought it was just a $100 or $200 million bet. At the time, I only had 18 million in cash. After I lost it all, they handed me a bill and asked me to sign. No matter how much it was, they would give it to me right away. The first bill was only for $1 or $2 million, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Then I kept borrowing money from the place. I borrowed and borrowed. When the bill came out in the end, I was stunned. I found out that I actually owed 10 billion.
Wang Song was shaking with fear as he spoke.
Although he is the son of the richest man, his family assets amount to hundreds of billions. However, most of them are fixed assets. Once it is taken out for cash, it will cause panic in the market. In the end, only half of the market value could be cashed out. Lost 10 billion in one go. For the Wang family, it will definitely be a serious blow. If Wang Lin, the head of the Wang family, knew about this, he would probably beat Wang Song half to death.
Wang Song's crying did not calm Qi Feng down. He took advantage of the situation and said, Qin Xuan, without the protection of the Wang family, I wonder how rampant you can be.
I'll give you 1 minute to prepare and cripple one of your arms. Otherwise,
I'll take both of your arms. Shang Xiaowei was beside him, shaking his body with joy. Brother Phone, one arm is enough for him, I want both his legs. Diao Yang stood up and said, I want him to chop off his dick, otherwise I will never calm down. Mei Shua bared his teeth and said, I'm going to smash all his teeth and break his ribs. The three men had ferocious faces, as if they wanted to grind Qin Xuan to ashes. Wang Song hesitated to speak, as he didn't want Qin Xuan to get hurt. If he didn't know that 10 billion, he could definitely compete with the 4 people in front of him.
But now, the other party has caught him. There's really nothing I can do.
Qin Xuan snorted coldly and walked to the fire axe and stopped.
He looked down at the axe on the ground and said, Who told you that I need to be protected by the Wang family?
Shi Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Ha, you're still being stubborn even when the time comes.
I've checked you out and know you're quite good at fighting.
You have some skills, and you're a thug working for the Wang family.
But, do you think that fighting skills are useful in the real world? Can you make a name for yourself just by fighting?
Shi Feng took another step forward and was almost face to face with Qin Xuan.
Then he said, What a joke. This world is all about money and power. No matter how good you are at fighting, without the protection of the Wang family, you can hide today, but can you hide tomorrow? Can you hide forever?
I can't say that the Qi family has other abilities, but we do have the ability to turn the world upside down.
As long as you live one day, I will find you.
Qin Xuan let out a sly smile.
Who do you think you are? Your Qi family is nothing to me. Do I, Qin Xuan, need to hide from you? Damn, Brother Phone, this guy is so stubborn.
Don't waste time talking to him, just kill him. Shang Xiaowei propped up his half-broken body and picked up the fire axe on the ground. He raised his hand and prepared to chop Qin Xuan. But in Qin Xuan's eyes, his skills were no different from those of a kindergarten kid. Qin Xuan raised his leg slightly and kicked, using 20% of his strength. He kicked Shang Xiaowei off the yacht and into the vast ocean.
Everyone in the audience was shocked and petrified. This strength. It's just too scary.
The scene where Shang Xiaowei was kicked out was exactly like something out of a special effects movie.
Everyone present was stunned. Is this the strength that humans should have? He could actually kick a living person away. Kick to the sky. Mei Shuo and Diao Yan retreated repeatedly. They don't want to end up like Shang Xiaowei.
The bodyguards on the ship were dumbfounded.
I couldn't help swallowing.
Damn it, I'm glad I didn't try to be brave and go up to maintain law and order.
Otherwise, I would definitely not be able to withstand this guy's kick. Wang Song's eyes were about to fall out.
Brother, you're such a good fighter. Among all the people in the audience, only Qi Feng was the calmest. He smiled coldly, as if he had seen through everything. Qi Feng moved his lips slightly and whispered, Master Xiao, it's your turn to take action. Then he walked to the edge of the boat and put his hands on the railing. His eyes looked into the boundless sea where he couldn't see his hand in front of him.
Qi Feng yelled Master Xiao.
Everyone was confused and followed Qi Feng's example, looking into the distance. The small waves in the sea kept hitting, causing the eclipse to rise and fall slightly.
1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Suddenly, in the direction where Shang Xiaowei was kicked, there seemed to be some unusual movement on the sea level. A white mark appeared out of nowhere on the sea surface a few hundred meters away. What is that? Shark? That's impossible. Sharks don't leave any marks when they swim.
The people at the scene kept whispering and speculating. As the white trail got closer and closer to the eclipse,
against the backdrop of the bright light from the eclipse, everyone finally saw clearly. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Mom, what did I see? How could this happen? My worldview is about to collapse. Am I dazzled, or am I seeing an alien? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the sea. The white traces were not created by any sea creatures, but a person. He was actually walking on the waves. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble.
This was the sound that shattered the 3 perspectives of the people present. Mei Shuo, Diao Yan, and Wang Song were all stunned by the scene before them.
Qi Feng smiled calmly. Master Zhao's strength is still as terrifying as ever.
Qin Xuan looked at the scene on the sea and frowned slightly.
It's this guy indeed. Everyone was dumbfounded. All I saw were figures on the sea, constantly stepping on every wave. Use the upward reasoning of the waves to jump to the next wave crest. He was holding a man who looked like a dead dog. The man was Shang Xiaowei, who was kicked out by Qin Chuan. The last dozen meters from the eclipse. The man suddenly bent his legs, squatted down, and then jumped high. Like a horse stepping on a flying swallow, he took advantage of the momentum of the last wave and jumped directly onto the deck of the eclipse. With a loud bang. The powerful force of his landing created a small dent in the steel deck of the eclipse. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone's breathing seemed to stop. Only the whistling sea breeze is still singing. There was no other sound. The scene was eerily quiet. Under the lights of the eclipse, the man casually threw Shang Xiaowei aside. Then he slapped the sea water off his body twice. Finally, he stood with his hands behind his back, looking down upon the whole audience. Master Xiao! Shi Feng showed joy on his face and hurried to greet him. Master Xiao? Wang Tsong heard. All the color was gone from his face. An inexplicable fear arose in my heart. He had heard of this name before. Who is Master Xiao? Qin Chuan asked indifferently. Chapter 124, I am the strongest under level 4. Within 10 steps, I can kill him like a butchering a dog. Without waiting for Wang Tsong to speak, Shi Feng introduced loudly, Master Xiao is the overseas hongmen boss, Xiao Wanshan. Overseas hongmen? Qin Chuan asked doubtfully. Yes, it's the hongmen you know. Since the previous dynasty, the hongmen have expanded overseas, established roots abroad, and have long since achieved great success. The hongmen has always been known for its strength to conquer the world. This is the hongmen leader, Xiao Wanshan. He once single-handedly wiped out the American Black Blood Gang, traveled alone to Sicily Island in Italy, fought the mafia and seized their sapphires, and once rode thousands of miles across the battlefield in Iraq to rescue American high-ranking officials. Shi Feng had witnessed Xiao Wanshan's supernatural skills. The leader of the Black Blood Gang failed to pay back his debts, so he went to collect them. I never expected to be detained by the other party. Not only is the debt not repaid at all, he also asked the Qi family to offer $1 billion before he would release the person. Qi Lianshan, the head of the Qi family and Qi Feng's father, was helpless. They can only go to the hongmen headquarters in the United States to seek help. After kneeling for a whole day and night, the leader of the hongmen gang finally agreed to help. But only one person was sent to rescue. This person is Xiao Wanshan. I met Xiao Wanshan, who was already over 50 years old at that time. Qi Lianshan even wanted to go home for a feast. But it was hindered by the tremendous power of hongmen. He didn't dare say anything more. He had no choice but to take Xiao Wanyan to the Black Blood Gang for negotiations. But what I didn't expect was Xiao Wanshan just arrived at the Black Blood Gang's headquarters. With a flash, he rushed in directly. The Black Blood Gang was not given any chance to recite their lines. At the scene, there were constant gunshots and wailing everywhere. 5 minutes later, there was silence. Xiao Wanshan carried Qi Feng in one hand and walked out of the Black Blood Gang's base at a leisurely pace. And inside the Black Blood Gang's headquarters, there was not even a single note of wailing. Qi Feng saw everything that happened. People are already scared silly. He thought his father had called an alien to rescue him. Strong. It's really powerful. The superb kung fu is completely impressive. Since this incident, the Qi family has paid tribute to hongmen every year, just to find a general to protect them and their family. Xiao Wanyan naturally became the patron saint of the Qi family. Master Xiao, it's this brat. He provoked our Qi family and just kicked the eldest son of the Shang family out. You have to take charge of this for us. Shi Feng bowed and pleaded respectfully. Xiao Wanyan stood with his hands behind his back and his eyes lowered. He seemed like a hermit, looking down at the whole place. Qin Chuan smiled slightly and mobilized the martial arts power in his body. In an instant, a faint aura surrounded him. Xiao Wanyan narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "So you are a martial artist, that's why you are so arrogant." A martial artist? Shi Feng was shocked and turned to look at Qin Chuan. At this time, the sea breeze blew by, and the waves splashed drops of seawater, hitting everyone. Others were splashed by the seawater to varying degrees. But there seemed to be a barrier around Qin Chuan. The oncoming sea water seemed to be blocked by something. It went straight around his body. Master Xiao, what should we do? Shi Feng felt a little uneasy. He originally thought that Qin Xuan was just a good fighter. I never expected that the other party was actually a martial artist. He understands martial arts. Anyone who enters the Tao will reach a higher level. It is already beyond the realm of mortals. Master Xiao, what level is he? Xiao Wanyan smiled faintly. From the kick he just gave the Shang family's young master, I think he is at the entry-level level of the second level. But now he is releasing his martial arts power, forming a circle of martial arts magnetic field around him. This is the strength that only the peak of the second level can possess. The peak of the second level of martial arts? Shi Feng was almost scared to death. When Xiao Wanyan saved him, he was at the peak of the second level of martial arts. With the peak level of the second level of martial arts, one can destroy an entire gang by himself and enter the battlefield without getting dirty. Shi Feng feels a little regretful now. If I had known earlier that Qin Xuan was a martial artist, I would never have bothered with him. He would not even seek revenge on the people of the lower four gates. Any martial arts expert must be worshipped as a god among the 8 major families in the Magic City. He could now understand why Wang Song was so desperate to protect Qin Xuan. It is also understandable why the Wang family supports him so much. It turned out that it was not the Wang family that protected him. But he protected the Wang family. Why do I have to provoke this kind of person? If the other party insists on fighting to the death, I don't know if Master Xiao can protect himself. Xiao Wanyan saw Qi Fang's worry. He smiled and patted Qi Fang's shoulder gently. You don't have to worry. Even if he's at the peak of level 2, or the entry level of level 3, or even the peak of level 3. In my eyes, they're all like ants. Below level 4, I'm the strongest. Within 10 steps, I can kill him like a butcher dog. When Xiao Wanyan said this, he shook slightly. In an instant, a chill swept across the entire deck. Everyone in the field felt a chilling murderous intent coming over them. This is a feeling of despair, helplessness, and inability to resist. Shi Feng was overjoyed. With Xiao Wanyan's words, he felt relieved. He took a step forward. Qin Xuan, I originally wanted to take just one of your arms, but you didn't appreciate my kindness and kept insisting on doing it. Today, I've asked Master Xiao to take action, and you have nowhere to hide. I'll give you one last chance. If you can cripple both of your arms, I'll spare your life. Destroy both of his own arms? Wang Song was confused. Why did the matter get bigger and bigger? He stood in front of Qin Xuan and said, Brother Feng, I'll pay you. You're here to collect debts for the He family in Aodao. I'll call the old man right now and I'll get you 10 billion within a week. Can we just let this go? No. Damn it, absolutely not. Shang Xiaowei, lying on the ground with his last bit of strength left, struggled with all his might. Jia Yang and Mei Shua immediately ran behind Qi Feng and echoed, absolutely not. Brother Feng, we can't agree to them. There were constant cries of criticism from the other side. Wang Song was already extremely panicked. He felt uneasy after experiencing 2 rounds of bullying. He was overjoyed at first because Qin Xuan had superhuman strength and could kick a living person away with one kick. Later, when he saw Xiao Wanyan coming on the waves like an immortal, he became desperate again. Wang Song quickly grabbed Qin Xuan's hand and said, Brother, spend money to avoid disasters. You have so much money. Give them 10 billion and buy peace, brother. Qin Xuan smiled faintly and broke free from Wang Song's hand. He faced Xiao Wanyan without a trace of fear on his face. He said calmly, what did you just say? Under level 4, you are the strongest? Killing me is like butchering a dog? Xiao Wanyan narrowed his eyes and his whole body trembled. A powerful martial arts force was released instantly. The powerful outward force directly shocked everyone on the boat. Most of the speakers on the DJ stage were shaken out. Boy, don't think you can be so arrogant just because you're young and have reached the 2nd or 3rd level. Even if you are a genius, you must die before me today. Originally, the Qi family only asked me to cripple your arms, but I, Xiao Wanyan, don't think that's enough. I want to sacrifice you. Be the first shot of my Hongmen sect to return to China. After saying that, Xiao Wanyan looked into Qin Xuan's eyes through the fog on the sea. I saw that the other person's pupils shrank slightly and his eyes were slightly unfocused. He laughed coldly in his heart, it's too late to be afraid now. Chapter 125, Hongmen's Secret Technique, 5 Gates of Duanjia. Open. Xiao Wanyan shook his whole body and released the power of martial arts.
The flowing white hair dances in the sea breeze. He stepped back with his right foot. The plywood on the ground, which had already been dented by people stepping on it, sank a few inches further.
Xiao Wanyan kicked with his left foot and his whole body fell.
Like a wild horse breaking free from its reins, it rushed towards Qinchuan. He gathered his energy into his right hand, concentrated his mind and strength, and threw a punch. This punch is powerful and fierce, with an unstoppable momentum. The sea breeze had to retreat amidst the howling sound. When everyone saw this, they were all shocked. Is this the true strength of a martial arts master? With one punch, the waves were broken. The heaven and earth changed color. The rain avoids its sharp edge.
Too strong, too strong.
Seeing Xiao Wanyan take action again, Shifeng couldn't help but mutter.
The current Xiao Wanyan is different from the Xiao Wanyan who saved him from the Black Blood Gang.
The strength has been improved to a higher level.
Although Xiao Wanyan is over 60 years old, he is a martial arts expert. His agile figure is no different from that of a man in his early 20s. Xiao Wanyan's punch flew through the air.
The fist force transformed into a tiger descending the mountain. Boy, let me take care of you. This punch is the product of 60 years of hard work.
Can you withstand it? Bang!
A muffled sound was heard.
The violent sonic boom shook everyone on the boat to the point of collapse. Sonic boom shattered ocean waves.
It turned into water droplets, like steel balls, bouncing on everyone. Everyone forced themselves to stand up and wipe their eyes that were wet from the seawater. Look at Xiao Wanyan and Qin Chuan.
This glance passed by.
The whole place was dead silent. You can hear a pin drop. The only sound on board was the crash of waves against the eclipse. Qin Chuan was seen with his right hand behind his back and his left hand raised in front of his chest. He opened his palm and firmly grasped Xiao Wanyan's punch.
Shock. Unbelievable. Incredible. Xiao Wanyan's powerful punch, a punch that was the product of 60 years of practice, could destroy a city wall.
Qin Chuan actually caught it easily with one hand. Shifeng felt like there was something stuck in his throat. The three people from the next four families knelt down to watch the scene.
Wang Song collapsed on the ground, shaking in disbelief.
Huang Wenwen covered her face and peeked through her fingers.
Xiao Wanyan was stunned for a moment. How? How is this possible? This punch is the essence of half my life. It can even penetrate a tank. You.
Qin Chuan sneered and turned his left hand wildly.
Click. Ah. Xiao Wanyan wailed in pain.
His right hand, which was as strong as steel, was actually twisted off by Qin Chuan. Such a waste is worthy of making noise in my ears.
Qin Chuan said and threw it casually. With a loud bang. A great master of his generation, Xiao Wanyan.
Like a dead dog, he was thrown out. It slammed heavily onto the steel fence of the eclipse. I kindly let you board the ship for a tour, but you actually wantonly destroyed my things.
Anyone who breaks the door will have an arm taken away.
Anyone who tramples on my deck will have his cultivation abolished and be demoted to a cripple. Qin Chuan spoke word by word and walked towards Xiao Wanyan.
Xiao Wanyan was shocked. Damn it! I was so careless.
I thought he was at most at the peak of level 2, or the entry level of level 3. I didn't expect him to be at the peak of level 3, just like me.
A young man is better than a strong one. After all, I'm older. If we're on the same level, I'm afraid I can't win.
Xiao Wanyan endured the severe pain and reconnected his broken bones. Boy, I didn't expect you to be so skilled, actually reaching the peak of level 3.
I underestimated you.
However, although you and I are both at the peak of level 3, I have the Hongmen secret technique. As he spoke, Xiao Wanyan stretched out his left hand, with his index and middle fingers together.
Then press several special acupuncture points on your body. Next second. He looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. Hongmen's secret technique, 5 gates of escape. Open. With this loud roar, lightning and thunder flashed between heaven and earth.
The original drizzle suddenly turned into a downpour. Suddenly, there was a strong wind and huge waves. Xiao Wanyan, who was still a little weak in the last second, was instantly revived with full health. A thick fog enveloped him. At this time, even the rain could not penetrate him.
As Xiao Wanyan took a step forward, the deck of the eclipse became dented.
I never thought that I, Xiao Wanyan, would be forced by a brat to open the 5 gates of Duinjia and forcibly advance to the 4th level of martial arts. Boy, originally, only you would have died. But now, you force me to open the 5 gates of Duinjia, causing me to lose 10 years of my life. Therefore, I must destroy your entire family to commemorate the 10 years I have lost.
Xiao Wanyan took a deep breath and held the fire axe firmly in his hand. He shouted.
The martial arts power in the body was instantly poured into the fire axe. In an instant, the axe was covered with a layer of white light. This move of mine is a unique ability of a level 4 expert to empower a weapon. An ordinary weapon is imbued with the power of martial arts, transforming it into a divine weapon capable of cutting through iron like mud.
With it, I can slay gods and Buddhas alike. Watch as the ordinary axe in Xiao Wanyan's hand turned into a divine weapon emitting terrifying aura.
The flame of hope was ignited again in the hearts of the 8 major families in the Magic City.
Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Chi Feng was overjoyed and laughed wildly. Master Xiao is so domineering. A level 4 defeating a level 3 is like cutting melons and vegetables. Crush him!
Wang Song looked around in panic and immediately ran to another fire extinguisher.
Prepared to bring Qin Chuan an axe. Xiao Wanyan glanced at the opponent and chopped down with an axe in mid-air.
A white mist came out from the axe, directly blowing the fire extinguisher box into ashes.
Xiao Wanyan didn't care whether Qin Chuan could get an axe.
He did this just to flex his muscles. Qin Chuan glanced at the holes on the eclipse's wall, his eyes blazing with anger. Originally, you, Hongmen, only needed to die, but you insulted my family and destroyed my ship.
For both crimes, I will destroy you, Hongmen. Qin Chuan, you are too arrogant.
Grinding your bones and scattering them into ashes is not enough to vent my anger. I will take your body to Siam and refine you into a puppet that will never be reborn.
Xiao Wanyan chopped down several more axes in mid-air.
White shadows shot out like bullets.
Qin Chuan was fearless and walked towards Xiao Wanyan.
When the white shadow approached him, Qin Chuan flashed his hand. The axes that were like thousands of arrows piercing the heart were suddenly wiped out without a trace by Qin Chuan with just a casual wave of his hand. The whole place was dead silent.
Everyone was confused again.
Qin Chuan did not stop moving forward and stretched out his right hand.
A grasp of the void. In the empty right hand,
a white cyclone slowly condensed. The cyclone is surging and entangled. From a small dot, it becomes a small ball, and then into a long knife.
See this scene. Xiao Wanyan was dumbfounded.
I was so scared that I became incontinent on the spot.
Gathering chi into a blade. This is a skill exclusive to level 5 warriors. You are actually a level 5 warrior. I was confused. Completely confused. Xiao Wanyan just felt that his 3 views were shattered. The belief in the strong man in my heart collapsed. After 60 years of hard training, he reached the peak of the 3rd level. He has already been hailed as a talented warrior that only appears once in a century. Today, I opened the 5 gates of Duinjia and reached the 4th level. It turned out that the opponent was a level 5 boss. A 20-year-old level 5 expert. It is unprecedented in history, with no precedent or successor, and is unheard of. Is this guy still human? How is that even possible? Did he start practicing since he was in his mother's womb? What the hell is this? At this moment, Xiao Wanyan had only one thought in his mind. Escape. Run away quickly. Run away immediately. If you don't escape now, when will you escape? Such a young level 5 expert has appeared in China. I must report this to the Hongmen people. Otherwise, they will suffer a great loss. Xiao Wanyan paused without saying a word. I actually wanted to ride on the waves. Chapter 126, The Reverse Scale Cannot Be Touched. Xiao Wanyan jumped into the vast ocean.
The light body steps on the top of every ripple of waves.
It only took a few seconds. He actually jumped over 100 meters away. A moment later, Xiao Wanyan landed steadily on his wooden boat. He quickly extinguished the oil lamp on the boat. Avoid being tracked by the other party.
Luckily, I've practiced the wave walking light skill for years, otherwise I'd be dead in this hellhole today.
Damn, what's wrong with China these days? There are all kinds of monsters.
If I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have used the 5 gates Duinjia. Even with cheats, I still couldn't beat them, and I'd have wasted 10 years of my life. No, I have to go back and report to the Hongmen Patriarch.
Xiao Wanyan immediately used the power of martial arts to drive the wooden boat forward. Suddenly, the hair beside Xiao Wanyan's ear fluttered.
A dazzling white shadow rushed past him from behind. It seemed to pass through his body.
Xiao Wanyan felt a chill on his neck.
He reached out and touched it.
My neck was wet. The next moment,
his eyes went dark. A powerful man of Hongmen's generation, the strongest combat force under level 4, a martial arts master who can punch for 50 years.
Xiao Wanyan. Death.
On the eclipse. Qin Chuan slowly lowered his right hand.
He had just thrown the long knife in the direction of Xiao Wanyan's breath.
Because it was my first time using it, I didn't know if it hit the target or not.
Until he could no longer feel Xiao Wanyan's breath.
He then put his hand down. At this moment, a system prompt message appeared in front of Qin Chuan's eyes. Congratulations to the challenger for defeating the reactionary forces. Congratulations to the challenger, you have gained 25 experience points.
Just now, Xiao Wanyan said that Hongmen is about to return to China.
Qin Chuan's pupils shrank slightly, and his eyes were slightly distracted for a moment.
He mobilized the golden eyes to investigate Xiao Wanyan.
But Xiao Wanyan mistakenly thought that Qin Chuan was afraid. It would have been better if Qin Chuan didn't check, but he did.
Good job. There is a 25-point experience value hanging above Xiao Wanyan's head.
I'm sorry about that. Qin Chuan retracted his combat form.
He turned around and looked at the 4 people from the 8 great families of the Magic City.
Mei Shuai and Diao Yang snuggled up to each other, trembling all over, too scared to say a word. Shang Xiaowei just raised his eyes to take a look at the situation and then continued to pretend to be dead.
Shi Feng was terrified. He looked around.
With the help of the rain-soaked floor of the deck, the angle at which the ship tilts when struck by waves,
and how hard your knees are.
He took small steps to run up and rush towards Qin Chuan. With a beautiful slide, he knelt steadily in front of Qin Chuan.
He cowed out like crazy, "Brother Qin, please be magnanimous and let me go. Brother Qin, I know I was wrong. Brother Qin."
At this time, Shi Feng no longer had the bearing of the eldest son of the Qi family, one of the 8 great families of Magic City.
He is as humble as a stray dog. He kept begging Qin Chuan.
Qin Chuan lowered his eyes and stared at her, then said calmly, "You insulted me first, smashed the boat, and then sent someone to kill me.
You asked me to let you go. If you were me, would you let such a person go?" Shi Feng still knelt and kowtowed, "I will. I will. I will." Wang Song on the side was speechless. "It's so shameless." Shi Feng continued, "I won't argue with a dog. I am a dog. Woof woof woof, Brother Qin, please let me go."
Seeing that Qin Chuan was indifferent, he knelt down and crawled in front of Wang Song again.
"Brother Song, save me, save me. I don't want to die. Considering that I have been helping you with the He family, please help me and talk to me."
Wang Song's cheek twitched.
He was in a dilemma at this moment.
Just now, I begged Shi Feng to let Qin Chuan go. Now, Shi Feng turned around and begged Qin Chuan to let him go. Wang Song, who was loyal and kind-hearted by nature, finally softened his heart. He tried to say to Qin Chuan, "Brother, look, now that everyone has nothing to do, how about just leave it like this?" When Qin Chuan heard this, a terrifying aura emanated from his whole body.
He angrily said, "Wang Song, don't be soft-hearted."
Qin Chuan pointed at Shang Xiaowei and said, "He smashed my boat, beat my woman, and even threatened to cripple my arms." Then, Qin Chuan pointed at Mei Shuai and said, "He's going to knock out all my teeth and break my ribs."
Finally, Qin Chuan pointed at Diao Yang and said, "As for what he wanted to do, do you still remember?" Wang Song swallowed. He remembered clearly what Diao Yang had just said.
Shi Feng rolled his eyes and picked up the axe on the ground.
"Brother Qin, these 3 bastards are so ungrateful that they dared to offend you. I'll teach them a lesson for you. They'll have to pay for the insults they said to you before." After saying that,
Shi Feng raised his axe and rushed towards Shang Xiaowei, who was pretending to be dead.
2 axe blows. Clean and neat.
Before Shang Xiaowei could even struggle, he fainted from the pain.
Next is Mei Shuai.
Shi Feng adjusted the axe in his hand, changing the front to the back.
Bang bang bang. He beat Mei Shuai up. At last, Shi Feng walked up to Diao Yang. Diao Yang stepped back repeatedly, waving his hands. Brother Feng, please don't do that.
My Diao family has only one son for 9 generations, and I'm not even married yet. Chi Feng's face was covered in blood and his eyes were red. He dragged the long axe and swayed his body.
Diao Yang, I'm helping you. If you want to live, you have to hand over something.
It's your fault for being too aggressive and leaving no room for negotiation.
In the future, it's better to behave yourself. Don't speak harshly and consider the consequences. Diao Yang was so regretful.
Damn, who knew that saying harsh words would backfire?
Everyone is saying harsh words, why did I say that just now? Before Diao Yang could finish reflecting,
Chi Feng knocked him unconscious.
Looking at the unconscious Diao Yang, Chi Feng said with a wry smile, "You should thank me for giving you anesthesia before the execution." The words fell. The surgical operation was also completed smoothly. This scene. Everyone on the boat was vomiting, including Wang Song.
He felt his stomach churning and quickly ran to the side of the boat and vomited violently. After finishing all the work, Chi Feng slid back to his knees in front of Qin Xuan in a flattering manner.
Brother, everything is done. Since I did it myself, can you please let me go? Chi Feng's actions also shocked Qin Xuan.
He didn't expect that a person could be so crazy. But even so, Qin Xuan still didn't want to let Chi Feng go. Because Chi Feng has touched his weak spot. Just when Qin Xuan's eyes were filled with murderous intent, Wang Song, who had returned after vomiting, held his hand tightly. He begged, "Brother, you can't kill him. If you kill him, I'll be dead. 10 billion, how can I possibly pay it all back in one go?" Right, brother Qin, don't give in to the monk, give in to the Buddha. Please forgive me for helping Wang Song so much. I'll go back and continue to negotiate with the Yi family and see if I can give Wang Song a lighter sentence. Hearing this, Wang Song kicked him and said, "Call me Brother Kong."
Yes. Songa.
Qin Xuan thought about it and realized that Chi Feng had taken action against the 3 young masters of the 8 major families in the Magic City.
Afterwards, they would definitely mobilize the entire clan to retaliate.
So he looked at Chi Feng coldly and said, "In that case, I'll spare your life and let Wang Song go for the 10 billion. Upon hearing this, Chi Feng cowed out again and said, "Brother, I also want to forgive him, but I can't do it."
The He family doesn't agree.
The He family is extremely powerful, and our Chi family is just a small family that follows them and takes advantage of them. Of course, if my strength allows, I will pay it back for Brother Kong. But our Chi family only has 5 billion in assets, which is not enough to pay it back.
The He family from AO Island, right?
In that case, let's go to AO Island.
I'll personally settle the account with Wang Song. Chapter 127, Walking into a Trap? Going to Australia Island. What?
Chi Feng and Wang Song were both stunned. Chi Feng was overjoyed as long as he could reach Australia Island. With the backing of the supergiant He family, my life is safe. On the other side, Wang Song never expected that Qin Xuan would want to settle the account for him.
Wang Song said a little embarrassedly, "Brother, this is not right.
You have to pay me back 10 billion.
I feel embarrassed." Who said I'd pay you back 10 billion? Wang Song was stunned. Brother, didn't you just say you were going to settle the accounts? I'm going to win your money back for you.
Qin Xuan said calmly.
Brother, don't scare me. Wang Song quickly pulled Qin Xuan aside. Brother, 9 out of 10 times you lose in gambling. It's all a trap. You know this now, why didn't you understand it when you first went there?
Wang Song scratched his head and didn't dare to respond.
Qin Xuan glanced at Chi Feng and said, "Take us to AO Island, is that okay?" No problem, absolutely no problem.
Chi Feng looked respectful and humble. My heart was already in turmoil and I was filled with ecstasy. Unexpectedly, Qin Xuan actually wanted to use the money he won in Australia to pay off Wang Song's debt.
What's the difference between this and pie in the sky? People in my Chi family do this kind of work. You bastard, you actually dared to walk into a trap. I'm going to teach you what it means to lose so badly that your mother won't even recognize you. Brother Qin, I'll call AO Island right now and have them prepare a welcome for you. We'll make sure to prepare the highest standards of hospitality so you can have a great time on AO Island, have a blast, and return with a bang. As he spoke, Chi Feng slowly retreated to the other end of the eclipse.
He took out his satellite phone, entered the number, and waited a moment.
The call is connected. Hello, sis, it's me, Chi Feng. I only heard a woman's voice on the other end of the phone. The other person's voice was not soft and sweet, but with majesty and decisiveness. Chi Feng, do you know what time it is? You disturbed my sleep. If I get a wrinkle on my face tomorrow, you will cut off a finger to apologize.
When Chi Feng heard this, his cock trembled 3 times.
Sister, if it's not something important, I wouldn't dare disturb you so late at night.
The other party became interested after hearing this. She slowly sat up, picked up a lace chiffon nightgown beside her, and draped it over her fair and tender body.
Explain. Sister, I will bring you a fat sheep tomorrow. Oh? How fat?
Chi Feng actually didn't know how much assets Qin Chuan had.
But he can fool people. Anyway, it's over.
Whether you have money or not, you will have to borrow from these people on the Australian island in the end.
So he said, it's about the same as the Wang family of Wanda.
The corner of the woman's mouth, under her red lips, outlined an upward arc.
Chi Feng, you'd better not lie to me. Oh, my dear sister, how dare I lie to you? What's the Wang family saying? Will they give me 10 billion or shares in Wanda? This matter has been delayed for 2 months.
Even if I don't eat or take the interest, I have so many mouths to feed, and they still need to eat and drink.
Sister, it's almost done, almost done. This time I'm bringing Wang Song here. If his father doesn't pay back the debt, we won't let him go.
I just don't believe that Wang Lin would give up his only son for 10 billion. The woman nodded in agreement.
Okay.
After the matter is completed, your commission will naturally not be reduced.
Thank you, sister. Thank you, sister. Hang up the phone. Chi Feng rolled his eyes.
He gathered his emotions.
Then make a phone call. Hello, Uncle Shang, I'm Chi Feng. On the other end of the line was Shang Rong, the head of the Shang family, one of the 8 great families in Shanghai. Oh, Chi Feng, Xiao Shang went out with you today, right? Yes, Uncle Shang, Xiao Shang. How was your fun?
My little Shang has a bad temper, I hope he didn't cause any trouble for you.
As soon as Shang Rong finished speaking, he heard Chi Feng on the other end of the phone burst into tears. Uncle, it's my fault. I didn't take good care of Xiao Shang. Shang Rong's face changed drastically. What happened? What happened to Xiao Shang? Xiao Shang, he was beaten to death. Shang Rong stumbled and fell to the ground. How could this happen? How could this happen? Who is it? Who is so bold as to touch the people of the 8 great families of Demon City?
Shang Rong turned from sorrow to anger, his eyes filled with tears and bloodshot, and he said with a grin.
It's a man named Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan? Shang Rong's mind was spinning rapidly. Magic City, Zhao Qi Xinli, Mei Shang Lin Diao. The names of these 8 great families did not come out of nowhere.
Instead, it was fought for with the lives of generations of family members. In the early years of doing business, everyone's hands were stained with dirt.
Who has a clean backside? The enemies have always existed, but now they are hindered by the situation.
No one dared to use knives or guns again.
The outcome will only be revealed in the marketplace. They use intrigue and scheming. But I never expected it. Today, the Shang family actually encountered someone who didn't follow the rules. He actually dared to come up and fight with bayonets. Who is Qin Chuan?
I'm going to kill his entire family. Chi Feng suppressed his sobs and said, Uncle, I'll send you his family information later.
You must avenge Xiao Shang.
Of course. Xiao Shang is my son and the only hope of our Shang family. Even if I have to sacrifice all our wealth, I will make sure his entire family is dead.
Chi Feng smiled evilly and hung up the phone. Then he did the same thing again. Call Mei Yifei, the head of the Mei family, and Diao Yunpeng, the head of the Diao family.
They also shed tears like rain, accusing Qin Chuan of doing something irreparable to their son.
Finish all the calls.
Chi Feng looked at the vast ocean in front of him.
Qin Chuan, you are still too young to fight me, Chi Feng. You humiliated me today.
I will not only empty your money, but also bury your entire family with you. The Shang, Mei, and Diao families will definitely mobilize all their manpower to go to Jiangning and attack your entire family. Just wait for their wrath. After saying that, Chi Feng laughed loudly. When he returned to the Bao Cleat, this place has already been cleaned up, without any trace left. All that was left on the ground was the hole made by Xiao Wanyan and the waiter who was mopping the floor.
Chi Feng grabbed the other person and asked, "Where are they?"
Shay.
Young Master Qi, President Qin and President Wang have already gone back to rest. Chi Feng grabbed the man's collar with both hands and said, "I'm asking about Shang Xiaowei, Dao Yang, and Mei Shua. Where are the three of them?" The waiter's face turned pale with fear.
He had just seen how Chi Feng treated those three people. He was afraid that Chi Feng would also be violent towards him. The waiter was so frightened that tears came out of his eyes.
"Mr. Qi, I don't know. Just now,
Mr. Qin said that they would be an eyesore if they stayed on the boat and would make the boat dirty.
So let. What do you want to do to people?" Chi Feng asked. "Have someone drag him away and throw him into the sea to feed the sharks."
Upon hearing this, Chi Feng let the waiter go.
He couldn't help but snort.
"Well, Qin Xuan, you're quite ruthless. But you also helped me out by dealing with these three guys who could still talk."
Chi Feng clapped his hands and asked the waiter. Chapter 128, Follow my orders and I will be your only boss. I'll give you 1 million. Do me a favor.
The waiter looked at Chi Feng warily.
"Mr. Qi, what's the matter? I'm just a waiter." "It's very simple.
All you have to do is tell people that it was Qin Xuan who murdered the three young masters Shang, Mei, and Diao tonight, and then destroy their bodies.
That's all."
No, Mr. Wang once ordered that nothing on the ship be mentioned to outsiders.
This is the high seas, and I don't want to be thrown into the water to feed the fish.
Chi Feng sneered and took out a bank card from his pocket.
He is confident that there is nothing in this world that cannot be done with money. If so, then add money. Here's 10 million. Just do what I say and it'll all be yours.
Think carefully about whether you want financial freedom or to spend your whole life sweeping and mopping floors here. Looking at the bank card in Chi Feng's hand, the waiter swallowed. This is 10 million.
An average person can't earn 10 million in their entire life.
Seeing that the other party was hesitant, Chi Feng hooked his neck and the two of them leaned their heads against each other.
Chi Feng threatened in a low voice, "They can throw people into the sea to feed sharks, and I, Chi Feng, can do that too. Think carefully, do you want to live and get 10 million, or feed the sharks?"
The waiter broke out in a cold sweat. He took the bank card tremblingly.
Chi Feng grinned proudly, "Once the ship reaches the shore, I will arrange for you to go to a safe place. When we need you, someone will naturally lead you out. Master Qi, I did this. President Qin will definitely not let me go. You saw how terrifying his strength was just now. I'm afraid." "What are you afraid of?" "Once we get to AO Island, it's my world.
No matter how good he is at fighting, as long as he's still a carbon-based creature, he'll have to give in under the barrel of a gun."
"Can he withstand the barrage of bullets?"
After saying that, Chi Feng pushed the waiter away and straightened his clothes. "Qin Xuan, blame yourself for being too confident. The foundation of my Qi family is beyond your imagination. If you go against my Qi family, you will only end up dead." Eclipse, 6th deck, guest room. Qin Xuan fed Huang Wanwan a bottle of primary life essence. The bruises and damaged skin and flesh on her body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye.
"Drink this and you'll get better soon."
Qin Xuan picked up the empty bottle and said coldly.
Huang Wanwan grabbed Qin Xuan and said, "Please don't leave. Can you stay with me this time?"
Qin Xuan withdrew his hand and did not agree to her request. "Next time, don't go to parties with random people."
"This is not the only way to become famous."
There was no anger in Qin Xuan's eyes, just some disappointment. "No, listen to my explanation. I'm not trying to get rich, I came here specifically to find you.
I said I would give you a chance to enter the entertainment industry peacefully.
But you just said that.
Later, you never contacted me again."
This time, Qin Xuan was choked. Huang Wanwan was right, he had promised.
He also promised. It's just that too many things have happened recently and I'd been distracted. Once I got busy, I forgot about it. After we get ashore tomorrow, you will return to Kyoto and report to Jiahong Media. Although until now, Qin Xuan has not had any contact with Jiahong's boss Yang. However, as the largest shareholder, a highly intelligent boss Yang would surely understand what he meant. Sometimes, there are so many industries that it's really a headache. I can't take care of them all. Jiahong Media? Is it boss Yang Mian's company?
Her company is now the most popular media company in the entertainment industry, with a market share second only to Shangshi Media, one of the 8 great families in Shanghai.
Yes, that's right, it's Yangmi's Jiahong Media.
A glimmer of hope flashed across Huang Wenwen's eyes, but it quickly turned into lack of confidence.
Will she really want me?
Yes. Qin Chuan said affirmatively.
How could the person arranged by the major shareholder be rejected? Besides, Huang Wenwen looks very similar to Boss Yang.
Plus her devilish figure. With a little effort, your career path will not be too bad. Qin Chuan covered her with a blanket and said, sleep for a while.
We'll be arriving soon.
Huang Wenwen reached out her hand from under the quilt again and grabbed Qin Chuan. She used all her strength to pull Qin Chuan to her side.
Huang Wenwen sobbed softly, I'm scared, I'm so scared. Please, this time, can you please not leave?
Please, just stay with me this time, I promise, I won't do anything. Qin Chuan was speechless.
This line seems a bit reversed.
But this time, Qin Chuan did not choose to leave. Instead, he sat at the head of the bed and turned off the light.
The silvery moonlight shines through the glass. Huang Wenwen snuggled up to Qin Chuan. Her face was full of satisfaction and joy.
Although she didn't know how long this feeling would last. But, at least at this moment, she felt extremely fulfilled. She happily hugged Qin Chuan's arms tightly in her arms. In an instant, Qin Chuan felt his right arm being wrapped by a soft body.
It is a feeling of fulfillment that leaves you with nowhere to hide and makes your blood boil. At midnight on the sea, the wind and waves subsided and the noise died down. The eclipse swayed slightly on the sea.
The crew on board were busy cleaning up.
Waves hit the boat, making slight noises.
Wang Song was busy among the crowd, warning them one by one not to leak what happened tonight. Fortunately, when he got on the boat, he had ordered everyone to collect their cell phones.
Ensure that no video of what happened at night will be leaked.
A light snoring sounded in Qin Chuan's ears. He slowly pulled out his arm that was tightly embraced by Huang Wenwen.
When I first pulled it out, my arm felt a little numb.
After Qin Chuan covered her with the quilt, he quietly walked out of the room.
Closed the door. He went up to the 7th floor. There is a gym at the corner of this floor.
It is divided into anaerobic and aerobic areas, and there is also an exercise room. The exercise room is 150 square meters in size.
The ground inside is completely flat. There is nothing else in the room except the glass on all 4 sides.
The lights in the exercise room were off and it was pitch black inside. The moonlight shines through the exhaust windows of the exercise room, casting a little light.
Qin Chuan walked into the training room and turned on the light switch. Suddenly, the room was as bright as day. Who? Don't kill me. Ah. In the corner, 3 ragged and smelly people made different sounds. When the 3 of them saw that the person coming was Qin Chuan, everyone fell silent, enduring the pain, not daring to breathe. Qin Chuan walked up to the 3 of them and looked down at them. If I can cripple your arms, will you obey? Sheng Shelwei was crying. At this moment, he dared not disobey. If you don't obey, you will lose your life. He said tremblingly, I.
Qin Chuan tilted his head and looked at Mei Shuo.
I'll break your sternum. Do you accept it?
I obey, of course I obey. Qin Chuan turned his head and said to Diao Yang, I'll cut off your descendants.
Do you accept it? Diao Yang cried out in pain, and replied, I am convinced. I regret it. Since you have submitted, from today onwards, all 3 of you must obey my orders and be respectful to me.
After saying that, Qin Chuan threw down 3 small bottles.
Mei Shuo, who was the least injured, crawled to the small bottle and asked in fear, Mr. Qin, what is this? Chapter 129. Everyone in the family should respect the teacher as if he were a god. This is the essence of life.
After drinking it, you can heal broken bones and regenerate severed limbs. Of course, your Diao family can continue to carry on the incense, so there will be no extinction.
The 3 of them were dumbfounded when they heard this. Life essence? Regeneration of severed limbs? I can still continue, the incense. After hearing Qin Chuan's words, the person who was most surprised was Diao Yang. He originally didn't want to live in this world anymore. See this small bottle in front of you.
It can actually make him full of energy and rejuvenate himself.
Diao Yang instantly rekindled his desire for life.
yearning for the future, desire for girls. The three of them climbed up immediately. They were not worried about whether Qin Xuan was lying to them.
Anyway, it has become what it is now. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, you should try.
They unscrewed the bottle caps and drank it in one gulp.
Mr. Mei,
Shang Xiaowei shook his body awkwardly. Ask Mei Shuo to help him unscrew the bottle.
Mei Shuo finished his drink. He was also very loyal and fed it to Shang Xiaowei. As soon as the essence of life enters your mouth, you will smell a refreshing and elegant fragrance. It's the feeling of early morning dew and the revival of all things. It's a bit cold.
But when the essence of life slides down the throat,
it started to become warm. Then it continued to flow warmly into the chest cavity. Then enter the stomach. Start by entering the stomach.
A powerful, indescribable feeling.
The body is instantly filled.
Shang Xiaowei only felt that his wound was extremely itchy. He was very uncomfortable because of the itchiness. He endured it for a long time and was forced to bite off the hemostatic gauze with his mouth.
When the gauze is pulled off,
Shang Xiaowei only felt that the blood vessels in the wound were beating continuously. The cells above are like countless programs, repairing themselves. His heartbeat also started to beat faster and faster. The blood supplied by the beating heart is continuously transported to both shoulders. Just 10 minutes. Shang Xiaowei's wound, which had just been bleeding, stopped bleeding. The wound is scabby and not a drop of blood is shed. Another 10 minutes passed. A thin layer of skin formed at the scab of the wound.
The newborn skin is as pink and tender as a baby's skin.
Another 10 minutes passed. Beneath the tender skin, it seemed as if something was about to break out.
Suddenly, the thing that was about to move broke the skin. Break through. This feeling of nirvana and rebirth is extremely painful.
Shang Xiaowei was in excruciating pain. He looked up and shouted at the ceiling. After that, he fainted. I don't know how long it took. Shang Xiaowei slowly opened his eyes. His eyelids were wet with sweat and tears. The salty sweat irritated his eyes, making it impossible for him to open them. Shang Xiaowei subconsciously reached out to wipe it.
Next second, he was stunned. My hands are truly reborn. I actually have hands.
He immediately propped himself up with his hands and kept turning his palms. Look at them carefully, look at every fingerprint, every palm print.
My hand. My hand. It's back. My limb has truly been reborn. He looked at Mei Shuo and Diao Yang beside him.
Both of them were sweating profusely,
breathing heavily.
Their performance was exactly the same as Shang Xiaowei's.
You. Mei Shuo opened his mouth, revealing his pure white teeth. It's amazing, so terrifying.
All my teeth have grown back. Surprisingly, even the wisdom teeth I had removed 2 years ago have grown back.
My ribs don't hurt anymore, no matter how I move. I feel like the lumps I had removed last month have grown back. Diao Yang was breathing heavily, and he still didn't dare to reach out to confirm
whether his second brother has returned to his position. Losing a close brother is a huge psychological blow to a man. Shang Xiaowei is just right, but his playboy character has not changed. Seeing that Diao Yang didn't respond for a long time, he curiously pulled up his pants.
After a brief struggle, Diao Yang was at a disadvantage. It can only be stripped and inspected.
Shang Xiaowei glanced at him, then said awkwardly,
Diao Yang, did you not drink all the life essence? Your second brother doesn't seem to have fully grown yet.
It seems that he needs to be nursed back for a few more days.
He will be fine, he will be fine.
Diao Yang snatched back his pants and spat in his heart. Damn, my penis is already this big.
The three of them did some self-examination.
I confirmed again and again that my body had fully recovered.
There are even a few extra parts.
The three of them looked at each other and slid down to their knees in front of Qin Xuan.
It's just a round of kowtow and kneeling. Brother Qin.
The youngest Diao Yang just opened his mouth when Shang Xiaowei slapped him on the back of the head.
Diao Yang. Do you think you can call me Brother Qin?
You have no respect for your elders.
You should call me Mr. Qin. Diao Yang touched the back of his head and let out a sound of grievance.
After Shang Xiaowei finished teaching Diao Yang a lesson, he took the lead and said, Mr. Qin, please accept our worship.
you are truly our adopted parent. Our three families must enshrine your nameplate.
On the 1st and 15th day of every month, the whole family will kowtow to you. We, the Shang, Diao, and Mei families, all of us, must respect you as if you were a god. The three of them kowtowed like crazy. They had long forgotten their grudges with Qin Xuan. The man in front of me is capable of beating up the powerful overseas Hongmen warriors.
Shou also has magical medicine to protect his body.
Broken limbs can be regenerated and dead trees can come back to life in spring. This is a bug-level character who can both attack and defend. Even a fool knows that he has to kneel down and lick the emperor's hands and worship him.
Who dares to think of revenge? He can bring you back to life today. I'll send you to hell again tomorrow.
Being whipped is not scary, after all, the consciousness is gone and it's just a body that is being beaten. But Qin Xuan was able to revive his opponent and whip him again.
This Nima. The black and white impermanence had to take a detour after seeing this.
If Zhong Kuei saw this, he would lose his job. Even the king of hell has to greet him and say, "Good fellow."
Sir, if you encounter anything in the Magic City,
as long as you say a word, my Shang family will go through fire and water without hesitation. Shang Shelwei suddenly transformed himself into Qin Xuan's most loyal fan. He used his newly grown left and right hands to clasp his fists and said. Mei Shua saw this and clasped his fists, saying, "Me too." Diao Yang saw that he couldn't stand behind others, so he clasped his fists and said, "Me too." Qin Xuan waved his hand. He had previously thought that these three people were a bit too arrogant and spoke wildly. But now, I feel that these three people are too clingy, which makes me unconsciously get goosebumps. When the boat reaches the shore, you will each go home and tell your families what happened to you. Shang Shelwei's face changed. Mr. Qin, that kid Chi Feng broke both of my arms.
I wouldn't be a gentleman if I didn't take revenge. I beg Mr. Qin to help me get justice.
I beg Mr. Qin to help us get justice. I beg Mr. Qin to help us get justice.
Mei and Diao also echoed at the same time. But as he agreed, Diao Yang felt his cock tremble and a dull pain. Qin Xuan sneered, "Chi Feng is just a small fry. The Qi family is my target. I will remove the Qi family from the Magic City. Keeping someone like this who is doing dirty things in China is a disaster."
Chapter 130, Quick Decision. I still have calculus homework to do.
Ao Island, Deep Water Wharf.
A long whistle blew, causing pedestrians on the dock to stop and look. I saw it on the sea surface not far away. A huge, luxurious yacht is slowly approaching. Its appearance, both in size and in momentum,
absolutely crushing all the yachts on the scene.
Even the top yacht of the local wealthy He family pales in comparison to it.
Fuck, that yacht is fucking huge. Isn't this the Eclipse? I just saw it on the news a while ago.
It's the private yacht of a top tycoon.
A private yacht? This big, this outrageous?
The cost of maintaining this boat for a day must be $1,000 or $2,000. Amidst the discussions, the Eclipse yacht slowly sailed into its berth.
As soon as the boat stopped, colorful fireworks lined up on the shore.
They were set on fire at the same time.
Bang bang bang.
The sound of firecrackers exploded and colorful confetti flew all over the sky.
People who have lived in Macau for a long time started talking to each other. What a grand occasion. I guess some important person is coming to inspect Ao Island. I don't think they're here for an inspection.
Look at those people setting off fireworks, they're all from the He family.
You mean, the one coming is a fat sheep?
Hey, he came here on a luxury yacht, but he's only got a pair of underpants when he returns home.
The He family on Ao Island will teach him a lesson.
After they finished speaking, they smiled at each other. Chi Feng contacted the He family by phone, and the He family naturally would not treat Qin Xuan badly in terms of courtesy.
The wool comes from the sheep, today's cost.
Naturally, all the bill will be paid for by Master Qin's chips. Qin Xuan, Wang Song, and Chi Feng slowly walked down from the Eclipse.
Chi Feng walked in front, bowed and gave guidance with a smile.
When we got off the boat and went ashore, we saw a red carpet on the ground.
The red carpet is over 100 meters long. At the end of the red carpet was an extended Lincoln limousine.
Chi Feng trotted over, opened the car door, and respectfully invited Qin Xuan in. As soon as Qin Xuan entered the car, a strong smell of perfume hit him in the face. The long and narrow carriage was filled with top beauties from all over the world with different skin colors.
East Asia, Southeast Asia, Europe, South America. Fuck, why are there still Africans?
Wang Song said with an unhappy look on his face. Qin Chuan frowned slightly. The smell of perfume in the car was too strong. Qi Feng smirked and said, "This is my first time traveling with Brother Qin. I don't know what his taste is like, so I ordered a portion according to the world map. If Brother Qin doesn't like it, I'll let them get off the car immediately." As he spoke, Qi Feng waved his hand and asked the people from Africa to get off the car quickly. Wang Song quickly pressed Qi Feng's hand, smiling, "Since we're here, if you ask them to get off, they'll be embarrassed. I know my brother likes simple and elegant things."
"But don't I have mine?" Qi Feng was speechless and frowned. "Wang Song, don't you prefer thin, fair, young, and internet-famous girls? When did you start liking this black, big-name girl?" Wang Song chuckled and said, "When in Rome, do as the Romans do."
When in Rome, do as the Romans do.
God damn it, when in Rome, do as the Romans do.
Qi Feng muttered in his heart. Qi Feng took out a bottle of champagne from the car refrigerator, poured a glass, and handed it to Qin Chuan. "Brother Qin, the presidential suite for tonight has been arranged for you.
Let's go to the room and rest for a while. After that, I will take you to visit the scenery of Ao Island and try the local food.
Then we can take a sauna, a beauty bath, and a Thai massage.
I guarantee that you will be comfortable today,"
Qi Feng said calmly. He has been in this business for many years and knows that you have to play the long game to catch the big fish. For someone like Qin Chuan, you should be too impatient and let him take the bait.
You can't catch anything.
On the contrary, you must first corrupt their minds.
Visually, olfactory and physiologically, it makes him degenerate and lose himself.
It crumbled step by step, relaxing his defensive mentality. Let the other person immerse himself in the pleasures of wine and women and enjoy himself like an emperor.
This is the only way to firmly control his mentality.
Qi Feng raised his glass with a smile on his face and took a sip. Qin Chuan didn't take the drink, but said, "I have classes at school tomorrow, and I have a lot of calculus homework to finish.
I don't have time to waste here, let's make it quick and go straight to the field." Cough, cough, cough.
Qi Feng couldn't help it, and the champagne that had just entered his mouth sprayed out of his nostrils. He quickly blocked it with his hands.
That's why he didn't scold Wang Song.
Qi Feng complained in his heart, "A little freak like you, a bug-level character, telling me you have to go to school and do calculus homework?
Are you kidding me?"
Of course, Qi Feng never dared to speak out what was in his heart.
At best, I muttered to myself, "Brother Qin, this."
Qi Feng was a little uncomfortable with the sudden deviation from the procedure.
Wang Song snorted, "What's wrong? My brother loves to study, and you are not happy about it." This. Qi Feng was speechless and didn't know how to respond. "Is there a problem?" Qin Chuan asked.
Qi Feng waved his hands repeatedly, no problem, I'll give the order right away." After saying that, Qi Feng took out his cell phone. A message was quickly edited. "The situation has changed, Qin Chuan must come to the scene immediately." After waiting for the message to be sent, Qi Feng immediately deleted the information record.
Ao Island, 7-star New Pujian Hotel. On the top floor, the hotel owner's office. This was originally the room of He Xin, the head of the He family. 10 years ago, He Xin suddenly suffered a stroke. The situation on the entire island of Australia began to become turbulent. He Xin has 3 women and 15 children. The fight for He Xin's 500 billion yuan worth of property has begun. There is never any mercy in the feuds between wealthy families. Even if we are half-siblings, brothers and sisters, there are still conflicts between them, and they are disunited. They all want to get more attention from He Xin so that they can get a bigger share of the inheritance. Last year, He Xin, who was 99 years old, finally died without a chance to celebrate his 100th birthday. Riding a crane to the west. A battle for a wealthy family was settled in the moment He Xin saw it. He Xin stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. She was wearing a well-tailored black and white casual suit. Holding a coffee cup, her medium-length hair falls naturally on her shoulders. As He Xin's heir, she is also 60 years old this year. Although time is unforgiving, the family can still be very wealthy. There are always special ways to stay young forever. He Xian's face is well maintained, and there are only a few traces of time on her smooth and fair face. There is a beauty mole at the corner of her mouth, which makes her look more confident and determined.
Hylian stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window of the office, looking down at the vehicles passing by, as if thinking about something important.
At this moment, the cell phone on her waist vibrated.
The situation has changed. Qin Chuan must come here immediately. Hylian read out the content of the text message softly, and the expression on her face fluctuated slightly. Hylian turned and walked to the desk, put down the coffee cup, and pressed the landline phone on the desk.
Uncle Kuan, the situation has changed.
The big fish is about to bite.
Understood, miss. Don't worry, I'll arrange it right away.
After giving the instructions, she picked up the coffee again and sipped it carefully.